The game and reality have merged for 3 weeks. For most of the time, the real world is still the same as before. Except when the dungeon opens. Unlike in the game, no one in the real world wants to encounter a dungeon opening. Because once you enter a dungeon, everyone will encounter slaughter. In these 3 weeks, many people have awakened their class skills. Healers, mages, gunslingers, and martial artists, etc. Chen Jingyu waited for 3 weeks but never awakened. As usual, after work, Chen Jingyu carried his laptop bag and walked out of the office building. At this time, the bustling CBD district of the city center always felt even more crowded. Chen Jingyu still chose to walk home. The life of a programmer is just like this, step by step. The streets were bustling, with countless people brushing past each other indifferently. At the subway station entrance, Chen Jingyu put on his headphones, and the song he liked was playing on his phone, a song he had been listening to for 5 or 6 years without getting tired of it. More and more people gathered around, and the air was filled with a bit of anxiety. As the crowd eagerly looked ahead, the subway slowly arrived. A large number of people rushed towards the subway doors, hoping to grab a seat if they were lucky. Chen Jingyu was pushed forward by the crowd and barely managed to squeeze into the subway. Just as he stepped into the door, the air shifted. The once crowded train car instantly became eerily empty. A long stretch of train car, with only a dozen people standing inside. What's going on? The crowd became agitated, anxiously looking around, desperately searching for something. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward and called out to the group, "Everyone, don't panic. We've encountered a dungeon opening. Everyone gather around me, I'm a LV2 martial artist." A dungeon opening? We're inside a dungeon now? Chen Jingyu froze. He never expected he would also encounter the legendary dungeon opening. In the past 3 weeks, countless people have experienced dungeon openings. This is a mysterious space that appears randomly, with no warning signs before it opens. It can open anywhere at any time. Some people were suddenly pulled into a dungeon while taking a shower at home. Others were playing cards when they were forcefully dragged into a dungeon space. Some survivors from the dungeon shared their experiences online. Sure enough, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of Chen Jingyu, confirming what the middle-aged man had said. Dungeon space, death subway. Players, 15 people. Completion conditions, defeat the boss. Countdown, 30 minutes. In addition, another information panel appeared at the same time. Name, Chen Jingyu. Class, Commoner, Unawakened. Level, LV1. Talent, F. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 0. Skills, none. On the left of the information panel was personal information, and on the right were about 40 empty squares. It looked like an item storage bar. But strangely, there was no equipment bar like in games. Roar, a deafening roar came from deep within the subway tunnel. At some point, the subway had already started and was speeding forward. But strangely, when looking out from the doors and windows of the train, no other carriages could be seen, not even the train's head. Has anyone awakened their class? Raise your hand. The middle-aged man, a martial arts expert, shouted loudly. I'm a gunslinger. A young man stood up. I'm an alchemist. A young woman followed closely. I'm a mage. In the car with just a dozen people, 9 of them had awakened a class, and they gathered together at this moment. Chen Jingyu and the remaining 6 people were arranged to hide in the corner. The train started to shake. In the dark subway tunnel, the sound of a giant creature pounding the earth grew louder. I've been through a dungeon opening before, everyone, don't panic. If you follow my instructions, we'll definitely clear the dungeon smoothly, the middle-aged man said in a heavy tone. Except for him, everyone else who had awakened their professions was LV1. As a LV2 fighter, he had clearly become the backbone of the people now. The boss's attack power is high, being hit means death or injury. From the sounds coming from a distance, this boss should be huge, but now the narrow subway tunnel actually gives us a terrain advantage. You all step back, I'll smash open the back door of the subway, and when we see the boss, ranged professions will attack immediately. The middle-aged man said, pulling his shield out of nowhere and putting it on his right hand. The shield wasn't big, just enough to protect his arm, with a sharp spike at the front that could be used to attack enemies. While they were arranging their positions, Chen Jingyu wasn't idle. A new problem had appeared in front of him. Task name, collect magic cat claws, pending completion, description, magic cats are small, cute creatures, but never try to provoke them, especially don't touch their tails. Completion condition, magic cat's claw, 0 to 1, description, the cute little claws of the magic cat, be careful not to get scratched, or something strange might happen. Completion reward, nail clippers, description, a weapon. Failure punishment, none. Description, go wait in the magic cat's belly for a while. The people around him were shivering, as if they were waiting for the end of the world. Chen Jingyu nudged a young man beside him and asked, "Did you receive any tasks?" The young man shook his head in confusion. "What task?" "I don't know." Chen Jingyu asked a few other people, and they all shook their heads. Strange, did only I receive a task? Chen Jingyu wondered. Yes, dear. I'm the exclusive task system, and I only issue tasks to you. A pleasant female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Who? Show yourself. Chen Jingyu said silently. Hee, I'm the system, you can't see me. System? Electric waves or pulse signals? Chen Jingyu opened his backpack and started taking things out. A laptop. A device resembling a signal receiver. He opened the laptop, connected the device, and launched some mysterious program. Countless strange codes quickly flashed across the laptop screen. Please get ready, the boss is coming. The female voice appeared again in Chen Jingyu's mind. At the same time, a wave pattern immediately appeared on the laptop screen. Ready, Chen Jingyu immediately launched a new program. A screeching sound filled the air, and the laptop screen began to flicker. What are you doing? Chen Jingyu ignored her, his hands quickly typing on the keyboard, completing one line of code after another. Don't stop it. With a heavy press of the enter key, Chen Jingyu stopped his actions. A girl dressed in Lolita fashion, with golden pigtails, appeared on the screen. // omega / you're naughty, you've seen everything about me. Chen Jingyu was speechless. Don't do this, others will think I've seen something outrageous. Oh, now that you've noticed me, isn't that enough? Sigma, degree winky face wait, what are you doing again? */ omega *, that's not allowed. Be boo hoo hoo. Chapter 2. Under Chen Jingyu's frantic input, new lines of code were implanted into the system signal he had captured. The entire task system was turned upside down, inside and out, thoroughly checked. This is a strange program, I can't modify it, and I can't find the server address. Chen Jingyu frowned. Let's try using a virus to break through. With his top-tier skills, he was only able to break through the surface of the task system. Oh boo-hoo, you've really seen everything now. Chen Jingyu didn't have time to respond to her. While implanting the virus program, he also began trying to connect to the instance space. Unable to connect. Search for boss. Unable to query. Don't try, it's useless. The Lolita girl's voice rang out again. The game world has merged with reality, things in the game now truly exist. Is it really like that? The girl's words confirmed the guess in Chen Jingyu's mind. But, there's still one question. Why were you able to be captured by me? Because I am an independent system, neither part of the game nor reality. Well. Chen Jingyu understood. This means that the heavens gave him a cheat. Just then, a system sound, unlike anything from the Lolita girl, rang out. Host has triggered the system's hidden mechanism, upgrading system. Task system is upgrading to version 2.0. Upgrade complete. System upgrade reward has been issued. The Lolita girl immediately became excited. Yay! I leveled up. It should be the virus program taking effect. The system started auto-upgrading. Chen Jingyu ignored her excitement because he had caught a more useful piece of information. Where's my reward for the task? Carrot, not giving it. The Lolita girl looked smug. If you really won't give it to me, I'll have to search for it myself? You won't find it, I already hid it. The Lolita girl covered her chest with both hands. It's well hidden, you can't find it. Are you sure it's really well hidden? Chen Jingyu narrowed his eyes, looking like a mischievous uncle. Come, let uncle have a look. He clicked the mouse and tugged at the girl's arm. Ouch, that hurts. The girl's arm swiveled in the direction the mouse pointer was pulled. It really works, hee. Chen Jingyu grinned and began his extreme operations. Click 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 click. */nabla*, don't touch here. _angle, _. A rapid series of clicks like a tiger attack, the Lolita girl slumped to the ground. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze dazed. Chen Jingyu successfully obtained his reward item. Item name, attribute modification capsule, unique mythical, description, can modify a character's basic attributes. Looking at the silver capsule-like item in his hand, Chen Jingyu immediately thought of the attribute panel he had seen before. What should I modify? Career? Level? Talent or physical attributes? Chen Jingyu swallowed the capsule, and in an instant, he made his decision. Under the talent section on the attribute panel, a drop-down menu immediately appeared. Talent, F. E. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Ah, this is so hard to choose. Chen Jingyu scrolled through the drop-down menu. Actually, I like C, D is a bit too big, B is a bit too small. In the end, he still chose the one at the very bottom. The attribute panel instantly locked, becoming unchangeable. Name, Chen Jingyu. Career, civilian, unawakened. Level, LV1. Talent, SSS. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 0. Skills, none. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed. The footsteps in the subway tunnel grew heavier and more hurried. Due to the system upgrade, task reset, do you accept the new task? The Lolita girl regained her energy and said with satisfaction. Accept. Task name, conquer the demon cat, incomplete, description, the demon cat is a cute, small animal, but never try to provoke it, especially don't touch its tail. Completion requirement, make the demon cat obedient to you, description, find your own way. Completion reward, crystal stone goggles, artifact, description, a unique artifact of the task system, can scan any information. Failure penalty, none, description, go into the demon cat's stomach and stay there for a while. What the hell? Chen Jingyu was speechless. I'm just a LV1 civilian, and you want me to conquer a boss? Chen Jingyu began to suspect that the Lolita girl was deliberately messing with him. Under his intense gaze, the Lolita girl immediately panicked. Don't come over, it's really not me, it's the system automatically releasing the task. Alright, I believe you. Chen Jingyu's words made the Lolita girl sigh in relief. Please note, the boss is approaching. Chen Jingyu was reminded and immediately looked towards the end of the carriage. The middle-aged man stood at the front, holding a shield. Everyone, be alert, it's coming. The rear door of the subway had already been opened by him. Chen Jingyu stood up and loudly shouted, listen up everyone, this dungeon's boss is not some giant monster, on the contrary, it's a demon cat that moves swiftly, but I think it's better to block the car door. The middle-aged man turned around and glanced, his expression serious, how could it be a cat? Listen to these heavy footsteps, this boss's size is definitely not small. Seeing Chen Jingyu still moving forward, he quickly waved his hand, you haven't even awakened your professional skills, quickly retreat, it's dangerous here. Roar. Another roar echoed, shaking everyone. A beam of light appeared from somewhere, shooting in. Right after, a massive shadow appeared in the subway passage behind. The shadow of the giant creature was running. With another roar, teeth larger than a human's appeared from its mouth. Is the system tricking me? Could it really be a giant creature? Chen Jingyu had already reached the broken carriage entrance. The middle-aged man looked displeased, I told you to retreat, but you wouldn't listen, don't blame me if you die. Hey, move aside, you're blocking me. The young gunsmith pushed Chen Jingyu. In his hand, he held a uniquely designed laser gun. This should be the gunsmith's exclusive weapon. Uncle Combat Master, don't mind him. If he wants to die, let him stay here. When the boss arrives, he can be our cannon fodder. At that moment, the train passed a corner. The noise from behind grew louder and louder. Suddenly, a lot of rubble flew out from around the corner. Watch out, the boss is coming, ranged classes attack. The middle-aged man's face turned serious as he gave the attack command. In an instant, the three of them stepped out. The young gunsmith, the old sorcerer, and the archery girl. Tat tat tat. The laser guns, glowing with blue flames, were the first to launch an attack. Bullets wrapped in energy light struck the subway passage, splintering countless stones. Chapter 3. Tat tat tat. Come on, boss. Dare to come out, I'll shoot you dead. The young gunsmith, excited, aimed his laser gun. I'm the fastest gunner in my class, come out. Tat tat tat. Everyone was staring at the huge shadow on the wall, waiting for the moment when the boss would appear. The old sorcerer raised his staff, ready to launch a spell at any moment. It's coming. The shadow on the wall began to change, growing rapidly. This meant the boss was getting closer. The shadow quickly passed around the corner. The light and shadow changed unpredictably. Did it disappear? The shadow on the wall was gone. But a moment later, a gray flash of lightning shot toward them. Watch out! The old sorcerer quickly swung his staff, a pale yellow light shield enveloped him. Puff! A soft sound. The gray lightning pierced through the light shield. Fear showed on the old sorcerer's face. The next second, he collapsed. A bloody wound appeared on his neck. Instantly, he was dead. Ah! When death appeared before their eyes, everyone truly felt the fear. After the game and reality fused, injuries were real injuries, and death was real death. The panic quickly spread through the crowd. What was even more terrifying was that the boss's figure had disappeared. No one even saw how the old sorcerer died. The only thing they saw clearly was the black electric flash. As a level 2 fighter, the middle-aged man reacted first. He was the highest level player in the carriage, and anyone could panic, but not him. Encouraging himself with these thoughts, he regained some confidence. "Everyone, gather around, stay close to me." The middle-aged man held his shield, fully focused on his surroundings. Whoosh! Another flash of lightning streaked by. Ah! With a scream, 3 deep, bone-exposing wounds appeared on the archer girl's arm. Tat tat tat. "Damn boss, come on, try the quick gunner's power." The young gunsmith went berserk again. Countless energy bullets shot out, and as the muzzle swept by, an entire row of train windows shattered. "I'll heal you." The female alchemist stepped forward. With both hands pressed together, a green light blossomed from her palms. As she spread her hands apart, a potion appeared in her hand. Sizzle! The potion poured onto the girl's wound, immediately rising into a light smoke while giving off a pleasant scent. Gray electric sparks still surrounded them. It seemed to be playing with everyone on purpose, with straight lines of light forming a circle to trap them inside. Damn! The middle-aged man was furious, raising his shield and slashing at the light. Slap! With a soft sound, the shield was knocked away. The young man clearly felt a heavy weight pressing down on his arm, then used the rebound to leap away. There! As the light shot out, the middle-aged man finally spotted the boss's figure. A small gray cat, of ordinary size, was walking back and forth on the broken windowsill. Its yellow eyes with vertical pupils were fixed on the group. "Hee, were you scared by the noise earlier?" The gray cat surprisingly spoke, its eyes full of mockery. It looked like a child who had just succeeded in a prank, full of self-satisfaction. Damn it, it really is a small boss. The middle-aged man secretly regretted. Small? The gray cat stretched its limbs, lazily yawning, its tail standing straight up. "I'm not small at all." "What do you want to do?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to fight, then fight, don't waste time with words." Hee. The gray cat seemed to enjoy this moment. "Don't you think the fear of the prey before it dies is more pleasurable than just killing it?" It focused all its attention on the middle-aged man and the others with combat ability, completely ignoring the civilian players huddled in the corner. But this small oversight caused it to miss the fact that someone had quietly slipped out of the window of the carriage. Winky face. "What are you doing? You're just a powerless civilian," the Lolita girl reminded. The person, bending down and sneaking up to the gray cat from outside the window, showed a sinister smile. "I may not have combat power, but I raised a cat for 3 years when I was a kid. No one here understands cats better than I do. The way it is now, it's like a kitten that just caught a mouse. It won't eat it right away, it must play with it first to feel satisfied. So, now is the best time to sneak attack." Chen Jingyu suddenly stood up from outside the windowsill, his right hand moving as fast as lightning. A sense of danger surged, and the fur on the back of the gray cat instantly stood up. But it was still a step too slow, as Chen Jingyu grabbed its tail. One word. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Meow. The gray cat's back suddenly arched, its fur trembling all over. Magic cat fear value plus 10. Magic cat fear value plus 10. Chen Jingyu danger value plus 10,010. In an instant, the gray cat turned its head, opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, its movement fluid as it prepared to bite. Chen Jingyu seemed to have already predicted this move. He swung his arm in a circle and unleashed an unbeatable spinning move, as if riding a super-fast Ferris wheel. Ugh. The gray cat's open mouth began to leak air. Magic cat fear value plus 50. Magic cat fear value plus 50. Chen Jingyu danger value minus 10,086. A few minutes later. "I'll stop now. If you dare bite me again, I don't mind giving you another ride on the Ferris wheel," Chen Jingyu said, slowly stopping, but still remaining very cautious of the gray cat's movements. As the action ceased, the gray cat immediately collapsed. Its eyes, once sharp, were now unfocused. But its survival instinct kicked in, and it quickly begged for mercy. Don't spin me anymore, I'll listen to you." Magic cat submission value plus 10. Magic cat submission value plus 10. That's better. Chen Jingyu grabbed its tail with one hand and its neck with the other, pulling it into the carriage. The others, upon seeing this, were so scared they immediately backed away and hid in the corners. Chen Jingyu set the gray cat down, gently reaching out to scratch its fur on the top of its head. Magic cat's obedience plus 10. Magic cat's obedience plus 10. Ding. Magic Cat's obedience reached 100, task completed. Received task reward item crystal lens. This time, the Lolita girl swiftly handed over the task reward. There was no other choice. If she didn't give it to herself easily, someone else would make her give it. This was also a lesson learned from experience. Ding! You have a new task, would you like to accept it? Another task? Accept. Task name, the Magic Cat's distress, incomplete. Description, the Magic Cat has some untold troubles, please help it. Completion requirement, solve the distress. Description, help the Magic Cat. Completion reward, pet collar. Description, can turn certain types of monsters into pets. Failure penalty, none. Description, you lose a cute baby. Chapter 4. Chen Jingyu put on the crystal lens, and immediately saw something different. Item name, broken car window glass. Destructive power, 1. Description, a handheld weapon, although it seems to cause more harm to the user. Turning his head, he looked at the crowd. Name, Jiang Chang. Profession, martial artist. Level, LV2. Talent, B. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Stamina, 7. Energy, 5. Skills, none. Description, a middle-aged greasy man, arrogant, often scolded by his wife for eating too fast during dinner. Chen Jingyu was looking at a middle-aged uncle. This was his personal information. Even the description is this detailed. He looked down again at the gray cat he had pinned to the ground. Monster name, Magic Cat. Type, Animal System. Level, LV10. Description, the boss of the Death Subway Novice Dungeon, mischievous, enjoys playing with others or being played with. Since the task system released a new task, let's just ask directly. Do you have any trouble? Speak up, maybe I can help you. Pinning the gray cat to the ground, he continued to scratch its fur. Meow. The gray cat squinted its eyes, enjoying it immensely. Magic Cat's obedience plus 20. However, after hearing Chen Jingyu's words, a look of pain appeared on its face. Yes, meow. The gray cat stretched out a paw, pointing to its throat, saying, my throat, it hurts so much. Chen Jingyu grabbed the Magic Cat by the neck and lifted it up, aiming the crystal lens at its throat. Starting scan. Ding ding. Target information obtained. The lens showed several moving circles of light, quickly locking onto one spot. As the lens zoomed in, it began to penetrate. The gray cat's throat area appeared, a thick fishbone was stuck in its throat. So it's a fishbone. Chen Jingyu released it, I can help you take it out. Equals omega smiley face meow, really? Chen Jingyu searched through his backpack and took out a pair of tweezers. But, your mouth is a bit small, it's hard to operate. That's easy, the gray cat said eagerly, but, could you release my tail first? Chen Jingyu stared at it. You're not tricking me, right? If I let go of your tail, what if you bite me? Oh degree omega degree O, meow. I won't, my obedience value has reached 220, I'm already your cat. Alright. Chen Jingyu let it go. Boom. After a puff of smoke, the gray cat was gone. In its place was a cat-eared girl, kneeling on the ground in a maid outfit. Chen Jingyu was a little stunned. This is too beautiful. Master, please help me. The cat-eared girl knelt in front of Chen Jingyu, opening her mouth. Wait, let me scan first. Chen Jingyu activated the crystal lens. Scan starting. First layer of X-ray complete. Poof. Chen Jingyu immediately shot out a jet of old blood from 1998. What a big fishbone, let me have a closer look. Degree, eyes glued to it. But why are you bleeding so much from your nose? The cat-eared girl wondered. Second layer of X-ray complete. Degree, damn it, who told you to look down through the lens yourself? Chen Jingyu almost threw the crystal lens away. Third layer of X-ray complete. The position of the fishbone was revealed. Well, it's very big, bear with it. Chen Jingyu raised the tweezers and aimed at her mouth. The crystal lens instantly locked onto the position. A few auxiliary arrows appeared, helping the tweezers find the target. It seems a bit short, I need to go in a little more. Chen Jingyu's palm was almost entirely inside her mouth. Zero woo. The cat-eared girl's eyes began to go unfocused, her face flushed bright red, a strand of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Is it too deep? Hang in there, I'll be done soon. Puff. It went in a bit more. Yes, this is the spot, it'll be out soon. Chen Jingyu's tweezers found the fishbone, and with a firm pinch of his fingers, he steadily pulled the fishbone out. Phew. Finally done. Chen Jingyu sighed in relief. The cat-eared girl collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. Chen Jingyu wiped his sweat. It's my first time doing this, I thought it would be quick, but it took so long. Thank you, master. The cat-eared girl wiped her saliva and stood up. Now I feel much better. Ding. Task help the magic cat completed. You have received the task reward item pet collar. A collar with a pink fluffy bell appeared instantly in Chen Jingyu's hand. Seeing this, the cat-eared girl stretched out her neck. At this point, not wearing it would be embarrassing. Chen Jingyu put the collar around the cat-eared girl's neck, and after finishing, she turned back into a cute gray kitten. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the pet magic cat. Pet name, magic cat, can be changed. Species, animal type. Level, LV1. Talent, A. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mental, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 5. Skills, flash of lightning. Description, a cute gray kitten, well-behaved, likes to be played with. Turned into LV1, and it seems even the behavior has changed? Chen Jingyu looked at the gray kitten on the ground, who was now happily circling around his pants. Suddenly, the space around them fluctuated. After a twist, the people in the car suddenly returned to their original dimension. Instance space, death subway, completed. Completion, SSS. Ding. You have obtained the equipment bronze dagger. Ding. You have gained 1000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV2. Did I level up? With a thought, Chen Jingyu's attribute panel appeared before him. Name, Chen Jingyu. Occupation, commoner, unawakened. Level, LV2. Potential points available, 9. Talent, SSS. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mental, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 0. Skills, none. The sudden appearance of this group of people immediately caused the already crowded subway car to be in chaos. Countless people started cursing and shoving each other. Chen Jingyu quickly took advantage of the chaos to pack up his computer and put the gray kitten into his backpack. The crystal lens still hung on his face. The subway car began to become chaotic. Someone noticed the dead mage elder, and immediately, everyone scattered and crowded to the other side of the car. The middle-aged man, Jiang Chang, crouched down, protecting the elder's body from being trampled. Everyone, don't panic, we just entered an instance space, and this old man unfortunately sacrificed. Jiang Chang spoke, and as soon as he mentioned the instance opening, the subway car became even more chaotic. What, an instance space opened? Run, there's an instance space here. Help! Stop the train, I want to get off. Someone pressed the emergency brake button. Creak. The high-speed subway began to slow down. A large crowd surged towards the doors, waiting to escape as soon as the doors opened. The alarm sounded shortly after. Chapter 5. The staff began to speak over the intercom. Everyone, do not panic, we have received the notification about the crowd encountering an instance. Injured people, please do not move, medical personnel will arrive immediately. Since the instance opening events began happening frequently, relevant institutions have been established, specifically responsible for handling and following up. After the personnel maintaining order and medical staff arrived, the subway doors were opened, and everyone was arranged to evacuate. Chen Jingyu kept his head down, following the crowd and leaving the scene. As usual, those who survived the instance would be taken away for questioning to provide more information. Chen Jingyu didn't want to get involved in this trouble. Although many messages online were blocked, he, being a tech expert, could still access some things others didn't know. For example, the equipment that had to be handed over and the various instrument checks he had to undergo. People who learned powerful skills were also invited to do research work. To be researched on. Chen Jingyu was afraid that his pet gray cat would be discovered, and if it was taken for dissection, it wouldn't be fun. After returning home and taking a shower, Chen Jingyu sat back down at his computer. He opened Word and began to write. The profession awakens randomly on its own. Known professions so far include mystic mage, boxer, gunsmith, martial artist, alchemist, archery master, summoner, and commoner. Dungeons open randomly, no patterns have been discovered yet. After a dungeon opens, players are randomly gathered near the location to enter, with varying numbers of participants each time. Killing bosses in dungeons can reward equipment, skill books, and other items. Everything in the dungeon can be brought back to reality. Verified. The dungeon death rate is as high as 35%, with 27% suffering serious injuries and 74% light injuries. Data needs further verification. These were all the pieces of information Chen Jingyu had gathered online before. He typed on the keyboard and began adding his new findings. Clearing a dungeon doesn't necessarily require killing the boss. Verified. The attribute panel includes a backpack, but no equipment slot. Verified. Important, monsters of the animal type still retain their original traits and weaknesses. Verified. Is the system here? Chen Jingyu remembered something and began to ask in his mind. Yes. The Lolita girl appeared on Chen Jingyu's computer screen. What does the assignable potential points mean? Chen Jingyu asked. Players can earn 1 to 9 potential points per level depending on their talent level, which can be allocated to the 5 basic attributes. Wow, so my original F-level talent gives me only 1 potential point per level? Does that mean I need to level up 9 times just to catch up to someone with SSS-level talent who gains 1 point per level? If his talent level hadn't been modified, Chen Jingyu would probably have rushed downstairs to buy some tofu to slam his head into. So what do these 5 basic attributes do? Chen Jingyu asked again. Strength, agility, and stamina are exactly what they sound like. Spirit increases mental strength, allowing resistance against fear when encountering fearful things. Energy is used to release skills. The more energy you have, the more times you can use skills. I roughly understand. Strength helps break obstacles when running, agility helps dodge damage while running, stamina helps you last longer while running, spirit helps not get scared while running. Energy? Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Winky face. If you insist on explaining it that way, fine. Chen Jingyu opened the attribute panel again. I'm brave enough already, I'll leave spirit for now and split the points evenly between strength, agility, and stamina. Name, Chen Jingyu. Profession, commoner, not awakened. Level, LV2. Talent, SSS. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 8. Energy, 0. Skills, none. The Lolita girl was speechless again. You must have put all your courage into running away, right? Chen Jingyu ignored her and dragged her to the side with the mouse, then opened the news page. A player injury incident occurred in City A. 2 players with awakened professions fought in the street, 1 dead, 1 injured. City B police successfully solved a theft case. The thief used a mystic mage's space skill to steal underwear from Aunt Wan's windowsill. Not long ago, no one had been discovered using awakened skills for criminal activities, but today, it finally happened. Chen Jingyu had been keeping an eye on such incidents. I didn't expect it, only 3 weeks have passed, and someone couldn't hold back. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This saying is true. But after some people gain extraordinary abilities, they inevitably do things that cross the social line. By the way, why can I gain experience and level up in dungeons, but can't awaken a profession? Chen Jingyu asked. The career awakening happens randomly, I can't do anything about it. Alright then. Chen Jingyu pulled out the bronze dagger. Sigma, degree winky face, what are you trying to do? Just wondering, could you even come out of there? Omega, of course not. Then what the hell are you scared of? Chen Jingyu began scanning the bronze dagger in his hand with the crystal lens goggles. Item name, bronze dagger. Required level, LV1. Class requirement, none. Destructive power, 3. Additional ability, tear wound. Description, a handheld weapon that can tear open the target's wound and cause more damage. This weapon was a reward from completing the dungeon, not from the quest system, so its stats seemed a bit underwhelming. Still, better than nothing. He placed the bronze dagger into a slot in his inventory bar. The dagger vanished instantly from Chen Jingyu's hand. It was a strange feeling, as if space itself had been crossed. Meow the gray cat suddenly jumped onto the table. Equals carrot smiley face master, won't you give me a name? Chen Jingyu recalled that when he got the pet, there was indeed an option to rename it. He opened the gray cat's status panel and chose to modify its name. What should I call you? Chen Jingyu thought for a moment. The image of the cat-eared girl flashed through his mind again. Got it. Pet name, Yorong. Name change complete. Master, does the name Yorong have any special meaning? The gray cat asked curiously. Not really, it just fits your personality. From now on, I'll call you Little Rongrong. Chen Jingyu said as he closed his computer. SSSHHH. He yanked the curtains shut. Master, why are you closing the door? The gray cat sat on the table, confused by Chen Jingyu's odd behavior. He. Chen Jingyu locked the door. Even though there was no one else home. He dimmed the lights and slowly walked toward the table, picked up the gray cat, and placed her on the bed. Didn't you say you can transform? Like in the subway, when you turned all furry? Do it again, let me see. Chen Jingyu rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Chapter 6. The gray cat sat on the bed, looking a bit helpless. Equals caret omega caret equals I'm sorry, master. I'm only level 1 now, I've lost my transformation skill. What? It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over Chen Jingyu from head to toe. It was like waiting all night for a movie, only to find it was Calabash Brothers when it started. But thinking carefully, it was true, the Grey Cat's skill list only showed one skill left, Lightning Flash. Forget it, might as well wash up and sleep. But the night's sleep was far from peaceful. He tossed and turned, unable to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Half asleep, he seemed to hear someone knocking on the door. He picked up his phone, it was already past 3 in the morning. Who could it be this late? Chen Jingyu lived in a single apartment, alone. When he opened the door, a girl in a light blue camisole nightdress was standing there. She looked like the girl from the next room, he had seen her a few times before. When she saw him open the door, she looked surprised, then pleaded, "Can I come in for a moment?" Her messy hair hung over her shoulders, and she looked terribly flustered. What's wrong? Chen Jingyu stepped aside, come in first. The girl quickly slipped inside the room. She must have been scared by something. Because Chen Jingyu could see her heart racing like a frightened deer. Could it be a honey trap? Chen Jingyu thought, poking his head into the hallway to take a quick look, but saw nothing unusual. After entering, the girl turned on the light and curled up on the sofa. What happened? Nightmare? Or a thief? Chen Jingyu asked as he handed her a glass of water. The girl took a deep breath, calming herself, then said seriously, I think we've entered a dungeon space. Those words froze Chen Jingyu on the spot. No way, again? He had just gone through one that evening, was there no end to this? Even sleeping could throw him into a game dungeon now? Are you sure? Chen Jingyu asked. Because he hadn't received any system notification about a dungeon opening. The girl nodded quickly. Sure, I think I was the first to enter the dungeon. Because I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly realized my roommate was missing. I called her, and she also realized I was missing. Is it possible that she entered the game space? Chen Jingyu asked. At the same time, he silently noted the new point, even in the game space, communication tools can still be used to contact the outside world. The girl shook her head, because I knocked on every door on this floor, and you were the only one who opened the door. There were over a dozen apartments on the floor, and Chen Jingyu's was the one at the very end. And my roommate, she went downstairs and found the building's security guard. It seems like we really entered the dungeon space. Chen Jingyu put on the crystal goggles and made preparations ahead of time. He glanced at the girl sitting on the sofa, ready to hand her the cup of water. Scanning begins. X-ray of the first layer. Wait. This isn't the function. Chen Jingyu was startled. At this time of night, he couldn't just look around carelessly, what if he lost control? But these goggles are this intuitive? Luckily, the girl didn't notice anything unusual. Chen Jingyu thought to himself and activated the character information check function. Name, Yuan Yuan. Occupation, pharmacist. Level, LV1. Talent, C. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 5. She was a player who had awakened a profession. The talent is not bad. Chen Jingyu nodded, then secretly glanced at the girl. It's a C, which I like. Your name is Yuan Yuan, right? Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Chen Jingyu. He extended the cup of water towards her. Yuan Yuan's expression changed, and she became somewhat wary, saying, How do you know my name? Don't be nervous, I also know that you have awakened as a pharmacist. Although I haven't awakened a profession, I can see the attributes of other players. Really? Yuan Yuan took the cup of water. Of course, I even know that you're a C. Chen Jingyu continued. Yuan Yuan stretched out her hand halfway but quickly pulled it back, crossing her arms in front of her chest, looking shocked. You can see this too? Talent, it's a C talent. Chen Jingyu explained. Only then did Yuan Yuan feel relieved and accept the cup of water. At that moment, the dungeon prompt finally arrived. Dungeon space, ghostly apartment. Number of players, 2. Completion condition, defeat the boss. Countdown, 2H. The sudden dungeon prompt shocked both of them. This was Yuan Yuan's first time experiencing a dungeon, and she was so scared she didn't know what to do. What should we do? What should we do? Should we hide? Chen Jingyu stroked his chin, beginning to think. The last dungeon was called Death Subway, and this time it was even more terrifying, a ghostly apartment. Hiding definitely wouldn't work because the dungeon had a countdown. The Death Subway had a 30-minute time limit, and this one lasted longer, 2 hours. What would happen if they didn't finish in time? Chen Jingyu didn't know, and he didn't want to try. Since we can use communication tools, how about we search online? Chen Jingyu immediately searched for the words ghostly apartment on his phone. The search results were all related to movies. Not giving up, he expanded the search and tried Dungeon Space Ghostly Apartment Guide. But apart from the movies, all the results were chaotic guides. Based on the information he had found online before, there were many game dungeons, and very few people encountered duplicates. Even if someone had entered the ghostly apartment dungeon, they might not have completed it. Even if they did finish it, they wouldn't necessarily post a guide online. Looks like this method won't work. // long time no see, I'm back again. The image of a Lolita girl suddenly appeared on Chen Jingyu's crystal goggles. Indeed, it's been a long time. Thinking back to when we last met, it feels like it was just yesterday. Straight face. Ding. You have a new task. Do you accept? I've been waiting for you. Chen Jingyu immediately chose to accept the task. The tasks released by the system almost always revealed some information about the dungeon. Task name, Who's Afraid of Who? Incomplete description, Let's see who can scare the most. Completion condition, Scare the vengeful spirit description, before the vengeful spirit boss finds you. Hide first, then scare her greatly. Completion reward, Linging cloak description, Can hide one's form. Failure penalty, Join the vengeful spirit team description, This might also be considered a reward? So, does this mean the boss in this stage is a vengeful spirit? Chen Jingyu couldn't help but shudder. He lit up a cigarette that had almost gone stale and sat at one end of the sofa. Taking out his phone, he found the most famous paranormal forum and posted a thread. How do you scare a vengeful spirit? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Chapter 7. This time, only 2 players entered the instance. Although the target was small, there were also fewer helpers. Not to mention how much battle strength Yuan, the soft girl, would have when she actually sees the vengeful spirit. Even if she fully unleashes her own power, what could an apothecary do? Make a potion to soothe Chen Jingyu's injured heart? Chen Jingyu shook his head, ruling that out. His talent C might have some effect though. Meow. The gray cat jumped over, walked to Chen Jingyu's lap, and lay down. Yuan was just about to praise his cat and ease the tense atmosphere. But the next second, she was so scared she almost fainted. Master, that thing is getting closer. Yuan screamed, immediately curling up in the corner of the sofa. Why your cat can talk? The gray cat gave her a look, as if saying, what's the big deal? Chen Jingyu gave an awkward smile. It's a game. It's just a creature from the game, don't worry about it. Yuan finally relaxed. She also realized that the world was no longer the same. Chen Jingyu petted the black cat's head. Can you sense where it is? There have always been rumors that pets like cats and dogs can see things that humans can't. I can sense a little, master. It's about 50 meters away from us right now. Only 50 meters? Chen Jingyu fear value plus 50. Yuan fear value plus 50. Is it up or down? Or parallel? Chen Jingyu asked again. He still wasn't sure how big the instant space was. Was it the whole building, or just this one floor? Below. The gray cat looked at the ground. And it's coming quickly. Chen Jingyu fear value plus 100. Yuan fear value plus 250. But luckily, the instance wasn't just this floor. There was more space to use. Sigma, degree winky face, what is that? What are you two talking about? Yuan was already panicked and helpless. Is identical to run. Chen Jingyu picked up the black cat, grabbed Yuan with the other hand, and rushed out the door. He wasn't going to take the elevator. In horror movies, the elevator is the place where the most accidents happen. Run up the stairs. What exactly is it? Yuan screamed wildly in fear. She knew the name of the instance was Haunted Apartment. From the name, she could guess a little bit. But the unknown is the scariest, even knowing doesn't make it any less terrifying. If you scream any louder, the vengeful spirit will find us even faster. Chen Jingyu's words made her shut her mouth. They ran up 3 flights of stairs before stopping in a storage room. As the boss of the instance, it wasn't surprising that it knew the player's initial position. What Chen Jingyu was praying for was that it hadn't activated the full map function, otherwise, things would get really bad. Taking a moment, he opened his phone, hoping the experts on the forum could give him some real help. Sure enough, there were a few comments. Chen Jingyu clicked on them with high hopes. 1L, sofa. 2L, bench. 3L, floor. What the hell? What are you doing fighting over sofas and benches at a time like this? Chen Jingyu almost spat blood onto his phone screen. But fortunately, there were more comments below. For L, it depends on the situation. If it's Sadako, I can guarantee. *3, she will regret coming into my room. Chen Jingyu pondered. It did use the word she in the previous mission description. The vengeful spirit boss has left our room and is now searching upstairs. The gray cat continued to remind him. Chen Jingyu fear value plus 100. Yuan fear value plus 250. Chen Jingyu crisis value plus 200. Yuan crisis value plus 200. There's one last reply. I am the most qualified to speak about this. Back in the day, I really encountered a vengeful spirit. I chased it for 3 whole streets holding that thing. In the end, I just want to ask, when I was chasing it, my phone fell and the screen broke. Where can I get it repaired? Damn you. Chen Jingyu was quite lively at first, but after seeing the end, he cursed loudly. It's all a bunch of unreliable stuff. Master, the vengeful spirit has reached our floor. Should I try to distract it? The gray cat reminded again. Yuron's fear value plus 5. Chen Jingyu's fear value plus 200. Yuan's fear value plus 550. Yuron's crisis value plus 100. Chen Jingyu's crisis value plus 500. Yuan's crisis value plus 500. It's no longer about scaring the vengeful spirit, but whether they can survive if the vengeful spirit notices them. No, we can't go. Don't let it find us. Chen Jingyu immediately denied it. The gray cat had gone from being a magical cat boss to an ordinary LV1 pet. With the strength of the 3 of them, they were no match for the vengeful spirit boss. The key to whether they can pass the level might lie in the reward items from the quest system. So, they must scare it. It's coming, only 10 meters left. The gray cat whispered. Shoo. Chen Jingyu made a gesture for silence, and the 3 of them hid in the small pet room. Who? A gust of cold wind blew from who knows where. Hee, I see you. A creepy voice echoed from the corridor outside. Yuan was so scared she almost screamed, but Chen Jingyu quickly covered her mouth, pressing her tightly in his arms so she couldn't move. Chen Jingyu didn't believe it really saw them. If it had, according to the habits of these vengeful spirits, it would have quietly appeared behind them, then gently patted their shoulder. And then, in a drawn-out ghostly voice, it would say, "Turn around and see who I am." When you turned around, you'd see a pale ghost face with a long tongue sticking out and rolling white eyes. Wow, that's so thrilling. Don't get too excited. Description starts. First layer penetration completed. Chen Jingyu activated the crystal lens. Of course, the target wasn't Yuan, who was in his arms, but the wall in front of him. The scene in the corridor immediately appeared in front of him. The ceiling lights flickered and dimmed, and a white, translucent, shadowy figure floated by right in front of him. Its long hair covered its face, making it impossible to see its features. The figure's good though. Chen Jingyu thought to himself. Target information analysis in progress. Monster name, Vengeful Spirit. Type, Undead. Level, LV12. Description, boss of the new player dungeon haunted apartment, once a wronged woman who could not bear the mental toll of her husband's infidelity and committed suicide, becoming a vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit floated past in front of him and disappeared around the corner. As expected, it didn't notice us. Chen Jingyu let out a sigh of relief and released Yuan from his arms. Ding! Suddenly, Chen Jingyu's eyes lit up. It felt like a light bulb had lit up above his head. I have an idea. Yuan looked at him in confusion. Can you really deal with that thing? Of course, but I need you to cooperate a little. Chen Jingyu whispered a few words in her ear. Yuan's face immediately turned bright red. / omega / do we really have to do it like this? Don't lie to me. Chen Jingyu immediately struck a righteous pose, of course. This is the only way to pass the dungeon. Besides, do I look like the kind of person who takes advantage of a situation? Chapter 8. Taking advantage of the vengeful spirit temporarily leaving, Chen Jingyu hurriedly repeated the details to Yuan. Yuan listened, her face still red, and nodded to indicate she remembered. Chen Jingyu was a bit worried. Did you really remember? If not, we can practice a few more times, Omega. Yuan waved her hands quickly. No need, I really remember. Alright. Chen Jingyu was a little disappointed, then turned to the gray cat. Xiaorongrong, where is the vengeful spirit now? The gray cat closed its eyes to sense. Master, still on this floor. It went to the end and turned back. Chen Jingyu nodded. It seems the vengeful spirit also has some sense of perception. Maybe they have already realized they are hiding on this floor, but it's impossible to pinpoint their exact location. It seemed as though to confirm Chen Jingyu's guess. The vengeful spirit turned quickly, appearing in the corner in the blink of an eye, rapidly floating toward their location. Hee hee, the game of hide-and-seek is almost over. Prepare. Chen Jingyu stood up, his face serious. Yuan also stood up awkwardly. The two stood facing each other, very close together. 8 meters left, the gray cat whispered. Yuan still had a trace of worry in her heart. Will this really scare it? I feel like we're just looking for our own death. Trust me. Chen Jingyu's eyes burned with determination. We're there. The gray cat shouted urgently. This was the location they had agreed on beforehand. Chen Jingyu grabbed Yuan, and the two directly crashed through the door and jumped up. The vengeful spirit was right at the door. The three of them were positioned in a triangular formation, very close together. Chen Jingyu and Yuan stood face to face, their noses almost touching. And the vengeful spirit's face was perfectly aligned with the gap between their two faces. The sudden appearance of the two made the vengeful spirit freeze for a moment. Yuan tightly shut her eyes, not daring to look. Chen Jingyu, however, glanced with his peripheral vision. The old face, so close, was pale without a trace of color, and the dead fish-like eyes were almost popping out. Seeing that the vengeful spirit was about to snap out of its daze, Chen Jingyu acted before it could react. *3, epsilon asterisk. Muah. The two, facing each other, leaned in and kissed. Sigma, degree winky face ah. The vengeful spirit let out a sharp scream. Why do I have to see this? Vengeful spirit fear level plus 100. Hey, it worked. Chen Jingyu was overjoyed. Following their pre-agreed actions, the two moved again. Chen Jingyu, oh, *3, oh my dear. Yuan, oh, epsilon asterisk, oh my dear. *3, epsilon asterisk. Muah. Vengeful spirit fear level plus 200. Vengeful spirit fear level plus 200. The vengeful spirit's mind suffers a critical hit of 10,000 points. Ah. I don't want to see this. I don't want to. The vengeful spirit nearly broke down, frantically pulling its own hair. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Jingyu struck while the iron was hot. Hate it, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple kiss? Don't you have a husband? You don't have a husband. A husband. Ah. The vengeful spirit completely collapsed, yanking its hair and slamming its head into the wall. The vengeful spirit's mind suffers a critical hit of 20,000 points. But it was a spirit, so it passed right through the wall. Or run. Chen Jingyu grabbed Yuan and signaled the gray cat. The three hurriedly ran downstairs. Taking advantage of the vengeful spirit not reacting yet, they quickly made their escape. Chen Jingyu knew that the vengeful spirit's mental breakdown was only temporary, and once it woke up, it would probably be even more violent. Strange, how did you know it was afraid of seeing kisses? Yuan asked on the way. No time to explain. Chen Jingyu led them back to his room. Next time we have a chance to kiss, I'll tell you. Yuan // omega // Ding. Task Who's Afraid of Who, completed. Task reward Spirit Veil obtained. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Chen Jingyu opened the door, and the two people and one cat hid back inside. Master, that vengeful spirit is now madly searching for you. I feel like you shouldn't have angered it. The gray cat felt the vengeful spirit's violent aura. This wasn't a good thing for them. Yuan also began to realize, what was the purpose of what we just did besides angering it? She looked at Chen Jingyu, once again doubting his intentions. Chen Jingyu immediately declared righteously, it definitely has a special meaning, but I can't tell you right now. Do I look like that kind of scumbag who casually tricks girls into kissing? Doesn't look like it. Yuan shook her head, you are exactly that kind. Scumbag, I'll never trust you again. Ah. Chen Jingyu's expression became disappointed, I worked so hard for nothing. Shoo. It's coming to our floor. The gray cat suddenly became serious. Yuan immediately shut her mouth, her face turning pale. Chen Jingyu quickly took out the spirit veil he had just obtained and scanned it with a crystal lens. Item name, Spirit Concealing Cloak. Use level, LV1. Occupation requirement, none. Defense, 5. Special ability, helps the user conceal their body and some of their aura, but cannot move during the concealment process. Description, a sacred artifact left behind by the great sage Duffy, accompanied by a saying, please avoid using it together with the crystal lens, as overuse can harm the body. The spirit concealing cloak is a black cloak. Chen Jingyu wore it perfectly, even slightly loose. They're coming, master. The watchful gray cat spoke again. Chen Jingyu quickly ran to a corner and crouched down, then called the gray cat to curl up in his arms. Forget it, we'll hide for now. They were still no match for the vengeful spirits. Until they found a way, it was better to save their lives first. Come over. Chen Jingyu waved to Yuan, who was standing still. He gestured for her to come into his cloak. Winky face. You must be trying to take advantage of me again. Yuan gave him a knowing look. Then hide outside by yourself, just don't sell me out later. Chen Jingyu said as he closed the cloak. A magical scene unfolded. The black cloak, along with the person's body, turned into a faint shadow and disappeared. It was invisibility, for real. A miserable and eerie scream came from the hallway outside. Yuan was so frightened that she ran, stumbling, to a corner and began to feel around. She lifted the invisible cloak and dove into it. The space inside the cloak was a bit small, and she was still scared, so she squirmed deeper into his arms. A pleasant fragrance came to her nose. Chen Jingyu sniffed, feeling quite moved. I, Chen Jingyu, have lived more than 20 years, and this is the first time a girl has willingly thrown herself into my arms. You might ask if he was moved. He definitely didn't dare to move. A cold, almost imperceptible wind had blown in. The chill was overwhelming. Damn little ghost, I know you're in this room, come out now. The voice of the vengeful spirit came. It sounded like an old witch with a broken throat, harsh and grating. Yuan was trembling all over. Chen Jingyu quickly hugged her tightly. If they made any noise, the vengeful spirit would find them, and neither of them, nor the cat, would be able to escape. A soft, fragrant touch was in his hands. What is this? Chen Jingyu was a bit curious. Squeeze, squeeze. He squeezed it twice. Could it be talent C? Chen Jingyu's nostrils flared with heat. Where Chen Jingyu couldn't see, Yuan's face had turned so red that it might as well have been dripping water. Chen Jingyu took out his phone, even thinking about sending a message to his mom to report the good news. But in the end, he chose to open the previous paranormal forum again, ready to give those sofa-snatching idiots another chance. How can I kill a vengeful spirit? Waiting online this time, I'm not in such a hurry. Chapter 9. The spirit concealing cloak has a special feature. The person hiding inside can see the outside, but those on the outside cannot see anyone wrapped in the cloak. Chen Jingyu knew that the vengeful spirit was right outside the door. He probably also knew that they were in the room. For now, it was a stalemate. The vengeful spirit couldn't find them yet, but they couldn't escape either. Some might ask, why not run outside? First, they didn't know how big the dungeon was, and if they got cornered, they'd be done for. Secondly, do you expect to outrun a vengeful spirit that can walk through walls and disappear into the ground with just 2 legs? What? 3 legs? 3 legs won't work either. 4 legs? Maybe that could work. 5 legs? Hashtag, who said 5 legs? Get out of here. Chen Jingyu kept squeezing with one hand, while scrolling on his phone with the other. The forum members who liked to stay up late seemed to be active at this time. Not long after the post was sent, there were already a few replies when he refreshed it. If anyone replies with sofa again, I'll kill them. Chen Jingyu swore silently. He opened the post. 1L, killing a vengeful spirit is such a small matter, do you need to post about it? There are plenty of methods, but I just won't tell you. Just playing. Maybe someone will ask. I don't need to explain why I type so many words, I just want to tell the grandson downstairs, I can type this much, still, sofa. Chen Jingyu, damn you. The strength in his hands involuntarily increased a bit. Yuan also couldn't help but let out a small hum. The vengeful spirit also floated in involuntarily. A gust of cold wind blew over. A translucent shadow passed through the doorway and appeared in the room. Hee, kid, I heard a sound, come out. Fear value for you wrong plus 10. Fear value for Chen Jingyu plus 500. Fear value for Yuan plus 850. The disheveled vengeful spirit began to turn its body, slowly scanning the room with the eyes hidden behind its long hair. Hee, kid, aren't you brave? Come out, I know you are here, don't let me find you. Maybe because it couldn't find anything suspicious, the vengeful spirit waved its hands madly. Whoosh, whoosh. A fierce gust of cold wind shot out. Instantly, the items in the room were blown all over the place, even the tables and chairs were lifted into the air by the cold wind. Crash. Bang. Numerous items fell to the ground. With a bang. A teacup fell beside a few people, shattering into pieces. Fear value for you wrong plus 5. Fear value for Chen Jingyu plus 500. Fear value for Yuan plus 1000. Crisis value for you wrong plus 100. Crisis value for Chen Jingyu plus 100. Crisis value for Yuan plus 2000. This time, not only was Yuan Yuan shivering in fear, even Chen Jingyu began to tremble. He was uncertain whether the spirit cloak could withstand the cold wind. As of now, their position hadn't been exposed, it was unclear whether the cold wind hadn't reached them or if they were shielded by the spirit cloak. These remained unknown. Ding! You have a new task, will you accept? The Lolita girl, who had been silent for a long time, appeared again in the crystal lens. Sigma Dash, what the hell, it's this time already, and instead of helping me think of a way, you still have time to release a task? Sorry, there's nothing I can do, I can only release some tasks like this. The Lolita girl looked innocent. Chen Jingyu had no choice but to accept the task. Task name, A Hug of Love, to be completed. Description, let the vengeful spirit feel the warmth of the human world again. Completion condition, open the vengeful spirit's heart knot. Description, help the vengeful spirit recover from the pain of a lover's betrayal. Completion reward, 9 turn fat intestines. Description, Failure penalty, the hug of the vengeful spirit. Description, experience the love from the vengeful spirit. After reading the task, Chen Jingyu was instantly petrified. Damn it, you go hug it yourself, I'm not hugging it. What the hell, what is this 9 turn fat intestines? Although the vengeful spirit is a bit scary, my brother doesn't have such a small heart, right? Eyes closed face, you are the small one. Then you go hug it. Chen Jingyu. He began to search his body. Underscore? What are you looking for? A mouse. Sigma. I'm wrong, you are the biggest, you are the number one in the world, I'm leaving now. The Lolita girl fled in panic, but Chen Jingyu was now in distress. It's certain he can't fight it, does he really have to hug it? Crackle, crackle. If the vengeful spirit ant has such a feeling, he might consider it. But looking at that terrifying lady madly rampaging around the room, Chen Jingyu dismissed this thought. As he saw the vengeful spirit about to turn over every corner, Chen Jingyu knew hiding any longer would lead to being discovered, so he lifted the cloak and stepped out. Stop looking, Grandpa is here. Without the shield of the cloak, Yuan Yuan buried her head directly into Chen Jingyu's shoulder, screaming in fright, are you crazy? Why did you come out yourself? Chen Jingyu's expression was cold, and he said seriously, there's no way, I need to persuade it personally. Oh, persuade? Yuan Yuan looked up in shock. She almost went petrified on the spot. Omega, meow. Master, good luck. The gray cat's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hee hee, kid, you finally came out. Oh, this little girl's face is so tender, come let sister pinch it. The vengeful spirit raised both hands, making a gesture to choke, and flew over in the air. Ah! Yuan Yuan was so frightened that she quickly ran behind Chen Jingyu to hide. Quick, quick, take your dagger and chop it. Chen Jingyu furrowed his brows, a look of confusion on his face. He opened his virtual backpack and took out a bronze dagger. How did you know I have a dagger? Such a hard dagger on your body, how could I not feel it? Yuan Yuan said impatiently. The vengeful spirit was incredibly fast, already lunging at them. Chen Jingyu quickly grabbed Yuan Yuan and pulled her to another corner of the room to hide. But the vengeful spirit was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of them. Chen Jingyu had no choice but to hold the dagger sideways and wildly swing it in the air. But the dagger passed straight through the vengeful spirit's body, causing no harm at all. Get away from me, next is you. The vengeful spirit was extremely strong, grabbing Chen Jingyu by the shoulder and throwing him across the room. With a loud crash, Chen Jingyu slammed heavily into the ground, and it took him a long time to get back up. Meow. The gray cat saw its master in danger, and its speed increased dramatically, transforming into a beam of light to pounce at the vengeful spirit. It was its unique skill at that moment, lightning flash. Damn you, Yuan devouring beast, don't interfere, get out of the way. The vengeful spirit seemed to be somewhat wary of the gray cat. It stopped its movement and began to summon gusts of cold wind to try and block the gray cat. Meow. The gray light flickered as it moved incredibly fast, passing through the cold wind and then through the vengeful spirit's body. Oomph, turns out you're just an ordinary little cat. Go die. The lightning flash didn't cause any harm to the vengeful spirit, instead, it piqued its interest in the gray cat. I'll deal with you first, then the little girl, and last will be that damned man. Men should all die. A murderous glint appeared in the vengeful spirit's eyes as it raised both hands to pounce on the gray cat. Xiao Rongrong, run. Chen Jingyu, worried for its safety, grabbed a chair and threw it at the vengeful spirit. Then he quickly ran a few steps and pulled Yuan Yuan to his side. The chair, as expected, passed right through the vengeful spirit, unable to stop it at all. This is wrong, there's a bug. Chen Jingyu frowned and said. What's wrong? Yuan Yuan, like a frightened little cat, could barely stand. Why is it that we can't touch this kind of spirit, but it can still hit us? Chen Jingyu said with a tight frown. At a time like this, you still have time for such jokes? Yuan had already started looking at the window. She thought that if it came to it, she would jump out and end it all, better than being tortured by the vengeful spirit. No, this is not a joke. Chen Jingyu said seriously, as a graduate of the new era, we must always maintain a rigorous attitude in our studies. Things that go against scientific logic like this must be investigated thoroughly. Investigate your head. Yuan roared, angrily clenching her fists. You want to talk science to a vengeful spirit? Chapter 10. Yuan was so scared that her mind was filled with thoughts of the vengeful spirit, and she had already lost the ability to think. She thought Chen Jingyu was joking, but it was far from that. Though it was possible to find another way to clear the dungeon through the task system's loving hug mission, it wasn't easy to do. Chen Jingyu actually wanted to act as a big brother and provide some emotional support, but don't expect the vengeful spirit to calm down and open up to you. This difficulty was no less than directly killing the vengeful spirit boss. To make an unreasonable person calmly reason with you, the premise is that your fists are big and hard enough. So Chen Jingyu was thinking of ways to see if he could first beat up the vengeful spirit boss before reasoning with it. The gray cat was cornered by the vengeful spirit again, and activated lightning flash once more, using its speed to pass through the encircling cold wind, successfully escaping back to Chen Jingyu's side. Master, Rongrong's skill can't hurt it, I can't help this time. The gray cat's expression was a bit dejected, its slit pupils fixed on the vengeful spirit. Oh, winky face, oh hey. Now let's see where you can run. The vengeful spirit had cornered both the man and the cat. Chen Jingyu's nerves tensed up instantly, but he still tried hard to stay calm and said, "Don't be so impulsive, why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea to talk it over?" The vengeful spirit's smile grew even more enchanting, its semi-transparent body floated swiftly. Its fingers, thin and dry like chicken feet, spread open, revealing sharp claws more than 10 centimeters long, ready to choke someone. In the blink of an eye, the distance of just a few meters vanished. Chen Jingyu knew that continuing to talk was pointless, but right now, he could only stall for time with words. ****, lady, calm down for a moment, your nails are quite nice, I have some nail stickers here, how about doing a manicure first? Yuan, B. Gray cat, D. At this moment, both of them felt something was off about this person. Could it be that Chen Jingyu really meant what he said earlier, planning to handle it personally? The vengeful spirit truly stopped moving. The two were now close enough to touch. Yuan had already hidden behind Chen Jingyu, while Gray Cat circled anxiously at his feet. Suddenly, the vengeful spirit smiled. At the same time, it extended a finger, its sharp claw slowly tapping on Chen Jingyu's chest. Chen Jingyu's fear level plus 2000. I didn't know you could do manicures, the vengeful spirit asked. Chen Jingyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that all women loved beauty. Of course, I'm a famous manicurist. Saying this, even Chen Jingyu felt a bit guilty. He knew nothing about manicures, and he couldn't even appreciate them. At most, he had only fantasized about the visual impact of a delicate hand with bright red nails while eating. Very good, very good. The vengeful spirit grinned widely. A foul odor wafted through the air. Then you should stay here and keep me company. The vengeful spirit suddenly stretched out both hands, aiming directly for Chen Jingyu's neck, then slashed with great force. Chen Jingyu's crisis level plus 10,010. In the moment of life and death, Chen Jingyu's reflexes exploded into action. He stepped back, squatted down, and then dashed directly under the spirit's outstretched arms. Completing the series of movements, even he was stunned, not to mention the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit's gaze was sharp as lightning, staring hard at Chen Jingyu. Kid, you're quite quick, but I told you, my primary target isn't you. In the next second, under the watchful eyes of the two and the cat, the hair covering the spirit's face suddenly flew apart. Its bloodless mouth curved into an exaggerated arc, and then, with a shrill shriek, it opened wide, its mouth splitting all the way to the sides of its head. From that seemingly bottomless mouth, a red tongue, as agile as a venomous snake, shot out toward the gray cat on the ground. Instantly, the whole room was filled with a glow of blood. Yuan's fear level plus 500. Chen Jingyu's fear level plus 5,000. Yuan's fear level plus 10,000. Yuan rolled her eyes back and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Run! Chen Jingyu yelled urgently, and at the same time, he lunged forward. Gray Cat was quick as well, using all four legs to dash out fiercely along the corner of the room. That red tongue actually extended again, relentlessly pursuing the Gray Cat. As Chen Jingyu rushed forward, the Gray Cat had already escaped. He instinctively caught the collapsing Yuan and dragged her back. The crystal glasses on his face activated the scanning function once more. This time it was automatic scanning. Monster name, Vengeful Spirit, Killing Form. Type, Undead. Level, LV12. Description, the Vengeful Spirit boss has entered killing form, must obtain blood to stop. Chen Jingyu was shocked, realizing that this time the Vengeful Spirit boss was serious. Killing form had been activated, and it wouldn't stop until it got blood. This was not a good sign. Grey Cat was fast, using the scattered furniture around the room as cover, leaping left and right to avoid the lashing tongue. The two and the cat regrouped again. Damn little cat, then I'll kill your male and female masters first. The vengeful spirit didn't give them a moment to breathe, its figure moving rapidly. It was pressed up again. Perhaps sensing that the grey cat was too sensitive, this time it directly aimed at Chen Jingyu and Yuan Yuan. The bright red tongue, like a long snake, flicked through the air, and its sharp-clawed hands stretched out, aiming to strangle the two. A stinky wind came rushing toward them. As the scent hit her, Yuan Yuan slowly opened her eyes again. But as soon as she saw the terrifying sight in front of her, her eyes immediately rolled back. Damn, don't faint. Chen Jingyu hurriedly pinched her philtrum, forcing her to hold on. Now was not the time to faint. Chen Jingyu could barely protect himself. If he dragged another person down, they would definitely die. Hiss. Before the two could run, the vengeful spirit's tongue had already curled up toward them. The bright red, smooth tongue swept directly over the two, tightly binding them together. Run, huh, now let's see where you can run to. The sharp claws on the vengeful spirit's two hands gleamed coldly as they aimed for the two's necks. A force that couldn't be resisted struck them, and the two were quickly pulled by the tongue, flying backward. Boom! They only stopped when they slammed into the wall. The heavy impact made both of them dizzy. Die! The vengeful spirit's hand shot out at the same time, fast and precise, grabbing their necks. Ugh! The two immediately felt dizzy, the suffocating sensation quickly overwhelming their brains. You dare to show off your love in front of me, huh? The vengeful spirit's terrifying face pressed directly in front of them, only a few centimeters apart. Chen Jingyu's crisis value plus 10,010. Yuan Yuan's crisis value plus 10,010. Chen Jingyu only felt like his throat was about to be crushed, never having experienced such a real death crisis before. Kiss, huh? Do it again, let me see. The vengeful spirit seemed to have gone mad. Apparently, the kiss between the two just now had given it a massive mental shock. Yuan Yuan had already started rolling her eyes, foam unconsciously oozing from the corner of her mouth, and it looked like she was about to die. Chen Jingyu was no better. The murderous aura from the vengeful spirit infected him, and he couldn't muster any strength to resist. The strong sense of suffocation was also affecting his brain's function, and in this life and death moment, his mind was actually blank. At the critical moment, Chen Jingyu suddenly clenched his teeth. A sharp pain came. He forcefully bit his own tongue, and the intense pain instantly made him sober up. At the same time, the vengeful spirit began laughing maniacally, the two's life and death all in its hands. Ha, all of you die, those who show off their love, go die. The force around their necks tightened again, the feeling of revenge completely clouding its mind. The sting from the tongue kept sending waves of pain to his brain, stimulating Chen Jingyu's nerves. His body was tightly bound by the long red tongue, unable to move at all. The slippery sensation that came was somewhat disgusting. Wait, I can touch its tongue? Chen Jingyu's mind suddenly flashed with an idea. Is it possible that when the vengeful spirit touches me, I can touch it too? The suffocating feeling grew stronger. Scumbag, kiss again. Let's see how you kiss now. The vengeful spirit was completely insane. Damn it, here goes. Chen Jingyu closed his eyes and went for it. His hands were bound by the long tongue, his neck immobile, and he could only stretch his mouth as far as it would go. 3. Muah. With a smack, Chen Jingyu forcefully kissed the corner of the vengeful spirit's mouth. The surroundings instantly went silent. Chapter 11. The air instantly froze. Sigma, degree, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck, and Yuan Yuan turned to stone on the spot. Oh, the vengeful spirit was also stunned. Chen Jingyu's crisis value -1. Yuan Yuan's crisis value -1. Omega asterisk, master, well done. Go for it, master. The grey cat's eyes sparkled, cheering them on. The next second, the vengeful spirit reacted. Kid, I'll kill you. The strength in its hands increased again. But just at that moment, the long tongue wrapped around the two of them began to rapidly shrink, quickly retracting back into the vengeful spirit's mouth. Chen Jingyu regained his ability to move at once. It works? The crystal glasses began scanning. Monster name, Vengeful Spirit. Type, Undead. Level, LV12. Introduction, the killing form disappears under the influence of blood. Ha, no longer in killing form. Chen Jingyu smiled. A small trickle of blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. It was blood from him biting his tongue. This blood from the tip of his tongue had destroyed the vengeful spirit's killing form. You still dare to laugh? I'll kill you. The vengeful spirit went crazy again, releasing Yuan Yuan and instead grabbing Chen Jingyu's neck with both hands. as if wanting to crush his throat directly. Come on, big baby. Chen Jingyu was completely desperate now. He stretched out his hands and forcefully hugged the vengeful spirit's neck, wrapping his legs around it like a sloth, clinging to its body. His arms tightened, his mouth puckered. Superscript 3, Muah. He kissed with force, making a loud smack. Sigma, degree, damn. Big brother, you're really brave. Yuan, who had just regained her breath and coughed a few times, was once again frozen in shock. Omega asterisk, master, go for it. Make it surrender. The gray cat was full of excitement. This time, the kiss was deep and solid. Oh, the vengeful spirit's brain went completely blank. Chen Jingyu crisis value minus 1000. Yuan crisis value minus 10,086. A few seconds later, the vengeful spirit regained its senses. Ah. Stinky pervert, I'll kill you. Superscript 3, Muah. He continued. Oh, the vengeful spirit was stunned. A few seconds later. Ah. I'll kill. Superscript 3, Muah. Kissed again. Oh, the vengeful spirit froze again. After a few rounds. Chen Jingyu crisis value minus 10,086. The vengeful spirit broke down. It released Chen Jingyu and floated to the corner. Stinky pervert, woo. After Chen Jingyu hit the ground, he spat several times. It was just so disgusting. Yuan walked over, giving a thumbs up, saying, Big brother, you're so brave, I respect you. She saw that there was a lot of blood at the corner of Chen Jingyu's mouth, and she was immediately shocked again. Sigma, winky face. Damn, you didn't stick your tongue out again, did you? Go to hell. Chen Jingyu gave her the middle finger. This was not the time for jokes. Taking advantage of the vengeful spirit's mental collapse, perhaps now was the best time to complete the mission. Chen Jingyu made a gesture for silence, carefully approaching the vengeful spirit. Yuan. Sigma, degree, you're going again? Gray cat, asterisk phi omega phi asterisk, go for it. Perhaps sensing the footsteps of Chen Jingyu, the vengeful spirit immediately turned around, looking at Chen Jingyu with fear, its eyes full of vigilance. Oh, you want to come again? Maybe another day. Chen Jingyu raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. I know you are also a pitiful person, but such an elegant and beautiful lady like you, why must you live in the past, live in pain? Elegant? Beautiful? Yuan was once again frozen. This big brother was really not ordinary. The vengeful spirit was suddenly struck at the heart, and it began covering its face, crying again. Woo, liar, all men are liars, I was so good to him, but he woo. Hey, there's a chance. Seeing the vengeful spirit like this, Chen Jingyu quickly took advantage of the situation. You know it's his fault, so why are you paying for someone else's mistakes? I gave him my youth, I gave him everything, and in the end, I got betrayal. What's the point of living? At this point, the vengeful spirit became emotional again. All men should die, I want to kill every man in the world. It suddenly looked up, its fierce gaze directly locking onto Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu crisis value plus 1000. Winky face, calm down, big sister. Chen Jingyu was terrified, desperately trying to stabilize the vengeful spirit. He hastily said, not all men are bad, for example, me. Look at me, I'm an incredibly loyal good man. Yuan, oh, big brother, kissing wasn't enough, do you really want to win its heart? Gray cat, carrot omega carrot, meow master, your deep affection looks so handsome. You're a good man? The vengeful spirit frowned, floating in midair. I don't believe it, there are no good men in this world. Its gaze then shifted to Yuan, and it coldly sneered, humph, unless you can prove it to me. How do you want me to prove it? Chen Jingyu hurriedly asked. There was a turning point in the task, with hope for completion, and Chen Jingyu certainly couldn't let it slip away. Moreover, this was about their lives. As the duration of the mission had already passed more than half, if they didn't focus on completing the task, they wouldn't have any chance of living to get out. You say you are a devoted good man, fine. The vengeful spirit's gaze was cold, pointing at Yuan, then I want to see if you really are willing to sacrifice for your woman. Wait, I'm not his woman. Yuan quickly waved her hands. Yeah, we're just neighbors, Chen Jingyu also explained. Humph, you can't trick me. If you're not a couple, why did you kiss publicly? The vengeful spirit didn't believe them at all. But you also kissed. Yuan muttered under her breath. // omega / the vengeful spirit's face showed a hint of barely noticeable redness. A hint of awkwardness hung in the air. It angrily said, since you're not a couple, and still do such shameful things, let's see if I won't kill you. The cold winds rose, and the vengeful spirit spread its arms, with blood-red light creeping from the corners of the walls. Chen Jingyu crisis level plus 5,000. Yuan crisis level plus 5,000. Chen Jingyu fear level plus 10,000. Yuan fear level plus 10,000. Wait. Calm down, we are a couple, really a couple. Chen Jingyu walked over and tightly hugged Yuan. He forced a smile, a somewhat ugly grin directed at the vengeful spirit. Look, we make a perfect match. Yuan nodded eagerly, leaning in very cooperatively against Chen Jingyu's chest. The vengeful spirit paused its movements, but its gaze remained icy. Now you're a couple again? Do you think I'm as easy to fool as a 3-year-old? How can you prove you are a couple? Chen Jingyu hurriedly held up Yuan's face and heavily smooched her on her rosy lips. Look, we really are a couple. ///omega// Yuan's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment, yet she still cooperatively nodded. Humph. The vengeful spirit raised its claws, sharp long nails ready to strike again. No more childish tricks, I won't believe you anymore. It looks like it's time for a big move. Chen Jingyu, somewhat helpless, released Yuan from his embrace and took off his t-shirt. Please, minors, kindly look away, the next scene might not be suitable for children. Chapter 12. Chen Jingyu's words stunned his little friends. Winky face, Yuan's eyes widened, once again frozen in shock. At this point, Chen Jingyu had taken off his t-shirt and turned to look at the dumbfounded Yuan, puzzled. Aren't you going to move? This. I don't think that's good. Yuan nervously fiddled with the corner of her clothes. What are you afraid of? It's just the two of us here. Chen Jingyu earnestly encouraged. Besides, our lives are at stake. But what about them? Yuan started to speak but then paused. Alright, one was a cat and the other was a vengeful spirit, so they didn't really count as humans. Then fine. After much hesitation, Yuan finally gritted her teeth and agreed, but you mustn't tell anyone. Chen Jingyu quickly nodded, with an excited expression. Yuan nodded, her face reddening, slowly leaning towards Chen Jingyu's embrace. Her burning cheeks pressed against his icy chest, bringing about a slightly comfortable sensation. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you, Chen Jingyu gently said, holding onto the hem of Yuan's clothes. I'll do it myself. Yuan replied softly, her face seemingly ready to burst with spring water. She crossed her hands, gripping her clothing, preparing to lift it up. A little scared. Seeing Chen Jingyu unresponsive, he reached out and patted him again. It really has come, look. Damn it. I'll fight it. Chen Jingyu stopped talking, turned around angrily. Come on. The vengeful spirit also had a fierce look. I was joking. Chen Jingyu backed down in a second, expressionless as he walked back. He came to Yuan's side, straightened his clothes, and looked up at the vengeful spirit, saying, Now do you believe we are a couple? Humph, does it matter if I believe? Are you willing to die for her? The vengeful spirit said coldly. Of course I am. Chen Jingyu said without hesitation. This was the key question to trigger the task completion condition. As I said before. Chen Jingyu continued, there is still true love in this world, you just happen to meet a scumbag. But don't lose heart, with your looks and figure, you deserve a better man. Yuan, looks? Figure? Forget about the figure, that scary, corpse-like appearance, are you sure you can find a man? Chen Jingyu's previous declaration of being willing to die for her moved Yuan a little. But this last sentence completely confirmed one thing, men are all big pigs' hooves. A rare hint of shyness crossed the vengeful spirit's face again. But it was still somewhat unconvinced, and with a stern face said, Fine, I'll bet with you today to see if there really are good men in this world. Great. I'm happy to accept. Chen Jingyu quickly agreed. Inside, he was absolutely overjoyed. Completing the task was just around the corner. All right. The vengeful spirit also readily agreed. After saying this, it flashed to the door, its hair flying with the gusts of cold wind. A beam of bloodlight spread out from where it landed. Following that, howls resembling ghostly cries erupted from the vengeful spirit's body. A bloodlight path spread directly from the doorway into the room, extending to the corner. A full 7 to 8 meters in distance. This is my bloodlight killing array, if you can step by step walk to the door, I will admit what you said is true. After speaking, the white clothes of the vengeful spirit suddenly started bulging one after another. Ah! Countless piercing screams echoed. At the same time, pale faces with terrified expressions emerged on the bulging parts of the vengeful spirit's clothes. Accompanied by the vengeful spirit's spell-casting movements, those terrified pale faces scrambled to drill out of its body, then quickly hovered over the bloodlight path. In an instant, the 7 to 8 meter bloodlight path was covered with a dense mass of terrifying faces. Although he had already gained a strong heart from being scared by the vengeful spirit, upon seeing such a sight, Chen Jingyu still felt his calves shaking. Yuan's legs also went weak. If Chen Jingyu hadn't supported her, she surely would have collapsed to the ground. Do you dare to walk? The vengeful spirit's cold voice came, its face full of disdain. I will walk. Chen Jingyu gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he admitted he was very afraid of dying, this was not the time to be afraid. If he didn't give it a shot, he would surely die. Humph. The vengeful spirit squinted. I tell you, my blood-like killing array is not easy to walk through. There are 999 wrong souls trapped by me inside, and they are all damned filthy men, huh? Once someone steps into the bloodlight path, they will definitely suffer excruciating pain. If you can't endure it, you will be the 1000th wrong soul. Well, what if I make it through? Chen Jingyu asked. Make it through? Daydreaming. The vengeful spirit seemed full of confidence in its bloodlight killing array. If you can walk through, I will let this girl go. Chen Jingyu nodded. Wait, there's a loophole. What about me? Will you not let me go? Chen Jingyu hurriedly asked. You? Ha 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 ha. The vengeful spirit burst into mad laughter. Stepping into my bloodlight killing array, even if you can make it through smoothly, your chance of survival is less than 1 in 10,000. The gray cat walked over at this moment and jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Master, your body can't withstand the corrosion of the vengeful spirits. Once your real body is damaged, there will be no chance of survival. The gray cat said with a serious face, speaking softly, I think we might as well fight it out, maybe we still have a chance. Chen Jingyu fell silent. The current situation was far more complicated than he had thought. Fighting was definitely impossible, but if they really chose to walk into this bloody killing formation, whether they could make it through or not, the result would still be death. In other words, was he doomed to die? Yuan was also stunned, staring blankly at Chen Jingyu, completely disoriented. The only person she could rely on now was this unfamiliar man in front of her. What, afraid to walk? The vengeful spirit sneered coldly, as if it had already won recently. Men always just talk big, saying they're not afraid but not doing anything. Walk. Chen Jingyu raised his head, his gaze firm, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved upward. Why not walk? What? The vengeful spirit was stunned. No. Yuan panicked, instinctively shouting out. Although she really wanted to survive and hoped Chen Jingyu could make it through the bloody killing formation, in her heart, there was still a tiny part that didn't want Chen Jingyu to agree. But I have one more condition. Chen Jingyu said seriously. You want to change the way? Not going to happen, this is the only path. If you don't walk, I will start a massacre. The vengeful spirit thought Chen Jingyu was still scared. No changes. Chen Jingyu pointed to the cat on his shoulder and said, if I walk through, you have to let it go. Oh meow, the gray cat didn't expect Chen Jingyu to say this, and it rubbed its head against his neck. Emotional value of the gray cat increased by 10,000. Alright. The vengeful spirit's gaze was cold and it fixed its eyes on Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu put down the gray cat and took a step forward, ready to enter the bloody killing formation. Wait. The vengeful spirit suddenly called out to stop him, with a sinister expression. This is getting more interesting, but now I want to change to an even more interesting game. It pointed at Yuan and said, I will give you a chance. You can let her walk instead. As long as she enters the bloody killing formation, whether she makes it or not, I will let you both go. What? Yuan was stunned, looking at Chen Jingyu in a daze. If this man really made her walk, should she go or not? She couldn't decide, her heart full of fear. Ha! Chen Jingyu laughed. Enough talk. He stepped right into the bloody killing formation. Oh, huh? Yuan was dazed. He didn't hesitate at all? The vengeful spirit was also stunned, biting its lip. Chen Jingyu's sudden decision was like a loud slap in its face. It had wanted to test human nature at the last moment, but didn't expect the fool to be itself. Chapter 13. The moment Chen Jingyu stepped into the bloody light road, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, rushing straight up to the top of his head. He couldn't help but shiver, his lips trembling from the cold. Just taking a small step made him want to immediately run away. It was a pain that could not be described in words. Definitely not a lack of vocabulary from the author. It felt as though his blood was freezing at this moment, and his flesh was being peeled away layer by layer. Chen Jingyu gritted his teeth, his strong willpower immediately rising in his mind. I absolutely cannot walk through. Another small step. Although his steps were a little sluggish, they were resolute. The vengeful spirit's expression darkened, its face sullen. Kid, I bet you won't make it past 3 steps. As soon as the words left its mouth, Chen Jingyu took another step. His body completely entered the bloody killing formation. In an instant, countless terrifying human faces with screens rushed toward him, screaming in fear. Accompanied by the tragic cries, they constantly impacted Chen Jingyu's body. Although those fearful faces were intangible, every time they passed through his body, he could clearly feel them. Chen Jingyu's body wavered, almost falling within the bloody killing formation. How evil! Chen Jingyu clearly felt that something was about to give way. Not just his body, even his brain was slowly becoming numb. His legs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Master! The gray cat could hardly bear it, tears streaming down its face as it anxiously called out, "Master, come out quickly, don't go." Yuan also collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the figure on the bloody light road, unable to speak through her tears. Don't even mention walking, just looking at those countless terrified faces rushing towards him was enough to scare him out of his wits. She was just a woman who couldn't even watch zombie movies, how could she ever have imagined she would experience such terrifying things? At this moment, Chen Jingyu had no idea what was happening outside. Naturally, he couldn't hear their cries. He was close to feeling his limbs no longer existed. All he could see was a sea of red light, and those horrified faces emerging from it. It felt like even his thoughts had become numb along with his limbs. At this moment, he couldn't feel fear, only an icy cold that wrapped around him. With the last thread of his willpower driving him, step by step. It felt like he had been walking for a century. The extreme cold was relentlessly tormenting Chen Jingyu's last remaining will. Though he was on the verge of losing consciousness, his gaze was solid and fixed on the end of the bloody light road. There was a door there. He just kept walking, step by step. The room had long since fallen silent. It was as if even those terrified faces had forgotten to scream. They just made mechanical movements in between. The gray cat, Yuan, and the resentful spirit all fell into silence together. But deep inside, the thoughts of these three were completely different. The gray cat felt more heartache, while Yuan was touched. As for the resentful spirit, its heart had begun to waver. Is there really a good man in this world who would give up his life for his beloved? Once this thought appeared, it could not be erased. When you realize that all the steadfastness you maintained over the years was wrong, perhaps you would feel just like it does now. But what it didn't know was that Yuan was not Chen Jingyu's beloved, and the gray cat could not even be mentioned. They were just partners plunged into a crisis together. If one could do so much for a partner, let alone for a beloved. If the resentful spirit knew this, its heart would surely collapse even more severely. Only Chen Jingyu knew how immense the suffering he was enduring was. The last remaining consciousness was almost surrounded by bone-chilling pain. All he could do was keep stepping forward, one step after another. The door that represented hope seemed to be perpetually far away, out of reach. With each step, it felt like he had reached the limits of his endurance. Not only physically, but more so spiritually desperate. It felt as if there was a voice saying, "Just lie down, lying down will bring relief." But Chen Jingyu knew he could not fall down at this moment. He remembered his father's words from childhood. When you can't hold on anymore, just endure for one more day. Chen Jingyu silently recited in his heart, "Now, just hold on for one last step." So he kept walking mechanically, 1 meter, 2 meters. In the end, it became just 2 meters left, 1 meter. When Chen Jingyu stepped out from the bloody light road, even he didn't realize it. His feet still slowly moved, and his gaze still began to fade. "Master!" The gray cat shot out like a bolt of lightning. Don't die." Yuan also rushed over like crazy. The resentful spirit was stunned. This kid actually made it through? At this point, it still couldn't believe it. He's just an LV2 commoner, what on earth is sustaining him to walk the whole way? For the first time, the resentful spirit fell silent. It did not stop the gray cat and Yuan, silently withdrawing the bloody light-killing array. The bone-chilling cold instantly disappeared. Chen Jingyu's taut nerves immediately relaxed. He could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. "Master!" The gray cat pounced in front of him, gently rubbing against his ear. As if sensing the gray cat's whisper, Chen Jingyu struggled to open his eyes and weakly said, Did I make it?" You made it. Yuan knelt in front of him, constant tears falling like beans. The vengeful spirit stared blankly, foolishly looking at the few people in front of it. He really did it? Could it be that I was really stuck in my own corner? Are there really good men in this world? With a wave of its sleeve, a gust of sinister wind rose, sweeping up Chen Jingyu's body and lifting him up. "What are you doing?" Yuan exclaimed in shock. "Let go of my master." The gray cat began to growl, ready to pounce at any moment. Chen Jingyu's eyes were almost unable to open, allowing the sinister wind to carry him to the vengeful spirit. When he saw the vengeful spirit's expression, Chen Jingyu forced out a smile. "You lost." Surprisingly, the vengeful spirit didn't get angry. Instead, it calmly said, "Yes, I lost, you are right." It looked up at Chen Jingyu, its gaze already softened a bit. Thank you. The sinister wind blew past, and Chen Jingyu floated forward. He and the vengeful spirit tightly embraced one another. Thank you for giving me release. Vengeful spirits touching value plus 10,000. Ding. Task, the hug of love, completed. Reward item 9 turn fat intestines obtained. Although my fate is full of misfortune, being able to see such an excellent man in the end is a comfort for my heart. The vengeful spirit's body began to float unsteadily. Countless human faces drilled out from its body, no longer terrified, each face carrying a bit of serenity. Thank you. The vengeful spirit released Chen Jingyu, and the sinister wind carried him, flying back to the ground. It's just a pity, although you gave me release, I can't save your life. The vengeful spirit calmly finished its last words, its body became completely transparent, and it disappeared. The air twisted strangely. The messy room became tidy again. We're back, we're back. Yuan said excitedly. Quick, call an ambulance. She stood up crying, looking for her phone everywhere. At the same time, Chen Jingyu also received a game system notification sound. Copy space, haunted apartment, completed. Completion, SSS. Ding. Obtained equipment rebound shoes. Ding. Gained 2,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV3. Chapter 14. The game system's notification of copy completion made Chen Jingyu slightly clearer. His whole body was ice cold, like frozen meat stored in a cold storage for 3 years. He could clearly feel his life force gradually fading. The copy completion level remained SSS. The 2,000 experience points were just enough for him to level up again. The newly acquired equipment rebound shoes also lay in his inventory. And the previously awarded task item 9 turn fat intestines had long been given to him. A delicious piece of fat intestines made Chen Jingyu feel like crying without tears. Yuan searched for her phone for a long time but couldn't find it, anxiously turning in circles. What to do, wait a moment, I'll go outside to call for help. She didn't care about her chilly pajamas, her frantic body resembling a scared doe scurrying about. He even wanted to shout out loud like them. My illness finally has a cure. Now, he didn't have to die, and Chen Jingyu reignited the hope of living. Wait. He struggled to spit out 2 words, stopping Yuan, signaling her not to busy herself. But at this moment, he was hanging by a thread, saying another word was a heavy burden. Fortunately, Yuan heard his voice and paused at the door, looking back at him with confusion. Chen Jingyu had no time to explain, he tried hard to raise his arm. But his wrist was completely unresponsive, no matter how hard he tried, that arm seemed not to belong to him and remained motionless. Damn it, don't fail me now. Chen Jingyu was extremely anxious inside. It felt like a girl had waited for you for ages, and you could only stand by the window smoking, while trying to tell her with an extremely melancholic yet calm expression. Sorry, I'm not someone who was easy. When inside, you were already crying an ocean, lamenting your own helplessness. Chen Jingyu exerted all his strength, his right hand seemed to receive a signal from his brain. Though still unable to rise, it began to tremble slightly. There's hope. Chen Jingyu got excited, pursing his trembling lips, trying to raise his neck, urging himself to grab that life-saving piece of 9 turn fatty intestines with his right hand. This scene made Yuan shed tears once again. She stepped over slowly, looking at Chen Jingyu's trembling lips, and slowly squatted down. A pair of fair hands cradled Chen Jingyu's face. With passionate and intense eyes, she looked at Chen Jingyu and said, "Don't be agitated, I understand." She slowly leaned down. "I know, you don't want to leave with regrets, I will satisfy you." Hot lips conveyed some warmth to Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu was stunned. If he had any strength right now, he would definitely shout like that smoking gentleman, "Get away, you woman." But he didn't have the ability to speak at all. His heart was almost sinking into despair. He even remembered a saying, one cannot live after self-infliction. It must be because he had set up his character too well, leading this girl to misunderstand. His right hand trembled even more violently. Yuan pressed down on him, her entire body leaning over. "Help, girl, can you just back off? Don't stick out your tongue, I want to eat the intestines." A wave of suffocation hit him. Chen Jingyu felt that his life had come to an end. "If I have a chance to come back to life, I will definitely make you pay." With a blur in his eyes, he completely fainted. An endless dark abyss, rapidly sinking. Who knows how long it took? A warm feeling enveloped his whole body. A soft and comfortable touch made him feel happiness from deep within. Slowly, he opened his eyes. What entered his view was a gray little cat. Little wrong? Chen Jingyu suddenly regained consciousness. He sat up in shock. The surroundings were all too familiar, he was still in his own home. The place he was located in was also his wooden bed. Outside the window, the sky was bright. It seemed he had just had a wonderful sleep. What happened? Why am I not dead? Chen Jingyu was puzzled. Meow the gray cat was very happy to see Chen Jingyu wake up. Master, it was little Rongrong who saved you. Chen Jingyu was even more confused. Here's the thing. The gray cat slowly recounted. It turned out that before Chen Jingyu lost consciousness, the gray cat had sensed something unusual. It had seen the fatty intestines in Chen Jingyu's hand and sniffed out the medicinal properties contained within. Plus, with Chen Jingyu's previous actions, it deduced that this was a life-saving item. So, it along with Yuan crushed the fatty intestines and fed them to the unconscious Chen Jingyu. Feeding the master is not an easy task, it was all thanks to that sister. The gray cat said excitedly. After the master finished eating, he really restored his energy. Once the master was completely steady, that young lady finally left. Little one, so smart, really worth my care. Chen Jingyu embraced the gray cat, stroking its head, suddenly remembering something. Wait, how did you break the food I gave you? You didn't chew it up, did you? Suddenly feeling a bit nauseous. Equals carrot smiley face meow, the gray cat smiled and said nothing. Forget it, how long have I been asleep? Chen Jingyu could only accept his fate. The gray cat tilted its head and thought for a moment, anyway, it was just another night. Chen Jingyu understood that he had probably slept for more than a day. He found his phone under the pillow, it was already dead. After plugging it into the charger, he went to the bathroom to freshen up. After coming out, he turned on his phone and found it was already past 5 in the afternoon. A dozen missed calls and dozens of unread messages. Oh no, I've been absent for 2 days. He replied to his team leader and the company's boss, explaining his entry into the instance. After the game merged with reality, there was now a perfect excuse for being absent. Although Chen Jingyu's reason wasn't fabricated, once the words entered the instance were said, the leader's attitude immediately made a complete turnaround. After being endlessly reminded and confirmed that Chen Jingyu was fine, they agreed he could come to work tomorrow. He boiled a pot of hot water and made himself a cup of hot tea. He discovered a slip of paper left on the table. It was a phone number. Meow, it was left by that young lady. The gray cat jumped onto the table and said. Chen Jingyu nodded thoughtfully, that little girl almost got me killed, I can't let her off this time. Chapter 15. Chen Jingyu saved the number in his phone, then opened the attribute panel. Level up. Without thinking much, he allocated the newly gained 9 points in strength, agility, and stamina as before. Name, Chen Jingyu. Occupation, civilian, unawakened. Level, LV3. Talent, SSS. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Mind, 5. Stamina, 11. Energy, 0. Skills, none. In the inventory section on the right side of the panel, besides the bronze dagger, there was also an additional pair of white sneakers. Chen Jingyu vaguely remembered that he seemed to have acquired a new piece of equipment. It must be these shoes. I didn't expect that after the game merged with reality, the style of the equipment would keep up with the times, they look completely trendy. Chen Jingyu actually liked these shoes. Item name, Warrior Shoes. Required level, LV1. Occupation requirement, none. Agility, 3. Additional ability, 1% movement speed increase. Description, a pair of little white shoes. He directly put on the warrior shoes. Whether it was due to the attribute boost or just psychological effect, Chen Jingyu suddenly felt much lighter. He had already verified that game abilities could be carried into reality. I bet it won't be long before many supermen appear in reality. Not to mention the various skills and equipment's impact, just the increase in attribute values could allow many people to break through physical limits. Things like running the 100 meters in under 5 seconds or lifting a 1,000 kilograms barbell are not impossible. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Jingyu walked over and opened the door. Outside stood Yuan, looking surprised, along with a short-haired girl. Oh, you're awake? Chen Jingyu stepped aside and invited them in. Yes, I slept a bit long. How are you? Yuan walked in, holding a big bag of things. Some fruits and vegetables. I'm doing well, after coming out of the instance, I even leveled up. Yuan brought the items to Chen Jingyu's simple kitchen. Do you mind if I cook something here? Chen Jingyu was indeed a bit hungry. With food available, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course not, cook more. The short-haired girl showed no intention of helping, so Chen Jingyu invited her to sit on the sofa. You are the lifesaver that Yuan mentioned? The short-haired girl asked. Are you the legendary roommate? Chen Jingyu replied with a question. The short-haired girl nodded. Yes, my name is Li Jiwei. She looked Chen Jingyu up and down and said, "You don't look handsome with that scruffy beard. I thought a handsome guy lived next door, according to Yuan Yuan." Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, touched his beard, and said, "It seems this beautiful girl has a bit of a bias against bearded men. Do you dislike the scratch?" Chen Jingyu had not shaved for 2 days, and his beard had indeed grown quite a bit. Li Jiwei pouted, ignoring Chen Jingyu's teasing, and said coolly, "I dislike it scratching my legs." But Chen Jingyu sprayed water out of his mouth. "This girl is really fierce." Li Jiwei felt a bit bored and stood up to leave. "I'm on a diet, so I won't disturb you two while you eat, bye-bye." She walked to the door and opened it. As she stepped outside, she shouted back to Yuan Yuan, who was cooking, "Take it easy, be careful of the handsome guy's beard. I'm heading back now." "Ah, okay, I'll go back later too." Yuan Yuan also didn't catch what she said and just casually replied. Not long after, Yuan Yuan had set a table full of dishes. She even thoughtfully prepared a small fish meal for the gray cat. "Carrot omega carrot, meow thank you, big sister." The gray cat was very happy. Although Chen Jingyu had heard the gray cat talk before, hearing it again at that moment was still a bit shocking. Chen Jingyu held his bowl, picking food while asking, "So, did you level up?" "Ah, yes, I leveled up to LV2 now." Yuan Yuan also picked up her bowl and chopsticks to eat. "Any rewards? Did you get any new skills?" "I just got a wooden staff." Yuan Yuan put down her bowl and took out a staff from her backpack. This should be the reward for completing a quest. Chen Jingyu remembered that when he looked at Yuan Yuan's information before, she seemed to have a skill related to potion making. He didn't have time to study it in the dungeon, so he thought this would be a good opportunity to check, and he asked Yuan Yuan to try using her skill to make a potion. It was also Yuan Yuan's first time using her skill. After a little research, she successfully activated it. Green light blossomed from her palm, and then a bottle of potion appeared in her hand. Chen Jingyu took the potion. The potion was in a glass bottle about the size of a Yakult, with a wooden cork on the top. He put on a crystal lens and activated the scan. Item name, Basic External Injury Healing Potion. Usage level, LV1. Type, one-time consumable. Effect, treats external injuries. Description, a basic skill of a pharmacist, can handle some simple external injuries. The potion made by the pharmacist surprisingly had no time limit. Chen Jingyu even thought of a new money-making model. If he gathered a few high-level pharmacists to specifically make potions for sale, wouldn't financial freedom be achievable in no time? At your current level, how many potions can you make? Chen Jingyu asked. Yuan Yuan didn't answer immediately. It seemed she was checking her status bar. After a moment, she replied, "I currently have 5 energy points, and using my skill consumes 3 energy points. I feel like energy can regenerate automatically, but I haven't seen it recover until now. Now I only have 2 energy points left, and I can't activate the skill anymore." Chen Jingyu nodded and noted down this information. Yuan Yuan is a C-grade talent, and leveling up gives 4 points of ability. So far, she hasn't added those points to energy. Next time you level up, you can add 1 point to energy, so you can make 2 potions at the same time. Yuan Yuan nodded to remember. "By the way, did you level up?" Chen Jingyu turned to ask the gray cat, who was eating. Meow, the gray cat was eating vigorously and replied without looking up, "I leveled up 1 level, but it's not much use." It seemed it had only slightly increased its ability values without any other improvements. After finishing the meal, Yuan Yuan washed all the dishes. "It's getting late, you should rest early, I'm going back, bye." Yuan Yuan walked towards the door. Chen Jingyu, with a fit body, darted to the door, stretched out an arm against the wall, blocking her way, and gently said, "Are you just leaving like this?" Yuan Yuan blushed a little, "What else can I do? I remember before I fainted, I seemed to hear someone say something about not leaving regrets, right?" Chen Jingyu pretended to be forgetful. Yuan Yuan feigned calmness, "No way, you must have heard wrong. Don't play tricks on me, I have a witness." Chen Jingyu pointed at the gray cat. Yuan Yuan suddenly became a little shy, with charming eyes, said, "Next time, it's not convenient." "What's inconvenient about this? There's no one at my home, it's very convenient." Chen Jingyu said proudly. "That, you don't want to fight hard, right?" Yuan Yuan lowered her head, whispering. Taking advantage of Chen Jingyu's daze, Yuan Yuan quickly slipped under his arm, opened the door, and walked out. "Hey, at least your brother risked his life to save you, are you just leaving like this, without even a word of thanks?" Chen Jingyu turned around. Yuan Yuan chuckled, clasped her fists, and said, "Thank you, big brother, for your kindness." After saying that, she didn't give Chen Jingyu a chance to react, closed the door and slipped away. Chapter 16. The next day. Chen Jingyu arrived at the office just on time. Although he had only missed work for 2 days, every desk and chair in the office looked particularly friendly. Upon seeing Chen Jingyu's appearance, everyone in the office crowded around. "Xiao Chen, I heard you entered the instance space? Quick, tell us what you encountered. The manager said you entered the instance space, is it true or false? I remember you hadn't even awakened your profession?" The crowd asked excitedly, all curious about the instance. Stop, you all are so noisy, how can Xiao Chen talk?" The older sister from the finance room, Zhanlan, stopped everyone. "Don't speak, let me ask." Chen Jingyu smiled in silence, placed his backpack on the work desk, and pulled out a chair to sit down. It seemed that if he didn't satisfy their curiosity properly, he wouldn't have a moment of peace today. Everyone quieted down, and Zhanglan finally spoke. "Xiao Chen, did you really enter the instance?" Chen Jingyu nodded, yes. He not only entered the game instance but also entered it twice. However, he did not elaborate on this. "Quickly tell us, is the game instance really as terrifying as the rumors outside?" Zhanglan looked more anxious than anyone else. Glancing around, she lowered her voice and said, "You didn't come these 2 days, you don't know, the manager Lu from the communications department died in the instance. It is said he was pulled into the instance while sleeping at night, his wife didn't even know until he was already dead." Manager Lu from the communications department? Chen Jingyu's heart sank. He had a good relationship with Manager Lu and often interacted at work. He didn't expect him to be gone just like that. The game influencing reality, over time, the former's impact on reality is growing stronger. More and more people are being pulled into game instances, and the mortality rate remains high. The most critical point is that people are still unfamiliar with the game instance's mechanisms and lack relevant experience, leading to many casualties that could have been avoided. Last night, he had a long conversation with the Grey Cat. He initially thought that the Grey Cat came from the game world and would understand much about it. But upon asking, he found that the Grey Cat's knowledge of the game world is limited to the Death Subway instance. According to the Grey Cat, before encountering Chen Jingyu and his team, it had already seen 3 teams wiped out. And its memory starts from when the first team entered the Death Subway instance. In other words, it's very likely that the Grey Cat was born after the game and reality merged. However, one thing is certain, game instances have uniqueness. If one cannot pass the level, then all who enter the dungeon will only face death as an outcome. And once the player clears the level, no matter how they do it, the dungeon will disappear. This is why Chen Jingyu cannot find any related strategies online for the dungeon. Hey, have you guys heard? Recently there have been a lot of rumors online. Sitting opposite Chen Jingyu, Li Yang spoke with a mysterious look. "I heard that many people who escaped from the dungeon have strangely disappeared upon returning to real life." "That's right, I've also seen similar posts on the hacker forum." Another male colleague chimed in. In the programmer community, there is a mysterious forum. Ordinary netizens cannot access this forum through regular means. Only senior programmers or skilled hackers can gain access after breaking through special encryption measures. Moreover, this forum is built on blockchain technology, making it impossible to trace the identities and addresses of anyone who visits or posts. Once the topic was opened, everyone began to share their various rumors. Chen Jingyu had been paying attention to the happenings in reality. He had also heard about the strange disappearances of players coming out of the dungeons, but he could not verify the truth. "Everyone hush, let's hear what Xiao Chen has to say." Zhanlan was particularly concerned about what the game dungeon was about. Only then did everyone realize, turning in unison to look at Chen Jingyu. "Actually, there isn't much new, it's about the same as what you all know." Chen Jingyu selectively concealed the experience of the Death Subway dungeon and briefly described his entrance into the haunted apartment dungeon at night. However, he left out the details of how he cleared it, merely saying it was thanks to his teammates' help that he managed to get through smoothly. The mission system definitely should not be revealed to outsiders. At this moment, it was better to keep a low profile. When everyone learned that the dungeon boss was a vengeful spirit, their expressions changed dramatically. As office hours approached, the unit's leaders arrived at the office. Colleagues hurried back to their workstations, and Chen Jingyu was naturally called to the office right away. The leader said nothing much, just inquiring about Chen Jingyu's physical condition. Once learning that everything was fine, he allowed him to return to work. Just after leaving the leader's office, Zhanlan, who was waiting outside, grabbed him. Zhanlan was a small supervisor in the finance department, with her own separate office. After shutting the door, Zhanlan pushed Chen Jingyu down into a chair, lifting one leg to rest on the desk. "Little brat, why are you hiding things when I just want to ask you something? Quickly tell me how you cleared the dungeon without missing a word." Zhanlan was an old employee of the unit, 10 years older than Chen Jingyu. When Chen Jingyu first joined the company, she had helped him a lot. Knowing she wouldn't let him go easily, Chen Jingyu smiled awkwardly. "Sister Zhang, truly, nothing can be hidden from you. Actually, we didn't defeat the dungeon boss, our abilities simply are no match for it. In the end, I relied on my silver tongue to persuade it, and that's how we managed to get through." "You persuaded it?" Zhang Lan was shocked, with words? Isn't that the case? It really took a lot of effort to convince it. Chen Jingyu recalled his experience in the blood-like-killing maze and still felt a bit scared. Even though it let us pass in the end, I was still seriously injured and almost couldn't make it back. You little guy are that impressive? Zhang Lan instinctively crossed her legs, her cheeks slightly flushed // how come I never knew before? It's true. Chen Jingyu thought Zhang Lan didn't believe him. You don't know, at the time I was eloquent, speaking beautifully, with my mouth watering, like the endless flow of a great river, unstoppable like the overflowing yellow river. Chen Jingyu used all the adjectives he could think of. Zhang Lan softened at the sound, her brows and eyes like ink, with a face carrying the charm of peach blossoms, softly whispered, "Stop talking. Sister believes you." She took one of Chen Jingyu's hands, staring at him with fiery eyes, and asked, "Xiao Chen, how does sister treat you?" "Very well." Chen Jingyu didn't do what he thought. Zhang Lan shyly lowered her head. "Then when will you let sister have a taste of your eloquence?" "What does that mean?" Underscore? Chen Jingyu looked completely confused. Chapter 17. When Chen Jingyu came out of Zhang Lan's office, his tongue was numb. Of course, it was all Zhang Lan's fault. If she hadn't placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee on the desk, Chen Jingyu wouldn't have burned his tongue. Back at his desk, he confirmed the progress of the work with his colleagues. The progress was smooth so far. Their company was a subsidiary of a top domestic firm, mainly responsible for software development and related business. Chen Jingyu had been in the industry for over 3 years, diligently studying technology, gaining some small achievements in the field. The current project was his first one as the lead. The development progress was nearing completion, with just the finishing touches left to do. After handling a pile of tasks that had accumulated over the past 2 days, it was noon before he knew it. The group building had its own cafeteria, and it was completely free. Chen Jingyu and his colleagues usually resolved their lunches at the cafeteria. The entire building had over 30 floors, all belonging to the group company, where almost all subsidiaries and affiliated units had their offices. He went downstairs to the attached hall of the building, where the cafeteria was located. This was a self-service dining area. After a few people got their meals, they sat at a windowside table to start eating. There were quite a few people dining in the cafeteria. The group quickly ate their lunch without any chatter. It wasn't just because there were many people, but more so due to the heavy workload, which had conditioned them to finish lunch quickly. Chen Jingyu took his last bite and stared out the window lost in thought. His colleague Fan Xie also looked up to see. Directly outside the cafeteria, a group of people was swiftly passing by. All dressed in suits and leather shoes, there were about 30 of them. Surrounded by them was a young man in a casual t-shirt. This person was Chen Jingyu's acquaintance, Suaima, the chairman's only son. He rarely came to the company, only appearing during the monthly board meetings. However, every time he appeared, he usually brought just 2 assistants. Chen Jingyu had never seen such a big entourage like today. Fan Xie put down his spoon and smiled. "What? Scared?" Chen Jingyu also smiled slightly. "Nothing, just curious." Fan Xie sighed. "This is a case of different fortunes for the same people." "How come?" Chen Jingyu was puzzled. Fan Xie explained, "Since the game and reality merged, and dungeons opened irregularly, this young master has usually had such an entourage." He pointed at the well-dressed people. "Don't think these are bodyguards, actually, they are gaming experts, all of whom have awakened combat professions." Hearing this, Chen Jingyu immediately understood. Although each time a dungeon opens, it is indeed irregular. The people entering the dungeon are also randomly selected. Perhaps there is a certain pattern, but it is still unknown. However, when a dungeon opens in a particular area, the players entering it are certainly within that area's range. Suaima, surrounded by 20 to 30 people all year round, once a dungeon opens and he is chosen to enter, those people will have a high chance of entering the game with him. The more people on his side, the greater his chance of survival. Looking at Fan Xie's envious gaze, Chen Jingyu smiled wryly and shook his head. Indeed, the power of money is always the strongest force in battle. Money may not buy life, but it can buy the chance to live. Returning to the office, most colleagues were taking advantage of their lunch break to rest. Chen Jingyu felt no drowsiness and opened the Honka Forum. After the fusion of games and reality, with countless copies opening, chaos ensued, causing anxiety among people. Moreover, many people have recently gone missing under strange circumstances, with all sorts of rumors circulating online. However, most of it is mere hearsay and not reliable. But the Honka Forum is different. It uses blockchain technology, so no one can trace others' addresses and information, allowing everyone to speak freely without fear of identity exposure. As soon as he entered the forum, he saw a new post pinned by the moderator in red. "Mysterious forces are connecting the game leaderboard and may open soon." Chen Jingyu quickly clicked on it. The content was brief and consistent with the title, but it included an additional link. Usually, he would not easily click on such external links. Although the users of the Honka forum do not expose their information, there is no guarantee that personal data will not be stolen by external links. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jingyu opened a program he had developed and began to trace the server link to the external address. After a series of operations, Chen Jingyu was quite surprised. The technology used by this link was almost the same as blockchain technology but more advanced. Although he didn't fully understand its principles, Chen Jingyu could be sure of one thing: visiting this site was absolutely safe. Without hesitation, Chen Jingyu clicked the link directly. The screen transitioned, leading him to a new website. The website content was very simple. At the top, a few large characters were centered: game leaderboard. Below these big characters, there was a series of categorized rankings. Level ranking, combat power ranking, profession ranking, and region ranking, among others. However, currently, all the rankings were empty, showing only one line of text. No player has yet reached LV10, the leaderboard is temporarily closed. Chen Jingyu furrowed his brows tightly. Don't underestimate these rankings that many games have. The nature of games today is different. Players are real people, and the server is the entire Earth. What kind of person can access the true information of all players? Or is this leaderboard just a facade, with content that cannot be trusted? The leaderboard isn't open yet, and everything remains uncertain. The website's content was simple, and Chen Jingyu quickly finished browsing. At the bottom of the leaderboard, a shocking button icon appeared before his eyes. Game Trading Hall. Chen Jingyu's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly. He clicked twice before entering. The screen transitioned again. A miraculous scene occurred once more. As the Trading Hall webpage appeared, Chen Jingyu's character virtual information also popped up. Detected player is browsing the Trading Hall. Proceed with identity ID binding? Confirm, cancel. This prompt didn't pop up on the computer monitor but rather on Chen Jingyu's character virtual information bar. Who created this website? Chen Jingyu's excited heart could not calm down for a long time. Even with his skills, he couldn't connect game content to computers. But this website might not only collect information from global players, its trading hall function could even bind to the player's virtual game identity. How could these two be connected? Chen Jingyu took a deep breath and chose, confirm. Suddenly, the computer screen in front of him changed. In the user section, Chen Jingyu's name was displayed. Aside from the binding method being somewhat special, the rest of the functions were almost identical to shopping websites in reality. Chen Jingyu quickly browsed through it. Equipment type, skill type, medicine type, item type. Each item is clearly categorized. Currently, there are very few items on the market. Chen Jingyu clicked into the equipment section, and there were less than 10 pages of gear, about 200 to 300 items. Almost all are LV1 equipment. As he browsed to the end, Chen Jingyu discovered a button labeled I want to sell, so he clicked on it. The screen shifted again. A page for listing items appeared on the computer. On the right side of the screen, there are options like item name, price, and so on. On the left side of the screen, there is a grid almost identical to the virtual information bar for the character's items. In these dozens of grids, only one item lay there. Chen Jingyu moved the mouse over it and instantly gasped. The position indicated by the mouse displayed the item's information. Item name, bronze dagger. Usage level, LV1. Career requirement, none. Destructive power, 3. Additional ability, tear wound. Introduction, a handheld weapon that can tear the target's wound, causing more damage. Indeed, it was the dagger Chen Jingyu received as a reward after completing the Death Subway dungeon. Chapter 18. The bronze dagger, which had been lying in the game system's inventory, now surprisingly appeared in the website's trading market. This was truly bizarre. Can this trading market really connect perfectly with the virtual game system? Chen Jingyu now believed that this ranking might genuinely have the ability to collect information from players around the world. Why did the game come into reality? Who has such great power to bring this about? What is the deal with this ranking website? Too many questions troubled Chen Jingyu. He tried to list the bronze dagger and found that the trading market had quite a few features. Not only was there a fixed price and starting bid setting feature, but also a special buyer designation function, and so on. The currency in the trading market is only one type, gold. Chen Jingyu studied it and found that gold as currency could be linked with assets in individual accounts, converting through the trading market as an intermediary, ultimately translating into gold. Across from him, Li Yang, who had woken up at some point, was now passing by with a cup of tea. Hey, are you looking at this too? Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu nodded, I just saw it on the Honka forum. Li Yang took a sip of tea and said, I also just saw related news from a group. I heard there's an organization that is frantically buying up any equipment of value. This is true. Fan Xia from the next workstation also came over. Moreover, someone calculated that this mysterious organization has spent over 500 kilograms of gold just on purchasing equipment from the trading market in just a few days. No wonder high-quality equipment was nowhere to be found. Chen Jingyu understood now. Now, the items left in the trading market are mainly of the same level as the bronze dagger. They are priced between 50G to 100G of gold. Calculating it out, the equipment purchased with 500 kilograms of gold is indeed no small amount. By the way, Jingyu, did you get any equipment after doing the dungeon? Li Yang asked. Both Fan Xia and I have awakened our professions, but unfortunately, we have no equipment. The weapons in the trading market don't look great, and the prices are outrageously high, making it hard to accept. Chen Jingyu took out the bronze dagger and handed it to Li Yang. Whoa, you really have one, let me see. Li Yang took the bronze dagger and started examining it closely. But since this equipment didn't belong to him, he had no similar item like the crystal lens to see the equipment's attributes, so he naturally couldn't see them. Hee, just because you don't have it doesn't mean I don't. Fan Xia unexpectedly took out a weapon as well. It was a nice-looking bow that looked much cooler than the bronze dagger. Whoa, where did you get that? Li Yang snatched it away and began to play with it. You little rascal didn't even pay off your borrowings last month, and this month isn't even payday yet. Where did you get the money to buy gear? Fan Xia wore a proud expression. That's none of your business, brother has his own ways. Li Yang returned the bow and remembered a rumor. I heard, some rich women don't use cash anymore, they pay with gear now. As soon as the words were out, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. I didn't get this from Aunt Wang, Fan Xia hurriedly defended himself. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang exchanged glances. Well, we believe you, they nodded blankly. They fell silent again. Do they really give gear? Chen Jingyu suddenly asked. Is Aunt Wang pretty? Li Yang also asked. Fan Xia's face changed. Damn, I already said it's not from Aunt Wang. Seeing Fan Xia getting anxious, Li Yang quickly signaled Chen Jingyu with his eyes and changed the question. By the way, Jingyu, haven't you awakened a profession yet? Chen Jingyu shook his head. This was a pain in his heart. More than 90% of people had awakened their professions, but he still hadn't gotten any response. It's okay. Next time we have a chance, let's explore a dungeon together. Li Yang patted his shoulder and walked back to his desk with his teacup. Besides, maybe you'll awaken tomorrow, you never know. Fan Xia took back the bow. No profession? Who cares? If we really enter a dungeon, I'll protect you. Not to mention, they spent their days in the office, and the chances of entering a dungeon together were pretty big. At 6 o'clock, it was the end of work. Chen Jingyu walked out of the building, and the street was still bustling with people. He even had the illusion that maybe the world was still as beautiful as before. Handsome, want to learn about professional training classes? A girl holding a stack of flyers approached him. We have training for fighters, gunsmiths, and other professions, with instructors who are experienced players from dungeon battles. Chen Jingyu was stunned. Sometimes he truly admired these people, their ability to seize opportunities was incredible. So quickly, there were professional training classes? Chen Jingyu took the flyer, said thank you, and then left. The girl didn't linger but went to find her next target. Chen Jingyu didn't cross the road but walked towards the green trees beside the building. Meow. A gray cat jumped down from the tree and landed perfectly on Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Chen Jingyu rubbed its head and started walking across the street. He was worried about leaving the gray cat alone at home and didn't feel comfortable bringing it to the office, so he set it down at the building's entrance. Beep. A car stopped by the side of the road. Zhang Lan rolled down the window and looked at Chen Jingyu. Want me to give you a ride? Chen Jingyu knew her place wasn't on his way. Thanks, Sister Zhang, but I'd prefer to take the subway. Chen Jingyu smiled and declined. Humph. Zhang Lan pouted. What, are you afraid I'm gonna eat you? She noticed the gray cat lounging on Chen Jingyu's shoulder and curiously asked, I didn't know you had a cat? As she said this, she grinned mischievously. There's a saying that a good woman doesn't keep dogs, and a good man doesn't keep cats. Why would a single guy like you suddenly want a cat? Chen Jingyu knew she was joking about him, so he replied with a smile, Sister Zhang, don't think I don't know. You also have a dog, and you're also single now, right? Zhang Lan's eyes turned melancholic, and she sighed, can I be the same as you? That dog is my husband. Chen Jingyu. Sigma, degree. It was left to me right before he died, Zhang Lan leisurely added the second half of her sentence. Chen Jingyu almost got scared to death by her. I say, can we please not speak so dramatically? Forget it. Zhang Lan put on her sunglasses. I'll let you off this time, come to my place for dinner another day, and your sister will treat you. After saying that, she stepped on the gas and drove off. Chen Jingyu could only smile bitterly and shake his head as he walked to the subway station. Although the station had experienced a dungeon opening a few days ago, it still didn't affect its high popularity. In the bustling crowd, the gray cat resting on Chen Jingyu's shoulder suddenly buried its face in his ear and whispered, "Meow master, someone is following you." Chapter 19. The gray cat's secret is known only to Yuan. Even those who experienced the death subway instance with Chen Jingyu only knew he had tamed the boss and had no idea the gray cat had turned into a pet, brought by Chen Jingyu into the real world. Moreover, there has never been any news about game pets on online platforms. So, the gray cat can serve as a highly concealed reconnaissance pet. The people following Chen Jingyu would only think about how not to be discovered by him and would never consider the cat resting on his shoulder. The gray cat's words made Chen Jingyu's heart skip a beat. He maintained his composure and slightly parted his lips, asking, "How many?" "Meow too." "What kind of people?" Chen Jingyu's lip movements were minimal, making it difficult for those standing next to him to notice he was speaking. Two men in their 20s, wearing black suits and sunglasses. They don't look like good people. MHM. Chen Jingyu understood. These two guys' appearances resemble typical gangster styles from movies. But is it really necessary for the followers to dress so formally? Should I go take them out? The gray cat revealed a sharp tooth. No, let's see what they want first. Feigning ignorance, Chen Jingyu boarded the subway as usual. Today's luck was good, there were several empty seats on the subway. Looking around, seeing no one in need of a seat, Chen Jingyu chose a spot at the end of the row. In his line of sight, the two men in black also stepped onto the subway, their gaze casually sweeping over Chen Jingyu before they decided to stand at the door. Chen Jingyu's expression was calm as he silently put on his crystal goggles. The crystal goggles resembled sunglasses from reality, with lenses displaying a brown crystal color. However, Chen Jingyu wasn't accustomed to wearing them all the time, so he only put them on when necessary. Taking advantage of the goggles cover, he locked onto one of the men. Target task analysis in progress. Name, Pei Linji. Occupation, gunsmith. Level, LV2. Talent, B. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 7. Energy, 5. Skill, basic shooting. Description: a super tough guy who likes to practice grip strength in the middle of the night, nicknamed Iron Gururu. He is a player of an awakened profession. Not only that, but he is also a LV2 player with skills. Although his talent is only B, in the general population, it could barely be considered excellent. If it's a one-on-one fight, Chen Jingyu believes he is not his match. But why would such a person be following him? Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. La la la. A thunderous sound from the sky, this girl makes a dazzling appearance. The long silent Lolita girl suddenly appeared in the crystal goggles. Ahem. You have a new task, please check it. She mimicked a system alert sound. Wow, you scared me. Chen Jingyu looked at the Lolita girl in the goggles and said mischievously, "Are you trying to cause trouble? This isn't a game instance, why are you here to issue a task? Do you believe I'll pull out my mouse in a second? Winky face, big brother, don't be like this, let's talk nicely. Haven't I already said, I don't belong to the game system, I'm an independent task system. So? I am just conveying the tasks issued by the system. Oh, I see, Chen Jingyu pondered, okay then, I accept the task. Task name: it's better to resolve enmity than to continue it, pending completion. Description: more friends, more paths, more enemies, more walls. Completion condition: shake hands with player Pei Linji. Description: the flower of friendship blooms as a result. Time limit: 10 minutes. Completion reward: crystal fragment. Description: seems to be a fragment of some kind of item. Failure punishment: enemy +1. Description: Pei Linji's hatred value for you +10,000, may take some indescribable actions. Are you doing this on purpose? I don't want to shake hands with someone like this. Chen Jingyu was speechless. He definitely didn't want to indirectly come into contact with some part of this person's body through a handshake. Can I give up the task? No, dear. Once the task is accepted, there are only two outcomes, completed or failed, it cannot be given up. Then what will happen if I just let it fail? Chen Jingyu wasn't sure about the may take some indescribable actions part of the task description. I don't know, dear. Anything is possible. Damn, you are really ruthless. Chen Jingyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up. The two men in black instantly locked their gaze onto him. The gray cat jumped back onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder, and he walked toward the two. Pei Linji's vigilance +1,000. The two men in black immediately shifted their gaze and looked at the ceiling of the car. Chen Jingyu didn't avoid them and walked straight up to Pei Linji. Hello? Sorry to bother you. Pei Lingji's vigilance plus 2000. Pei Lingji looked at Chen Jingyu with a confused expression, pretending to be completely innocent. Do you usually prefer to use your left hand or your right hand? Chen Jingyu asked. Sigma, winky face. Pei Lingji looked a little flustered. No. Sorry, what are you talking about? Don't be nervous, I just want to do a survey. Do you usually prefer to use your left hand or your right hand? Chen Jingyu took out a small notebook from his backpack and got ready to write with a pen. Pei Lingji. Pei Lingji's vigilance plus 5000. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Chen Jingyu guided him. Left hand? Right hand? Pei Lingji. Or do you switch between them? Pei Lingji. Could it be that you're ambidextrous? Chen Jingyu subconsciously raised his voice. A large number of eyes turned toward them. Winky face, Pei Lingji began to break out in cold sweat. Pei Lingji's vigilance plus 10,000. Pei Lingji's fear value plus 2,000. Damn, he really is ambidextrous. Chen Jingyu withdrew his small notebook with a disappointed look. Several girls nearby had already started covering their mouths and giggling, whispering to each other. Pei Lingji's shame value plus 10,000. Pei Lingji's anger value rising rapidly. Kid, what do you want? Pei Lingji said as he started to charge at Chen Jingyu to grab him by the collar. His companion quickly grabbed him. Calm down, this is not the place to fight. The people around quickly scattered, afraid of being affected. Chen Jingyu remained calm, took out a pair of disposable plastic gloves from his bag that he had left over from eating fried chicken last time, and slowly put them on the same hand. Double protection. Sorry, I don't mean any harm, I just want to shake your hand. Chen Jingyu said with what he thought was a friendly smile, slowly extending his right hand. Pei Lingji's confusion plus 10,000. Chapter 20. Pei Lingji had already started to have doubts in his heart. Could this man be a pervert? He started by asking me whether I use my left hand or my right hand, and now he wants to shake my hand. Could it be that this guy is gay? Pei Lingji's fear value plus 1000. Looking at Chen Jingyu's sincere gaze, Pei Lingji was almost certain. Oh no, he's definitely gay, look at the way he's looking at me. Pei Lingji's fear value plus 1000. What should I do? He definitely has his eyes on me. Pei Lingji's fear value plus 2000. Should I run away? Why did the organization assign me this task, to follow this pervert? What a sin, does being good-looking mean I have to endure this kind of punishment? Tot, Mom, I want to go home. Looking at the constant system notifications popping up, Chen Jingyu was also completely confused. It was just a handshake, why is the fear value still increasing? Chen Jingyu was puzzled, raising his hand again and saying, Bro, stop hesitating, it's just a handshake. He just wanted to finish this damn task as quickly as possible. Pei Lingji still stood there in a daze, but the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped. Damn it, it's just a handshake, are you even a man? Chen Jingyu shouted out in anger. Taking such a big risk just to shake your hand, can't I get some respect? When Chen Jingyu shouted like this, Pei Lingji suddenly came to his senses. Why does he look so powerful when he's angry? And he seems quite handsome, even comparable to me. Pei Lingji's favorability towards you plus 1. Underscore? Chen Jingyu was stunned again. But just then, Pei Lingji finally reached out his hand. Although he looked a bit overbearing, seeing his sincerity, I reluctantly shook his hand. The two hands finally clasped together. Chen Jingyu almost cried. This is so damn hard. Ding. Task enemies should resolve, not engage, completed. Reward, crystal fragment. As soon as Chen Jingyu heard the system notification, he quickly withdrew his hand, disgusted, using 2 fingers to pull off the disposable plastic glove and threw it in the nearby trash can. Thank you, goodbye. Saying that, he turned around and left. Pei Lingji frowned. What does this guy want? He just came to flirt and then left? Pei Lingji's resentment plus 10,000. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged, and he was ready to confront this guy. His companion quickly grabbed him and shot him a look. The task is important, we might have already been exposed. He just came to test us. His companion's words awakened Pei Lingji. That makes sense. The more he thought, the more he felt so, this kid is really too cunning. He managed to use tactics like taking the lead, using beauty, diverting attention, hiding a dagger in a smile, creating something from nothing, startling the snake in the grass, and then using the best option to escape. I have a feeling that it won't be long before he employs the golden hairpin escape followed by killing with a borrowed knife and robbing while the fire blazes. At that time, we'll end up as collateral damage, ultimately being deceived by him. Underscore? His companion was dumbfounded after hearing this. Bro, why do I feel like you're a bit off today? A girl nearby looked at Pei Lingji with admiration. For all, Gigi, you're so cultured, how did you suddenly say so many idioms? Ahem, just a small thing. Peilingi pretended to cough twice, fist by his mouth. Gigi, where do you live? My water heater is broken, is it okay if I come to your house for a shower? The girl asked shyly. Are you kidding me? Oh, carrot, oh Peilingi looked disgusted, the electricity costs are so high now, do you think hot water comes for free? Humph. The girl angrily called him a fool and walked away. See, she just got exposed and still cursed. Peilingi said indignantly to his companion. You're awesome. His companion said with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. The subway arrived at the station. Chen Jingyu's figure had disappeared without them noticing. The two were shocked and rushed to get off the train. What they didn't know was that Chen Jingyu didn't actually get off the train. He just put on the linging cloak while no one was paying attention. Sitting still, he lost his visible silhouette. After Peilingi and his companion got off the train, Chen Jingyu lifted the cloak and followed them stealthily. The linging cloak had one downside, it could not perfectly conceal his form while moving. Only when staying still could it serve its purpose effectively. Peilingi and his companion completely did not notice Chen Jingyu following them from a distance, but anxiously chased towards the subway exit. Yet outside, there was no trace of Chen Jingyu at all. It's all your fault, talking to that girl for no reason, now we lost track of the target. His companion complained. Peilingi secretly clenched his fist, that damn woman, she wants to take advantage of me. What do we do now? His companion asked. Peilingi thought for a moment, let's go back and report to headquarters. Looks like that's the only option. The two confirmed their decision and walked out of the subway station, getting into a taxi. At the entrance of an old neighborhood, Peilingi and the other person got out of the car and walked towards the community. Not far behind them, the same taxi stopped. After Chen Jingyu got out of the car, he didn't choose to follow them rashly, just gave a glance to the gray cat. Be careful, don't let them see you. Although the gray cat was very stealthy, it had been seen by those two, so there was still a risk of being recognized. Meow. The gray cat nodded and disappeared at the wall. Chen Jingyu crouched in the corner of the wall and began to review today's events. First of all, these two should not be official people, which made Chen Jingyu feel a bit more at ease. But precisely because they weren't officials, the risks Chen Jingyu faced were currently unknown. Being called by officials was just asking a question, at most doing some research. But if it was another organization, it could mean life danger. There had already been quite a few similar reports online. When I entered the game instance, only the company people should know. Could there be a mole in the company? No, wait, what are Yuan and her roommates' names? Li Jiwei, they both know too, maybe they leaked it? But what could their purpose be in following me? If it was Yuan who leaked it, then my place should have been exposed long ago. I wonder if Yuan is okay? Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu was uneasy and took out his phone to make a call. Even if the other party was fine, he wanted to remind them to be careful. When the call connected, Yuan's voice came through. Calling at this hour, how, do you miss my cooking again and want to mooch dinner? No, I just want some milk. Chapter 21. Go to hell Yuan cursed, anyway, I cooked too much rice today. I'll fry 2 more dishes and we can eat. If you want to eat, come over. But if you come late, there won't be any left. Alright, I'll be there right away, wait for me. Chen Jingyu hurriedly replied. Who wouldn't want a free dinner? After hanging up the phone, Chen Jingyu looked over the wall into the community. The gray cat had not returned yet. Because it was after work, there were quite a few people in the community. There were children coming home from school and office workers just returning home. Don't be fooled by how old and shabby this community is, many people live here. While he was observing, a gray figure jumped out from the green belt under the wall. The gray cat appeared before Chen Jingyu, looking a bit disheveled. What happened, were you discovered? Chen Jingyu asked with concern, looking at the gray cat's messy fur. Don't mention it. The gray cat jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder, just as I was following those two to the building. 3 wildcats suddenly rushed out and had a fight with me. This. Chen Jingyu, _. The gray cat continued, I was delayed a bit of time by those 3 annoying cats, so I didn't see which room those 2 actually entered. I went around to various windows and found a suspicious room with completely sealed doors and windows. Just as I was about to investigate, I saw those 3 annoying cats bringing a pack of dogs over, so here I am. I was scared and ran out quickly. Damn those annoying cats, actually getting in cahoots with the dogs in the community, it's a disgrace to the cat clan. The gray cat looked indignant. You have suffered, please calm down. Chen Jingyu stroked the gray cat's head, did you remember the room number? I remembered, it's building 6, room 401. The gray cat was very sure. Chen Jingyu nodded, make a note of it, we'll come back to check it out next time. Let's go home first. It was getting late, and Chen Jingyu hailed a taxi to go home directly. Of course, if he was late, there would be no dinner left. 10 minutes later. At Yuan's door. He knocked on the door. He found the dishes just set on the table. Li Jiwei moved aside to let Chen Jingyu in and said irritably, "You really are punctual, you can't even bear to arrive a second early, can you? What do you know? This is called coming early is not as good as coming at the right time." Chen Jingyu replied with a grin as he entered. 3 people sat at the table and began to eat. Chen Jingyu was not polite at all, acting completely at ease. Yuan even thoughtfully prepared a meal for the gray cat. It was the same food as everyone else, completely treating it not as a pet, with its food bowl placed on the table. Li Jiwei glanced at the gray cat but said nothing. She didn't know if she was aware of the gray cat's background. By the way, you all need to be careful lately. I discovered someone is specifically following those who have entered the instance. Chen Jingyu said casually. What? Someone is following you? Li Jiwei sat cross-legged on her chair, seemingly unconcerned about her ladylike image. Chen Jingyu nodded. Is he handsome? Li Jiwei asked, eating her food. Chen Jingyu. Is this really a question about being handsome or not? You mean, everyone who has entered the instance is in danger? Yuan asked. Chen Jingyu shook his head. I don't know either, but it's better for you to be careful. Try not to mention having entered the instance to outsiders. That's going to be hard. You should let Yuan move to your place, it will satisfy your needs and also protect her, right? Li Jiwei suggested. Go to hell, you move over instead, Yuan glared at her. That's not impossible. Li Jiwei looked at Chen Jingyu, the guy looks pretty good, but I really dislike that he likes to keep a beard. Winky face. Chen Jingyu was sweating profusely. Against this girl's fierceness, he could only bow down. Whoever finishes last washes the dishes. Li Jiwei said after quickly finishing just a small bite of rice. Upon hearing that, Chen Jingyu quickly finished half a bowl of rice in 2 large mouthfuls, placed his bowl and chopsticks on the table, and said, I'm done too. I have things to do at home, goodbye. Chen Jingyu hurriedly slipped away. The gray cat looked confused, with one dried fish still uneaten, and seeing Chen Jingyu slip away, it quickly picked up the dried fish and chased after him. Yuan puffed up her cheeks with anger, you make me cook, then make me wash the dishes? Too much. Chen Jingyu slipped back to his home, unlocked the door with his key, and reached to touch the light switch on the wall. The black cat on his shoulder suddenly stood up, its fur standing on end as if electrocuted. In the dim room, only a little light came from the window. However, in that not-so-bright place, a shadow was standing there. A bronze dagger instantly appeared in his hand, as Chen Jingyu leaned against the door, preparing for both possibilities. If the other party wanted to run, he definitely couldn't let him escape. If the other party was going to attack him, it was better to quickly open the door and make a run for it. Master, he is very dangerous. The gray cat's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Chen Jingyu could sense its nervousness. The 2 sides were at a standstill for a while. The other party's actions were somewhat unexpected for Chen Jingyu. He had no intention of attacking, nor did he show any signs of escaping. A crystal lens appeared in his hand, and he slowly put it on. Before he could ascertain the other party's strength, he dared not make any rash movements, afraid it would cause a misunderstanding. Target task analysis in progress. Name, Hong Qiji. Occupation, assassin. Level, LV5. Talent, S. Strength, 10. Agility, 25. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 15. Skill, beginner backstab. Description, professional killer, brutal and cold. The introduction was very simple, but after Chen Jingyu read it, he felt a chill inside. A LV5 awaken player. Not only was the level high, but the other party's profession was something he had never encountered before, assassin. However, that was not the most terrifying thing about the other party. The most terrifying part was that this guy was actually a professional killer. At first, Chen Jingyu speculated that this person might be associated with those who were following him, or perhaps was just a simple thief. But now it appeared things were not that simple. Your glasses seem very interesting. The other party suddenly spoke, his voice low and sounding completely ordinary. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Chen Jingyu's palms had started to sweat. If entering an instance once could yield experience points sufficient for 1 upgrade. Doesn't that mean this guy in front of me has successfully gone through 5 instances? Chen Jingyu naturally understands the difficulty of the instances after going through 2 of them. Being able to enter the instances twice, Chen Jingyu felt he was already quite lucky. How on earth did Hong Qiji manage to enter 5 instances in just over 3 weeks? Is it luck? Or. Chapter 22. The other person's aura was very fierce, making Chen Jingyu feel uncomfortable all over. Not just him, even the highly perceptive gray cat felt the same way. Even when facing a vengeful spirit, it never lost its cool. Does your glasses have sensing or viewing functions? Hong Qizhi spoke again. Chen Jingyu was startled and remained silent. A level 3 civilian, very interesting. Hong Qizhi's arms moved slightly. It seems there really was an instance opening here last time, and you are the person who experienced it, right? What do you want? Chen Jingyu's hand hidden behind his back had started twisting the doorknob. If I were you, I wouldn't move recklessly. Hong Qizhi slowly approached. His arms trembled slightly, and 2 bright lights flashed from his hands. They were 2 daggers. Daggers shorter by a segment than bronze daggers. Master, you go first, I'll hold him off. The gray cat whispered after jumping down from Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Its voice was so soft that Hong Qizhi didn't even notice. This also led to Hong Qizhi completely ignoring it after it landed. After all, what normal person would care about an ordinary gray cat? Chen Jingyu had already turned the doorknob, he just needed to lean back and he could push the door open to escape. Hong Qizhi was slowly closing in step by step. When he was close, Chen Jingyu could finally see his face clearly. Around 30 years old, with light stubble neatly trimmed at his mouth. Having the chance to see a professional killer's look is not a good thing at all. Chen Jingyu took another step back. The door creaked open a crack. Hong Qizhi smiled lightly. It seems my advice was useless, you still want to run. While speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A cold light rushed forward. Chen Jingyu's nerves were tightly strung. He didn't even know where the reflex came from. The moment Hong Qizhi struck, he immediately crouched down. Thud. A small dagger was embedded a few centimeters above his head. If he hadn't crouched quickly, that dagger would have pierced his chest. It's a flying dagger. Chen Jingyu's gaze locked onto the dagger stuck in the door. This was not a weapon from the game. It was just an ordinary flying dagger. Chen Jingyu had no fighting experience, nor did he have any professional skills. He could be said to have no combat power at all. Hong Qizhi didn't give him a chance to breathe, raising his hand and shooting out another flying dagger. Chen Jingyu's scalp went numb, and adrenaline surged. In an instant, he wasn't sure whether it was his extraordinary performance after falling into a desperate situation or help from the crystal lens, but he managed to catch the trajectory of the flying dagger. It was behind him. And at that moment, he was about to crash through the door to escape. But if he maintained his original chance and crashed through the door, he would get hit by the flying dagger. This old sly fox is so clever. Chen Jingyu instantly understood that this flying dagger was shot out to seal his retreat. But even knowing that, he had no choice, he could only brace himself and lunge forward a step. With that small step, he lost the chance to escape through the door. Hong Qizhi moved swiftly and instantly occupied the doorway. Chen Jingyu was startled. This was clearly not the speed a normal human should have. He's only LV5, does the agility enhancement have such a big impact? But in an instant, he became relieved. No wonder. The person is a professional killer, with skills that are already very agile. Chen Jingyu no longer had the chance to rush out the door. At this moment, he simply ran a few steps and arrived at the position near the window in the room. The two of them had directly swapped positions. You have a new task, do you accept? The image of the Lolita girl appeared, this time not playful, calmly issuing the task. Accept. Chen Jingyu did not hesitate at all. He could see that the other party had already developed a murderous intent against him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so recklessly exposed their appearance. Faced with such a dangerous character, his survival chances were almost zero. Task name, life is precious, pending completion, description, staying alive is the way to go. Completion condition, survive in Hong Qizhi's hands, description, just don't die. Completion reward, crystal fragment, description, it seems to be a piece of some kind of item. Failure penalty, none, description, this task system is not interested in dead bodies. After reading the task description, Chen Jingyu felt even colder inside. It's not that this task has improved his current dangerous situation at all, it can only be said to be completely useless. This girl has a friendly reminder, brother, you are not his match. The Lolita girl said with a serious and worried face. What do you mean? Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Jingyu stepped back and got closer to the window. The window had anti-theft measures and couldn't be fully opened. If he wanted to jump out, he could only break the glass. But after glancing at the ground, Chen Jingyu decisively gave up the idea. Over a dozen floors high, even a fool wouldn't jump. Hong Qizhi lifted his foot and kicked back, shutting the door again. Then he smiled and moved closer, saying, little brother, let's make a deal. Hand over your glasses and weapon, and then tell me about your entry into the dungeon, and I'll let you go. How about that? He. Chen Jingyu laughed. It seems there really are people who think he's a fool. How about we find a place for a drink and share our insights on the dungeon? Chen Jingyu suggested. Hong Qiji narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Jingyu shrugged. Mutual understanding. Hong Qiji's anger value plus 500. Chen Jingyu's danger value plus 1000. If that's the case, then I'll take it myself. Hong Qiji's killing intent rekindled. He flicked his sleeve, and 2 daggers appeared in his hand again. Whoosh! With a lift of his hand, 1 dagger flew out. Almost simultaneously, Hong Qiji also moved. He held the dagger in one hand and rushed toward Chen Jingyu from the other side. Chen Jingyu had long anticipated this scene. He didn't know where he pulled out an electric mosquito swatter, and like playing tennis, he swung directly at the flying dagger. Smack! The steel mesh of the mosquito swatter tangled with the dagger, sounding a chaotic series of pops. It seemed to short-circuit. Oh no, I instinctively pressed the switch. He still thought he was swatting mosquitoes. But there wasn't much time for him to reflect, as Hong Qiji, holding the dagger upside down in his right hand, already charged in from the side. Cold light flickered. The dagger swooped toward Chen Jingyu's neck. In an instant, Chen Jingyu felt his neck chill. This was purely a psychological effect, as if someone had already grabbed his neck. The mosquito swatter that had already swung back was raised again and slapped toward Hong Qiji from the opposite side. Hong Qiji instinctively blocked with his arm, the dagger thrusting directly at Chen Jingyu. Meow. The gray cat, which had been waiting for an opportunity, moved. The gray shadow sped toward Hong Qiji's right hand holding the dagger. Electric light flashed. Almost simultaneously, a current surged through Hong Qiji's left arm, which was blocking the mosquito swatter. Although it wasn't strong, it stung a bit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hong Qiji couldn't help but shudder twice, his attack also halted. Crash! The gray cat's figure reappeared on the windowsill. Ah! Hong Qiji let out a scream. 3 bloody marks suddenly appeared on the back of his right hand. Damn it! The sharp pain jolted Hong Qiji's nerves. Plus the faint current, it completely enraged him. The dagger that was originally aimed at Chen Jingyu's neck swung directly at the electric mosquito swatter. Crack! The plastic handle of the electric swatter instantly broke into 2 pieces. Zizz! The damaged wires inside touched, bursting into sparks. A new current surged through the dagger, spreading throughout Hong Qiji's body once again. Double electric shock. Pleasure doubled. Chapter 23. Hong Qiji's anger value plus 2000. The annoying electric mosquito swatter completely enraged Hong Qiji. Seeing the broken electric swatter in his hand, Chen Jingyu quickly threw it away. This thing could easily zap himself, and that wouldn't be fun at all. The moment he released the button, Hong Qiji also stopped feeling the current. He glanced at the gray cat, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. But he still ignored the gray cat's importance and refocused on Chen Jingyu. At this moment, Chen Jingyu held the bronze dagger and quickly created distance from his opponent. This guy is an assassin, letting him get close won't be good for me. Fortunately, everyone's levels are generally low, and there aren't any powerful skills. His beginner backstab skill probably requires him to attack the target to activate. But if he gets close to me, even without this skill, I'm done for. So, there's not much difference whether he has skills or not. But his opponent is a LV5 awaken player, with attributes much higher than Chen Jingyu's. After just 2 steps, he was cut off again by Hong Qiji. Kid, I've changed my mind, I won't kill you right away. I want to play with you. Hong Qiji's face was grim. Play with your sister. I'm not interested in men. Chen Jingyu threw a water cup over. The air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Hong Qiji instantly stopped his movements, stood straight, and became very serious. Here, I want to clarify what I meant by play. Clarify your sister. You gay. Chen Jingyu threw a trash can over again. Damn it. Hong Qiji dodged the trash can attack, frowning. I told you I'm not. Not your sister. Chen Jingyu wanted to throw something else, but there was nothing left around him. Hong Qiji's anger value plus 5000. Why does every word you say have to include my sister? Hong Qiji roared. This. Chen Jingyu scratched his head, feeling a bit sorry. Is your sister pretty? I'll kill you. Hong Qiji was completely enraged. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 flying knives shot out rapidly. One left and one right, aimed straight at Chen Jingyu's chest. I have to say, this kid's flying knife skills are extraordinary. Fortunately, Chen Jingyu was already prepared, ducking behind the sofa. But when he stood up again, Hong Qiji had already leaped onto the sofa, lifting his foot for a kick. Boom! An angry kick landed heavily on Chen Jingyu's chest. He was kicked away immediately. His chest felt like it had been hit by a truck, and he almost couldn't breathe. After waiting for Chen Jingyu to fall to the ground and roll twice, he finally caught his breath. Ugh! Chen Jingyu groaned, feeling immense pain in his chest. That kick almost cost him his life. But before he could catch his breath, 2 more flashes came at him. Chen Jingyu rolled on the ground, and the 2 flying knives plunged into the floor. Sigma! Chen Jingyu was stunned, the floor was tiled. The power of these 2 knives was unimaginable. As soon as Chen Jingyu stabilized his rolling body, a new wave of attacks came again. Hong Qizhi sprang off the sofa, raising a foot to stomp down on Chen Jingyu. From Chen Jingyu's perspective, it looked like a foot descended from the sky. Meow! The gray cat's cry sounded somewhat anxious. Hong Qizhi instantly sensed the movement behind him, his body twisting in midair. The dagger in his hand slashed back toward behind him. The gray light flickered. The dagger grazed the belly of the gray cat. The 2 sides missed each other and moved apart. Seizing this tiny gap, Chen Jingyu rolled a few more times and then got back up from the ground. When the gray cat landed, it immediately exerted force and pounced again. Its movements were extremely agile. Bastard, I'll fight you. Chen Jingyu felt a heaviness in his chest, as if even breathing was difficult. But he knew he had no choice but to fight. Even though he was very afraid of death, when it came down to his life, he would not back down. He gripped the bronze dagger tightly and wildly slashed at Hong Qizhi. Chen Jingyu's heart was churning with disgust. Think about it, he was happily singing while eating, joyfully returning home, only to run into Hong Qizhi, a guy he had nothing to do with. The key was that this guy could take someone's life. Surrounded by a person and a cat, Hong Qizhi remained calm, his cold gaze sweeping over Chen Jingyu, finally resting on the gray cat. At that moment, he didn't dare to underestimate the gray cat at all. Kid, it seems you have quite a few secrets, I'm a bit reluctant to kill you now. Go to hell, Chen Jingyu lunged with the dagger. The gray light flickered once more. The gray cat activated its skill lightning flash. This was a surprise attack skill. But unfortunately, the gray cat's level was low, and its attack power was weak. Even with the lightning flash skill, it couldn't cause much damage. It was as if Hong Qizhi had already understood the gray cat's attack pattern. He suddenly flipped the dagger he held, blade facing up, and aimed to slash at the path of the gray light. Sure enough, the gray cat was wary of the dagger's sharpness, changing its form in midair to dodge the edge. Just then, Chen Jingyu charged in. The bronze dagger stabbed toward Hong Qizhi's lower abdomen. Clap! A hand, like an iron claw, firmly grabbed Chen Jingyu's wrist. Oomph, playing with daggers in front of me? Hong Qizhi said proudly, you don't know your place. Chen Jingyu made a movement but found he couldn't pull his hand away. He quickly thought of a plan as his eyes flickered. He shouted to Hong Qizhi's back, now, right now. Hong Qizhi was startled and turned to look. But at that moment, a fierce pain shot from his toes. Chen Jingyu used all his strength and stomped his heel hard on Hong Qizhi's big toe. Ah! Hong Qizhi immediately screamed. The fingers are connected to the heart, and the big toe is still a finger. He instinctively grabbed his foot and jumped up. It hurt too much. Chen Jingyu's wrist was released. How could he let such a good opportunity go? He quickly crouched down and swept out a leg. Hong Qizhi, who was holding his foot and hopping on one leg, lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Go! Chen Jingyu waved his hand. The gray cat immediately lunged into action. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. A pair of small claws scratched toward Hong Qizhi's face. Chen Jingyu moved quickly as well. He swiftly withdrew the bronze dagger, turned around, and grabbed a wooden folding stool, holding it upside down with the legs raised, and swung it toward the fallen Hong Qizhi. Slap! 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 Each hit struck solidly into flesh. Screams filled the air. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, you fear a broken stool. It's the first choice for self-defense at home or while traveling. Plus, you don't have to worry about the cops showing up. Hong Qizhi felt the sting of the gray cat's scratches on his face, not daring to open his eyes, afraid of being blinded. Anguished cries echoed. It truly brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Hong Qizhi's grievance value plus 10,000. Hong Qizhi's anger value plus 1. Chen Jingyu fought with all his might, soon pounding him into a mass of bruises. Seeing Hong Qizhi curled up on the ground and unable to fight back, Chen Jingyu felt it was time to escape. He wasn't Hong Qizhi, for now, he didn't dare to kill someone. With one final swing of the stool, he struck Hong Qizhi directly on the head. Damn it! At the same time, Chen Jingyu also released his grip on the folding stool, sending it crashing down. He quickly signaled to the gray cat with a glance, tilting his head towards the door. The gray cat understood immediately. Both the man and the cat swiftly darted towards the exit. Open door, exit, closed door. The movements flowed seamlessly together. Chen Jingyu didn't dare to look back, skipping the elevator and rushing down the stairs instead. He ran all the way to the street, finally slowing down. Looking back at the apartment building, there was no unusual noise or movement. But still, he felt a lingering apprehension. It was just a little close, his life could have been lost. Chapter 24. Ding. Task life is at stake completed. Reward, crystal fragment. This was already the second crystal fragment Chen Jingyu had obtained. He hadn't even had the chance to look at the previous one, it went straight into his pocket. The items given by the task system were not the same as the game system, so they couldn't be stored in the game's virtual backpack. Taking out the crystal fragment from his pocket, he now had two pieces. The crystal lens scanned the fragments. A piece of information appeared. Item name, crystal fragment, 2/3. Description, 3 crystal fragments can be combined. The information was very simple, he had no idea what this thing was. Looks like I'll have to wait until I combine them to find out, Chen Jingyu said, placing the 2 fragments back into his pocket. He hesitated about whether to call the police. But what would he say? He didn't want to expose that he had entered a side quest. If the authorities found out, there would be too many things to explain. Regardless, he couldn't continue living in this rented studio. Even though he beat up Hong Qiji today, who knows if someone might come for him in the middle of the night? That guy, how did he seem to know I had entered the side quest based on what? Chen Jingyu pondered over fragments of their previous conversation. He said, it seems there really was a side quest open here last time. What does that mean? It means he wasn't coming for me personally, but for the location where the side quest had opened. Many people in the company knew about Chen Jingyu entering the side quest. But he hadn't told anyone about the quest's location. Only a few colleagues knew where he lived. So it was unlikely that a colleague leaked this information. That left only one possibility. Could Hong Qiji have the ability to track side quests? Chen Jingyu furrowed his brow. The number of troublesome issues was increasing. But one thing was certain. Tonight, he had to find a new place to sleep. It's a pity Li Jiwei is home, otherwise, I could have gone to Yuan's place. Chen Jingyu daydreamed while salivating. There were many food stalls along the roadside, and Chen Jingyu was already feeling hungry. He found a barbecue stall and ordered some takeout. Taking out his phone, he dialed his colleague Fan Xia's number. What's up, brother? Got any good news? Fan Xia asked on the other end. Can I come over and sleep at your place tonight? Chen Jingyu replied. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. That's not really good, even though we're on good terms. Fan Xia's voice was somewhat conflicted. Come on. I'm not crashing for free. Chen Jingyu said, holding a large bag of barbecue, planning to grab a few bottles of beer as well. Well. Fan Xia hesitated again. Chen Jingyu was speechless, he didn't expect that even among good colleagues, he'd have to deal with this reluctance to offer him a place for a night. Although there were plenty of budget hotels nearby, there was no need to waste money, wouldn't it be better to buy some barbecue instead? Well, it's not impossible. Fan Xia caved in, but if you're not crashing for free, then at least 100 yuan, I won't do it for less. Are you crazy? Chen Jingyu was already thinking about how to beat this guy up when they met tomorrow. But this is my first time too. I'm only agreeing because of our years of brotherhood. Fan Xia's voice sounded a bit wronged. You're not really going to give me nothing, not even $100, are you? Chen Jingyu, _? Why do I feel like we're not on the same wavelength? As expected. You're such a bad guy, not even giving me $100. Fan Xia said indignantly. Damn it, I'm going to sleep at Li Yang's place. Chen Jingyu cursed. Don't. We can negotiate. How about 50 will work, right? At least I need enough to buy some cigarettes to calm my nerves, okay? Fan Xia shouted into the phone. Beep beep beep. All he received was the busy tone after the call ended. The next day. Chen Jingyu woke up from the sofa, his chest still hurting badly. Hong Qiji's kick really wasn't light. Last night on Li Yang's sofa, he just couldn't sleep soundly at all. Originally, he planned to just tough it out, but now it seemed like he had to go to the hospital. He glanced at the time, it was 7 in the morning. Li Yang was still asleep, and there were 2 hours left before work, which was enough time for Chen Jingyu to visit the hospital. I should get an X-ray to see, I can't let this turn into an internal injury. For a master like Hong Qiji, one couldn't take it lightly. There's a hospital not far from the company, and it's on the way to work. After leaving a message for Li Yang, Chen Jingyu went out alone. At the hospital, he registered for emergency care, had the X-ray taken, and waited for over an hour to get the report. The old doctor looked at him after examining the results, then peered over his glasses at Chen Jingyu, and said, You got into a fight, huh? Although it's not a big problem, you should still be careful. If it were any heavier, your ribs could break, and if they puncture your lung, it won't be a joke. After setting aside the X-ray, the old doctor prescribed some medicine. Chen Jingyu felt a rush of anxiety. That kick almost cost him his life. After thanking the doctor, he paid and left with the medicine. When he arrived at the company, it was just in time for work. As he walked to his workstation, he bumped into Fan Xie. The latter had a face full of grievance. Not even $100. Damn it. Chen Jingyu raised his hand, wanting to hit the guy, but the movement pulled at his injured chest, making him stop in pain. After dealing with some work matters, he finally had the chance to open the Red Hacker Forum to see if there were any new messages. He remembered the previous rankings. Chen Jingyu decided to check it out first. The major leaderboards were still blank. He opened the trading section. There were quite a few more items than before, but still no high-level items appeared. In Chen Jingyu's account inventory, the bronze dagger and a bottle of potion were still sitting there. Item name, Basic External Injury Treatment Potion. Usage level, LV1. Type, single-use consumable. Effect, treats external injuries. Description, a basic skill of a pharmacist, can handle some simple external injuries. This is the potion Yuan gave me last time. Chen Jingyu hovered his mouse over it and suddenly remembered. His heart leaped with joy. Hey, this is perfect for an external injury. I should give it a try. A thought sparked in his mind, and he took the potion out of his virtual inventory. He pulled out the cork, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out immediately. Oh no, I forgot whether this thing is for external use or internal use. Chen Jingyu felt conflicted. Forget it, I'll just apply it directly. He lifted his t-shirt and poured the potion onto his chest, then rubbed it in evenly. Immediately, a cool sensation spread throughout his body. The large bruise on his chest began to visibly shrink at a remarkable speed. Is the effect this good? Chen Jingyu was greatly surprised, and the thought of reselling potions became even stronger in his mind. A sniffing sound came from the next table. Fan Xie, sitting next door, caught the scent and came over. Seeing Chen Jingyu applying the potion on himself, he was astonished. Living so wild? In broad daylight, and you're even using essential oils? Chapter 25. Ignoring Fan Xie's teasing, Chen Jingyu finished an entire bottle of potion, and the bruise on his chest was almost invisible. Only a small part of faint blue remained. Even the pain had eased a lot. It seems there's a chance. I need to get Yuan to make more potions to keep as spare. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still. He sent Yuan a message, asking her to keep an eye on his energy value, and to use skills as soon as there were enough points. If I remember correctly, Yuan's energy value is 5 points, using a skill costs 3 points, and I don't know how long it will take to recover 1 point. Anyway, saving this energy point is a waste. If it's there, it should be used. He glanced at the leaderboard and trading posts, finding nothing valuable, then exited and logged back into the Red Hacker Forum. This place used to be a space for tech experts to discuss computer technology. Now it had turned into a gaming zone and current affairs area. Summary of monster types in game dungeons, ongoing updates. The first post immediately caught Chen Jingyu's interest, and he quickly clicked on it. Crazy Egg, poster here to share some knowledge that many might not know. Monsters in the game are categorized, and each type has its strengths and weaknesses. Specific data is still being collected. The known monster types include animal, plant, undead, demon, mecha, and humanoid. Other types are welcome to be summarized and supplemented by experienced players who've entered the dungeons. The replies in the next floors didn't have much substance. After scanning through, Chen Jingyu skipped them. Currently, players' levels are quite low. Grasping this piece of information is already quite good. Chen Jingyu continued to browse other posts. Yuan's message came through. Strange, the energy value hasn't recovered? Chen Jingyu looked at the message content, feeling very surprised. How long has it been? How can the energy value still be only 2 points? This was indeed a bit strange. Could it be that the energy value doesn't recover on its own and needs items like energy potions to recover? But if that's the case, it doesn't fit the logic of the game. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and sent another message to Yuan. He told her he was planning to move. A stranger had entered his room last night, and he didn't dare to stay there anymore, suggesting that they should also change apartments if possible. They had rented the single apartment through an agency, and the check-in and check-out procedures were quite simple. It could be done freely. Thinking of this, he found the agency that handled his check-in, submitted a checkout application, and asked them to help see if they could find another single apartment for rent near the company. After finishing these tasks, he continued to browse the posts. Recently acquired some information on wealthy women. Are there any programmers still in good shape who need it? Human Cannoneer, poster my sister over here has abundant equipment resources. Any needs? This. Should I learn from Fan Xie and find a rich lady for a set of top-notch game equipment? Forget it. Chen Jingyu dismissed this thought. In this line of work, talent matters too. Some speculations on the opening rules of game dungeons. This post immediately sparked Chen Jingyu's strong interest. He had also been pondering this issue: is the opening of game dungeons really random? Is there truly no trace to follow, no rules at all? Rain Without an Umbrella, poster based on my visits to many players who've entered dungeons, including myself who entered once. I summarized the following 2 points of rules. First, the open dungeon space is based on real-life scenes, like buildings, sports fields, etc. Players can roughly guess the types of monsters based on their locations. In the desert, water monsters cannot appear. Secondly, based on the current few examples, it is almost impossible for the same dungeon to open in the same location twice. After reading the post, the first point seems reasonable, but Chen Jingyu does not agree with the second point. The same location can indeed have the dungeon open twice. The reason the poster thinks this way is that everyone who has experienced the same dungeon is already dead. According to Grey Cat's description, it had already wiped several teams before experiencing Chen Jingyu. And for a dungeon to be concluded, the only possibility is for players to clear it. Before that, everyone who entered the dungeon could only take the path of death. How can the dead tell you what kind of dungeon they entered? The game has descended into reality, and there has been less than a month. The information players have is simply too little. Without game guides, everything can only rely on guesses. Close to noon, just before lunchtime, Chen Jingyu opened the last post. This is also a summary post about player professions and skills. According to the poster's summary, there are currently 8 known professions, which are mythical mage, assassin, gunner, martial artist, alchemist, archer, summoner, spellcaster, and awakened civilians. I heard there are some other hidden professions, but none have been encountered yet. The post also mentioned professional skills. Some players, after awakening their professions, came with a basic skill, while others suddenly had a skill several days after awakening. Still, some players with awakened professions had not awakened a skill at all. Profession awakening is a pain in Chen Jingyu's heart. Let's go, it's time to eat. Fan Xie stood up and called out. Li Yang across from him also stood up. Time to eat, time to eat. The work time is over. Nearby colleagues all stood up, getting ready to go to the cafeteria for lunch. While queuing for food, they saw a crowd outside, the same size as yesterday's. A group of people was crowding around Suaima, quickly walking outside. This young master comes to the company every day? Chen Jingyu asked curiously. Li Yang nodded. Indeed, he comes at the same work hours as us every day. Many people turned to look outside. Some young women from the company were even fantasizing about a domineering CEO novel plot. A subtle wave appeared in the air, hard to detect. Suddenly, that group of 30 to 40 people became noticeably smaller. Besides that, some passing pedestrians also vanished. What's going on? Fan Xie said instinctively. Li Yang, Chen Jingyu, and Fan Xie were still in line. But when they came to their senses, the cafeteria had surprisingly become empty. Oh no, could it be happening again? Chen Jingyu slapped his forehead. It truly felt like there was no peace for a moment. Huh, what's happening? Fan Xie and Li Yang had not experienced the dungeon opening yet, and at this moment, they hadn't reacted. Chen Jingyu threw away the tray in his hand and said helplessly, "Congratulations to both of you, we have entered the dungeon space." At that moment, the game dungeon prompt appeared in front of everyone. Dungeon space, Guardian building. Number of players, 30. Completion condition, defend the entrance of the building, do not let the monsters enter the building, 0/10. Countdown, 24H. Chapter 26. After receiving the dungeon prompt, everyone had different reactions. Li Yang was a bit nervous, but Fan Xie was very excited. He directly took out his gorgeous bow, eager to try. Where are the monsters? I want to level up. Only the 3 of them remained in the cafeteria, but the prompt showed a count of 30 people. It seems others were outside. Let's go to the building entrance. The completion condition is to defend the building. Chen Jingyu was relatively experienced and saw the game dungeon prompt. Just know what to do. The 2 naturally listened to him, and the 3 walked toward the door. This time, the instance limit was impressively 24 hours. Moreover, the requirement for completion wasn't to kill the boss, but simply to guard the main door. Behind the completion condition, there was a 0 out of 10 count. Chen Jingyu guessed that they probably had 10 chances, and each time a monster entered the building, it would consume 1 chance. When it finally turned into October 10th, it would mean mission failure. But right now, it was unclear how many monsters there were. If the monsters' attacks lasted a full 24 hours, it would be quite the fun. When they reached the entrance of the building, the rich young man Suaima had already arrived with his remaining bodyguard. Dozens of well-dressed gaming experts, now only a dozen remained. Hello, Director Su. Li Yang greeted him. Suaima looked at the 3, are you all from the company? The 3 nodded. All the employees of this building were from their company, but they didn't know how large the scope of this instance was. Good, you will listen to my orders later. As long as you don't act messily, you will definitely survive, Suaima said coolly. Thank you, Director Su. Li Yang replied, waving for Chen Jingyu and the others to come over. At the entrance of the building, people were arriving one after another. Most of the people looked confused, unsure of what to do. When someone saw Chen Jingyu, they hurriedly jogged over. So glad to see you, you scared me to death. The person was none other than the finance supervisor, Zhang Lan. Sister Zhang, come over quickly. Chen Jingyu waved. Seeing Chen Jingyu, Zhang Lan seemed to have found her backbone, and her frantic expression faded away. As more and more people gathered at the entrance, Suaima said a few words to his bodyguards, and someone went to summon the other players. Before long, the crowd had gathered around. After counting the number of people, there were exactly 30. Everyone was present. Suaima looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I don't care if you are all employees of my company, since we are now in the instance together, we are on the same front line, and I hope you will all follow my commands. His cold gaze swept across everyone as he added, if anyone doesn't obey and causes trouble, don't blame the monsters, I will have someone take care of you myself. After Suaima's words, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. After all, behind him stood a dozen well-dressed bodyguards. Satisfied with everyone's performance, Suaima curved his lips slightly, good, now I will arrange the tasks. At the same time, a scheduled young girl's voice rang in Chen Jingyu's mind. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. La la la. With a loud noise in the sky, this girl. Can you shut up? Before the Lolita girl could finish her opening line, Chen Jingyu instinctively shouted. 29 gazes turned sharply to Chen Jingyu. Suaima frowned, his eyes bursting with killing intent. He thought he had established sufficient authority just now, but unexpectedly, this employee of his company dared to shout at him. Chen Jingyu also realized he had accidentally let slip what he had wanted to say to the task system. Feeling embarrassed, he waved his hand. I wasn't talking about you, Director Su, please continue. Suaima was almost about to explode. After listening to Chen Jingyu's explanation and remembering he was from his company, he held back, glaring at him fiercely before continuing. The requirement for this instance is to guard the door. Our building has one main door and two side doors, now I will arrange the positions. But before that, I need everyone's profession data and combat abilities. There isn't much time, please cooperate. A few bodyguards pulled out tablets and began quickly collecting personnel information. Hate it, why shout at me like that? The voice of the Lolita girl was filled with grievance. Quick, tell me the task. Chen Jingyu already knew the routine of the task system. At this point, it felt strange not to have a task coming up. Okay, let's follow the process. Ding. You have a new task, do you accept it? Accept. Chen Jingyu silently recited in his heart. At the same time, someone came over to collect Chen Jingyu's player identity information. He directly reported a civilian who hadn't awakened a profession. The other person cast a quick glance at him and swiftly walked away. The task system notification soon followed. Task name, the thrill is the game, pending completion, description, just playing around. Completion conditions, let 9 zombie monsters enter the building, description, if they want to come in, then let them in. Time limit, 1H. Completion reward, crystal shard, description, seems like some kind of item shard. Failure punishment, infected with zombie virus, description, if you can't beat them, join them. Winky face, what the? After reading the task details, Chen Jingyu was instantly frozen. The monsters in this dungeon must be zombies without a doubt. Letting 9 zombies into the building isn't that hard, but first, he has to ask if others agree. 1 or 2 might be okay, which could be explained as an accident. If he lets in 9 in a row, it's likely not necessary. By 3 or 4, Suaima's people would probably get killed. The most crucial part is that if it were just a regular task punishment, it wouldn't matter much. This task's punishment, however, is incredibly brutal. Can't beat them? Join them? Sounds nice. But Chen Jingyu wasn't interested in becoming a zombie. Lu Wencheng, Zhang Ji, you two take Liang, Zhang Lan, Fan Xie, and Chen Jingyu with you, and you guys Suaima had already started deploying personnel. You 8 will guard the small door on the right. Lu Wencheng and Zhang Ji were his bodyguards, reputed to be game experts. The side small doors are only a third the size of the main gate, so assigning 8 people to defend is quite reasonable. Young Master Su. Chen Jingyu raised his hand, can I make a request? Suaima's expression turned slightly unhappy at the sight of Chen Jingyu again. Speak. Can we adjust the personnel assignment? Chen Jingyu asked. Suaima frowned, there are just this many people, I can't give you more. No, what I mean is, can we have fewer people? Chen Jingyu pointed at his 3 colleagues, how about just the 4 of us? If it were just them, Chen Jingyu's confidence in completing the system task would increase significantly. His calculations seemed good, but Su Aima showed him no consideration whatsoever. I think putting you up front to draw fire might be the best choice. Su Aima squinted his eyes, beginning to re-evaluate Chen Jingyu. Chapter 27. Chen Jingyu had a clear understanding of his own combat abilities. Sending him to the front line was basically asking for death. Li Yang quickly stepped in to explain, Mr. Su, this brother was just joking, we are going to guard the side door. Having said that, he hurriedly pulled Chen Jingyu along with the other two experts to the left side door. Jingyu, what's wrong with you today? Why do you keep clashing with young Master Su? Li Yang whispered on the way. Chen Jingyu had his troubles that he couldn't speak of. Su Aima assigned two experts to come with them, now it was a bit difficult to go easy. The task had a time limit of 1 hour. But time wasn't the main issue. Chen Jingyu was only worried about if the zombies attacked fiercely later. If the other doors broke through first, he wouldn't be able to gather 9 zombies. It seems the best strategy is to take the initiative. When they arrived at the left door, Lu Wenchang and Zhang Ji started to organize the personnel positions. Except for Chen Jingyu, the other 7 were all awakened professional players. Lu Wenchang and Fan Xie were archers. Zhang Ji, Li Yang, and another player were all fighters. Among the remaining 2, Zhang Lan was a sorcerer, and the girl from the planning department named Zhang Yan is a gunsmith. 3 melee professions, paired with 4 ranged professions, make for a nice configuration. Except for Chen Jingyu, who is considered a burden. Among these people, Zhang Ji and Lu Wenchang are level 2, while the others are level 1. Chen Jingyu, who is defined as a burden, actually has the highest level at level 3. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Jingyu only said his level was level 2 when logging in. Since the archer has the longest attack range, he was assigned to stand in the back, alongside Lu Wenchang, on either side of the main gate. The mage Shang Lan stood a bit ahead of Fan Xie, while Zhang Yan was positioned in front of Lu Wenchang on the other side. The other 3 melee professions took the front line. As for Chen Jingyu, he stood in the middle, between Lu Wenchang and Fan Xie, effectively at the back center of the main gate. If described like a sports formation, they were in a 3-2-3 setup. The size of the dungeon that was about to start was still unknown. They stood in the plaza at the entrance of the building, where they could even see the tall buildings across the street in the distance. However, at this moment, there was not a single person on the entire road. So it was very likely that the area near the road was the edge of the dungeon. Although the visible area was far, once they approached the dungeon's edge, they would be blocked by an air wall-like barrier, making it impossible to pass through. The positions for the 30 people had long been arranged, and the plaza was still without any movement. Time passed, and more than 10 minutes went by. A low, mournful wail rose from the vicinity of the road. Everyone was startled and looked up. They saw a dark crowd of zombies that had accumulated on the road, though they didn't know when it happened. Some timid girls immediately covered their faces and started crying. Rather than zombies, they were more accurately described as the undead. They were not the jumping zombies from movies, but rather the slow-moving undead from foreign films. Almost all of the zombies had their legs twisted in unnatural positions, making their movements extremely sluggish. Their expressions were blank, and their bodies were tattered, with large amounts of dark red, dried blood on each of them. Their throats rolled as they let out wailing noises, with sharp teeth protruding downward from the corners of their mouths. Strings of disgusting saliva dripped down from their half-inch-long fangs. Ugh! Although the growls were low, the massive number of zombies made them sound terrifying. As everyone was shocked by the scene before them, the game dungeon system prompt also came through. The first wave of zombies has arrived. Quantity, 300. Time limit, eliminate all within 30 minutes. This was essentially a small task within the entire dungeon, with a time limit to eliminate all zombies. However, the number of zombies was indeed large, a total of 300 monsters. Everyone pay attention, attack only when they get close, and listen to my commands. Su Aima shouted loudly from the center gate. The road was more than 100 meters away from their position, far beyond the attack range of all professions. As the zombie horde slowly approached, the distance between them was gradually closing. Chen Jingyu put on his crystal glasses, and his gaze instantly locked onto one of the zombies. Monster name, Zombie, Normal. Type, Undead. Level, LV2. Description, minor monster in the dungeon, guard the building, moves slowly, carries a large quantity of infectious viruses. Just a level 2 beginner monster. Chen Jingyu thought to himself. Although the number was large, the overall strength was not strong. Everyone be careful not to touch the zombies, especially the melee professions, they have a lot of infectious viruses on them. Chen Jingyu reminded them. Lu Wenchang and Zhang Ji glanced at him without saying a word. As the zombie horde drew closer, everyone became tense. Some girls who managed to regain their composure. In such close proximity to the visual shock, the heart inevitably felt a tremor. Many people stared blankly at the scene before them, watching the densely packed horde of zombies, their minds empty. 50 meters. 30 meters. As the zombie horde entered the attack range, Suaima in the central position shouted loudly, "Attack!" At once, the players at the gate took the lead in launching their offensive. Suaima had brought more than 10 skilled players, most of whom stayed by his side. Although the pressure at the gate was the greatest, the players' overall strength was also the strongest. "Go, let's move too," shouted Zhang Ji in the front row. Fan Xia, holding a brand new bow and arrow, was itching to try it out, eager to test the power of his weapon. Upon hearing Zhang Ji's command to attack, he quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Standing in front of him, Zhang Lan was still in a daze, blocking his line of fire. Fan Xia's arrow was already on the bow, and he urged, "Sister Lan, move aside quickly, I'm about to shoot." At his shout, Zhang Lan suddenly woke up. "Ah, no, we can't be inside." The other 7 people looked over, all with dumbfounded expressions. Zhang Lan suddenly realized, her face turning bright red. "Quick, shoot, the zombies are coming." She hurriedly released a spell to redirect everyone's attention. It was the first time Chen Jingyu saw a secret mage's skill. He watched as Zhang Lan's wooden staff emitted a blue light. As the skill was released, a blue energy ball flew out. Before her, Lu Wenchang and Fan Xia's arrows had already hit the monsters first. Although Fan Xia had never shot an arrow before, after awakening his profession, he had received system adjustments, almost making him a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. Chapter 28. Although the monsters were only LV2, Chen Jingyu still overestimated their ability to take damage. The first few zombies charged forward, and under the attack of the 2 archers, they fell to the ground after only a few arrows hit them. At the same time, Zhang Lan's spell energy ball flew into the horde of monsters. Boom! As soon as the energy ball hit a zombie, it exploded directly. The energy burst instantly knocked down 3 or 4 zombies. "Sister Zhang, how much energy does your spell consume?" Chen Jingyu asked. Zhang Lan looked at her attribute panel and replied, "It consumes 3 points of energy, I only have 2 left, I can't cast spells anymore." Chen Jingyu nodded. It seemed that the secret mage's skill consumption was consistent with Yuan's potion-making skill. This meant that after one attack, the secret mage would lose the ability to fight. "That's too weak, isn't it?" Chen Jingyu found it somewhat speechless. He then said, "Sister Zhang, pay attention to your energy value and see how long it takes to recover." "Okay." Zhang Lan agreed, starting to observe. Chen Jingyu's chatter had long annoyed Zhang Ji. He stood at the front, turned around and cursed, "Shut up, where's all that talking? You're just useless. If Su Xiao hadn't instructed to protect you, I'd have thrown you into the monster pack long ago, making noise." Before Chen Jingyu could respond, Zhang Lan was unhappy. "We are all on the same front, why are you cursing? Teammate?" "Heh." Zhang Ji sneered, "A useless one without an awakening profession, how can you dare to call yourself a teammate?" Zhang Lan was about to say more when someone pulled her back. Chen Jingyu lazily poked at his ear with his pinky finger, neither hasty nor angry, saying, "Where did the lapdog come from barking here? Who are you calling useless?" Zhang Ji didn't expect him to dare talk back, and took 2 steps back. "So what if a useless person curses you? Not satisfied? Why should the useless curse me?" Chen Jingyu pretended to be puzzled. Useless should curse. Zhang Ji had just said a few words when he suddenly realized. This kid was setting a trap for him. "You looking for death?" he shouted, rushing towards Chen Jingyu to fight. Li Yang quickly blocked him. "Brother, don't be impulsive, the monster is coming." In the back row, Lu Wencheng frowned and looked at the central gate, finally suppressing his anger and said, "Zhang Ji, don't be impulsive, the monster is coming. Whatever it is, we can talk later." Sure enough, the zombies in the front row had come close to everyone. Zhang Ji had a dark expression, glaring at Chen Jingyu, "Kid, you have some guts. Once this instance is over, I will settle the score with you." Ever since the game merged with reality and many people gained impressive abilities, their mentalities changed. The arrogant mentality of the newly rich. It was clear that Zhang Ji was one of these people. The monsters were getting closer. Fueled by anger, Zhang Ji was the first to rush forward. His weapon was a pair of steel claws. They were strapped to his wrists, using 4 sharp steel claws to attack. With a sweeping motion, he knocked a zombie's head to the ground. I have no weapon." Li Yang felt a bit lost. Another fighter also had no weapon, but he didn't know where he got a baseball bat, swinging it toward the zombie's head. "Brother, you're too careless. Look at me, I've always kept a baseball bat by my side, just waiting to use it when entering an instance." Meow. A cat's meow sounded out. A gray light burst forth from the horde of zombies. As the light advanced, several zombies fell down. "Be careful, there are new monsters." Lu Wencheng's eyes were sharp, and he quickly shifted the arrow's target. Don't shoot, that's my pet. Chen Jingyu shouted hastily. It was none other than the gray cat that had rushed over from the green belt beside the building. Whoosh! His shout was still a second too late, and an arrow flew out. Smack! The arrow landed on the floor tiles, halting the gray light. Stop, that's my cat. Chen Jingyu explained quickly. The gray cat had just arrived at the front row position. Zhang Ji sneered, his claws suddenly whirling out. With his entire arm swinging around, a fierce light swept toward the ground where the gray cat stood. If it hit, the gray cat would surely be in grave danger. Degree ah! Zhang Lan couldn't help but shout. You dare! Chen Jingyu exclaimed in shock, preparing to rush forward. Meow! The gray cat sensed danger and its eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Yet it still chose not to attack. In a flash of electricity, the gray light streaked by. The gray cat's figure disappeared from the ground. So fast. Zhang Ji furrowed his brows. The gray cat was no longer in front of him. He turned his gaze again, as if nothing had happened, and continued to attack the zombie monsters. The gray light directly flashed to Chen Jingyu's front. Under the wary gazes of everyone, the gray cat quickly approached the back row, then jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Lu Wencheng frowned and glanced at Chen Jingyu. He didn't understand, this guy is clearly not a summoner, how did he have a pet? Seeing that the gray cat showed no malice, Lu Wencheng shifted his gaze and continued the attack. Are you alright? Chen Jingyu patted the gray cat's head, looking toward the front row. That guy just dared to attack the gray cat. He noted this grudge down. Zhang Lan looked at him worriedly. At that moment, the energy value fluctuated, and she said, my energy has recovered by 1 point. Then a blue orb of light began gathering on the staff in her hand. So fast? Chen Jingyu was taken aback. Could it be that the recovery of energy in the instance has a bonus? He remembered Yuan, in the real world, after using a skill, it took her a day or two to recover even 1 point of energy. Damn it, this defensive formation is too good, the zombies have no chance of entering the building at all. Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. This first wave of zombies was really too weak. In no time, a large number were eliminated. Especially at the central gate, a big gap had been blasted in the zombie horde. It seems we need to think of a way to create some chaos, or else when the time is up, I'm going to be dead. Chen Jingyu has already started to hatch a bad plan. The task system's countdown shows 46 minutes remaining. At the side door where they are located, the main forces are 2 archers and 1 gunslinger. The front line is held by 3 martial artists. They complement each other, with both offense and defense. We need to find a way to break their balance. Chen Jingyu's eyes twinkled as he came up with an idea. He glanced at Fan Xie beside him, who was intensely shooting arrows. He whispered a few words to the gray cat on his shoulder, and the cat immediately understood. Meow. Using Chen Jingyu's shoulder as a springboard, the gray cat seized the opportunity and directly jumped onto the focused Fan Xie. What the heck? Fan Xie was startled, and his arrow that was just aimed properly swerved and flew towards Zhang Ji. Whoosh! Ah! A scream echoed. The arrow struck directly into Zhang Ji's butt. What the heck, is it really that realistic? Chen Jingyu clicked his tongue. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. As expected of a good brother, this arrow is really accurate. Zhang Ji immediately jumped up, one hand clutching his butt, the other wildly waving to fight off a zombie in front of him. Hashtag, who? Who shot me? I'll kill you. Zhang Ji yelled angrily. Li Yang, run. Zombies are coming. Chen Jingyu shouted as well. Losing Zhang Ji, the main force, 2 zombies immediately pounced. Li Yang had no weapon and had been kicking zombies here and there, engaging in guerrilla warfare. When he heard Chen Jingyu's shout, he was startled and instinctively began to run back. His retreat caused Zhang Lan, who was behind, to panic. Her energy had just run out, and she was waiting for it to recover. Quick, Zhang Jia, come over here. Chen Jingyu immediately left his position. He pulled the panicking Zhang Lan toward a corner of the wall. Damn it, stop running around. Lu Wencheng immediately shouted angrily, everyone, stand your ground. Meow. The gray cat startled Fan Xie, but it wasn't done yet. It used Fan Xie's body to push off again, leaping onto his head, and stretched out 2 chubby, pink little paws to press directly on his eyes. At this point, Fan Xie couldn't see a thing. Fan Xie, be careful, there's a zombie ahead, shoot. Chen Jingyu glanced at the front position and shouted deviously. What? Die. Fan Xie, scared, began shaking and directly shot an arrow without even looking. Whoosh! The arrow seemed to have a tracking function, hitting someone again. Ah! Zhang Ji screamed again, do you have a grudge against me? Every single arrow hits my butt. Hashtag, I will definitely kill you. Zhang Ji swore furiously. Chapter 29. The formation was disrupted, and their attack was also affected. A few zombies took advantage of the chaos and circled around from the side. Their target, the corner where Chen Jingyu and Zhang Lan were located. The gray cat noticed the situation, stepped on Fan Xia's head, and used flash to jump over. A flash of gray light passed. Several zombies' necks immediately appeared with a row of wounds. They all fell down at once. Although they were all level 2, the gray cat had once been a boss, so handling a few regular zombies was more than enough. Seeing the gray cat's strength, the people nearby were stunned. Bro, where did you get this cat? I need to get a few too. Li Yang said, still with lingering fear. With the loss of the front line's protection and weakened offensive output, the zombie group immediately approached the door. The mechanic girl, Zhang Yan, also didn't dare to stay in place. Seeing that there were many people on Chen Jingyu's side, she quickly ran over. As a result, there were now 5 people gathered on Chen Jingyu's side. At the door, only Zhang Ji with 2 arrows stuck in his butt and another martial artist were struggling to hold on. Apart from that, Lu Wenchang was the only one providing fire support. This was no match for the zombie horde. Su Xiao, request support. Lu Wenchang shouted. Only then did everyone notice that he was wearing a communication device, something like a headset. The words were out. Su Aima, standing at the central gate, looked over as well. A bunch of useless trash. Su Aima cursed, you two, go over and provide support. The 2 players immediately stopped and walked towards this side. Damn. Chen Jingyu's plan had just been half executed, and now if someone came to support, all efforts would be in vain. Confused, Fan Xia, after calming down, raised his bow to continue the attack. He drew the bow and knocked the arrow, his movements smooth and flowing, growing increasingly skilled. Be careful. Chen Jingyu slapped his arm. Whoosh. Ah. See? I told you to be careful. Chen Jingyu looked helplessly at Fan Xia. Hashtag, who the hell is it? An angry Zhang Ji covered his butt, gritting his teeth in pain. Fan Xia quickly hid his bow behind him, moving even faster than before. He turned around and looked at the sky. He did it all in one go. The weather today is really nice, Who the hell? Zhang Ji stormed over. Fan Xia pretended not to hear, continuing to look at the sky. The others around him all stared at him. The result was obvious. Damn it, boy, do you believe I'll kill you? Zhang Ji grabbed Fan Xia's collar. Seeing Zhang Ji's murderous look, Fan Xia shrank back. Big brother, let's talk, I didn't mean it. That's right, Fan Xia, you went too far. Chen Jingyu came over to back him up, why do you always aim for his butt? At that moment, Zhang Ji's butt was pierced with 3 arrows. Blood had already soaked through his pants. Put. Ah. Zhang Ji immediately let out a scream. The barbed tips of the arrows caused a secondary injury. Oh, winky face, oh I'll kill you, you son of a bitch, who told you to pull it out? Zhang Ji's face contorted with pain. Sorry, I didn't know you cared about that, I'll put it back. Chen Jingyu quickly apologized. Put. Angle, Zhang Ji could no longer bear it, covering his butt and collapsing weakly to the ground. A typical case of blood loss. As he collapsed, the remaining fighter couldn't hold on either, surrounded by several zombie monsters, immediately fleeing with his hands over his head. At the gate, only Lu Wenchang was left struggling. The situation was dire. The 2 experts who came for support had already started charging full force. This was a critical moment, opportunity was fleeting. Brother, retreat quickly, we can't hold on. Lu Wenchang, still struggling to hold the line, had no idea what was happening when Chen Jingyu pulled him away. Let go of me, if you don't, I'll kill you. Lu Wenchang didn't expect Chen Jingyu to be so strong, and was pulled without any way to break free. No joke, Chen Jingyu was a level 3 pro player, with many points added to strength. Though he had no combat power, his strength was certainly no joke. At this moment, the gate area was completely undefended. Li Yang and the others, completely confused, were shocked. Quick, defend the door. Bridge bean sesame bag. Chen Jingyu stretched out his hand to stop everyone. Please give me the time of one song. Li Yang. Chen Jingyu, pulling Lu Wenchang over, shoved him under his armpit, locking his neck in place so he couldn't even move. In front of the gate square, a group of zombies swam by. Come quickly, count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Li Yang, winky face. Everyone else was equally confused. System message, 1 zombie entered the building, 1 out of 10. System message, 1 zombie entered the building, 2 out of 10. The 9th one. Done. Chen Jingyu, who had been intently counting at the gate, quickly released Lu Wenchang, who was nearly suffocating from the pressure, closed the door, let the cat in. By now, 9 zombies had entered, and with one more, they would all be doomed. In a series of swift movements, it pounced and slaughtered a large group of zombies. At the same time, the 2 experts who had come for support. He also came closer, unleashing all his skills, rapidly clearing the zombies. Ding! The mission heart-pounding fun is completed. Mission reward, crystal fragment. The completion prompt sounded, and Chen Jingyu let out a sigh of relief. He was at ease, but the other 29 people were in complete chaos. Oh, winky face, oh, are you all pigs? I put in 9 zombies, and if you mess this up, I'll kill you all, Suaima at the central gate began to roar. Lu Wencheng didn't have time to settle things with Chen Jingyu, quickly starting to shoot arrows at the zombies. With everyone's combined effort, they quickly cleared the zombies at the gate. Actually, Chen Jingyu was terrified inside. If he messed up just once, and one more zombie came in, his life could be over. His heart was still thumping wildly. Indeed, it was all about the heart-pounding fun. Due to the zombies closing in, the long-range combat professions with high attack power couldn't fully utilize their advantages, so while they managed to clear the zombies at the gate, the pressure of the battle grew heavier. Although the zombie horde was almost wiped out, in the final moments, the zombie line had spread out completely, and the remaining dozens of zombies had nearly surrounded them in the center. What are you standing there for? Help out! Zhang Lan, who had no energy left, angrily grabbed her staff and began hitting the zombies. Oh! Chen Jingyu snapped back to his senses and quickly looked around, searching for something he could use as a weapon to fight the zombies in front of him. 3 arrows were standing upright in front of him. Without thinking, Chen Jingyu immediately pulled one out, ready to use it to deal with the zombies in front of him. Put! A spray of blood shot out, like a fountain. The person lying on the ground twitched their calf a few times but ultimately didn't make a sound. Chapter 30. Chen Jingyu, holding the arrow, aimed and stabbed at the zombie in front of him. 2 high-level players, who had just arrived, were both melee classes. One held a weapon similar to Zhang Ji's, while the other carried a large shield. Chen Jingyu instantly felt envy. What a great weapon! His gaze immediately locked onto it. Item name, Black Iron Shield. Required level, LV2. Class requirement, Guardian. Defense, 10. Additional ability, none. Description: a defensive item with strong defense capabilities, can block a large number of attacks. This was a class-specific item. Guardian? Yet another new class he had learned about. From the name of the class, this seemed to be a melee defense type. Chen Jingyu instantly grew even more envious. What a wonderful class! If he could specialize as a guardian, wouldn't his ability to escape danger be off the charts? Ahem. I mean, his combat ability, I misspoke. With the addition of 2 powerful melee classes, the combat effectiveness of the group immediately improved. With everyone's combined effort, the zombies were cleared in no time. First wave of zombies has been eliminated. Remaining number, 0. The first wave of 300 zombies was finally wiped out, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, the glaring 9 out of 10 in the dungeon information greatly dampened the victorious mood. Right after the first wave of zombies ended, a new system message came in. Attention, a large, anti-harmony wave of zombies is about to arrive. Countdown, 10 minutes. Everyone had just relaxed when they realized they only had 10 minutes to rest before the next wave of zombies arrived. Suaima quickly arranged for people to check the battle losses. The result was quite good. All 30 people survived, with only 1 injured. 2 pharmacists came over and quickly treated Zhang Ji's wounds. Although he had been shot with 3 arrows, luckily, they were just superficial wounds, and his previous collapse was only due to excessive blood loss without timely treatment. Under the pharmacological treatment, his wounds quickly healed. Zhang Ji, pale-faced, was helped to sit in a corner by the wall. His eyes were vacant, and he kept mumbling incessantly. Kill him. My butt, no. The 2 pharmacists shook their heads and walked away. It's hopeless. Yeah, he's been rambling nonsense the whole time. Suaima walked over with his team. His sharp eyes, full of rage, scanned everyone one by one. Lu Wencheng immediately lowered his head in shame. What's going on? I need an explanation. A man in black behind him immediately pulled a roll of transparent tape from his pocket and handed it over. Young Master Su, the tape. Suaima's temple throbbed twice. Drag him away, 10 minutes of beating. Immediately, someone went up and dragged the man in black away. The man, still confused about the situation, immediately screamed in fear, "Why are you beating me? Young Master Su, please spare me, I just gave you a roll of tape." Lu Wencheng's face wasn't looking too good either. he carefully walked up. Young Master Su, it's all this kid's fault. He pointed at Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu immediately put on an innocent expression. I'm just an innocent civilian without any combat ability. Chen Jingyu said tearfully, the front gate was breached, I didn't want it to happen. If it weren't for that brother at the corner, getting hit by 3 arrows in the butt, it wouldn't have turned out like this. As he said this, Chen Jingyu suddenly looked at someone and said, by the way, you're an archer, right? Could it have been you who shot the arrows? Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Wenchang. How could it be me? Lu Wenchang exclaimed, quickly trying to explain to Su Aima. I think it was you. Chen Jingyu became even more certain. He turned to ask the others, you all saw it, right? Yes, it was him. Fan Xia was the first to speak, nodding his head like a rattling drum. Zhang Lan had always disliked Zhang Ji, and since they were colleagues, he naturally sided with Chen Jingyu. That's right, I saw it, it was you who shot the arrows. The others stood at the front and hadn't seen who it was, so they all chose to remain silent. Lu Wenchang immediately jumped up, pointing at Fan Xia and cursing, you shameless bastard, it was clearly you. Fan Xia looked indifferent and said, I have no grudges against him, why would I shoot him? But you must have been angry because he gave you a hard time before, so you held a grudge and waited for the chance to take revenge. He spoke with conviction. Lu Wenchang, almost in tears, said, young Master Su, I really didn't. Su Aima's face turned ashen. Enough, stop talking. Once everything is over, I will deal with it all. He glanced at the system time, realizing there were only a few minutes left before the large horde of zombies would arrive. Su Aima raised his voice, everyone pay attention, I believe I don't need to elaborate on the seriousness of the situation. If one more zombie appears, we're all done for. If you don't want to die, then fight with everything you've got to hold the line. With that, he turned and led his team back to the central gate. Phew, that scared me to death. Seeing Su Aima leave, Fan Xia nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hashtag, son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Lu Wenchang immediately lunged at him, grabbing Fan Xia's collar. Bro, calm down, we're all on the same side now, Li Yang quickly stepped in to break up the fight. Clearly, it was you who shot, why are you framing me? Lu Wenchang was now furious. Fan Xia, looking innocent, pointed weakly to the side and said, he was the one who said it first. Hashtag, damn, if I could beat him, would I need to find you? Everyone. Earlier, when Chen Jingyu had him in a headlock, Lu Wenchang knew he was no match for him. If he had the chance to sneak attack, he would have been sure to win. But now, with everyone standing at the gate, only a meter or two apart, there was no chance for a sneak attack. Moreover, how could Chen Jingyu possibly give him the chance? Lu Wenchang's explanations full of grievance and anger made Fan Xia speechless. Since you, big brother, are so honest, obviously a man who can endure and bend, then I won't hold back. Fan Xia rolled up his sleeves and said. All right. Lu Wenchang let go of him and also rolled up his sleeves. It seems the two are preparing for a fair duel. The two took their stances. Fan Xia took a step forward first. Thud. Underscore. Big brother, I was wrong, please forgive me. Fan Xia shouted sincerely and loudly, his head knocked to the ground. Straight face, straight face, straight face. Such a sincere apology caught Lu Wenchang off guard. All right, it's all in the past. Li Yang and the others stepped forward to mediate. Yes, just now the system reminded us, a large group of zombies is coming, everyone should prepare. Chapter 31. The first wave of zombies numbered at least 300. With so many zombie monsters, the system didn't use a large wave to describe them. This also led everyone to worry greatly about the number of monsters to come. If things go wrong, it could reach a truly terrifying number. While everyone was taking a break, Chen Jingyu pulled out 3 crystal fragments from his pocket. Item name, crystal fragment, 3/3. Description, 3 crystal fragments that can be merged. When checking with the crystal magnifier, the fragments showed as mergeable. Chen Jingyu tried to bring the 3 fragments together. Sure enough, the 3 fragments began to merge at a visible speed. Creak, crack. The shape of the fragments changed quickly, with sharp angles. Like mechanical transformation. A few seconds later, a brand new device appeared in Chen Jingyu's hand. The device was small, only the size of a lighter. Item name, Crystal Upgrade Device. Description, can enhance and upgrade crystal series items, requires enhancement screwdriver *1. Seeing the item name, the first thing Chen Jingyu thought of was upgrading the crystal magnifier. But from the description, upgrading also requires another item, enhancement screwdriver. Looks like it won't be useful for now. Chen Jingyu returned the crystal upgrade device to his pocket. The 2 healers treating Zhang Ji didn't leave immediately, they stayed by the side door for a while, making some potions and handing them to Lu Wenchang and the others. Taking the opportunity, Chen Jingyu spoke with them, inquiring about energy recovery. The answer he got was as he guessed. In the game instance space, the energy recovery speed was very fast. About 1 or 2 minutes could recover 1 point. It seems that in reality, the use of skills is still limited. Chen Jingyu silently noted this new piece of knowledge. The issue of energy point recovery is the biggest constraint on skill usage. If someone can get energy recovery potions or similar items, they might directly become a dominant existence in reality. A huge change will surely happen in the real world, it's just a matter of time. Chen Jingyu had anticipated this long ago. Zhang Ji had not yet recovered from excessive blood loss and lost the ability to command. Lu Wencheng naturally took over command. Following his arrangement, everyone largely returned to their previous positions, defending the front gate. The 2 experts arranged by Su Ang were already gone, leaving only the protector to assist them. As time passed, the countdown was ticking down second by second. In the last minute, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had no room for failure. If even one zombie appeared, the instance progress would immediately fail, and everyone would die. Seeing everyone in such a defensive stance, Chen Jingyu suddenly felt a slight pang of guilt. Sigh, I have no choice. If I don't do this, I become a zombie myself. I can only trouble my brothers. He comforted himself so in his heart. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground suddenly trembled. There were only 10 seconds left until the next wave of zombies came. Such a huge commotion made everyone's nerves tense. Damn it, how many monsters could it be to make such a big noise? Lu Wencheng's head had started to sweat. Boom! Another sound. On the road, dust suddenly flew up. The scariest moment is just before darkness falls. People did not know what they were about to face, and everyone was terrified to death. Prepare ranged professions. Su Amr shouted loudly. Rumble! A building across the street suddenly fell down. The rising dust blocked out the sun. Brothers, want to make a bet? I feel like this wave has at least 1,000 zombie monsters. Li Yang said seriously. Are we going to die? Woo! Zhang Lan was about to cry from fear. She tightly grabbed Chen Jingyu's arm. I don't want to die yet, I haven't even experienced my smelly brother's eloquence. Chen Jingyu, underscore? He has no eloquence at all. Fan Xie scoffed beside them. How do you know he doesn't? Zhang Lan retorted. We've known each other for so many years, don't I understand him? Fan Xie said confidently, his eloquence can only be described as terrible. You? Zhang Lan widened her eyes, have you experienced it? Of course. Fan Xie said proudly. Damn you. Chen Jingyu kicked him away. After the small incident, everyone's tense nerves relaxed a little. As the countdown reached 0, the dust on the road gradually settled. The true appearance of the approaching horde of zombies slowly revealed itself. A zombie monster, as tall as a 3-story storefront, appeared before everyone. The dust covered its huge body, revealing only a grotesque face. Its greenish skin and sharp teeth were as tough as rhino horns. 1. Everyone wore a face of confusion. Wasn't there supposed to be a huge wave, censored for harmony, of monsters? Its teeth are so white, I wonder what toothpaste it uses. Fan Xie suddenly spoke up. Everyone? A few nearby almost couldn't help but want to beat him up. Your thought process is truly clear. Don't let your guard down, there might still be monsters hidden in the dust. Su Amr shouted loudly from the center. Everyone's nerves became tense again. As the earth trembled with sounds, the massive zombie monster slowly approached. It took just 2 steps to cross the 4-lane road and reached the edge of the square. The dust gradually cleared. The road was empty, without a trace of any monsters. As they looked at the zombie monster, countless players could not help but vomit. Ugh, help! So painful to the eyes. Help, my eyes are blinded. The upper body of the zombie monster was actually not wearing any clothes. Its green skin was covered with large, pus-filled lumps, swinging in front of it. Ah, it's indeed a huge wave, censored for harmony, of zombies. The system is not lying to me. Fan Xie covered his eyes and turned to vomit. After vomiting for 3 minutes, only when the zombie monster was less than 70 meters away did everyone begin to recover a little. Everyone, come over, let's hold the central gate together. Su Amr covered his eyes and commanded gathering. There was only one zombie monster, and the small doors on both sides could be ignored for now. Moreover, this zombie monster did not look easy to deal with, everyone must gather to have a chance of victory. The crowd gathered. Chen Jingyu and others also arrived at the central gate. Chen Jingyu's mind was relatively strong, he once didn't react at all while watching a video of 2 girls and a cup. But at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. The crystal lens activated its scanning function, locking onto the zombie monster. Monster name, Zombie Mother, Elite. Type, Undead. Level, LV8. Description: an elite monster in the instance guard the mansion, moves slowly, carries a large amount of infection virus, and can produce a large number of ordinary zombies. Chapter 32. This zombie monster is of elite level. In fact, without scanning with the crystal lens, just by appearance, one could tell this was not an ordinary zombie monster. Chen Jingyu stepped forward, gazing ahead, and said calmly, "This monster is elite level. It can create small zombie creatures, so we must not underestimate it." These words were directed at Suaima. After all, he was currently the official commander. Suaima frowned and looked to his side. "How do you know that?" "I guessed." Chen Jingyu replied without looking away. "You?" Suaima felt a surge of anger rise within him. But he held back his anger and said, "At this moment, I do not want to hear any meaningless jokes. If anyone dares to act this way again, I won't hesitate to kill him first." If it weren't for the imminent danger, he would have long since had someone drag Chen Jingyu out to beat him up. Chen Jingyu felt bitter inside. "I kindly informed you about the monster, but you still don't listen. Can the matter about the crystal glasses be carelessly mentioned?" "Of course not." As the mother of zombies approached, a large number of ranged attacks began. Arrows mixed with magical skills flew towards the mother of zombies. Wow! The mother of zombies suddenly started to vomit. A massive amount of green slime splattered out of its mouth. Splash! In an instant, a large area of the square was covered. Following closely, under the stunned gaze of everyone, the green slime began to slither. One green zombie creature after another crawled out from the slime. They madly charged forward, blocking the attack damage for the mother of zombies. "Damn it!" Suaima glared at Chen Jingyu. He didn't expect that what this guy said was actually true. The small zombie creatures created were instantly killed or injured, but the mother of zombies was now closer to everyone. "Who has a way to deal with it?" Suaima shouted loudly. Actually, he hoped to hear Chen Jingyu respond, but the latter had no intention of speaking. "I'll do it." A girl wearing large round glasses stepped forward. "I have a secret weapon that can deal with it." Suaima's heart leaped with joy. Sure enough, there were still experts hidden among the crowd. Under everyone's eager gaze, the girl slowly took off her backpack from her shoulder and crouched down to place it on the ground. She began rummaging inside. A pack of tissues tossed aside. Half a steamed bun, not that. A freshly unwrapped bag of bread, quickly put away. "This is it." The girl joyfully raised the item in her hand. Inside a plastic bag was a slightly greasy piece of white paper. The contents inside were temporarily unclear. "What is this?" Suaima was a bit confused. "Could it be the mechanic's explosive skill?" someone spoke up. "It's very possible. I heard the mechanic's explosive skill is powerful enough to blow up an armored vehicle," another person echoed. Everyone was instantly filled with anticipation. Suaima nodded seriously. "Good, go for it, I believe in you, go ahead, girl." The girl with large round glasses was instantly encouraged. She took a quick run, then stamped her foot down, swinging her arm holding the plastic bag, and threw it forward with all her might. Whoosh! The plastic bag flew through the air, making a rustling sound. Bang! It directly hit the mother of zombies on the head. "Got it. Awesome, you're truly an expert. Quick, cover your ears." Everyone was waiting for a surprise to happen. Bang! After hitting the mother of zombies on the head, the plastic bag rolled down its terrifying body and plopped onto the ground. The white paper wrapped inside spread out. Under the extremely serious gaze of everyone, half a rice ball appeared in front of them. It was as if a flock of crows flew past in the air, making caw-caw-caw sounds. Why is there no effect? The girl with large round glasses was also puzzled, frowning in disbelief at the sight before her. Damn it! Can a rice ball even kill a zombie creature? Suaima had already begun to roar. This is simply deceiving feelings. More than 100 times worse than being tricked into bed. No, it's just like in the movies, zombies are afraid of glutinous rice. The girl with big round glasses still seemed very unconvinced. Oh, winky face. Oh, even if zombies are afraid of glutinous rice, damn it. You're using cooked glutinous rice, what use is glutinous rice? Suaima continued to roar. Oh. The girl with big round glasses lowered her voice, feeling wronged as she rubbed the corner of her clothes. I didn't know, why are you being so fierce? Ugh. Suaima pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling like he was about to have a stroke. Forget it. He waved his hand repeatedly and instructed again, everyone, line up according to the previous formation. The skilled black-clad players following him immediately began to move. The melee players, under the lead of the Guardian, took the front row. The other ranged players stood on both sides in the back, launching a new round of attacks. Clang! The mother zombie continued to spew out little zombies to block the players' attacks. Although there were many little zombie monsters, almost all players joined the attack this time, so some attacks still hit the mother zombie to some extent. Immediately, indelible marks appeared on its exaggerated, terrifying body. It was like the arrow that Fan Xie shot earlier, which precisely pierced into a certain indescribable part. You bastard, that was totally on purpose. Chen Jingyu looked at him. Ugh. Fan Xie vomited again. Please don't say anything, I can't even look at it, how could it be on purpose, ugh. Ah, you're really asking for trouble. Chen Jingyu patted him on the back. Come on, you'll get used to it after puking a few more times. Attacking such a monster was truly a huge test of one's own endurance. Maybe because of this, everyone's output seemed to have increased. According to Chen Jingyu's estimation, the strength had increased by at least 20%. Looks like no one wants to look at it any longer. Ding! You have a new mission. Do you accept? The Lolita girl appeared again. You could tell she was in a good mood today. But Chen Jingyu was fuming. He patted himself down, realizing he hadn't brought his mouse today. Damn it, if you dare mess around, see if I don't kill you. Chen Jingyu was scared. This mother zombie was disgusting enough. If the task system issued a mission like a loving hug or a loving kiss, he would be done for. Chen Jingyu's mind was already made up. If you really dare to do this, I'll definitely never submit. But before that, I must destroy your damn task system. Yes, that's it. Chen Jingyu glared at the Lolita girl fiercely. The fierce-looking Chen Jingyu startled the Lolita girl so much she jumped. Winky face, big brother, I haven't done anything, there's no need to be this fierce, right? Just because you haven't done anything. Chen Jingyu glared at her and said, you better think carefully about what you're going to say to me, if you dare talk nonsense, let's see what I do to you. The Lolita girl was once again drenched in a waterfall of sweat. She remembered their first meeting, it was truly a mix of pain and pleasure. Wait. Chen Jingyu seemed to have noticed something. You said before, once the mission is accepted, there are only two options, success or failure, right? Yes, that's right. The Lolita girl answered carefully, still a bit guilty. Ha ha. Chen Jingyu laughed, so if I don't accept, there's no problem, right? Well. The Lolita girl seemed to hesitate about saying something. If you refuse the mission. Her voice grew smaller. The mission system will automatically shut down. What? Chen Jingyu almost jumped up. Isn't this a tyrannical clause? And all rewards previously earned will be taken back. The Lolita girl added another cruel blow. You damn bastard. Chen Jingyu jumped up in anger. Damn it, there's actually such a tyrannical clause. The key is, you really can't do anything about it. So, brother, do you accept the mission or not? Accept. Chen Jingyu gritted his teeth and said. He had already made up his mind to perish together with it. Seeing the determined expression on Chen Jingyu's face, the Lolita girl became even more guilty. A few seconds later, the mission system's prompt finally came through. Mission name, Liberation, pending completion, description, the mother zombie looks very painful, go help it. Completion conditions, restraint collar, 0/1, description, remove the collar from the mother zombie's neck. Restriction conditions, the collar can only be removed while the mother zombie is alive, otherwise, the task cannot be completed. Completion reward, enhanced screwdriver, description, and enhanced item, single use. Failure penalty, infection with zombie virus, description, enter the warm embrace of the mother zombie. Seeing the mission description, Chen Jingyu breathed a little easier. As long as it wasn't a perverted mission like Love's Embrace, the rest was manageable. Restraint collar? Chen Jingyu followed the task hint and looked towards the mother zombie's neck. Unfortunately, the mother zombie was too fat, and its neck was piled high with green skin and fat, making it hard to see if there was a collar. However, there was a restriction condition for this task, the collar could only be removed while the mother zombie was alive. This meant he would have to compete with his teammates for progress again. From his estimate, the mother zombie was at least 15 meters tall. To remove the collar stuck in that pile of fat while it was still alive would be incredibly difficult. There was no terrain in the square for Chen Jingyu to climb, and he wouldn't want to climb up the mother zombie, even if he were killed. Even without considering other factors, the mother zombie probably wouldn't agree to have a human climb on it. If someone dared to do that, there would only be one possible outcome. Slapped to death. Suaima's defensive formation had played a preliminary role. When the mother zombie was only about 20 meters away from everyone, the offensive classes blocked its steps. Countless zombies grew from the green liquid it vomited, becoming cannon fodder. The once clean and tidy square was now covered in disgusting green liquid. A large number of zombie limbs scattered on the ground. This big zombie doesn't seem as strong as we imagined. This was almost everyone's common thought. Sister, you looked so brave just now. I'm Fan Xia, what's your name? Finding a moment of respite, Fan Xia, while drawing his bow, spoke to the girl wearing big round glasses. The girl's face turned slightly red as she replied, just a bit brave, call me Mumu. Ah. Mumu, that's a nice name. Fan Xia said with a love-struck expression. It's not a Mumu, it's just Mumu. The girl in big round glasses said seriously. Okay, I got it, Mumu. I already said it's not a Mumu. The girl was a bit angry. I didn't say a Mumu, did I? Fan Xia was a bit puzzled. Let's not dwell on this. After the dungeon is over, I'll treat you to dinner, okay, Mumu? Get lost. The girl with big round glasses finally got angry. Hey, don't go, Mumu. Fan Xia looked at the girls departing back, still reluctant. Chen Jingyu, who had listened from start to finish, couldn't help but admire him. No wonder it was Fan Xia. Bro, can you help me out? Chen Jingyu asked. What do you want? Fan Xia immediately became alert. It's nothing serious, just showcase your amazing skills in picking up girls. Chen Jingyu said. That's easy for me. Fan Xia quickly woke up, not getting lost, just tell me what to do. It's simple, just have it give you the collar from its neck. Chen Jingyu pointed to the mother zombie. Get lost, you go do it yourself, ugh. Fan Xia still hadn't gotten used to the disgust. Master, does it have a collar on its neck? The gray cat looked for a long time but couldn't find it. Chen Jingyu was also having a headache about this. Since the mission system said there was one, it had to be there. It was just hidden under that pile of fat. It should be, but the meat is too much to see. Chen Jingyu explained to the gray cat. Equals Omega smiley face meow. The gray cat thought for a moment. If it can lift its head, maybe I can have a chance to grab it. Right. Chen Jingyu's eyes lit up. The gray cat's quick skill would be more than enough to deal with the slow-moving zombie mother. Moreover, they were only going to take a collar, not kill it. Let me think of a way. You get ready. Chen Jingyu fell into deep thought. Meow, then I'll go. The gray cat jumped down from his shoulder and started searching for an opportunity near the zombie mother. The person who was supposed to take the collar had been dealt with, but now how to handle the pile of fat meat became a new problem. The zombie mother's body was too large, causing it to always look down at people. As a result, the fat on its neck had accumulated even more. It wasn't clear if it was because the player's attacks had slackened, but the zombie mother began to move forward again. Boom! It was truly a step-by-step march. Every step it took, the bricks on the ground would shatter. After walking 3 or 4 steps, it was already only a dozen meters away from the group. Wow! Its large bloody mouth opened, and a foul stench came out. Along with a large amount of green saliva flying out. One after another, new little zombies crawled up from the ground. Chapter 34. The ground might be a breakthrough point. Chen Jingyu looked at the shattered bricks. If we can find a way to trip it, wouldn't the plan work? The idea sounded good, but reality was harsh. Bro, come here, let's discuss something again. Chen Jingyu beckoned at Fan Xia. Damn, this can't be anything good. Fan Xia frowned and walked over. I'll give you $100, do you want it? Chen Jingyu asked. Fan Xia instinctively straightened his body. Here? Isn't that a bit inappropriate with so many people? What the hell are you thinking? Chen Jingyu said, speechless. So what do you want? Fan Xia asked, confused. I'll give you $100, you go over, stick out a foot, and let's trip this guy, how about it? Chen Jingyu waved the $100 in his hand. Fan Xia didn't speak immediately. He looked at the zombie mother's huge foot, which was at least 480 yards long, then at his own skinny arms and legs. What do you mean by that? Fan Xia snapped, grabbing Chen Jingyu by the collar. I'm a little dumb, but I'm not an idiot. Is $100 not enough? Should I add a bit more? Chen Jingyu tried negotiating. Is this about money? Fan Xia shouted angrily, do you even have a brain? Can you trip it with your foot? Chen Jingyu was left speechless. You need to use your brain. Fan Xia, with a disappointed look, stretched out his neck and said, you need to stick your head out to trip it, do you understand? Chen Jingyu was completely confused. Fan Xia snatched the $100 from Chen Jingyu's hand, walking away while saying, next time, use your brain, got it? Don't let people laugh at you. With such thick legs, can you trip it with your legs? Big brother, I was wrong, I'll change next time. Chen Jingyu watched this brave warrior walk forward. Be careful, he shouted to Fan Xia's back. No problem. Fan Xia casually waved, looking back and pointing to his head. Remember, next time, use your brain more. Chen Jingyu. What is he doing? Li Yang walked over and asked. He's going to use his brain to trip the zombie monster. Chen Jingyu said. What the hell, is he crazy? Li Yang was shocked. I just said it casually, didn't expect him to really agree. I always thought he wasn't an idiot. Chen Jingyu was also speechless. Soon, Fan Xia's actions caught the attention of Suaima. What is he doing? Suaima yelled at Chen Jingyu and the others. At this point, the zombie mother had already gone mad. Perhaps because it got closer to the players, its attack frequency became even more vicious. A large number of small zombie monsters were being produced from the green goo. Chen Jingyu quickly said, tactical arrangements, don't panic, I'll handle it. He didn't expect Fan Xia to be so brave, charging ahead without looking back. Quickly dragging Li Yang, the two of them each holding a sharp arrow, went up to help Fan Xia. Xiega, I was just joking, let's go back. Chen Jingyu quickly caught up with Fan Xia. Joking? What joke are you talking about? Fan Xia covered his pocket. A word spoken is like water spilled. I'm definitely earning this $100. A few small zombie monsters suddenly pounced. Whoosh! Fan Xia quickly drew his bow and shot at close range, killing one. The other was also taken down by the combined efforts of Chen Jingyu and Li Yang. It's too dangerous, let's go back. Li Yang advised. No way, you guys go back first, today I must trip it. Fan Xia pointed at the mother zombie. Ugh. Almost couldn't hold back from throwing up again. It seemed like Fan Xia was determined this time. In that case, Chen Jingyu decided to play along for real, he would bet on this one. After all, this huge monster that was constantly spewing small zombies couldn't be dealt with easily by everyone in a short time. If this dragged on, they might all end up dead. It was just too tough and sturdy. So many attacks hit it, but it completely showed no signs of damage. Li Yang, since he wants to be brave this time, let's go with him. Chen Jingyu looked at Li Yang seriously. Li Yang hesitated a bit, but, does just charging in mindlessly do anything? Isn't that just throwing our heads in? Don't worry, if he really can trip the zombie monster, I have a way to deal with it. Chen Jingyu said earnestly. This. Li Yang thought for a few seconds. Alright, I believe you. Good brother. Chen Jingyu nodded firmly. While they were talking, Fan Xia had already dashed out another 2 or 3 meters. Although they didn't know what they were going to do, Suaima still arranged for fire support. The zombies near the three were wiped out in large numbers, creating a vacuum zone. Whoosh! An arrow flew past them, taking down a newly spawned zombie. Chen Jingyu instinctively covered his backside. He looked back. Lu Wensheng was not in that direction. That guy, he wouldn't be taking personal revenge, would he? Chen Jingyu suddenly felt a slight pain in his backside. The three were only about 10 meters away from the mother zombie. The good news was, it seemed the mother zombie hadn't noticed them yet. Not far from them, a gray cat was still lurking around the periphery. It didn't join the battle but waited for that fleeting opportunity. A few seconds later, the three advanced a few more meters and reached the feet of the mother zombie. At this moment, the mother zombie finally noticed them. Splash! Its foul-smelling mouth opened wide, spraying out countless green slime. The three were so scared they covered their heads and rushed away. Waiting for the slime baptism wasn't as good as charging in. Fortunately, the mother zombie was simply too tall. By the time the slime fell, the three successfully made it to its feet. Ugh! The throat of the mother zombie rolled, letting out a roar. That huge fat leg slowly lifted, looking like it was about to stomp on the three. What an opportunity! Chen Jingyu immediately shouted. At this point, the mother zombie was only using one foot to support itself. If they could trip it, it would definitely fall. The two looked at Fan Xia together. The latter, full of confidence, pointed to his head and said, "Say it again, use your brains. You two, watch closely." While speaking, Fan Xia bent down and crawled through. Taking advantage of that big fat foot not having come down yet, he slipped under it and made it to the vicinity of the other foot. The little zombie monsters squeezed out from the green slime that was just spewed. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang were surrounded by the little zombie monsters. They backed to back, waving the sharp arrows in their hands, their attention completely focused on Fan Xia. This guy, could he really be out of his mind and using his head to charge? Chen Jingyu suddenly started to worry. As the mother zombie lifted its foot to come down, the other foot slowly rose as well. It was just like the posture of an ordinary person walking. Look carefully, everyone, I'm going. Fan Xia shouted, charging forward. Chapter 35. Under the eagerly hopeful gaze of everyone, actually just Chen Jingyu, Fan Xia had already rushed to the feet of the zombie mother. To the others, it looked like Fan Xia was seeking death. But Chen Jingyu believed in him. The key was, he had no choice but to believe. Who else but Fan Xia would dare to be so brave? And one more thing was very important, Chen Jingyu understood Fan Xia very well. This guy's intelligence aside, he was quite afraid of death. If he had no confidence at all, he wouldn't charge forward to offer up his head. Even though he was surrounded by a mass of little zombies, Chen Jingyu's thoughts were all on Fan Xia. He anticipated that this guy could perform a miracle. Go for it, brother. I'm counting on you. Chen Jingyu shouted, if you can't do it, remember to return the $100 to me first. This $100, I've definitely earned it. Fan Xia shouted back. He stopped, turned sideways, bent down, and lowered his head, all in one smooth motion. At this moment, the zombie mother's hind foot had just begun to lift. Fan Xia's movements were in place, everyone was waiting for him to push forward with his head. Suaima and the others curled their lips, waiting for the moment of being crushed. Just as he said it, it happened fast. Fan Xia stretched out both hands, threw something to the ground, then quickly retracted his movements, his body shrinking back. Then he turned around, spun, and took off running. What the hell, are you playing with me? Chen Jingyu cursed. This is completely deceiving my feelings. It's more detestable than being tricked into a one-night stand. Run, what are you dawdling for? Are you stupid? Fan Xia yelled as he ran, beckoning to Chen Jingyu and Li Yang. These two guys were dumbfounded at this moment. Feeling like they had been played by Fan Xia. Run! Chen Jingyu instantly followed him. The huge fat foot of the zombie mother had already come down, closely followed by the other foot leaving the ground. But just at that moment, something strange happened. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds like ice breaking echoed from behind Chen Jingyu and the others. What's going on? In the midst of their escape, Chen Jingyu looked back and nearly dropped his jaw in shock. He saw the hind foot of the zombie mother was already wrapped in ice. That massive block of ice was visibly spreading up along the zombie mother's calf. In an instant, the entire back leg of the zombie mother was thickly encased in ice. At this moment, the zombie mother had completely lost her balance. The leg that was supposed to be lifted did not lift, and the other leg naturally stepped into thin air. The enormous body began to tilt. The entire body was falling straight forward. Suaima and others were gaping, momentarily at a loss for words. Run! It was unclear who shouted. Only then did the others awaken. If they didn't run now, wouldn't they be used as a mat by the zombie mother? With a whoosh, not a single person was left in the square. Everyone hid against the walls. The speed was so fast it shocked Chen Jingyu once more. At that moment, he was completely overshadowed by the massive body of the zombie mother. This way, come quickly. Li Yang was smart, he had already escaped from the side and was anxiously calling for Chen Jingyu. In truth, Chen Jingyu wasn't panicking, he also knew escaping from the side could be faster. The reason he was still running forward was that he wanted to find the spot on the ground where the zombie mother's neck would land after falling. At that time, if he could get there first, he could help the gray cat and get the collar together. Seeing the zombie mother's body getting closer to the ground, Chen Jingyu knew he couldn't outrun its fall anymore. He rolled on the ground, completely rolling out of the possible crushing area. He found himself right next to the zombie mother's arm. A flash of gray light zipped by. The gray cat's speed surged, overtaking from behind, and landed first on the zombie mother's neck. Boom! The massive body finally crashed heavily onto the ground. Suddenly, dust flew up, and countless fragments of bricks splashed out. The massive body of the zombie mother shook with countless rolls of fat, creating waves. The gray cat ran up but couldn't find its footing, directly being bounced away by the waves of fat. Roar! A loud roar echoed. It seemed the zombie mother had fallen hard. Chen Jingyu extended his hand, and a bronze dagger appeared in his right hand, then he sprinted madly toward the zombie mother's head. The 20 or so others, shocked by this unexpected scene, were in a daze. Suaima reacted quickly, organizing people to guard the entrance to prevent small zombie monsters from slipping in through the chaos. In just a few seconds, Chen Jingyu had already reached the side of the zombie mother. After that fall, the zombie mother lay still for a while. Chen Jingyu took 2 steps at a time, stepping on the zombie mother's huge palm and running up its arm. With each step he took, he felt himself sliding. It was as if he was walking on cotton. So very soft and bouncy. At the same time, the gray cat that had been thrown away activated its lightning flash skill again, shooting off like a beam of light. Chen Jingyu didn't want to fall behind either, spreading his arms to maintain balance as he rushed forward. Soon, the man and cat united on the shoulder of the zombie mother. But just then, the zombie mother's body suddenly shook. Its arms started to move first, appearing to push against the ground. We can't let it get up, quick! Chen Jingyu shouted, as the man and cat quickly moved forward, stepping from the zombie mother's shoulder onto its back, rapidly reaching its neck. Layers upon layers of fat piled up like hills. Now, let alone a collar, even locating its neck was no easy task. What to do? Chen Jingyu was at a loss. Meow, dive in. The gray cat realized the urgency and, with no good plan, dove headfirst into the fat. Awesome. Seeing his pet so brave, he couldn't fall behind. I'll risk it. Chen Jingyu gritted his teeth and jumped down. They landed in the middle of two pieces of fat, or finding the collar was more likely. As soon as they fell in, a terrible stench hit them. Chen Jingyu nearly suffocated. The gray cat, being smaller, began to paddle its legs, swimming its way in first. But Chen Jingyu was stuck in the middle, unable to move at all. Fortunately, the fat was soft, so while he couldn't move, he wasn't hurt. But at that moment, the zombie mother's arm seemed to have pushed against the ground, slightly lifting its head. The layers of fat also began to sway to one side. Chen Jingyu slipped out from between the fat, and he was about to roll toward the back. What the hell? Chen Jingyu cursed. He gritted his teeth and plunged the bronze dagger into a piece of fat in front of him. Chapter 36. A soft and powerless sensation came through. The bronze dagger was so sharp that when it pierced the fat on the zombie mother's neck, it couldn't penetrate, instead, it sank right in. It was like stabbing into cotton. No wonder so many attacks came through, this guy doesn't seem to be hurt at all, turns out this layer of fat protects it. Chen Jingyu finally understood. At the same time, the zombie mother's body tilted again. It struggled to rise, its whole head almost lifted up. Chen Jingyu's body immediately started to slide down again. In a panic, he jabbed the bronze dagger again. This time, the dagger sank deeper into the fat, giving him some leverage. He gripped the dagger tightly, managing to hang on to the fat. Xiao Rongrong, how are you? Unable to see the trace of the gray cat, Chen Jingyu shouted anxiously. Hearing no response. Roar! The mother zombie roared, suddenly using her strength to stand up. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking echoed. The ice that had trapped the mother zombie completely shattered. No longer bound, nothing could restrain the mother zombie anymore. Her massive body slowly stood up. Attack, focus fire. Suaima shouted desperately at the mother zombie right in front of him. This fall had brought the mother zombie to the entrance. If action wasn't taken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't shoot yet, Chen Jingyu is still up there. Li Yang shouted. Everyone stopped their hands together. Suaima immediately became furious, he didn't care about anyone else's fate. Attack, hit her. He wildly pulled the black-clothed people nearby to join the attack. These people were hired to follow orders, so they naturally listened to young Master Su's commands. Thus, over a dozen black-clothed figures launched the first wave of attacks. You idiots, if you don't attack soon, the zombie will break in. Let's see who survives then. Suaima shouted angrily. These words seemed to awaken others. Gradually, more people began to participate in the attack. Before long, except for a few colleagues in Chen Jingyu's office, everyone else frantically started attacking the mother zombie. Countless skills and arrows flew toward the mother zombie. Splash! Green slime sprayed out. People couldn't dodge in time, and many were stuck by the slime. From the slime on the ground, little zombies began to crawl out. And the slime that stuck to the players began to crazily wrap around their bodies. Oh my, what is this? Someone wrapped in slime began to tear at it frantically, trying to break free. But the slime was like a living thing, not only could it not be removed, but it became tighter and tighter. Help, could this be toxic? Someone shouted. These words spread like a plague, igniting everyone's fear. People stuck with slime became even more frantic. As for those players who had not been touched by the slime, they originally planned to help their companions but now fled as if dodging a plague. Could it really be toxic? Zhang Lan asked, a little scared. Who knows? It's better not to touch it. If we get infected and turn into zombies, that wouldn't be fun. Fan Xie said, cautiously holding his bow and arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a player was completely wrapped in slime. Accompanied by a green light, the player's body turned completely green. In an instant, the player's gaze became dull, his throat rolling as he let out screams. He actually turned his target toward the door. Stop them. Suaima, frightened, hid among the black-clothed people, pointing at this player and shouting. But this was just the first one. The other 10 or so people wrapped in green slime lost their sanity one after another. Do something, attack. Suaima shouted. But no one dared to move. These used to be living people, although these black-clothed individuals were gaming experts, they were not cold-blooded killers. Getting them to attack their companions, to kill people who had once been alive, was something they couldn't do. Besides these mutated players, the number of zombies crawling out from the ground was also astonishing. "We're doomed, it's all over," a middle-aged man screamed in despair. The zombie swarm was only 2 or 3 meters from the door. Dozens of zombies advanced toward the door. It looked as if they could not be stopped. Kill, just kill. Suaima's eyes had begun to turn red. He took out a slender sword from the virtual bag and aimed it at a zombie right in front. This was the first time he personally took action. The sword was incredibly sharp. With one strike, a little zombie monster fell down. Die. Suaimu was furious. He chopped down 2 more zombie monsters, aiming at the next target. This time it was not a zombie monster, but a human player wrapped in slime, infected. Kill. Suaimu raised his long, sharp sword high, ready to strike down hard without a moment's hesitation. Don't! Li Yang shouted, "He's human." Suaimu paused for a moment. "I don't care, anyone who stands in my way must die." Suaimu roared. He had lost his sanity. Under the threat of death, he could not care for anyone. Even if the one before him was an infected human player, even if he was uninfected, as long as he posed a threat to his life, Suaimu would not hesitate to strike. The spectators around all stared blankly. Zhonglan and other more timid females turned away, covering their eyes in fear. These were living people. "We can't let him do this." Li Yang wanted to intervene. Fan Xia pulled him back. "Don't be impulsive, he's already red with killing rage, if you go up now, he might even strike you." Fan Xia held him back. As expected, Suaimu, who had hesitated for a moment, struck down again. Splash! All eyes were focused on Suaimu. To be precise, they were focused on the sword in his hand. The sound of water from behind went unnoticed by everyone. Splash! Another round of noise followed. This time the players finally noticed. What's happening? Even Suaimu stopped his sword. Less than half a meter from the infected player. Everyone turned to look. A massive wave of green slime rushed towards them. Like a burst of flood. Help! Run fast! People began to shout. They had witnessed their companions mutate firsthand. The green slime wave before them was unavoidable. Now the only thing left to do was to wait for death. This was the mindset of almost everyone. "Woo, I don't want to die." Zhonglan cried loudly. "I don't want to either." Fan Xia shouted in response. Splash! The slime came rushing in. Everyone was engulfed in the wave of slime. Chapter 37. The wave of slime charged directly towards the gate. Everyone was unable to resist, all swept away. Splash! Countless people fell into the wave of slime, crashing towards the gate. "It's over, it's over." Suaimu closed his eyes in despair, "We're all going to die, not one can escape." Whoosh! The flood came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, everyone noticed the slime was retreating around them. Ah! Someone screamed in fright. Almost everyone frantically checked their own bodies. "Slime, quick, check if I have slime on me." Mumu, wearing big round glasses, shouted. "I'll do it." From a distance, Fan Xia immediately raised his hand. "Everyone stay still, I'll help you check." He ran over. Totally disregarding his own safety. "How are you, Mumu?" "Get lost." Meow. Accompanied by a little cat's meow, a person and a cat walked over from the square. "Is it Chen Jingyu?" Li Yang said. "It's him." Zhanglan exclaimed, pointing behind. "Huh, I'm actually fine," someone cried out in surprise. "I'm fine too, where's the slime?" another person shouted. "Look, they recovered." Under the astonished gaze of all, those players who had previously been wrapped in slime and mutated were now restored. "What's going on?" "Yeah, where are the zombie monsters?" Suaimu sat down on the ground, also confused. "Jingyu, did you do this?" Li Yang approached. Chen Jingyu held a bronze dagger in one hand and a golden yellow small collar in the other. The gray cat perched on his shoulder, looking somewhat listless and very tired. "Who is she?" Before Chen Jingyu could respond, Li Yang spotted another person in the square. A weak, disheveled girl, curled up on the ground. She was soaking wet, her long hair stuck in front of her. The water droplets kept dripping down. "What's going on? Where's the zombie monster? Why is there an extra woman?" Suaima threw out a series of questions. All eyes were focused on Chen Jingyu. At the same time, the system prompt from the game followed. A large wave of zombies has been eliminated. The players were overjoyed and in tears. Just a moment ago, they were so close to doom. The players who were infected first had almost experienced death. Now, standing here alive felt like getting a second chance at life. Suaima was almost sure that it was Chen Jingyu's doing. How did you get rid of the zombie monster? Suaima stepped forward to ask. Chen Jingyu didn't know how to answer. He couldn't just tell him that it was the task system's guidance that led him to remove the collar that bound the zombie mother, ultimately allowing her to regain her human form and turn the tide. It was completely accidental. Maybe I triggered some kind of bug? Chen Jingyu made up an excuse. What's that in your hand? Suaima noticed the collar and bronze dagger he held. The bronze dagger was nothing much, but that collar was quite unique. Chen Jingyu raised his hand. He hadn't checked what the collar truly was. The gem microscope scanned over it. Item name, binding collar. Required level, LV1. Job requirement, none. Defense, 1. Special ability, binds the wearer, keeping them in a transformed state and reducing their IQ by 95%. Description, an odd item, greatly favored by nobles. Look, that girl is running away. Suddenly someone pointed and shouted in the square. Wow, she's so white. Her figure is really nice. The players were too busy commenting, and no one went to chase after her. Who is he? Li Yang walked over and asked quietly. The zombie mother, Chen Jingyu replied. The one from just now? Fan Xie followed up, had I known she was this pretty, I wouldn't have vomited for so long. Chen Jingyu almost understood. The binding collar had imprisoned this girl, turning her into the zombie mother. Taking off the collar restored her true form and intelligence, which also solved the crisis of the zombie mother. Is it too late for me to go bring her back? Fan Xie asked. Why bring her back? Li Yang was confused. Of course, Fan Xie nodded. Li Yang, _? While they were talking, Suaima had already discussed with the black-clothed person beside him. At this moment, he stepped forward and said, the item in your hand should be dropped by the boss. According to game rules, it should be taken out and handled by the team. As he spoke, he reached out to take the binding collar from Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu instinctively dodged, replying, Are you after the peach? Suaima furrowed his brows, What do you mean? A black-clothed person stepped forward and whispered, Peach in English is peach. Suaima's anger surged up instantly. I understand English, no need for you to explain. He launched into a tirade. The black-clothed person retreated, feeling unappreciated. Suaima's face was cold. Do you want to steal equipment? Seeing an argument about to break out, Li Yang hurriedly stepped in. Sudong, don't get angry yet. Logically, this equipment should be taken out and distributed, but considering that Chen Jingyu risked his life to defeat the zombie monster and saved everyone, it's reasonable for him to keep this piece of junk, don't you think? The others remained silent. Besides, Sudong, you have plenty of equipment, why bother with this trivial item? It's not even anything special. Li Yang buttered him up, and Suaima's expression softened a bit. Who said I care about this junk? It's just that rules cannot be broken. Seeing that Suaima's tone had softened, Li Yang quickly continued to persuade him. While they were talking, Chen Jingyu was also busy and received a notification from the task system. Ding! Task liberation completed. Reward item reinforced screwdriver *1 acquired. In Chen Jingyu's hand, a small metallic wrench appeared instantly. He was afraid of attracting others' attention, so he quickly stuffed it back into his pocket. Oh, the confinement collar hasn't disappeared? Chen Jingyu was surprised. He originally thought it was a quest item that would disappear after completing the system's task. Not at all. The Lolita girl jumped out to explain. Let me clarify again, the quest system and the game system are two independent entities, so the quest system will not recover items from the game system. So that's how it is. Chen Jingyu understood. He put both the bronze dagger and the confinement collar into the virtual backpack. Now, others couldn't even reach the confinement collar. On the other side, Li Yang's persuasion still didn't have much effect. Suaima was still a bit unwilling and said, why should he enjoy something we all worked hard to get? Even if I don't want it, others need it. Chapter 38. Hearing Suaima's words, Chen Jingyu was unhappy. What have you all worked hard for together? He pointed at Li Yang and Fan Xie and said, if we're talking about effort, it was the three of us fighting together. It's just a LV1 collar, so what if I get it? Chen Jingyu had a completely indifferent expression. Are you kidding? The confinement collar was something Xiao Rongrong fought so hard to get, there's no way it would be given up so easily. Suaima exploded upon hearing this. He frowned, and the black-clad men around him immediately understood. A few stepped forward and surrounded Chen Jingyu in the middle. Li Yang became anxious too. He felt that he had almost persuaded them, but unexpectedly Chen Jingyu had annoyed him again. He stepped forward and gently pulled Chen Jingyu, whispering, a real man doesn't take unnecessary risks, there's no need to be so tough with him. Chen Jingyu replied, originally, sharing the equipment wouldn't be an issue, but I can't stand his attitude, acting like he's the boss, saying everyone has to listen to him. I'm sorry, but I won't tolerate this bad habit. You? Suaima said angrily, you don't know any better. If it weren't for me bringing so many experts here, do you really think you guys could get through the game? Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare to talk back to me? Ha ha. Chen Jingyu laughed, buddy, you really overestimate yourself. Let me tell you, even without you, there will still be others coming in, everyone can work together and complete the dungeon just the same. Ha ha. Suaima squinted his eyes, feeling a murderous intent rising in his heart. In the dungeon, robbing the items dropped by monsters and killing for loot wasn't something that hadn't happened before. There had already been several incidents reported widely online. But once out of the game dungeons, all evidence disappeared, making it impossible to confirm. Entering the game dungeon was a life and death situation, even if a couple more people died, no one would investigate. A mere unpromoted civilian, who has barely cleared a dungeon a couple of times, dares to shout at me? Suaima slowly drew his long sword from his waist, since that's the case, let's have a fair duel, do you dare? If you win, you can keep the equipment for yourself. Suaima assumed a combat stance, if you lose, kneel down and admit defeat. But let me make it clear in advance, swords have no eyes, you will bear the consequences of any injuries or deaths. What kind of person Suaima was a rich heir worth over $100 million? Ever since the mysterious website's trading system opened, he had already purchased a full set of good equipment. Chen Jingyu naturally knew this, he scanned over with his crystal glasses. Name, Suaima. Profession, assassin. Level, LV1. Talent, A. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Energy, 5. Skills, beginner sprint, beginner bleed. Description, a well-known rich second generation, cunning and arrogant, likes participating in group activities or watching others participate. Assassin, talent A. Truly infuriating, it's hard to bear seeing others have it so good. Having money is one thing, but his talents and profession were that impressive too. Even many players didn't have a single one of those profession skills, and he already had 2. Although they were all basic skills, facing other players was already an overwhelming advantage. Kid, dare you? Suaima continued to taunt, if you're not brave, then kneel. The other players also grew tense and looked at the two. Suaima loved this feeling of being watched and continued to mock, I have already given you a chance for a one-on-one. If you are a man, take up your weapon and let's have a fair duel. He had over a dozen subordinates, and if he wanted, they could rush in together. But picking on the weak was not his personal style. Even winning that way wouldn't be very glorious. Chen Jingyu smiled lightly and stepped forward carelessly. Li Yang quickly pulled him back, Jingyu, don't go. Chen Jingyu ignored his brother's warning. If he backed down now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Fine, since young Master Su wants to show off, I naturally am happy to accompany. The crystal glasses scanned the longsword in his hand, continuing to collect information. Item name, Silver Longsword. Usage level, LV1. Job requirement, Assassin. Destructive power, 5. Agility, 3. Additional ability, attack speed increased by 2%. Introduction, a knight standard sword, not bad in combat power. Just this weapon was already enough to cut Chen Jingyu down. The crystal glasses scan other parts, and Suaima was almost entirely dressed in equipment items from the game. He wore a total of 5 pieces of equipment all over his body. Jingyu, listen to your sister's advice, just lower your head and let it go. Zhang approached with a worried face and grabbed Chen Jingyu, a young man lowering his head is not shameful. Thank you, Sister Zhang, but no need to advise me. I can't lower my head. Chen Jingyu showed a determined look and smiled at Zhang Lan. But? Zhang Lan wanted to persuade again, but seeing Chen Jingyu's firm eyes, she finally let go and stopped speaking. Kid, you're quite brave. Suaima said coldly, his expression not looking good. He didn't expect Chen Jingyu to actually dare to accept the challenge. Originally, he thought scaring him would make this kid kneel and beg for mercy. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Suaima placed one hand behind his back and took a fencing stance. Chen Jingyu did not move. Silently, he took out a small wrench and a very high-tech mechanical device. He removed the crystal goggles. He didn't even know how to operate it. He simply held the enhanced screwdriver, the crystal enhancement device, and the crystal goggles together in his hand. The others didn't notice his hand at all. At that moment, the enhanced screwdriver suddenly disappeared, and the crystal enhancement device began to twist and reshape. The 3 items instantaneously merged into one. A brand new crystal goggle appeared. The appearance change was not very obvious, but the functionality had greatly improved. After wearing it, Chen Jingyu intuitively felt the enhancement brought by the crystal enhancement device. Several small red circles appeared in the crystal goggles. The circles flashed quickly, analyzing everything in front of him. Warning, target individual is dangerous. Warning, target's kill value has reached 98%. Full kill value will initiate a kill. One of the red circles instantly locked onto Suaima's longsword. Warning, silver longsword threat level 95%. Warning, please be cautious of the longsword in the target's hand. Analyzing target's vulnerabilities. The other two red circles respectively locked onto Suaima's neck and heart position. Tip, attacking here can quickly achieve a kill. Chapter 39. Chen Jingyu knew that the crystal goggles were his only reliance. If he wanted to defeat the fully armed Suaima, the crystal goggles were the key. He slowly took out the bronze dagger. The others, seeing the two in a standoff, quickly stepped back. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. Chen Jingyu had no fighting skills at all, let alone any techniques. Even if the two were just struggling, Suaima could easily overpower Chen Jingyu with just that slender sword of about 1 meter. The endless tide of zombies is about to strike. Quantity, 10,000. Introduction, eliminate all zombies and confront the final zombie king. Countdown, 20.2h. The game system's prompt sounded again. A full 10,000 zombies must be eliminated to have a chance against the final zombie king. Chen Jingyu glanced at the countdown time, which matched the remaining time of the dungeon. In other words, this should be the last wave of monsters. Everyone received the prompt, and everyone's nerves tightened once more. Li Yang saw this and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Su, the monsters are coming again, I think we should skip the competition?" Skip it? Suaima's eyes widened, impossible. Saying this, he directly raised his sword and stabbed forward. In the crystal stone scope, a red circle locked onto the tip of the sword in an instant. Warning, target's right side lower abdomen, please beware of dodging. Along with the flashing red circle, a virtual attack route was marked out. It was also a bright red, warning of the impending danger. Wow, he can even predict the attack route. Chen Jingyu felt a thrill in his heart. The enhanced crystal stone scope brought him enough surprise. But now there was a serious problem. That was, it was time to test Chen Jingyu's reaction ability. Just as he thought, a sword stabbed in. It was instantaneous. Chen Jingyu didn't have time to think, twisting his waist sharply to the left. Almost simultaneously, the silver longsword brushed past his waist. Ha! Suaima was momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't believe the fact before him. He had practiced this move solidly for half a month. Even his swordsmanship teacher praised him for his talent. To avoid such a sudden attack, was he really able to do it? It must be a coincidence. Suaima comforted himself. I don't believe you can dodge again? The longsword swept across, changing from a stab to a slash, the blade headed straight for Chen Jingyu's abdomen. Warning, target's kill count is full. Warning, please retreat immediately. This time, not only did it predict the opponent's attack route, but it even told Chen Jingyu the way to retreat. Chen Jingyu dared not think any further and stepped back immediately. A flash of silver light passed before him. The silver longsword swept past, almost hitting him. Though he avoided it, Chen Jingyu's heart raced, and cold sweat dripped down his back. At that moment, facing that professional killer at home, he hadn't felt this much fear. He really could have died just then. Suaima truly had murderous intent. Chen Jingyu didn't care anymore. In the crystal stone scope, a green circle suddenly appeared. The locked position was noticeably Suaima's left neck. Tip, target shows a flaw, can complete a quick kill. At that moment, Suaima's move was outdated, the horizontal slash missed, leaving him without the next move. His left neck was thus exposed in front of Chen Jingyu. It was just right for his right hand holding the bronze dagger, needing only a swift thrust. Thump. Thump. In an instant, Chen Jingyu's heartbeat accelerated wildly. His right hand thrust forward violently. There were no fancy movements, just a simple stabbing action. Suaima was instantly startled, his pupils dilating. He wanted to evade but could no longer escape. Instinctively, he raised his left arm to block it, fear written all over his eyes. Don't. In the blink of an eye, no one reacted in time. Schlick. With blood boiling, Chen Jingyu seemed to hear the dagger slicing through flesh. The sharp bronze dagger cut through Suaima's left arm, stabbing towards his neck. A sharp pain surged into his brain. By the time the others reacted, Chen Jingyu's dagger was already pressed against Suaima's neck. How is this possible? Suaima's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe the fact he was witnessing. At the critical moment, Chen Jingyu forcibly halted his hand. Just then, he almost stabbed in for real. He stopped suddenly, breaking into a cold sweat, panting heavily. Jingyu, stop now! Li Yang shouted, finally realizing. In fact, Chen Jingyu had already stopped. If he truly wanted to kill Suaima, no one could have stopped him. You lost. Chen Jingyu said indifferently. No, that's impossible. Suaima still couldn't accept reality. I can't lose, I still have 2 skills I haven't used. Who told you to be such a fool and not use your skills? Chen Jingyu fired back directly. You. Suaima instantly became even more furious. He regretted it now. He regretted it deeply. Why was he so arrogant? Why did he underestimate his opponent? Why didn't he use all his skills from the start? What about me? Chen Jingyu pressed his dagger slightly, and immediately Suaima's neck turned red. Give it to me. He snatched the silver longsword from his hand. At once, several black-clad men stepped forward in fear. Don't move! Chen Jingyu placed the silver longsword on Suaima's neck and pointed the bronze dagger at the black-clad men. Anyone who dares to come closer, I'll kill this kid right here. Everyone, step back! Suaima hurriedly shouted. Chen Jingyu smiled, surprised at how cooperative his opponent was. He tapped Suaima's face with the bronze dagger. Kid, you're smart enough. He didn't treat his opponent like a human being at all, not giving him any face. You see, when has Suaima ever been treated this way? Since the day he was born, he's been treated like a king, enjoying endless wealth. Everyone around him pampered him, catered to him. Even his own parents never said a harsh word to him. Kid, either kill me, or you'd better be polite and let me go. Otherwise, you're going to regret it. Suaima shouted angrily. Oh, you still have some backbone. Chen Jingyu looked Suaima up and down, continuing, since you want me to kill you so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. No. The others quickly shouted. Suaima clenched his neck. You think I'm scared of you? If you kill me, you won't live either. Good point. Chen Jingyu nodded thoughtfully. His bronze dagger slid across Suaima's body and finally stopped at his lower abdomen. In that case, I guess I won't kill you. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, they lost their composure again. Chen Jingyu slowly said. Then let's start by removing your kidney. Chen Jingyu, with a serious face, held the bronze dagger and began to measure around Suaima's waist as if searching for the right spot to strike. The bold young master, who seemed unafraid of death, instantly changed his expression. Oh, let's talk, buddy, don't make a move just yet. Suaima shouted repeatedly. It's just a kidney, don't panic too much. Chen Jingyu carefully measured the spot. Actually, everyone has 2 kidneys, so losing one shouldn't affect your stamina much. Winky face, Suaima was sweating like a waterfall. Stamina my foot. It's not just stamina, without it, he might not even have basic fighting ability left. How about you just kill me already? Suaima carefully negotiated with him. Don't be like that. Suaima comforted him, we're all civilized people, don't be so quick to fight and kill, just take the kidney and let's call it even. 1 kidney to settle all debts, what do you think? With that, he was about to make a move. Suaima looked terrified. Wait. Let's talk, I'll give you all my equipment, the silver longsword too, it's all yours, just spare me. Oh, don't worry about it. I wasn't eyeing your gear, Chen Jingyu shook his head, rejecting. No. Suaima quickly shouted, I'm giving it to you willingly, please, just take it. All the equipment? Chen Jingyu said reluctantly, oh, how troublesome. Please, I beg you, just take it. Suaima was on the verge of tears, facing this guy, who was not only cunning and sly but also despicable to the extreme. To make up for your difficulty, how about I compensate you a little for your mental distress? This. Chen Jingyu's heart stirred. Well, since you are the chairman's son and we are all familiar with each other, I guess I have no choice but to oblige. Chen Jingyu put away the bronze dagger and finally asked, is this not difficult for you? Not difficult, not difficult. It's what I should do. Suaima tried hard to appear truly sincere. Alright then, everyone bear witness, it was Director Su's voluntary choice, I didn't force him at all. Suaima quickly shook his head, I wasn't forced, I volunteered. Only then did Chen Jingyu release him. Once Suaima freed himself, he hurriedly slipped into the crowd of black-clothed figures, afraid of being taken hostage again. Chen Jingyu handed the silver long sword to Li Yang, you lack a weapon, take this for now. Li Yang hesitated, is this okay? Shouldn't we just return it to him? Return it? Forget it. Just look at how embarrassed he would be to ask for it back. Chen Jingyu replied. This. Li Yang glanced at Suaima hiding in the crowd and thought for a moment. He felt Chen Jingyu was right, with so many people watching, returning it to Suaima would be too embarrassing for him. Better to find an opportunity and return it to him privately. With this in mind, Li Yang took the silver longsword. Just as their one-on-one fight had ended, sounds erupted from the street. The game system didn't leave much time for everyone to rest. A horde of zombie monsters appeared on the street, charging toward the square. This wave of zombies was clearly faster than the previous ones. Suaimal whispered a few words to the people around him, and the previous guardian stepped out and said, "Please take your positions, stick to the previous team arrangements and hold your ground. Please note, we no longer have any chances for mistakes. If even one more zombie enters, we all will die." The guardian's words awakened everyone once again. This time there were a full 10,000 zombies. This was not a joke. Everyone was reminded once more that this was a game instance with an extremely high death rate. The crowd started to disperse. Chen Jingyu and his group returned to the small door on the left. After such a long time of recovery, Zhang Ji, who had previously lost his fighting ability, stood up again. But his face was still a bit pale. Lu Wencheng continued to act as the squad leader, arranging the roles of the team. Still, Zhang Ji, Li Yang, and another fighter stood at the forefront. Lu Wencheng, Fan Xie, and another gunslinger girl, Zhang Yan, were the core of the team's output. As the secret mage, Zhang Lan was assigned a new task by Zhang Ji. "Secret mage, don't participate in the attack yet. Save your energy, wait for my command before using your skills. If I don't say anything, absolutely don't release your skills, understood?" Zhang Lan nodded, indicating he understood. This arrangement was made to prevent unexpected situations. The secret mage's skills had small area attack damage and could quickly clear out some zombies. While the zombie horde had not crossed the street yet, Li Yang and Chen Jingyu pulled Fan Xie to a corner. "Kid, hurry up and say, what was that freezing just now?" Li Yang threatened. He. Fan Xie looked very pleased. "Skill, do you understand skills?" "Ha! Where did you get that skill?" Chen Jingyu asked. "Quickly say what kind of skill it is." Li Yang also asked. "Of course, I bought a skill book." Fan Xie looked like a little person who had succeeded. "Let me tell you, this skill is called Ice Trap, a manually triggered trap spell that can restrict the enemy's movement." Chen Jingyu suddenly understood. No wonder this kid dared to earn that $100. He knew this guy was a bit foolish but definitely not brainless. The large block of ice that just wrapped around the zombie mother's calf must have been the trap working. "Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? You made me worry for nothing." Chen Jingyu said fiercely, as a mental compensation, "Quickly pay me back 100. You want a peach to eat?" Fan Xie spat at him. "You little brat are quite something." Li Yang looked at Fan Xie and said, "You got a powerful weapon and still have money for skill books. Quickly tell me, where did you get the skill books?" As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, as if thinking of something, he suddenly stopped talking. The three fell into silence together. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. "Oh!" Lu Wencheng, who was observing the enemy, suddenly exclaimed. Fan Xie trembled all over. "What ant?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Who is talking about Ant Wang?" "Chen Jingyu." "Li Yang." The three fell silent again. "Ant Wang is really nice." Li Yang glanced at Chen Jingyu, full of envy. "I said it's not Ant Wang, are you annoying?" Fan Xie looked exasperated. "Did you meet a new ant again?" Chen Jingyu asked seriously. "I didn't, I'm actually loyal." Fan Xie started to speak but closed his mouth. But when he saw the looks from his two troublesome friends, he couldn't help but shout, "Whoever mentions Ant Wang again, I won't let it go." All right, let's not talk about it." Li Yang quickly comforted. "Yeah, let's not talk about it." Chen Jingyu also said. After a few seconds of silence, the two said in unison, "Is Ant Wang pretty?" Chapter 41. There are these two troublesome friends, and Fan Xie also admits he is unlucky. Beside, observing the enemy situation, Lu Wencheng also discovered a new situation. "Look, this wave of zombies are not the same type. The zombies in the back seem to have armor." Due to the distance and the dense crowd of zombies, everyone couldn't see clearly. Not long after, the front zombies had crossed the road and reached the edge of the square. The road behind, all the way to the opposite building, wherever there were gaps, it was occupied by zombies. If someone with a fear of crowded places saw this, they would probably feel very uncomfortable. "Look, the zombies in the back are actually wearing hats," Lu Wencheng shouted. Everyone hurriedly stood on tiptoe to look, and as the zombie group slowly approached, they finally saw clearly. That is a roadblock? The red and yellow striped roadblock, shaped like a tall hat, was currently being dragged by the zombies on the ground. "Look, there are zombies with iron barrels on their heads." Someone discovered something new. Everyone fell silent together. They all thought of one thing. "I really miss the pea shooter," Chen Jingyu said. How about I go to the kitchen and take a look? Fan Xie also said, maybe I can find a bomb pepper or something. You're mixing stories, you two. Li Yang reminded. At this moment, the ordinary zombies at the front had entered the range of the long-range profession. With a command from the commander, a torrent of attacks rushed toward the crowd of zombies. The zombies at the very front were roughly the same strength as the little zombie monsters from the first wave, and soon, their bodies piled up all over the ground. However, as the zombies carrying roadblocks got closer, the attacks became noticeably more difficult. It seemed that this group of zombies had a sort of protective shield on them. Originally, a single arrow could take out a zombie, but now, the arrows were actually bouncing off. At this rate, the zombies behind might not be able to hold on. Chen Jingyu worriedly said. If we categorize this last wave of zombies, the zombies with roadblocks are currently in the second stage. In the back, there are also zombies carrying iron barrels. And beyond that, there are even more unknowns. At this time, if even the second stage is so difficult to fight, let alone the final boss, the Zombie King, for this dungeon. Soon, the zombie tide approached the players. The melee professions, waiting nearby, instantly charged forward. Li Yang had a new weapon, and at this moment, he was full of confidence, eager to show off his skills. General Melon, let's see who can kill more enemies. Li Yang shouted at Fan Xie. You're the melon, your whole family is a melon. Fan Xie shot an arrow out. The arrow grazed Li Yang and hit a zombie, knocking its obstacle off its head. Li Yang casually waved his hand, helping to take down the zombie. Looking back, Fan Xie's arrow was still aimed in his direction, and he quickly instinctively covered his butt. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Li Yang admitted defeat. The scene of Zhang Ji being hit by 3 arrows was still vivid in his mind. What a mighty and glorious man he used to be, until an arrow hit his butt. Li Yang certainly did not want to become the second person to be hit in the butt. Speaking of butts, Li Yang recalled the very fair-skinned woman. Jingyu, where do you think that woman went after the big zombie disappeared? Chen Jingyu shook his head. Actually, he had some guesses in his heart. The woman, like the gray cat, used to be a character in the game. But now that the game and reality have merged, they have all become real existences. They have their own thoughts, and there is no difference from living people anymore. But he wondered what she had been through. How could such a beautiful girl turn into such an ugly, disgusting zombie mother? If we can find her, we might get some clues to pass the level. As soon as Chen Jingyu had this thought, the Lolita girl jumped out. As if to verify that his guess was correct, a task was thrown directly at him. Ding, you have a new task, do you accept? Ha ha. Your tasks are getting shorter and clearer. Chen Jingyu joked. Before, you liked to add some lines and introductions, now you just throw out the task. // // omega / I'm just afraid you'll use the mouse. Honestly, are you really that afraid of the mouse? You seem to be enjoying it. Chen Jingyu asked, confused. *omega*, I hate it. So do you actually like the mouse or not? Chen Jingyu asked. Just a little bit liked it. Well, that's okay, just release the task, brother won't treat you badly. Chen Jingyu said with a sly smile. Accept the task. Task name, find the hidden girl, pending completion, description, find her and help her. Completion condition, help her break free from the Zombie King's control, description, the Zombie King has imprisoned her and used the most vicious curse. Time limit, 1H. Completion reward, time capsule, description, it is rumored that the capsule seals time. Failure penalty, accept the Zombie King's curse, description, become the zombie father. The task was a bit flashy, and the reward was somewhat baffling. After reading it, Chen Jingyu felt completely at a loss. Where should I go to find the girl? There must be some hint, right? Chen Jingyu asked, and what is this reward time capsule? Oh, the task can only be explored by Big Brother himself, as for the task reward you'll know when you get it. Chen Jingyu had no way out. It seemed that he could only slowly search in the dungeon space. However, that girl seemed to have run towards the direction where the zombie tide was coming. That is to say, she went to the other side of the road. Looking at the dense zombies on the road, Chen Jingyu felt numb. The task needed to be completed within an hour, so it's better to act early. If he became the zombie father, then he could only double date with that girl. Thinking about it that way, it didn't seem so bad. But let's forget it. The image of turning into a zombie mother was just too much to handle. Hey, old Lu, I'm feeling a bit unwell in my stomach, I'm going to find a place to ease myself. Chen Jingyu made an excuse and quickly slipped away. First disappearing from everyone's sight, then he would have the chance to complete the task. Lu Wenchen watched Chen Jingyu leave, shaking his head helplessly. Lazy people sure have a lot of problems? But he also didn't expect Chen Jingyu to actually accomplish anything. Although he had won against Su Aimo in a one-on-one, he was still a civilian profession. Leaving the crowd, Chen Jingyu secretly sneaked to the corner, continuing forward towards the far left, stopping only when hitting an air wall. It was more than 300 meters away from the gate. Chapter 42. The edge of the instance is far from the players, and with the green belt as a barrier, they cannot see Chen Jingyu at all. Here, far from the gate, there are no zombie monsters. Chen Jingyu crossed the road and reached the opposite side. The size of the instance is unknown. The location of the zombie king is also unknown. Every step Chen Jingyu took was extremely careful, afraid to accidentally give a blood point to the zombie king. Unlike the vastness of the square, this side of the road is filled with towering shops, and behind them is a residential area. Once inside the shop area, Chen Jingyu did not choose to enter any of the shops, because the chance of finding people hiding inside was low. At that time, the girl who transformed from the zombie mother ran towards that direction. Chen Jingyu looked far ahead. That place is right opposite the entrance of an office building. If he followed this route to search, the chance of encountering something would be greater. But at this moment, that place was already occupied by a massive horde of zombies. Zombies wearing roadblock hats are nearly cleared. At this time, the main force consists of those zombies with iron barrels on their heads. Behind them is a large group of red zombies dressed in red rugby outfits. They moved quickly. Other zombies shuffle forward in little steps, but these zombies dressed in rugby outfits are all running with their arms outstretched. If it weren't for the blocking of the zombies with iron barrels, these running zombies would have likely surpassed them. Master, there is a scent of zombies ahead, the gray cat twitched its nose and said. Before them was a small alley between two rows of shops. A candied chestnut stall was set up at the alley entrance. There was only a gap left for one person to pass through. Chen Jingyu didn't think much about it and squeezed sideways through. After walking a few steps forward, it was still a maze of alleys behind. I didn't expect such a prosperous urban business circle to hide such old alleys behind. Chen Jingyu quickly moved forward. The scent detected by the gray cat could very likely belong to that girl or the zombie king. The alley was complex, but Chen Jingyu didn't care too much and followed the gray cat's guidance, heading west. At the corner, a shadow flashed by. Chen Jingyu barely managed to dodge and avoid a collision. Who? The bronze dagger was instantly gripped in his hand. A zombie? Chen Jingyu felt a chill run down his spine. Just now he almost ran into the arms of a zombie. Monster name, brainless zombie, special. Type, undead. Level, LV10. Description, where did the brain go? The zombie's eyes were vacant, clearly not taking Chen Jingyu seriously, its whole body swaying as if it could fall at any moment. Look, there are many more over there, the gray cat reminded. Chen Jingyu looked in the direction indicated and saw that indeed there were wandering special zombies everywhere along the way. They seemed not to notice Chen Jingyu at all, just unconsciously swaying around. Let's follow them to see, perhaps there will be a harvest. Chen Jingyu said to the gray cat, indicating to discuss with it. The gray cat nodded in agreement. Chen Jingyu didn't disturb the zombies in front but carefully bypassed them, searching towards the direction with the wandering zombies. Wherever these brainless zombies were, he would go that way. A few minutes later, he could no longer find the next wandering zombie. The gray cat's brows also furrowed. Such a terrifying scent. Where? Chen Jingyu asked. The gray cat looked up, gazing ahead. There, it appeared to be a large shed of a vegetable market. Let's go. Chen Jingyu motioned the gray cat, and the two crouched down to run towards the shed, pressing close to the low wall. Upon entering the shed, they found it empty. This was indeed a vegetable market. Countless vegetable stalls were arranged inside, which had once been the place where vendors displayed their goods. In all directions, there was no sign of movement. Chen Jingyu moved through it all, observing everything around him. Over there, the gray cat suddenly shouted. The other exit of the greenhouse seemed like a slaughterhouse. It's where chickens and sheep were usually killed. Man and cat hurried over, and as soon as they stepped out of the greenhouse, they found a standing cutting board. A girl, stripped of everything, was tied to the cutting board at that moment. Found it! Chen Jingyu exclaimed with joy. He recognized her, this was the former mother of zombies. Wow, so dazzling. Chen Jingyu sighed. The girl didn't expect that players could find this place at that moment. Who are you? Chen Jingyu slowly approached. The girl's figure was truly stunning, not a single bit of excess fat on her body. Where it should be thin, it was thin, where it should be full, it was doubly full. Don't you think it's very rude to stare at a girl like this? The girl, noticing that Chen Jingyu didn't speak and didn't hide his gaze, said somewhat unhappily. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, his seasoned face not showing a hint of embarrassment. Don't worry, we are here to save you. Just you two? Humph. The girl looked disdainful. Of course, you don't believe me? Chen Jingyu stepped closer and circled around, seemingly observing the cutting board, but also admiring it from all angles. I'll untie the ropes and get you down. As Chen Jingyu spoke, his dragonclaw hand reached out. You, where are you stretching your hand? The girl twisted her body left and right, trying to avoid Chen Jingyu's grasp. Suddenly, the light shot out in brilliant rays, extremely dazzling. Ah, sorry, I'm used to it. Chen Jingyu stared intently, his hands moving to the sides, starting to untie the ropes binding the girl's hands. Master, you are bleeding again. The gray cat kindly extended its little paw to wipe for him. Master's health doesn't seem good recently, he must have been injured back when he stormed into that bloody killing field and hasn't fully recovered. The gray cat thought anxiously. Soon, Chen Jingyu untied one rope, and the girl's right arm regained its ability to move. So white! Chen Jingyu involuntarily exclaimed. The girl crossed her right arm in front of her, frowning in displeasure. What did you say? Ah, I mean this rope is very white, huh? Chen Jingyu shook the rope in his hand and said. You. The girl was furious, gritting her teeth. Hurry and untie my other hand. Coming right up. Chen Jingyu didn't look away and changed positions to start untying the ropes. If there was a competition for unlocking buckles blindly in the world, Chen Jingyu would definitely rank in the top 3. Soon, all the ropes binding both hands were untied. The girl quickly tugged at the thick rope around her waist. Then her feet. After Chen Jingyu being refused a few times to help, the girl finally untied all the ropes binding her. She hugged her arms in front of her, squatted down, and looked up at Chen Jingyu, saying, Can you? She was a bit shy to say it. Can I borrow your shirt to wear for a bit? Chapter 43. No way. Chen Jingyu decisively refused. This is my only t-shirt, if I give it to you, won't I be left exposed? His eyes shone brightly, staring at her. Who wants to see you? The girl was so angry her teeth itched. This guy was truly shameless. Those eyes seemed to be planted on her body. And he said that she wanted to look at him? Pfft, what a beautiful thought. Shameless scoundrel. The girl cursed Chen Jingyu in her heart repeatedly. The more she thought, the angrier she became. You, vile person, I'll kill you. The girl was completely furious. Her black pupils instantly turned into dark green. With a wave of her hand, her nails grew at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were dozens of centimeters long. Shining with a greenish glow. Where did you get your nails done? They're quite nice, Chen Jingyu asked seriously. Then let me show you properly. The girl suddenly sprang up from the ground. Warning, target person is dangerous. Warning, target person's kill value is full. Warning, the other party is attacking the throat, please dodge. Chen Jingyu was startled. This girl is coming at him with all her might right from the start. He hurriedly stepped back and explained loudly, Don't do it. I am your lifesaver. Then I'll leave you a whole corpse. The girl gritted her teeth and said. She truly hated this shameless person to the core. With claws shining coldly, she swiped from above her head. If it weren't for the crystal lens showing the path of attack, Chen Jingyu would have almost not dodged the strike. Damn, she's serious. Chen Jingyu turned around and ran. Help, attempted murder. You. The girl was nearly fainted with anger. Having no time to care about her embarrassing situation, she raised her hand and chased after him. Chen Jingyu also set a new record. Being chased by a girl who cared nothing for her image was a first for him. Not just him, probably few people in the world had experienced such treatment. The two of them circled around the vegetable market's greenhouse, running for more than 10 laps without stopping. The gray cat watching from afar looked puzzled, just observing the two spinning in circles. Finally, Chen Jingyu stopped. He was nearly out of breath. Huff. If you have the ability, don't chase. The girl behind him bent over, gasping for air, her chest rising and falling. If you have the ability, don't run. If you don't chase me, I won't run. You don't run, I won't chase. The two fell into a deadlock. At least. I'm your lifesaver, right? Not to mention pledging myself, it's unnecessary to go this far. Chen Jingyu managed to catch his breath a bit. Humph, just untie 2 ropes and you say you're my lifesaver? The girl refused to back down. What about this? Chen Jingyu took out the restraining collar. It's you. The girl's expression suddenly became serious. She only remembered suddenly waking up and finding herself in the square. She had no idea who helped her. Seeing her like this, Chen Jingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, proudly saying, See, I didn't lie. I saved you from that state, how about considering pledging yourself in return? The girl stopped chasing, planted her feet, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face, her eyes even curving with laughter. She extended a finger and beckoned to Chen Jingyu, then come over. Her expression was flirtatious, her words frivolous. Chen Jingyu swallowed hard, instinctively taking a small step back. This woman was truly a bit dangerous. What's wrong? You don't dare to take it? The girl smiled charmingly. Ha! How dare she provoke him like this? Chen Jingyu's temper flared. He barely held it back on the spot. Let's talk about the future matters later. Chen Jingyu said helplessly, can I ask a question first? Been in love? The girl responded sincerely. Dizzy. The people in this game world also know this phrase? Chen Jingyu waved his hand, not asking that. It's the first time. The girl answered again. Chen Jingyu felt dizzy. If it weren't for him holding back, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stand it. There was still a zombie king somewhere behind him, and Chen Jingyu truly didn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, this woman was too dangerous, she might just be luring him in intentionally. Forget it, let's get straight to the point. Chen Jingyu was speechless. First question, where is the zombie king? Second question, who are you really? Are you with the player camp or the monster camp? The girl's expression suddenly turned serious, her eyes appearing hollow as she blankly stared in Chen Jingyu's direction. The first question is easy to answer, just look behind you. Behind? Chen Jingyu scoffed. This was a trick he had been playing since he was 3, did she think she could fool him with this? Meow the gray cat quickly ran over. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled with loud noises. Chen Jingyu frowned. Xiao Rongrong, what are you up to again? He thought it was still the same trick from the subway station. Meow, not me. The gray cat jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder, facing backward. Boom! Boom! The ground continued to shake. As for the second question, the girl said solemnly, that's a good question. But I don't want to answer you right now. If I can survive, I will tell you. Saying this, the girl directly turned around and dashed toward a nearby alley. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a loud sound erupted. The earth shook violently. It felt as if an earthquake had struck. Buildings nearby rapidly collapsed. The walls under the vegetable market's canopy also began to topple down in large sections. The girl who had just rushed out came back again. Her expression was serious as she faced Chen Jingyu. Oh no, could this really be happening? Chen Jingyu slowly turned around. A thick, cement-like leg, as stout as a pillar, was planted directly on the ground. Rubble and dust flew in all directions. A massive figure towering several meters appeared before them. Chains wrapped around its body, muscles bulging like dragons. This was not a zombie king, it was clearly a humanoid ancient beast. Warning, target extremely dangerous. Warning, according to system analysis, your survival rate is less than 1%. Target weakness analysis in progress. Warning, given your combat power, the target has virtually no weaknesses. With each step the zombie king took, the ground trembled violently. Chen Jingyu slowly stepped back, aligning himself with the girl on the same front. Why did you run back? Chen Jingyu asked. The girl said with a blank expression, all the paths are blocked by it. Is it really the zombie king? This was almost a question he already knew the answer to. The girl shot him a look and didn't respond. It's the zombie king, and you are the mother of zombies. Don't you have any connection? Chen Jingyu asked again. A flash of killing intent crossed the beautiful girl's dark green eyes. Want to die? I can fulfill that for you right now. Calm down, I'm just curious. Curiosity can lead you to ask it. The girl pointed at the zombie king. Do you want me to take you there? Chapter 44. Seeing the girl's serious expression, Chen Jingyu knew she could really do it. He quickly said, forget it, I still feel safer with you. At this moment, the zombie king had already stepped closer. It stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the two of them. You, the zombie king spoke, you betrayed me. Its voice was deep, but the pronunciation was unclear, buzzing in the ears. Its arms hung down, with thick chains wrapped around each one, extending to the ground. At the end of the chains, huge stones were also tied. It was unsure if they were its weapons or shackles. Hearing the zombie king's words, Chen Jingyu looked back at the girl. His expression suggested there was indeed a connection. The girl's expression was icy and she remained silent. I have another question, Chen Jingyu whispered. I advise you not to speak, the girl's cold voice came, if you don't want to die. She seemed to have already guessed that it wasn't a good question. Oh. Chen Jingyu replied, feeling wronged. After 2 seconds, he said, but I still want to ask. The girl frowned and stopped talking. Her eyes were scanning the surrounding terrain, as if searching for an escape route. It's so big, and you're so small. How can you? Before Chen Jingyu could finish his words, the gem binocular suddenly lit up with urgent red warnings. Warning, target's kill value is full. Warning, the opponent is attacking your throat, please take cover. Clawing with a green blow swept toward him. Chen Jingyu was startled. Fortunately, the gem binocular marked the attack route, and he quickly stepped back, ducking just in time. The girl seemed to not expect him to respond so quickly. Without pursuing further, she coldly said, "This is your last warning. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." Although it seemed he had narrowly avoided the attack, Chen Jingyu knew how dangerous it had just been. Looks like I need to add more agility attribute points in the future, or my reactions won't be enough. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. From then on, in the world, there would probably be another agile monster. The Zombie King saw that no one answered him, and an angry expression filled his face. He roared and hammered the ground, creating a loud and intense noise. This guy is nothing like the slow mother zombie from before. Not only is he big and strong, but his movements are also very quick. Chen Jingyu estimated that if he got too close, he would be smashed into meat paste. Do you have any good ideas? Chen Jingyu asked, risking his life. Yes. The girl replied without hesitation. Chen Jingyu was overjoyed, quickly say. Kill yourself, offer yourself to him, and then I'll go apologize to him, the girl slowly said. Sigma, this. Chen Jingyu was shocked. Big sister, you can't play like that. Don't be like this, we are partners wearing the same pants, tied to the same rope, standing on the same front. Chen Jingyu rushed to make 3 comparisons. The pants are yours, I'm not wearing them, the girl said flatly. Chen Jingyu took off his t-shirt and handed it over. Thinking carefully, it was indeed a bit over the line. The girl didn't waste time and quickly put Chen Jingyu's t-shirt on herself. The large t-shirt completely covered her figure, with the hem just covering her thighs. A t-shirt served as both a shirt and pants. Having lost the chance to enjoy the beautiful scenery, Chen Jingyu's intelligence returned to the forefront. He remembered his system mission. System little sister, pull up the mission panel. Received. The Lolita girl appeared on the crystal goggles. Mission name, find the hiding girl, to be completed, description, find her and help her. Completion condition, help her escape from the Zombie King's control. Description, the Zombie King has imprisoned her and used the most vicious curse. Time limit, 29 minutes. Completion reward, time capsule, description, it is rumored that the capsule sealed time. Failure punishment, accept the Zombie King's curse. Description, become the zombie father. Chen Jingyu took a glance at the mission. There were still 29 minutes left until the mission deadline. The key to this mission should be the curse on the girl. If you have no good ideas, I might have one that could solve the problem, but it requires your cooperation, Chen Jingyu said sincerely while looking at the girl. If it's a dirty trick, I advise you not to say it, the girl fixed her gaze on Chen Jingyu. Come on, am I that kind of person? Chen Jingyu's face flushed red for the rare time. He didn't even fully believe those words himself. Back to the point. Chen Jingyu seriously asked, is there a curse on you? He stared at 2 very obvious abnormal parts. The girl frowned and finally nodded, saying, that's right, I am cursed by the Zombie King. How can it be broken? Chen Jingyu quickly asked. You ask it. The girl pointed at the Zombie King. The next moment, a sound of breaking air came. Whoosh! The girl's expression changed instantly, and then she rolled on the ground to escape. Chen Jingyu had yet to understand the situation. He had observed too closely just now, which caused him to be unprepared. When he turned to look, a huge boulder rapidly enlarged in front of him. Sigma, what the hell? Boom! The boulder directly landed on his face, giving him a buff. Boulder blessing, dizziness plus 100, lasting 10 minutes. Additional effect, facial contour plus 5, slightly altered the shape of the nose, greatly changed the skin color of the nose. Chen Jingyu fell on his back, taking a long time to recover. Meow. Fortunately, the gray cat had escaped earlier, otherwise, with its small body, it would have likely been crushed by the boulder. The Zombie King was already furious. He was madly destroying the surrounding buildings. Chen Jingyu lay on the ground, and the crystal goggles activated automatic scanning. Analyzing target. Monster name, Zombie King. Type, undead. Level, LV-15. Skills, enemy binding array, iron chain whip, strong abduction. Talent skills, chaos curse, malicious curse. Description, the ultimate boss of the large instance guardian mansion, with a violent temperament. Likes to spread curses everywhere. The enhanced crystal lens can scan and analyze a lot of new information. Among the extra skill scanning results, there's quite a bit of useful data. The opponent is a LV-15 ultimate boss, while I am just a LV-3 weak civilian. The gap is simply too large. My gaze shifted to the girl who had just dodged to the side. I wonder how much combat power she still has. Target perspective activated. Chapter 45. First layer of perspective completed. Chen Jingyu felt embarrassed. This crystal lens is getting smarter by the minute. It even guesses the latent thoughts deep inside its owner. But I clearly just wanted to scan. Chen Jingyu instantly felt that this thing was a bit of an idiot. Besides, what's so fascinating about perspective? It's much more interesting to see half of it. Especially those two special spots, they need to be well observed for added flavor. Target analysis in progress. Name, Sen Qing. Occupation, fighter, mutated. Level, LV-10. Talent, A. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Spirit, 9. Stamina, 15. Energy, 15. Skills, Bloodthirst, Heavy Strike. Description: a genius fighting girl, imprisoned by the Zombie King to become the mother of zombies, infected with the Chaos Curse and the Malicious Curse. Chaos Curse, may fall into chaos at any time, losing rationality, attack speed plus 100%, attack damage plus 100%. Malicious Curse, infected to become a super zombie, can evolve into the mother of zombies, losing all rationality and memories, lasting 1 hour. So the girl became the mother of zombies because of the Malicious Curse. And since the Malicious Curse has a time limit, it's naturally paired with the Binding Collar. Chen Jingyu understood. Could it be that she is still a zombie now? Chen Jingyu was a bit confused, but her attribute panel is clearly a player panel, completely different from a monster panel. Logically speaking, even though Sun Qing had lifted the mother of zombies state, she had already been infected to become a super zombie. And the talent A seems low, I feel it should be at least D. Chen Jingyu rubbed his chin, seriously recalling. But the Zombie King wasn't prepared to give him enough time to daydream. With the Zombie King swinging both arms at once. Swish! The sound of iron chains scraping came. 2 thick iron chains slid swiftly, and the huge stones on those chains slammed down like 2 small meteors. In the crystal lens, red warnings flashed non-stop. 2 stout attack paths were marked out. Chen Jingyu felt the urge to be more agile grow stronger in his heart. He rolled on the spot and then got up to run. Boom! The spot where he lay was directly blasted into 2 large pits. Hey little sister, don't just stand there, hurry up and hit it! Chen Jingyu shouted. This girl is LV-10 as a job awakener, her combat power should be decent. The girl's face turned ashen in an instant. My name is Sun Cheng. Shiyun Sun. Seeing Sun Qing's murderous gaze, Chen Jingyu hurriedly apologized. Sorry, the font is too small, I misread it. Font? Sun Qing frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. I won't strike, the Zombie King's target is you. Chen Jingyu was shocked, cursing inwardly, GRD. Sun Cheng was instantly furious. What do you mean? Do you believe I'll team up with it to kill you first? Are you a dog? How could you hear me whispering? Chen Jingyu took off running. Because the Zombie King's iron chains flew back again. This big guy really seems to want to kill me first. Chen Jingyu thought, his eyes rolling, a plan forming. Sun Qing, execute according to the original plan, I'll hold off the Zombie King, you prepare quickly. Sun Qing frowned again, not understanding what Chen Jingyu was saying. But the Zombie King heard it. It thundered, damn traitor, you have truly betrayed me. Anger erupted, followed by the ground shaking violently. Sun Qing immediately understood Chen Jingyu's intention, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. But at this moment, she had no time to think. Knowing the Zombie King, she understood what would happen next. She leaped into the air, leaping 4 or 5 meters out. After landing, she did not dare to slack off, rolling a few times on the spot. As expected, not long after she jumped out, stone pillars suddenly rose up from the ground. These stone pillars stood in a row, like bamboo shoots after rain, following Sun Qing's escape route, chasing after her. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, a wall made of stone pillars appeared on the ground. The stone pillars formed a circle, and the ground only stopped shaking after they closed in. Chen Jingyu stared in shock, remembering the skill information he had seen before. This must be the enemy trapping formation. If they use this trick against me, I can't escape. Facing a great enemy, Chen Jingyu was most worried about this. The task system had issued a mission, and there was very little time left. Only less than 20 minutes remained. The key was that this girl was still very uncooperative, he had no breakthrough to complete the task. After being tricked by Chen Jingyu, Sun Cheng became even angrier. Her big eyes stared fiercely at Chen Jingyu. But the look in her eyes was not admiration, but a murderous intent. Boom! 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 The ground trembled again. Chen Jingyu was startled, afraid that a stone pillar would suddenly rise beneath his feet. If it hit him, he would surely be knocked into the sky. He ran quickly. What he didn't notice was that Sun Qing was also running alongside him. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a row of stone pillars raced up ahead, blocking the way. Damn, how do I fight this? It's completely on another level. Chen Jingyu anxiously scratched his head. Turning around, the crystal goggles glowed red. The zombie king didn't come, but Sun Qing launched a surprise attack successfully. A pair of claws shining with green light instantly swept towards Chen Jingyu's throat. Warning! Warning! The crystal goggles couldn't even plan an escape strategy, only flashing red warnings endlessly. Wait! Chen Jingyu shouted in fear. The claws rapidly enlarged in front of him. He closed his eyes in fright. Don't you want to get rid of the zombie king? Suddenly, the air went quiet. After waiting a few seconds, the expected pain didn't come. Chen Jingyu slowly opened his eyes. Sun Qing's claws were stopped right at his throat. Chen Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He won the gamble. This was a gamble with his life. The condition to complete the task from the task system was to help Sun Qing break free from the control of the zombie king. This was also Sun Qing's greatest wish. What did you say? Say it again. Sun Qing didn't mean to let him go immediately, her eyes full of killing intent. We cooperate, get rid of the zombie king, and you will be free. Chen Jingyu said simply and clearly. Easier said than done. How do we get rid of it? Sun Qing looked skeptical. Are you relying on just yourself? As long as you are willing to cooperate, there must be a way. Chen Jingyu tried to calm her first. Sun Qing stared at him firmly. Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me? Chen Jingyu nodded immediately, appearing extremely sincere. Of course, more real than gold, I can say with a clear conscience that I sincerely come to help you. Sun Qing narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing by. Fine, I'll trust you this once. But when you speak with a clear conscience next time, can you touch your own heart? Chapter 46. Chen Jingyu awkwardly let go of his hand. Sorry, mainly because your advantages stand out too much. Sun Qing still didn't let him go, her claws squeezing his neck. I'll give you 3 sentences to convince me with your plan. Can I use something else? Chen Jingyu asked. 2 sentences left. Sun Qing said without changing her expression. Does this count? Chen Jingyu's eyes widened. 1 sentence left. Damn. As soon as Chen Jingyu uttered this word, he regretted it. Seeing the murderous look in Sun Qing's eyes, he hurriedly continued, we can rely on the 2 of us. First of all, you are very familiar with the zombie king, you must know its weakness, just tell me where its weakness is, and I'll handle the rest, you just need to watch the show. Chen Jingyu finished in one breath. The zombie king has no weakness. Sun Qing said coldly. But she still let go of Chen Jingyu. Impossible. Chen Jingyu touched his throat, even someone as handsome as me has weaknesses, how could the zombie king not have weaknesses? Having weaknesses doesn't mean you can defeat it. Sun Qing said bluntly. That makes sense. Chen Jingyu recalled the analysis results from the crystal goggles. For his fighting power, the zombie king indeed had no weaknesses. This is somewhat troublesome. Crash. The sound of chains ringing out again. Chen Jingyu and Sun Qing were startled. They quickly looked up and saw the zombie king wildly smashing the stone pillars he had just created, as if searching for their traces. This fool. Chen Jingyu shrugged, it seems not very smart. It's the zombie king, not zombie doctor. Sun Qing casually replied. Chen Jingyu remembered the peculiar zombies he had encountered on the way here. Zombies that had lost their brains. These zombies also appeared foolish and did not attack when they saw Chen Jingyu. What's up with so many brainless zombies outside? Chen Jingyu asked. Sun Qing replied flatly, they are zombies raised by the zombie king, equipped to provide brains for the zombie king to eat. After being eaten, they become what they are now. I think I found a way. Chen Jingyu finally grasped a key point. You want to eat its brain? Sun Qing rolled her eyes. Pretty much. Chen Jingyu got excited. There was hope to clear the instance. Master, what's a brain? The gray cat asked curiously. A brain is a good thing. Chen Jingyu sighed. Then do I have a brain? The gray cat asked. You do have one, but it doesn't seem very developed. The gray cat puzzled, why? Because. Chen Jingyu squinted and smiled, big bear, no brain. After saying that, he glanced at Sun Qing. It felt like they could compete. The gray cat was even more confused. Why is it sometimes there and sometimes not? Little Rongrong doesn't understand. Also, I clearly am just a kitten, why do you say bear? You are still small now. Chen Jingyu patted the gray cat's head. When you grow up and learn transformation skills, you'll understand. Alright. Sun Xing urged impatiently, if you get the chance, hurry up and take it, the zombie king is about to find us. That not-so-smart big guy had almost smashed the stone pillars he had made before, and it looked like he was about to discover them. Chen Jingyu squinted and began to think. In fact, he had a final plan, but the implementation still seemed a bit tricky. He needed to plan carefully. After pondering for a while, his gaze finally landed on the gray cat. He whispered a few words to the gray cat and explained his plan. After hearing this, the gray cat nodded, that's no problem, it's easy. Sun Xing, now I need you to attract the zombie king's attention. Chen Jingyu looked at her. Why don't you go? Sun Sheng stared back at Chen Jingyu. I can't run as fast as you. Chen Jingyu admitted honestly. Sun Xing thought for a moment, if you're going, then let's go together. She still didn't trust Chen Jingyu. This guy was too crafty, what if he fooled her? That would be a big loss. Chen Jingyu glanced at the task system, there were still 10 minutes left. Forget it, let's go together. He had no choice, if he waited any longer, he would really turn into the father of zombies. If that happened, he would be stuck here forever with that girl. Looking at Sun Xing's position, Chen Jingyu turned his back, took out something, and hung it on the gray cat, then reminded her several times. The gray cat nodded and transformed into a bolt of lightning to dash away. Although the flash attack wasn't powerful, the speed was certainly fast. Let's go, dear. Chen Jingyu waved his hand and swaggered forward. Having settled the joint operation with Sun Xing, Chen Jingyu no longer had to worry about her taking action. It began again, the smooth talking. Sun Xing ignored him and kept going. The two of them wove through the gravel forest, the huge body of the zombie king was right in front of them. Looking up, they could see that angry face. Hey, this big fool, building so many stone pillars and walls, then getting mad and tearing them down himself, it's really speechless. Chen Jingyu spoke lightly, but when the zombie king noticed them, he realized this was not funny at all. Roar! The zombie king let out a roar, its eyes fixed on the two who had just appeared. Maybe it was furious from tearing down stone pillars, at that moment, the zombie king only wanted to vent its anger on the two. With a fierce swing, the iron chains made a clattering sound. Huge stones came crashing down. Damn bugs, die for me! Although Chen Jingyu was prepared, he still got a fright. Based on the attack route shown by the crystal scope, Chen Jingyu hurriedly dodged. But then, something shocking happened to him. The stone on the iron chain smashed into the ground, but the zombie king did not retract the chain, instead, it leaped up with a mighty force. Its massive body, using the pull of the chain, came flying toward the two. Boom! The huge body hit the ground, making Chen Jingyu dizzy. This was just from the shock, if the zombie king directly stepped on him, he would probably turn into meat paste immediately. As soon as the zombie king landed, it set its sights on Sun Sheng. Damn traitor, I will punish you. The chains on its body suddenly flew around. Countless iron chains broke free, forming closed iron loops in the air. Sun Xing, who had just sheltered to the side, was directly enveloped by the flying iron chains. Her expression instantly turned serious. Clatter! The chains scattered in the space abruptly contracted. Sun Xing, caught within, completely lost her escape route. Crack! The chains tightened instantly, completely wrapping around Sun Sheng and bringing her in front of the zombie king. As the zombie king wrapped its arms together, along with the chains, it totally locked Sun Xing in its chest. Crack, 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 crack. Terrifying sounds echoed. The chains continued to slowly tighten. Sun Sheng was completely tensed up. As the zombie king's arms applied more force, Sun Sheng let out a terrible scream. Ah! Chen Jingyu was sweating. My goodness, this move, it's the sister-in-arms kill. Chapter 47. At the entrance of the building. The 29-person team had already suffered casualties. Just now, that wave of zombies dressed in football uniforms nearly broke their defenses. Although they ultimately held their ground, it came at a heavy price of 1 death and 5 injuries. The zombie tide had, for a rare moment, produced a slight gap. The square's ground was covered with the recently slain zombies. The uniforms they wore created a sea of red. Suaima glanced at the dungeon information. Remaining number of monsters, 5523. They still had no idea when this would end. Director Su, if this continues, we might not hold out much longer. We've just hit the 3rd wave of minor monsters and their strength is already this great, the Guardian said while wiping sweat. Suaimon naturally understood this point. They were already exhausted from killing, yet the number of slain monsters was still less than half. At the left small door. Zhang Ji, who had just recovered a bit, got injured again. On his arm, a deep cut that could see bone was left by the zombie. Blood kept flowing non-stop. Zhang Lan and Zhang Yan were busy bandaging his wound. Zhang Ji's face was pale, and he was in a panic. What should I do? I won't get infected, right? What if I turn into a zombie? Don't worry. Fan Xia consoled from the side, you'll definitely turn into a zombie, so you don't need to worry too much about this. Really? How do you know? Zhang Ji suddenly became even more terrified. Isn't that how it goes in movies? Haven't you seen Uncle Nine fighting zombies? Fan Xia said seriously. Ah. Zhang Ji gasped, what should I do? Should I chop off my arm? I am so scared, woo woo. Fan Xia sighed and said, Sai, if we could get the copy in half an hour and send it to the hospital, it might still be in time. Zhang Ji rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Li Yang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and pushed away this troublesome friend of his. Don't say such things, you're scaring him. Hearing this, Zhang Ji slightly calmed down, looking at Fan Xia with tearful eyes and saying, so you were just joking? His expression was filled with hope. Ha, you caught me, I was indeed lying to you, Fan Xia shrugged. That's great. Zhang Ji sighed in relief. But actually, even if we send you to the hospital now, there's no hope. Fan Xia continued. Zhang Ji rolled his eyes again and completely fainted. Zhang Lan looked at him with a can't-believe-it expression, pointing at Fan Xia and said, I bet wherever you go, the pandas within 100 miles must starve. Exactly. Li Yang chimed in, stealing bamboo shoots. Fan Xia shrugged and spread his hands, the atmosphere is so tense, let's lighten it up with a joke. But speaking of which, where did Chen Jingyu go? Fan Xia's words reminded everyone. During the fierce battle just now, they hadn't thought about it yet, Chen Jingyu had been gone for so long and still hadn't returned. Little Chen won't have run into trouble, will he? Zhang Lan said worriedly. Shouldn't be, Li Yang frowned and looked around. When Chen Jingyu left earlier, no one had seen which direction he went. How about I go search for him? Li Yang asked. Lu Wencheng, who had been silent, coldly said, what do we need to find a commoner for? Now everyone is struggling to protect themselves, and we don't know when the next wave of monsters will come. If someone leaves again, who will guard the door? Although Lu Wencheng's tone wasn't good, everyone understood that he was speaking the truth. That's right, guarding the door is your duty, keeping an eye on the gate is more important. Fan Xia said sarcastically. A flash of displeasure crossed Lu Wencheng's eyes, but it quickly passed and he did not show it. Suddenly, strange noises appeared on the road again. They are coming, everyone be on guard. The guardian at the central gate shouted loudly. Roaring sounds echoed. On the road, huge figures appeared one after another. This wave of zombies was clearly much larger than the previous ones, each over 2 meters tall. In their hands, they actually held thick wooden sticks. As they walked along, whenever they encountered obstacles, they smashed them away with one swing. Trees, railings, all were no exception to being smashed away. Such destructive power was truly astonishing. It's over, it's over. Zhang Lan saw such powerful zombies and completely lost her fighting spirit. Not just her, even the high-level players brought by Su Aima turned pale. If it weren't for the constraints of the copy mechanism, if everyone had to die if the copy failed, some people might have already started to run away. Although the big zombies weren't very fast, their path was a straight line, which also increased their speed. In less than a minute, large zombies had already stepped onto the square. Crack! One step down, the tiles shattered. Although a large number of zombies flooded onto the square, countless tiles were smashed to pieces. In no time, the entire square became a mess. Even the zombie bodies piled up on the ground, as long as they obstructed the progress of the big zombies, all would be knocked away with one swing. Fight, fight! Su Aima, who regained his senses, began to shout loudly. Although a bit late to react, it at least reminded others. The attack started. But in this battle, no one had confidence. Could it be, we are all going to die here? Zhang Lan held her wooden staff and stared blankly ahead. In the vegetable market across the square, Sun Chang was bound by the zombie king, her whole body felt like her bones were about to be crushed. Kid, if you don't make a move, Sun Chang said with great effort. Chen Jingyu was still admiring the legendary skill holding a sister in my arms killing, and was slightly slow to react. It was only after hearing Sun Chang's words that he came to his senses. Oh no, I need to help quickly. Although Sun Chang was just a character in the game, she was still a living, breathing person. No doubt about that. Chen Jingyu had already confirmed this through his senses. I'm coming, sister. If he didn't save her soon, she might really be in big trouble. Chen Jingyu stepped onto a broken stone, trying to stand a bit taller. This way, he wouldn't seem so small under the towering figure of the zombie king. Hey, let go of that girl. Chen Jingyu put one hand on his hip and pointed at the zombie king. This scene reminded him of something. Under the warm sunlight, the gentle breeze blew through the willow branches. A young boy who had just learned the Buddha's poem stood bravely against a group of big boys bullying a little girl. In the next second, Chen Jingyu couldn't help but shiver. That boy had gotten beaten up pretty badly. At that moment, the zombie king also noticed Chen Jingyu. But it ignored him, continuing to tightly squeeze Sun Qing in its arms. Numerous iron chains were wrapped around her, slowly tightening, making a series of crack 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 sounds. The girl trapped within was nearly losing consciousness. It seemed like a certain death situation. But Chen Jingyu didn't worry too much. Because, unless something unexpected happened, an unexpected twist was about to occur. Chapter 48. Sun Qing slowly lost consciousness. All her bones felt like they were being crushed. At first, she had hoped for Chen Jingyu. But as the threat of death grew stronger, she had nearly lost all hope. Her mind was blank. This was due to the lack of oxygen. Damn it, guy. She didn't even know who she was cursing in the end. Her consciousness was already starting to fade. At that moment, Chen Jingyu made a move. He picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground and threw it at the zombie king's head. Big guy, look over here. Bang! The stone hit the zombie king's head and instantly shattered. The next one is you, the zombie king roared in anger. If you have the guts, come chase me. Chen Jingyu twisted his waist playfully. He looked as obnoxious as could be. The zombie king's attention was completely drawn to him. Damn, bug. Roar. The zombie king opened its huge mouth and roared loudly at Chen Jingyu. A powerful gust of wind rushed toward him. Chen Jingyu almost lost his footing. This was no exaggeration, it was truly overwhelming. Cough cough. How long had it been since this guy brushed his teeth? Chen Jingyu covered his nose, almost fainting. That stench was truly unforgettable for a lifetime. It was unprecedentedly foul. Whether it was the bad breath or the distraction caused by Chen Jingyu that made the zombie king relax its grip on Sun Qing, she suddenly felt her breath ease a bit. Whew. A clear breath of air filled her lungs, restoring oxygen to her brain, making her mind a bit clearer. Chen Jingyu was still straining to provoke the zombie king, trying hard to draw its attention. The stubborn zombie king revealed its true nature. It actually tossed Sun Qing to the ground without caring whether she was dead or alive, and marched right after Chen Jingyu. You pesky bug, I will crush you. The iron chains rattled loudly. The ground suddenly trembled violently. Chen Jingyu didn't dare stay any longer and immediately turned to run. Bang! The nose that was hit by the stone earlier hurt again. He didn't know when a row of stone pillars suddenly rose behind him. Chen Jingyu hadn't noticed at all. As he turned to run, one misstep, and he collided right into it. Crash! The sound of sliding iron chains echoed. Chen Jingyu was startled. Turning back, he saw that the swirling iron chains had blocked off all the surrounding space. Oh no, don't point that thing at me while holding my sister. Chen Jingyu reacted quickly, jumping up immediately, locking his hands on the stone pillar, wanting to climb over it directly. Whoosh! Clatter clatter clatter! The sound of chains moving was right next to his ears, as if it could lock him up at any moment. Xiao Rongrong, why aren't you moving yet? Chen Jingyu felt a sense of despair. At this moment, all his hopes were pinned on the gray cat. Suddenly, Chen Jingyu felt himself being lifted into the air. His hands gripping the stone pillar could not resist this powerful force at all. His whole body rose into the air and then rapidly flew backward. Looking back, the zombie king was grinning wide with its dreadful big mouth, letting out bursts of wild laughter. Ha ha, vile bug, I will devour your brains. As the chains rapidly retracted, Chen Jingyu was instantaneously brought before the zombie king. Clatter clatter clatter. The chains tightened. Chen Jingyu's arms were completely squeezed, unable to move at all. As a pair of giant hands reached for him, he was grasped tightly in the zombie king's grip. He pushed against the zombie king's massive paw with all his might, desperately swaying left and right, but he couldn't break free. Hee hee, little bug, your brains will be offered to the greatest zombie king, the zombie king said, opening its bloody maw once more. Looking at the two front teeth that were as large as his head, Chen Jingyu was completely stunned. He closed his eyes and shouted, Xiao Rongrong, if you don't come out now, I'm going to die. The stench grew stronger, and he was getting closer and closer to the zombie king's mouth. It's over, it's over. Chen Jingyu's heart felt icy cold. He had wanted to show off his fancy moves, but he didn't expect to be so easily defeated in front of the zombie king. Damn it, if I can survive today, I will definitely allocate all points into agility from now on. Oh, oh. Meow. A faint meow echoed. Chen Jingyu's eyes lit up. This was simply a heavenly sound. As a gray light flickered, Chen Jingyu saw a zigzagging beam of light leap from the ground, bouncing off the surrounding stone pillars, directly shooting to the front of the zombie king. In an instant, the gray cat appeared on the zombie king's shoulder. In its tiny paws, it held onto a collar. "Hurry, Xiao Rongrong!" Chen Jingyu shouted excitedly. "Meow!" The gray cat didn't dare to slack off and quickly took action. Its little paws grasped the collar and aimed to slip it around the zombie king's neck. The magical collar began to automatically size itself to match the thickness of the zombie king's neck. Clap! With the buckle fastened, the collar was placed perfectly on the zombie king's head. Chen Jingyu, who had already been sent to the mouth, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the zombie king's movements also stopped. Its gaze turned somewhat dazed. Abba, who are you?" the zombie king said, drooling. "I'm your daddy, call me daddy." Chen Jingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had won the bet. A figure flashed. Sun Qing jumped to the top of the vegetable market shed using the stone pillars. Here, she was relatively close to Chen Jingyu. The binding collar? Sun Qing frowned. The zombie king doesn't have any transformation effect, why does it need to wear a binding collar? And, this is not a ceiling type item, why did it turn out like this? Sun Chang was quite confused. Chen Jingyu laughed. Did you forget that the binding collar has an inconspicuous bonus attribute? Bonus attribute? How come I didn't know? Sun Qing furrowed her brows tightly. Ha, of course you only knew its ceiling and transformation effect, because back then you were like the zombie king now. Item name, binding collar. Usage level, LV1. Class requirement, none. Defense, 1. Special ability, binds the wearer, keeps them in transformation status, and reduces intelligence by 95%. Description, a weird item, loved by nobles. That's right, the binding collar has a powerful attribute, lower intelligence. The zombie king's already not so smart brain. At this moment, once again reduced to 95% of its intelligence, it had become no different from a fool. Abba, are you Abba? The zombie king drooled, its gaze shifting to Sun Chang, ama. Chen Jingyu quickly clapped his hands and praised, still so smart, She's your mother, call her mama. Sun Chang's face immediately turned furious. On one hand, Chen Jingyu was taking advantage of her again, but on the other hand, you actually said I'm like it? This beautiful girl was utterly enraged. Her idol image was a bit too important. Chapter 49. Before Sun Chang could act, the zombie king moved first. It directly dropped Chen Jingyu and lunged toward Sun Chang. ama. The zombie king drooled, its face blank and dazed. Hungry, I want to eat nani. Damn. Sun Chang's forehead bulged with veins. The zombie king looked at this girl, much smaller than it, then obediently leaned its head against the greenhouse and stared eagerly. Sun Chang was both angry and speechless. She couldn't even bother with finding trouble with Chen Jingyu anymore and helplessly looked at him, seeking his help. What should we do now? Chen Jingyu held back his laughter and said, the child is hungry, why don't you hurry up and feed him? Oh, winky face, oh, I'll feed you with my head. Sun Chang had been holding back from exploding. This is all your fault. Why don't you solve it already? Chen Jingyu shrugged. Well, didn't expect to end up with such a big son. He happened to land at the top of the greenhouse and walked toward the zombie king. You be good and listen to me, I'll get you some food, okay? Okay. The zombie king quickly nodded in agreement. Okay then. Chen Jingyu had already thought of a plan in his mind. You gather those zombies outside, and then eat 3 of them every day, remember, not more, got it? Zombies? Gather? The zombie king's eyes were blank, looking as if it didn't understand what this meant. Damn, this idiot. Chen Jingyu slapped his forehead. Idiot? The zombie king's eyes lit up. Abba. I want to eat an idiot. _degree. Both of them were speechless. Forget it, follow me. Chen Jingyu started looking for a way down to the ground. Where to? Sun Chang asked him. Just follow me. Chen Jingyu couldn't find a suitable place. This greenhouse is really tall. The next second, he began free-falling. Sun Chang grabbed him and jumped straight down. Damn. Chen Jingyu was shocked. The falling speed was fast, and before he could react, they had already hit the ground. There was no powerful impact feeling as expected, and they landed very steadily. Lead the way. Sun Chang let go of him. Chen Jingyu looked back. He saw the zombie king still following them, staring blankly. Okay, let's go. Chen Jingyu waved his hand and led the way. On the square. The players had already started fighting for their lives. The big zombies not only had huge bodies but also possessed immense destructive power. In front of them, melee classes couldn't survive even one round. A single strike would send them flying. At this moment, the melee players, almost losing all combat ability, were blocking the doors. They had already resorted to using a human wall strategy. The remaining ranged attack classes were scattered around the square, beginning guerrilla warfare. With the support of ranged firepower, the melee players temporarily managed to block the door. But everyone knew this was not a long-term solution. Suaimo himself was also a melee class, but he could never use his body to block the big door. At this moment, he was following behind the Guardian, who was protecting him with that large shield. "Mr. Su, we can't hold on any longer, defeat is just a matter of time." The Guardian struggled to block the big zombies club, his arms almost losing sensation from the impact. "We will hold on. If we hold it, I'll give everyone 5 million each, no, make it 10 million. Suaimo was terrified inside. But at this life and death moment, money was no different from paper, it couldn't provide any more extra fighting power. At the left door, Li Yang and the others were also struggling to cope. There were only 2 melee classes here. Completely unable to hold the door. But fortunately, it's a side door, and there are fewer zombies. Plus, all the attacking professions are ranged, so it hasn't been breached yet. What do we do now? We are completely outmatched. Fan Xia ran in circles in the square, chased by the large, bulky zombie. Li Yang had it even worse, he could only use the tempered glass door to fend off the zombie's heavy club. Where did Chen Jingyu go? Usually, he has the most tricks up his sleeve, but in such a critical moment, this guy has actually disappeared. Who knows? He's probably been eaten by the zombie. Fan Xia shot arrows while running. From time to time, he would use a freezing trap to protect himself. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The large, bulky zombies strangely stopped moving and turned around together. What's going on? Is a savior coming? You're thinking too much, this is a dungeon space, how could there be a savior? At this moment, both the players and the zombies surprisingly maintained the same pose in harmony. Everyone stared blankly across the street. Suddenly, the large zombie began to retreat, all of them drooping their heads and converging onto the road. What do you think it is? Li Yang asked. Fan Xie and Zhang Lan also arrived at the door. Fan Xie shook his head, who knows? Zhang Lan had a look of indifference towards death, after countless encounters with life and death, she was almost ready to face death. I feel like we can leave now. Though no one wanted to die, when death truly came, no one could escape. Wah! I don't want to be eaten by zombies, cried Zhang Yan, the gunner girl. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, a building across the road suddenly collapsed. A gigantic figure appeared. With a terrifying face bearing a pair of fangs, it radiated power from head to toe. With each step it took, the ground shook and trembled. Thick chains covered its entire body, making a clattering sound. Everyone fell into despair. Zombie King. We're done for. This damn dungeon is too unfair, how could we ever win? Ah, we're all going to die, not one will escape, someone began to go crazy. God, this isn't fair, even if there were 100, no, 1,000 people in this dungeon, we wouldn't clear it. A sense of desolation rose in everyone's heart. Li Yang called to his 2 colleagues, the 3 of them stood together, holding hands, ready to face the final moment of death. It's a pity Jingyu isn't here, we still don't know if he's alive or dead, Zhang Lan said slowly. He. Li Yang forced a smile, his laughter tinged with sorrow, yeah, at least we have each other, so the road to the underworld won't be too lonely. If Chen Jingyu saw this scene, he might feel a bit moved. At this moment, the zombie king had crossed the road and arrived at the edge of the square. All the large zombies stood respectfully to welcome it. Countless players began to break down, especially Suaimo, this rich kid. Why do I have to die here? I'm so rich, I don't want to die. He ran around frantically, who can save me? I'll call whoever rescues me, Dad, I don't want to die. Daddy! Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Don't panic, son, Dad is coming. Chapter 50. Who is talking? Suaimo was shocked. At this moment, the zombie king was slowly approaching. All the players were terrified and rushed towards the exit. Earlier, the large zombies had stopped attacking, and they all curiously ran out to see. The zombie king walked slowly, but each step was incredibly solid. Dad? Suaimo's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at the zombie king and asked doubtfully, are you my dad? Exactly. The voice came again from the direction of the zombie king, quickly call out Dad and Dad will ensure you don't die. Dad. Suaimo broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground. You are my real dad, Dad, save me. My heart was so excited. Finally, there's hope. As long as I can live, who cares who my dad is? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the direction of the Zombie King. The voice was not loud, but very clear. Why do all you men like to be someone's dad? This question left Chen Jingyu speechless. Suaimo was stunned for a moment. How could a Zombie King emit two voices? One male and one female? Could it be a hermaphrodite? Suaima's eyes lit up. This big guy is somewhat interesting. Deserves some serious study. Before he could finish his thoughts, the Guardian suddenly stood up, pointing at the Zombie King and saying, Chairman Su, there are people on top. People? Suaima immediately stood up. With piercing eyes, he stared hard at the Zombie King. On the shoulder of the Zombie King, a spot not easy to detect, surprisingly, were two people sitting. It's Chen Jingyu. Suaima's face changed instantly. The anger could not be hidden. Kid, are you messing with me? Now exposed, Chen Jingyu no longer hid, standing directly on the Zombie King's shoulder, looking down at Suaima and saying, so what if I'm messing with you? If you have the guts, come up and bite me. Why do you men always let others bite? Su Qing, beside him, also stood up. Once again, Chen Jingyu was left speechless by this question. Suaima below was momentarily at a loss for words. With the Zombie King in front, how could he dare to make a move? But he truly couldn't understand how Chen Jingyu could stand safely on the shoulder of the Zombie King. It seemed there was no danger at all. The big zombies in the square had gathered in front of the Zombie King. Players on both sides also closed in. Look, it's Chen Jingyu. Fan Xie shouted, pointing ahead. That's the Zombie King? Li Yang exclaimed in surprise, let's go take a look. At this moment, the zombies had stopped moving, and the players gained some boldness. Hungry. I'm so hungry. The Zombie King, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly began to look around. Seeing this, the players immediately scattered in all directions. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, not overly worried. Do you see those big zombies with sticks? If you're hungry, eat them. He pointed at the big zombies. Eat. I want to eat. The Zombie King buzzed, grabbing a big zombie from the ground, lifting its leg, and shoving it into his mouth. With one bite down, dark green juice instantly splattered everywhere. Crunch crunch. The Zombie King chewed loudly, tossing the remaining half directly into his mouth. Crunch crunch. So delicious. The Zombie King's face was full of satisfaction. Chicken flavor, crispy. Hashtag, the players were dumbfounded. This was literally a zombie feasting on live zombies. Some people with weak stomachs immediately threw up. The Zombie King, apparently still unsatisfied, grabbed another big zombie and started to munch on it. These big guys, although powerful in combat, seemed not very smart. After watching two of their kind get eaten, they stood there dumbfounded, not knowing to be afraid. So cool. Fan Xie stood below, staring blankly at Chen Jingyu, so impressive, I also want to ride the Zombie King. Aunt Wang, don't you want it anymore? Li Yang asked. Fan Xie? Why do I feel something is off with you? Fan Xie stared at him, suddenly realizing, oldly, this idea of yours is very dangerous. I advise you to just behave and be a human. Zhang Lan beside them didn't understand what they were talking about, just dreamily added, I also want to ride. She stood below, waving excitedly at Chen Jingyu, Xiao Chen, come down and take me for a ride. Suddenly, there was another unusual sound on the road. A row of houses collapsed with a crash. The huge noise shocked everyone. What's going on? Didn't the Zombie King already come here? Could there be more? Oh my god, this sound must be quite a spectacle. The players quickly retreated. Everyone squeezed at the doorway. They didn't wait long, and soon a row of sounds appeared on the road. It's a new wave of zombie monsters. Someone shouted. According to the system setup, a total of 10,000 zombie monsters would appear. Only by defeating them all would the Zombie King finally make an appearance. But now, for some reason, the Zombie King appeared ahead of time. This caused all the zombie monsters that wouldn't have a chance to appear later to unexpectedly show up at once. A dark mass gathered. Originally, there were supposed to be thousands of zombies appearing last. Suddenly, over 5,000 zombies appeared at the edge of the square. Chen Jingyu wasn't too worried at first, with the Zombie King in his hands, these little zombie monsters shouldn't dare to act recklessly. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Unlike the honest and obedient big zombies, these newly appeared zombies were madly rushing forward. All 5,000 were of one kind of zombie. With disheveled hair, wearing white lab coats, and round glasses. Their eyes glowed with red light. What's going on? Chen Jingyu was puzzled. Sun Qing slowly said, "These are scientific monster zombies, they are the smartest beings among the zombie group, and the zombie king alone cannot deter them." Soon, the first wave of scientific monster zombies stepped onto the square. Ee. They made sharp, thin cries as they rushed forward in succession. Crunch! Something was thrown out by the front row zombies. It shattered on the square, and suddenly a large area of green fluorescence appeared. Hiss! A cloud of smoke rose. The marble tiles actually started to corrode. In the blink of an eye, a deep pit appeared in the area covered by the green fluorescence. "Be careful, it's a highly corrosive agent," shouted the guardian. Under his command, everyone retreated. "Hold the gate, everyone must hold on." The players who had just relaxed were now once again surrounded by danger. These scientific monster zombies looked even more dangerous than the big zombies. Ha ha! Has it really turned upside down? Standing on the shoulder of the zombie king, Chen Jingyu touched his chin, looking at the chaotic scene below with a displeased expression. Chapter 51. These mad scientific monster zombies completely ignored the zombie king. This made Chen Jingyu very unhappy. The players fell into endless fear again, with some scared ones screaming loudly. Originally, they thought it was a bug when the zombie king appeared and didn't attack, and they held a bit of hope. But they didn't expect the appearance of the scientific monster zombies to completely shatter their illusions. Help! I don't want to die. Run quick! The potion bottles in the hands of the scientific monster zombies were simply a double attack of magic and physical harm. Don't be fooled, hitting a person with a bottle doesn't hurt. But once the potion spills out, it could take someone's life instantly. Suaima ran quite fast, but still couldn't escape in time. Bang bang bang! Several potion bottles smashed nearby, scaring him to jump up. "Su Dong, be careful," a man in black suddenly warned. Suaima looked back and saw a potion bottle rapidly enlarging in front of him. It was a potion bottle aimed at him. "Come here!" Suaima cried out in terror, pulling the man in black over to him, using him as a human shield. Bang! The potion bottle hit the man in black, and green fluorescence splattered everywhere. Suaima pushed the man in black aside and darted towards the door. Ah! A miserable scream came from behind him, but Suaima couldn't care less as he escaped into the doorway in one breath. When he looked back, the man in black had already started to dissolve. Everyone was stunned. Another death incident had occurred among the players. This person is completely dead because of Suaima. But no one dared to say anything. Everyone chose silence. "Close the door, quickly close the door," Suaima shouted. Some people haven't come in yet, but Suaima was already scared to death. He didn't care about copies or anything, only thinking about staying alive. The men in black naturally listened to him, and soon locked the big door. The players outside who hadn't managed to escape screamed in fear. "Open the door, quickly open the door. Let us in, you bastards." Chaos erupted outside. Li Yang and others prepared to return to the side door for defense. But the square was filled with science monster zombies, and the ground was covered with highly corrosive potions. They had no retreat at all. Several people were quickly cornered, looking like meat on a chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. "Brothers, don't panic, I'm coming." At the critical moment, someone suddenly shouted. Chen Jingyu stood on the shoulder of a zombie monster, seeing everything happening below clearly. He pointed in the direction of Li Yang and others, shouting loudly into the ear of the zombie king, "They are all family, hurry to save them." Family? The zombie king looked confused. Abba. Is it tasty? Chen Jingyu. Truly speechless. So sometimes, having an enemy with such low IQ isn't a good thing. "Kill those in white coats, Daddy will get you something tasty." Chen Jingyu shouted again. Tasty. The zombie king's eyes immediately lit up, staring intently at those scientific monster zombies. This sentence it understood. "I want something tasty." The zombie king stretched out its voice, suddenly swinging the iron chains on its arms. Instantly, the chains with large stones at the end swung like two gigantic meteor hammers. Crash! The meteor hammers spun like a lawnmower, clearing a large area in the square. In an instant, dozens of scientific monster zombies in front of Li Yang and others were nearly wiped out. The zombie king seemed to be enraged, turning again, swinging the huge iron chains, and began to move around the square. "Eat. I want to eat." The zombie king stuttered as it charged to the side. A vacuum zone over 30 meters long and 10 meters wide appeared. The ground was covered with the crushed remains of scientific monsters. Standing on its shoulder, Chen Jingyu was also dumbfounded. This was simply more thrilling than a grass-cutting monster game. "Over there, charge ahead," he directed while standing on the zombie king's shoulder. Hearing him, the zombie king turned back again, charging towards the right side door. All the players were stunned. This was truly too much of a bug. Some players staring at the instance system panel almost had their jaws dropping to the ground. The remaining number of zombie monsters dropped like an out-of-control elevator. In just a few seconds, it dropped from over 5,000 to just over 1,000. Excluding 100 or so large, dumb zombies standing still, the number of scientific monster zombies actually remained only 1/5. Chen Jingyu controlled the Zombie King and quickly eliminated the scattered scientific monster zombies near the two sides. At this moment, only a few hundred scientific monster zombies remained in the central area of the square. The crisis was instantly removed. Perhaps feeling the terrifying combat power of the Zombie King, the remaining scientific monster zombies didn't dare to move, trembling in fear. Having high IQ also had its advantages, at least they knew how to be afraid. But then, another difficult problem lay ahead. How to solve the dungeon issue. Although the Zombie King was here, it had become a fool. But with the players present, it was simply impossible to kill it. What's more, the Zombie King had low intelligence, but if you really attacked it, it would definitely fight back. What are you going to do next? Sun Qing asked. She could see the problem as well. Chen Jingyu glanced at his task, still showing an incomplete status. This also meant that the task to help Sun Shang was not finished, and she had not shaken off the control of the Zombie King. Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. Controlling the Zombie King, he pushed all the remaining zombies onto the street. The ground was littered with small zombie corpses, which were all food for the Zombie King. Letting it eat freely, Chen Jingyu and Sun Qing returned to the ground. Suam and the others still did not dare to come out. Other players who had no time to hide were now cowering in corners. Li Yang and the others walked over. Jingyu, what's going on? He pointed to the Zombie King. Fan Xie approached Sun Shang. Is this the beautiful lady we just saw? I only caught a glimpse of a white back, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful in person. As he spoke, he turned around, admiring her closely. Hey, why is your clothes on her? Could it be that you too? Fan Xie suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Does the game really provide such a service? It seemed like a window to a new world had been opened. Chen Jingyu rarely did not refute him, a faint smile hanging on his face. Because he knew. A good show was about to begin. Sun Shang's benefits were so easy to take advantage of? Chapter 52. Sure enough, as soon as Fan Xie finished speaking, he felt the world spin around him. With a thud, Fan Xie was already lying on the ground. Ouch, my old back. Before he could call out a couple of times, Sun Qing directly stepped on his chest with one foot. With her finger glowing green, she pointed it directly at him. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe I will kill you? Fan Xie was lying on the ground, just about to plead for mercy. But following her long leg, he discovered a different landscape. Immediately, two streams of nosebleed shot out. Fan Xie's eyes went wide. Li Yang was also speechless. This girl doesn't seem very smart. Zhang Lan immediately took off her coat and walked over to tie it around Sun Qing's waist to cover her up. Although she didn't know what Sun Shang's exact identity was, she thought she should be one of their own since she came with Chen Jingyu. Okay, little sister, don't be angry, they're just like this. Sun Qing seemed to realize her own outburst, angrily kicked Fan Xie once more, and then lifted her foot off him. Yeah, it's actually all my fault, Chen Jingyu also joined in to persuade. Zhang Lan had a face full of question marks, wondering when this guy became so good at admitting faults. But the next second, she really wanted to hit someone. Chen Jingyu directly lay down next to Fan Xie. Come on, to get your revenge, step on me too. Fan Xie immediately grinned, turned to look at Chen Jingyu, a knowing look on his face. Sun Qing's anger value plus 100. Sun Qing's anger value plus 200. Warning, the target's anger value is rising rapidly. Warning, the state of killing gaze is being activated. Chen Jingyu hurriedly rolled up and stood up. Hey, everyone, let's come together and discuss the next action. He walked away expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Zhang Lan still went up and took hold of Sun Qing's hand, asking about the situation like a big sister showing concern. At first, Sun Qing felt a bit uncomfortable, she had never been cared for like that by strangers. But soon, she began to chat with Zhang Lan. Li Yang, Fan Xie, and Chen Jingyu huddled together, lighting up cigarettes. Even those who didn't smoke felt like having a cigarette after the disaster, just like a post-event smoke, and felt great. As they exhaled smoke, Li Yang pointed at the Zombie King, who was gorging himself, and asked, how do you plan to deal with this big guy? Cough, it's a bit tricky. Chen Jingyu choked on a puff of smoke. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and explained the situation with the constricting collar to the two of them, detailing why the Zombie King had become what it looked like now. Fan Xie squinted his eyes. He took a hard puff from the cigarette butt and asked, so to complete the dungeon, do we really have to kill the boss? Not necessarily, Chen Jingyu replied confidently, as long as you can handle the boss, you can get out. Fanxia flicked the cigarette butt away and said, then that's easy, if we can't kill the zombie king, let's find another way to deal with it. You make it sound easy, Li Yang replied with annoyance, do you think it's as easy to satisfy as Aunt Wang? Damn it. Fanxia was so angry his teeth chattered, grinding his teeth he said, can you stop bringing up Aunt Wang all the time? Fine, then you tell me, how do we deal with it? Li Yang pointed at the zombie king and asked, do you want to poke it with a toothpick? You're really disgusting. Even Fanxia, known for his harshness, almost felt like throwing up at that moment. Fanxia ignored him and started a wave of rational analysis. Look, since the dungeon requires us to kill all the monsters, let's have the zombie king eat the little monsters, and then we can all go distract it, making it crash itself to death. As he spoke, he looked at the two with hopeful eyes and asked, what do you think of my plan? Chen Jingyu face-bombed and said, compared to that, I think the chance of fooling you into crashing to death might be a bit higher. Agree. Li Yang nodded seriously. Hey, my bad temper. I refuse to accept it, come on, you best try to fool me and see if I can crash to death. Fanxia said indignantly. Just look, even your IQ won't let you crash to death by yourself, and you expect the zombie king to crash to death? Li Yang retorted. Go to hell. Fanxia cursed, then tell me, what good ideas do you have? The three fell silent together. Li Yang took out a cigarette and lit it with the others. A few minutes later, Chen Jingyu threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Damn it, why complicate things? Just use the simplest method. As he said this, he directly walked towards the zombie king. Fanxia suddenly got energized, I said it, my method is the most effective. He also followed him. Seeing this, Li Yang hurried to catch up with Chen Jingyu, taking 2 steps in one. I think you shouldn't act recklessly, what if this zombie king crashes itself awake? We would all be done for. There was still a long time left on the countdown to the end of the dungeon. There was plenty of time to think of a solution slowly. But Chen Jingyu didn't want to wait any longer. He directly approached the zombie king, which was stuffing its mouth full of monster corpses, and beckoned at it. The zombie king immediately ran over, grunting and puffing. Abba abba, hungry. The three felt sweat on their brows. This guy must have eaten at least dozens of zombies, yet he's still saying he's hungry? You, open the dungeon, we will go out and buy you something delicious, Chen Jingyu said expressionlessly, concise and to the point. The two behind him almost couldn't stand straight. I'm going, is this really your plan? Li Yang was speechless. Better than mine, Fanxia said with disdain, if this works, I will eat shit and show you. Before he finished speaking, the zombie king started to speak angrily. Abba abba. I want to eat something delicious. Abba abba, bye. It nodded while speaking, drooling all over the ground. Fanxia? Li Yang? Can it really work? The two stared blankly. Chen Jingyu continued expressionlessly, so hurry up and open the dungeon, let everyone out. He quickly added, don't forget, there's also Xuanqing. Abba abba. The zombie king nodded repeatedly, eyes wide open, out, buy, delicious food. The dungeon space began to shake violently. Dungeon space, guard building, completed. Completion rate, SSS. Ding. You have received the equipment Agile ring. Ding. You have gained 7,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV5. Under the stunned gazes of Li Yang and Fanxia, Chen Jingyu received the system prompt from the game dungeon. Compared to others, Chen Jingyu received one more notification. Ding. Mission Find the Hidden Girl completed. You have received the mission reward item time capsule. Everyone in the dungeon was dumbfounded. The air trembled violently, and the dungeon space vanished. Damn, this actually works, someone cried out in despair. Chapter 53. The dungeon space shattered, and the players returned to reality. They entered the dungeon at noon and battled for 5 or 6 hours, now back in reality just as the evening rush hour began. The square was bustling with people. The sudden appearance of dozens of individuals barely caught anyone's attention. As soon as Fanxia landed, he rushed into the company. Chen Jingyu quickly called out to him, don't run so fast. Why not run? Fanxia replied without looking back. I'm treating you to food. Chen Jingyu shouted. Fanxia ran even faster. This unreliable guy. Chen Jingyu raised a finger at his disappearing back. As soon as Su Aima and the others appeared, they hurriedly left. Back in the real world, he transformed again into the king who could do as he pleased. What could he do? His family was just that rich. Chen Jingyu looked around and saw the few people who had been with her earlier were still there. Including Sun Qing. Oh my god, this dungeon experience really scared me to death, Zhang Lan said, still shaken, I need to hurry home. Saying this, she also rushed away. Jingyu, you guys. Li Yang asked. He was also getting ready to leave. You go back first, we are leaving too. This dungeon was really exhausting, Chen Jingyu replied. Li Yang shot a sly look at him and Sun Qing, thinking, what are you tired from? You didn't even fight any monsters? Then he quickly changed to a knowing expression, well, you guys hurry back to rest, I won't disturb you. After saying that, he slipped away. Soon, the players who came out from the dungeon cleared out completely. A few players who had died in the dungeon were ignored by everyone. Chen Jingyu didn't know them and didn't want to meddle. Quickly, some people noticed the dead players and dialed the police. During these days when the dungeon opened, everyone had become accustomed to such events. Although still a bit scared, it was no longer as terrifying as at the beginning. You still have one question you haven't answered me, Chen Jingyu said, looking at Sun Qing. I'm sorry, you're a nice person, Sun Qing blinked and replied. Go to hell. Chen Jingyu rolled his eyes, not wanting this free good person card. You asked about your second question, whether you belong to the player camp or. Chen Jingyu couldn't think of how to say it, should he say monster camp or something else? However, Sun Sheng understood his meaning and pointed to the gray cat resting on Chen Jingyu's shoulder, saying vaguely, I'm pretty much like it. Even though we were both born from the game system, we can't go back now. When Sun Sheng spoke, a hint of subtle sorrow flashed in her eyes, mixed with a touch of pain. Chen Jingyu didn't need to ask, he already knew. Having been controlled by the zombie king for so long, she had suffered several curses. That period must have been an incredibly painful experience. I was about to rent a new place, how about? Chen Jingyu gestured, we team up? He had already given up on the previous apartment. He definitely couldn't live there anymore, imagining that killer sneaking in at night made it impossible to sleep well. Sure, Sun Sheng said without thinking, but I have no money. Chen Jingyu naturally didn't expect her to pay, yet he was still curious, you guys come from the game system, how come you seem to know just as much about reality as those outside? Of course, Sun Qing replied, after the game and reality merged, all the information from the real world entered the system, we even know more than you do. Wow! Chen Jingyu exclaimed internally, realizing they understood even better than he, a native. He took out his phone, opened the rental app, and saw that a previously applied single apartment was already approved and ready to move in at any time. But now there's an extra person, even though Chen Jingyu has thick skin, he still feels a bit embarrassed to squeeze into a big bedroom with someone else. Such things need to be taken step by step. After some arrangements, he applied for a small 2-bedroom apartment, which cost an extra 500 a month. Due to Chen Jingyu's good credit history, he was quickly approved. Let's go home. Chen Jingyu patted the gray cat on the head and led the way. Home? Sun Qing silently repeated, a hint of loneliness flashing in her eyes. She followed behind at a slow pace. Meow. The gray cat on Chen Jingyu's shoulder turned around, glanced at her, then turned back. After walking for 10 minutes or so, the three of them, 2 people and 1 cat, arrived at the apartment building. After entering the password on the electronic lock, they successfully entered. The luggage from the old house had already been packed, but the rental app's manager had not delivered it yet, so it was still in the old house. Once inside, everything was as clean as new. Apart from not having clean clothes, everything else was complete. Boiling a pot of water and changing into slippers, Chen Jingyu finally could rest for a bit. He took out the reward from the quest copy, which was a ring. Item name, Agile Ring. Usage level, LV3. Job requirement, none. Agility, 3. Additional ability, provides an extra 10% agility attribute to the player within 5 seconds. Description, a ring that allows you to have a more agile body. This ring is amazing. Chen Jingyu's eyes lit up, a mischievous expression suddenly appearing on his face. Doesn't this mean I can speed up again? He quickly put it on and silently chanted to use it. The agile ring activated immediately. Chen Jingyu received a flashing countdown buff. Sure enough, no reaction at all. Chen Jingyu felt a bit discouraged. In fact, there was an effect, but since his agility attribute value was not high, even with a 10% increase, the difference was not very noticeable. It seems the dungeon leveled up twice, I should allocate all my attribute points to agility. Chen Jingyu decided. Clearly, the guarding the mansion dungeon was a large and highly difficult dungeon. With it came higher rewards. Players who cleared it leveled up 2 full levels. After allocating his attribute points, Chen Jingyu instantly felt much swifter. Name, Chen Jingyu. Job, Commoner, not awakened. Level, LV5. Talent, SSS. Strength, 11. Agility, 29, plus 6. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 11. Energy, 0. Skills, none. His agility attribute suddenly rose to 29 points. In addition, he gained an extra plus 6, 3 points each from the equipped boomerang shoes and the agile ring's bonuses. This brought his agility attribute to as high as 35 points. Chen Jingyu was very satisfied with this. Oh, it feels like my combat power has increased a lot. Chapter 54. Besides the rewards from the game dungeon, Chen Jingyu had a reward from the task system as well. He took it out of his pocket and examined it in his hand. Another capsule-type item. Chen Jingyu recalled that the first task reward he received was also a capsule. That time, it directly modified his talent from F level to SSS level. Item name, Time Capsule, Epic. Usage level, LV1. Type, one-time consumable. Effect, Control Time. Description, the proud work of the great gunsmith Quick Gun Jack, containing the secrets of the time controllers. Chen Jingyu fell into contemplation. So what exactly is this thing used for? He remembered an advertisement about time controllers that was frequently aired on Penguin Sports. Coupled with the creator's nickname. It can't just be a simple item that extends duration, right? Chen Jingyu was a bit speechless. Besides, would I even need this thing? Would I need it? Do I want it? I want it. Chen Jingyu stuffed the capsule into his pants pocket. Fine, I'll just keep it for now. Can you lend me some money to buy a set of clothes? Sun Sheng approached and said. She was still barefoot, wearing only a t-shirt of Chen Jingyu's on her upper body. A jacket from Zhang Lan was tied around his waist. Chen Jingyu then realized that he had been shirtless all along. No wonder people kept turning around and looking at him on the way back. At the time, he thought it was because his looks had improved again. He didn't expect it to be because of this. Sure, but you'll have to wait a little while. Chen Jingyu agreed immediately. Over an hour later, the landlord from the rental app brought Chen Jingyu's luggage. He found 2 pieces of clothing that were more suitable for Sun Sheng and gave them to her to wear for now. Sun Sheng took the clothes and went to the bathroom. She was planning to take a shower first. Can you come here for a second? Sun Sheng shouted from the bathroom. Ha! Chen Jingyu immediately perked up. He jogged over to the bathroom. Do you want to shower together? Dream on. Sun Sheng blared at him, pointing at the shower. How do I use this? Aren't I supposed to know this world's knowledge? How can you not even use this? Chen Jingyu said, stepping up to adjust the water temperature for her. The information we've received didn't teach us how to shower. Sun Sheng crossed her arms and replied, and there's so much to learn, some things I just ignored. Okay, it's ready to use. Chen Jingyu checked the water temperature, it was just right. The two of them stood there, staring at each other. Sun Sheng held back her anger. Can you close the door? I need to take a shower. Okay. Chen Jingyu quickly turned around and closed the door, then stood behind it, waiting. Sun Sheng's temple muscles twitched twice. Please get out. Chen Jingyu scratched his head. I was just worried you wouldn't know how to shower, so I was going to personally guide you. #get lost. Sun Sheng completely lost her temper. Okay. Chen Jingyu quickly opened the door, walked out, and closed it behind him. The whole set of actions was done in one smooth motion. Chen Jingyu pushed the door open again. He was just about to step into the shower when he immediately pulled his arms back and crouched down. Do you believe I'll kill you? Who told you not to lock the door? Chen Jingyu glared at her. Whoosh! Sun Sheng's fingers suddenly shot out claws over 10 centimeters long, glowing with a green light. Don't act rashly. Chen Jingyu quickly stepped back. I just wanted to ask if you need someone to scrub your back? Get lost. Okay. Chen Jingyu quickly slipped away. Click. Just as he walked out, he heard the sound of the door locking behind him. Really stingy, it's just a shower. Chen Jingyu returned to the sofa, starting to scroll through his phone news. Meow. The gray cat jumped onto his lap and began snoring. Chen Jingyu rubbed its head and asked as if talking to himself, do you think she... He thought for a while, then came up with a more fitting sentence. Do you think she can survive here like a normal human? From her appearance, Sun Sheng seemed like an ordinary girl. But Chen Jingyu knew. She was not an ordinary human. She was a mutated fighter, possibly in existence somewhere between a human and a zombie. From her green eyes and the green glow on her claws when she got angry, it was clear that it was a color only zombies had. Aside from that, she was also a level 10 expert. It's very likely that there is no player in this world with a higher level than her. But, does she even count as a player? == smiley face meow. The gray cat spoke. Master, I need to correct one of your views. Oh? Chen Jingyu looked down at it. The game and reality have already merged into one. There's no such thing as a real world or a game world anymore. The two have become a new world. So, don't look at what's happening with an exclusionary mindset. Humans are the rulers of the current world, and so are the other game creatures. Amazing. Chen Jingyu really wanted to give it a thumbs up. This level of awareness, truly. Thinking about it, Chen Jingyu felt like he had been too narrow-minded. The world has changed. It's not just humans anymore. Even the zombie king. As long as it is willing to coexist peacefully, it can also produce in the human world. Existence itself is reasonable. In the future, there may gradually appear many bizarre game creatures in the world. At that time, everyone will be a part of the world. There is no difference. As long as she can suppress her desire to kill, she can live like a real human, Chen Jingyu defined for Sun Qing. As for her moral guidance, that will depend on Chen Jingyu. Why does it feel a bit like a nurturing game? Chen Jingyu rubbed his hands. Thinking about this, he felt a strange excitement. After watching the news for a while, there was nothing worth paying attention to. He casually entered the leaderboard website. He didn't really pay special attention to the leaderboard, just wanted to check the trading hall for any good gear and items worth noticing. But as soon as he entered the leaderboard site, he noticed something different. On the originally empty level list, a line of information appeared. Number 1. Name, requires player consent to disclose. Level, LV10. Profession, fighter, mutated. Except for the first place who had information, the rest were still blank. And this first place still had a hidden name. But there was no need to look at the name, Chen Jingyu guessed who she was at first glance. I didn't expect that Sun Qing really belongs to the player camp. Chapter 55. Sun Qing came out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair with a towel. Chen Jingyu opened the trading hall page, without showing the leaderboard information to Sun Chang. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the news of an LV10 player appearing on the leaderboard would spread all over the internet. This hidden name feature is really quite good. In the current environment, it's still better to keep a low profile. After washing up, he took Sun Chang and Grey Cat out to find a night market stall to enjoy a big meal. The summer night's fireworks were far better than a Michelin-starred feast. The next day, Chen Jingyu's department leader, Qi Dafei, was summoned to the top floor early in the morning. This is the office location of the senior executives of the headquarters. Meeting him was none other than Su Aima, one of the company's executive directors. Fire Chen Jingyu, Fan Xia, Li Yang, and that Zhang Lan, all of them. As soon as they met, Su Aima spoke bluntly. Qi Dafei was a bit dazed. Looking at the young master with his feet on the office desk, he could not help but wonder how his subordinates had offended him. Qi Dafei put on a smiling face and took a small step forward, cautiously asking, Director Su, I don't know why they. What nonsense are you talking? If I tell you to fire them, then fire them. Su Aima replied impatiently. Facing Qi Dafei's inquiry, he was somewhat annoyed. But Qi Dafei hesitated. He really did not want to offend this young master, but as a small department head, he could not meet the others' demands. For no other reason, the project that Chen Jingyu was in charge of was a highly valued one by the group company. Although the project was not large, the group's higher-ups unanimously deemed it to be very likely the next big opportunity. Just as the project was about to be completed, firing the project leader at this time seemed a bit. However, Su Aima did not care about this. Just do as you're told, why are you being so wordy? Su Aima stood up and pounded the table. If something goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility. What are you afraid of? Besides, what's there to worry about firing a few insignificant employees? Su Aima had long hated Chen Jingyu. This guy actually dared to take advantage of him and had the nerve to call him father several times. If he didn't fire him, how could Su Aima have any face left in the group company? As for the other few people, they were just extras for firing Chen Jingyu. Qi Dafei was at a loss. Authority at the top can crush those below. Moreover, Su Aima was several levels higher than him. He was merely a small manager at a subsidiary of the group. Dying from it all, he was just a mid-level leader. As for the words of the executive director, he didn't dare to ignore them. Fine, if Director Su wants to do this, then I can only comply, Qi Dafei said, turning to leave. As he walked out, his expression wasn't very pleasant. Actually, logically speaking, someone like Qi Dafei, a veteran in the workplace, shouldn't show a disappointed face to the board. But this time, Su Aima had gone a bit too far. These few people were all elite soldiers under Qi Dafei's command. Dismissing them all at once was like cutting off his left and right arms. Returning to the office on his floor, Qi Dafei stood at the door, checking the time. It was almost work time. Soon, Chen Jingyu and others appeared. Good morning, leader. Morning, brother Fei. You three, wait a moment, Qi Dafei called to them. What's wrong? Chen Jingyu asked. You, and you. Qi Dafei pointed at the three of them. Why did you step into the office with your left foot first? Go to HR and handle your resignation, you're fired. Brother Fei, are you joking this early in the morning? Fan Xie asked, puzzled. This was quite different from his usual serious leader image. Damn it, what can I do? Shi Dafei cursed, Director Su wants to fire you, I have to find a reason, right? Just go to HR and say you're fired for stepping in with your left foot. Shi Dafei was also venting his anger, which was why he used such a nonsensical reason. If HR asks again, just say it was Director Su's idea, damn it. Although Shi Dafei kept cursing, Chen Jingyu and the others knew he wasn't targeting them. Li Yang pulled Shi Dafei aside, and the two stood by the door, saying, Shizone, this isn't a joke, right? Shi Dafei replied irritably, I don't have time to joke around with you. Li Yang smiled, what about the project from our group? Is it not happening anymore? He pointed at Chen Jingyu. The senior management of the group should know that the reason for choosing Chen Jingyu as the project leader is that he completed the required database during college and even applied for a patent. It completely belongs to him. He's letting the company use it for free. If he gets fired, he definitely won't provide the database anymore. In that case, the project will be delayed at least a year and a half. Currently, the competition among major domestic manufacturers is fierce. Even a day of delay could be fatal. Shi Dafei smiled wryly, do you think I don't know? What can I do? So you'd better leave early and take your things with you, just go today. He was also venting anger. If this project successfully launched, there was a good chance of achieving great success. At that time, he, the small leader of this department, could also make a name for himself at the board, which would greatly help his career advancement. Now, with the key personnel gone, the project was likely to fail. Can you say he wasn't angry? Li Yang understood Shi Dafei's meaning and stopped speaking, nodding as he left. The three of them quickly discussed and went to handle their resignation. They even took care of Zhang Lan's paperwork, who arrived a bit late. When Zhang Lan received her resignation notice, she was taken aback for a moment. But soon she felt relieved. Well, I guessed it might end up like this. Indeed, one can't offend women and petty people. The three of them came early and left the group building early. Where are you guys planning to go? Zhang Lan asked. Chen Jingyu pointed to the coffee shop across the street. Let's sit over there for a bit. Might as well go back to sleep, Fan Xie yawned. What's the rush? To save us from coming back later, Chen Jingyu said with a faint smile, looking relaxed. Are you saying? Li Yang seemed to understand something. Chen Jingyu took the lead, stepping toward the coffee shop. Just wait, it won't be long before we have to go back. You're that confident? Fan Xie didn't believe it. How about we make a bet? Chen Jingyu replied. Bet on what? Fan Xie asked, a bit wary. Let's bet on whether someone will come to ask us to go back within 2 hours. Chen Jingyu was full of confidence. What's the stake? Fan Xie asked tentatively. Of course, it's about your unfinished business. Chen Jingyu seemed to have thought this through long ago. What unfinished business do I have? Fan Xie was puzzled. Eating this. Chen Jingyu said, holding up his 2 index fingers and drawing a mirrored 3 in the air. Chapter 56. Damn it, I just ate breakfast, can you not be disgusting? Fan Xie cursed. What does that matter? Didn't we just eat together? Chen Jingyu said nonchalantly. By the way, you had a bowl of steamed egg custard this morning, right? I noticed yours wasn't cooked well and was a bit runny. Fan Xie almost vomited up what he had eaten that morning. This kind of thing shouldn't be thought of, the more you think the more disgusting it gets. The 4 of them arrived at the coffee shop, each ordering a drink, then sat down to chat. While they were talking, 2 people walked in the door. On a hot day, wearing suits, one could tell without asking that they were either selling insurance or not quite right in the head. The 2 chose a seat near the door. The wall here was entirely made of glass, clearly showing the street outside. A little cat, swaying its tail, happened to pass by outside the glass and glanced inside vaguely. Chen Jingyu stood up holding his coffee cup. I see a familiar face, you all sit here, I'll go say hi. His companions didn't care and ignored him. Holding his coffee, Chen Jingyu walked straight over. The man in the suit was none other than the steel-straight man Pei Lingji. Seeing Chen Jingyu approach, Pei Lingji's heart skipped a beat. He muttered to himself, damn, how did I run into this creep again, what does he want? Hello, long time no see. Chen Jingyu greeted, who are you following today? Pei Lingji stammered, today I'm here to follow. He only got halfway through when he instantly tightened up, what are you talking about, I'm not here to follow anyone today. Then what's the purpose? Chen Jingyu, being familiar, dragged a chair over and sat down directly. I'm here to. Pei Lingji instinctively prepared to answer but immediately thought better of it, why should I tell you? Aren't we all friends? Just showing concern. Chen Jingyu said casually. Friends? Concern? Pei Lingji shivered involuntarily. Inside, he felt so scared. Is this guy really a creep? He must have taken a liking to me, haunting me endlessly. Even though I look very handsome, I didn't expect my charm to be this strong. Pei Lingji's companion looked at them with confusion. This person wasn't the same companion from the subway last time, so he didn't recognize Chen Jingyu. At this moment, a luxury convoy passed by outside the door. Pei Lingji and his companion suddenly stood up, exchanging glances. Pei Lingji looked at Chen Jingyu meaningfully and said, "Bro, we have things to do, let's chat another time." Saying that, the two hurriedly left. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Jingyu pondered. That convoy from earlier, he couldn't be more familiar with it. All of them were from his company. In fact, one of the red Porsches was Su Aima's vehicle. Is he the target this time? Chen Jingyu held his coffee, walking back leisurely. Looks like there's a chance. I need to check out that neighborhood. Corporate headquarters, Human Resources Department. As soon as Manager Zhang arrived at work, someone handed in a resignation report for Chen Jingyu and his three companions. Manager Zhang looked displeased, throwing a stack of documents onto the desk. What's going on? Such a big personnel change and I knew nothing about it? He looked at his subordinates, anger building between his brows. Was it arranged by Qi Dafei? No, Manager Zhang. One subordinate explained tremulously, I heard it was arranged by Director Su, we couldn't ask too much. Just handle the paperwork. Chairman Su? Manager Zhang furrowed his brow, the chairman? No, it's young Master Su. Damn it. Manager Zhang cursed under his breath, just knew he would bring me trouble. He gathered the materials again, hurrying up to the president's office. Waiting a while at the door of Su Aima's office, he finally saw the young master sauntering over. Glancing at Manager Zhang, Su Aima seemed to know what he wanted, casually pushing open the office door. Come in. Manager Zhang followed him in, waiting for Su Aima to lean back in his boss chair and cross his legs before handing over the documents. Young Master Su, these personnel arrangements, I heard were instructed by you? That's right. Su Aima picked up a signature pen from the pen holder and signed his name on the approval line of the documents handed over by Manager Zhang. He tossed the documents aside, take care of it. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Manager Zhang, engrossed in scrolling through his phone. Manager Zhang smiled bitterly, grabbing the documents and walking out. Fine, I shouldn't bother arguing with him, I'll just report it directly to the board. A few minutes later. A sound came from the chairman's office. The few young secretaries outside were startled. As someone was about to go in to check, a knowledgeable beauty in her 30s shook her head at the others. Sisterly, what about the chairman? Asked the young female secretary in a low voice. Sisterly smiled, just mind your own work. Inside the office was Manager Zhang, the head of the Human Resources Department. The noise earlier was made when the group's boss, Chairman Su Jinyan, slammed the documents down. This kid is getting bolder, he dares to make such important personnel decisions on his own. And you? He pointed at Manager Zhang, what good are you as the head of Human Resources? He says fire them, and you just fire them? What use are you? Manager Zhang felt ashamed, unable to lift his head. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to disturb this old chairman who was already over 60. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with him, but as the head of Human Resources, he would have to bear it no matter what happened. Chairman Su, please calm down, I really have no choice. Manager Zhang said carefully as the chairman cooled down, I shouldn't have spoken out, but almost all the employees in the group know that our new project is about to launch, and the ones we just fired are the core personnel for the software development of that project, you see. Although the new project hadn't been publicly announced yet, it was no secret within the group, or even in the industry arena. Su Jinyan transformed back into the serious elder. Though there was little expression on his face, his demeanor was imposing, the dismissal procedures are invalid. I don't care what method you use, get those people back, and also handle the reassurance work. Yes. Manager Zhang nodded and left, then I'll take my leave. Once outside Su's office, Manager Zhang realized that his palms were sweaty. Standing at the elevator entrance, he pressed the button, thinking about how to properly handle the matter. While he was lost in thought, the elevator doors opened. Manager Zhang walked inside. As he brushed past, two people emerged. Two men in black suits, still dressed formally on a hot summer day. Chapter 57. The moment the elevator doors closed, Manager Zhang was momentarily stunned. These two men had rather striking faces. But anyone who could ride this elevator wasn't likely an ordinary person. This was the direct elevator to the executive floors, ordinary people had no rights to enter. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about these unrelated matters. Getting those young men back was what truly mattered. But this was the workplace. The more capable a person is, the less likely they are to come and go at will. It's easy to drive someone away, but inviting them back is not so simple. This matter still requires Qi Dafei to come forward, after all, he is the direct leader of those boys. Manager Zhang, with a severe headache, hurried to Qi Dafei's office. After he left, Su Jinyan did not sit idle, immediately asking Secretary Li to arrange a board meeting. Several important decisions for the company must be finalized soon. If delayed too long, there is a subtle trend that the competitors might catch up. A beautiful young secretary knocked on Su Aima's office door. "Su Dong, the chairman has arranged a board meeting and wants you to attend." Su Aima was lounging with his legs crossed, scrolling through his phone. Looking up, his eyes immediately narrowed. "Xiao Zhu, come here." He beckoned to the young secretary with a finger. "Oh, Su Dong." Secretary Zhu drawled, playfully, "I still have things to do, the meeting materials aren't ready yet." Even though she said no, she swayed her hips and walked over. She sat on Su Aima's lap. It seemed their relationship was quite unusual, at least not the first time doing this. Su Aima embraced Secretary Zhu, his hands began to wander. "Haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have gained a little weight." "Oh, you're so annoying." Secretary Zhu pouted, "I've lost 2 pounds, and you don't care about me at all." "Really? Should we go to the back lounge and get to know each other better?" Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. 2 people walked in and immediately stood by the door, locking it behind them. Su Aima's interest was abruptly disturbed. With a displeased expression, he shouted, "Who are you two? Get out of here." Hee, young Master Su is quite the connoisseur. A man wearing sunglasses stepped forward. Dressed in a suit, he looked like trouble. Su Aima noticed this as well, patting Secretary Zhu to get off his lap. "Xiao Zhu, go call the security." Okay. Secretary Zhu looked at the 2 blocking the door, a bit scared, hesitant to approach. Pei Linji walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Su Aima, waving his hand for Secretary Zhu to step back. "Beauty, don't act rashly, or we won't be polite." "Not polite?" Su Aima narrowed his eyes, "You better realize where this is." Pei Linji ignored him and pulled out a laser gun from a virtual backpack, playing with it in his hand. "Heh, a professional awakener?" Su Aima was not to back down either, pulling out a long sword. That previous weapon had been taken by Chen Jingyu to gift to Li Yang, now Su Aima had picked up another one. "Don't think you are the only one who has awakened a profession, how about we have a little contest? I'll ask you 3 questions. If you answer honestly, nothing will happen." Pei Linji directly began to question. Bang! Su Aima slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Pei Linji shook his head and turned to his companion, muttering 2 words. "Make a move." In the cafe. A few had already drunk 2 cups of beverages. Fan Xie grumbled, "If I had known, I would have gone back to sleep, I really fell for your trap." Chen Jingyu leisurely sat back, slowly saying, "You wouldn't dare to bet against me, and now you're here complaining." "What do you mean I wouldn't dare?" Fan Xie got angry, "Bring it on." "The loser." His unfinished word got stuck in his throat as 2 people entered the cafe, pushing the door open. "How did they know we were here?" Fan Xie wondered. Chen Jingyu shook his phone, "We just got in touch." "You sly guy, almost fell into your trap again." Fan Xie said angrily. Manager Zhang and Qi Dafei walked up to them. With a glance from Manager Zhang, Qi Dafei was the first to speak, smiling, "Jingyu, we've got the situation sorted out. It's all a misunderstanding, you can go back to work now." "And then?" Chen Jingyu leisurely sipped his coffee, showing no urgency at all. "And then?" Qi Dafei paused for a moment. "Go back to work." Chen Jingyu, hee. Fan Xie, hee. Qi Dafei pouted, "Why do I feel like you are insulting someone?" Chen Jingyu stood up and said, hee, "That's not true." "Manager Qi, you're overthinking it, we just can't go back like that." "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding, young people shouldn't be so petty," Qi Dafei advised. "Then when I go to work tomorrow, should I step in with my left foot first or my right foot?" Chen Jingyu asked. Does that matter?" Qi Dafei and Manager Zhang looked at each other wide-eyed. They each thought to themselves that this was indeed not an easy thing to accomplish. Manager Zhang also didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and straightforwardly said, "Jingyu, this time the chairman specifically arranged for the 2 of us to invite you back. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up, it's all a misunderstanding. You know, the chairman won't mistreat you." After speaking, he glanced at Li Yang. He knew that among these 3 young people, Li Yan was the most sensible. Unfortunately, this time Li Yang did not stand by his side. "Jingyu, what do you say?" Chen Jingyu leisurely replied, "It's simple to let us go back, let Su Aima come to invite us himself." Manager Zhang and the others suddenly found it difficult. After all, this person was Su's family's young master and one of the executive directors of the group company. Rank-wise, he was at least a dozen levels above Chen Jingyu and the others. Seeing them hesitating, Chen Jingyu continued, with this small request, we can be considered quite reasonable to the company. All right. Manager Zhang gritted his teeth, I'll go say it. He also decided to go all in. He had just been reprimanded in the chairman's office that morning. If he messes up the chairman's instruction again, his position as the HR department head would be finished. Manager Qi, wait here, I'll go back to ask Su Dong to come over. Manager Zhang was also determined. He made a decision that if Su Aimo was unwilling to come, he would directly resign to the chairman. After all, if today's matter wasn't settled, he wouldn't be able to stay either. Manager Zhang hurriedly left. Just a few minutes later, Qi Dafei's phone rang. Look, it's Manager Zhang calling. He might have arrived at Su Dong's office. He wanted to act as a peacemaker and advised, if Su Dong invites you back on the phone, how about you give him a way out? Everyone looked at Chen Jingyu, who remained silent. Qi Dafei shook his head and answered the phone. Manager Zhang's anxious voice came through. Not good, Su Dong has disappeared. Chapter 58. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, everyone was shocked. What a joke, if you don't want to show up, just say so, there's no need to find this excuse. Fan Xia didn't believe it. Chen Jingyu looked at Qi Dafei's astonished expression. He felt this didn't seem like a joke. Although Su Aimo was quite unrefined, he wouldn't shy away like this. If he didn't want to come, he could just say it outright. At the same time, he thought of someone. That ironclad man known as Steel Garura Peilinji. However, Chen Jingyu didn't feel particularly eager to rescue this young master. Let's disperse, we'll wait for this young master to be found before talking. Chen Jingyu put down his coffee cup and stood up to leave. Qi Dafei didn't know what else to say. After all, this was all caused by Su Aimo himself. I've said it long ago, it would be better to go back to sleep. Fan Xia yawned. So tired this early, did Aunt Wang come over again last night? Chen Jingyu asked. How do you know? Fan Xia started to say but quickly shut his mouth, go to hell. What Aunt Wang? Zhang Lan came over and asked. Nothing, just a relative of Fan Xia. Chen Jingyu laughed. Oh. Zhang Lan nodded slightly and looked at Chen Jingyu, since you're not going to work. Do you want to come to my house for a visit? I can give you something to eat. Li Yang and Fan Ke were immediately shocked. Sister Zhang, do you also give out equipment? Li Yang asked. Fan Ke wore a look of having finally caught someone red-handed, smiling as he said, good job, Chen Jingyu, who would have thought? Chen Jingyu had a blank expression. What on earth is going on here? Are you going or not? Zhang Lan continued to blink her eyes and asked. I have things to do, maybe another day. Chen Jingyu replied. Humph. Both Fan Ke and Li Yan let out a mocking sound. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhang Lan was over 30 and a widow. Her figure and looks could definitely rival the best. Her skin care kept her looking ageless. This mature and feminine beauty of a widow had long been targeted by a crowd of men at the company. Now, she came to him, and he didn't take the offer? Who should they mock instead? The group parted ways at the coffee shop door. Chen Jingyu turned and entered a chain clothing store, buying a baseball cap to wear. The gray cat had somehow followed him and jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Do you remember that address? Chen Jingyu asked. The gray cat nodded. Building 6, room 401. Although Chen Jingyu didn't know the name of the community, he remembered the general address. He took the subway, keeping an eye on the passing pedestrians. He made sure no one was following him. After switching to a taxi, he finally arrived at his destination. During working hours, there weren't many people in the community. Plus, the hot weather kept the elderly people indoors. As he stepped into the community, the old guard at the entrance was dozing off, completely indifferent to who was coming or going. The community wasn't large, with only about 10 buildings. He quickly found Building 6. Looking up from below, he saw that on one side of the 4th floor, 2 windows were covered with newspapers, tightly shut. Chen Jingyu was quite intrigued by this organization. To be precise, he was very interested in everything related to games. Perhaps it was the occupational hazard of being a senior programmer, he couldn't bear to leave the idea of blending games with reality unsolved for a day. At the entrance on the 1st floor, there was a row of mailboxes. Among them was the number 401. Chen Jingyu collected the flyers stuffed into the mailbox, grabbing 7 or 8 and holding them in his hand. The content on the flyers was very simple, only a few big words written. Which men's hospital is the best? Go to Nanyang on Dongcheng South Road. Nanyang Men's Hospital, get 1 treatment and receive another for free. Summer special offer, first come first served. Chen Jingyu glanced at the flyer, then headed up to the 4th floor. The gray cat was too conspicuous, so he left it on the 1st floor to wait. He found the door marked 401, but the door was tightly closed. Knock knock knock. Chen Jingyu pressed down the brim of his cap, put on his crystal goggles, and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. He knocked again, and only then did the door slowly open a crack. Hello, would you like to learn about Nanyang Men's Hospital? We have summer specials. Chen Jingyu pulled out a flyer and slipped it through the gap in the door. Taking this opportunity, he peeked inside. It was pitch black, he could see nothing. A neatly dressed young man stood at the door. What special offer? The young man asked. Get one treatment and receive another for free, Chen Jingyu replied. He stretched his head to look further inside. Or you can open the door, and I'll come in and explain the details of this amazing offer. If you pay the deposit now, there's even a cashback event. He spoke nonsensically. Cashback? The young man asked. Yes, pay 100, and you'll get back 1,000 right away, Chen Jingyu nodded seriously. Then what if I pay 10,000? The young man continued to ask. Of course, you'd immediately get back 100,000, Chen Jingyu replied, looking inside. The young man opened the door and looked closely at Chen Jingyu, examining him from top to bottom. Look at me, the young man said. Chen Jingyu had a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Do I look like a fool to you? The young man took a step back and pointed at himself. Chen Jingyu looked as if he had just understood something, carefully looked at the other person. I really couldn't tell. If you didn't say it, I would never have known you're a fool. Young man. I mean, do I look like one? No. Chen Jingyu shook his head. That's why I say, if you didn't admit it yourself, no one would have guessed you're a fool. The veins on the young man's forehead twitched a few times. But it's okay. Chen Jingyu continued enthusiastically, even if you're a fool, it doesn't stop you from participating in our event. Get one cut, and we'll give you another one for free. The young man's face turned dark. At that moment, someone walked out from the inner room. They looked to be in their 40s. Xiaoyang, what's going on? He looked towards the door, his face full of vigilance. Flyer distributor. Xiaoyang said darkly. Chen Jingyu saw that there was another person, and quickly waved the flyer in his hand, shouting, Big brother, Nanyang Urology Hospital is holding an event, get one cut, and get one free, it's really a good deal. Really? The middle-aged man walked over. Actually, I've had this idea for a while. What exactly is the event? At this moment, the door was fully opened, and Chen Jingyu quickly took the opportunity to look inside. The event is simple, just sign up now and you can participate. His half-body had already entered, and he was babbling, when the time comes, we'll cut yours off, and then we'll give you a new one. Middle-aged man? He asked, his face full of confusion, cut it off directly? And then give me a new one? Chen Jingyu nodded, of course, guaranteed to be brand new. 3-year warranty, and if you're not satisfied, you can return it. The middle-aged man's face also darkened. Do I look like a fool? Chen Jingyu was shocked. Ah, so both of you are. He waved the flyer. It's okay, just right, we now have a special event for caring for the mentally challenged, even more affordable. Chapter 59. Come on, come in. The middle-aged man suddenly moved aside, calling for Chen Jingyu to enter the house. Come in, I promise I won't hit you. Seeing the host so warmly inviting him, Chen Jingyu naturally did not hesitate. He immediately walked into the house with a big smile. This was exactly the result he wanted. Bang! The door behind him was slammed shut instantly. Xiaoyang immediately began to roll up his sleeves, while revealing a sly smile. Urology hospital, huh? Get one cut, and get one free, huh? Together with the middle-aged man, they cornered Chen Jingyu against the wall, stepping closer. Ding! Carat Omega Carat, long time no see, someone is here to issue a task, would you like to accept it? The voice of the Lolita girl entered his mind. Chen Jingyu knew that trouble was probably coming. This girl always shows up when something is about to happen. Accept. Chen Jingyu silently thought. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, frenziedly wander on the edge of getting beaten, incomplete, description, dying is also an art. Completion condition, keep your beating value between 45%-55%, description, if the beating value is below 50%, you won't be beaten, if it exceeds 50%, you risk being beaten at any time, and reaching 100% means you will definitely be beaten. Duration, 5 minutes, description, the total time your beating value reaches the required level should be 5 minutes. Completion reward, crystal stone scaling device, description, can enlarge or shrink certain things. Failure punishment, beaten into a pig's head, description, a severe beating is unavoidable. Oh. Chen Jingyu realized later, so they both want to beat me? He looked at the two people approaching him, suddenly wanting to say something to them. Today, I just want to either kill both of you, or get killed by both of you. Of course, Chen Jingyu's mind wasn't damaged, he just suddenly felt that this sentence was very fitting. Ding, your beating value is 85%. His beating value was already so high? Chen Jingyu really didn't expect that these two wanted to beat him so badly. It was just handing out flyers, was it really necessary? Brothers, maybe there was some misunderstanding earlier, actually, our event is like this. Chen Jingyu wasn't afraid of being beaten, he was just afraid of not completing the system's task. The cut isn't completely cutting it off, it's just. Only cut what needs to be cut, it's all my fault for not being clear earlier. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Chen Jingyu explained with a smile, and the middle-aged man's expression softened a bit. Ding, your beating value decreases to 55%. Chen Jingyu was secretly delighted, his beating value had suddenly met the standard. However, at this moment, there was still a risk of being beaten. Chen Jingyu could tell at a glance that this comrade Xiao Yang had a strong desire to hit him. Who said we need to cut? Why don't you go cut yourself? Xiao Yang was still obsessed with the previous discussion about fools, come on, let me see if you've cut yourself. Ding, your beating value increases to 60%. Chen Jingyu maintained a smile and said seriously, this brother looks impressive. Without thinking, I know he must be a dragon among men. If you cooperate with our surgery, you and your brothers will definitely look even more impressive. So I suggest you understand it better, it's really a great activity. Comrade Xiao Yang blushed a little from the compliment, but he was still overjoyed inside. Ding, your beating value decreases to 35%. Oh no, I went too hard too fast. The beating value decreased too drastically, exceeding the system's required range. Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. I guess you two must be father and son, right? Chen Jingyu shifted his focus to the middle-aged man in his 40s, but speaking of which, big brother, you take good care of yourself, your son is already this big, yet you look like you're just over 50. Huh? The middle-aged man looked confused. Damn, I'm clearly only just 40, okay? Ding, your beating value increases to 45%. But Chen Jingyu didn't care about him, just wanting to praise himself internally. Nice, just hit the mark. While the two hadn't thought of hitting him yet, Chen Jingyu started to observe the layout of the room carefully. It's an old two-bedroom apartment, very outdated in decoration, and most of the furniture exudes a musty smell. Mainly because the doors and windows are kept closed all year round, it's likely that many places have gotten moldy. The decoration layout of your home is really exquisite, definitely a European and American luxurious style. I have always wanted a home like this, I wonder if I could take a look. Chen Jingyu said, stepping forward. It seemed like he was just looking around, but he actually wanted to slowly sneak toward the door of the room. The middle-aged man and Xiao Yang exchanged looks. Exquisite decoration? European and American luxury style? Wow, do they really think we're fools? Ding, your beating value increases to 70%. Just as Chen Jingyu was about to reach a room's doorway, he was intercepted by Xiao Yang who moved in front of him. Stop, there are women inside, you can't go in. So there are other people in this room? Chen Jingyu halted and looked at the two people staring at him menacingly. The beating value was still a bit too high. Oh, I'm really sorry, it's just that this beautiful decoration attracted me, making me want to check out the room's layout. Chen Jingyu said, keeping a composed face, since we are so fated, I've decided to give you two a spot. What spot? Xiao Yang asked with a guarded look. Of course, it's the top core technology service spot from our hospital. Chen Jingyu said seriously, it's said to be the gospel for millions of men, allowing you to be more enduring and powerful. Really? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Of course. Chen Jingyu said confidently, stepping closer to the two and whispering, I heard from brothers who have received the service that it lasts at least half an hour, and has no side effects. The middle-aged man suddenly became very pleased. Xiao Yang, bring some tea. He pulled Chen Jingyu, come, have a seat, let's have a good chat. Xiao Yang rushed to bring the tea with excitement, sitting beside them eagerly, looking at Chen Jingyu. Ding, your beating value decreases to 0%. Damn it, I overdid it. Chen Jingyu silently cursed. He glanced at the system's task record. The duration of being hit reached the standard, lasting only about 1 minute, far from the 5-minute goal. But the spots are limited. Chen Jingyu could only continue to bluff, turning to Xiao Yang and saying, this brother is still young, your dad is older, and obviously not capable, so why not give the opportunity to him? Older? Not capable at a glance? The middle-aged man suddenly stood up. Hey, little brat, who do you think you're looking down on? How about we have a little competition? Ding, your value of being hit increases to 52%. Chapter 60. Hearing this, Chen Jingyu quickly waved his hand, brother, please behave, I have no interest in fencing. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not understanding what Chen Jingyu meant. The anger that was previously ready to burst out slightly calmed down. Ding, your value of being hit decreases to 43%. Chen Jingyu quickly changed his tone and continued, but brother, with your temper so fierce, it's obvious that you're overly fiery. As the medical saying goes, the liver belongs to wood, its nature is to rise and disperse, it is a solid organ, a general's official, using yang while having a yin body, it's easy to create fire, with strong liver fire causing irritability. He rambled on for a long time, finally concluding, this shows that you have strong heat toxins inside, exteriorly aggressive and interiorly weak, which is enough to explain why your fighting power has been poor lately. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, I'm afraid you can't last 3 seconds, right? Chen Jingyu's nonsense completely confused the middle-aged man. Ding, your value of being hit decreases to 37%. Ha? Why is it still decreasing? Chen Jingyu originally thought his nonsense would provoke the other person's anger, but it surprisingly had the opposite effect. Xiao Yang listened, pondering, and then nodded. No wonder your sister-in-law has been so irritable lately, it seems like the nightlife isn't going well. That careless remark made the middle-aged man jump up directly. He roared, a man can endure everything. But, he definitely can't say he's incapable. Ding, your value of being hit increases to 99%. Oh no. Chen Jingyu was startled. He quickly pointed at Xiao Yang, it was all him, I didn't say you were incompetent. Xiao Yang also indicated that he had misspoken, quickly closing his mouth. The middle-aged man's face darkened, not immediately exploding but extending his hand toward Chen Jingyu. What do you want? Chen Jingyu stood up alertly, using the tea table next to the sofa to confront the man. Lean over, I want to tell you a secret. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, squeezing out each word. Chen Jingyu quickly shook his head. No way, I'm not leaning over, you definitely want to hit me. The middle-aged man forced a rather unappealing smile, don't worry, I promise not to hit you. Chen Jingyu wasn't falling for that. With the value of being hit already at 99%, only a fool would believe him. If you won't hit me, then what are you holding that hammer for? Chen Jingyu pointed at the hammer hidden behind him. Seeing he had been exposed, the middle-aged man directly exploded. He raised the hammer and charged at him, dare to say I'm incapable, I'll smite you. The two began a chase around the tea table. With his agility attribute of 35, Chen Jingyu suddenly had an unprecedented advantage. He dodged and moved with incredible speed. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man stopped to catch his breath. Huff, huff. You little brat, have some skills, don't run. With a calm expression, Chen Jingyu replied, brother, trust me, your problem will be handled properly, I guarantee it. Really? The middle-aged man was slightly skeptical of him. I'll give you a spot, tomorrow, no, in the afternoon, I'll arrange the surgery. Chen Jingyu patted his chest. You're not lying? The middle-aged man asked again. Chen Jingyu nodded furiously, absolutely not. Will the effect really be good? The middle-aged man asked again. I swear by my character. Chen Jingyu said firmly. The middle-aged man immediately felt delighted in his heart. Ding, your value of being hit decreases to 42%. Chen Jingyu was speechless. Oh my. This temperamental old man has suddenly reduced so much? After coming here, encountering an uncoordinated old man, it's best to stay away from them. It's easy to get beaten. But at your age, I guess having surgery doesn't mean much anymore. Chen Jingyu added some fuel to the fire. Damn you. The middle-aged man roared again. I'm just 41 this year. Ding, your values for getting beaten increased to 53%. Oh, just right. Chen Jingyu's face lit up, saying it instinctively. Underscore? Just right for what? The middle-aged man looked confused again. Chen Jingyu thought for a few seconds, then mysteriously said, keep your current mood, let me observe your frail condition. You can tell that too? The middle-aged man was quite surprised. 3 minutes later. Ding. Task wandering on the edge of getting beaten completed. You have received the task reward item Crystal Shrink Device. In Chen Jingyu's hand, a palm-sized device appeared instantly, looking somewhat like a firearm, but with a radar-like device replacing the muzzle. To avoid attracting others' attention, he quickly put it back in his pocket. Chen Jingyu took out his phone, saying, how about this, let me register the information for you two first, and I'll report the activity right away. He casually opened Fan Xie's WeChat, preparing to start editing the information. The middle-aged man suspected nothing of this action and cooperatively began to register. Name? Zheng Dating. Age? Oh, right, 41, gender, male. What does your brother do for a living? Chen Jingyu asked. Zheng Dating thought for a long time. Finally, it was Xiao Yang who spoke up, just right researcher. Right. Zheng Dating nodded quickly. Chen Jingyu typed while glancing at the two. I didn't expect you two to be researchers. I wonder what cutting-edge technology you're involved in. It's nothing much. Zhang Dating seemed in a good mood, it's just being studied by others. Chen Jingyu. Thinking to himself, these guys are actually doing research. He didn't know if they were in the same department as Pei Lingji. What was the reason for following him last time? Did they also want to capture him for research? But looking at these two, they didn't seem to be trapped here, they could leave any time they wanted. That means, they were completely volunteering. When Pei Lingji followed him last time, they didn't make things difficult for him. But why did they want to capture Su Aima this time? Chen Jingyu didn't believe this was a coincidence. How could it be that as soon as Pei Lingji appeared, Su Aima just disappeared? There must be some connection between the two. Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu put on an envious expression and asked, working in research, your salary must be high, right? I wonder if I could do it. If possible, could you help me get an introduction? He said pitifully, I also want to be studied by others. Chen Jingyu's gaze was very sincere, his tone earnest. Zhang Dating even hesitated. He had started to think about whether to help this young man. An introduction isn't out of the question. Zhang Dating looked Chen Jingyu up and down, but have you awakened your profession? Do you have dungeon experience? Chapter 61. Zhang Dating's words hit Chen Jingyu's sore spot immediately. Although his level had already reached LV5, he was still a civilian profession. Sigh. Chen Jingyu sighed, it's a pity, I haven't awakened my profession yet, as for dungeon experience. He looked up and saw both of them looking expectantly, then slowly said, maybe I'm lucky, I've never entered a dungeon until now, otherwise, I'd probably have died in there already. TCH. The two men sat back down again. Chen Jingyu wasn't foolish. How could one casually disclose entering a dungeon? Zhang Dating lamented, you haven't awakened your profession and don't have dungeon experience, it's hard for you to participate in our research work. Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity and quickly followed up, then may I ask what your main research direction is? Zhang Dating and the two of them immediately became vigilant. Chen Jingyu smiled and said, I'm just curious, purely curious. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Only then did the two relax a bit. It's a matter of confidentiality, I can't tell you for now. Then may I ask where your company is? I'd like to go for an interview and take a look when I have the chance. Chen Jingyu changed the subject to ask. Well, Zhang Dating glanced at Xiao Yang and said, I'll tell you next time if there's a chance. Alright then. Chen Jingyu expressed his regret. He asked some trivial questions before finally standing up. Okay, the registration is complete. Older brother, wait at home for my good news. As Chen Jingyu spoke, he prepared to leave. What about me? Xiao Yang hurriedly caught up and asked anxiously, didn't you say to take one for yourself and give one away? Ah ha ha ha. Chen Jingyu laughed and said, then let's do it together, I'll notify you later. Only then was Xiao Yang satisfied. Together with Zhang Dating, the two of them watched Chen Jingyu leave. Waiting for your good news. They had already gone downstairs, and Zhang Dating was still at the door, waving his hand with expectation. Meow. The long-awaited gray cat jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder when it saw him. Master, how is the situation? Chen Jingyu looked back and saw nothing unusual around, then walked towards the entrance of the community. No discoveries for now, it seems like this is just their residential point, not valuable. He looked down at the gray cat and asked, what about you? The gray cat squinted its eyes, looking in a good mood. Equals carrot carrot smiley face meow I found that last time Zally cat was alone, so I went and beat it up. It felt great. Chen Jingyu. This cat girl really holds grudges. After exiting the community, Chen Jingyu hailed a taxi. Once in the car, he pulled out the crystal stone resizing device from his pocket. Item name, Crystal Stone Resizing Device. Usage level, LV1. Career requirement, none. Special ability, resize certain items, ineffective against living beings. Usage count, 1, additional uses require refilling crystal energy blocks. Description, a technological item left by the great sage Duffy, originally hoped to enlarge certain living beings, but ultimately all failed. After scanning with the crystal eyepiece, Chen Jingyu was somewhat disappointed. It's actually ineffective against living beings, how infuriating. He put the crystal stone resizing device back into his pocket. On WeChat, Fan Xie sent a message inquiring. The messy string of information from earlier, Chen Jingyu simply sent it all out, considering it a reserve. Fan Xie, what kind of messy information is this? Who is this person? Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and typed back, this person wants you to introduce a rich woman to him, can you help keep an eye out? Fan Xie. After a few seconds, he sent another message, alright, there's indeed an aunt recently looking for a boyfriend, let's introduce her to him. Chen Jingyu was shocked. Didn't expect he actually had resources. He hurriedly asked again, are there any ants in their 20s, around 1 meter 60, weighing about 100, fair-skinned and beautiful, S-class figure, and who won't disrupt each other's lives? Introduce a few for me. Fan Xia, get lost. Stay far away, I don't want to see you. Chen Jingyu, then don't come for dinner tonight, I was planning to invite you and Li Yang out together. Fan Xia, bro, don't be like this, send me the address, I will definitely come. Chen Jingyu laughed and typed back, don't force yourself if you don't want to see me. Fan Xia replied with a cute emoji, bro, can you be my actual brother? How about this, tonight I'll bring my girlfriend over and introduce her to you. Girlfriend? Chen Jingyu replied, and Wang? Fan Xia, get lost, a proper girlfriend. Remember that girl with big glasses from our last dungeon run? Chen Jingyu had some impression. Since his buddy wanted to bring his girlfriend out to meet, there wasn't much to say. So he replied, okay, wait for my message tonight. But you're fast, huh? Already landed one? Fan proudly replied, of course, we live together now. Chen Jingyu was speechless, when did this fool become so impressive? He could only reply with 2 words, awesome. With nothing to do during the day and having just moved to a new home, he also had a new companion now. Chen Jingyu decided to do a big shopping spree, buying many daily necessities and even getting Sun Qing a few pieces of clothing. This girl was not very familiar with society, so Chen Jingyu temporarily did not dare to take her out shopping. A LV-10 genius fighting girl could go berserk for any reason, Chen Jingyu would not be able to control her. When he returned to the apartment, it was just noon. Chen Jingyu bought some vegetables and prepared to cook for himself. He handed everything he bought for Sun Qing to her. Besides clothes, there were some simple skincare products as well. While washing the vegetables, Sun Qing ran over holding a long black silk-like object and asked, how do I wear this? Chen Jingyu turned around and immediately wore an old mother-like smile, do you want me to help you? Sun Qing frowned slightly and took a wary step back, no need, just tell me. Chen Jingyu could only say, it's just socks, you just put them on your legs. Oh. Sun Qing responded. At that moment, she was wearing denim shorts with bare legs, her slender and proportionate figure fully revealed. After pulling over a chair to sit down, Sun Qing lifted her fair and smooth long legs and slowly pulled the silk stockings onto her feet. Once on, her long legs gradually stretched out, straightening in midair. At the same time, her thumbs held the sock openings, starting to move them up little by little. Gulp! Watching Sun Qing seriously putting on her stockings, Chen Jingyu couldn't help but swallow hard. Some say men who are serious about their work are the most handsome. Chen Jingyu wanted to say the same thing. A woman who puts on silk stockings seriously is just as beautiful. Chapter 62. Once a sage said, if you give me a perfect cannon, I can pry up the whole earth. At this moment, Chen Jingyu felt the urge to compete with the earth. And he was full of confidence. Beautiful times are always short. Sun Qing stood up after putting on her black stockings and walked to the mirror, twisting her body left and right, examining herself closely. What a strange pair of socks, they're quite troublesome to wear, but they do look good. Not just good. They looked amazing. Chen Jingyu had no doubt that if a management company packaged Sun Qing right now, she could debut immediately. Meow the gray cat jumped over, its eyes sparkling as it stared at Chen Jingyu. Master, do you have dried fish in your pocket? Chen Jingyu felt embarrassed. He quickly adjusted his position, turned around, and placed a plate of dried fish on the table. You're really clever, how did you find that out? You can eat first. As he spoke, he served the last dish from the pot, a total of 3 dishes and 1 soup set on the table. He called out to Sun Qing, come and eat. Sun Qing tossed her slippers aside and walked over just like that. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 cat, began their meal. So, what are your plans next? Chen Jingyu asked. Sun Chang was studying the food. It wasn't that Chen Jingyu's cooking was that good, but mainly she simply lacked experience. Since gaining awareness, she had been stuck in the guarding the mansion instance, enslaved by the zombie king, turning into the grotesque zombie mother. What does planning mean? Why do we need plans? Sun Qing didn't understand. Chen Jingyu found it hard to explain. After all, they were not human beings in reality, and talking to her about worldview and values would likely be wasted breath. Looks like he would have to raise another one. Chen Jingyu, who had just lost his job, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Then you can stay here for now, but I want to set 3 rules between us. Chen Jingyu started. Okay. Sun Qing didn't hesitate. She understood the reasoning, in someone else's territory. You must definitely follow some rules. But there has to be so much delicious food every day. Sen Cheng added, and I need new clothes often. Winky face. Chen Jingyu was already starting to sweat. Isn't this just raising an ancestor? Having a girlfriend at least brings some benefits, though it's unlikely to find someone as beautiful as Sun Cheng. More importantly, Chen Jingyu wanted to forcefully do something but couldn't, he simply couldn't beat her. Alright. Chen Jingyu agreed with a responsible attitude. After all, she was the one he let out. So we have a deal. First, you cannot go out alone. Second, you cannot randomly attack others. Third, and most importantly, you must listen to me. Sun Cheng nodded, stuffing her mouth full of food. Okay, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. Chen Jingyu was very pleased with Sun Cheng's straightforwardness. A temporary alliance was formed. Suddenly feeling like he had a powerful bodyguard by his side, and a beautiful one at that, was quite nice. After finishing the meal, the task of washing the dishes was handed over to Sun Cheng. She was also eager to learn this new way of life, seriously tackling a pile of dishes. Chen Jingyu opened his computer and logged onto the Honka forum he hadn't checked in days. Some speculations on the rules of Game Dungeon Openings 2.0. This was a thread Chen Jingyu had previously followed, and it should now be updated to the second version. It had many viewers and a lot of comments. Chen Jingyu clicked in with the mouse. Rain without an umbrella, the original poster received a shocking piece of news through special channels, but it hasn't been verified yet. Whether to believe it is entirely up to everyone's judgment. Please don't spit. Then, this original poster replied to themselves in the first comment, after the dungeon opens, the way of selecting players may be related to a mysterious substance. It is rumored that certain organizations have found many players who just entered the dungeon, and they detected this mysterious energy from them, which they call magnetic force. Below, many internet users replied, mostly trolls. Honka forum is mostly filled with veteran programmers. In other words, they are all highly educated talents. Everyone scoffed at the original poster's statement. Old Eagle of the Big Head, my goodness, you even came up with magnetic force? You might as well say that God pre-programmed everything and randomly selected lucky people to enter. Maybe I could still believe you. La Masia, looking forward to the original poster's further discoveries. Michael, there's one thing I don't understand. Even if what the original poster says is true, they are detecting players who came out of the dungeon, which does not necessarily mean they had this magnetic force when entering. Maybe they got it only after entering the dungeon. The way of heaven collecting money, talking nonsense? And rumors about certain organizations, do you really think they could let you know? After browsing through the comments, Chen Jingyu found nothing substantial, so he closed the thread. Magnetic force? Chen Jingyu silently noted it down. Whether it's true or not, let's just hold on to it for now. He continued browsing for a while but found nothing important. However, the number of incidents in society using awakened abilities for evil had noticeably increased from before. He closed the forum and went to check the leaderboard website. The leaderboard still had that bare name. The items listed in the mall had increased a little, but still no valuable ones, just some ordinary equipment. It seemed that the organization buying things was still crazily collecting valuable gear. Glancing at the time, it was still evening. Sun Cheng was seriously following a soap opera. Chen Jingyu greeted her, telling her to heat up the lunch leftovers for dinner, and then he went out. He had messaged Li Yang earlier to arrange a gathering for the night. Li Yang told him to come directly to his house, as his parents were out today. He was home alone. When he arrived, Li Yang had prepared a lot of dishes. Chen Jingyu brought 2 boxes of beer and ordered some barbecue downstairs. The boss would deliver it later. I said, why not just go out to eat? It's so much trouble to do it at home. Chen Jingyu put down the beer and said. Li Yang was tidying the table and said, it's more convenient to chat at home. You all don't need to go back tonight, let's drink a bit later and just sleep here. As he spoke, he went back to the kitchen and shouted, by the way, I heard Fan Xie found a new girlfriend? Call him and ask if his girlfriend agrees to him not coming home at night. I don't think she will agree. Chen Jingyu laughed and took out his phone. They just moved in together, how can she let him go? Li Yang came out with the dishes and said, let's make a bet, I say he can come out. Okay, a bet of 3 bottles of beer, I'll put it on speaker. Chen Jingyu said while dialing Fan Xie's number. Beep, beep. Hello? Fan Xie's voice came through. Where are we gathering tonight? Chen Jingyu asked, tell your girlfriend about it and see if she can come sleep over at Li Yang's tonight. Fan Xie fell silent for a moment. Are you and Li Yang there? Yes, hurry and ask, we'll drink and sleep here together once we're done. Chen Jingyu glanced at Li Yang and then asked. All right. Fan Xie's unenthusiastic voice came back. Wait a moment. There was a sound on the phone, followed by footsteps that faded away. About a minute later, the footsteps returned. Fan Xie said on the phone, my girlfriend agreed. Li Yang immediately started dancing with joy. Looks like I won the bet. But she said you have to pick her up, otherwise, she doesn't know the way by herself. Li Yang's movements came to an abrupt halt, his face filled with confusion. And Fan Xie's voice came again. She said at most one by one, absolutely not allowed to come together. Straight face, straight face. Chapter 63. Chen Jingyu almost felt like choking Fan Xie to death. Are these two lovebirds fools? Li Yang was equally shocked. Are girls these days this wild? Chen Jingyu also felt puzzled. The girl with the big round glasses seemed quite refined in his memory. Which girlfriend are you talking about? Chen Jingyu asked. Of course it's Wang. Fan Xie started to say, then quickly changed his words, lowering his voice. Of course it's Sister Wang. I'm at her place now. No wonder. Chen Jingyu and the other instantly understood. But they also lost interest in the conversation. To hell with you, ask your Aunt Wang for leave and hurry over here, we're waiting to drink. Chen Jingyu shouted into the phone. Oh, okay, I'll be there soon. Fan Xie seemed to have realized something. After hanging up, the two couldn't help but laugh. This kid is actually playing both sides, we must educate him well when he arrives. Chen Jingyu teased. This is called 1 foot in the career and 1 foot in love. Li Yang summarized. What the heck, 1 foot in career and 1 foot in love? Chen Jingyu gave him a thumbs up. You two are both outstanding players. Before long, Fan Xie hurried over. The three continued drinking until it was almost dawn when they finally fell asleep in disheveled positions on the couch. In the morning, the three were awakened by a knock on the door. It was 2 officers from the police station. Because Suaima had a minor conflict with the three before going missing and had just expelled them, they came for a routine inquiry. However, since Chen Jingyu and the others had been sitting in the coffee shop across from the company, there were many witnesses who could prove their whereabouts, so they had basically ruled out suspicion. After completing the inquiry record, Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and decided to mention the encounter with Pei Linji. After all, this group had quite a bit of suspicion. Though they had some friction with Suaima, he couldn't tolerate bad people, could he? That's not Chen Jingyu's character. After sending off the 2 officers, Chen Jingyu yawned and said, I need to go home and catch up on sleep, I didn't sleep well. Fan Xie echoed, me too. So tired. Li Yang didn't keep them, and after sending them out, he lay down on the bed himself. Going downstairs, Fan Xie said, by the way, I have given the number of that big brother you introduced to an aunt, they may have already contacted each other. Chen Jingyu was immediately filled with admiration. The speed is really impressive. It was originally just a joke, I never expected it to become real. You introduced him, but don't expose us, okay? Chen Jingyu hurriedly reminded, also, if that aunt finds anything, remember to tell me. Fan Xie patted his chest and said, don't worry, in this circle, confidentiality is the top priority, whether it's the introducer or the parties involved, no one will talk recklessly. That's good. Chen Jingyu said, waving goodbye to Fan Xie. He wasn't worried about anything else, just afraid that his impersonation of a hospital employee would be exposed, causing the other party's organization to become suspicious. Once there is vigilance, it would be difficult to follow up later. Back at home, Sen Cheng had already finished cleaning, and was watching a soap opera while holding the gray cat. Chen Jingyu didn't mind them and went back to his room to catch up on sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was woken up by a knock at the door. Looking out the window, it was already pitch black outside. Opening the door, Sun Sheng stood outside barefoot, holding the gray cat. Asterisk Omega, I'm so hungry. Sun Sheng said pitifully. Looking at his phone, it was already past 8 in the evening. Wow, I've slept so long. Chen Jingyu stepped out of the door. Wait for me to wash up, let's go out to eat tonight. Yay! Both the person and the cat cheered happily. Chen Jingyu went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing clothes, they walked to the door, turned off the light, and prepared to go out. At the moment of opening the door, Sun Xing suddenly pushed the door back and shut the big door again. What's wrong? Chen Jingyu looked confused. There's someone. Sun Xing said in a low voice. After saying that, she directly turned around and looked at the back window. Sure enough, a dark shadow appeared beside the window. Chen Jingyu's back immediately turned cold. Damn it, why are there always these sneaky people climbing through windows recently? Can I even sleep peacefully at night from now on? Chen Jingyu quickly turned the light back on. The room was instantly bright. The window was pushed open, and a person climbed in. His head was wrapped in bandages, and his face had some bruises that were not fully healed. It turned out to be a familiar face. This was something Chen Jingyu didn't expect. This guy actually couldn't stay away, and he couldn't dodge him. Hong Qiji jumped in through the window, with a grim face. Oomph, kid, we meet again. That night's chance encounter made Hong Qiji, the professional killer, lose face. He was actually beaten by an ordinary person who hadn't awakened his profession yet. Do you think I wouldn't be able to find you just because you hid here? Hong Qiji's gaze swept over Sun Qing, finally landing on the gray cat. He learned a lesson from being hit before. He knew that this gray cat was not easy to deal with. Chen Jingyu was also quite curious. He had already moved, yet Hong Qiji still found him. To understand, he was a senior programmer, and the information on the rental app had long been wiped clean by him. So it was basically impossible for anyone to track his whereabouts. It seems this professional killer has his special channels. Ding! Ding! The Lolita girl jumped out again. Chen Jingyu said speechlessly, "You come out, just come out. Why do you always change your tricks or sound effects every time? Doesn't this make me seem special? What's the mission? Hurry up." Chen Jingyu's stomach was already grumbling. Good. This time it's a gift question. The Lolita girl finished speaking and directly issued the mission. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted a new mission. Mission name, beat him, to be completed. Description, don't say anything, just hit. Completion condition, beat Hong Qiji. Description, that persistent guy, just beat him and it's done. Time limit, 30 minutes. Completion reward, crystal ring. Description, space storage artifact. Punishment of failure, beaten. Description, beating and being beaten often happen in an instant. Chen Jingyu finished reading the task and it turned out to be an easy question. Beside him, Sun Chang was already very unhappy. Do you know each other? She asked, friends? Chen Jingyu shook his head. Very good. Sun Qing began to roll up her sleeves. Sun Qing's anger value plus 500 points. Opposite, Hong Qiji was completely unaware of this. With a shake of his hands, 2 small daggers appeared in his palms. He coldly looked at Chen Jingyu and said, "Kid, today is your death day." Chen Jingyu shrugged, "I advise you, it might still be time to run now." Chapter 64. Chen Jingyu even heard Sun Qing's stomach rumbling. This girl, ever since indulging in delicious food and ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task, beat him up. You have received the task reward item crystal ring. Stunned by a punch, Hong Qiji didn't know where his strong will came from and actually struggled to bounce up from the ground. He frantically waved the dagger in his hand. Ah! I'm going to stab you, stab you. Ah! Seeing him like this, Chen Jingyu suddenly felt a little pity. This kid, really quite miserable. After spinning around a few times, Hong Qiji once again locked onto the enemy's position. Unfortunately, he could barely stand. He swayed and steadied himself, extending his arm to point the dagger at the two. "I'm going to kill you." Saying this, he stumbled and rushed forward. In the next second, Chen Jingyu was dumbfounded once again. The scene before his eyes completely refreshed his outlook on life, values, worldviews, and even gaming concepts. What an exaggerated scene it was. Just as Hong Qiji got closer, Sun Chang's head suddenly grew larger. When her mouth opened, the corners split all the way back to her ears, and her teeth all became sharp fangs, each glinting with a cold light. It was simply a mouth larger than a blood basin. Chen Jingyu felt his vision blur. That huge head swallowed Hong Qiji whole, from head to toe. Sigma. What did I just see? Chen Jingyu was completely stunned. Sun Qing instantly returned to her normal form, wiping her mouth, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for Hong Qiji disappearing, Chen Jingyu would even doubt if he had seen wrong. That scene just now was really too fast, too exaggerated. Sun Shang blinked her eyes, pretending to be innocent. "Don't be scared, this is just a talent skill I got after mutating. He was just swallowed, not eaten by me." Omega, Chen Jingyu's eyes sparkled. "Who said I'm scared? I'm just, a little excited." Sun Qing? This shouldn't be the case? // Omega / Chen Jingyu said a bit shyly, "You don't know, I've always admired girls with big mouths since I was young, always wanting to, feed them something." Underscore? Sun Chang looked completely confused. She urged, "Now that the trouble is dealt with, let's go eat that spicy hot pot, I'm so hungry." Looking at her pitiful expression, she was probably really hungry. Chen Jingyu almost impulsively wanted to feed her something right on the spot. So he said, "Alright, let's go eat, I'm also hungry. But can I make a request?" Sun Chang nodded slightly. "Speak." Omega, Chen Jingyu's eyes sparkled. "Can I sleep in your room tonight? I'm afraid if bad people come again, my life would be in danger." "Sure." Sun Chang agreed without thinking. "Really?" Chen Jingyu instantly became excited. In his heart, he quickly thought of 49 different tricks. "Ah, it's a small matter, what is there to it?" Sun Qing said while walking out, "You sleep in my room, I sleep in your room." "You dad." Chen Jingyu immediately wilted. After a whole night watching movies, it turned out to be Calabash Brothers again. Seeing his expression, Sun Qing immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't think I don't know what bad idea you're up to, I learned a lot from watching TV these past few days." Sun Shang walked ahead with her hands behind her back. Once outside, she turned around again. Holding her head high, she said, "But if one day I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll reward you." Chapter 65. This is what you said yourself. Chen Jingyu became pleased. "If you go back on your word later, don't blame me for being forceful." Sun Xing beckoned to him, "Then come, let's see if I swallow you or not." Swallowing me is a small matter, considering your good teeth, we can completely negotiate. Chen Jingyu turned around and turned off the light. "But remember to spit me out on time." In the instant the door closed, Chen Jingyu glanced back at the room. A flying knife was still left on the ground at the door, proving that Hong Qizhi had indeed been there. Unexpectedly, he was taken out just like that, without leaving any trace. But this is good, it solves a huge trouble for Chen Jingyu. The task reward has been sent into his hands. Chen Jingyu took a glance at it. It was a black ring made of crystal, with an ancient design. When he put on the crystal magnifying glass and looked at it, he was instantly shocked. It's actually another myth-level item. The last time the task system awarded a myth-level item was the capsule that changed Chen Jingyu's talent level. Item name, Crystal Ring, Myth. Usable level, LV1. Job requirement, none. Special ability, Storage Artifact, can store any non-living item. Space specification, 1 cubic meter. Description, an artifact created by the Space Master Rethi, she has countless grudges with the time controller Quick Gunjack. At first, Chen Jingyu thought it was a powerful combat equipment, but unexpectedly, it was an auxiliary storage space equipment. But it's still not bad. He had recently gained a lot of items. Gear obtained from game dungeons can be stored in a virtual backpack. But the items released by the task system can only be kept in his pocket. This also caused his pants to frequently sag down due to the weight in his pockets and some other reason. Some small things were okay, but the spirit cloak he got earlier had no way to carry on him. If he often wore it outside, people would definitely think he was very clever. In this hot summer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to interview Pei Lingji and the others. In this hot summer, is it really not hot to wear suits all day? Sun Shang watched as Chen Jingyu fiddled with the ring he got from who knows where, and she took the lead toward the elevator. It must be said that the body of a martial artist looks full of elasticity. Her denim shorts were stretched into a peach shape. Chen Jingyu followed behind and silently took out his crystal scaling device. This minigun-like item had not yet been used. He didn't even know how to use the crystal ring, Chen Jingyu thought as he touched the crystal scaling device against the ring. There was no special effect. It just vanished into thin air. It's quite useful. As Chen Jingyu thought about the crystal scaling device, he touched the crystal ring again. Sure enough, the next second, the crystal scaling device appeared in his hand. It's worthy of being an artifact, so smart. The vendors at the night market had set up their stalls. The mouth-watering variety of food dazzled Sun Chang. Her growling stomach was greatly satisfied immediately. But Chen Jingyu's wallet instantly went flat. He even started to doubt whether Sun Qing had activated a talent-devouring skill and directly devoured his wallet. After eating and drinking enough, just as he was about to take a walk home, Fan Xia called. After Chen Jingyu answered, the other side immediately began to scold him. He was left completely dumbfounded. What's going on? I don't think I've offended you, right? Fan Xia's gritted teeth voice came through. How can you still have the face to say it? The guy you introduced, what is he, all show and no substance, completely useless, almost made Aunt Zhang angry. Aunt Chang? Chen Jingyu was even more confused. Who is useless? It's the guy you sent to me on WeChat yesterday. Fan Xia said angrily. Oh, it's him. Chen Jingyu finally remembered. Almost got you killed. Fan Xia was still resentful. That guy looks very strong. Who knew he was completely useless? Chen Jingyu didn't know what to say. But luckily, that guy still had some other skills. In the end, he finally got Aunt Zhang to be satisfied after a lot of effort. Fan Xia said with lingering fear, do you know how serious it would be if Aunt Zhang got angry? Chen Jingyu. Can't tell. That Zhang dating also has a way with words. He can even deal with a rich woman, that's quite something. Who is Aunt Zhang? Why are you so afraid of her? Chen Jingyu asked. If I tell you, it will scare you to death. If she gets angry, even whine, the entire family will be in trouble, Fan Xia said in a serious tone. So powerful? Chen Jingyu became even more curious. What exactly is her background? Come on, tell me. Can't say. Fan Xia kept his mouth shut, but I can tell you one thing. TCH. Chen Jingyu only took Fan Xia's mysterious attitude as bragging and scoffed at it. However, what Tomato said next caught his attention. The guy you introduced works at Yuanbao building at the West Street entrance. Chen Jingyu immediately asked, are you sure? Of course, he personally told Aunt Zhang, and I heard Aunt Zhang has already made him resign and stay on as a full-time driver. West Street, Yuanbao Building. Chen Jingyu took note of it. I'll find a chance to see who this guy really is. After Chen Jingyu and his friend left the night market street, a few casually dressed young people appeared at the street corner. Looking in the direction where Chen Jingyu left, a young man with light yellow hair said, "It must be him, right?" A girl next to him, with two ponytails, was holding a phone, and the screen showed a photo. The photo was secretly taken, and the main character was of course Chen Jingyu. "It must be him, it's exactly the same, and he's quite handsome," said the girl with ponytails, chewing on a lollipop. The yellow-haired young man nodded. According to family intelligence, this guy must have been in a dungeon at least twice. With a civilian job, he can return unscathed each time. It's really strange. He looked at the girl with ponytails and said, "Little sister, don't expose yourself easily. Find a chance to get in touch with him." The ponytail girl stuck her tongue out playfully at the young man. Then, with a pitiful tone, she said, "Is that how you act as an older brother? What if he's a bad guy? Can you bear to let your youthful and beautiful sister fall into a tiger's den?" _degree, the yellow-haired young man almost lost his balance, his mouth twitching several times. "Don't give me that. I'm your brother, and I know you. Damn, who's the wolf, and who's the sheep? It's not certain yet." The ponytail girl giggled. So annoying. Chapter 66. In a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the city. In a lavish room, it was filled with people. Men and women of all ages stood around. In the middle of them was an elderly man lying in bed. His hair and beard were white, and his face was weathered. He appeared to be very old, and his days were probably numbered. "Dad, take this, you'll definitely feel better." A man in his 50s or 60s trembled as he handed a delicate crystal bottle to the elderly man leaning on the bed. "Dad, hurry and drink." A graceful woman also stepped forward. "Grandpa, if you drink the potion, you'll get better." "Yes, Grandpa, hurry and drink." Under the eager gaze of the family, a nurse stepped forward, took the crystal bottle, and slowly poured the potion into the elderly man's mouth. The old man's throat rolled a couple of times, and he struggled to swallow the potion. In an instant, his eyes brightened. Even the lifeless look on his face that had lingered for days faded a lot. Everyone instantly showed joy. "Dad, how do you feel?" The man in his 50s or 60s beside the elderly man asked. At this moment, the elderly man seemed to come back to life. His once old and tired face began to glow. He slowly raised his hand, his mouth trembled for a long time, and finally uttered a sentence. "Potion. Get more. The group's matters, old boss, temporarily, take over." The man beside him immediately showed a joyful expression. He held the elderly man's hand tightly. "Dad, don't worry, with this potion, you can live another 30 years, and then the group will still need you to steer it." The old man nodded in satisfaction, gently closing his eyes. "The old man is tired, let him rest. Everyone, please leave." The man began to disperse the crowd. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful. But in front of the old man, no one dared to say anything. Others left, leaving a man in his 50s and a graceful noblewoman behind. "Elder brother, let's talk," the woman said softly. The man glanced at the old man and remained silent, stepping outside first. In the study. The man and the woman sat across from each other. If Fan Xie were here, he would certainly recognize that this graceful noblewoman was the Auntie Zhang he spoke of. And the man before her was Zhang Haiyun, the eldest young master of the Hegeless group and the current acting chairman. Though nearly 60, he still was the young master. There was no way around it, his father, who was still in power, was above him. "Haiyan, I hope you can fully support me. You wouldn't want the second branch to take over the group, would you?" Zhang Haiyun lit a cigar. Sitting opposite him, Zhang Haiyan also took out a slender cigarette and slowly began to smoke. "You are my elder brother, I will naturally help you, and..." She glanced at the man in front of her. "I recently met a man. If I'm not wrong, he works in the second branch's secret society." "What?" Zhang Haiyun suddenly sat up, staring at his sister, asking word by word, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Zhang Haiyan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Zhang Haiyun leaned back on the sofa, his sharp eyes shining with an inexplicable brilliance, slowly saying, "What do you want?" He, haha. Zhang Haiyan suddenly laughed. Though over 50, she still had charm and grace. "Elder brother, what are you saying? I am your own sister." She extinguished the cigarette in her hand and stood up to take her leave. "All right, let's stop here today. Wait for my good news." Zhang Haiyan walked to the door in her high heels, then turned back and said, "By the way, where did you find this pharmacist? That medicine seems very helpful for the old man's condition. Could it be?" Zhang Haiyan looked at her brother. "You also formed a secret organization like the second branch?" Zhang Haiyun did not speak. Not even a hint of abnormal expression showed on his face. The cigar at his mouth glowing with a rich flame, casting a flickering light on his stern face. As the smoke was slowly exhaled, his entire face was enveloped by the thick cigar smoke. Zhang Haiyun smiled lightly and turned to leave. Next to Chen Jingyu's single apartment, a new neighbor moved in. The next morning, as he was going out, he just happened to run into them moving in. The new neighbor was a young girl in her 20s, dressed fashionably, head to toe in brand names. She didn't look like someone who would rent a single apartment. This caused Chen Jingyu to take an extra glance. "Hello, brother, I am the new neighbor. My name is Zhang Linlin. Please take care of me in the future," the girl greeted him with a sunny smile. Chen Jingyu nodded in response. "Hello, just call me Old Chen." The two brushed past each other. Chen Jingyu took the elevator down to buy breakfast. Suaima had not found any clues yet. Chen Jingyu and the others were happy to relax, not going to work. Even though the human resources manager had invited them several times, they adamantly refused to go. As a person, one must at least have some dignity. One cannot just be dismissed without an official explanation and guarantee from upper management. Chen Jingyu estimated that in 2 days, a board-level boss would come to talk to them. Sun Sheng was still sitting with the gray cat, enjoying monopolizing the television. The weather was too hot. Chen Jingyu also didn't want to go out, playing on the computer at home all day. Before he knew it, evening had arrived and darkness fell. There was a knock at the door. Chen Jingyu went over to open the door. It turned out to be the new tenant next door, Zhang Linlin. Seeing the door open, she tilted her head and peered inside. Chen Jingyu stepped forward, walked out of the doorway, and closed the door. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhang Linlin then shifted her gaze back to Chen Jingyu. "Brother, my light at home is not working, can you help me take a look?" "Let's go." Chen Jingyu signaled her to lead the way. "Does brother live alone?" Zhang Linlin inquired. "What about you?" Chen Jingyu changed the subject. "I live alone, that's why I'm a little scared," Zhang Linlin said as she unlocked the electronic door. Once Chen Jingyu entered, it was pitch dark inside. He turned on the flashlight on his phone, pressed the switch on the wall, and there was indeed no response. He groped around and found the main power box. Opening it, he discovered that the main switch had tripped. After flipping the switch up, the room immediately lit up. "It's a small matter, the main switch tripped, just push it back up and it's fine," Chen Jingyu said. After saying that, he prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, brother." Zhang Linlin ran over and closed the door. "What is your name, brother?" She blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's Old Chen." Chen Jingyu replied. "Brother, you are so annoying, you are not old at all," Zhang Linlin said with an innocent expression. He. Chen Jingyu forced a couple of laughs. "Sorry, please open the door." Zhang Linlin pouted in grievance. "Brother, do you dislike me? Why do you seem to be trying to avoid me?" "No, you are overthinking," Chen Jingyu smiled. Suddenly, Zhang Linlin stepped closer, pressing her body against Chen Jingyu's. The soft touch immediately pressed against Chen Jingyu. She extended a slender finger and poked Chen Jingyu's chest. Then she raised her delicate oval face, looking at Chen Jingyu with fiery enthusiasm from below. Their gazes collided fiercely. Zhang Linlin bit her bright red lips and softly asked, "Could it be, brother is not interested in girls?" "No." Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, pushed Zhang Linlin away, and opened the door. "I am not interested in humans." Zhang Linlin instantly froze. She watched helplessly as Chen Jingyu walked away. Chapter 67. Zhang Linlin stared wide-eyed as Chen Jingyu left, stomping her feet in anger. "This ironclad straight man, I won't back down, just watch me take you down." After closing the door, Zhang Linlin's phone rang. It was a video call. On the other side was a young man with dyed yellow hair. "Little sister, how's it going?" the young man asked. Zhang Linlin replied listlessly, "It's okay, needs a little more time." The young man with yellow hair shook his head slightly. "Time is running out, last night uncle was really mad. I heard that the old man's side has already handed power down to uncle. If we don't hurry up, it might be too late." Zhang Linlin appeared troubled. "Okay, can you give me one more week?" The yellow-haired young man frowned. "That's too long, can you speed up?" Zhang Linlin got a bit angry, pouting and tossing the sleeveless thin coat she had thrown over her, leaving only the exposed pink crop top. 3 days, is 3 days okay?" The yellow-haired young man shook his head. "Can you speed it up a bit?" Zhang Linlin, fuming, tugged at her clothes and threw the small pink top away. "1 day, is 1 day okay?" The yellow-haired young man covered his eyes with his hand. He feared that if he kept looking, he might end up being sent to Germany for treatment by the elders back home. "Then it's hard work for you, little sister. I'll wait for your good news." After saying that, he ended the call. The next morning, Chen Jingyu couldn't resist Sun Cheng's persistence and agreed to take them out for breakfast. Almost the moment he opened the door of the adjacent room also opened. As Chen Jingyu and Sun Cheng stepped out, sure enough, Zhang Linlin came out too. When she saw Sun Cheng, her brows slightly furrowed but quickly returned to a smile. "Good morning, brother. No wonder you were in such a hurry to go back last night. It turns out there's another sister living in your house." Zhang Linlin cheerfully ran over to greet them. "Sister, you are really beautiful. Your eyes are so big. Are you wearing colored contacts? Unlike me, I'm too clumsy to put on makeup at all." Sun Cheng looked confused and glanced at Chen Jingyu, not knowing where this little girl had come from. Zhang Linlin continued to Chen Jingyu, "By the way, brother, it was okay for you to help me in my room last night, right? Sister won't mind? Sister must be very happy to find such an excellent boy like brother. I really want to be happy too." Sun Cheng felt a bit unaccustomed to the stranger's enthusiasm. Hugging her black cat, she said expressionlessly, "You two chat here. We'll wait for you downstairs." With that, she walked toward the elevator. Chen Jingyu turned back to lock the door, but just as he was ready to follow, the elevator door closed. He had no choice but to wait for the next elevator with Zhang Linlin. "Brother, your girlfriend is so fierce. Was she angry just now?" "It's all my fault, please don't be mad at her." Zhang Linlin looked at Chen Jingyu with innocent big eyes, pouting her lips, making her look very adorable. "But dating such a strong girl must be tough for brother, right? Will she misunderstand us?" Seeing that Chen Jingyu didn't respond, she continued pitifully, "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean it. Please don't argue because of me." Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, and Chen Jingyu, with a blank expression, walked out first. Zhang Linlin gritted her teeth in anger, then fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Chen Jingyu, who had just stepped out of the elevator, heard the noise and instinctively turned to look. Zhang Linlin immediately clutched her foot in pain. "Brother, I've sprained my ankle. It hurts so much." Chen Jingyu slightly shook his head and stepped back. Zhang Linlin immediately felt pleased in her heart. "Humph, let's see if I can't deal with you. Did you twist your ankle?" Chen Jingyu asked. Zhang Linlin instantly pouted her lips and nodded with great grievance. Tears filled her eyes, as if she were about to cry at any moment. "Then let's go back." "Don't go out," Chen Jingyu said. "Do you need help?" Zhang Linlin immediately nodded and pitifully stretched out her arms. "Humph, when you carry me upstairs later, I'll have to take a secret photo to send to your girlfriend." Hearing this, Chen Jingyu took another step forward, reached out to press the floor button on the elevator wall for her. Then he walked outside again. Click. The elevator door closed. Slowly heading to their floor. When the elevator door opened again, Zhang Linlin had not come to her senses. This is what he calls help. Just pressing an elevator button? Underscore. I can't believe this. You disgusting man, piece of trash, shameless person. Zhang Linlin completely exploded. In the lobby downstairs. Seeing Chen Jingyu come out, Sen Sheng hugged her cat and walked alongside him. "Who is that little girl?" Chen Jingyu turned around to look and replied, "I don't know. She looks quite wealthy, not like someone who should live here." "Then be careful," Sun Xing said lightly. "Yeah," Chen Jingyu nodded, "by the way, I need to go out for a bit. You two finish breakfast and go back first. Remember, no matter who knocks on the door, don't open it." "Got it." Sun Xing had heard similar words so much that her ears were getting calloused. At the corner of West Street, Yuanbao Building. This used to be a prosperous area, but now it can only be considered an old street. Yuanbao Building has been around for at least 20 years and is collectively owned. It used to be a big mall, but now it has been divided into many small units rented to various companies for office use. When he arrived downstairs, an old man in a security uniform sat at the entrance, drinking tea and reading the news. "Who are you looking for?" the old man said without lifting his head. This really perplexed Chen Jingyu. There were signs at the entrance for various companies. Chen Jingyu glanced around but didn't find a suitable target. "People aren't usually allowed to enter here," the old man added. At that moment, a 6 or 7-year-old boy ran over from the nearby alley. "Grandpa, Grandma wants you to go back and check, the TV isn't working again." The old man put down his newspaper, glanced at Chen Jingyu, then stood up, helping the boy to sit on a bamboo chair. "Little buddy, keep an eye on this, no one is allowed to go in, especially anyone who looks like a bad person." "Okay." The boy sat seriously on the bamboo chair. The old man glanced at Chen Jingyu again, then jogged down the alley. After the old man left, the boy stared at Chen Jingyu without moving. His gaze seemed to say, "Want to come in?" "No way." "Little friend, may I ask?" Chen Jingyu cautiously approached to talk. Don't talk to me, my grandpa doesn't let me talk to strangers. The boy crossed his arms, speaking in a bossy tone. Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he tried to sing a line. I love you walking alone in the dark alley? The boy seemed to have a reflex and instantly straightened his back. I love you not kneeling. Chen Jingyu quickly continued, I love you standing against despair. The two sang together, not willing to cry. Their voices were hysterical. As they got into the song, the boy even stood up and walked right in front of Chen Jingyu. Going? Matching? This ragged cape. Who says only those standing in the light can be heroes? Chapter 68. After a children's song ended, both felt a bit unsatisfied. They had a surprisingly good teamwork. Chen Jingyu clenched his fist, pounded his chest, and pointed at the boy, asking, Aren't we good brothers? The boy lowered his guard and nodded vigorously. We're on the same side, right? Chen Jingyu asked again. Of course, we're on the same side. The boy nodded again. Can I go in now? Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity. The boy fell into silence for a moment. But if I let you in, my grandpa will scold me. How about this? Chen Jingyu pulled out 20 yuan. I just saw that the little supermarket next door sells Ultraman cards. Do you want them? The boy's eyes lit up, instantly nodding. Then I'll give you 20 yuan, you go buy the cards, and act like you didn't see me go in. How about that? Chen Jingyu proposed. Good idea. The boy snatched the 20 yuan. Can you tell me one more thing? Chen Jingyu asked. Okay. The boy, ready to run to buy the Ultraman cards, stopped. In this building, is there a group of guys who wear suits all day? What floor are they on? Oh, you mean those silly people? They work on the 5th floor. The boy seemed to know very well. My grandma says they're sick. Why wear such thick clothes in summer? Chen Jingyu gave a thumbs up. Your grandma really has insight, hurry up. The boy immediately took off running towards the little supermarket. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you not kneeling. The singing and the boy vanished around the corner. Chen Jingyu wasted no time, seeing no one around, hurriedly entered the building. The old lobby was fairly clean. However, the elevator was not easy to find, and there was no clear signage. Chen Jingyu searched around but didn't see the elevator. He instead found the stairs and decided to climb up. He quickly climbed to the 5th floor, pushed open the stairwell's fire door with a creak. He peeked out to see no one in the hallway. Since it was once a shopping mall, it was now turned into an office building, but the entire 5th floor was still quite large. After stepping out, Chen Jingyu casually started to wander around. He didn't even know how many companies were on this floor. As soon as he appeared outside, he immediately caught the attention of others. In a room located in the corner of the 5th floor, there were screens filled with images. The images on the screens showed various places on the 5th floor, almost without any blind spots. Attention, a stranger has appeared. In the monitor, a man in a black suit immediately picked up the intercom to call out. Squeak, squeak, what is the target's identity? The crackling voice came through the intercom. The man in the suit fiddled with the machine in front of him, and as the camera zoomed in, Chen Jingyu's face appeared clearly on the monitor. The man was startled and quickly said, the target must be. His hands began to fly over the keyboard, and suddenly a file appeared on the nearby computer monitor. Indeed. Report to the captain, the target is someone we have tracked before, file number 139. With the man's report in the monitoring room, the entire floor suddenly stirred with activity. The captain hidden in the shadows immediately began to deploy, yellow alert, all personnel on this floor enter level 2 alert. Combat teams immediately set up a blockade, target number 139. The target's intentions are unknown, do not expose ourselves for now, try to drive him out. The organization issued several commands in quick succession. The originally empty 5th floor gradually saw people emerging from various offices. By the time Chen Jingyu noticed, there were already many people staring at him. These people were all wearing black suits without exception. Sorry, sir, this is a private office area, please leave immediately. 3 men in black walked directly toward Chen Jingyu. At the same time, several others appeared behind him. Although they seemed not to intend to act, they suddenly blocked Chen Jingyu's way. Chen Jingyu had already anticipated this scene. He was not nervous and smiled, sorry, I'm here to find a friend. Friend? The man who spoke earlier was taken aback. The response caught him a bit off guard. But he quickly regained his composure, thinking it might just be an excuse, and asked, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Pei Linji, we are good buddies. Chen Jingyu mentioned Pei Linji's name. After he finished speaking, it was obvious that a hint of panic flashed across the man's face. Sorry, we don't have that person here. The man in black said quickly. No? Chen Jingyu didn't believe it. Who else would be wearing such thick clothes in the hot summer? Clearly, Pei Lingji was with them. Chen Jingyu's casual remark made the captain behind frown. At this moment, the captain was seated in an elegantly decorated office, also on this floor. Next to him was a young man with light yellow hair. Could it be that Pei Lingji and the others' kidnapping of Suaima has been exposed? The captain's face also showed some unease. This was none other than Zhang Linlin's brother, the beautiful neighbor of Chen Jingyu. Zhang Wei, the third-generation young master of the Zhang family. Secretary Qin, is the information out? Zhang Wei asked. A young secretary came over holding a tablet. Young Master Wei, Captain Xia, the target's information has been retrieved. He is indeed an employee of Su Aima's company, and we had previously obtained information that they arranged for Pei Lingji and others to follow her, but lost track of the target later. Really? Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. Captain Xia frowned. Young Master Wei, could it be that Pei Lingji has defected? Did he leak our plan? Not likely. Zhang Wei lit a cigarette. If Pei Lingji had defected, how could he still be going after Su Aima? But we cannot be careless about this. He pointed at Captain Xia and said, where are they hiding now? You need to immediately arrange for someone to replace Pei Lingji. Just tell him he's been assigned a new task. By the way, how is that Su Aima kid doing now? Have we obtained all the information we need? Captain Xia shook his head. I originally thought this rich kid would be easy to deal with, but he turned out to be quite tight-lipped. No matter how we asked, he refused to divulge key information, especially about how he dealt with the ultimate boss at the end. He insisted he didn't know. As he spoke, he quietly asked, should we grab a few other people? After all, there were quite a few people who entered this instance. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and finally agreed, alright, I was mainly considering the team led by Su Aima. He surely has the most complete information. Since he isn't saying anything, we'll start from other sources. Team leader Xia suddenly said, by the way, Wei Xiao, that kid should have entered the instance together with Su Aima. After saying that, he pointed to the monitor. Then what are we waiting for? Zhang Wei directly stubbed out his cigarette. Capture him. Chapter 69. At Zhang Wei's command, team leader Xia quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to arrange the deployment. The black-clothed men in the corridor on the 5th floor also covered their ears at the same time. The portable headset echoed with the capture order. After hearing the order, everyone turned their gaze to Chen Jingyu. Their eyes were unfriendly. This was Chen Jingyu's first feeling. The black-clothed men started to move. Although their speed wasn't fast, it was clear that they were closing in on their target. Chen Jingyu naturally noticed this. Originally thinking that during the day, nothing serious would happen, he hadn't brought Su Qing and Grey Cat along. Now he felt a bit regretful. Chen Jingyu was not far from the stairway, but he was already surrounded by 4 or 5 black-clothed men from behind. Even a fool could tell what they were up to. As the encirclement was about to form, Chen Jingyu quickly took the initiative to move. He took off running. Chase, one of the black-clothed men shouted immediately. You guys, go block over there, others chase. Following this black-clothed man's instructions, more than 20 people split into 2 groups and began to pursue and block. After all, it was their home ground. Soon, Chen Jingyu was pinned in a corridor, with people in front and behind. Seeing no way to retreat, Chen Jingyu touched his crystal ring with his hand and pulled out the crystal visor. After putting it on, he began scanning everyone's information. Well, all of them are professional awakeners, and at least all are LV2. Although Chen Jingyu had prepared himself mentally, he was still shaken. Even though LV2 is not a high level, it represents that these black-clothed men have experience in instances. This means they definitely understand the fighting styles of various professions. They would be much harder to deal with than newly awakened players with no experience. At the same time, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Jingyu's mind, disturbing him while he was making plans. La la la. \omega // here comes your girl shining once again. Let go. Chen Jingyu said clearly and concisely. Sure thing, brother. Ding, you have a new mission. Do you accept? Accept, quickly. Chen Jingyu glanced around, more and more people gathered. The passage in front and behind was almost blocked off. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted a new mission. Mission name, Lucky Audience, pending completion, description, select a lucky audience member on this floor. Completion conditions, give him 3 headbutts, 0/3, description, this is the reward for the lucky audience member. Time limit, 15 minutes. Completion reward, crystal energy block, description, can provide energy for some devices. Failure penalty, turned into a pig's head, description, sorry, we only hit faces. The mission wasn't hard, but why did it always feel like the recent missions were a bit cheap? Chen Jingyu thought to himself. The leader among the black-clothed men waved his hand, and a few people walked out behind him. Kid, you'd better behave and not move, or we won't go easy on you. Each of these people held weapons in their hands. Chen Jingyu took a glance, most were melee professions. Fighters, assassins, and so on. A few archers in the distance watched him closely with their bows and arrows, ready to provide support at the first sign of trouble. Though the other side spoke with utmost sincerity, only a fool would stand still and let them capture him. Chen Jingyu flicked his wrist, causing a cloak to appear, which he draped over himself. The effect of the spirit cloak activated, and Chen Jingyu instantly vanished from sight. The black-clothed men immediately fell into a panic. What's going on? Where did he go? I heard some experts have invisibility skills. Could it be invisibility? He can't be a high-level assassin, right? Everyone be careful, high-level assassins are very dangerous. Stand back to back. Don't expose your backs. The formation quickly fell into chaos, as everyone searched for their teammates, afraid the assassin would suddenly appear behind them. At that moment, Chen Jingyu, who had been standing still, lifted his cloak, revealing himself once again. With a flick of his cloak, it made a crisp sound. The dagger hidden under the cloak gleamed with a cold light. A series of actions startled the black-clad people once more. Be careful, he's going to attack. Someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone felt uneasy, as if facing a great enemy. In the brief moment they were stunned, Chen Jingyu seized this fleeting opportunity. The advantage of his high agility was immediately showcased. Even Chen Jingyu could feel that after reaching LV5, his movements had become quicker. The bronze dagger in his hand drew a perfect arc, dodging the two people in front of him. Then, he slid his feet, weaving through the crowd with agility. He wants to run, catch him. The leader on the outskirts shouted. The next second, he saw a fist getting bigger in front of him. Bang! A punch landed squarely on his eye socket, and he instantly felt countless stars swirling above his head. That's what you get for being so cocky. Chen Jingyu struck with a punch, then swiftly dodged and had escaped the encirclement. There was no choice, the guy was too tall. Otherwise, he would have just given him a devastating blow. The corridor became lively as the black-clad people rushed to pursue him. The man who took the punch took a long time to recover. His companions gathered around him, surrounding him. You little brat. One black-clad man, holding his eye socket with one hand, pointed at Chen Jingyu and scolded, you better not run. If I catch you, you're dead. What you're saying makes no sense. You want me to stop running while also saying I'll be dead if you catch me? Are you out of your mind? Unless I'm as dumb as you, I won't stop. Chen Jingyu hadn't finished speaking when he turned to flee. Chase, chase. At the leader's shout, 20 or so black-clad people rushed out one after another. Chen Jingyu had nearly mapped out the layout of the floor. Although he wasn't familiar with every corridor, he had a rough idea of the positions. There were too many people chasing behind him, and they all looked the same, making it hard to distinguish between them. For now, he had to put aside the idea of a devastating blow and find an easier target. In the monitoring room, Zhang Wei, with his secretary and team leader Xia, rushed over together. In front of a row of monitors, Chen Jingyu was leading a large group, putting on a chase. Everyone had seen the scene of Chen Jingyu mysteriously disappearing through the monitors. This kid, could he really be an assassin? If so, he's a dangerous person. Zhang Wei said, as if talking to himself. It's very possible. Team leader Xia chimed in, if he didn't have some skills, would he dare to break into our headquarters? At the same time, a monitoring team member suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. Look, they are about to reach the monitoring room door. Zhang Wei and team leader Xia leaned in to take a look, and indeed it was so. Alright, let's block him together. Zhang Wei turned around and opened the door. Let's see just how capable this kid really is. However, for the safety of this place, it is acceptable to silence someone, as it is better than letting them escape. Team leader Xia nodded, then waved his magic wand, slightly adjusting the position and moving the target location forward a bit. Boom! A fireball, burning fiercely, suddenly erupted and sped towards its target. Warning, danger! 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 In Chen Jingyu's crystal lens, bright red lights began to flash. Warning, fireball's target location is directly ahead. Warning, the death rate from being hit by the fireball is 85%, and the serious injury rate is 15%. Warning, the fireball has explosive properties and will cause area damage. Warning, the death rate from area damage is 11.7%, serious injury rate is 30.3%, and minor injury rate is 58%. As a red attack route was highlighted, the blazing fireball approached swiftly. The scorching heat immediately made everyone feel uncomfortable all over. Chen Jingyu wasn't slow to react. At the moment the crystal lens gave a warning, he felt as if he had hit the brakes and suddenly stopped, then improbably twisted his body. There happened to be an office on his right, and Chen Jingyu dashed through the door. His movements were smooth and incredibly fast. So much so that none of the black-clad pursuers even realized what had happened. After Chen Jingyu changed direction, they continued to charge forward. At that moment, the fireball struck the ground, exploding into a fierce red light. Those black-clad pursuers were caught off guard. The first three were immediately engulfed in flames. Their black suits instantly ignited in fierce fire. Inside the room, Chen Jingyu peeked out and saw those three screaming as they were burned, and he couldn't help but pat his chest in relief. Luckily I added some strength. If I hadn't burst through the door, I would have become roasted duck. The black-clad pursuers who followed quickly removed their clothes to extinguish the fire on those three. The well-made suits whipped against the three as if they were whips. The three began to scream even louder. It was hard to tell if they were screaming from the flames or being hit by others. Among them, the most unfortunate one was at the front just now, with the largest flames on him, rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Jingyu realized he had to save him. "Let me do it!" Chen Jingyu shouted as he jumped out. The other black-clad pursuers were preoccupied with putting out the fire and didn't notice who was shouting. Hearing the voice, they immediately cleared a gap. Chen Jingyu quickly slipped in, lifted his size 43 foot, and kicked the person on the ground. Have you all never watched a movie? To put out a fire, of course, you stomp it out. With 3 kicks, the person on the ground stopped making noise. Ah, it really works, one black-clad man exclaimed in surprise. Brothers, let's join in and save him. Suddenly, 4 or 5 people surrounded them. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of big feet stomping resounded continuously on the person below. In an instant, the person on the ground became still. The flames on him were successfully extinguished. Bro, you're amazing, one person patted Chen Jingyu's shoulder and said. Of course Chen Jingyu replied, feeling pleased with himself. But the next second, he noticed something was off in the way everyone was looking at him. Damn it, catch him, the black-clad man who had been friendly with Chen Jingyu finally realized the situation. But right after he shouted, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. That kid was gone again. Chen Jingyu started sprinting again, still racing in the previous direction. Even though team leaders Xia and Zhang Wei were right ahead, he had no choice. The task system required running in circles, backtracking didn't count. Wei Xiao, be careful. Team leader Xia gripped his magic wand tightly, his palms soaked with sweat. Having just cast a skill, he no longer had enough energy for a second spell. At this moment, the only fighting method he could use was to knock people with the magic wand in his hand. Get out of the way. Zhang Wei slapped the back of Captain Xia's head, pushing him away from in front of him. Humph. You dare to come at me? Kid, I'll give you some credit for having a bit of guts. After saying this, Zhang Wei swung his hand, and an enormous broadsword appeared in his grip. Bang! Zhang Wei slammed the enormous sword down onto the floor, instantly shattering the tiles beneath it. Chen Jingyu, who was rushing over, was also startled by this massive weapon. The reason he dared to charge at the two was mainly because he believed Captain Xia had lost the ability to cast skills. He had long studied the recovery of energy values. But to his surprise, this little yellow-haired guy had impressive fighting power as well. The crystal goggles instantly locked onto the opponent. Name, Zhang Wei. Occupation, Guardian. Level, LV3. Talent, B. Strength, 10. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 10. Energy, 5. Skill, basic sword shield. Description, paranoid, proud, arrogant, a VIP potential customer of German orthopedics. Wow, turns out there are guardians wielding giant swords. I really like this occupation. Chen Jingyu felt envious once again. At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from Zhang Wei and others. You have a good eye to choose me as your opponent among so many people. Zhang Wei slowly raised the giant sword, although it looked a bit strenuous. His gaze was firmly locked on the charging Chen Jingyu. But it's a pity, you will die under my sword. Zhang Wei finally raised the giant sword, preparing to swing down. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and choose your opponents wisely. That way, you can live a little longer. Gathering all his strength, Zhang Wei swung down with the might of thunder. Oh no, he's really serious? Chen Jingyu was taken aback. The pathway was already narrow, and that sword was gigantic. It almost covered the entire corridor. If hit, he would probably be cut in half. The giant sword was right in front of him. Chen Jingyu could even feel the gust of wind generated by the sword swing. Though he thought of turning to run at first, he simultaneously recalled a joke from the internet. My big machete is 40 meters long, I can let you run 39 meters first. Though this giant sword wasn't 40 meters, it was at least 2 meters. Chen Jingyu had rushed too quickly, and there was no time to turn around to flee now. Die! A vicious look appeared on Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei's giant sword had blocked all of Chen Jingyu's escape routes. He himself felt that this time, the opponent was undoubtedly doomed. A fierce expression instantly emerged on his face. After awakening his profession, the powerful strength it brought made him addicted every time he used it. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jingyu moved. His hand quickly swiped across the crystal ring. A device resembling a miniature firearm appeared in his hand, quickly aiming at Jiang Wei. That's right, he took out the crystal scaling device. In this life and death moment, this device was his only hope. His index finger instantly rested on the trigger, while his thumb lifted to rest on a pointer-like dial, pressing down on the mechanism above. Turning left enlarges, turning right shrinks. As for the scaling ratio, it depended on how much the dial turned. But overall, there were still upper and lower limits. Click, click, click. His thumb quickly turned the pointer to the right, setting the shrink function to its maximum value. Almost in an instant, the giant sword was already swinging down in front of him. Chen Jingyu couldn't do what he wanted, hastily squeezing the trigger. Circular light waves instantly burst forth from the emission point of the crystal scaling device. Everyone was waiting for the giant sword to hit its target when it suddenly vanished into thin air. Jiang Wei's rushing momentum was too strong. Suddenly, he couldn't find his balance and fell forward. After stumbling a few steps, Jiang Wei finally managed to stand still. What happened to my sword? Jiang Wei was horrified. He suddenly realized that the huge sword he had been holding had completely disappeared. Kid, where did you put my sword? He shouted loudly at Chen Jingyu. Haha, isn't it still in your hand? Chen Jingyu replied, then jumped into the air. Jiang Wei instinctively looked down at his hand. That colossal sword was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Chen Jingyu had already landed. With a bang, a full-force headbutt hit Jiang Wei's head. Ah! Jiang Wei screamed in pain and squatted on the ground, desperately rubbing his head. Even Chen Jingyu felt a little pain in his finger joints. Damn it, I almost got killed by you. Just wait, I'll give you a few headbutts. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, frozen in place. For Chen Jingyu, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Twisting his body, he dashed through the gap between Jiang Wei and team leader Xia. Jiang Wei's screams continued. Team leader Xia and the little secretary hurriedly surrounded him. Wei Xiao, are you okay? Quick, take him to the hospital. Jiang Wei suddenly stood up, bumping his head against team leader Xiao's chin. Immediately, stars appeared in his eyes. Team leader Xiao also screamed in pain, holding his chin. Are you an idiot? What the hell? Jiang Wei felt like his head was going to explode as he shouted a stream of curses at team leader Xia. As he rubbed his head fiercely, he suddenly felt something strange. Stopping to look down, he found two fingers pinching what looked like a tiny sword, the size of an ear rake. From its appearance, it was indeed his huge sword. But in terms of size, it was completely different. No wonder he didn't realize that the giant sword was still in his hand, because in both size and weight, it was not comparable to the one before. How is this possible? Jiang Wei was stunned. Damn it, what trick did this kid use to make my giant sword look like this? This was top gear that I spent hundreds of thousands in real gold and silver to get. Jiang Wei was completely confused. Chase him down, he shouted loudly, pointing in the direction Chen Jingyu ran. At this moment, he just wanted to kill that guy. After the leader's command, all the men in black immediately sprang into action. People pushed and shoved, rushing in a swarm towards the direction Chen Jingyu had left. Even Jiang Wei himself was no exception, leading the charge at the front. Destroying someone's gear was like sleeping with their wife, he had to avenge this grudge. Seeing this, Director Xia ignored the pain and quickly followed along with the little secretary. Everyone, get out! Catch that kid! Team leader Xia shouted loudly as he ran. Instantly, the entire fifth floor became lively. People from various offices spilled out, numbering well over 100. If someone didn't know better, they would think a company was organizing a morning run. All of them were dressed in matching suits. Even the women were dressed uniformly in black professional skirts. Kid, you stop right there. Jiang Wei shouted loudly from the front, but he was getting further away from Chen Jingyu. After just a short chase, he realized that this kid was way too fast. Damn it, why is he running so fast? Split up to chase him and block him. What he didn't know was that with SSS-level talent and LV5 high level, Chen Jingyu was far ahead of him in terms of attribute points. Moreover, after leveling up recently, Chen Jingyu had allocated all points to agility attributes. Just in terms of speed and agility, he could already match the level of professional athletes. In an instant, Chen Jingyu shook off all the people behind him. Taking a moment to check the task system panel, it showed that he had completed 1/3 of the task. Only 2 more head smashes to go. As Chen Jingyu thought this, he looked back and could no longer see Jiang Wei's figure. This guy, he's also an awakened martial artist, his body shouldn't be so weak, right? Ugh, I need to go back and look for them, it seems I ran too fast. Even though he was being chased by a large group, for the sake of the system task, Chen Jingyu had to turn back to find them. If Xiang Wei and the others knew about Chen Jingyu's thoughts, they would probably be so furious that they would spit blood on the spot. At that moment, Chen Jingyu was in a corner, next to a fire escape with the fire door half open. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Chen Jingyu immediately slipped inside. A few seconds later, he indeed heard heavy panting sounds. Jiang Wei arrived, breathless. After running just half a lap around the floor, this rich kid was already so exhausted. Maybe it was fate. Jiang Wei actually stopped at the fire door, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Hey! Chen Jingyu shouted softly. Underscore? Jiang Wei turned around with a stunned expression. Before him appeared a familiar scene. A figure leaped high into the air. Immediately after, a huge sound of a head smash hit his forehead. Ouch, damn. Jiang Wei let out a miserable scream, holding his head and crouching down again. His hands rubbed vigorously. It hurt too much. Chapter 72. After a long while, Jiang Wei finally stood up, holding his head. Chen Jingyu was still in front of him, not leaving. Not because he didn't want to leave, but because the road behind was already blocked by people. Under Jiang Wei's arrangement, the black-clothed men split into two groups, surrounding him in the middle. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and said word by word. Kill me? Chen Jingyu scoffed, with your toothpick? The giant sword, after being reduced in size, did indeed look like a toothpick. Toothpick? That's the roar of the evil dragon, you country bumpkin. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth, each word heavy, a toothpick? Have you seen such a mighty toothpick? What do you know? Do you have anything? Okay, it's the roar of the evil dragon, so can you put down the toothpick? I'm afraid it'll poke me. Chen Jingyu said helplessly. I won't put it down. If you want it down, let your mom come and put it down. Jiang Wei placed his hands on his hips, like a shrew cursing on the street, you despicable, shameless, dirty whore, **** your grandfather. As he said this, he felt a bit of pain in his forehead again and couldn't help but rub it. Always sneaking attacks, can't you fight another way? 2 head smashes in a row were unbearable. It was simply more painful than being stabbed twice. Chen Jingyu shrugged, saying, sorry, but this is the only trick I know. Who told you to be so lucky? There are over 100 people here, and I just happened to pick you. Jiang Wei rubbed for a while, feeling it wasn't so painful anymore, and stopped rubbing his head. Little brat, don't think I don't know what you're here for. You just came to find Suaima, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, he's in my hands, but don't think you can find him. He had just spoken half of his words when Chen Jingyu covered his ears. Jianghu rules state that you must not hear things you shouldn't know. But he was still one step too late. He heard every word Jiang Wei said. Damn, you kidnappers, can't you have a little professional ethics? Why do you have to say such an important thing? I really don't want to hear it, okay? When a kidnapper allows you to see his face, it basically declares that you are already dead. Chen Jingyu's current situation was similar to this logic. Stop pretending, whether you listen or not, you're not leaving alive today. Jiang Wei said fiercely. As he spoke, he stepped forward, pointing at his feet. A sinister smile on his face, he said, but, since your skills aren't bad, I'm willing to give you a chance. Now come over here, kneel down, and lick my shoes clean. Maybe I will spare your life. No. Chen Jingyu repeatedly waved his hands. Don't say my skills are good, I'm actually not good at fighting at all. I can only say you're too weak. Too weak. Weak. Jiang Wei couldn't hold back his expression. He wished he could rush forward right now and bite this kid to death. What a malicious mouth. In front of hundreds of little brothers, he actually said it's just because he is too weak? Kid, even if you kneel down and call me daddy now, it's useless. Jiang Wei's murderous intent was fully ignited. He waved his hand, and suddenly the crowd began to move. They slowly closed in on Chen Jingyu. He. Make me kneel? Chen Jingyu didn't seem overly worried. You seem to think too highly of yourself. Do you deserve the key? Do you? How many do you deserve? Chen Jingyu looked at Jiang Wei and kept asking questions. At first, Jiang Wei was confused, and only when the last question came out did he snap back to reality. This kid is cursing in every possible way. Come at me, beat him to death. Jiang Wei roared hysterically. The men in black surged forward. Wait. Chen Jingyu suddenly raised a hand. Now you want to beg for mercy? Jiang Wei laughed happily. Sorry, it's too late. 3. Chen Jingyu looked at his watch. Jiang Wei? 2. 1. Count your mother, go. Jiang Wei felt like someone was playing with him and rushed forward. Suddenly, a shadow appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, it crashed directly into Zhang Wei, knocking him back. This hit landed squarely on his face, and instantly, 2 streams of nosebleed gushed out. Whoa! Zhang Wei's eyes sparked. The giant sword that had vanished suddenly reappeared out of thin air. All of this was actually under Chen Jingyu's control. Indeed, the crystal stone scaling device was not a permanent scaling item. It was time-sensitive. Clearly, the shrunk giant sword had just reached its time and returned to its original state. Zhang Wei had no idea about this and got hit squarely in the face. The toothpick he had been holding at his fingertips suddenly turned back into a giant sword. Caught off guard, he couldn't hold on, and the giant sword fell to the ground. With a bang, the floor tiles shattered. Along with the tiles, Zhang Wei's big toe also took the hit. Ah! A cry of agony resounded through the air. Zhang Wei held his foot and fell straight to the ground. The fingers are connected to the heart, and toe fingers are still fingers. The giant sword lost control and began to tilt slowly, preparing to fall. Chen Jingyu's eyes spun, and he quickly acted, grabbing the hilt of the giant sword. A great force surged, and clearly, the weight of the giant sword exceeded Chen Jingyu's strength. Just as he was about to lose his grip, at the moment the giant sword was about to hit the ground, Chen Jingyu clenched his fist and aimed the crystal ring at the giant sword he was pulling. Whoosh! The giant sword disappeared again. I did it! Chen Jingyu exclaimed joyfully. Seeing Zhang Wei about to fall, Chen Jingyu wouldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. While the opponent wasn't completely down yet, he sent him off on a ride. His fingers curled, and he forcefully struck that shiny bald head. Bang! The third hit to the head directly slammed Zhang Wei onto the ground. That guy was now completely knocked out. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the task, lucky audience. Ding, you have received the task reward Crystal Energy Block. A cube-sized crystal energy block appeared in his hand. Chen Jingyu hurriedly tossed it into the crystal ring. He had previously experimented and discovered that only items he personally held could be stored in the crystal ring without interference from others. For example, the giant sword earlier, if Zhang Wei had still been holding it, Chen Jingyu would not have been able to put it away using the crystal ring. Originally thinking that other people's equipment might have some restrictions, now, from the previous attempt, he saw that it can definitely succeed in collecting. It seems that as long as we grab more equipment in the future, getting rich is just around the corner. Wei Xiao! Leader Xia and the others shouted and rushed over. If this young master dies here, they will all be in trouble. Quick, catch him, catch him! Leader Xia shouted frantically. Unfortunately, as a secret mage, he no longer had any energy left for battle. Suddenly, all the black-clothed men rushed in from both sides. Chen Jingyu smiled faintly. Goodbye, everyone. Chapter 73. Chen Jingyu had long planned his escape route. He found it strange that these guys didn't see the huge fire door next to them. Moreover, the fire exit door was half open. Just now, he had hidden here and ambushed Zhang Wei, delivering him a second brain collision. At this moment, as the black-clothed men surged up from all sides, Chen Jingyu slid his feet and dashed into the fire exit. The back door of the fire door led to a staircase between the upper and lower floors. He didn't dare to stay long, since the opponent had revealed their kidnapping secret to him, only a fool would remain. He quickly ran downstairs. The incident happened too suddenly, and the black-clothed men were dumbfounded. As an old saying goes, one man becomes a tiger, 3 men become insects. A large crowd of over 100 people, shockingly all rushed without any initiative, following the crowd without any personal thoughts. They simply watched as Chen Jingyu slipped away from upstairs. Leader, do we chase? One person cautiously asked. Chase your mother's head, quickly take Wei Xiao to the hospital and call an ambulance. Leader Xia was burning with anger. It was broad daylight, and the others had already run downstairs. Were they supposed to have so many people chase onto the street? Wouldn't that just mean waiting to be reported and caught? After escaping, Chen Jingyu still felt a twinge of fear. He originally thought it was just a simple visit, but didn't expect there to be so many people on the other side. And the first move was aimed to kill, he almost lost his life here. Fortunately, the overall strength of these people was comparable to Pei Lingji and Zhang Dating, otherwise, he might not have been able to escape. To put it bluntly, their brains weren't really sharp. After all, who would wear thick black suits all day in the hot summer? So, like attracts like. When he reached the front door, the old man at the gate was still reading the newspaper. A little boy was playing alone nearby. Chen Jingyu patted his chest and made a good brother gesture to the little boy. Then, taking advantage of the gatekeeper's inattention, he hurriedly ran out. The little boy also saw him and waved his Ultraman card. So shiny. It seemed today was his lucky day. On the way home, Li Yang sent a message, which was a picture. Chen Jingyu could tell without opening it that it was a post from the Red Hacker Forum taken with a phone. The title was very simple, but shocking. Tomorrow noon near Central Park Stadium, a dungeon will open. Sanchi Sichie, original poster. The news seems reliable. If you want to enter the dungeon to level up or get equipment, you can try your luck. The scale of the dungeon is temporarily unknown, and not everyone has the opportunity to enter. The picture didn't show completely, but there was enough content to convey the meaning. Li Yang sent a message asking, "What do you think?" Chen Jingyu, "Seen it on my phone." Li Yang? Black man questioning face. Chen Jingyu, "Just joking, don't be so nervous." "Where are you? Let's meet and chat." Li Yang then sent a location and said, "Let's go here, I've also arranged to meet Fanxia, let's all catch up." Chen Jingyu looked, and it was not far from the company, at a dive restaurant they often visited. At present, players were no longer as panicked about the dungeon opening as before. Except for some people who were particularly timid. When the dungeon opened, it means high risk, but it also brings high rewards. When players are at a low level, they don't feel much, but after leveling up a few times and adding attributes, they can clearly feel the changes in their bodies. Even a previously frail woman can become incredibly strong. There are also those who were once poor losers, suddenly obtaining amazing gear and jumping to become rich. This is the power that the game gives to everyone, and it is also the charm of the dungeons. After arriving at the place, Li Yang had already dragged a small table out from the shop and set it up in the alley. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, there weren't many customers. After randomly ordering a few dishes, Fanxia also arrived. "Brothers, what do you think about the forum post?" Li Yang got straight to the point. Chen Jingyu had considered it before, and now he slowly spoke up. "First of all, regardless of the truth of the news, how did they know there would be a dungeon opening in Central Park at noon tomorrow? Secondly, even if someone could predict it in advance, why would they announce it?" His two questions were sharp and hit the nail on the head. The three fell silent. After a moment, Li Yang said, "Did you guys see the previous analysis about magnetic force? Some people say the way the dungeon selects players is related to the so-called magnetic force." Chen Jingyu nodded. "I saw that too, but it shouldn't be related to predicting the dungeon openings." Li Yang asked, "By the way, the girl you brought out of the dungeon, why didn't you ask her for any secret news?" Chen Jingyu shook his head. Fanxia interjected, "Are you not capable? Hand her over to me, and just one night, I guarantee I'll find out even her mom's bra size." Chen Jingyu pointed a finger at him. "Maybe you should ask your aunt about her mom's size instead." "Go to hell." Fanxia took a sip from his cup. "So should we go see tomorrow?" "Of course." Li Yang nodded. "Otherwise, why would I call you here?" "What do you think?" he asked Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu did not hide his fear of death. But after going through so much, he understood the importance of game attributes. It can be said that in the near future, if one does not have strong power, they may not be able to survive in this world. Moreover, he was still an unawakened non-professional player. If there really is a dungeon opening, I definitely want to go see it, but Chen Jingyu looked at the two. "I need to figure out why that person made this announcement, or else I won't feel comfortable. Is it some kind of fishing law enforcement? Catching everyone in one net?" Fanxia asked. "That's unnecessary, awakened professional players are not a secret." Li Yang denied his idea. "Not necessarily." Chen Jingyu shook his head. As far as he knew, the organization of black-clad people had been searching for players who had entered the dungeon, and he didn't know what kind of research they were doing, or else they wouldn't have kidnapped Suaima. And there was that professional killer, Hong Qiji. It seemed he wasn't a part of the black-clad organization, since he wasn't wearing a black suit. But why did he keep coming to find trouble with him? Was it just because he had entered the dungeon a few times? However, entering the dungeon wasn't a secret, but it shouldn't have caused such a big uproar. Chen Jingyu always felt that there were several large nets slowly spreading out in the darkness. Perhaps at some moment, the hunters would start to close the net. By then, something big might happen. Chapter 74. The next day. At the basketball court in Central Park, 3 people appeared who didn't look like morning exercisers playing basketball. Due to the hot weather, people had already left before 7 o'clock, drenched in sweat. One by one, they departed. While the old and young in the park exercised, they took advantage of the sun's heating function before it reached its maximum power and hurried home. On an empty basketball court, 3 people wearing baseball caps and carrying laptop bags successfully completed their meeting. "Did you bring the stuff?" "I brought it." "What about the things I asked for?" "Don't worry, I definitely brought it too." The 2 opened their laptop bags, carefully looking around, then took out their items. Li Yang was speechless. "I told you to, can't you not act like it's a black market deal?" Fanxia pulled out 2 boxes with antennas, looking just like wireless routers. "I'm just trying to create a tense atmosphere." Chen Jingyu also took out his laptop and set up his homemade signal capturing device. He connected the signal capturing device to the antenna boxes brought by Fan Xie, and then connected it to the two laptops. A series of simple-looking software UIs opened, and various characters began to dance across the computer screens. A few minutes later, Li Yang, who had been staring at his phone, nodded. "It's done, the signal has been fully transmitted to the phone. You just need to let the laptops run in the background." Hearing this, the two closed their laptops, keeping them running in the background, then placed the connected devices back into the laptop bags. They put the bags back on their backs. "Send the signal to me." Chen Jingyu pulled out his phone and opened an app that had never appeared on the market. With Li Yang's operation, he successfully connected to the signal. A virtual map of Central Park appeared on his phone. On the virtual map, several blinking red dots were visible. "All right, deployment complete. Now we just wait for the fish to bite." Chen Jingyu turned off the phone screen. Then the three of them each took out a headset and connected it to their phones. "Spread out, communicate if anything happens at any time." Chen Jingyu chose a direction. "Remember to pay special attention to multiple calls on the same frequency." "Do I need to tell you that?" "I'm out." Fan Xie left first. After Li Yang left, Chen Jingyu chose a shady spot to sit down. Today he didn't bring Sun Xiang and Hui Mao, mainly because he was afraid that more people would easily expose their target. And although Sun Xiang was very powerful, Chen Jingyu didn't want to rely too much on her. So he let her stay home and watch soap operas with Hui Mao. The headset was silent, as it was still early. "I might as well lie down for a bit." Although the weather was hot, there was a slight breeze under the shade, making it bearable. Leaning back in the lounge chair, he closed his eyes to rest. In the headset, the occasional beep-beep sounds came through. This was the signal captured from someone using a communication device. If Chen Jingyu wanted to, he could even listen in on what the other party was talking about. But he didn't have such a bad habit of eavesdropping, and that would also be illegal. What they were waiting for was a large group of people using the same frequency to communicate. These people might be the masterminds posting on the Red Hacker Forum. What secret did gathering players at Central Park hold? It would soon be revealed. As time passed, the sun rose to its peak position. The air was filled with heat, and the number of people in Central Park gradually increased. The frequency of the beep-beep sounds in the headset rose higher and higher. Chen Jingyu took out his phone. At this point, the red lights on the virtual map had risen to dozens. He glanced at the status bar below, showing all sorts of characters resembling IP addresses. There aren't many signals on the same frequency, looks like the other side hasn't moved yet. Chen Jingyu picked up the headphone cord and spoke into the microphone. "Is there anything unusual on your end?" "Nothing." Li Yan replied quickly. "I have wait." Fan Xie's response cut off halfway. Chen Jingyu was startled. He hurriedly stood up, looking at the virtual map displayed on his phone. "Found the location of Fan Xie." "It's by the lake, Fan Xie, what's going on over there?" Chen Jingyu asked. No one replied. "Let's go take a look," Li Yang quickly said. The two looked at the map and started running fast. At this moment, there must not be a single accident. Soon, the two arrived at the lakeside. "Did you see Fan Xie?" Chen Jingyu asked. Li Yang looked around and began to search. Suddenly he spotted a figure walking away in the distance. "Is that him?" Chen Jingyu looked and saw that the person was jogging sneakily ahead. Such a creepy person, who else could it be? "Let's go." Chen Jingyu called out to Li Yang, and the two hurriedly chased after him. They soon caught up to the guy, and sure enough, it was Fan Xie. "What the hell are you doing?" Li Yang pulled him. Fan Xie turned around to see the two, excitedly saying, "Have you ever seen something this big?" He gestured an exaggerated arc with his hands in front of him. "Damn, I want to beat you up," Chen Jingyu scolded. "It's true," Fan Xie quickly pulled them. "I knew you hadn't seen it. Come on, chase." He pointed ahead at a woman in a tracksuit, walking quickly. "It's okay to take a look," Chen Jingyu said. Li Yang was also a bit curious. "Come on, let's hurry." Fan Xie pulled both of them, one on each side. The three jogged along and soon reached behind the woman in the tracksuit. Originally walking around the lake, she suddenly changed direction, heading towards a pavilion along a small path in the greenery. At this moment, there were 3 or 4 people in the pavilion, just looking in the direction the woman was coming from. "Quick, let's chase and see, or it'll be too far." Fan Xie was very anxious. However, Chen Jingyu sensed something different. "Wait." He pulled both of them, and the 3 stopped beside a round bush. From their angle, they could observe the situation in the pavilion. And the people in the pavilion could hardly find them. The woman in the tracksuit walked straight into the pavilion and connected with the people inside. "They are indeed a group," Li Yang said. Good thing we didn't follow, otherwise, we would have been discovered snooping. Fan Xie felt a chill in his heart. Just then, the woman suddenly pulled open the zipper of her jacket and tugged on the sides of her shirt. Immediately, the people in the pavilion all stuck their heads out to stare. Since the woman was facing away from them, they couldn't see what she was showing them at all. Wow, is it really that extreme? Fan Xie suddenly became uneasy. Is there some kind of special service? I want to go take a look. Chapter 75. The several people in the pavilion stared at the woman for a while before slowly retracting their heads. Seeing this, Fan Xie could no longer hold back. He wanted to rush over to take a look too. Just then, the woman suddenly took out her phone and held it to her ear. Quick, listen to what they are saying. The few quickly operated the phone and located the pavilion's position, where a red dot just lit up. It indicated that there was a call signal here. Through a series of operations, they quickly captured the frequency of the signal. Buzzing. After a burst of noise in the earphones, the call soon became clear. Yes, we have already deployed several people, and they are willing to cooperate. It sounded just like the woman's voice from the pavilion. Soon, a male voice came through. Very good, you will be in full charge of this task. Remember, find more cannon fodder. Our organization only arranges elite personnel to enter. Don't worry, President, I know what to do. Should I arrange for them to deploy immediately? Go ahead and do it, I have confidence in you. The signal was interrupted, and the call ended. The woman zipped up her sports jacket again and said a few words to the men. Then the people in the pavilion began to leave. Chen Jingyu poked the other two and turned to pretend to admire the scenery. When the several men walked along the path by the greenery to the lakeside, they glanced at Chen Jingyu and the others, but did not pay them any attention. They whispered to each other as they left. When they looked back at the pavilion after the men had walked far away, the woman was already gone. Oh man, what a pity, I should have just gone up to see her right away, Fan Xie muttered in complaint. You guys don't know, she was super stunning. I only caught a glimpse of her from the side before, what a shame, I didn't see her front. As he spoke, he looked at the men in the distance, filled with resentment, and said, these lucky guys got to see her up close. But Li Yang expressed a different opinion. He looked at Chen Jingyu and asked, what do you think she showed those men just now? Chen Jingyu looked at Li Yang and then at Fan Xie. Anyway, it definitely isn't what this guy thinks. Fan Xie was unconvinced. What if it is? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. A woman like that, if I can't have a chance to hold her in this lifetime, I'll really die with regrets. Chen Jingyu shrugged, looking at a loss for words. You must be seeing things. Looking at that woman's back, she looked very slim. I feel it couldn't be as spectacular as you say. Fan Xie got anxious. What do you know? It's precisely because she's slim that she's exquisite. Li Yang. So what are you two really doing here? Of course, we are here on official business, the two said in unison. But admiring beauties can't be considered unproductive, Chen Jingyu added. And she's a rare beauty, Fan Xie added with an extra note. Just then, all three of their phones began to sound warning alarms at the same time. Beep beep beep. On their phone screens, dozens of red dots suddenly lit up on the virtual map. In the status bar below, a frequency band showed that dozens of people were using it simultaneously. Looks like the other side has moved, Chen Jingyu said calmly. So many people? Li Yang was also surprised. What are they up to? Anyway, it's something they can't reveal, Chen Jingyu frowned. From the earlier intercepted phone call with the woman, some information could be gathered. First, they were looking for cannon fodder. Second, they had joined forces with some people and were planning something. Third, they also had a portion of elite members involved. Chen Jingyu shared this analysis with his companions. If that's the case, then everything is quite clear, Fan Xie said seriously. It must be true that they want to activate a side quest here. Then since these guys feel they can't win, they are looking for some cannon fodder to come in, so they can sit back and gain the benefits. Wow, you actually became smarter? Chen Jingyu stared at Fan Xie in shock. TCH Fan Xie was displeased. What's the big deal? Even a fool can see it. No wonder you figured it out, both Chen Jingyu and Li Yang said in unison. Fan Xie gestured with his hand to thank them. What do you think? Li Yang asked Chen Jingyu. I feel like things aren't that simple, Chen Jingyu fell into thought. Me too, Li Yang nodded. Damn, are you two saying I'm dumb? Then what do you think is really going on? Fan Xie glared angrily. Chen Jingyu thought for a while, then slowly spoke. First of all, if it's just because the side quest difficulty is too high, then they shouldn't be looking for cannon fodder for help. Right, they should be organizing all the elite players to enter. Li Yang agreed. And how many people can enter a side quest? 30? 50? Or 100? Chen Jingyu looked at the surface of the lake. They are releasing news now. Aren't they afraid that too many people will come here, eventually leading to their own people not getting in? If that's the case, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? At that moment, on their phone's virtual map, the mere bright red dots had already surpassed 100 people. This was just the number of people using the communication signal. Counting in others, there could already be several hundred people. This could be seen from the small path by the lake, where people came and went in an endless stream. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 without noticing. If noon according to the website meant around 12, that would mean there was still over an hour until the instance opened. Let's go check out the basketball court over there. Chen Jingyu took the lead and left. According to the post on the Red Hacker Forum, the opening location was near the basketball court. When Chen Jingyu and the others arrived at the destination, they realized they were still too naive. There must be already over 1,000 people gathered here. A large number of people held selfie sticks, babbling into the phones above them. Hello everyone, the streamer has arrived at the destination. I heard the instance is about to open, please follow along and witness the moment of miracle. Everyone, look here. This time, little sister is going all out to show you the process of the instance opening, so please give me your attention. Thanks to my buddy Xiao Sa for the super rocket. I'll now perform a headstand to wash my hair for everyone. Sounds of noise came from all around. These streamers seemed to have no one else in their eyes, completely absorbed in performing for their phones. Look over there, aren't those the people from earlier? Li Yang suddenly pointed out in the crowd. Is that my goddess? Fan Xia immediately perked up, stretching his neck to look over. Chapter 76. Fan Xia followed Li Yang's lead, stretching his neck to look. Only then did he discover that he was referring to those few men. At that moment, a large group of people wearing uniform white advertising t-shirts were gathering around these men. Come on, let's go hear what they are saying. They pushed through the crowd and squeezed over. Students, let me emphasize one last time, our activity this time is a joint drill involving 3 training institutions. Everyone can rest assured that if you are lucky enough to enter the instance, just follow the instructor's guidance, you will definitely be able to clear the instance smoothly and earn a lot of rewards. Another man added, that's right, I also want to add that to prevent some instructors from having bad luck and not entering the instance, please take note of our 4 instructors. If your institution's instructor fails to enter the instance, just follow the instructions of the other instructors, and you can still ensure safety. Everyone must remember one thing, which is to absolutely obey the instructor's commands. If someone disobeys, and any accidents occur, you can't blame others. Yes, everyone remember, the death rate inside the instance is extremely high, this is no joke, if you don't want to die, you must listen. The 4 men surrounded by a crowd of white t-shirts were the same ones who had been making some transactions with that woman in the pavilion earlier. These men looked to be in their 30s or 40s, with gentle and cultured appearances. From their words, they appeared to be instructors from training institutions. And those wearing the uniform white advertising shirts were undoubtedly the students. Chen Jingyu had previously received similar flyers from such institutions, mostly boasting of guidance from seasoned players, providing various teachings for students in their professions. Under the stirring speeches of the 4 instructors, the students had already begun to get excited, chanting a unified slogan. Chen Jingyu and the 2 others retreated to a corner together. Well, it turns out these guys are all teachers from training institutions. If these students are taken in by them as cannon fodder. I don't even know how I died. Li Yang clicked his tongue. I'm afraid I was sold off, and I would still be happily counting money for others. Fan Xia added. Chen Jingyu fell into deep thought again, I increasingly feel that the other party is playing a very big game. He looked at the 2, and we know nothing about it. The other party not only seemed to know the time and place when the instance was opened but also was clear about its type and mode. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big arrangement. Li Yang sighed, so, information flow is the most important in any era and in any event. The cannon fodder was found, the elite team should be those few people who were currently communicating on the same frequency. There were actually about 100 or 200 people combined. Chen Jingyu and the others, who had experienced a 30-person instance, couldn't help but be amazed at such a scale. They originally thought a 30-person instance was considered a large instance. If this time really opened up an instance for hundreds of people, then the 30-person instance would be nothing to mention. Lunchboxes, lunchboxes. You need to eat well to have strength for the instance, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, only 50 yuan each, first come, first served. Voices of vendors came over. Cigarettes, beer, sunflower seeds, drinks, we have everything. If you don't want to enter the instance, hurry and buy some to sit further away and watch the show. Freshly made chai pockets, come by and try. Eating them doubles your combat power. A man eats, a woman can't take it, a woman eats, a man can't take it, both eat, your downstairs neighbor can't take it. I don't know where a bunch of vendors popped up, loudly calling out. Many people surrounded them. So impressive, these people must be making a fortune. Their ability to seize opportunities is too strong. Chen Jingyu exclaimed again. Yeah, but speaking of which, I really am a bit hungry. Li Yang looked at a street vendor selling food and said, but 51 yuan for 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes is too outrageous. Chen Jingyu glanced at Fan Xie, who also seemed hungry, and then, suppressing a sly smile, said, let's play a game. Whoever loses treats the other to lunchboxes. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Fan Xie said immediately. Chen Jingyu took out a coin and then hid his hands behind his back. TCH guessing a coin? That's an old trick, what's the point? Fan Xie said disdainfully. Chen Jingyu smiled, this time let's play something more advanced. I'll speak, and you guess. Okay. Chen Jingyu extended his right hand, clenched in a fist, if the coin is not in this hand, who loses? Fan Xie quickly understood the rules, you mean if I say who loses, and if I guess right, then that person loses, right? Chen Jingyu nodded. Alright, if it's not in there, then, you lose. Fan Xie pondered for a moment and said. Chen Jingyu slowly opened his hand, the coin was in his palm. If the coin is not in my hand, I lose. Now that the coin is here, does it mean I win? Fan Xie annoyedly slapped his head, damn, I can't believe my luck is this bad. Let's do it again, this time add a chive pocket to the bet. Okay. Chen Jingyu hid his hands behind his back again, then extended his right hand and asked, if the coin is in this hand, who wins? You win. Fan Xie said immediately. His palm slowly opened. Empty. Chen Jingyu grinned, if the coin in my hand means I win, then if it's not in my hand, doesn't that mean you lose? Fan Xie felt a bit confused and thought seriously for a moment. It's winning if it's in, losing if it's not, seems right. After thinking for a while, he somewhat dejectedly said, alright, you won again. What bad luck. No way, I refuse. Let's do it again. Li Yang couldn't hold back anymore and laughed, let's give it up, I'm fine with just 2 dishes. I can't eat anymore. Chen Jingyu also laughed and said, yeah, let's not make you spend more. I spit. You just know I would lose for sure? Fan Xie protested, even though he knew he truly couldn't eat more, he begrudgingly went to buy lunchboxes and chai pockets. After buying it back, he was still unconvinced, saying, next time there's a chance, I must win it back. Chen Jingyu smiled and said, sure, I'm always up for it, but remember, a bet is a bet, and no going back on old accounts. Humph, am I the kind of person to bring up old accounts? Fan Xie opened his lunchbox with a proud look on his face. You graduated from college and are good at programming, it's truly a miracle. Li Yang took a bite of the chive box. Fan Xie? What do you mean? I feel like you're insulting me. Chen Jingyu quickly said, no, he is complimenting you. Chapter 77. Are you sure? Fan Xie, puzzled, continued to focus on his meal. Of course. How could we trick you? Chen Jingyu took a bite of his chive box, besides, you're so smart, who could possibly trick you? That is true. Fan Xie nodded in satisfaction. The 3 finished their meal, and it was already close to midnight. The number of people gathered near the basketball court reached its peak. Chen Jingyu glanced around and estimated that there were probably over 2,000 people here. Some came to enjoy the excitement, while others hoped to find a way into the instance and gain some benefits. With the help of those with ulterior motives, this instance trip felt like picking up money. And at the forefront were the instructors from those training sessions. Is there anyone else who wants to join our training class? Sign up on the spot for an 80% discount, and you can also enter the instance with us to participate in the event totally safe. When you sign up for the annual class now, you will receive an extra 18 classes, all for just 29,888. High-quality courses to take home. This is a rare opportunity, what are you waiting for? You missed out on real estate, missed out on the internet, do you still want to miss this opportunity? Remember, when you stand at the wind's edge, even pigs can soar. Under the enthusiastic pitches of the instructors, many people signed up for the event and received white promotional t-shirts. The newcomers stood excitedly among the crowd, as if they believed that once the instance started, they would reach the pinnacle of their lives. This instance definitely has huge benefits, so we must find a way to get in, Fan Xie suddenly spoke after finishing his meal. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang looked at him curiously, feeling that this was something he wouldn't typically say. Did his mind become clear all of a sudden? Did he have an epiphany? Those hidden people spent such a great cost to stir up so many cannon fodder, the benefits couldn't be small, right? Fortunately, their doubts were soon answered. Fan Xie's next words brought him back to his true self. Because that woman will definitely enter the instance too, so I must go in as well, to see her and have a chance to experience it myself. Chen Jingyu gave a thumbs up, his expression as if to say, of course it's you. At that moment, a rapid alarm sound rang in the earpieces of the 3. That multi-person frequency has started communication again. Li Yang glanced at his phone quickly. Pay attention to the monitoring. Chen Jingyu signaled the two not to speak, pressing one hand on his earpiece and listening closely. ZZZZ. All units pay attention. All team leaders immediately switched to the encrypted frequency. It sounded like that extraordinary woman's voice from before. ZZZZ. Suddenly, a wave of static appeared in the three's earpieces. Quick, focus on the new frequency and crack it immediately. He and Fan Xia quickly put down their backpacks and took out their computers. Without caring about the crowd, they found a relatively secluded spot and quickly got to work. The sound of rapid keyboard typing filled the air, while Li Yang closely watched the surroundings from behind them. Frequency found, cracking immediately. It's using basic encryption, it's easy to handle. Ha, this broken thing, give me 10 seconds. Soon, a progress bar appeared on the two's computer screens. As the progress bar rapidly filled, a voice once again emerged in their earpieces. ZZ. ZZ. All team leaders report the situation. Team 1 ready. Team 2 ready. Team 3 ready. Good. ZZ. Distribute the keys, follow my instructions, use them together. Received. Now for the time check, 11 hours, 47 minutes, 39 seconds. ZZ. Everyone exit the channel immediately, enter again at 11 hours, 58 minutes. The channel instantly fell into silence. The three exchanged glances at the time. Accurate and precise. What is the key? The three stared wide-eyed at each other. Could it be that there's a key item to open the instance? Li Yang asked. It's not impossible. Chen Jingyu frowned. But if there is, it should be in someone's hands. It won't be available to everyone. Should we find someone to ask? Fan Xia suggested. The crowd is too dense, it's hard to find someone. Chen Jingyu looked around. Although they could identify the locations of the communicators from the signal points created by the earlier communications, the park was now packed with people, and they were not as identifiable as Pei Lingji and the others. Yeah, too bad we didn't find that woman, otherwise, we could know everything. I wonder where she went. Should I go look for her? Fan Xia suggested again. I seriously doubt your real intentions. Li Yan looked at him. Come on, am I that kind of person? Fan Xia scoffed. Yes. The two nodded in unison. Alright, I admit it. I just want to see. Fan Xia's face turned slightly red, which was rare, but I don't believe I'm the only one who wants to see. You should ask everyone in front of the screen if they don't want to see. They are all upright citizens, okay? Can you compare yourself to them? Li Yang retorted. Then they must all be upright citizens, otherwise, who would watch this? Chen Jingyu agreed. ZZ. The voice returned to the headphones. Hurry, the previously unencrypted frequency is active. Chen Jingyu quickly reminded the others. ZZ. Who knows where the bathroom is? It's not far from the basketball court, at 9 o'clock direction. Is anyone going? Let's go. I want to go too. Bathroom? The three exchanged glances. This was a rare opportunity. If these people entered the bathroom, the search area would be greatly reduced. Let's go take a look. The three quickly acted and arrived near the bathroom entrance, squatting beside the greenery to observe carefully. There were many people coming and going since more than 1,000 people were gathered nearby. Look for any suspicious individuals. Chen Jingyu reminded. As soon as he finished, he noticed something. That person. They saw a young man with a buzz cut, who stopped at the bathroom entrance, looking around. As it seemed he found no one waiting, he walked inside. He wore a portable communication headset in his ears, hard to notice unless examined closely. That didn't mean wearing a headset made him part of the organization. But at least he was very suspicious. I'll go test it out, you guys wait here. Chen Jingyu stood up. If I'm not out in 2 minutes. Li Yang and Fan Xia both looked up at him. Then you just wait here. Degree. The two raised their fingers in unison. Chapter 78. After Chen Jingyu entered, he saw the buzzcut man push open a stall and rush in, clutching his stomach. Then came the sound of the door shutting and the rush of water. Chen Jingyu waited a few seconds and saw no sign of his companions, so he tried to push the stall door next door, and it opened easily. Since he was already here, he had to endure it for the sake of successfully obtaining information. To play along, he pretended to take care of business. As Chen Jingyu squatted down, he noticed there was a bird hole in the partition between him and the buzzcut man. It was truly speechless. Chen Jingyu shifted slightly to the other side, filled with disdain. But coincidentally, the buzzcut man just happened to look over. Through the bird hole, their gazes connected. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Ahem, buddy, which team are you on? Chen Jingyu took the lead in asking. Just trying my luck, no matter if he has it or not, let's just ask first. The buzzcut guy was taken aback, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Didn't you just say on the channel that you're heading to the restroom? I just happen to want to go too. Chen Jingyu continued to bluff. Oh. The buzzcut guy seemed to ease a bit of his concerns. I'm from Team 2, how come I've never seen you before? Oh, I'm from Team 3, I came a bit late, maybe you didn't notice me. Chen Jingyu said expressionlessly. Inside, he felt a little surprise. He didn't expect that by talking nonsense, he could actually make a connection. As a newcomer, I don't know anything, big brother, you have to take care of me. Chen Jingyu seized the moment. Sure. The buzzcut guy smiled a bit awkwardly. The two fell into silence. Chen Jingyu felt anxious inside. He needed to figure out what they were talking about in the channel regarding the key. This was a rare opportunity. Once they were outside, with so many people around, if he bumped into other teammates, it would be easy to expose himself. Can you take that out for me to see? Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and directly asked. If the other party could just show him the key, wouldn't everything become clear? If it really was a magical item that could unlock or enter a dungeon, he would find a way to get it. The buzzcut guy was stunned for a moment. Take it out? Show you? His expression was a bit complicated. Didn't you also have one? Yes, I also have one, I just want to see if they're all the same. Chen Jingyu knew that everyone was given a key, but what else could he say? He just wanted to take a chance. The buzzcut guy fell silent again. He seemed to be in deep thought. Chen Jingyu knew time was running out. Seeing the other party hesitating, he sensed an opportunity, and urged, hurry up, buddy, there's no time left. Okay. The buzzcut guy seemed to have made a serious decision, responding heavily, then continued, but you have to let me in first, I'll help you, and then you help me. Chen Jingyu? What do you mean by help? Why does it sound a bit confusing? This guy seems a bit off. Maybe noticing the weird expression on Chen Jingyu's face, the buzzcut guy quickly asked tentatively, are you talking about the key? Chen Jingyu replied with a confused expression, didn't the captain just issue the keys? I want to see if ours are the same. Aren't you talking about the key? The buzzcut guy chuckled awkwardly. I'm of course talking about the key, it's right here, take a look. Saying this, he pulled out a short black metal tube from his pocket and showed it at the hole to Chen Jingyu. The metal tube was less than 10 centimeters long, about the thickness of a thumb. In the middle of the metal tube, there was a hollow design, wrapped around a glass tube inside. You could clearly see that 2/3 of the glass tube was filled with black liquid. This is the key? The shape was truly beyond Chen Jingyu's expectations. Rather than calling it a key, it would be more fitting to call it a potion. As the buzzcut guy's finger slightly shook, the black liquid inside swayed back and forth, looking extremely viscous. Your key seems a bit off. Chen Jingyu put on a look of surprise. What's off about it? The buzzcut guy looked puzzled. You could get into trouble like this, buddy, it's because we're close that I'm saying this. Chen Jingyu's expression was extremely serious, looking convincing. Little guy, unless I can trick you badly, I might as well change my last name to yours. Hurry up, what's wrong with my key? The buzzcut guy quickly pressed for answers. Look at this here. Chen Jingyu pointed. Where? The buzzcut man stared intently at the metal tube in his hand. Oh, right here. Chen Jingyu pointed vaguely into the air. This only left the buzzcut man even more confused. You're really stupid, bring it here and I'll show you. Chen Jingyu waved his hand impatiently, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble, you've made such a huge mistake. The buzzcut man was startled and quickly shoved the metal tube over from the hole. Bro, don't scare me like that, what's wrong with me, why am I in trouble? Chen Jingyu grabbed the metal tube and quickly stood up. Think carefully about why you're in trouble, you've got a big problem, I'm telling you. As he finished speaking, Chen Jingyu already pushed the door and walked out. Bro, wait. Don't go. Tell me what's wrong. The buzzcut man panicked, pulling up his pants and running out. But in the restroom, besides a group of bystanders looking at him with disdain, there was no sign of Chen Jingyu at all. Strange, I didn't do anything, why am I in trouble? The buzzcut man looked despondent, filled with confusion. Wait, where's my key? Damn. He instantly realized. He clutched his pants and rushed outside. But after just 2 steps, his stomach grumbled uncontrollably. This time, everyone in the restroom exclaimed, what the hell? Is this gas accelerating? An unforgettable scene unfolded for everyone present. The entire restroom was filled with chaos. However, the buzzcut man ignored it all, just thinking about rushing out, running breathlessly to the door. He managed to leave, but everyone in the restroom was retching. "Kid, where are you? Come out and give me my keys back." But outside the restroom, there were only a group of wide-eyed bystanders. "I'm doomed." The buzzcut man regretfully slapped his thigh, not even noticing his pants had fallen to the ground. "I'm really finished, I've lost the key, the captain is definitely going to kill me. Oh heavens. Damn you, you've really done me in." In this utterly tragic wailing, the real culprit had already hidden in the woods. Chapter 79. Why is that guy screaming so painfully? The two looked at Chen Jingyu together. "What did you do to him?" Chen Jingyu, _? "I didn't do anything, it's just that I tricked him out of his keys." He held up the black metal tube in his hand. Though the two didn't speak, their faces were written with the big words, "I don't believe you." Chen Jingyu was speechless. "I really didn't. Why do I feel like you not only deceived his belongings but also his emotions?" Li Yang asked. "Right." Fan Xia immediately agreed, otherwise he wouldn't be screaming so tragically. "Look." He pointed outside the woods, "His pants are down and he doesn't even know, and so many people are watching, showing just how deeply his fragile heart has been wounded." After saying this, he turned to Chen Jingyu, "You scumbag, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chen Jingyu angrily cursed, "Is it easy for me to get keys back? Is this the key?" Li Yang pointed at the metal tube in his hand. "Do you have some misunderstanding about keys?" Fan Xie also asked. Believe it or not, Chen Jingyu was too lazy to explain. At that moment, suddenly there was a voice coming from the headset again. "ZZZZ. Attention all units, a teammate's keys have been tricked away, everyone pay attention. If you find ZZZZ, a man in his 20s, carrying a laptop bag, please report to the organization immediately." After the voice finished speaking in the headset, Chen Jingyu and Fan Xie almost simultaneously took off their laptop bags from their backs. "What did I say? Is this a key?" Chen Jingyu asked. This moment confirmed the fact, after all, it was already getting official recognition. The three no longer had doubts and began to study together. "There's a button on it, press it and try it." Fan Xia pointed to the top of the metal tube. "You press it." Chen Jingyu handed the metal tube over. Fan Xia immediately shook his head wildly, like a rattle drum. "Only a fool would press it." "Oh. Looks like you're not a fool, huh?" Chen Jingyu put on a surprised expression. He. Fan Xia chuckled. "Then why the hell would you let me press it?" Chen Jingyu really wanted to give him a smack. The two jokers were bickering, while Li Yang kept an eye on the time. After a while, he spoke up, "There are a few seconds left. We can enter that encrypted frequency soon." Only then did the two remember, they quickly fell silent, and then accessed the encrypted frequency, quietly waiting for the person inside to speak. "ZZZ." A crackling sound came through the headphones. "ZZZ. Are all team leaders present? Team 1, here. Team 2, here. Team 3, here. Very good, there's about a minute until the dungeon opens. Please inform all team members to get ready. ZZZ. Start using the key before the dungeon opens, remember." Let me emphasize, when the three of them reached the basketball court, hundreds of people had already gathered there. "Wow, how huge must this dungeon be?" Li Yang exclaimed. On the court, most of the participants were wearing white t-shirts, mixed in with some spectators eating melon seeds. There was even a streamer who, despite being in the dungeon, was still passionately live streaming. "Can you see me, family? Can you see me?" The streamer looked extremely surprised, he didn't expect to have a live signal inside the dungeon. Today, the streamer will bring you a super exciting dungeon livestream, make sure to follow and like, come on. He was not thinking of fear, but was filled with excitement. Imagine how few people could live stream inside a dungeon? This was simply golden content for streaming. It was like money falling from the sky. He was about to hit the jackpot. But little did he know, later on, he might find himself unable to cry. Chapter 80. For Chen Jingyu, who had already entered the dungeon space 3 times, this was a familiar experience. However, for some novice players entering the dungeon, it was not so easy to face. There were those who were excited, and those who were worried. The dungeon information had not popped up yet, but most players were gathering around the basketball court. This dungeon space should not be too small. With the call of 2 training instructors, a large number of students gathered on the basketball court. They were all wearing uniform white advertising t-shirts. Some curious onlookers, most of whom were entering the dungeon for the first time, were already feeling a bit disoriented. "Teachers, can you please let us join? After we get out, we promise to pay our tuition." Some people crowded around the two instructors, eagerly trying to persuade them to take them along. Although they didn't know the true strength of these two instructors, it was better to mix with them than to go solo. Facing the crowd's pleas, the two instructors exchanged glances and smiled. One stepped forward and said, "Welcome players who haven't signed up yet. Our training alliance's purpose is to serve the public. Even if you haven't signed up, you can come over to collect a t-shirt and wear it to be one of us." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd surged, rushing forward to sign up. In the face of life and death, money was a trivial matter. However, I must remind everyone, if anyone does not obey our instructor's orders, they will be immediately kicked out of the team, and we will no longer care about their lives. "We only want obedient students," said the other instructor. "That's right, only by being obedient can we ensure everyone's safety. We must unite and eliminate any disruptive elements." Under the encouragement of the two instructors, almost all the onlookers crowded around to join them. Even the streamer forgot about me. "Brothers, I've got great luck this time. I've met a group of professional players. This dungeon will definitely be safe. I will take everyone along with me through the dungeon progress, stay tuned." Outside the iron net surrounding the basketball court, Chen Jingyu and the two others quietly watched the frantic crowd inside. "So, should we join as well?" Li Yang asked. Although they didn't have to follow others blindly, sticking with the larger group wasn't a bad option. "No, I want to find my goddess." Fan Xie was still looking around. "It's truly an unimaginably spectacular sight." Li Yang had no intention of asking him further, shifting his gaze to Chen Jingyu. "Have you guys noticed something?" Chen Jingyu looked around. "Yes." Fan Xie nodded. "Not seeing my goddess is a big problem." Li Yang kicked him lightly. "Can you be serious for a moment?" Chen Jingyu smiled. "Actually, he's not wrong. Those three team members who are hiding behind the scenes have not shown up yet." "How do you know they haven't appeared?" Li Yang pointed at the basketball court. "Maybe they are mixed in there?" "Intuition." Chen Jingyu's expression did not look like a joke. "We'll know in a moment. I am very curious about what kind of mode this copy is." He had experienced 3 copies. Although they were basically all combat-type copies, there were some small differences. The first 2 copies were relatively simple, just dealing with the demon cat and the vengeful spirit bosses. Of course, simple here does not mean that the bosses were easy opponents, but that the mode was simple. The third guard the mansion copy was relatively more complex. It required not only combat but also to guard the mansion's door. Now, with such a large copy and those behind-the-scenes troublemakers, Chen Jingyu was even more curious. If it were not for following Fan Xie to watch the excitement and coincidentally discovering that woman meeting with the instructors from the training class, he would have thought the training class instructors just wanted to do business. But after discovering it, Chen Jingyu knew things definitely would not be that simple. These training class instructors gathered so many people, they were probably indeed related to the information they overheard. These people were cannon fodder. "Li Yang, you sneak into the training class to see what they are really doing, and Fan Xie and I will respond randomly at the periphery. Let's keep in touch." Chen Jingyu expressed his thoughts. "Got it." Li Yang readily agreed and then walked into the basketball court. After a simple communication, he received a white promotional t-shirt, which counted as blending into the training class crowd. Chen Jingyu then left the basketball court with Fan Xie and entered a nearby grove. The two took out their computers and began to search for nearby communication signals again. The phone still displayed the virtual map of Central Park, but there were very few red dots on it at this moment. The trainees of that training class were listening attentively to the instructors, and almost no one was using their phones. In addition, the 3 small teams either hid without communication or had already gathered together and did not need remote communication. "You keep an eye on this spot, I will circle around and feel out the terrain," Chen Jingyu said and then left. At this time, the 3 had already split up. Li Yang infiltrated the training class, Fan Xie hid to observe the overall situation, and Chen Jingyu wanted to see if he could find out where those guys were hiding. In fact, Chen Jingyu was not familiar with the terrain of Central Park. After all, he was a programmer, he either worked overtime or slept at home, and since he was single and had no girlfriend, he had rarely come to Central Park. According to past practices, the copy's starting point is around the basketball court, so this should be the center of the copy. Chen Jingyu began to explore the size, range and terrain of the copy based on his experience. He did not choose to go by the lake but walked straight toward the public restroom. 10 minutes later, Chen Jingyu stopped. Because he had run into an air wall. He looked at the virtual map on his phone and saw that he was almost at the eastern edge of Central Park. The basketball court was already close to the edge. He marked the location on the virtual map and, with the basketball court nearby as the center, drew a circle with his current position as the radius. Although the area of the copy was not necessarily a perfect circle, the approximate range could still be estimated. The diameter is about 1,200 meters, that's quite a large copy. Chen Jingyu carefully studied the virtual map. The basketball court is crowded and close to the eastern half of the copy, so if they want to hide, the western half of the copy is undoubtedly the best place. According to the virtual map, the western half of the copy happened to encompass most of the park's central lake. At the edge of the map to the west, nearly where they had previously discovered that woman secretly meeting with the training class instructor. Chapter 81. Chen Jingyu did not deliberately avoid others, as that would draw unnecessary attention. He swaggered along the park path, heading toward the pavilion by the lake. Along the way, he could hardly see a second person. At the instructor's shout through the loudspeaker, nearly everyone around was attracted to it. He walked all the way to the lakeside without noticing anything unusual. Logically, those three teens should have had dozens of people, making it not so easy to hide in the park. It could only be said that the copy space was still a bit too large, and coupled with Chen Jingyu's bad luck, they just hadn't found them. Did you find anything? Chen Jingyu communicated with his two brothers through the headset. No. Did you see my goddess? The two quickly replied. Looks like we can only wait for them to come to us, let's wait for the copy information to come out. Chen Jingyu knew that searching too obviously was not a good thing. Since they wanted to hide, they must have arranged sentries. If he accidentally entered their ambush alone, he might get hurt. He did not expect that a copy would really open here today. Originally, he thought someone was joking online, deliberately spreading rumors. If he had known it was true, he would have brought Sun Chang and Grey Cat. They were both excellent fighting forces. Especially Sun Chang, who was a powerful existence at LV10. And Grey Cat, as a pet, would follow its owner into the copy 100% as long as it was nearby. Chen Jingyu did not stay by the lake but began to return the way he came. Before he could reach the parking lot, the copy information prompt finally popped up. Copy space, park field battle, PvP. Number of players, 300 people. Completion condition, our faction wins, please choose to join the red/blue faction within 3 minutes. Countdown, 12 hours. The information box that popped up in the copy greatly shocked Chen Jingyu. It was originally highly probable to be a very powerful boss battle, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a contest between players. After browsing through the copy information, a new prompt box popped up. Please choose a faction. Blue, red. At the same time, Li Yang's voice came from the headset. The training class instructor has issued a strict order, everyone must choose the blue team or they will turn against you on the spot. Fan Xie added, so should we choose the blue or red team? Chen Jingyu did not speak, a thought started to form in his mind. So that's how it is. The other two quickly asked, what did you discover? It's obvious, Chen Jingyu slowly said, the training class instructor asked everyone to choose the blue faction, so those hiding in the dark will definitely choose the red faction. With an undercover in play, the blue side is bound to lose. Seems true. This is too cruel. The three of them instantly understood. Not right. Li Yang suddenly said, there's a bug here. What do you mean? Chen Jingyu asked. Li Yang whispered, the instructors also choose the blue faction. If the blue faction fails in the copy, they will lose their lives. Chen Jingyu thought for a few seconds and explained, the failure of the copy would lead to death, that's just our guess. Not many people outside know about this. Because no one who had ever failed in a copy had come forward to talk about it, so they speculated that the penalty for failing must be death. However, this was later confirmed by Grey Cat. It had once been the boss of a copy, although it didn't know much, it was still familiar with the events in the copy it guarded. Also Chen Jingyu continued, if these instructors have never entered the copy and have no experience, and they are now being misled by that woman. Doing this kind of self-destructive thing is not impossible. Let's not worry about them for now, what should we do? Fan Xie asked, should we join the red side to reap benefits, or join the blue side to cause destruction? Although they did not know what the conditions for victory were, choosing to join the red side now would basically guarantee an easy win. And based on the other side's grand layout, Chen Jingyu had another speculation. That is, the rewards for the winning side were likely related to the number of people involved. Otherwise, they wouldn't need such extensive planning, they could just randomly choose a side to join, and with their professional skills and help from other players, it would be even easier to win. Fan Xie's question was indeed a big one. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. So, have you made up your mind? Li Yang urged, everyone else has chosen the blue side, I guess I'm the only one left to choose. Glancing at the time, only 10 seconds were left. Chen Jingyu slowly said, according to my usual character, since it's a life and death situation, I would definitely aim to maximize benefits, but for some reason, I just can't stand those treacherous guys. Count me in. Fan Xie echoed. Alright, let's go after them. Li Yang added, I choose the blue side. I also choose blue, Fan Xie said. Chen Jingyu smiled faintly and clicked the blue side button before the countdown ended. The situation was instantly settled. The dungeon information box also displayed relevant information. Faction, red side. Number of people, 62. Score, 0, reach 100 to win. Faction, blue side. Number of people, 238. Score, 0, reach 100 to win. The number ratio was almost 4 to 1. Needless to say, the rewards for the red side would probably be 4 times those of the blue side. Jingyu, where are you right now? I feel it's better to regroup quickly, Li Yang reminded. I know, I'm on my way back, Chen Jingyu replied. What about me? Fan Xie asked. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment, if you can hide, don't show yourself just yet. We need your computer to monitor and see if we can find the enemy's position. Haven't they used any long-distance communication? No, Fan Xie glanced at the computer screen and confirmed again, there have been no large-scale communication signals. Then it seems it's true. The other side has already gathered together, and they had a plan ready beforehand. This left Chen Jingyu feeling a bit of a headache. The information asymmetry kept them at a disadvantage. What exactly is the way to earn points? Is it by killing enemy players? Although Chen Jingyu did not want to see this situation, he still asked. The other two fell silent at this question. If they had to fight each other, that would be too cruel. According to what the game said, this dungeon was a proper PvP battlefield. Chapter 82. The current dungeon mode was indeed beyond Chen Jingyu's expectations. After more than 10 minutes, when he walked back to the basketball court, he still hadn't recovered from the heavy mood. The battles between players were truly brutal. Although the game had merged with reality for a month, many people had awakened their professions and possessed impressive fighting abilities. But when it came to actually hurting lives, probably very few could do it. That group of over 60 hidden people behind the scenes, regardless of whether they dared to or not, just from this layout perspective, they were surely well-trained experts. Even if there were no undercover agents in the blue side camp, facing them head-on would likely make it very hard to defeat the red side. On the basketball court, the training class instructors were still rallying the troops, and almost all the students were currently full of enthusiasm. It was as if they could immediately pass the dungeon and obtain super rewards. From this point on, they were on their way to the peak of their lives. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment but decided not to get involved, letting Li Yan go undercover alone. He walked into the small woods behind and found Fan Xie. Fan Xie was fiddling with the computer. After asking about the situation, there was still no discovery. Looks like we can only wait for Li Yang now, Chen Jingyu said, sitting down next to Fan Xie on the ground. Let's see what his next move is, then we'll come up with a strategy. Fan Xie also plopped down on the grass with a heavy sigh. Sigh. Park Wild Battle, such an enticing name for a dungeon, but too bad we can't find that goddess. If I could die fighting alongside her in the woods, I'd be happy. Chen Jingyu sneered and curled his lips. I don't believe it. It can't be that exaggerated. Fan Xie immediately sat up, gesturing with his hands across his chest. You haven't seen it, at least it could be called a millennium marvel. Chen Jingyu mocked, you're already juggling 2 boats. Add another one, let's see how you paddle it. Fan Xie gave a nonchalant look, a man as excellent as me, who needs an oar to paddle? That's all thanks to the waves. Chen Jingyu was speechless, giving him an international gesture. At this moment, the earphones, which had been silent, finally heard Li Yang's voice. Bro, we're about to move. The instructor said we're heading to fight the first boss, trying to secure strategic resource points. Li Yang's voice grew quieter, quickly followed by the sound of loud urging. It seemed like there were people around him. Strategic resources? Boss? Chen Jingyu repeated quietly. He looked at Fan Xie. Maybe it's like other games, where the points needed for victory come from boss battles? Fan Xie shook his head, not necessarily. He played more games, at least more than Chen Jingyu. In most PvP battles and games, grabbing resources is one part. More directly, it's about PK, and if you take out the opponent, you win naturally. Forget it, let's just follow them and see the boss point situation first. Chen Jingyu helped pack up the computer. The two of them got ready to quietly follow behind the blue side's main force and check it out first. At the moment, the intelligence they had was still too little. Chen Jingyu kept waiting. Waiting for the red side's communication signal, waiting for the blue side's next action plan, and more importantly, he was also waiting for the mission system to release a task. This was a very critical point. Every time, the system released tasks would provide very valuable information. The basketball court quickly cleared out. Led by the instructor, the blue side's group moved like they were on a picnic, laughing and chatting as they formed a long line, heading toward their destination. We're lucky this time, first time in the dungeon and we have the instructor leading us. Yeah, and I've heard how terrifying the dungeon is, but it seems like it's nothing, just exaggerated rumors. Probably just people bragging, showing off how tough they are because they've been through dungeons before. Exactly, once we finish this dungeon, we'll go out and brag about it, scare them all, huh? The blue side students chatted happily, as if victory was within reach. The streamer also didn't stop, running around busily, streaming energetically. Family, the streamer is on a lucky streak this time. Don't talk about anything else, just make sure to follow, and next time, we'll take the family through the dungeon together. The students were all enthusiastic, and with so many of them, they completely didn't notice the two people following behind them. As for the two instructors leading the group, they kept walking at the front. They didn't care whether anyone followed them. They actually preferred it if someone followed, it was even better. The direction the main group was heading was precisely the pavilion near where Chen Jingyu had just checked. They're not planning to lead these people there and then have the red side wipe them all out, are they? Fan Xie looked at his phone. Chen Jingyu frowned slightly. It's not impossible. But if it's really like that, then the people from the red side are truly heinous. Do they see life as worthless? Just then, the thing that Chen Jingyu had been waiting for finally appeared. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. La la la, a loud bang in the sky, and this girl shines on stage. You finally came. Chen Jingyu silently said in his heart. Asterisk caret caret asterisk, hee hee, did brother miss me? I miss your head. Underscore? Why would you miss my head? Does my head have some magical effect? Winky face. Chen Jingyu was speechless. Alright, hurry up and release the task. Okay, brother, coming right up. Ding, you have a new task, would you like to accept? Accept, do not refuse. Winky face. Chen Jingyu was once again speechless. Is it because I haven't disciplined you for 2 days that you're getting more mischievous? But although he thought this in his heart, Chen Jingyu still chose to accept the option. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, hit, smash a big watermelon. To be completed, description, peaceful development is the hard truth. Completion condition, no one is allowed to hit the boss, description, keep the water spirit boss alive for a while. Time limit, 30 minutes. Completion reward, crystal shards, description, seems like fragments of some kind of item. Failure punishment, perish with the boss, description, let's die together. Looking at the task description released by the system, Chen Jingyu fell into deep thought again. Can't say it's really messed up, just that he wants to hit someone. But there seems to be one piece of information that might be useful. The boss's name is Water Spirit, which looks like it should be related to the lake. So, it seems I need to take a detour and set up an ambush early. Chen Jingyu said while stroking his chin. Chapter 83. Instructor Zhang, how long until we arrive? Yeah, both instructors, is the boss strong? I'm a bit scared. Instructor Li, teach me, my profession is a fighter, but I can't fight at close range, I don't even have a weapon. The students following the two instructors chattered away. This time, several training classes joined forces, and a total of 4 instructors were arranged. But when the instance dungeon opened, only instructors Zhang Hong and Li Chutian entered. Everyone rest assured, according to whispers from our training class, the boss this time is located in the lake, and it's not highly ranked. As long as everyone follows our arrangements, we will surely succeed. Zhang Hong patiently explained to everyone. Li Chutian then added, here's a little secret, due to the special nature of our instance, it's different from other instances. Even if you are harmed by the boss, you won't die. I have a way to bring everyone back, but remember to keep it a secret. My God. Is that true? The students in the front row immediately became excited. Then what are we afraid of? Let's just go up and fight. Yeah, reviving like in a computer game would be so awesome. Li Chutian and Zhang Hong exchanged a glance, each revealing a slight smile. Li Chutian said, so everyone must keep it secret and not let our opponents and other players who do not want to join our team know. Right, don't tell them, let them be unlucky. Those who chose the red side must be crying now, they shouldn't have disobeyed, it's hilarious. Exactly, let's wait and see their embarrassment. The news spread quickly. Before long, the long line of students began to buzz with excitement. Hearing that they wouldn't die, each person's face sparkled with smiles. In the crowd, Li Yang remained silent, quietly listening to the chatter of the students around him. But his mood grew heavier. Although he was not a saint with lofty ideals, he couldn't bear to watch these people be treated as cannon fodder. I can only take it step by step. Li Yang thought in his heart, opening his virtual backpack. Inside was a silver weapon. The silver longsword that originally belonged to Su Aimo. Everyone, get ready to form up. The loudspeaker in the front row rang out again. Zhang Hong directed them with the loudspeaker. Li Chutian wove through the crowd to arrange the positions. Melee classes in the front, ranged classes in the back, and no awaken classes are allowed to move freely. After a while, under the organization of the two instructors, the loosely gathered student group was finally arranged. What's going on? It seems like 2 people are missing? Zhang Hong counted the group and found the problem with the numbers. The blue camp, with 238 people, had only 236 at the lake's edge. The 2 instructors exchanged whispers and finally decided to not worry about it for now. After all, missing 2 people did not pose much of an obstacle to the overall situation. Looking at the several hundred people standing by the lakeside, Zhang Hong smiled slightly and gave Li Chutian a knowing look. Then he spoke into the loudspeaker, "Everyone, Instructor Li is about to summon the boss. Follow me, don't be afraid to die. I will record points based on your performance. Those who disobey will have no one to blame if they die." After finishing, he nodded. Right before their eyes, Li Chutian conjured a magic wand out of thin air. With a flick of his wrist, a light blue energy sphere quickly took shape at the tip of his wand. Wow! A gasp erupted from among the students. After all, many players had awakened classes, but few possessed weapons and skills at the same time. It looks like he is an electric elementalist, Li Yang thought to himself. Soon, the electric ball was fully formed, and with a sweep of Li Chutian's wand, the magic electric ball shot towards the lake. Bang! With a soft sound, the electric ball hit the lake, causing waves more than 10 feet high. Zhang Heng suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy and waved his hand. "Melee classes, get ready to charge." Splash! As the waves fell back down, the surface of the lake gradually regained its calm. The 2 instructors exchanged glances, both showing a hint of confusion. Could it be that the information is wrong? Zhang Hong whispered. Li Chutian shook his head slightly, he was not sure either. According to that mysterious person's instructions, all that was needed was to release skills at the lake to lure out the boss. Then they'd arrange for the students to go in and die, whittling down the boss's life, finally letting the red team reap the benefits, and completing the first phase of the task. Should we ask? Zhang Hong stretched out his right index finger and pressed it against his ear-mounted communication device, whispering. Li Chutian was also uncertain, so he nodded slightly. The 2 stood by the lakeside, far from the students, so no one could hear their conversation. Though a bit nervous, with the instructors leading, they weren't too worried. Hey, can you hear me? Zhang Hong whispered into his headset. Crackle. Static crackled in the earpiece. After a moment, a male voice came through. What's the matter? Didn't I say not to use wireless communication unless it's an emergency? Zhang Hong frowned. Previously, it had been that unforgettable woman who contacted him. Why was it a man's voice now? But the situation was urgent, leaving him no time to think. He quickly replied, "We've reached the lakeside, why can't we lure out the boss?" Crackle. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. The voice on the other end was calm, as if everything was under control. While they were communicating, Chen Jingyu's phone suddenly lit up with 2 red dots. Within the student group, red dots had been lighting up continuously. But in other areas, this was the first appearance of red dots. This unusual situation was quickly noticed by Chen Jingyu. Look, it's in the 3 o'clock direction, Chen Jingyu said to Fan Xie. If the entire instance were viewed as a clock, the basketball court would be at the 6 o'clock position. The student's current location at the lakeside would be at 12 o'clock. So a communication signal appearing in the 3 o'clock direction likely indicated the presence of the red camp. The 2 hiding by the lakeside had just seen Li Chutian release his skill. Just a little guess, and one can roughly know the purpose of this communication at this moment. It seems that these 2 instructors don't know much about the whole plan. They thought the trainees were cannon fodder, but in fact, weren't they just the same? What to do now? Fan Xie had already taken out his flashy longbow. Should we sneak over and take out a few of them first? Good idea, you go ahead, I've got your back. Chen Jingyu gave him an encouraging look. Chapter 84. After hearing this, Fan Xie lay back down in the grass again. What's wrong, not going anymore? Chen Jingyu asked. Fan Xie replied irritably, you little sly one, there's something off, I'm not going. You clearly said you wanted to go. Chen Jingyu was speechless. Anyway, I'm not going. If we're going, we go together. Fan Xie looked determined. Progress indeed. Chen Jingyu smiled like a proud father, ruffling Fan Xie's hair. Go away, go away. Fan Xie dodged his hand. I thought you were really going to challenge the elite team of over 60 people. While the 2 were joking, a commotion finally arose from the lake. The lake, which had been calm, suddenly began to churn. The entire surface of the lake looked like it had exploded. Although there were no violent waves rising, the water currents below the surface were already surging. As if some giant creature was about to emerge. Zhang Hong and Li Chutian also began to feel tense, retreating several steps. Go, melee team prepare. Zhang Hong shouted several times in a row, but the melee team members in the front row seemed hesitant. Come on, what are you afraid of? Quickly get moving. Zhang Heng had already started to push and pull the awakened melee trainees to the front. Li Chutian also began to shout loudly, "Trainees, it's time to show your stuff. If you want good equipment and rewards, it all depends on your performance points." With someone leading the way in Li Chutian's persuasion, the melee trainees slowly began to move forward. More people gave them courage. Most of them had a herd mentality. In no time, the front row trainees seemed to be pumped up, ready to spring into action. Splash! The lake's surface completely erupted. A massive figure blocked the sky and the sun, leaping up from the bottom of the water. A large amount of water streamed down, splashing countless waves on the lake's surface. A pale blue giant appeared before everyone. The boss, composed entirely of pale blue water streams, finally emerged. It stood several zhang tall. Like a human, it had a head, a face, and a body, with two thick arms wielding a steel fork. Below the body, there were no lower limbs. Instead, a flowing stream of water seemed to be drawing in lake water to replenish itself. Is this the boss water spirit? Chen Jingyu had already put on the crystal goggles and started scanning the boss's information. Analyzing target information. Monster name, Water Spirit. Type, Demon God Series. Level, LV-15. Description, Phase 1 boss of the PvP Dungeon Park Warfare. Killing it grants 30 points. Demon God Series? This was another series Chen Jingyu had never seen before. So far, I've seen animals and undead-type monsters, and now there's a demon god type. Just from the type, it seemed like an incredibly powerful series of boss. After being defeated, it could grant 30 points. That was nearly a third of the conditions needed for victory. Come on, don't be afraid of dying, I can resurrect you, the first to go in my book gets the most credit. Zhang Hun eagerly encouraged the trainees. Alright, let's go together. An uncle trainee was eager to try. The two men beside him seemed to have made up their minds together. Bro, you go first, we'll follow you. The three encouraged each other, and with the instructor's urging, they looked ready to charge forward. Wait! Suddenly, someone stood up among the trainees. Zhang Heng and Li Chutian immediately frowned, looking unhappy. What do you want to do? If you want to go, then go. The two pointed at the person standing up, Li Yang, and scolded. Li Yang chuckled coldly. Two instructors, you have been urging the students to charge ahead, why aren't you doing it yourselves? As soon as these words were spoken, whispers erupted among the crowd. The three stubborn men immediately felt a spark of doubt in their hearts. Humph. Zhang Heng sneered twice, who exactly are you? How dare you speak such treacherous words at a critical moment? Li Chutian followed suit, in this situation, as instructors, we must play a commanding role. Is that not more important than leading the charge? As soon as they spoke these words, the students' doubts were immediately dismissed. Seeing the students' reaction, Zhang Han quickly seized the opportunity. I see you look unfamiliar, you must be a new student who just joined, right? Zhang Heng pressed on, tell me, what is your purpose? Why do you want to disrupt our plans? Are you a spy sent by the red team? Once the words were out, everyone's gaze turned towards Li Yang with hostility. Li Chutian also sneered repeatedly, it seems that's exactly the case. I see you don't want us to defeat the boss? Get him out, a student suddenly shouted. Yes, get lost. Don't delay us from defeating the boss. What trash, you must be trying to sabotage our fight against the boss, how despicable. Several people rushed forward to shove Li Yang. Get lost, we won't take you, go die on your own. Faced with the rising public anger, Li Yang frowned and said helplessly, I hope you can calm down, I am trying to save you. You're hilarious, we don't need your saving? Who do you think you are? The streamer squeezed into the crowd, pointing the camera at Li Yang, loudly saying, everyone, look here, there's a piece of trash who wants to ruin our operation. Remember this person and let's all despise him together. From a distance, Chen Jingyu also heard the commotion through his earpiece. Seeing the situation getting out of control, he quickly whispered, Li Yang, ignore these people, strategically retreat and don't expose yourself. Hearing Chen Jingyu's words, Li Yang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and helplessly raised his hands. Alright, I admit my mistake. I'm sorry everyone, I'll leave now. Seeing him admitting fault, the crowd gradually calmed down. However, several people still relentlessly cursed at him. Trash, get lost. What kind of person is this, disgusting. Li Yang stepped back from the crowd, moving to the back. The two instructors noticed but felt letting Li Yang go like this might be bad. However, the boss was ahead, and they couldn't break away. So Zhang Heng said, students, let that little incident go. Since someone has raised a question, I, the captain, will lead the charge. As he spoke, he drew a long sword, shouting to the eager crowd, is there anyone brave, who wants to get rich? Come charge with me. With that, he exchanged glances with Li Chutian and was the first to charge ahead. Go! Immediately, the crowd stirred. Countless people charged forward after Zhang Heng. Students, I will lead the ranged class to support you. Do not be afraid, nothing will go wrong. The first one to charge in will receive double the reward. Li Chutian took over Zhang Heng's position, shouting loudly with a loudspeaker. Countless people crazily rushed towards the boss. After the melee, the ranged fighters quickly followed Li Chutian's lead. Even the free-spirited non-professionals wouldn't fall behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, who was leading the charge, had already slowed down, slowly pulling back from the first wave. Not a single person noticed. Chapter 85. The situation had already spiraled out of control. Chen Jingyu's mission system panel had also begun counting down. There were 29 minutes left to complete the mission. This meant he had to ensure that the water spirit boss did not die in these 29 minutes. How long do you think these people can hold on without dying? Fan Xie looked at the lake in the distance. I think no more than half a minute. Chen Jingyu's crystal monocular has a scanning function. At a glance, it can almost tell the strength of these trainees. It can be said to be a sight that is hard to bear. Facing the level 15 water spirit boss, it can be said to be a sure way to death. As the trainees charged forward, the water spirit boss also moved swiftly across the lake's surface. The swirling water beneath its feet rushed across the lake, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the shore. Roar! A deafening sound. It's hard to believe that a boss made entirely of flowing water can let out such a terrifying roar. As it swung the trident in its hand, a monstrous wave formed behind it. It blocked out the sky, towering dozens of feet high. The trainees were instantly dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? Charge, it's just a big wave. This is a game dungeon, it's not real. Li Chutian shouted vigorously through a loudspeaker while retreating by the shore. Yeah, it's just a game, not real. Exactly, just a few splashes. Can they really kill anyone? With the instructor's reminder, the trainees instantly regained their fighting spirit. Besides, even if we drown, the instructor will revive us. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone encouraged each other and charged forward again. Li Yang by the shore closed his eyes in despair. He had already retreated to the pavilion, and naturally, he could clearly see that the two instructors had already hidden away. Yet those clueless trainees were rushing in like they were on steroids. Kid, who are you? You nearly ruined our good deed. Unconsciously, the two instructors had already come before Li Yang. Their intentions were not good. Humph, what you are doing could kill hundreds of people, don't you have a conscience? Li Yang drew out his silver long sword. He knew that these two would not back down easily. The commotion above the lake grew louder. The sound was earth-shattering. The fearless trainees disregarded the tsunami-like waves, and the ones in front had already stepped into the water. As the towering waves crashed down, the two instructors ignored Li Yang and dove into the pavilion, each grabbing a column, too scared to move. Boom! A huge sound once again erupted. It shook the earth and mountains. The towering waves finally smashed down hard onto the ground. Instantly, countless people were thrown into the air. Chen Jingyu and others, who had been closely watching the situation, were also taken aback. On the dungeon information panel, the number of blue team members instantly decreased by dozens. It seems we underestimated the boss's strength. This wave might be even more terrifying than a real tsunami. Chen Jingyu's expression turned serious. It was no longer about trying to keep the boss alive for 30 minutes, now it seemed that the more than 200 people on the blue side might all die at the hands of the water spirit boss. The overwhelming waves rushed onto the shore, countless people were knocked down, flowing away with the water for dozens of meters. Oh my god. A lady in her 40s finally managed to stand up, looking at the imposing boss in front of her, her legs trembled in fear, completely devoid of the previous blood and passion. After the waves passed, chaos reigned on the ground. The water spirit boss seemed very satisfied with its masterpiece, roaring while standing in the water, but it did not come ashore. Countless people were stunned. Helping each other, they stood up, with dumbfounded expressions on every face. Wasn't it said that this was a game? Wasn't it agreed that it would be easy to tackle together? Why did so many fall at the first encounter? Everyone come quickly, this person isn't getting up. Someone exclaimed, noticing a person lying on the ground, unable to be lifted. Everyone rushed over. The fallen person was bleeding from all orifices and couldn't be awakened. He's dead. Someone cried out in panic, he's dead, he's dead. Instructor, come quickly. Soon, someone spotted the instructor in the pavilion and hurriedly gathered around. Instructor, quickly revive them, so many people are dead. On the ground by the lake shore, dozens of people lay sprawled out, all killed in a single blow by the water spirit boss. With LV1 strength, facing a LV15 water spirit boss, especially in the face of its large-scale destructive skill. It's a miracle if anyone survives. Zhang Hong and Li Chutian exchanged glances and stepped out of the pavilion. Everyone, don't panic. Reviving them is our responsibility, but we have to wait until the instance is over. That's right. Li Chutian chimed in, what everyone needs to do now is to defeat the boss first, or else we can't revive our teammates. Is it really like that? Some people looked on with skepticism. Seemingly guessing everyone's thoughts, Zhang Hong appeared quite relaxed and said, haven't you all played computer games? You can't revive teammates until the boss battle is over. As soon as he said this, two young people immediately echoed him. Yeah, usually in games you can't revive teammates during a battle, unless you have a special skill to do so, but those skills are extremely rare. Exactly, in the games I play, you can only revive teammates after leaving combat. With some supporting voices, Zhang Hong felt overjoyed and seized the moment to say, so, everyone, quickly get back into battle. This boss isn't that strong, it just has one powerful skill. If we all attack together, we will surely defeat it easily. The morale of the troops was immediately bolstered. The students began to get ready one after another to rejoin the fight. But Li Yang really couldn't stand it any longer. He burst out of the pavilion and shouted, everyone, listen to me, this boss can't be taken down like this, it will only increase the death toll. What are you afraid of? We can revive anyway, said the young man who spoke earlier. Revive? Ha ha. Li Yang smiled bitterly, how is it even possible to revive? These two are clearly tricking you. Tricking us? Impossible, the young man declared firmly. Seeing this, Zhang Hong and Li Chutian became a bit flustered. They knew in their hearts that they couldn't let Li Yang continue speaking. Li Chutian immediately waved his magic staff, rapidly gathering an energy ball. Kid, you won't join the fight, and yet you're here spreading confusion. You look like a bad person. Zhang Hong also drew his weapon, right, scum like you will pay the price now. Chapter 86. Li Yang naturally was not about to back down, he had long wanted to confront these two instructors. You deceive the masses, treating lies like grass, I shouldn't let you off the hook. Still spouting smooth talk, you must be a spy sent over by the red side. Zhang Hong looked around, everyone, let's grab this traitor first, then we can slowly deal with the boss. Instantly, a few older students obediently surrounded Li Yang. In a flash, Li Yang found himself surrounded by more than a dozen people. This scene was naturally seen by Chen Jingyu and Fan Xie from a distance. Should we go help? Before Fan Xie could finish, Chen Jingyu covered his mouth. Shoo! Chen Jingyu made a gesture for silence. Not far from them, suddenly dozens of people appeared in a greenbelt forest. These people were emanating a faint red glow. Though you could notice the glow at a glance, when you looked closely, it seemed like it wasn't there at all. It was just this magical. But Chen Jingyu knew that these people must be members of the red side. Those faint red lights were probably a system designation to clearly distinguish friend from foe. The red side had already started moving. Chen Jingyu and his companions going out now would do nothing to help the situation, instead, it would expose themselves. Because these more than 60 individuals from the red side certainly had much greater combat ability than the blue side. Plus, with those two instructors inciting them, perhaps they would join forces to attack them together. Right now, the only problem is Li Yang's safety. Zhang Hong and Li Chutian are already preparing to make their move on him. Ignoring it is definitely not an option. With this thought, Chen Jingyu signaled Fan Xie to stay still while he swaggered out. The sudden appearance of Chen Jingyu immediately attracted the attention of the red team. Fortunately, they did not notice him at first but saw him after he had walked a short distance. This led to the captains of the red team being clueless about where Chen Jingyu had come from. ZZZZ. Has anyone found out where this person came from? ZZZZ? Team 2 confirms, ZZZZ, no discovery. Team 3 hasn't found anything, ZZZZ. The communication signals of the three small teams were clearly heard by Chen Jingyu and the others. Hearing the conversation, he felt relieved. This way of appearing was actually intentional on his part. It could seem sudden while not exposing Fan Xie's position at that moment. ZZZZ. Everyone stand guard, observe surroundings. Received. After a moment of silence in the headphones, Fan Xie's mournful voice came through. I didn't hear my goddess's voice, did she not come in? Chen Jingyu touched his headset and replied, why don't you go ask her yourself? Good idea, I was thinking the same. Fan Xie said. Damn. If you dare to come out, I'll beat you to death. Chen Jingyu threatened. Heh, Fan Xie was discontented, do you believe I'll shoot you with an arrow right here? Your father. Chen Jingyu immediately covered his backside and quickened his pace. This guy's archery skills were completely self-taught. Years ago, a master under Suima had hit him with 3 arrows right in the backside. The sight was so horrific that just recalling it made Chen Jingyu's heart race. While the two were bickering, Li Yang had already fallen into a crisis. Li Chutian's electric energy ball was ready to be launched, but he didn't strike immediately. Instead, he was patrolling nearby. The first to charge in was Zhang Hong, also a fighter. The two swords collided in an instant. It was clear that Zhang Hong had some fighting experience, but Li Yang had a higher level and a superior weapon. For a moment, they fought evenly. At this time, the students were divided into two groups. One group continued marching towards the lakeside. The other group, of about 10 people, surrounded the two fighters. Even when Chen Jingyu got closer to the battle, no one noticed him. "Brothers, let's go together and take this guy down," Li Chutian commanded, gripping his magic staff, which crackled with lightning. He was directing the other students to join him. After receiving the instructor's order, the 10 or so people began to roll up their sleeves, eager to try. "Hello, instructor." Chen Jingyu suddenly clapped Li Chutian on the shoulder. A person suddenly appearing behind him startled Li Chutian, making him shiver. The magic staff he had gripped tightly was suddenly swung forward. Lightning erupted, and the energy ball shot out. What the hell? Before Li Chutian could finish his curse, the 10 or so students had already charged forward. The quickly closing encirclement formed a human barrier around Li Yang and Zhang Hong. The electric energy ball arrived in an instant. Zzz. Immediately, everyone began to wildly twist their bodies. Limbs flailing, heads shaking furiously. If some lights and sound effects were added, anyone unaware would think they were dancing crazily. The students who had already reached the shore also saw this chaotic scene. "What are they doing?" someone asked in confusion. "Are they performing a mysterious ritual to resurrect fallen classmates?" a big smarty shouted with shining eyes. Yes, must be it. Indeed, the instructor is amazing. Then why should we be afraid? Let's charge together." In an instant, more than 100 people launched another charge. "Fight the boss. Let's all attack together and kill it." Faced with the provocation from the crowd, the water spirit boss suddenly became furious again. A swarm of ants dares to repeatedly offend the heavenly might. Roar! The angry water element raised its trident again. Streams of water, like dragons, flew up from the lake, and when they reached half air, they immediately turned around, crashing back down to the ground. Like cruise missiles launched from the sky. On this side, Li Chutian was startled by Chen Jingyu, causing his skill to hit the students instead. He immediately turned around in anger, roaring at the back, "Who are you? Don't you know that patting someone on the shoulder from behind can scare them to death?" But after he finished cursing, he realized there was no one behind him. "Sorry, I'll pat you from the front next time." A voice came from behind Li Chutian's head. He jumped in fright, quickly turned back, and saw a person standing almost right in front of him. Wow! Li Chutian was so startled that he shivered and sat down on the ground. At this moment, he finally saw the newcomer clearly. Not wearing a student uniform, and the face was unfamiliar. You, who are you?" Li Chutian pointed his magic wand at the person and asked. "Your question," Chen Jingyu said thoughtfully, "suddenly makes me want to sing a song." "A song? Underscore?" Li Chutian looked puzzled. "What song?" Son, I am your father." Chen Jingyu started to sing passionately. Chapter 87. As soon as Chen Jingyu sang a line, Li Chutian realized he was being played. "You little bastard, do you dare to play me?" Li Chutian swung his magic wand and smashed it forward. This was purely a human instinctive reaction. But he forgot that he was originally an elementalist, and now he was an elementalist without energy. Chen Jingyu had already scanned him, he was just a LV1 rookie. Having cast 2 skills in a row, his energy was now completely empty. Faced with an elementalist who had no energy, even if Chen Jingyu had not awakened any profession, he was still a LV5 high-level player. He could easily overpower with attribute points. Swish! Chen Jingyu's hand quickly slid across the crystal ring. A gigantic sword appeared out of thin air. It was the giant sword he snatched from Zhang Wei. Item name, Black Iron Great Sword. Required level, LV2. Class requirements, Fighter, Guardian. Destructive power, 5. Additional ability, Severe Injury. Description, a dual-wield weapon that can cause severe injuries to the target. This weapon had class restrictions, and according to the game settings, Chen Jingyu could not equip it. But now that the game and reality had merged, all equipment had become real objects. This also allowed Chen Jingyu the ability to pick it up. But that was all. He could not utilize the attributes or destructive power at all. It could be understood as having an empty shell. But Li Chutian didn't know this. With such a huge sword chopping down towards his head, Li Chutian was so scared that he nearly couldn't keep the water dragon faucet under control. Sigma, wow! He swung his magic wand, not caring whether it hit anyone, and immediately turned and ran. With the player levels generally low, the power of skills was also relatively weak, which led to a smaller gap between awakened profession players and ordinary people than expected. In fact, Chen Jingyu was also just making noise without much strength, scaring people with the giant sword. His own strength was not strong, just lifting the giant sword had already exhausted him, and the action of chopping down relied entirely on the weight of the giant sword. There was no real force or accuracy. After Li Chutian turned and ran, the giant sword also smashed down where he had just stood. With a bang. The stone-paved road was instantly crushed to pieces by the weight of the giant sword. The huge sound made Li Chutian stop in his tracks. When he turned back to see the broken tiles, a sudden chill ran down their spines. Oh my god, if we get hit by that. On Li Yang's side, Zhang Heng and he exchanged a few rounds, both sustaining minor injuries. It was hard to tell who was winning. Around them, the atmosphere group that had been frantically shouting 857 began to weaken as the electric energy balls lost their power, gradually coming to a halt. More than a dozen people collapsed onto the ground together. Seeing this, two instructors quickly converged at one point. Are you okay? Chen Jingyu, wielding a giant sword, approached Li Yang. Li Yang shook his head slightly. There were some faint red marks on his arm, seemingly caused by the opponent's weapon cutting his skin. This sword is too heavy, let's switch. Chen Jingyu jabbed the giant sword into the ground. Boom! It felt as if the ground itself shook a few times. Not to mention, the visual pressure was off the charts. Seeing this, Li Yang handed over his silver longsword and then took the black iron greatsword from Chen Jingyu's hands. After the upgrade, he instantly felt much more powerful. He beckoned to Zhang Heng, "Kid, come and fight again." Zhang Heng glanced at the new weapon in his opponent's hands and at his still shocked companions, and could not help but swallow hard. Where on earth did these two guys come from? Zhang Heng muttered quietly. Li Chutian shook his head slightly. In his imagination, he had nearly been split in half just a moment ago, and his heart was still racing. I don't know, let's try to stall for time. Once my energy value recovers to 3 points, we'll take these two down. The game had just begun, and the ranged classes generally lacked good equipment. To regain energy value, they could only rely on one word: wait. Zhang Heng, quick-witted, thought of this plan without his companions needing to remind him, and loudly said, "You two, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity today, why target us?" Li Yang glared coldly, "Humph, you treat so many innocent people as cannon fodder, and still have the face to say we're targeting you?" Saying this, Li Yang lifted the giant sword. "You two, immediately let all the students stop attacking the boss, otherwise, I'll chop you both first." Seeing this, Zhang Heng suddenly changed his expression, wearing a forced smile. "Brother, let's talk it out." He actually sheathed his weapon, took a small step forward, and spoke softly. "Life is about making a living, isn't it? Every day, the world opens so many dungeons, and countless people die each day. Why should we care about others? As long as we stay safe, isn't that enough?" Confronted with the other party's change in attitude, Chen Jingyu knew better and sneered a few times. Don't think I don't know what you're planning, waiting for his energy value to recover, right?" Zhang Heng frowned immediately but quickly restored his smile, repeatedly waving his hands. "Of course not, brother, you're overthinking. We just want to bring our brother along to make money." "Make money?" Chen Jingyu laughed in disbelief. "Don't you know, the losing side in the competition must die?" Zhang Heng and Li Chutian were shocked at once. But they quickly calmed down, shaking their heads repeatedly. "Impossible, it can't be," we asked. "The losing side just doesn't get a reward." Li Chutian chimed in, as if speaking to reassure themselves. "Exactly, this dungeon isn't an ordinary clearance dungeon. They assured us, the losing side will be fine." Even though they felt some doubt after hearing Li Yang's words, the situation was set. They could only grit their teeth and move forward. Could they possibly turn around and fight against the red side? They wouldn't dare think of it. The other side's strength was something they'd only seen a small part of. But even that small part was enough for them to look up to. At that moment, a thunderous sound came from the lakeside. Countless water columns, lifted by the boss Xueling, erupted into the air. Like missiles, they bombarded the ground. Each water column crashing to the ground could unleash an unbeatable shockwave. Those reckless charging trainee players were instantly battered to pieces by the densely falling water columns. A large number of players died in an instant. Countless people were injured and fell to the ground, many missing arms and legs. Screams filled the air by the lakeside. Such a tragic scene shocked everyone. Chapter 88. The team of more than 200 trainees was suddenly reduced to just over 120. Trainee players with weak combat abilities and lacking experience were basically giving their heads to the boss Xueling. After the game merged with reality, the dungeons opened were all extremely difficult. At least for LV1 players, the death rate was terrifyingly high. According to some gaming experts, in previous games, dungeons were usually entered in the mid to late stages. At the beginning, players would level up by defeating small monsters in the wild or completing tasks from NPCs. This was a reasonable setup. But after the fusion of game and reality, there were no monsters in the wild, and only in the open dungeons could monsters and bosses be encountered. This led to a hellish difficulty start for most players. Look at how many people you have killed. If you don't stop, don't blame me for not being polite. Even the honest Li Yang felt murderous after seeing the tragic scene by the lakeside. Zhang Hong and Li Chutian were also dumbfounded. Although everything was proceeding as planned, seeing the suffering of so many people shook their hearts. Still not stopping. Li Yang saw they were unmoved and shouted again. Stop? Heh, it's too late to stop. Li Chutian took a step back, a cruel look appearing on his face as he concealed the confusion that had unintentionally shown earlier. He raised the magic wand in his hand and shouted loudly, Instructor Zhang, take action. Zhang Hong had also been prepared, immediately stepping in front of Li Chutian, drawing out his weapon again. At the same time, the energy ball of lightning attribute on Li Chutian's magic wand quickly took shape again. I knew you had no good intentions. Chen Jingyu acted quickly. Relying on his high agility, he directly bypassed Zhang Hong in front of him, swiftly moving in an arc toward Li Chutian in the back. So fast. Zhang Hong hurriedly changed direction, trying to keep the opponent in front of him. But he overlooked one person. Li Yang swung the black iron greatsword, cleaving down directly. Your opponent is me. The giant sword, taller than a person, created an overwhelming pressure that made one feel a sense of dread deep down. Zhang Hong quickly stepped back. Fortunately, Li Chutian had already prepared and also took a step back. The energy ball on the magic wand grew rapidly larger. But at that moment, Chen Jingyu still found himself behind them. Caught between two foes, neither was easy to deal with. At this moment, a few trainees who had lost their stamina due to the mad 857 stood up unsteadily. Their bodies were filled with a tingling sensation. These were all from being shocked. Seeing this, Zhang Hong was overjoyed and shouted loudly, Students, quickly surround this guy, whoever can take him down first, the greatsword in his hand will be the reward. More than a dozen trainees helped each other to stand up. Hearing the instructor's words, their gazes all shifted to Li Yang. That fiercely powerful black iron greatsword immediately made everyone drool with envy. Seeing some trainees waking up, Li Chutian felt a little relieved. The lightning energy ball he had always held was now even less easy to release. This was his last and biggest reliance. It had to be saved for a crucial moment. Although the spell had taken shape. You can't keep it forever, but relatively speaking, time is still ample. Let's go, brothers, grab the gear. The first person among the trainees to awaken shouted loudly. Although not everyone knew about the trading market on that ranking website, no one was unaware of the value of the gear. This was a high-value existence that could be exchanged for real money. More than a dozen people helped each other up and began to move towards Li Yang restlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Hong quickly shifted his target and came to stand behind Li Chutian. This was exactly where Chen Jingyu was located. Li Chutian held his magic staff high. As soon as Li Yang made a rash move, he would immediately unleash the lightning energy ball. Kid, your strength is fading, it's best to surrender quickly. Zhang Hong said to Chen Jingyu, his face cold and sinister. Hee, you can't even protect your own life, yet you talk about letting us live? Chen Jingyu smiled lightly. Then he immediately charged forward. With his high-speed movement, he startled Zhang Hong greatly. This guy. Zhang Hong felt the threat instantly. Just now he was chatting happily, and the next moment he was attacking directly. Zhang Hong had to reassess his opponent's strength. He was simply a cunning and treacherous sly wolf. The moment Chen Jingyu made his move, the 10 or so trainees also surrounded Li Yang. This was also the reason he had to act in advance. After all, although the trainees were foolish, it was a sin not worthy of death. He knew Li Yang's nature, he surely wouldn't go all out against these trainees. In this way, he would only fall into endless passivity. So, they must quickly eliminate these two instructors. Among the 10 or so trainees, only a few had weapons. They were mostly small knives and daggers. Most of the others just picked up bricks or grabbed wooden sticks and ran towards Li Yang. Chen Jingyu was at least an LV5 advanced player, so his speed was naturally a bit faster than theirs. Holding a silver longsword in one hand and a bronze dagger in the other, he quickly approached Zhang Hong. In terms of combat skills alone, Chen Jingyu was also among the weaklings. Although Zhang Hong was not a martial arts expert, at least he still held the title of instructor. His theoretical knowledge was somewhat richer than that of Chen Jingyu. Seeing Chen Jingyu charging over, Zhang Hong slightly shifted sideways, exposing half of Li Chutian's back. It appeared as if he was exposing his teammate, but in fact, it was not. If Chen Jingyu attacked Li Chutian at this moment, he would be falling exactly into Zhang Heng's trap. Oomph, kid, watch me play you to death. Zhang Hong kept his longsword pointed down, quietly waiting for his opponent's arrival. In the blink of an eye, the high-speed moving Chen Jingyu had arrived. With a sweeping gaze, he quickly fixed his eyes on Li Chutian. After all, he was still holding a charged lightning energy ball. Everyone knew he was the biggest threat. Seeing his opponent indeed falling for it, Zhang Hang's lips involuntarily curled upward. As long as the opponent dared to ignore him and attack Li Chutian, the long sword in his hand could take down the foe in an instant. This was his trump card attack method, a trick he had learned at a great cost from a master long ago. Just then, as Chen Jingyu reached him in an instant, he swung the bronze dagger at Zhang Heng. At the same time, his left hand reached forward, and the silver longsword aimed directly at Li Chutian's back. Zhang Heng nearly burst out laughing at the sight. Ah, just in time. Zhang Heng could instantly tell that Chen Jingyu's dagger was a feint. The real killing move was the silver longsword in his other hand, aimed at Li Chutian. This attack method simply matched perfectly with his own. According to the special skill taught by that master, Zhang Heng only needed to take one step sideways, and he could circle behind Chen Jingyu, then with his long sword, slash upwards effortlessly to strike the opponent. In Zhang Heng's eyes, at this moment, the raised right arm of Chen Jingyu was like offering itself up for him to cut. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's you who don't know what's good for you. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. His feet moved quickly, and he was already at Chen Jingyu's right rear. His arms suddenly exerted force, and the sharp long sword in his hand, carrying an unstoppable momentum, swept upward from below. The cold light flashed. If this sword hit, Chen Jingyu's arm would certainly not be spared. Wait. Chen Jingyu, who seemed to be rushing towards Li Chutian, suddenly stopped, looking at Zhang Heng seriously and said. This was completely against the laws of inertia. But he just stood there, perfectly still. Whether it was the silver long sword or the bronze dagger, they both stopped attacking. Both arms were retracted naturally and hung down on either side. Zhang Heng, who had already calculated the timing, did not expect the opponent to suddenly stop like this, and instantly, most of his killing intent leaked away. But he couldn't stop like Chen Jingyu had, so his long sword swung in an arc and grazed past Chen Jingyu's face. Sigma, I can't believe it, how is this possible? Zhang Heng was dumbfounded. The opponent had charged so fiercely, how could he just stop like that? Unless his earlier attack was completely a feint, both the bronze dagger and the silver long sword were false moves. No, this is impossible. Zhang Heng was filled with disbelief. He refused to believe that his judgment had gone wrong. The momentum from the charge and the fierce attack were clearly all within his calculations. But why? Stop, stop. Chen Jingyu put away his weapons, gesturing a basketball timeout with his hands. Zhang Heng's sword missed, and all the effort he put into creating the attack had failed, which made him lose strength as well. Zhang Heng immediately shouted in anger, Who the hell do you think you are? You stop when you say stop? Chen Jingyu, facing Zhang Heng's angry curses, remained calm and unbothered. He smacked his lips and said, Your position is not quite right, come, step a little to the left. Underscore? Zhang Heng was stunned. The atmosphere became a little awkward. However, Chen Jingyu paid no attention, and like a big brother, he kindly called out, You should have stood here earlier. As he spoke, he even stepped forward to pull Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, who had not reacted yet, instinctively moved sideways a step and stood at the position Chen Jingyu pointed out. Hey, that's it, right here, this is how it's done. Chen Jingyu smiled warmly. Straight-face winky-face Zhang Heng was even more speechless. This was like two enemies on the verge of a fight, ready to clash, and then suddenly, one of them stops the argument, smiling and acting like they want to get along. After Zhang Heng stood in place, Chen Jingyu took 2 steps back and nodded in satisfaction. From start to finish, Zhang Heng was in a state of confusion. Wait, what's with that fatherly smile? I was clearly trying to chop him to death just now. Why am I now listening to him telling me where to stand? Zhang Heng's anger started to rise. 3 seconds later, Zhang Heng finally exploded. Hashtag, who the hell do you think you are? Hashtag, why should I listen to your instructions? We're clearly in a fight to the death, why are you coming over to be all friendly? Hashtag, after shouting, Zhang Heng glared angrily at Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu, receiving the scolding without getting angry, kept a faint smile on his face. Hey, don't be mad, I'm doing this for your own good. Underscore? For my own good? Zhang Heng started overthinking again. What exactly does this guy mean? Could he possibly have taken a liking to me? Is he changing sides at the last moment? Maybe the other party is confused again. Chen Jingyu explained again, your position just now wasn't good, there was an obstacle blocking your view. Block the view? Who? Zhang Heng instinctively turned to look. Nothing was behind him. Trying to ambush me? Zhang Heng thought to himself and immediately became alert, turning quickly to stare at Chen Jingyu as if facing a fierce enemy. Kid, are you trying to sneak attack me while I look back? Chen Jingyu shrugged, you think too much, how could I ambush you? But He pointed to the distance. I advise you to be careful about your backside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng suddenly felt a tightness in a certain spot. This kid, is he really targeting me? He instinctively squeezed his legs together, raising the long sword in his hand. You little brat, dare to make fun of me, I'll cut you to pieces. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Heng jumped up directly. Oh no. With a whoosh, Zhang Heng yelled as he sprang up. Swish. Swish. Two more sounds came in. Ah, ah. Zhang Heng involuntarily arched his back, covering his backside with both hands, and fell flat on the ground. Looking at the 3 arrows stuck in his backside, Chen Jingyu shook his head in pity and said, TSK TSK, so tragic. I knew this kid's arrows came with a navigation system. Just now, a tree blocked Fan Che's view, which is why he shouted in the headset. After hearing that, Chen Jingyu moved Zhang Heng a step, avoiding the obstruction of the big tree. If Zhang Heng knew this was the reason, he would probably spit blood on the spot. Over here, Zhang Heng was quickly brought down, while Li Chutian and the others had not yet noticed. That group of over a dozen students lined up in front of Li Chutian, completely surrounding Li Yang. Hee, kid, quickly hand over your equipment to me. A sleazy-looking uncle took the lead and slowly approached Li Yang. The others shared the same thought, intending to directly corner Li Yang. Watching Li Chutian, who was unaware of the crisis behind him and still staring wide-eyed ahead, Chen Jingyu shook his head helplessly. Is this how you look down on me? Not giving you a kick now would be a bit unfair. With that, he took 2 steps and jumped up to kick. Ah duh. This kick landed squarely on Li Chutian's back, the immense force propelling him forward. Ah. With a scream, Li Chutian was knocked down heavily onto the ground. Under the high alert, Li Chutian's hand couldn't help but shudder. The lightning energy ball gathered on his magic staff flew out. ZZ. Lightning flashed, accompanied by a series of screams. The group of more than a dozen people in front instantly fell into chaos again. It had begun crazily. 857. Chapter 90. Li Yang was just about to act when he saw those more than a dozen people wildly swaying, and immediately understood what was happening. At this moment, Fan Xia, who was sneaking in from the path, shouted from the headset, 2 of you, be aware, the red team has started to attack. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang immediately became alert. What's the position of the opponent? Have you been exposed? They are heading towards the pavilion along the small path in the green belt. I should be fine for now. Earlier, I just shot 3 arrows and they probably didn't see me. Chen Jingyu nodded, quickly moving forward, stepping on Li Chutian's hand and kicking the magic staff he held onto the ground. As he picked up the magic staff, Chen Jingyu continued speaking in the headset, good, you stay hidden, we'll act according to the situation. With a scream, Li Chutian lost his magic staff. Damn it, you dare to steal my equipment? Chen Jingyu turned and glanced at Li Chutian, who was lying on the ground, and smiled slightly, not killing you should count as mercy, if you dare to complain again, I'll throw you into the lake. Li Chutian, upon hearing this, immediately shut his mouth tightly. At this moment, Li Yang also came over, holding the long sword he had just seized, a weapon that originally belonged to Zhang Heng. What should we do next? Li Yang asked. The two completely ignored the fate of the 2 people lying on the ground. We need to find a way to deal with the boss, charging in like this will lead to too many casualties. Chen Jingyu said. Li Yang looked at the distant jungle worryingly and said, but the red team has already approached, I don't know if their next target is the players or the boss. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment, I feel it's very likely to be the players. The boss's strength is somewhat unexpected. Even if the blue team runs out of players now, they probably can't hurt the boss at all, so the red team might as well clear out the blue team players first and then win? Li Yang replied, asking back. Very likely. The red team's action at this moment also surprised Chen Jingyu. He originally thought they would wait for the blue team to expend themselves further before striking. However, upon thinking closely, it became clear why they acted early. Because if they waited any longer, it seemed the blue team might all die at the hands of the boss. If the red team couldn't take down the boss afterwards, and couldn't kill enough blue team players to earn points, it was very likely both sides would end up failing. The water fountain bombing by the lakeshore had nearly reached its end. Just this time, the losses exceeded 50 people. A large number of injured players retreated back. Many injured players were still on the ground, crying out for help. But now, everyone was struggling to save themselves. How could anyone possibly care for them? Instructor, save me. A student cried out, running towards the 2 instructors. The previously streaming host who was solely focused on making money was now terrified and had stopped the live broadcast. Fortunately, earlier he hadn't rushed to the front for the sake of the live stream, which saved his life. Now, he was scrambling over to the 2 instructors but was instantly stunned. The appearances of the 2 instructors were indeed a bit hard to describe. One was lying on the ground, with 3 arrows stuck in his backside. The other was also lying on the ground, bruised and battered, still reaching out to retrieve his stolen magic wand. It's over, the host cried out in despair. Now even the instructors can't be relied on. A large number of players gradually returned. Hearing the host's words, they also saw the tragic state of the two instructors, and everyone felt as if the sky had fallen. Li Chutian gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the ground. He pointed at the two observing the boss and shouted loudly, "Students, it's these two guys who did the damage from behind, ambushing me and Instructor Zhang. Otherwise, with our support, the boss would have already been taken down by you." As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze was drawn to Chen Jingyu and Li Yang. Anger surged rapidly. Niu Doua's anger value plus 200. Guo Fuchen's anger value plus 200. Zhang Shuiao's anger value plus 200. Li Ming's anger value plus 200. The task system suddenly displayed a long string of anger value prompts, and Chen Jingyu, observing the boss, was instantly baffled. What's going on? Where did these guys come from? I don't think I've messed with them, right? Li Yang, who first realized the situation, quickly poked Chen Jingyu beside him and pointed to the back. The remaining 100 or so people gathered together, slowly encircling them. Tell me, were you the ones stirring up trouble? Does it still need to be said? It's them. I know this person, he had just joined our training class at the beginning of the dungeon, and now he's actually colluding with this outsider. Surely it's an inside job. Faced with the aggressive crowd, Chen Jingyu and Li Yang could only tactically step back a few paces. With the help of the students, Li Chutian stepped forward above the crowd. Kid. Return my weapon, then surrender. I can speak a few good words for you, perhaps spare your lives. At this point, if the students were still obedient, even Li Chutian himself did not expect it. It was completely unexpected joy. Originally defeated, now with the help of the students, maybe he could turn the tide. As long as he could get back his weapon and cooperate with the red team to complete his undercover mission, everyone would be happy. This was the only thought in Li Chutian's mind right now. As for the hundreds of students, if they died, so be it. Where is there a mission without casualties? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Li Yang felt real hatred. Hate these people's ignorance. Hate their lack of determination. He stepped forward, pointing at the instructor and angrily scolding, "You scum, I should have killed you first." Li Chutian immediately seized the opportunity. "Oh, you want to kill me? No one will know your scheme then, right?" As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar again. This kid is too venomous. They really are the ones who harmed us. Fortunately, we have the instructor helping us, or we might have already been killed by him. Facing the clamor from everyone, Li Yang was so angry he nearly passed out. When he wanted to say something else, Chen Jingyu stopped him. Seeing the glance from his companion, although Li Yang felt unwilling, he still held back. Chen Jingyu stepped forward, smiled gently, and shook his head at the crowd, then loudly said, "Everyone, please don't get angry, listen to me. To be honest, if it were up to my temper, I wouldn't want to save any of you. But since my brother is soft-hearted, and I can't stand these two scummy instructors either. Since everyone has something against us, we now have a good solution to the problem." As he spoke, Chen Jingyu pointed at Li Chutian, still with a smile, but his gaze was sharp enough to make the other party unable to meet it. Talking is not as good as acting. Now that the boss is here, with heavy losses among the students, I propose that the three of us go up to face the boss, while the students observe from the back. Chen Jingyu raised his head towards Li Chutian. Do you dare? Chapter 91. After Chen Jingyu finished speaking, all the students turned their heads to look at Li Chutian. The pressure suddenly fell on him. Li Chutian clearly saw that the boss Swaling had an ability to kill in an instant from the back. Now to go up and seek death? He wouldn't dare to go even if he was beaten to death. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Chutian was not ambiguous, quickly thinking of a countermeasure, and immediately said, "You injured me with your sneak attack just now. Now you want me to go with you to fight the boss? Who knows if you will sneak attack me again? I won't go." His reason was grand and impressive. Logical, convincing. Immediately, a student spoke up, "Right, we can't go. If we go, they should go by themselves." Exactly, these two LYBs, going with them is just waiting to be betrayed. Once again, the people began to criticize. Chen Jingyu shook his head helplessly, mumbling a few words, but did not say them out loud. But those experienced people could see it at a glance. This was a highly offensive greeting. "Damn, this kid is still cursing." A student noticed. "Let's all go together and beat him to death. How dare he still curse?" Facing the aggressive crowd, Chen Jingyu turned around directly. "I say, Yang brother, if these people want to manage you, it's up to them. I'm not going to manage it." Saying this, he stepped straight towards the boss. Li Yang saw this and also wore a helpless expression, sighed and followed him. "Forget it, I won't care anymore. The heavens can forgive the innocent, but self-inflicted harm cannot be forgiven. The two directly walked towards the lakeshore without looking back, where the boss Swaling was located. Although they did not walk quickly, no one dared to truly chase after them. The earlier scene of the boss slaughtering the crowd was still fresh in their minds. Now go up? Isn't that seeking death? Go, brothers, don't let them escape. Someone continued to egg them on. Exactly, let's go together, capture these two traitors. You say it easily, you go. Then you haven't gone either. In the noise, Chen Jingyu and the other had already walked far away. The crowd of over 100 trainees gradually lost their voices. Just watching the two go away. In the headphones, Fan Xia's voice came again. The red side has already taken action, a small team of more than 10 has sneaked up behind those trainees. Li Yang glanced back but said nothing. Fan Xia continued to ask, what to do? Do we act? Chen Jingyu slightly shook his head, it's useless for us to act now, those grandsons might turn around and hit us instead, right now we can only find a way to deal with the boss, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the boss water spirit is hard to deal with. But the opponent, the red side, with over 60 elite players, is equally tough. As they spoke, Chen Jingyu and Li Yang had already reached the lake shore. The boss water spirit was still wandering in the lake. Perhaps because of its own water attribute limits, it couldn't come ashore. However, this does not affect its strength. After all, its existence is not to attack players. It is a boss set by the system for players to earn points. To earn points, players naturally have to seek out the boss. Reaching a certain safe distance, Chen Jingyu looked up at this boss water spirit, which was as tall as the zombie king. He knew that relying only on the three of them to kill the boss under the watchful eyes of the red side was simply a delusion. Not to mention whether they could defeat it, even if they could wear down the boss, the people on the red side wouldn't let them succeed. Li Yang smiled bitterly. How do we fight? Chen Jingyu glanced at the remaining time in the task system. There were still 7 minutes left. Currently completing the task wasn't a big problem, but it wouldn't help much in the current situation. The task reward was only a shard of crystal, which required 3 to synthesize a crystal enhancement device, and needed a strengthening screwdriver to enhance crystal series items. Right now, they couldn't rely on that. Jingyu, you need to think fast, the red side has already started to slaughter. Fan Xia's voice carried a hint of impatience. There was quite a commotion behind them. On the dungeon information panel, the number of blue side players was also rapidly decreasing. Chen Jingyu glanced a few times and got a rough estimate in his heart. Killing a player earns 1 point, no wonder the red side acted early, with over 100 people, just enough for them to win. Li Yang kept looking back, then we still have to intervene, or else we'll fail soon. Go, fight the boss. Chen Jingyu had already made up his mind. Fan Xia, I remember your swimming skills are good, go into the water from your side and sneak up to the boss to wait. Okay. At a critical moment, Fan Xia was also decisive and went straight into the water. Li Yang was still a bit worried, is it useful for us to fight the boss now? Chen Jingyu said with full confidence, it's definitely useful, the red side has been eyeing the boss. Otherwise, they would have tried to win by killing players from the beginning, they must still want to gain some benefits from the boss. Li Yang nodded after hearing this, feeling it made sense. But he looked up at the towering water spirit boss. How do we fight it? The strength of the boss made people feel a deep-rooted fear. Yet Chen Jingyu smiled calmly. I have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. I knew you had a way. Li Yang felt a lot easier in his heart. Glub glub. There was the sound of water gushing in the headphones. Then, Fan Xia's voice came through. It sounded a bit muffled. Actually, glub glub. I also have a plan, I just never had the chance to say. Say it, no one is stopping you. Chen Jingyu was already beginning to observe the boss water spirit's movements. So listen up, everyone, glug glug, my plan is like this. Emma, so full, glug glug, my stomach feels a bit bloated. It's like this, we three now all hide underwater, glug glug. That way they won't find us, glug glug, isn't it fun? As expected of you. After listening, Chen Jingyu gave the highest praise. Hearing you talk is like listening to a great speech. Li Yang shook his head repeatedly, no, it should be hearing you talk is a waste of 10 seconds. Damn you, glug glug. A voice filled with anger came from Fan Xia. You don't like my plan, then don't ask me, glug glug. Is it easy for me to say a few words? I'm so full from drinking water, glug glug. Chapter 92. A voice filled with grievance and bitterness came from Fan Xia. Listeners rejoice, hearers are happy. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang nearly laughed out loud right there. Fan Xia, how far are you from the boss now? Chen Jingyu held back his laughter and asked. Who knows how far, glug glug. As Fan Xie was diving over, he didn't dare to reveal himself too much, fearing being discovered by the boss or the red team, so he only knew the rough direction, but how far he wasn't sure at all. In the distance, the massacre by the red team was still ongoing. A small team of more than 10 quickly ambushed the students. However, after the initial panic, the students realized their enemies were from the red team and gradually began to fight back. Although they were a ragtag bunch, their numbers were not small, barely holding their ground against the ambushing team. Faction, Red Team. Number of people, 62. Score, 35, reach 100 to win. Faction, Blue Team. Number of people, 88. Score, 0, reach 100 to win. Looking at the data in the instance information, Chen Jingyu quickened his pace. He knew that the more than 10 red team ambushers were just the vanguard, testing the strength of the blue team players. If all more than 60 of them launched an attack, exterminating the blue team would be instant. Unfortunately, Li Yang was a melee class, and Chen Jingyu had no class at all. They could only use their faces to attract the boss water spirit's attention. Li Yang, you go left and I go right, let's create some commotion to attract the red team's attention. Chen Jingyu quickly said. As long as they made some noise by the boss, the red team should pause their cleanup of the blue team players. Li Yang lifted the black iron greatsword, while Chen Jingyu picked up the silver longsword and bronze dagger. Now they could only go all out. It didn't matter if the blue team players were dead or alive, what mattered was that the blue team could not lose. The two separated, wading through the lake. Bro, are you really confident? Li Yang felt uncertain. The pressure from the boss water spirit was simply immense. Chen Jingyu stopped joking and said seriously, whether we have confidence depends on whether Fan Xie can keep up. I knew it, glug glug, in the end it still depends on me. A boastful voice came through the headphones. Drink a bit more water, and I guarantee you'll sink straight to the bottom. Chen Jingyu stared at the boss water spirit, which had already noticed him. Roar! The water spirit didn't expect anyone to dare to swim in the lake to provoke it, and instantly let out a furious roar. A large amount of lake water descended with its roar, like a heavy rain. It held a trident several stories high, swinging it directly at Chen Jingyu. This was the first time boss water spirit used a physical attack. Jingyu, be careful. Li Yang saw this and knew he couldn't help, so he quickened his steps. Reaching the deeper water, he dove down quickly, heading straight for the feet of the boss water spirit. On the other side, seeing the trident with blades larger than himself rushing towards him, Chen Jingyu knew he couldn't take it head-on. So he took 2 steps at once and, like Li Yang, plunged into the water. Splash! The trident cut through the air. A large splash of lake water was sent up. A huge undercurrent began to surge, pushing Chen Jingyu from behind. The impact from the trident striking the lake instantly sent Chen Jingyu, who was at the bottom, tumbling several times. In an instant, he felt dizzy and completely lost track of where was up and down. After several minutes, just when Chen Jingyu felt he was about to drown, the water flow gradually calmed down. He quickly began to paddle, managing to break the surface just before losing consciousness from lack of oxygen. Hoo-hoo! He gasped for several mouthfuls of fresh air, and the dizziness from oxygen deprivation started to ease a little. Damn it, how fierce is this guy? Chen Jingyu had almost suffered a major loss in their first encounter and felt unwilling to back down, pulling out his only ranged weapon. The crystal shrink device. It was hardly even a weapon. I wonder if the boss water spirit counts as a life form. It probably won't work. Chen Jingyu was totally in a trial and error mindset, setting the shrink function of the crystal device to maximum and aiming it at the boss water spirit, pulling the trigger. Ka. He pulled the trigger several times in quick succession. There was no response at all. Although he had already anticipated this result, Chen Jingyu still felt somewhat unwilling. But in front of him, the boss was still fiercely swinging its trident, with water flowing through its body. No matter how he looked at it, this was a life form. The trident swung toward him again. Chen Jingyu dared not think too much and leaped forward once more. The trident barely skimmed his calf as it flew past. It was so thrilling. Chen Jingyu was once again caught in the rapidly swirling water. Perhaps sensing the movement ahead, Fan Xie broke the surface. Above the lake, Chen Jingyu's voice could not be seen, only the boss water spirit swinging its trident, striking the lake's surface and creating a large wave. Hold on, I'm just a few meters away. After saying that, Fan Xie took a deep breath and dove back underwater. On the other side, Li Yang, at this moment, was the first to reach the boss water spirit. Looking at the seemingly endless boss in front of him, Li Yang's heart began to waver. If it weren't for the other 2 brothers fighting desperately, he might have wanted to flee. The whirlpool beneath the boss loomed right before Li Yang, spinning rapidly and pulling the surrounding lake water, creating a significant sucking force. Li Yang was hesitant to approach, afraid of being sucked into the whirlpool. But seeing Chen Jingyu once again disappear after being struck by the trident, he clenched his teeth. Damn it, I'm going for it. Li Yang raised his black iron greatsword high and lunged forward. Once he fell into the water, he didn't even need to swim, the rushing water pulled him straight toward the boss's feet. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the boss water spirit. Li Yang swung his black iron greatsword down forcefully. Splash! The whirlpool beneath was struck by the black iron greatsword, causing water to splash everywhere. Chop, chop, chop. Li Yang put all his strength into it, hacking down more than 10 times. But the boss water spirit showed absolutely no reaction. What the hell, could this guy be immune to physical attacks? Li Yang was being spun around in circles under the boss's feet by the whirlpool, and he had no choice but to consider this grim possibility. If it truly was immune to physical attacks, how could they fight? Just then, another person emerged from the water. It was Chen Jingyu, who had just dodged the trident and was swept over by the water flow. Great, Jingyu, you finally made it, it's up to you now. Li Yang exclaimed joyfully. Chen Jingyu looked up and saw the whirlpool right in front of him. A massive amount of water continuously flowed into the boss water spirit's body. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. At this moment, they were underneath the boss water spirit, which actually prevented the boss from noticing them. Chapter 93. Everyone understands the principle of being unseen in the dark. But the boss water spirit does not understand. Boss Xueling thought she had successfully attacked, so she immediately roared with joy. The noise created here successfully attracted the attention of the red team. The ambush team received the order to retreat and quickly disappeared into the jungle. The blue team students got a chance to breathe, no one dared to chase. Instructor, where is the instructor? An older man was searching the ground for the two instructors. Countless students were lying on the ground, unaware of their fate. Though they were unwilling to admit it, almost all the other students knew that these people were basically already dead. After all, in the instance information panel, the number of surviving blue team players had dropped below 100. They had lost a full 2/3 of their numbers. By a willow tree, Li Chutian was leaning against the trunk. He was surrounded by several students. The scene they just experienced caused his already firm beliefs to waver greatly. Those members of the red team ambush didn't care for his life at all, several times they nearly took it. If it weren't for some combat experience, he might have already been lying on the ground, having lost both his weapon and energy. Damn it, could it be that those two guys were telling the truth? Is that woman really deceiving me? Will we die in the instance if our side loses? A few players who had awakened the pharmacist profession were desperately crafting external healing potions to help others recover from their injuries. An arrow that had hit Zhang Heng's backside was removed. After applying medicine, he regained the ability to move. 2 people supported him and found Li Chutian under the tree. The rest also discovered the instructors and quickly surrounded them. Instructor, what should we do now? Wah! Instructor, I don't want to die yet, you must save me. Although everyone had started to doubt the instructor's abilities, these 2 instructors were their only lifeline. Even if they didn't believe, they had no better option. Zhang Heng sat next to Li Chutian on the ground, and the other students also gathered around the tree. Everyone looked at the 2 instructors with eyes filled with confusion and hope. At this moment, Zhang Heng and Li Chutian also felt mixed emotions. Li Chutian was lucky not to be killed, while Zhang Heng played dead to avoid disaster. The red team had already decided to turn against them, they no longer cared about their survival. Students, we've been fooled. After a long silence, Li Chutian slowly spoke. Is it those 2 guys from earlier? Someone stood up impulsively. If it weren't for them, we would have definitely defeated the boss. They ruined our good fortune. Yes, it's them, so many of us died now, we must not let them go. The students were instantly riled up, and cries for revenge echoed back and forth. Li Chutian and Zhang Heng exchanged glances and helplessly shook their heads. Hey, actually everyone misunderstood, it was the red team that tricked us, but the details are inconvenient to speak. What? The students were instantly shocked. How could it be that the red team tricked us? Didn't we just meet them for the first time? Seeing everyone deep in thought and silent, Zhang Heng quickly said, forget about the past, our only chance to survive might lie with those 2 just now. Li Chutian silently nodded, right, hopefully, they won't hold grudges and will save our lives. No one knew the current situation better than these 2 instructors. The red team had only deployed 1/5 of their combat power, and they had almost wiped them out. Moreover, it didn't seem like they intended to spare the remaining players. It completely contradicted what was said before entering the instance, that as long as they won the match, the blue team would be fine even if they lost. Brother, we are still confused. Zhang Heng patted Li Chutian's shoulder. The 2 shed tears of helplessness. Carrying the blame for the deaths of hundreds, ultimately even putting his own life at risk. It is truly frustrating. The streamer who had previously broadcasted energetically now lacked the excitement he had at the beginning of the instance. At this moment, he sat on the side, gray and dirty, with a large wet spot on his trouser leg, uncaring. Now, he crawled a step forward, sitting in front of the two instructors, trembling as he spoke. Instructor, I don't understand. Clearly, those two people harmed us. Why must we now beg them to save our lives? Yes, instructor, what is going on? I don't understand either. Faced with the crowd's questions, the two instructors could only close their eyes with a hint of despair and remain silent. This question had no answer. Once they spoke the truth, both of them would undoubtedly be dead. These students would not let them off. The Red Side's ambush team, who had just retreated, had now arrived at the hiding place of their main force. Leading them were three captains. The woman whom Fan Chia had longed for did not enter the instance after all. The captain of a small team was now the overall commander of the Red Side. Captain 3, well done. You took down 30 points with 0 casualties, excellent. Captain 1 said to a man leading the ambush team. It's nothing, just a bunch of rabble, Captain 3 replied expressionlessly. By the way, why were we called back? Give me a little more time, and I could wipe them out. Captain 1 smiled and pointed at the lake, saying, there was some commotion over there, those few guys probably had a scuffle with the Red Side earlier. They're not simple. Oh? Captain 3 also became interested. Our goal was to defeat the boss and obtain equipment, maximizing the benefits of this instance, not just winning the confrontation. Captain 1 said earnestly. So, we can't wipe out the blue side just yet. After we achieve victory, we'll exit the instance. It would be a waste not to fight the boss. Captain 3 nodded. So, what's the situation with the boss in the lake now? There was a lot of noise earlier, but it has stopped now. I'm not sure if those kids fell or what happened. Captain 1 gazed into the distance. The silent Captain 2 spoke up. Brothers, I propose we go as a team. In any case, it's good to gauge the boss's strength. The boss doesn't seem like it can come to the shore, so it's not much of a threat to us. Captain 1 immediately nodded. I was just thinking the same thing. But Captain 3 hesitated. The lady instructed us not to take risks and confront the boss directly. It's better to let the blue side serve as cannon fodder first. Captain 1 smiled. Brother, isn't it time to adapt to the situation and be flexible? Those blue side people are too weak, they can't possibly be a match for the boss. You know that too. Captain 2 also advised. Exactly, besides, we've observed the boss's abilities and know what we're dealing with. We'll be fine. For players, the allure of the boss is indeed immense. Powerful equipment and special items mostly come from bosses. Not fighting a boss is worse than killing them. Alright, since you all agree, let's move. Captain 2 couldn't say much more. After all, he wasn't the overall commander. Good, brothers, let's move. Captain 1 stood up first. The Red Side no longer hid themselves. Over 60 people suddenly revealed and rapidly headed toward the lakeshore. The blue side, not far from the shore, saw so many enemies suddenly appear and panicked, standing up one by one. What should we do? Should we run? Everyone became flustered. The two instructors were also helped to their feet. They looked into the distance, grave expressions on their faces. Don't panic, the other side's target isn't us. It was clear to anyone that the Red Side's destination was the boss water spirit. If I'm remembering correctly, those two were by the boss just now, right? Li Chutian glanced at Zheng Heng. What should we do? Should we go help? Chapter 94. Li Chutian was not concerned about the safety of Chen Jingyu and others. Instead, they clearly understood that with their limited abilities, they were no match for the red team. Their only hope right now might be Chen Jingyu and the others, who had already seen through the red team's plot. If even they were taken down by the red team, then the remaining few would be nothing but meat on the chopping block. They could only be slaughtered. Hearing Li Chutian ask if they should help, the trainees immediately shrank back. Are you kidding? They hardly escaped from the red team's ambush team, how could they throw themselves into the net again? There was a reason these people disagreed. After all, they still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation. Zheng Heng sighed. Let's go. All our hope is on them. Those who want to live, follow us. Saying this, he and Li Chutian got up one after the other. The two gazed into the distance, as if they could already see the slaughter about to unfold on the lakeshore. The red team acted quickly. In less than a minute, they arrived at the lakeshore. Chen Jingyu and the others had completely disappeared. A captain, with eyes like torches, scanned the situation on the lake surface. The boss water spirit was about 10 meters from the shore. It was entirely within the attack range of ranged classes. Melee classes, fall back. Ranged classes, line up, prepare for the first test attack, the captain commanded quickly. The well-trained red team members quickly formed ranks. There was not a hint of panic, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. From this alone, one could see their exceptional combat ability. The movements of the crowd on the lakeshore were naturally noticed by Chen Jingyu and the others beneath the boss water spirit. The huge whirlpool raised splashes of water that perfectly concealed their figures. Even if one deliberately observed, it would be very hard to spot them. Fan Xia, where are you? Chen Jingyu pressed his earpiece. Fortunately, it was a waterproof earpiece, otherwise, it would have broken long ago. However, there was no response from Fan Xia in the earpiece. This guy Chen Jingyu turned to Li Yang. Could it be that he really sank to the bottom? At this, Li Yang panicked as well. That shouldn't be possible. This kid doesn't seem like the type to die young, and he has always been a good swimmer. Just as the two were talking, the attacks from the lakeshore struck simultaneously. Magic energy spheres mixed with arrows charged toward the boss's massive body. Various magic energy spheres exploded on the boss water spirit's body, splashing out large amounts of water. And those speeding arrows pierced right through the boss water spirit's body, immediately changing direction due to the water's flow, and after drifting along its body for a while, fell to the surface. This was rough for the two beneath the boss. Not only did it rain from the sky, but there was also a rain of arrows falling down. The two hurriedly maneuvered to slip behind the boss. The magical attacks completely enraged the boss water spirit at this moment. Jingyu, hurry up. What's your plan? Li Yang urged repeatedly. Chen Jingyu, feeling helpless, said, Damn it, Fan Xia hasn't arrived, we can't do this without him. He was anxious as well. They had clearly said it was only 10 meters away, how come he hadn't come out yet after such a long time? Should I go look for him? Li Yang asked. Hurry and go. I'll guard here. Chen Jingyu quickly replied. The red team's attack continued, and the boss water spirit was further enraged. It raised its trident high and let out a series of roars. New jets of water were summoned from the lake surface, gathering in the air. This was clearly the skill that had just bombarded the blue team trainees. Not only was it wide in range, but it also had extremely strong lethality. However, it seemed that the captain of the red team had predicted this outcome, and immediately shouted, Disperse the formations. Melee classes retreat from the combat range, be on guard for a blue team ambush. Then he issued a second command. Physical ranged professions, act together with melee professions. The experienced captain-level players quickly noticed that the arrows weren't doing much damage to the boss water spirit. The lakeside was vast, and under the captain's command, the personnel spread out widely. Facing the crashing water columns, everyone had a large area to dodge. As a result, even if someone was unfortunate enough to be hit, the casualties would be very few. Compared to the chaotic group of Blueside students, their execution was more than 100 times stronger. Soon, the water columns came crashing down like missiles. Whether on the stone road or on the sandy ground, the rapidly impacting water created huge holes. The incoming water columns' trajectories were easy to predict. With a certain dodging range, the red side combat team could easily avoid the central area. They would only suffer minor splash damage. Almost not enough to be injured. Great, magical ranged professions, output everything you've got. After dodging the first phase of the boss attack, the captain felt more confident. Ha, two captains, it seems this water spirit boss is nothing much. The second captain, who was worried before, now laughed heartily. It's all thanks to you, brother, this time we hit the jackpot. The water column bombardment lasted only a short time. Once the lakeside was calm again, countless skills gathered into a torrent, flying toward the boss water spirit. Hiding behind the boss, Chen Jingyu knew he couldn't hurry. The important step in his plan had to be completed by Fan Xia. Ding, congratulations, task hit a big watermelon completed. Ding, you have received task reward item Crystal Fragment *1. He didn't expect 30 minutes to pass so quickly. With the help of the red side cannon fodder plan, this was Chen Jingyu's simplest system task ever completed. He tossed the newly obtained crystal fragment into the crystal ring. He still needed 2 more pieces plus a reinforcement screwdriver for it to be useful. The roar of the boss water spirit grew louder. Its body, riddled with thousands of wounds from magical energy strikes, continued to shed large amounts of water. It was like the flesh of a giant being peeled away by massive magical energy balls. Even when attacked to such a degree, the boss water spirit did not retaliate with more powerful strikes. Its trident frantically struck the water's surface, sending large amounts of water flying toward the shore, but the damage caused was minimal. Not being able to come ashore was a huge drawback for the boss water spirit. It seems those sacrificial students helped the red side at least a bit, consuming a lot of its energy. Chen Jingyu frowned, estimating that it was just a matter of time before the red side took down the boss water spirit. Splash! Suddenly, 2 people shot up from beneath the water. Li Yang and Fan Xie. Chen Jingyu immediately rushed over excitedly and gave Fan Xie a punch. You bastard, where did you run off to? He almost thought this guy had drowned in the water. Fan Xie wiped the water off his face and laughed nonchalantly. What's the hurry? Isn't the hero always the last to appear? Chen Jingyu was speechless. This guy's thinking. Maybe it was cultivated by a water buffalo plowing the field. Chapter 95. The three gathered together. Li Yang quickly said, Jingyu, Fan Xie is here, what's the plan? Hurry up. He could also see that the battle on the lakeside was intense, the boss water spirit might not last long. Chen Jingyu nodded, don't worry, they can't take down the boss so easily. He glanced at the shore, but it's not time yet, let them fight a bit longer. Every additional skill they could use was also a form of consumption against the red side. As Chen Jingyu looked toward the lakeside, he also spotted a few blue side players making their way over. There were only about 20 to 30 of them. Under the guidance of the two instructors, they had already arrived at the defensive area of the red side's melee professions. 3 captains, who had received information long ago, had now arrived with 2, leaving the third captain to continue commanding the battle against the boss. The first captain glanced at Zheng Hong and Li Chutian, 2 people he had seen before. He then chuckled, hee, you two have worked hard, but it seems you are not the only ones? Why not bring everyone over so we can deal with you all at once? As soon as he spoke these words, the 20 to 30 people who followed the instructors were immediately shocked. They all looked at the 2 instructors. Li Chutian snorted and said, stop talking nonsense. We were indeed deceived by you before, but you think you can trick me again? Not that easily. Oh? The first captain said with an amused smile, what? You want to fight me? Ha 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 ha. The members of the red team all burst into laughter. Are you worthy? The first captain said with a contemptuous smile, slowly walking forward. A bunch of trash, I didn't expect you to come entertain me just before you die, hee, how ridiculous. The students seemed to pick up on some meaning from the conversation between the two. They looked at the 2 instructors in disbelief. Could the undercover agents have always been them? Could it be that these 2 instructors were the ones harming them? Perhaps sensing the strange gazes from the students, Zheng Hong slowly said, everyone, don't get excited. Only by uniting can we have a chance to survive. Survive? Haha, that's funny. The first captain laughed, alright, I'll give you an opportunity now. Whoever can take down these 2, I'll let him live. He pointed at Zheng Hong and Li Chutian. The students were immediately dumbfounded. Enough! Li Chutian shouted. After all, they were teachers from a training class, and their skills in deception were certainly not lacking. At this moment, he also sensed that the situation was unfavorable, and he needed to quickly regain the students' trust, not letting them follow the opponent's rhythm. Everyone, talking more is useless. The red team has already gained over 30 points. If they take down the boss, we won't be far from defeat. Right now, only by following my command can we have a chance to turn the tide. One student hesitated for a moment but finally stood up to ask, instructors, didn't you say, the losing side won't die? Right, didn't you say that even if we die, you can revive everyone? The students chimed in, all asking questions. They had too many doubts in their hearts. Li Chutian lowered his head, his face full of guilt. It was until this moment that he began to regret. I'm sorry. He didn't dare to look into the students' eyes at all. I'm sorry, everyone. I deceived you all, what those 2 said before was true. They are the ones who genuinely want to help you all, and they are the only ones who can save you now. What? A young student rushed forward, his face full of anger. He grabbed Li Chutian's collar and scolded, damn it, everyone believed you, and you actually betrayed us? Pa! A big sister also stepped forward to curse, I felt those 2 guys made some sense before, but I ultimately trusted you too much. You heartless training class, you owe us our tuition. Enough! Zheng Hong suddenly stepped forward to dismiss everyone. What good is it to say so much now? If you want to survive, you must listen to us. The big sister said coldly, listen to you? Do you even deserve our trust? Exactly, don't lead us to our deaths again. Trash, let's all kill them together. The students were on the verge of turning against them. Ah, great, it should be like this. The first captain happily clapped and laughed, take revenge for revenge, and grievances for grievances. Don't worry, I'll take charge for you. The second captain next to him noticed some different information and stepped forward to ask, where are those 2 people you mentioned now? He was naturally referring to Chen Jingyu and Li Yang. Fan had not been exposed so far. The second captain's words reminded the first captain, who turned back to see that the attack on the boss was still ongoing in an orderly manner. It's a critical moment now, we can't afford to mess it up at the last minute. It seems there are still some who haven't been caught, hee. The squad leader's gaze was cold as he scanned everyone, now, I give you all a chance. Just join me and tell everything, and I guarantee that everyone will be safe. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chutian quickly shouted, everyone, don't believe him. We belong to 2 factions, and the losing faction will definitely die. Many people had already been tempted, but after hearing Li Chutian shout, they began to hesitate again. Hee hee, I think you are quite a nuisance. The squad leader squinted his eyes and exchanged glances with those beside him. Immediately, two team members stepped forward, weapons in hand, closing in on Li Chutian from the left and right. Everyone, we must unite, we can't fall apart at this moment. Zhang Heng shouted repeatedly. But the expressions of the many students were cold and indifferent. The truth is often so mysterious. Zhang Heng was also so angry that he was stomping his feet. When he tricked everyone earlier, these people rushed forward without fear of death. Now, when he spoke the truth, no one was willing to believe it. But these people were still somewhat good, at least they were willing to come with them. There were still dozens of others over there in the woods who didn't even dare to come. Seeing that everyone remained unmoved, Li Chutian was about to face danger, Zhang Heng almost jumped up. This sudden excitement triggered the arrow wound on his backside, causing him to grimace in pain. This is karma, it really is karma. Zhang Heng shouted in anguish, I beg you all, we were wrong before, but if you still don't listen to us now, you will truly die. He almost kneeled down in front of everyone on the spot. Seeing that the students were about to be convinced, the squad leader immediately frowned, make your move. The two watchful team members instantly lunged forward. Li Chutian had already lost his magic wand and, as a ranged profession, he was not a match for these two. At that moment, he didn't dare to resist and turned to run away. Everyone, rush to the lake. This is your only chance. Li Chutian shouted while escaping. Zhang Heng also steeled his heart. He knew that if they didn't sabotage the Red Faction's action against the boss, the next ones to be harvested would be them. He had previously seen Chen Jingyu and his companion walking towards the lake. Now those two must be thinking of ways to act as well. So, they had to make a dash for it. After all, death was inevitable. Those who don't want to die, rush with me, believe it or not. Zhang Heng said, and with a great leap, he charged straight into the Red Faction's melee classes. He was determined to fight to the death. Not only are the ignorant fearless, those who know they will die are even more fearless. Looking for death. The squad leader's eyes widened, revealing a murderous intent. Just as he was about to give the order to start the massacre, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the lake. Chapter 96. While the Red Faction was attacking the boss, Li Yang and Fan Xie could no longer hold back. They had been urging Chen Jingyu to act quickly. However, Chen Jingyu remained calm and didn't seem overly anxious. Finally, upon seeing the ranged players on the lakeshore unleash their firepower, Chen Jingyu was ready to make his move. He beckoned to Fan Xie and whispered a few words in his ear. This. Are you sure you can do it? Fan Xie looked puzzled. That still depends on whether you can do it, Chen Jingyu retorted. Damn, are you saying I can't do it? Fan Xie replied indignantly. Exactly, how could you say he can't do it? Li Yang chimed in, if you don't believe it, you can ask Aunt Wang. Your grandpa. Fan Xie gave him a gesture and ducked underwater. What is he doing? Li Yang asked curiously. Chen Jingyu smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon. Just as they finished their discussion, and Fan Xie disappeared from the surface of the water, the squad leader on the lakeshore ordered his men to take action. Almost everyone present knew that the boss, the water spirit, was nearing its end. Its body was severely damaged, and the water flowing up from the whirlpool beneath its feet could no longer make up for the lost speed. The entire arm was almost about to break, and the trident in its hand was switched to the other hand. The appearance of the blue team of more than 20 people disrupted the plans of the captain. However, the impact was almost negligible. Just as he was about to clear away these troubles, Fan Xie finally resurfaced. Who? Fan Xie gasped for air. He had been holding his breath for 2 or 3 minutes just now. Is it done? Chen Jingyu quickly asked. Of course. Fan Xie wiped the lake water off his face. Then why is there no movement yet? Chen Jingyu asked, puzzled. Ha ha. Fan Xie had a calm and collected look, don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. The two of them sneered in unison. They had been making small moves on the boss water spirit, and the team captains had no idea at all. Seeing that the boss was about to fall, the hearts of the team captains were all hanging in the air. Humph, you want to cause trouble? Kill him directly. The first team captain saw Zhang Heng charging forward recklessly, and immediately drew a long sword, stabbing it toward Zhang Heng's back. A red light erupted from the long sword. It was the assassin's skill, flaming sword technique. It could cause an incurable effect on the wound, causing continuous bleeding. Just as the long sword was about to hit Zhang Heng's back, suddenly a blue light flashed across the lake surface. In fact, before he acted, he had already caught a glimpse of it, but at that moment, it wasn't obvious enough. At that moment, the boss water spirit's body was instantly enveloped in blue light, and the massive water-type boss immediately turned into a statue. The statue was made entirely of ice blocks. Its hands were raised high, the trident pointed toward the sky, as if about to strike downward. What's going on? The first team captain was greatly shocked, and stopped his sword strike. He had been worried about something going wrong, but he didn't expect it to really happen. All the players who had been attacking also stopped. Zhang Heng quickly ran toward the lakeside. Everyone was stunned. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds. But as soon as Zhang Heng started running, the first team captain immediately came to his senses, put away his weapon, and rushed forward. All melee players, follow me into the water. The boss water spirit's defeat was about to be completed, and he could not give up at this moment. Although he didn't know what had happened, he vaguely guessed something. Damn, could it really be those two people they were talking about? With that order, dozens of melee players followed the first team captain, quickly running toward the lake. The three people who were near the boss were also stunned. What the hell, what happened? Li Yang was shocked. Chen Jingyu was a bit better, these events were all part of his plan. However, even when seeing such a spectacle with his own eyes, he still felt a little shocked. Hurry up, my freezing trap lasts only a few seconds, Fan Xie hurriedly said to Chen Jingyu, looking at the boss frozen into an ice block. Li Yang then understood that the freezing trap skill, which had once frozen the legs of the zombie mother, was now at work. My god, how did you know you could freeze the boss? Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu, while rummaging through his things, replied, each series of monsters retains their original characteristics, and I've confirmed this long ago. The freezing trap can force monsters to freeze, so when a water-type boss like the water spirit encounters it, it's very likely to be frozen completely. It's a very scientific thing, no need to be so surprised. Very scientific? Li Yang was speechless. Anyway, the event had already happened, and whatever he said now was correct. Li Yang had no strength to argue. Hurry, they're coming! Fan Xie shouted again. The people led by the first team captain had already begun to enter the water. The ranged players on the shore also seemed to be preparing to continue their attack. Don't worry, it's coming. Chen Jingyu finally found what he was looking for. Crystal stone scaling device. Set the shrinking function to maximum. Are you really going to use this? Li Yang was a bit anxious. He knew about Chen Jingyu's tool, they had talked about it before. The time for shrinking was limited. And right now, shrinking the boss didn't seem to help much in defeating it. All three of them were physical role players, and they couldn't cause any damage to the boss water spirit. Even if they used the shrinking function to hide the boss water spirit, it was ultimately just a temporary solution. Once the time was up and it returned to its original form, the boss water spirit would still be killed by the red team. This was the outcome Li Yang thought of in that moment. So he was very anxious. I have my own methods. Chen Jingyu gritted his teeth and aimed the crystal stone scaling device at the massive ice sculpture before him. Now, let's see if it works. In an instant, Chen Jingyu pulled the trigger. He was betting on this too. Previously, you were a life form made of flowing water, so the crystal stone scaling device couldn't take effect. Now that you have turned into an ice clump, let's see if you can still be considered a life form. At this moment, the boss water spirit was completely frozen. Even the whirlpool beneath it had turned into ice. It completely lacked any characteristic of a living being. It was simply a large block of ice. The crystal stone scaling device instantly activated, waves of energy shot from the gun's muzzle toward the colossal ice clump. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of sounds emerged. The body of the boss water spirit began to shrink rapidly. It worked! Chen Jingyu almost jumped up in excitement. He had won his bet. In an instant, the towering ice sculpture vanished. A small boss water spirit-shaped ice sculpture, barely over a meter high, quickly fell toward the water surface. Hurry up, there's only 10 seconds left for the freezing duration. Fan Xie shouted loudly. That's enough. Chen Jingyu put away the crystal stone scaling device. He suddenly leaped up, arms moving quickly, swimming towards the falling small ice sculpture. Less than a meter, just right. A smile appeared on Chen Jingyu's face. Just as the ice sculpture was about to touch the water surface, Chen Jingyu's fist met it. At the moment of contact, the boss disappeared. Chapter 97. The series of strange events happening on the lake's surface left everyone in shock. First, the boss water spirit was frozen into a large ice sculpture, then shrunk by a mysterious power to less than a meter in height. Finally, it simply vanished. Even those like Li Yang, who were watching closely, couldn't figure out what had happened. What's going on? Li Yang and Fan Xie gathered around together. Chen Jingyu didn't answer them immediately but checked his crystal stone ring. The nearly 1 meter tall boss water spirit ice sculpture was filling the storage space of the crystal stone ring to the brim, almost overflowing. I received a notice that the freezing trap's duration has ended. Where did the boss go? Fan Xie asked. Chen Jingyu still didn't speak. His expression was very complex. He certainly knew that the freezing trap's duration was over. Because within the storage space of the crystal stone ring, a magical scene was unfolding. The boss water spirit's body was rapidly switching from ice to flowing water, then seemed to malfunction, once again turning into an ice sculpture just as it was about to fully thaw. This loop kept repeating. Is it bugged? The only thought in Chen Jingyu's mind was this. As a seasoned programmer, he quickly figured out the key. The setting of the crystal stone ring was that it could only store non-living entities. So when the boss water spirit turned into an ice sculpture, it temporarily became a non-living entity and could be shrunk by the crystal stone scaling device and stored in the ring. However, the freezing trap's effect has a limited duration. When the time was up, according to the mechanism setting, the boss water spirit would revert to its life form of flowing water. But this contradicts the setting of the crystal ring space. Because the storage space of the crystal ring cannot harbor living beings. This directly caused a bug to occur. The water spirit boss kept constantly switching forms. Even the duration of the zooming feature of the crystal device was being repeatedly refreshed. This was something Chen Jingyu hadn't anticipated. After roughly understanding the principle, Chen Jingyu felt relieved. Keeping this bug stuck is not necessarily a bad thing, at least it is within his control. There wasn't much time to explain to Li Yang and the others, as the red team was already charging in. The team leader could be said to feel like he wanted to die. Originally thinking they had a firm grasp on the boss, at the last moment before it was about to be killed, it unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Even a fool knows that those 3 kids in the center of the lake must be responsible. A gentleman does not leave revenge unpaid. No matter where the boss went, these 3 people must be killed to relieve the hatred in his heart. Looking at the fierce charge of the red team players, Chen Jingyu knew that this battle was unavoidable. Brothers, it seems we have to get serious now. Chen Jingyu's expression also became serious. This is not the PK of a virtual game. This is a real game fused with reality. In a virtual game, killing enemy players brings more pleasure and glory. But here, you also have to face overcoming inner fears and obstacles. After all, not everyone can instantly become a killer. Chen Jingyu did not want to become a cold-blooded animal that slaughters his kind. But at this moment, he had no choice. Li Yang and Fan Xie also swam to his side. The 2 men showed through their actions that they would always stand by his side. Chen Jingyu glanced left and right, barely managing to show a smile, and said lightly, "No choice, if we don't go all out, we'll be the ones dead. Let's do it, brothers. Do it." Li Yang gritted his teeth. "You sons of bitches, if you want to kill me, I'll kill you first." Fan Xie also drew his bow and arrow. Good. When Chen Jingyu saw how determined his companions were, he felt a bit more confident. Let's find a way to get ashore. They have many professions far away. If we stay in the water, we'll just be living targets. Then let's dive and go around to the shore. The 3 quickly hit it off, chose a suitable spot to come ashore, and dived into the water. The team leaders soon realized their intentions and immediately called the red team members to swim back. Everyone, hold the lake shore, don't let them come up. At this time, a small-scale battle was also breaking out on the lake shore. Zhang Heng, who rushed over, although unarmed, was still swimming around to restrain enemy players. Li Chutian also ran towards the lakeside with a few people. His energy was restored, but unfortunately, he lacked suitable weapons to use skills. The red team, true to their trained professionalism, quickly occupied the entire lake shore of over 100 meters. The 3 team leaders ignored the troublemakers like Zhang Heng, focusing intently on the lake surface, trying to find the trace of the 3. However, Chen Jingyu and their swimming skills were quite good. After several minutes, the lake surface remained calm. Damn it, don't let me catch you. The team leader clutched 2 long swords, his face full of killing intent. Splash! Suddenly, a head popped up about 4 to 5 meters away from the lake shore. Who? Fan Xie took a deep breath and then drew his bow, directly aiming and shooting at an enemy target. Over there! The Tension team leader immediately charged forward. Everyone, surround them. Immediately, the red team players on the lake shore began to move quickly, charging towards Fan Xie's position. But at that moment, 2 more heads popped up a little over 10 meters away from Fan Xie. As soon as Chen Jingyu and Li Yang surfaced, rowing quickly towards the shore. Damn it, we fell for it. The captain of Team 1 was instantly furious. However, at this moment, even if they rushed back, it was already too late. Captains, you take your teams to deal with those 2. I'll handle this archer. The captain of Team 1 quickly gave the correct order. Soon, the red team split into 2 groups. More than half of the people rushed towards the place where Chen Jingyu was landing. Zhang Heng and the others were completely ignored. They were treated like air. After all, they didn't have much combat ability. Seeing this, Zhang Heng grouped with Li Chutian. Adding the other students, there were only 7 or 8 people in total. Everyone listen to me, this time we must go all out. These 3 people in the lake are our only hope. Zhang Hong said to the crowd. Li Chutian also urged, forget about the past, now we can only help these 3 people to survive. Everyone, charge with me. The few students who had come along chose to trust their instructor, so they said little and ran towards Chen Jingyu and the others. They must seize the opportunity to let them land first. Chapter 98. Swimming speed, after all, is not as fast as running. Just as Chen Jingyu and the others were only 4 or 5 meters away from landing, the captains of teams 2 and 3 had already occupied the lake shore. The archer had begun to draw his bow and prepare for an attack. The elemental mage was also gathering energy. The remaining melee fighters firmly held their positions, not giving them any space to land. Wait to die, you 2 little pests. The captain of Team 3, also an archer, raised his bow and began to aim. At that moment, a human cannonball came rushing in, directly colliding with the captain of Team 3. With great force, the captain stumbled, his bow and arrow unsteady, unable to shoot. Damn it, you little punks, if I ignore you, you think you can still act up? The captain of Team 3 recognized the person and instantly became enraged. Led by Zhang Hong and Li Chutian, these 7 or 8 people from the blue team fought desperately. They didn't care about their fighting styles, they were simply throwing wild punches. Not seeking to harm the enemy, just aiming to be a qualified disruptor. With this attitude, the 7 or 8 people did indeed create chaos at the lake shore, completely throwing the 30 to 40 teammates of the red team who had originally occupied the spot into disarray. Although Zhang Hong and Li Chutian were not very strong in combat, their theoretical knowledge was quite good. They specifically targeted the ranged fighters wielding bows and magic staffs, completely disregarding martial ethics, using underhanded tactics right from the start. This bastard, he wants to kick my balls. Damn, don't get too close to me. Damn it, if you spit at me, I'll kill you. The red team became thoroughly chaotic. However, soon after, with melee fighters rushing over, the scene was slowly brought under control. Several blue team students had already suffered serious injuries, knocked down to the ground. In a short while, even though they only bought less than 10 seconds, Chen Jingyu and the others had enough time to land. Oldly, switch weapons. Chen Jingyu saw that the red team was attacking fiercely and instantly felt a surge of anger. Although he had been quite pissed off by that group of blue team students earlier, the people in front of him were at least here to help them. Anyone who dares to touch me, damn it. Chen Jingyu passed the silver longsword and the sword that originally belonged to Zhang Hong to Li Yang and took the black iron greatsword from him. Everyone, stop right there. If you have the guts, come at me. Chen Jingyu dragged the black iron greatsword and fiercely landed on the shore. Seeing this, the captain of Team 3 instantly sneered. Kid, don't think that just because you're on the shore, you can do anything. The next one to die will be you. With a wave of his hand, all the fighters redirected their targets to them. Almost none of Zhang Heng's group could still stand. All were fell to the ground, life hanging by a thread. After getting rid of the troublemaker, the teammates in red quickly arranged their formation again. In less than 5 seconds. Even Chen Jingyu had to admire this speed. As expected of trained professional players. The crystal lens quickly analyzed the enemy's information. Most of them were at LV2 LV3, all experienced high-level players who've been through dungeons. In the lake, Fan Xia, upon seeing Chen Jingyu and the others come ashore, dived back into the water, swimming this way. Li Yang, following the previous tactical arrangement, stood behind Chen Jingyu, ensuring the safety of their rear. The second team leader was a guardian, and he quickly brought over a dozen melee players to surround them. They blocked all possible escape routes for Chen Jingyu and his team. Kid, if you surrender now and tell us where the boss is, we can spare your life, the second team leader said coldly. Heh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Chen Jingyu smirked. The crystal lens had already analyzed a reasonable attack route. Several dangerous individuals were marked with red dots. Unaware of the danger, charge, the second team leader shouted, leading the charge with a large shield. This strategy of overwhelming numbers was something they had used countless times. Using the shield to withstand the opponent's frontal attack while blocking their line of sight. Other teammates would rush in from the sides, quickly taking down the enemy. However, this time he was wrong. He was not facing a regular opponent. He was facing Chen Jingyu, a non-class player, but at LV5, with an SSS grade talent. Even without skills, his attribute points could fully dominate. Just as the second team leader charged in, the third team leader had already started to draw his bow, preparing for ranged support. Chen Jingyu moved first. With both hands gripping the black iron greatsword hilt, his body suddenly began to swing. Spin. Rapidly spinning. The heavy black iron greatsword, weighing 100 pounds, was swung out horizontally by his spinning body. Bang! 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 As Chen Jingyu spun quickly, the black iron greatsword directly cut into the second team leader's shield. A surge of immense force came through. The second team leader instantly felt his arms go numb. Because he had chosen to add strength in order to break through obstacles while escaping, the effects were clearly evident now. The second team leader could only hold out for less than 3 seconds before being cleaved apart, flying backward. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? The second team leader was dumbfounded. As a guardian known for his defensive capabilities, he had only lasted 3 seconds? At the same time, several melee players also surrounded them according to the earlier combat deployment. But the rapidly spinning black iron greatsword completely sealed off the angles for the melee players to attack. Humph, flashy tricks, the third team leader sneered, his sharp arrows immediately flying out. As an experienced team leader, he could see right away that the spinning windmill motion Chen Jingyu used was not a skill. It was merely utilizing his own power to spin the weapon. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air. Warning, ranged damage incoming, please dodge. Warning, attack route has been marked, attacking position, left chest, please keep evading. A bright red attack route was marked in the crystal lens. Prepared, Chen Jingyu immediately slid his feet, instantly changing direction. Because during his escape, he had to pay attention to dodging and also needed agile movements, he focused on adding agility attributes. Now, the advantages of high agility were displayed magnificently. With the help of the crystal lens, Chen Jingyu actually moved faster than the speeding arrow, instantly turning towards the melee players. Bang! 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 The greatsword was unsharpened, yet skillfully unrefined. The black iron greatsword, in rapid motion, wielded tremendous force. Far beyond the ordinary person's ability to resist. Just one encounter, any melee class touched by the black iron greatsword flew away. In an instant, a large area of space was cleared by Chen Jingyu on the lakeshore. Suddenly, wails and cries echoed continuously. Chapter 99. What unfolded before them greatly surprised the leaders of the red team. They had thought that with just 3 people, they could easily handle it. But they never expected that Chen Jingyu would perform a self-created move called Great Windmill. In an instant, over a dozen melee players were swept away. A large space immediately opened up around Chen Jingyu. He also stopped himself. A wave of dizziness hit him. He swayed several steps before steadying himself. Wow, this move is powerful, but it really messes with my head. If he continued to spin, his brains would probably get scrambled. Suddenly, a bright figure flashed in the crystal lens. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. La la la, this girl is back. Asterisk nabla asterisk, brother, long time no see, you were so brave. The long-awaited Lolita girl appeared again. She looked very happy. With an expression full of admiration. Isn't that obvious? Am I not brave? Chen Jingyu felt his head still spinning. Though he was impatient in words, he still held expectations for the Lolita girl's appearance. He wondered what kind of task would come next, maybe it could turn the dire situation around. Of course, the brother I chose can't be bad. The Lolita girl was not unhappy with Chen Jingyu's complaints and continued cheerfully talking. Alright, I know you have good taste. Chen Jingyu rarely praised her once. After praising her, he quickly asked, what's going on with this dungeon? Can you tell me? It's a PvP battle dungeon, which is quite normal, there's not much to say. What will happen if we defeat all the enemy members, but the score isn't enough for 100? Chen Jingyu asked. He had checked before going ashore, and the blue team still had 0 points. Though he had captured the boss water spirit into the crystal ring, it did not count as a kill, so no points were awarded. If one side has no members remaining and the other side doesn't have enough points, the match won't end in failure just yet. The system will continue to refresh the boss, and you just need to gather 100 points within the time limit to win. However, if the points aren't reached by the end of the time limit, both sides will be judged to have failed. What's the punishment for failure? Chen Jingyu asked. Do I even need to say? Alright. Chen Jingyu had already guessed it would be like this. He looked at the dungeon information, with 12 hours counting down. There were still more than 10 hours left. Time was sufficient, but if he really wanted to take down the remaining members of the red team, it was indeed quite challenging. What about the task? Chen Jingyu hurriedly asked. He didn't have much time to catch his breath. Moreover, he didn't want to delay too much and let the enemy regain their footing. Brother is really smart, he knows I have a task. What the heck does this have to do with being smart? Ding, you have a new task. Do you want to accept? Accept. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, strip the clothes of the enemy leader, to be completed. Description, faced with the enemy's contempt, let's humiliate them doubly. Completion conditions, defeat the enemy's highest commander and strip them of their clothes. Description, completely naked. Time limit, 30 minutes. Completion reward, crystal energy block, description, can provide energy to certain devices. Failure punishment, exploding clothes, description, a very thorough kind of explosion. Chen Jingyu fell into deep thought. The enemy's highest commander? It was obvious that it was that guy with dual long swords. Earlier, the small team that separated to chase after Fan Xia was now rushing back under the lead of a captain. This task it wouldn't be that you just want to watch, right? Chen Jingyu asked. //omega// brother, stop being mean, I'm not that perverted. Since he had already accepted the task, there was no turning back. It's not about the opponent being stripped. It's just him exploding. So do you want to see me complete the mission, or accept the punishment? Chen Jingyu asked again. Of course I want to //omega// // I don't want to. The Lolita girl did not admit it, and Chen Jingyu did not press further. He didn't have much time left. The red team had gathered again. A team leader raised his dual weapons and led the charge. The second team leader, holding a shield, followed closely behind. At this moment, Fan Xia finally surfaced from the water, standing next to Li Yang. With the bow bent and arrow notched, they were ready to strike at any moment. The crystal lens swept over, locking onto the position of the team leader. Name, Tong Boron. Occupation, Assassin. Level, LV3. Talent, B. Strength, 8. Agility, 10. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 7. Energy, 5. Skill, Blazing Sword Technique. Introduction, team leader of a mysterious organization, known as the Gym Bully, outstanding core strength, enjoys the collision of muscles. Good, it's you, the LV3 assassin, right? Chen Jingyu evaluated the opponent's strength in his heart. The level isn't low for now, it's just that the talent is average, only a mere B grade. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air from behind. Chen Jingyu was not nervous. He knew it was Fan Xia who shot it out. Put! The arrow hit one person, successfully interrupting their skill casting. This arrow completely opened the curtain to the big battle. Tong Borong charged ahead, and Chen Jingyu did not dare to show weakness. With both hands gripping the hilt of the black iron greatsword, he moved his feet and twisted his waist, spinning around again. Swish swish swish. The black iron greatsword spun rapidly, creating a whistling sound. Bang bang bang. The first to collide was still the second team leader's shield. Under the immense force, sparks flew from the shield. Kid, die for me. Tong Borong charged forward. His long swords, held in both hands, suddenly flared with flames. Hee hee, it's you who's looking for death. Chen Jingyu did not dodge but directly met him head-on. Can't kill this kid yet, first knock him down. He twisted the hilt in his hand. Originally, the sword edge swept horizontally, now it turned into the sword body to knock the person. This way, it increased the contact area of the sword body and increased the rotational resistance. But this stuff wasn't important. What mattered was that the force of the black iron greatsword was still unbeatable. The greatsword swept over, and Tong Borong hurriedly crossed his twin swords in front. He never expected Chen Jingyu to be so fast. Faster than him, the assassin. Damn it, I'm an LV3 assassin, how can he be faster than me? Tong Borong was shocked inside. The other party was even holding a giant sword. Although he couldn't tell what profession he was, he shouldn't be faster than himself. In terms of level and equipment, Tong Borong had strong confidence in himself. As a mid-level leader of the organization, how could he not be as good as a mere youth? Boom! The giant sword and the crossed twin swords finally collided. All of Tong Borong's pride was shattered in an instant. He was sent flying. His chest felt tight, and his tongue tasted sweet. A slightly salty and fresh flavor came over. Gulps. Tong Borong gritted his teeth, swallowing down the mouthful of blood that almost spewed out. Bang! Another loud sound. Tong Borong crashed heavily to the ground. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. He was completely dazed. Chapter 100. In just a moment of facing off, the two team leaders were completely knocked back. The other melee players were all terrified. But their professional training made them choose not to retreat. However, the black iron greatsword was simply too powerful. Even though Chen Jingyu couldn't unleash its full destructive power, just using it to smash people was unbearable for anyone. But to be fair, the toll on Chen Jingyu himself was also incredibly huge. After knocking down dozens of melee players in one go, he was also panting. Just hold on a little longer, these ranged players are too much of a threat. Chen Jingyu paused his spinning, dragging the black iron greatsword, and charged towards the crowd again. A person quickly followed behind, their speed not any slower than his at this moment. Li Yang wielded two long swords, casually slashing through the crowd. Not seeking to hurt the enemy, but aiming only to disrupt their attack. Behind him, Fan Xie, ignored by everyone, perfectly showcased the controlling power of an archer. Each arrow hit a critical point, interrupting countless spells from would-be ambushers. Split up two people to deal with that archer, the rest scatter. Only the three team leaders had the ability to command, quickly issuing new combat orders. Facing the few rushing towards him, Fan Xie showed no fear, only a hint of a sly smile. He slightly bent down, then stepped back, continuing to shoot. Under his control, Chen Jingyu finally surged into the crowd. The speed brought by high agility was always much faster than those ranged players, adding in level and talent suppression. Before they could even disperse behind him, Chen Jingyu had arrived. Spin! You arrogant ones, see if I won't roll you to death. Even the second team leader of the Guardians couldn't hold up, let alone these ranged players. In an instant, bodies flew chaotically. Screams echoed through the heavens and earth. Even those blue team players hiding in the woods were stirred up. My God, what happened over there? Could it be some inhumane torture? The instructors, they're probably. Chrysanthemums wither, injuries everywhere, flowers fall, hearts break, someone began to sing a sad song. But they did not know, even though Zheng Hong and the others were severely injured and lying on the ground, they felt no heart-wrenching pain. On the contrary, Chen Jingyu's massacre brought them countless hopes. After a turn, only a few hostile players remained standing on the scene. If one checked the dungeon information, they would see that the red team had begun to suffer losses. After a few fortunate ones fled, Chen Jingyu also came to a stop. Li Yang rode over, finishing off the remaining targets behind him. After a few screams, the red team lost a few more members. If there was some hesitation at the beginning, now the three-man group had completely shed their burdens of thought. If I don't eliminate you, you will come back to kill me. Mercy? But he did not choose to dual-wield the long swords, the other hand still held a bronze dagger. Not far away, the injured Li Chutian and others helped each other to stand up. Chen Jingyu glanced at them, then coldly said, "For your help's sake, let's not mention the previous matters for now, but if I find you causing trouble again, I will deal with you myself." Chen Jingyu's murderous expression made Li Chutian and the others shudder instantly. Li Chutian quickly nodded, "We won't dare, we know we were wrong. Please, big brother, take us along. Yes, big brother, save us. We all know we were wrong." The students pleaded in unison, almost on the verge of sobbing. Chen Jingyu ignored them. These people did not deserve forgiveness, especially those two instructors. They had caused the deaths of at least 100 people. Not killing them on the spot was only because they were currently in the same faction. The crystal scope scanned the ground. Most people had almost lost their fighting capabilities. At the low level in the early stages, players' combat abilities were not very strong. If not for those with extraordinary talents, the differences among individuals were not very significant. Most people were actually only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Faced with Chen Jingyu's great sword clashing down, most suffered severe wounds. Quickly, the crystal scope locked onto Tong Boron. At this time, this highest commander was still struggling to get up from the ground. Chen Jingyu quickly stepped forward, rushing over in a few strides. A foot kicked him to the ground. "You, what do you want, kid?" Tong Boron's eyes were filled with hostility as he stared hard at his opponent. Chen Jingyu chuckled a few times and slowly moved forward. Sigma, degree. Tong Boron felt a bit flustered. This guy seems off. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, bro, let's talk, there are so many people here, don't make it too ugly. Tong Boron braced himself with his hands and started to back away. Chen Jingyu nodded while laughing, looking extremely lewd. The silver longsword in his hand swiftly moved and pressed directly against Tong Boron's shoulder. At this point, Tong Boron dared not move anymore. Sizzle! The silver longsword slashed, instantly tearing Tong Boron's shirt to shreds. Half of his shoulder was exposed. Tong Boron's panic intensified. What the hell does this mean? I'm a man. Even though I know a thing or two about fencing, this isn't the right place. I'm the team leader, I have an image to maintain. While Tong Boron was lost in thought, Chen Jingyu waved the silver longsword around wildly, and in an instant, he converted Tong Boron's shirt into countless strips of cloth. Ah! Tong Boron yelled in fear. His hands instinctively shielded in front of him. A muscular man, making such a shy gesture. The scene was simply a bit hard to look at. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Yay! Go, brother! The Lolita girl jumped out again. Excited, she stomped her feet. Chen Jingyu was speechless. I knew that girl had no good intentions. Tong Boron, however, had no idea what Chen Jingyu was thinking. He was a total mess. Big brother, let's talk it out. If it doesn't work, can we go to that little grove over there and chat privately? Chen Jingyu was very speechless. What kind of thin task is this? So awkward. The surroundings were quiet, not a sound could be heard. Chen Jingyu's foot was ready to dig through the ground. It was really too embarrassing. Let's settle this quickly. The silver longsword dropped and swung rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, Tong Boron's pants were also compromised, turned into rags. A casual flick with the sword, and it was all clean. / omega / bro, don't do this. Tong Boron crossed his legs, twisting his body, striking a pose of a shy macho man. Damn it. Chen Jingyu couldn't take it anymore and kicked him over to the ground. Oh go brother, just one item left. The Lolita girl was blushing with excitement. Chapter 101. Winky Face. Chen Jingyu was sweating in embarrassment. This little girl really had no good thoughts. Her little tricks were already seen through. Want to see? Add some stakes, and I will give you some good visuals. Chen Jingyu thought to himself. / omega / I don't want to see. Omega, I hate it, I'm only just 18. But what you mean by good visuals, what is it? The Lolita girl transformed into a curious baby, staring intently. At this point, Fan Xia and Li Yang had also finished cleaning up the battlefield and walked over. Who would have thought, old Chen, you actually have this kind of hobby? Fan Xia laughed sinisterly. Li Yang followed up, I used to think Fan Xia stepping into the business boat was enough of a weirdo, but I didn't expect you to be wilder than him. Go to hell, I'm doing this to complete a task. Chen Jingyu felt helpless too. Task? What task? The two asked in confusion. Chen Jingyu hadn't told anyone about the task system. As long as you know it. Chen Jingyu couldn't be bothered to explain. Well, you sneakily accept tasks without telling us. Fan Xia started to roll up his sleeves. Li Yang smiled, forget it, we definitely can't take it. If he could get a task, he would have told us already. Exactly. Chen Jingyu acted disdainful, if everyone could get one, wouldn't I lose face? Really? Fan Xia still had some doubt. The three of them chatted among themselves, completely treating Tong Boron as heir. This muscular guy felt like he was suffering to death. It was truly too humiliating. After chatting a bit more, Fan Xia seemed to have come to peace, and then slowly said, looks like it's not a serious task either. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze and happened to see a blue team female student trip over someone else who had fallen, crashing to the ground. Oh, this beautiful lady seems to need help, she's covered in so much dust, I should go help her clean it off. Straight face, straight face. The two of them remained silent, watching him leave. Finally, their gaze turned back to Tong Boron. Winky face, the man instantly started to sweat profusely. Are you nervous? Chen Jingyu asked. Tong Boron shook his head repeatedly, no. No. Then why are you sweating all over? Li Yang asked. Sweating all over? No, I don't want. Tong Boron became even more flustered. ... More sweat appeared on his forehead. They were at the final step. Looking at the cloth on his body, almost about to be tightened into a T-shape, Chen Jingyu inwardly asked again. So, do you want me to increase the reward? But I don't have the authority. The Lolita girl had a look of disappointment. No authority? Then why say anything at all? Hurry up and finish this. Chen Jingyu placed his sword directly on Tong Boron's shoulder. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I do it? What? Tong Boron was startled, a bad premonition rising in his heart. What do you think? Chen Jingyu looked down at him, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt. No, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Tong Boron placed his hands together by his side and turned his head away. He assumed the posture of a woman who would rather die than surrender. Chen Jingyu started to sweat as well. Damn it. What kind of shy act are you putting on? Enough with the nonsense, if you don't do it yourself, I'll cut you. Chen Jingyu lost his patience. Okay. Tong Boron immediately agreed, decisively. He quickly stood up, then ripped the last piece of cloth off his body. Brother, are you satisfied now? Tong Boron stood up straight and bowed slightly, his attitude extremely humble. / omega / The Lolita girl stared wide-eyed. The next second, she felt something was wrong, hurriedly covering her eyes. */nabla**, disgusting, I'm still a kid, why show me this? Her fingers quietly parted just a crack. If you don't release the mission rewards, do you believe I'll pull out the mouse in a minute? Chen Jingyu said, clearly speechless. Okay, brother. The Lolita girl immediately put on a rosy smile, happily releasing the mission rewards. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the mission. Take off his clothes in shame. Ding, you have received the mission reward item Crystal Energy Block *1. With the Crystal Energy Block in hand, it was immediately used to recharge the Crystal Stone scaling device. He now had one more usable energy. What about this kid? Li Yang made a gesture and whispered. Tong Borong was the highest-ranking officer of the enemy side and one of the few remaining red team members still capable of fighting. Chen Jingyu didn't hesitate for a second. While Tong Borong was bowing, not looking, he made a gesture on his own neck. Mercy towards the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Li Yang understood this logic as well. So he always stood by Tong Borong's side. But just then, the always respectful Tong Borong suddenly moved. A bottle of potion appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and he excitedly pointed at Chen Jingyu and Li Yang. Don't come over, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I have a sulfuric acid explosive agent in my hand, don't force me to throw it. Sulfuric acid explosive agent? Sounds like a pharmacist's product. Didn't expect this guy still had this trump card. Chen Jingyu sneered, so what if you know? This is a PvP instance, it's already kill or be killed. You really think I'll let you go? Heh, you sure know a lot, I really underestimated you before. Tong Borong slowly retreated. The hand holding the potion stayed raised, ready to risk everything at any moment. Although it's useless to say more now, I still want to remind you, you ruined our organization's big plan. Even if you can walk out alive this time, you won't live long. Tong Borong continued saying. So what? Chen Jingyu did not show much expression, calmly responding. So you'd better surrender, dying in the instance is better than dragging your family down. Tong Borong threatened with a smirk. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air. It precisely struck where it was meant to go. Ah! Tong Borong let out a cry, then fell straight to the ground. The arrogant Tong Borong once thought he had fate in his hands. Until he got shot in the flowers. Li Yang beside him wasted no time, rushing up to stab him again. As a result, the highest commander of the red team was taken down. Chapter 102. Looking around, the ground was filled with red team members. This battle had indeed been brutal. Only after the great battle did Chen Jingyu and the others start to feel something. Inside, he still found it hard to accept. After all, as a youth raised in a harmonious society, he couldn't accept such a scene of slaughter all at once. But since you can't change the world, you can only change yourself. He opened the instance information panel and checked the status of both sides. Faction, red team. Number of people, 12. Score, 44, reach 100 to win. Faction, blue team. Number of people, 79. Score, 50, reach 100 to win. The red team only had 12 members left. Aside from a few lying on the ground, severely injured, the rest probably escaped during the chaos. The blue team also lost 9 more members. Including 1 instructor. When Li Yang was cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils, he found that Li Chutian had also fallen. The other 8 casualties were all players who had rushed over for support. Chen Jingyu felt quite uncomfortable inside. Although these people had been truly deserving of death before. But they had turned a new leaf, and indeed helped quite a bit earlier. The situation temporarily stabilized after Li Yang finished off a few severely injured players. The red team was left with just 7 people. We currently have 55 points, still quite away from 100. We won't achieve our goal by killing enemies, now we can only rely on boss points. Chen Jingyu discussed with Li Yang. Li Yang nodded, understanding the reasoning. Now that the enemy has only 7 left, they shouldn't stir up much trouble. We just need to watch over our teammates, making sure they aren't picked off, then we can ensure we won't lose. Saying this, he waved to Li Chutian. Once the latter came over, Li Yang instructed, gather the remaining people together. Don't scatter, absolutely do not get caught alone by the red team. Li Chutian replied repeatedly, leading a few people to arrange and deploy. Fan Xia, who had gone to take care of a female student, saw Li Chutian leaving and wanted to follow. However, her calf was injured, making it difficult for her to stand. Fan Xia quickly helped her up, saying, Sister, you see, I told you I am one of us, right? You also saw that I shot that guy with an arrow, right? The female student blushed. She indeed witnessed the arrow strike. But the spot it hit made her feel somewhat. Come on, let me help you up. Fan Xia kindly wrapped his arms around her, helping her to stand. Your t-shirt is really nice, it has a cute little yellow duck printed on it. It's just a pity it's all dirty now, let me pat it for you. As he spoke, he started to pat off the dust. It was a bit too enthusiastic. The female student's expression immediately fell. Big brother, are you here to help me or to take advantage? Saying this, she brushed away his eager hands. Fan Xia immediately put on a serious expression, speaking righteously, sister, you really misunderstood me. Saying this, he placed his hand on his chest. I can swear on my conscience that I genuinely came to help you. How could I be the kind of person who takes advantage? The girl was instantly speechless. Alright, I believe you now. But next time, when you swear on your conscience, can you touch your own? Fan Xia embarrassedly took his hand off the girl and apologized. I'm sorry, it's just that the scene stirred my emotions, reminding me of that girl I may have but can't possess, so I couldn't help myself. Alright, I understand. Here's my WeChat, let's add each other. The girl took out her phone. Fan Xia was taken aback. She's quite proactive. I just wanted to have a little fun, and I already have two at home, I can't handle another. He then declared resolutely, girl, you misunderstood, I just want to help you. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Oh ho, is this a game of cat and mouse? Great, you've successfully caught my attention. No more nonsense, let's date. Ah, this Fan Xia was quite speechless. Am I really this charming now? Not good enough? Seeing Fan Xia unmoved, the girl immediately became unconvinced. Fine, let's get married directly. Facing the girl's sincere gaze, Fan Xia felt a bit scared. Sister, can I take back my words? The girl was unhappy. No, you are not wrong. The mistake is mine, it's all because my charm is too great, drawing you in. Don't worry, I will pay for my mistake, let's enter the bridal chamber now. Fan Xia almost wanted to run away. At that moment, Chen Jingyu walked by and, seeing Fan Xia's awkward expression, laughed so hard he could hardly stand. Seeing the girl was serious, Chen Jingyu stepped forward and whispered a few words to her. The girl was instantly shocked, then immediately turned disgusted, and finally ran away in a panic. What did you say? Fan Xia was curious. No need to thank me. Chen Jingyu also stepped away. No, what did you really say? Fan Xia was extremely curious. You wouldn't want to know. Chen Jingyu ignored him. No, I must know. Fan Xia felt a bad premonition in his heart. Well then, go ask that girl. Chen Jingyu teased him on purpose. Damn. Fan Xia immediately lost his spirit. Finally shaking her off, only a fool would go after her. Li Yang cheerfully caught up with the two. Didn't I tell you to stop flirting everywhere? Almost got caught, huh? TCH Fan Xia was unconvinced. Actually, the touch felt pretty good. The other two made a gesture towards him. There were still over 8 hours remaining in the dungeon's duration. Chen Jingyu was contemplating whether to release the water spirit boss. However, he was also a bit worried. During this time, the water spirit boss might have recovered. If it still held its previous terrifying combat power, even the remaining 70 to 80 people from the blue team wouldn't stand a chance against it. These students couldn't possibly achieve the same combat execution as the red team. Beep. New task incoming. The image of the Lolita girl appeared once again in the crystal lens. This was something Chen Jingyu did not expect. This time, the tasks were arranged so densely. The Lolita girl was holding a big banana, enjoying it deliciously. The banana was huge and looked very tasty. Beep, you have a new task, do you accept? This time she didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. Accept. Chen Jingyu naturally had no second choice. Beep. Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, Huang Daxian, pending completion, description, very dangerous boss. Completion condition, make Huang Daxian doubt his own heart, description, trick him into confusion. Time limit, 30 minutes. Completion reward, crystal light sword, description, powerful weapon, the kind that glows red. Failure punishment, substitute, description, take on Huang Daxian's burdens. Chapter 103. Seeing the task released by the system, Chen Jingyu momentarily doubted whether he had walked into the wrong set. Just now it was the Western fantasy-style boss water spirit, and now how did it turn into the Eastern Huang Daxian? Isn't this something from a movie like Uncle Nine? In the end, he concluded. Still can't take the game system too seriously. The next boss is the yellow guy. Chen Jingyu said to his two brothers. What? Are you kidding? The two of them looked confused. The yellow guy is a superstitious name for a weasel in folklore. In rural areas of our country, it is believed that weasels can possess people, controlling their minds, making them mentally disturbed, and acting strangely, even showing behavior that seems possessed by a weasel. In some regions, people offer altars to the weasel for safety, respectfully calling it the yellow guy. Facing the confusion of the two brothers, Chen Jingyu could only shrug his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. Well, whatever it is, it's still a boss. Fan Xie also accepted his fate, but has the boss refreshed? I wonder how strong it is. Li Yang followed up, yes, where is this second boss? They wanted to observe first and see if it was easy to deal with. After all, this second boss was about the points. Whether everyone could live to leave depended on its mood. Chen Jingyu shook his head, we don't know where it is. I only know the boss is the yellow guy. Then let's find it. Fan Xie was straightforward and began to look around. Currently, the red team had a few members missing. The blue team students, under Li Chutian's lead, gathered near the pavilion. By the lake, only a ground full of corpses and a field of wounds remained. The yellow guy should like the woods. There are many small woods in the park, we should check those places first. Li Yang proposed. Right, that's what I was thinking too. Chen Jingyu nodded. Although there are many trees in the park, there are only a few areas that can be called woods. The closest to them was behind the pavilion where Li Chutian and the others were now. Then, there was the previous hiding place of the red team. The three chose their target and set off directly. They first searched the nearest area. The other two seemed more relaxed, but Chen Jingyu was somewhat troubled. The task given by the Lolita girl was not an easy one. Since ancient times, the legendary yellow guy has been incredibly clever. If they wanted to trick it, they probably needed the main mountain uncle to personally come. The three arrived at the pavilion, and Li Chutian had welcomed them out. What can I do for you, brothers? Li Chutian said respectfully. After all the hope of survival was in these three's hands. Fan Xie said impatiently, just stay put. You don't have to do anything, just stay on alert. Li Yang added, oh, and report any abnormalities early. Yes, I will remember. Li Chutian nodded vigorously. After they spoke, Chen Jingyu and the three walked towards the woods. At the gathering place of the students, a few female students started pointing at Fan Xie. The leader among them was the girl he had held before. The several chatted away, not caring about him at all. They made surprised faces, expressed regret and pity, etc. But he couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. Fan Xie's face turned green. He could easily guess it was not something good. Damn it, what did you tell them, old Chen? Fan Xie hurriedly caught up to Chen Jingyu and asked. I saved you from danger, and you dare to blame me? Chen Jingyu pretended to be shocked, looks like I need to explain it well to that girl. Don't. Fan Xie instantly became timid again. Forget it. He accepted his fate. Being talked about behind his back was better than being entangled by that girl. This is self-inflicted misfortune, let's see if you dare next time. Li Yang laughed. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will dare next time. Fan Xie's attitude was quite sincere. I haven't even found that peculiar girl I met briefly, I should have left one alive just now to ask about that Mrs. Information. Fan Xie at this moment felt a bit regretful, realizing too late. While the three were joking, they had already searched the woods behind the pavilion. They found nothing. Originally, they did not expect to find anything here. After all, this place is very close to the pavilion, and occasionally there are blue team members passing by to solve their physiological needs. If the second boss was really here, perhaps it would have been discovered long ago. Let's go, to the next one. They continued walking along the small path in the woods. The next destination was the place where the red team had previously hidden. There were not only many trees there but also plenty of bushes, making it very suitable for hiding. The three of them set off along the small stone path in the forest towards their goal. By the way, Jingyu, I just counted, we got a total of 36 weapons, which should sell for quite a bit outside. Li Yang counted the spoils while walking. He didn't check the equipment items, so he could only pick up weapons. Chen Jingyu carefully observed the three team leaders, there wasn't much good stuff on them, only the weapons had some value. Not bad, if we get more dungeons like this in the future, we might get rich. Fan Xie was very optimistic about the future, after we go out, we might as well not go to work anymore, let's three of us just do dungeons. If 30-something weapons were sold at the current market value outside, they could probably exchange for 1.8 kilograms of gold. In cash, that would be more than 600,000. Not realizing it was one thing, once they calculated it, all three were shocked. Their salaries as programmers were not low, with annual incomes around several hundred thousand. However, to make such a big income in the next dungeon was still hard to believe. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. A disturbance arose in the bushes near the path. Chen Jingyu quickly made a shoe gesture, and the three bent down together. Could it be the boss? They all became tense. Each of them took out the weapons stored in their virtual backpacks. Li Yang even pulled out the sulfur explosive he had obtained from Tong Borong earlier. As the first boss of the dungeon, the water spirit's strength had already exceeded everyone's expectations. If it weren't for the blue team's suicidal sacrifices and the red team's subsequent organized attacks, the boss, the water spirit, would have been nearly impossible to defeat. Now, if they really faced the second boss, the yellow cane god, head-on, the three of them had no confidence in ensuring a full retreat together. Chapter 104. Play or no play. When faced with a critical moment, Chen Jingyu's three had real execution abilities. They immediately hid in place. The three of them lay on the stone path, carefully observing the movements ahead through the surrounding greenery. There was a large thicket ahead. The rustling of branches grew louder. It seemed like something was happening inside, arousing their curiosity. Could it be? Fan Xie chuckled mischievously. Li Yang gave him the finger. Let's go take a look. Fan Xie was a bit impatient. If it's truly a wild battle, that would be so exciting. If you want to go, then you go. Li Yang said irritably. Don't you want to see? Fan Xie argued back. Chen Jingyu smiled and said, that's why we should send you to scout. Sending more people would easily alert the snake. Fan Xie rolled his eyes at him. You, old six, don't speak. As soon as you do, I feel you must have some bad idea. Chen Jingyu had no way to argue. Wasn't it always you who charged forward? How could you turn around and blame me? At that moment, the bushes suddenly became more agitated. First, appeared a person's feet. This person lay on the ground, quickly crawling backward. It's a red team member. Chen Jingyu's three quickly saw clearly. The three of them simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. There is a bit of disappointment in my heart. It's a pity it's not the boss. It's a pity it's not an exciting outdoor battle. Chen Jingyu gave a glance to his two brothers, and the two instantly understood. The three looked around. It seemed there were still people in the bushes, so they quietly stood up. Hey! Fan Xie shouted loudly and immediately rushed forward. The other two also followed him left and right. The red team member lying on the ground was immediately startled. When he turned his head to look, a long sword was already pressed against his neck. This person looked terrified, eyes wide, face extremely pale. When he finally saw Chen Jingyu and the two others, he even forced out a faint smile. This smile looked somewhat unpleasant. Things seemed a bit strange. Chen Jingyu frowned. This person had this kind of expression upon seeing them. Could it be a trick? The activity in the bushes had not stopped. They must first understand their purpose. Li Yang tightened his grip on the sword, pressing it harder against the red team member's neck. Fan Xie also walked over, ready to ask questions. He had many things he wanted to know. For example, who that girl he longed for really was. But before Fan Xie could ask, the noise from the bushes grew quieter. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang instantly became alert, estimating that there were still members of the red team inside. Another soft sound occurred. The bushes parted, and a small creature walked out? Chen Jingyu truly couldn't find a better word to describe it. It was something the size of a squirrel, covered in brownish-yellow fur, walking out with its hands behind its back, chest held high. It saw Chen Jingyu and the two others, then glanced at the red team member lying on the ground, showing no expression. It seemed completely unfazed by it all. But Chen Jingyu and the others were on high alert. This thing looked exactly like the legendary Huang Daxian. Unexpectedly, the boss he had been searching for was really here. However, the way they encountered each other was somewhat unexpected. The crystal lens immediately locked onto the opponent and began analyzing. Target information analysis in progress. Monster name, Huang Daxian. Type, animal. Level, LV-18. Introduction, the second phase boss of the PvP instance Park Warfare. Defeating it gains 50 points. It really is it. Chen Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. This boss seemed tough to deal with. But the good news was, if they took down this boss, they could earn a full 50 points. Adding to the 55 points the blue team already had, they could easily win this PvP instance. After scanning the boss's information, Chen Jingyu quickly signaled to Fan Xie and Li Yang, and the two understood immediately. Before they could act, Huang Daxian spoke first. It stared at the red team member and seriously asked, now it's your turn to answer a question. Do I look more like a human or a god? This is the legendary asking for a title. Chen Jingyu and his companions were all shocked simultaneously. They didn't expect this unusual boss to come at them with such a question. This was not an easy question to answer. If you say it looks like a human, then all its power would be wasted, and of course it wouldn't spare you. If you say it looks like a god, then it would attain enlightenment, but you would bear the karma and find no peace. Of course, this is all folk legend, and it might not be true in the instance. But since it asked, it probably wasn't a good question to answer, otherwise the red team member wouldn't look so fearful. Sure enough, upon hearing the boss's question, the red team member trembled even more. Master, spare my life, please. Huang Daxian, upon hearing this, let out a slight sigh. Why can't you people just cooperate? Is it so hard to answer a question? Spare me, the red team member continued to plead. You have already taken the lives of 3 of my companions. Please let me go, Great Spirit. You should ask them. He pointed at Chen Jingyu and the 2 others. They are wise, they will definitely answer your question. The Great Spirit shook its head. Its eyes suddenly started changing colors. From yellow to green, and finally to pure white. The eyes of the red square member suddenly started to lose focus. A dark green liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth. Then he tilted his head and died. What the, did it scare me to death? Fan Xia was shocked. Illusion? Li Yang whispered. The Great Spirit did not give the 3 any chance to communicate and shifted its target once more, looking at Chen Jingyu, saying, It's your turn. Do I look like a human or a god? Fan Xia and Li Yang both turned to Chen Jingyu. They tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to act if things went wrong. However, Chen Jingyu did not act immediately. His crystal visor displayed a new message. Ding. Detecting you are facing a choice. Analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. Choose like a human, death probability 98%. Choose like a god, death probability 99.32%. No response, death probability 100%. Analysis complete. Please choose. Chen Jingyu felt quite speechless. Looking at the constant pop-ups in the crystal visor, he thought there might be some help. But he didn't expect it would end up like this. No matter what I choose, it's a dead end, huh? Hurry up and say something. Do I look like a human, or a god? The Great Spirit urged. Although its tone was slow and gentle, one could sense its urgency. This was an existence that could take your life in an instant. Chen Jingyu suddenly thought of a joke he saw online, and decisively prepared to gamble. If it really didn't work, he could always turn hostile. Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu slowly said, I see you as a fluffy cat. The Great Spirit frowned. Ding. Detected target's brain crashed for 0.7 seconds. Trick successfully, task progress increased to 0.7%. This works? Chen Jingyu seemingly found a breakthrough for the system task. The Great Spirit stared blankly for a while. It was clear that it was very conflicted inside. This person's answer clearly did not follow the script. But there was nothing wrong with it otherwise. In simple terms, the response did not match its punishment mechanism, causing its own brain to crash, leaving it unsure what to do next. A few seconds later, the Great Spirit shifted its target and asked Li Yang, Do I look like a human or a god? Encouraged by Chen Jingyu's success, Li Yang did not hesitate at all. I see you as a yellow-haired, twin-tailed little girl. Ding. Detected target's brain crashed for 0.9 seconds. Trick successfully, task progress increased to 1.3%. The confusion in the Great Spirit's eyes deepened. Even its movements became somewhat sluggish. It slowly turned its head and asked the last person, What about you? Do I look like a human or a god? Fan Xia had been waiting for it to ask and smiled as he said, I see you as a big eagle cute girl. Wanna hang out, little sister? Ding. Detected target's brain crashed for 1.6 seconds. Tricked successfully, task progress increased to 3.1%. The Great Spirit's eyes were completely dazed. Chapter 105. Fan Xia's wanna hang out truly left the Great Spirit dazed for quite some time. This completely exceeded its understanding of cognition. At that moment, it had only one thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This script was not supposed to be like this. Ding. Target has developed slight doubts about itself. Ding. Task progress increased to 5.87%. Damn it, what are you all talking about? After a few seconds of confusion, the Great Spirit finally sobered up. My question is clearly whether I look like a human or a god, pick one, do you understand? Chen Jingyu did not expect this Great Spirit boss could actually figure this out, but he was already prepared. So he leisurely replied, we all understand the principle, and... But your question itself is very problematic. Let's change the subject first. What's wrong with this question? Asked the God of Fortune, looking puzzled. It's clearly a simple either-or question, yet you insist on making it so complicated. The God of Fortune looked a bit angry, with his short arms crossed at his waist, glaring at Chen Jingyu as he asked. Chen Jingyu was not worried. As long as this God of Fortune boss was willing to talk to him, everything was okay. He was only afraid it would suddenly turn against him. Alright, then I will ask you an either-or question and see how you answer. Chen Jingyu said, asking directly, do you think the chicken or the egg came first in this world? Chicken? Egg? The God of Fortune smacked his lips and repeated it, suddenly feeling a bit hungry. He thought seriously for a moment and replied, I think it should be the chicken first, right? Ahem, speaking of chicken without proper context, civility is for you, me, and him. Chen Jingyu coughed a few times. This classmate, I want to specifically point this out. Exactly. Fan Xia responded, you can't always bring up what you look like, that's just wrong. Chen Jingyu continued, look at what you're saying, when have I ever brought it up, let alone about you? Damn. Fan Xia immediately gave a look of disdain. So, what are you all even talking about? The god of fortune looked a bit more confused. Ding. The target has developed slight doubts about their self-awareness. Ding. Task progress increased to 6.98%. The god of fortune seemed to have had enough of the current situation, exclaiming anxiously, hurry up and announce the answer, then quickly answer my question, I don't have the patience to play around with you. God of fortune's anger level plus 50. God of fortune's patience level minus 50. Ahem. Seeing the god of fortune about to break down, Chen Jingyu coughed twice to divert the target and said, it is well known that chickens hatch from eggs, since you say the chicken came first, then where did the chicken come from? This. The god of fortune paused for 2 seconds but soon gritted his teeth and said, then the egg must have come first. He had made up his mind and no longer felt so tangled. He had to clarify this either-or question. And make these damn guys quickly choose their answer. It is well known that eggs are laid by hens, if you say the egg came first, then where did the egg come from? Chen Jingyu asked again. This. The god of fortune fell into silence again. Ding. The target's worldview has crumbled slightly. Ding. Task progress increased to 10.98%. After receiving the system prompt, Chen Jingyu was delighted. He initially thought this task would be hard, but he found that the god of fortune was surprisingly easy to fool. Although he was a soon-to-be immortal boss, compared to the trio of Chen Jingyu, they seemed like naive little girls. Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity and said, you see, not all either-or questions have answers that define the question correctly. So, your question itself is very problematic. The god of fortune's eyes began to swirl with confusion. Could it be that I really look like a cartoon cat? His mind began to spiral into endless confusion. Or maybe I look more like a cute big eagle girl? But what exactly is a cute girl? And I am not very big. Wait, I clearly am male, why would I be a girl? Once he started to think broadly, the god of fortune gradually began to lose focus, completely forgetting his main issue, and started to study what a girl or a mate really was. It must be said, this is a child who loves to think. The expression of the god of fortune grew serious. It originally stood like a person, but now it simply sat down. With a small paw, it reached into the eye socket of the dead red square member and took out a round object. Looking up towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, it furrowed its brows tightly. Holding the round bead in its paw, it brought it to its mouth and bit it with a crunch. While eating, he was fully absorbed in his thoughts. Sigma. Sigma, degree winky face. Chen Jingyu and the other two were immediately stunned upon seeing this scene. It was just too disgusting. Too perverse. It was actually eating it with great pleasure, like biting into an apple. Seeing Chen Jingyu in front of it, staring at it with wide eyes, the yellow man extended the half-eaten bead forward and asked, do you want one too? Chen Jingyu immediately vomited. Seeing this, the yellow man did not insist and instead asked, then can you tell me, which came first, the chicken? Ah, no, wait, am I more like a human or like a god? Although it was already confused, its subconscious still wanted to hear the answer. After all, this was its original setting. It could only move to the next step upon hearing one of these two answers. It was like in a virtual game, triggering the next storyline with these two necessary branches. Chen Jingyu had long seen through the keypoint, how could he possibly directly answer its question? At the time, not answering was also not an option, as it would trigger its punishment mechanism. It was like the red team member in front of him, who not only got scared to death but also had his eyeballs poked out. Since you asked so sincerely, I will kindly tell you. Chen Jingyu said seriously. The yellow man immediately stood up. Oh, his eyes sparkled with excitement, full of anticipation. Really? Quickly, tell me. But Chen Jingyu quickly changed his tone and turned the question around, then you first tell me, what is a human, and what is a god? Yellow man's anger value plus 100. Yellow man's patience value minus 50. It was clear that the yellow man was holding back its anger. Damn, why do you always have so many questions? Aren't you all humans? It pointed to the sky, isn't that up there a god? If you don't answer my question directly, do you believe I'll kill you in minutes? Chapter 106. The yellow man's mind just couldn't turn around. It had already told itself not to get tangled in these questions, but accidentally, it still fell into the trap. After snapping back to reality, it immediately gave Chen Jingyu an ultimatum. Damn it, if you don't answer me, I'll kill him, the yellow man thought to itself. It stared intently at Chen Jingyu. Its face was serious, looking ready to explode at any moment. Target's anger value plus 100. Yellow man's patience value minus 100. Warning, target's kill value has reached 85%. Oh no, is it really going to happen? Chen Jingyu felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately dared not be careless, quickly calming his mind, trying to appear as friendly as possible, then smiling, saying to Fan Xie and Li Yang beside him, "Look, it's so imposing, full of grandeur, awe-inspiring, overwhelming. Such a creature should only exist in heaven, how could we ever hear of it on earth, truly a god?" The yellow man's face immediately lit up. Did he just say I should only exist in heaven? He even said God? Doesn't that mean I'm going to become immortal? The yellow man's eyes sparkled, stretching its neck, eagerly waiting to hear what Chen Jingyu would say next. Just as it was about to lose control of its excitement, Chen Jingyu finally spoke the second half of the sentence. He gave a thumbs up and praised, truly a divine person. Subset of, superset of? The yellow man's glowing eyes immediately shrank back. Its body, which had started to emit a faint celestial aura, instantly returned to its original state. Asterisk asterisk, the yellow man opened its mouth wide, seemingly about to speak, but no sound came out. It just kept opening and closing its mouth, as if it might bite someone at any moment. Chen Jingyu and the other two quickly took a step back. They nervously watched the yellow man, who seemed to be on the verge of being driven mad. After several minutes, the yellow man finally croaked, in a voice that seemed to come from its soul, "Is a divine person a human or a god?" Those 9 words were spoken through gritted teeth, each word slow and heavy. Chen Jingyu rolled his eyes, thinking for a few seconds, "It's a divine person. Only this title fits your identity." Ding. The target has developed mild doubts about self-perception. Ding. Task progress increased to 15.98%. The Great Master had fallen again. You say it's time to go wild. But there's still no good excuse. You say not to go wild. This little brat looks so annoying. Actually, you were wrong from the start. Chen Jingyu suddenly interjected. Was it my mistake? The Great Master was full of confusion. Fan Ke and Li Yang quickly nodded. Their expressions were extremely sincere. Their attitude was incredibly serious. Yes, it was your mistake. There's no need to lie to you, a mistake is a mistake. The two echoed, sounding quite convincing. Ding. The target's worldview has experienced slight collapse. Ding. Task progress increased to 18.75%. Damn it, today I will be serious with you. The Great Master crossed its arms and sat cross-legged. Looking very much like an old sage. It was going all out. Mostly still feeling unsatisfied. Come, let's seriously discuss where exactly the mistake is. After saying this, it angrily added, if we don't figure this out today, no one is allowed to leave. But if we can't make it clear, don't blame me for being harsh. The Great Master's little paw reached out and pinched, some unidentifiable juice still sticking to it. Oh. Chen Jingyu and the others shivered together. Degree. Thinking back on it still felt somewhat disgusting. However, since it had come to this, it suited the rhythm Chen Jingyu wanted. At that moment, he sat cross-legged opposite the Great Master. A small grove debate was about to begin. Fan Ke and Li Yang each took a side. Fan Ke was the first to speak, made an inviting gesture, and said to Chen Jingyu, now, let the first speaker of the affirmative side begin. Ahem. Chen Jingyu cleared his throat seriously. First, let's talk about your question. You proposed 2 options, so I want to ask, which option do you hope others will choose? Without thinking, the Great Master replied, of course, it's that I look like a god, then I. It stopped mid-sentence. Chen Jingyu didn't mind and continued to ask, why do you want to become a god? Because gods are omnipotent and supreme beings. The Great Master said with longing. Omnipotent? He. Chen Jingyu chuckled a few times, then let me ask you, can a god create everything? Of course. The Great Master said proudly. Then let me ask you again, can a god create a giant stone that even they can't move? Of course. The Great Master felt something was off after saying this. Before it could react, Chen Jingyu smiled and asked, so since a god can't move the giant stone, how can you say they are omnipotent? Then they just can't create it. The Great Master quickly defended. Can't create it? Chen Jingyu said with a sneer, is that all a god can do? You just said gods can create everything. This. The Great Master instantly felt dizzy. Ding. The target's worldview has experienced mild collapse. Ding. Task progress increased to 22.65%. So, since being perfect and omnipotent isn't the case, why should we want to become someone else? Chen Jingyu spoke with a heartfelt tone, isn't it good to be yourself? Ding. The target's steadfast conviction begins to waver. Ding. Task progress increased to 26.31%. The Great Master opened its mouth wide, its expression starting to become dazed. Chen Jingyu continued to persuade, so, I am doing this all for your good. What is our relationship? If being a god were really that good, would I stop you? No, I would only sincerely bless you. At the same time, a song began to play. When you step onto the platform and walk alone, I can only deeply bless you. Deeply bless you, my dearest friend. I wish you a smooth journey. Listen. Let's hear the BGM first. Chen Jingyu suddenly raised his hand. Oh, okay. Fan Ke took out his phone and turned off the music. The two exchanged glances, and Fan Ke continued, now, let the opposing side begin their debate. He made an inviting gesture towards the Great Master. The Great Master looked worried. Why is he a debater, while I become a great debater? Fan Ke said seriously, because there are three of us, so we are divided into first debater, second debater, and third debater. You are alone, and you are so powerful, so it is very reasonable to call you the Great Debater. And your temperament really fits the title of Great Debater. Is that so? The Great Master was somewhat doubtful, then thank you. Ding, the target's strange knowledge has increased. Ding. Task progress upgraded to 31.31%. Chapter 107. Don't be fooled by the slow progress of the task, in the blink of an eye, it has already exceeded 30%. After gaining knowledge, it was time for the Great Master to speak. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The thoughts Chen Jingyu had just instilled in him were hard to digest. In fact, his heart had already begun to waver. After a moment of silence, the Great Master almost cried. With a choked voice, he said, I just want to simply ask a question, can you give me a simple answer? Why does it have to be so complicated? Is it really so hard to get an answer? Even if the answer might not be correct, I don't care. No. The three responded in unison. Very resolutely. Chen Jingyu said, as a wise person, the essence is to understand heaven and earth, man and nature, this is a very rigorous study, how can it be careless? Exactly, I didn't expect you to be so casual. I really misjudged you. Fan Xie also put on a heartbroken look. He looked extremely disappointed. The Great Master suddenly felt guilty inside. Ding. The target's determined heart has once again wavered. Ding. Task progress upgraded to 35.22%. Fan Xie continued, if that's the case, does the opposing great debater have to give up the right to speak? No, I want to speak. The Great Master felt incredibly ashamed and prepared to stop being a fish. He had to speak properly and reason with the opponent. The Great Master immediately put on a fierce look, wanting to add some momentum to his speech. Since you say being a god is not as good as being yourself, then when I ask you a question, why don't you say I look like a human? Man is the spirit of all things, isn't it good for you to say I look like a human? After asking this, he put on a menacing posture. For such a question, Chen Jingyu already had a strategy in mind. So he replied, why should I say? You clearly look more like a tabby cat. But my true form is a weasel. Why do you always say I am a cat? The Great Master was confused. Okay, I admit I was wrong, you are a weasel. Chen Jingyu shrugged. He expressed his helplessness. Clap, clap, clap. Fan Xie and Li Yang both applauded. Congratulations, finally reached a consensus. Congratulations, not easy. Chen Jingyu stood up, continuously cupping his hands, saying, thank you, thank you. In the crowd's congratulations, the Great Master stood up dumbfounded, thanking them behind. He looked completely forced to participate. Ding. The target's determined heart has wavered once again. Ding. Task progress upgraded to 40.08%. No, wait. The Great Master suddenly began to wave his hands. His intuition told him it shouldn't be like this. What's wrong? We've clearly reached a consensus. Chen Jingyu asked with confusion. What consensus have we reached? The Great Master questioned. We reached the consensus that you are a weasel, isn't that what you said? We all recognized it. Chen Jingyu explained. But that's clearly two different things. The Great Master began to grit his teeth. I was talking about looking like a human or a god, not just being one. Please pay attention to this point. Oh. Chen Jingyu seemed to awaken from a dream and then said seriously, so if we are talking about looks. What? The Great Master began to look forward. Then I still think you look like a tabby cat. Chen Jingyu shrugged. No, I think you look like a little girl with double ponytails. Li Yan also started joking seriously. Cut. Fan Xie immediately showed disdain. This top debater is clearly just a big, cute girl. You're the one who's talking nonsense. What I said is absolutely true. The three started arguing, completely ignoring the presence of the yellow immortal. Enough! The yellow immortal let out a furious roar. Its hair stood on end, hands on its hips, its little belly swelling with anger, blowing its beard and glaring. If you keep making a fuss, don't blame me for getting physical. No, you can't get physical. Chen Jingyu said with a blank expression. Exactly, we are cooperating with you so well, there's no reason for you to act. Fan Xie also understood the crux of the matter. I don't care about that. Anyway, I can't hold back anymore, I'm going to make a move. The yellow immortal seemed to have reached its breaking point. Ding! The target has a significant doubt about itself. Ding! Task progress increased to 45.52%. It's over, this guy is about to self-destruct. Chen Jingyu immediately noticed something was wrong. Talking reason won't help if the other party refuses to listen to reason. If it comes down to fists, the three of them together might not even be a match for this little creature. After all, it is an LV-18 dungeon boss. They still had to find a way to trick it. If they could confuse it into a stupor, they wouldn't even need to defeat it to get boss points. Bridge bean sack! Chen Jingyu quickly shouted. The yellow immortal didn't understand. A master once said, when you can't bear it any longer, please bear it once more. Chen Jingyu put on a knowing expression. You see, getting physical is actually bad. What if you hit a child? That would be terrible, right? Even if it doesn't hit a child, damaging the flowers and grass would also be bad, right? The yellow immortal felt it still didn't understand. What on earth is he saying? Is the generation gap really this big? No way, I have to go wild. I can't take it anymore. The yellow immortal bared its teeth, revealing 2 rows of big yellow teeth. I'm going to kill you. As the yellow immortal was about to pounce, it looked like it wouldn't stop until it bit them to death. Chen Jingyu felt a rush of panic, but his face remained calm as he slowly said, do you know what dang 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 means? The yellow immortal was taken aback. I don't care. I just want to bite you to death. Unable to argue back or understand, if it couldn't bite someone, who could handle that? At that moment, Li Yang, who was standing aside, made the first move. He pulled out a small shield to cover his hand and bashed the yellow immortal on the back of its head. Bang! Fan Xie, already prepared, was not to be outdone. He picked up a small copper hammer with both hands and followed up with a hit. Bang! These 2 hits made the yellow immortal's head ring violently. Bang 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 bang! The trio didn't give it a chance to react, hitting it 5 or 6 times in a row. The sound of bang 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 kept ringing out. The yellow immortal's head was spinning, feeling disoriented. Run! It's unclear who shouted first. The 3 of them quickly put away their weapons and sped off, leaving the poor yellow immortal behind, still hearing the echoes of bang 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 in its mind. Chapter 108. Chen Jingyu and the others ran for a long time before stopping. They turned back and checked several times, seeing that the yellow immortal hadn't followed, before catching their breath. Ding! Target's brain damaged, IQ -10. Ding! Target's brain damaged, IQ -10. Ding! Target's brain damaged, IQ -10. Ding! Task progress increased to 60.11%. The task system kept sending notifications. No way, this actually works? Chen Jingyu didn't expect that the desperate act made to escape would ultimately yield such unexpected gains. The task completion was already at 60%. This was good news. But for the current situation, it didn't help much. The yellow immortal had almost snapped in anger after all. Fortunately, Chen Jingyu and the others managed to escape before it could unleash its fury. Although they were safe for now, figuring out how to complete the task became even trickier. What should we do now? I feel like even if we call everyone, we can't beat this boss. Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu naturally understood this reasoning. He estimated that if they could complete the system task and raise the progress to 100%, which meant fooling the Huang Daxian completely, they would likely be able to finish the instance directly. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a problem. First, there was the magic cat, then the vengeful spirit, and finally the zombie king, all of which were defeated using different methods. So, as long as they could trick the Huang Daxian, the 50 boss points were basically within reach. That way, the dungeon would be completed. We need to stick to our previous strategy, let's fool it. Chen Jingyu said to the 2. I understand the reasoning, but can we still trick it? Fan Xie asked. We're almost there, just hold on a little longer. Chen Jingyu had to comfort him. He had an immature idea in his heart. Rather than waiting passively, why not take the initiative? After all, hiding away was definitely not a solution, since they would have to face it sooner or later. They might as well go straight to it. Perhaps Huang Daxian would chat with them since they took the initiative and surrendered. As long as they could chat, everything could be discussed. He shared his thoughts with Fan Xia and Li Yang. After listening, they were a bit worried, but since there was no better way, they ultimately agreed. Then you have to really trick it, it's all up to you. Fan Xia said seriously. You brat, can't you use half of your flirting skills to deal with the boss? Chen Jingyu asked with a soul-stirring question. Fan Xia frowned, showing a thoughtful expression. It's not impossible, but even if I can mentally handle it, there might still be significant physical obstacles. Sigma. Chen Jingyu and the other two were startled. Then they looked at each other in speechless dismay. They even felt a bit hopeless. Straight face. We're talking about tricking it, you can even flirt with it, but we didn't say you should jump it. Li Yang said, face-palming. Why didn't you make that clear earlier? Fan Xia replied with a look that blamed them. Besides, isn't flirting with girls just for that last step? It's become a habit, that's why I naturally thought of that. I give up on you. Chen Jingyu conceded defeat. This guy was completely an animal. The three made up their minds and started to head back the same way. They walked cautiously along the way. Fan Xia, be careful ahead, you're the one who fights the fiercest. Li Yang joked as they walked. What? Are you talking about me? Fan Xia immediately responded strongly, you were the one who started it first, and you hit pretty hard too. You two big brothers, don't forget about me, when we see the boss later, you two should surrender first. Chen Jingyu laughed. You can just shut up. The two said in unison. It's clearly your evil idea, how dare you blame us? Exactly, you old six are the worst, if we get punished later, it should be you first. The three bickered along the way, and before reaching the woods, they spotted a small figure sitting on a tree stump from a distance. From the back, it looked incredibly melancholic and sorrowful. A few dead leaves fell down. It all looked so desolate. What should we do? Li Yang asked. What else can we do? Fan Xia replied impatiently. Right, let's just go for it. Chen Jingyu took the lead and walked over. This matter depended crucially on him. Hiding would not be an option. Ahem. Once they reached the edge of the woods, Chen Jingyu cleared his throat twice. This immediately caught Huang Daxian's attention. When it turned its head and saw who was approaching, its eyes sparkled with fierce light. Damn humans, you dare to ambush me? I will kill you all. Only then did the three see that on Huang Daxian's not-so-large forehead, there were numerous welts of varying sizes. A large bruise covered part of its eye. One side of its cheek was also swollen high. The sight was truly miserable. Seeing it, one couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness inside. Unconsciously, I just want to laugh. Ha ha. The three of them couldn't help it for a moment and all burst into laughter at the silly look of the old demon. The old demon immediately became even angrier. Oh, winky face, oh, I'm going to kill all of you. A flash of lightning, and the old demon's figure appeared in front of the group. It leaped into the air, as if entering slow motion, both claws outstretched, its sharp nails popping out. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Pieces. It seemed that only the most primitive way of attacking could ease the hatred in its heart. Wait, we're here to help you. Chen Jingyu reacted quickly, rolling to the side, passing under the old demon. Just barely avoiding its attack. The two of them had switched places as a result. I won't believe anything you say now, die. The old demon seemed to have made up its mind. Then what if I answer your questions honestly? Chen Jingyu half-squatted, shouting loudly. Really? The old demon suddenly stopped and asked in a very gentle tone. Straight face. This guy, does he have no backbone? This face change is just too fast. Chen Jingyu didn't expect that a casual remark would actually stop the old demon. Looks like this guy is really deep in trouble. The question about whether it looked like a human or a god had already been etched into its bones. It was like a knot in its heart, something it couldn't shake off no matter what, trying to complete it by any means. Of course, ask away. Chen Jingyu slowly stood up and said with a serious face. Carrot, do I look like a human or a god? The old demon asked with immense longing. Chapter 109. Chen Jingyu pretended to push the crystal glasses on his nose. Then cleared his throat. Ahem. I think you look like a Giba cat. Chen Jingyu said calmly. What? Oh, winky face, oh, the old demon went berserk on the spot. You brat, you dare to mock me, I'm going to kill you. No, I'm not mocking you. Chen Jingyu explained while stepping back, every time, my answer has been the same, that's enough to show it's the truth. Yes, only liars would speak in flowery language. Li Yang chimed in. Exactly, somebody as reasonable as you, such a great person, should be able to understand this logic, right? Chen Jingyu quickly flattered when he saw the old demon hesitate. Of course, who do you think I am? Would I not understand such reasoning? Fan Xie also joined in, singing along. Ding. The target is somewhat smug, intelligence -50. Ding. The target has triggered a brain injury, intelligence -50. Ding. Mission progress increased to 65.17%. Seeing the system's notifications, Chen Jingyu's heart cheered. He didn't expect that the previous beating would have such a good effect. Not only did it lower the old demon's intelligence, but it also made it easier to deceive. The old demon crossed its arms, puffed out its chest, and looked as though it was above everyone else. It had already been flattered into floating in the air. Wait. Suddenly, it realized something. What was I trying to do just now? Why do I feel like something's not right? It patted its head, my head, it hurts. Why can't I remember? Ding. The target has triggered a brain injury, intelligence -50. Ding. The target has triggered a brain injury, intelligence -50. Ding. Mission progress increased to 68.99%. This works? Chen Jingyu was speechless. This guy can actually lower his own intelligence, looks like the deception is working. The old demon continued hitting its head, its intelligence dropping more and more. Finally, it remembered something. How strange, I feel like I should be killing you guys. Underscore? But why do I want to kill you? Oh, Chen Jingyu and the others were shocked. This fool, his brain concussion is so severe, his intelligence is almost negative, and yet he's still thinking of killing them. You remember wrong, Chen Jingyu quickly said. Yes, we're clearly good brothers. Fan Xie followed up. Look, we were chatting so happily just now. Chen Jingyu added. Do you remember what happened in the small forest just now? Fan Xie added again. The three people began chattering away, speaking nonsense. The great Huang Dan became even more confused. Little Grove? What happened? Huang Dan furrowed his brow. It seemed to remember something pleasant. It vaguely felt like there was something delicious. Damn it, my head hurts. Unable to recall, Huang Dan started pounding his head. Ding. Target has struck their head, IQ -50. Ding. Target has caused irreversible damage to their brain, IQ close to 0. Ding. Task progress increased to 75.91%. Huang Dan lifted his head, looking at Fan Xie with starry eyes, and asked, what did we do in the little grove? Why do I feel like there was something very delicious, and I was in a great mood? Chen Jingyu and Li Yang quickly stepped back, giving the stage to Fan Xie. That guy immediately put on an extremely affectionate look. My dear little Huang, have you forgotten? Little Huang? Huang Dan looked puzzled. Are you talking about me? Is that my name? Damn it. It angrily pounded its head. Who am I? Why can't I remember why I came? You are the great eagle cute girl, my little Huang. Fan Xie squatted down, gazing at Huang Dan with a sorrowful look. So I am the great eagle cute girl? Huang Dan seemed to suddenly realize. Yes. Look at your figure now, so much like a great eagle. Fan Xie took out his phone as a mirror and showed it to Huang Dan. In Huang Dan's eyes, light instantly shone forth. So I am the great eagle cute girl, my name is little Huang. Saying this, it looked at Fan Xie with hopeful eyes and asked, then, what is our relationship? While speaking, it even seemed a bit shy. Oh my. Fan Xie was startled by this and took several steps back. Is it necessary to be this abnormal? Chen Jingyu and Li Yang looked at him together. Go ahead, overcome your psychology. Li Yang said. Yes, and I feel that your physical problem is actually not too serious, you are just a beast. Chen Jingyu added. What the heck, you two, how come you aren't doing anything? Fan Xie lowered his voice and shouted hurriedly. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang shrugged together. There's nothing we can do, the atmosphere is like this, who told it to have feelings for you? Should we let you two go to distract it? You go win it over? Fan Xie almost jumped up. You two, are you still human? You are worse than beasts. Chen Jingyu laughed out loud. Don't rush, just joking, but now you really need to step up, continue. He moved a step closer and lowered his voice, make it believe your lies. Only then did Fan Xie calm down a bit. He glanced at the starry-eyed Huang Dan, and rare sighed deeply. Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk, sigh. After sighing, Fan Xie twirled his head with an air of swagger and stepped forth with a bold stride. Actually. Before he could speak, Huang Dan interrupted him. Can I ask a question first? Fan Xie twisted his body, resting one hand on the nearby large tree, and shook his head. Don't ask, love it. Not about that. Huang Dan shook his head. I want to know. Qualified, 18 centimeters. Fan Xie said again. Huang Dan was a bit angry, having been interrupted twice in a row while speaking. Can't you stop butting in? Fan Xie frowned slightly and seriously thought for a moment. I suppose it's not impossible. Straight face, straight face. Although he was very clear about Fan Xie's character, Chen Jingyu still often found it hard to accept. Humph. Huang Dan huffed, crossing its arms, and spoke again. I just wanted to ask why I always feel like some inexplicable force is driving me, making me unable to stop wanting to ask another question. What the heck, so persistent? Even in this situation, it still wants to ask? Chen Jingyu quickly spoke up. Better not ask. Yes, we are all doing this for your own good. Asking will only ruin the good vibes. The three of them coaxed and deceived. An already deeply rooted problem suddenly reminded him of something. Chen Jingyu immediately threatened, dare to ask if I'll beat you to death. Kids shouldn't ask too many questions, Li Yang chimed in. Ask again, and we'll break up. Fan Xie was even more straightforward. Chen Jingyu? Li Yang? Huang Daxian? Fan Xie scratched his head. Sorry, the immersion is too strong, I didn't react in time. Chen Jingyu. Li Yang. Huang Daxian? Why do I always feel out of place with you all? Huang Daxian's face was full of confusion. It squatted on the ground, curling its legs to its side, its arms shrunk, and its two claws resting in front, asking pitifully, is it because I look like a big eagle? The three instinctively nodded. Sure enough, Huang Daxian's eyes immediately filled with tears. Am I really not at all like a human? It instinctively asked half of that question. Don't think nonsense, just be your cute eagle girl. Fan Xie quickly advised. Yes, be good. Just be yourself, why be someone else? Huang Daxian nodded, choked with emotion, thank you all. You are all so good. Ding. The target's brain circuit has a problem, irreversible damage has occurred to the brain, IQ has dropped to 0. Ding. Task progress has been raised to 80.91%. Chen Jingyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Huang Daxian before his eyes, where was the glorious figure from before? Not only did it have a head full of bumps, but its face was also bruised and swollen, with its cheeks puffed up high. At this moment, due to just now's choking, snot was hanging long. The tearful look was indeed quite ridiculous. To achieve the goal, only one last push was needed. Chen Jingyu prepared to increase the intensity to finish the task with one strong effort. This cute girl, actually, you don't know us enough, you don't need to thank us, we are all sincerely helping you. Huang Daxian pouted, sniffed, and nodded heavily. So Chen Jingyu transformed into a caring older brother, assuming a wise demeanor, speaking earnestly, you must be obedient, only by cooperating well can you find your way out of confusion, then your future will be limitless, understand? Huang Daxian nodded more decisively. This guy's IQ really dropped to 0. So they say, nothing good ever comes from practicing immortality, and it's best to sleep early at night. Chen Jingyu was very satisfied with Huang Daxian's performance, and immediately said with a smile, alright, now stand up and walk a few steps for me to see. The crooked charm technique officially began. Walk a few steps? Huang Daxian stood up, still puzzled, but complied. Stretching its little short legs, it walked back and forth a few steps. What's wrong? There's no problem, right? Chen Jingyu instantly showed a serious expression, shaking his head and sighing, is this really okay? Huang Daxian? What is it? Chen Jingyu just sighed. However, to Li Yang and the two, he whispered, it's over, no hope left. Sigma, Huang Daxian was immediately shocked. You have to tell me quickly, what's wrong with me? It anxiously asked repeatedly. Chen Jingyu sighed again, do you really want to know? Huang Daxian nodded repeatedly. Good, then now lift your left foot. Chen Jingyu commanded. Yes, a bit higher. Huang Daxian followed fully. Chen Jingyu suddenly shouted, force it, stomp down. Bang! Huang Daxian stomped heavily on the ground. Very good, do it a few more times. Chen Jingyu didn't give it a chance to react. He repeated it 4 or 5 times continuously. How does it feel now? Chen Jingyu asked. Huang Daxian wore a bitter expression, it feels a bit numb. Numb is correct. Chen Jingyu was suddenly heartbroken, your problem is right here. Sigma, winky face. Huang Daxian was so scared its face changed color, no way? Then listen to my commands and walk 2 more steps. Chen Jingyu pointed to the ground. Okay. Huang Daxian's mind was blank, just knowing to follow. Come on, 1-2-1, Chen Jingyu shouted, left foot, right foot. Left and right, left, left. Huang Daxian suddenly stumbled, and after walking a few steps, it fell down. See? Did you notice? Chen Jingyu walked up and said, your leg is useless. I can no longer walk properly. Ah. The old wizard turned pale with fear. What should we do? Chen Jingyu looked around and found a tree branch. After breaking it, a mini cane was made. Here, from now on, use this cane. Remember, your left foot must never touch the ground. The old wizard quickly took it and leaned on it. But he still asked in confusion, why can't it touch the ground? With your IQ, it's hard to explain. You just need to remember to follow this. Lean on it for 480 days, and your leg will be completely healed. Chen Jingyu said with concern. Healed? Oh, he must be saying it will recover, the old wizard comforted himself in his heart. It will definitely get better. He immediately burst into grateful tears. Thank you for your great kindness. I will definitely follow your instructions. If it weren't for you, my leg would be ruined. Ding. Task progress increased to 95.27%. Chen Jingyu furrowed his brow. Why hasn't it been completed yet? After having deceived so much, it's only 95%? Looks like it's still a little short. I need to increase the effort. Chen Jingyu felt helpless. By the way, where do you usually live? Chen Jingyu asked again. The old wizard, leaning on the cane, walked a few steps limping. It should be in this forest, but I can't remember clearly. Chen Jingyu nodded. He casually pulled some wild grass from the ground. This is a herb specially for treating your leg injury. You need to remember it well. The old wizard instantly felt it was a treasure. He tucked the cane under his arm, reaching out with both hands to hold the wild grass, examining it carefully. Excuse me, how do I use this herb? Without thinking, Chen Jingyu replied, this is simple. Boil 1 bowl of water down to 3 barrels of water, and then drink it all at once. The old wizard. Let's put aside drinking it all at once for now. How can 1 bowl of water be boiled down to 3 barrels? He asked with a soul-searching question. Chen Jingyu appeared surprised. With your IQ, you shouldn't ask such a childish question. Implying that this shouldn't even be a question. He. The old wizard laughed awkwardly a few times. Just joking. I definitely understand. He felt too embarrassed to ask again. Ding. Task progress increased to 100%. Chapter 111. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Jingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally succeeded in the deception. But he felt a bit uneasy and added, remember, from now on, always be kind and don't resort to violence, got it? The old wizard nodded vigorously, his attitude very sincere. Ding. Congratulations, task old wizard completed. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the task reward item Crystal Light Sword. A silvery metal tube, about 10 centimeters long, appeared in Chen Jingyu's hand. Is this the Crystal Light Sword? Before Chen Jingyu could take a closer look, another prompt appeared. This was a prompt that everyone could see. Ding. Blue team successfully defeated the boss old wizard. Ding. Blue team received 50 points. Ding. Blue team's points exceeded 100, achieving victory in this instance. At this moment in the forest, everyone was crying in a heap. They originally thought they would die here, but unexpectedly, they achieved victory. The remaining dozens of blue team members felt like they had been given a second life. Oh my god, I'm actually alive, ahaha. Wah? I miss my mom. I want to go home, wah? Chen Jingyu and the other two were relatively calm. But in their hearts, they still felt a bit excited. Completing another instance was truly not easy. Instance space, Park Warfare, PvP, completed. Completion, SSS. Ding. Obtained skill book basic strength enhancement. Ding. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV6. The scene shifted, and the three returned to Central Park in reality. Surrounded by a bustling crowd, it was lively. The three quickly blended into the crowd, not wanting to draw attention to themselves at all. Silently weaving through the crowd for a while, after confirming that no one was following them, the three finally sat down under a tree's shade. They began to inspect their spoils. Damn it, I finally have a skill. Li Yang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he took out a skill book. A flash of light passed by, and the skill book disappeared from his hands again. Learning completed. Chen Jingyu also pulled out a book, his curiosity evident, and asked, I got one too, I wonder if I can learn it. He hadn't awakened a profession, so he was uncertain if learning the skill book was possible for him. He then used a crystal lens to scan the book. Item name, Basic Strength Enhancement. Required level, LV1. Professional requirement, none. Additional ability, increases personal strength attribute by 5%. Description, passive skill. After reading this, Chen Jingyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Not bad, it's a passive enhancement skill. He directly chose to learn it. Then, a flash of light flickered, identical to when Li Yang learned previously. What skill do you have? My strength enhancement is a passive skill. Chen Jingyu asked while opening his attributes panel. Without hesitation, he allocated all 9 attribute points to agility. Name, Chen Jingyu. Profession, commoner, awakening not yet. Level, LV6. Talent, SSS. Strength, 11. Agility, 38, plus 6. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 11. Energy, 0. Skill, none. His agility attribute had already reached 38 points. Considering the 6 points provided by his equipment, that made a total of 44 points of agility. For now, that was quite impressive. Furthermore, the strength attribute hadn't changed. This was because the enhancement from basic strength enhancement was still a bit too low. Only a mere 5%. Chen Jingyu had thought about allocating some points to strength, otherwise, the basic strength enhancement would feel wasted. But considering it only strengthened by 5%, even if strength reached 100 points, it would only add an extra 5 points. So, it was still better to pump up agility, which was more cost-effective. Hearing Chen Jingyu's question, Li Yang examined his own skills, then replied, My skill is called Basic Charge. It seems to be an ultra-fast dash over a short distance, causing a strong impact on the target, with a small probability of stunning them. Wow, that skill is powerful. Although he didn't often play online games, Chen Jingyu could imagine that this skill was definitely a good one. What about you? What reward did you get? Chen Jingyu and Li Yang both looked at Fan Xie. Nothing much. Fan Xie waved his hand, a strength ring, adds 5 points to strength, it's just average. It was clear that he wasn't very enthusiastic. Not that Fan Xie was showing off, it was just that adding a few points to attributes from gear was indeed not as substantial as a basic skill. As an archer, he currently only had a control-type trap skill, lacking offensive options, primarily relying on basic attacks. Thus, upon learning that they had obtained skill books, he naturally felt less excited. Let's go get our backpacks and leave quickly. Chen Jingyu reminded the others that their computer bags were still left at the basketball court and needed to be retrieved soon. This dungeon had claimed hundreds of lives, it would surely become big news, so it was better to slip away early. The three returned to the basketball court and successfully retrieved their computer bags. The brutal scenes of the dungeon didn't seem to dampen the spirits of the blue team survivors, many were enthusiastically sharing stories of what had happened inside the dungeon. This place isn't safe, we need to move. Chen Jingyu slung his backpack on, pulled out his phone, and tossed away the waterproof pouch on it. No, I want to wait a bit longer. Fan Xie still didn't want to leave. Are you seeking death? Chen Jingyu scolded, do you really not know that woman's identity? She is a leader from the red team, after this dungeon failure, they must have already known. You want to deliver it right to my doorstep? Exactly. Li Yang said while pulling Fan Xie along, those trainees are all big mouths, our business is going to spread fast. If that woman finds out we ruined her chances, she won't let us off easily. The two of them said this, and Fan Xie finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Based on the performance of the Red Square team members in the mission, they were all ruthless, and it was unlikely they were good people in reality. Alright, my life is more important. Fan Xie still felt a bit unwilling. It's a pity about that exceptionally talented girl, it seems we're destined to miss our chance today. After saying that, he started to look around. He hoped to get one last glimpse before they left. After all, that was a once-in-a-thousand-years spectacle. Chapter 112. The three quickly passed through the path in the woods and reached the road next to Central Park. Chen Jingyu had always been meticulous and cautious. Otherwise, after so many missions, something terrible might have happened already. He looked at the two and said, Li Yang, you'd better let your family stay in the countryside for a while. Don't stay in your house, find a single apartment to deal with things for now. As he spoke, he changed direction and said to Fan Xie, you should also move to your Aunt Wang's house for a few days. Is that really necessary? Li Yang felt he was being overly cautious. Chen Jingyu nodded. He had experienced a hitman coming after him before. This isn't a good place to talk. When I have time, I'll explain in detail. For now, just listen to me. Chen Jingyu's expression showed he was not joking at all. Seeing him so serious, both of them straightened up. What are the three of you doing? Why did you come out from here? A voice came from not far away. Chen Jingyu frowned, his hand already resting on his crystal ring. Li Yang and the other person were also ready to act. They exchanged glances and turned around, only to see two middle-aged men in uniforms walking along the small path at the edge of Central Park. It was hard to tell what kind of uniforms they wore, but they were both wearing red armbands. We're talking about you. What are you doing? The two men approached as they spoke. They were also quietly talking into the walkie-talkies on their shoulders. What are we waiting for? Run! Chen Jingyu said in a low voice. No matter who these people were, staying behind surely wouldn't bring any good. All three were sharp and clever. Upon hearing Chen Jingyu's words, they immediately split into three directions, preparing to run away. Screech! The sound of sudden braking came. Two 7-seat MVP vehicles stopped on the road. The doors swung open violently, and over 10 people rushed out from inside. All were in matching gray uniforms. At the same time, more people began to emerge from the woods in the park. In an instant, all escape routes for Chen Jingyu and the others were blocked. This was bad. The three of them backed up against each other once more. Don't panic, observe the situation, Chen Jingyu whispered. He took out the task reward, crystal light sword, that he hadn't had the chance to look at earlier. This weapon was different from others, it was nearly invisible when held. The other two didn't have weapons, but they were ready. Fan Xia bent down, tied his shoelaces, while also dropping something invisible to others. What are you three doing, and why did you come out from here? The first man to speak asked again. The others remained silent, slowly closing in. Chen Jingyu smiled, looking relaxed. We just arrived, we're planning to take a walk in the park. We didn't know if you leaders had any instructions? Just arrived? Humph. The newcomer sneered a couple of times, sarcastically. I see you just came out from inside. Tell me, why are you trampling the grass and not using the main path to leave the park? Leader, you misunderstood. Li Yang quickly explained. We heard something happened here, so we wanted to come and take a look. We didn't intend to cut through. Yes, we won't dare next time, we'll leave now. Fan Xie also smiled. The man in uniform frowned, as if analyzing the truth of their words. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, how about this, come with us to the management office, we are very strict about people trampling the lawn. As he spoke, he moved to grab the three of them. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang shrugged off their arms, dodging the man's hands. Who are you exactly? What right do you have to make us go with you? Who are we? We are from the landscaping management office, if you don't cooperate honestly, we will notify the police, the man in uniform said coldly. As far as I know, even if you are from the landscaping management office, you have no law enforcement power, right? What right do you have to make us go with you? Chen Jingyu still smiled. If possible, it's better not to escalate things. The current situation is complex, with mysterious forces vying for power both openly and secretly. Unless necessary, it's best not to get involved. However, developments often go against one's wishes. After hearing Chen Jingyu's words, the man in uniform sneered a few times, cut the crap, if I say go with me, just go obediently, don't force us to take action. Take action? Chen Jingyu smiled slightly and countered. What are you going to do? The uniformed man said arrogantly, completely underestimating the three. Take action. Chen Jingyu repeated. But this time, the tone was completely different from before. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang moved directly. A black iron great sword appeared in his hand in an instant. His figure suddenly left a shadow behind. He charged forward. Although it was only over a meter away, it collided perfectly with the uniformed man's body. Bang! A strong force hit. The uniformed man was knocked back several steps, feeling dizzy. Go! Chen Jingyu pressed the mechanism on the hilt of the crystal stone lightsaber, and a crimson light flashed out. A more than 1 meter long lightsaber appeared instantly. Information about the crystal lightsaber was transmitted through the crystal lens. Item name, Crystal Lightsaber, Epic. Usage level, LV5. Job requirement, none. Special ability, Burning, deals extra damage to the target's wounds. Description, a weapon once owned by the wandering swordsman Atomic Warrior, said to have cut through spatial particles. This is a weapon rewarded by the mission system, different from weapons obtained in the game. The biggest difference is that it does not show destructive power. But that does not affect its might. At least no one would underestimate its damage. Once the crystal lightsaber appeared, everyone present was stunned. This kind of high-tech weapon brought an unusual shock. Go! Chen Jingyu swung the crystal lightsaber, dodging the several people rushing up. Along with Li Yang knocking open the target first, a small gap had already opened in front of them. The three acted quickly and charged forward. Catch them! People came rushing in from all directions. Click, click. A light blue shadow appeared right where Fan Xie stood. The person rushing in from behind was instantly encased in ice. Those who followed and prepared to surround Chen Jingyu were instantly too scared to move. Fan Xie's ice trap worked wonders again. With this brief moment of time, the three of them had already broken out of the encirclement. Chapter 113. As soon as the three broke through the encirclement, the uniformed group reacted. The guy who was knocked out by Li Yang immediately shouted in frustration, "Catch them, the young lady has a heavy reward." As soon as the words young lady were heard, Fan Xie suddenly paused his steps. He almost wanted to rush up and confess. Chen Jingyu slapped his head. A direct slap brought him back to his senses. The three of them sprinted wildly on the road. The sound of screeching brakes echoed nonstop on the road. Dozens of black luxury cars, parked haphazardly at various intersections, had people continuously getting out and running towards the park. Just as Chen Jingyu and the others had escaped, they found themselves surrounded again. Damn it, why are there so many people? This was a situation Chen Jingyu did not anticipate. You all think you can run? The previously knocked out uniformed man caught up. He stared at the three with a hostile look and coldly said, "Several streets nearby have been sealed off by us. I'm curious where you think you can run to? Be smart and come with us obediently." A large crowd began to gather near them. Chen Jingyu and the others had no choice but to stop. Who are all these people? Li Yang asked in surprise. It was almost time for the night shift, and these people surprisingly had the ability to seal off several streets. It was hard to believe. But one thing was certain, these people were definitely not good. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had surrounded Chen Jingyu and his friends. Aside from the 20 or so uniformed individuals, the rest were dressed casually. The situation suddenly grew tense. This place was definitely not a game. Boom! The roar of engines echoed from the road. Just from the sound, you could tell the cars weren't cheap. Screech! The sound of brakes followed. The crowd parted, and a young man wearing sunglasses and a luxury brand t-shirt with a large logo walked up leisurely. Young Master Lu. The crowd suddenly bowed in unison and shouted. The voice was loud. Young Master Lu took off his sunglasses and glanced at Chen Jingyu and the others, a hint of contemptuous smile appearing on his face. "It's you three?" he asked aimlessly. "What brings you here?" Chen Jingyu replied calmly. Young Master Lu seemed a bit surprised by their composure, smiling slightly and saying, "News from the game indicated that 3 experts were sabotaging our operations. I initially didn't take it seriously, but who would have thought you managed to wipe out 3 of our squads? I truly underestimated you." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyu and the others instantly understood. They were indeed the masterminds behind the 3 red squads. Lu? Chen Jingyu searched his mind for the rich names in the city, but unfortunately, he didn't know much about this information. In this regard, Fan Xie was more knowledgeable than him. Sure enough, Fan Xie quietly said from behind, the Lu family might be the owner of the Jingting winery. I vaguely remember Aunt Wang mentioning them. As he said this, he scanned the surroundings and added, "The friend you introduced to me, I mentioned that he has connections to a person even Aunt Wang can't provoke, right? That's a core member of the Zhang family, but compared to the Lu family, they are far behind." After Fan Xie explained, Chen Jingyu had a general idea. Although he didn't know much about Jingting winery, he had some understanding of Aunt Wang and the Zhang family. The fact that Aunt Wang could purchase powerful weapons and skills indicated she was not short on money. Yet, she seemed a bit humble before the Zhang family. And regarding the Zhang family, Chen Jingyu recalled Zhang Wei, whom he encountered when causing a ruckus at Yuanbao building. Of course, there was also Zhang Linlin, who just moved in next door to him. If they were all from the Zhang family, it meant the Zhang family was not to be underestimated. For now, it was clear that Lu family was greater than Zhang family, and Zhang family was greater than Aunt Wang. Chen Jingyu roughly figured out this hierarchy. These wealthy families always have a much greater grasp of opportunities than ordinary people. And since they have money, connections, and resources, they always start out quickly. Once they develop, they will likely reach an astonishing height. Just the information they had was enough to shock Chen Jingyu. The time and place of the instance opening. The type of instance that was opening. They could actually know all this in advance. Of course, there was also the key with mysterious powers. If possible, Chen Jingyu even wanted to have a chat with them. He was just too curious about these things. "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Lu Xiao maintained a relaxed demeanor. "If not, please come with us." "I do." Fan Xie raised his hand. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang immediately guessed what he was going to say. Sure enough, Fan Xie cheerfully stepped forward and said, "Where is your sister? Why didn't she come?" Lu Xiao was taken aback. "You know my sister? Hee, we've met once, could you possibly introduce me? If your sister comes out, I'll definitely spill everything," Fan Xie said very seriously. Lu Xiao frowned, as if he caught a whiff of something. He suddenly felt a little angry. "I don't think this is funny at all." Fan Xie's smile annoyed him a bit. Nothing understands a man better than another man. Fan Xie wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chen Jingyu. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. We three are just passing through here." Even though this Lu guy already knew everything, Chen Jingyu didn't plan to admit it. "Let's see what you do." He. Lu Xiao seemed to have guessed what Chen Jingyu would say, and he already had a countermeasure. "It doesn't matter if you are just passing by. There are others involved in the instance, and soon we will gather you all together for face-to-face confrontation, and you'll figure it out then." "What if we don't go?" Chen Jingyu retorted. He knew in his heart that it probably wouldn't be so easy to fool this time. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Xiao to respond, Chen Jingyu took action first. The three of them had been colleagues for many years, and they often stayed together for long hours of overtime. They all understood each other very well. At the moment Chen Jingyu moved, Li Yang activated his skill again. He charged straight at Lu Xiao. "Humph, do you want to fight me? You think too much." Lu Xiao flipped his hand, and a half-human tall shield appeared in his hand. Another guardian. Chen Jingyu was furious and gritted his teeth. This was a profession he greatly admired. Moreover, having a shield as a special weapon made him even more envious. Bang! Li Yang crashed into the shield, suddenly halting his movement. He felt a bit dizzy all of a sudden. The basic impact rebound actually reflected back onto him. Without waiting for others to react, Chen Jingyu lunged at Lu Xiao. Catch the thief, first catch the king. The crowd was too dense, it wasn't like the time by the lakeside in the instance when he had ample dodging space. Now, facing so many people at once, he didn't have much confidence. If he could capture Lu Xiao, the hope of escaping would be greater. Chapter 114. The crystal light sword in Chen Jingyu's hand slashed wildly, forcing back several people around Lu Xiao. The crowd wasn't stupid, they knew who his target was. Immediately, two people rushed out from left and right, wanting to block Chen Jingyu. "Kid, not a chance." One person raised his long sword, aiming to block Chen Jingyu's red sword blade. Swish! The crystal light sword and the person's long sword clashed together. There was no sound of metal clashing as imagined. Not even the sensation of impact was felt. However, the crystal light sword was surprisingly cut down to half its length. It was as if it had been sliced by that long sword. 1 second later, the crystal light sword and the long sword disengaged. The sword blade suddenly erupted in size again. Puff! It pierced right through that person. Sizzle! The sound of burning emerged. A foul smell wafted through the air. Ah! With a scream, that person fell heavily to the ground. Smoke wafted from his shoulder, with not a drop of blood flowing out. But from the look on his face, the pain is unimaginable. The people around change color in shock. At the same time, they all look at the crystal light sword in Chen Jingyu's hand. This weapon, not to mention its destructive power, just the sudden change in length can catch an opponent off guard. Indeed something good, I have my eye on this sword. Lu Xiao steps back while holding a shield. His eyes shine as he watches the crystal long sword emitting a red beam of light. The disturbance from his subordinates just now gave him a chance to react. Even though one person was lost, it was not important at all. Chen Jingyu also knows he missed a great opportunity, chasing now will be useless and only land him in the enemy's heavy encirclement. But the good news is that this little while has brought Li Yang back to consciousness. "Jingyu, take this." He directly hands over the black iron great sword in his hand. Chen Jingyu reacts quickly, tossing the crystal light sword into the crystal ring and grabbing the black iron great sword's hilt with both hands, twisting at the waist, ready to launch his self-created skill again. Duck! With Chen Jingyu's loud shout, Li Yang and Fan Xie simultaneously crouch down. They are too close, if they don't dodge, they will definitely be the first to be harmed. The three work together perfectly, giving no time for others to react. Chen Jingyu starts spinning again. He just leveled up, although his strength isn't enhanced, his agility has increased a lot, making him much faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black iron great sword spins, creating gusts of wind. Humph, I knew you had this trick. Lu Xiao surprisingly remains calm, even advancing with his shield. Meanwhile, the crowd around retreats at the same time. But a few people step forward. With a flip of their hands, several large shields surround Chen Jingyu tightly. Bam! 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 The black iron greatsword suddenly strikes against the encroaching shields from all sides, causing sparks to fly and creating loud noises. Hi! With a shout from the people holding shields around, they step forward again. This directly forces Chen Jingyu to a stop. Kid, your trick is no longer useful, surrender. Lu Xiao shouts loudly while pushing against the shield. Almost at the same time, gleaming long swords stab through the gaps in the shields. Be careful. Li Yang, crouching on the ground, quickly raises another sword for defense. Clang! 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 A series of metal clashing sounds erupt. The long swords that pierced in from all sides were mostly blocked. But the three still suffer some minor injuries. Red stains immediately spread on their t-shirts. You're asking for death. Chen Jingyu gets really angry, quickly changing weapons and bringing out the crystal light sword again. He strikes at the gaps in the shields next to him. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, one more person falls. Retreat! Lu Xiao quickly shouts, retreating himself at the forefront. The destructive power of the crystal light sword is simply too strong. This makes Lu Xiao filled with fear. The shield-holding people step back a few paces, and Chen Jingyu and his group regain some space. But all around them is still densely packed with enemies. They can't escape at all. Kid, I really appreciate you, now I give you a chance, surrender and hand over your weapon, and I can give you the position of captain. Lu Xiao's eyes shine with light, and the corners of his mouth rise slightly, speaking in an irresistible tone. You want to eat peaches? Chen Jingyu sneers coldly. How could he not understand their thoughts? Surrender and hand over weapons? That would just be letting others take control. Peaches? Lu Xiao frowns in confusion. Someone next to him hurriedly whispers, Lu Xiao, the English pronunciation for peach is eat, he's saying you want to eat pea. Lu Xiao's face instantly turns a mix of red and green. He turns around and angrily berates, do I need you to tell me? Get the hell out of here. He directly kicks the person away. He also puts away the shield. A double-handed sword was taken out again. Kid, I'll give you 3 seconds now. If you don't surrender, your only road is death. Lu Xiao's words carried an innate arrogance. He didn't take Chen Jingyu and the other two seriously at all. If it weren't for the weapon he was eyeing, he wouldn't have wasted time talking to them. But at this moment, since they dared to reject his offer, he was no longer prepared to be polite. The people around them grew even denser, closing in. Everyone was itching for a fight. This was still the inner circle. There were still dozens of people outside who couldn't join in. Chen Jingyu and the other two also turned serious. They stood back to back in a triangle formation, fully ready to fight to the death against the encircling threats. The struggle was tough for Fan Xia, who was an archer and had no experience in close combat at all. At this moment, he could only hold the end of his longbow, using it like a big knife. Brothers, today we must fight to the death. Li Yang exclaimed, his trembling hands reflecting his excitement. Originally, they were all honest, hard-working office workers, how could they have experienced such a life-and-death battle? Don't panic, hold on. We definitely won't die today. Chen Jingyu encouraged the two. Li Yang and Fan Xia didn't know whether he was just giving them encouragement or really had confidence. But it ignited a tiny spark of hope in their hearts. However, Lu Xiao, upon hearing this, sneered disdainfully. Humph, won't die? Then let me show you how I will kill you today. Lu Xiao took a step back, and the spot he occupied was instantly filled by others. He walked as he said, with just you three trash, do you think you can play with me? What qualifications do you have? Relying on people? Relying on equipment? Or relying on money? As Lu Xiao walked, he slowly retreated to the outer edge. Let you see for yourselves how I will kill you today. After saying that, he waved his hands, and the crowd erupted in shouts. Go! Kill them! Everyone rushed forth like a swarm. Chapter 115. Before the game descended, if so many people rushed in, with just one person wielding a knife, the surrounded individuals would undoubtedly be doomed. But luckily, things were different now, the three of them had a certain power boost. Especially Chen Jingyu, whose agility was incredibly high. At that moment, his reaction speed had increased significantly. If he had this ability before the game arrived, he would have definitely been an athlete. A top-tier one at that. Once the crowd closed in, Chen Jingyu and Li Yang moved first. The two waved their weapons, constantly rotating and switching positions, forcing back the attacking enemies. Although Fan Xia didn't have close combat abilities, he at least had a trap skill. However, in reality, recovering energy was an issue, so after investing in energy attributes, he could only use his skills twice. Having already used one, he had no choice now but to use the last bit of energy for his life. An ice freeze instantly appeared. The huge ice blocks provided cover for the three of them, allowing a temporary respite from the rear. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang, with vigor, knocked down more than 10 people. But the number of people on the outside was overwhelmingly large, continuously pouring in, quickly filling the gaps. Even though they fought hard to break through, the enemy was simply too many. Before long, the duration of the frozen trap ended, and the ice blocks disappeared. The three of them lost their last reliance at the back. Damn, what do we do now? Li Yang thrust his black iron greatsword into the ground, panting heavily. Old Chen, what's your plan? Didn't you say nothing would happen today? Fan Xia, holding his bow and arrow, couldn't possibly shoot in such close quarters. Yes, Jingyu, if you have a way, hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Li Yang said softly. After a round of fighting, although the three were exhausted, they managed to avoid the enemy. They entered a new period of confrontation. But Chen Jingyu knew that after this brief calm, a more furious storm was sure to come. Li Yang and the others put all their hopes on him. But at this moment, Chen Jingyu had no way out. All his hope was in a text message he had secretly sent not long ago. I hope those two guys can find the right place. Although he shared the location map, Chen Jingyu also didn't know if those two could find it. Hearing Chen Jingyu's words, Fan Ke exclaimed, "Damn it, you're just waiting for reinforcements, what a mess." Chen Jingyu rolled his eyes at him, "At least I know to call for help, what about you? Just shouting around, playing the mood setter?" Seeing the two argue, Lu Xiao outside the circle sneered repeatedly, "Humph, you two still have the interest to bicker? Just wait and see, you won't even be able to cry later." "Shut up." The two cursed back at him. "Is this a place for you to speak?" "Exactly, we're arguing, when does it give you the right to interfere?" Lu Xiao, insulted, looked embarrassed and could only shout in anger, "Attack, regardless of life or death." With the boss's order, the slightly calm scene immediately erupted again. Kill. Destroy them. The fierce battle restarted. The new wave of attacks came even more violently. Lu Xiao's men charged forward recklessly, wanting to take down the three in one go. It was clear that they were not ordinary thugs, nor were they like the well-dressed people in Yuanbao Mansion. The combat power of these people was obviously far superior to that of ordinary folks. Chen Jingyu even suspected they were all trained bodyguards or enforcers. In the cacophony, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with smugness. "Humph, three trash, dare to talk back to me. Unaware of their own death, fools." Beside him, a short man appropriately flattered him. "Lu Xiao is mighty, these people are blind to dare offend you, they truly won't know how they die." Lu Xiao chuckled a few times, but did not speak. The short man continued, "Before, they didn't care about them, and they really took themselves seriously. Now that Lu Xiao is angry, how can these ants bear it? Lu Xiao, why don't we wait in the car? It's too chaotic here, it wouldn't be good if you were hurt." "No." Lu Xiao rejected his suggestion, "I want to see these three kneel before me, heh. The encirclement gradually tightened. It crazily squeezed the space for Chen Jingyu and the others to move. Cries of despair echoed continuously. Although he did not know who was the enemy, Lu Xiao did not care. His subordinates, there were plenty, losing one or two was not a problem at all. "Lu Xiao, it seems one person has been taken down." The short man, who had been squatting and observing, just caught a glimpse of Li Yang falling down from between the legs of the others. He had been stabbed twice, blood gushing out. "Li Yang!" Chen Jingyu shouted. Instantly, his eyes widened, a surge of unnamed anger burning in his chest. Just then, Fan Ke was also kicked down from behind, and immediately 4 or 5 people pounced on him, pinning him firmly to the ground. "Damn! Lao Chen, save!" Soon, Fan Ke's voice was drowned out. At this moment, only Chen Jingyu was still able to fight. Although 2 companions were missing, it allowed him to fight with total freedom. "Come on!" Chen Jingyu wildly swung his crystal sword, repeatedly driving back those attempting to finish off the down ones. If he hadn't fought desperately, the fallen Li Yang might have already been pierced through. At this moment, Chen Jingyu was completely consumed by rage. At the moment of life and death, what humanity, what cruelty, what psychological burdens, all were thrown behind. As long as the enemy dares to strike, he dares to deliver lethal blows. People are forced out, from a technical office worker to a combat master. From someone who wouldn't dare kill a chicken, to now being fearless. It must be said, only at the brink of life and death can a person be truly tempered. Facing the intense fight against Chen Jingyu, everyone was momentarily unable to advance. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao snorted coldly again, "Everyone disperse, ranged professionals, attack." The well-trained crowd immediately created a gap. The 10 or so people standing outside quickly filled in. The front row bent their bows and drew their arrows, all archers. Behind the archers, countless skills were shining brightly. What looked like a complex coordination, these people completed in just 1 or 2 seconds of combat connection. Their combat execution ability was simply terrifying. If Chen Jingyu hadn't just acquired the crystal sword, relying on the weapon's power, he would have probably been taken down long ago. Kill! Lu Xiao shouted once more. Instantly, several arrows flew out. The sound of whoosh whoosh filled the air. Damn! Chen Jingyu felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, his adrenaline skyrocketing. The arrows were just a prelude, the magical skills behind were the real deadly threats. Chapter 116. Jingyu, don't worry about me, you hurry and break through. At the critical moment, Li Yang, who was lying on the ground, tried desperately to prop himself up, wanting to block for Chen Jingyu. Damn it, it looks like I won't make it today, Chen Jingyu, remember to take revenge for me. Li Yang, who rarely swore, let a few curses slip out at this moment. Chen Jingyu stepped forward, supporting Li Yang. What are you saying? If we're leaving together. How could I leave you behind? The crystal sword in hand swung, shattering several incoming arrows. In the distance, the elemental mages had already formed their magical skills. Humph! Fireflies dare to compete with the sun and moon for brightness. Lu Xiao laughed coldly. He had long coveted Chen Jingyu's crystal sword. In his eyes, Chen Jingyu was already a dead man. That extraordinary weapon was almost already in his grasp. Magical skills, attack. With Lu Xiao's shout, the archers who had shot their arrows directly stepped aside. Several magic energy balls in the back were already beginning to shine the brightest light. Die, bugs! Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes, eagerly awaiting how to blast those three to pieces. A beam of light suddenly flashed by. The gray light didn't look very bright. Put! Then several soft sounds followed. Boom! The magical energy ball exploded instantly. Everyone was truly shocked. What was happening before their eyes occurred very suddenly. The magical energy ball exploded in place. After a loud bang, it instantly triggered a chain reaction. Those magical energies that were poised to strike immediately exploded. Several elemental mages collapsed on the spot. Meow! A faint voice came out. In Chen Jingyu's ears, it was like heavenly music. A gray cat appeared where the explosion had just occurred, wagging its tail, walking gracefully toward him. Who is it? Lu Xiao was startled. What's going on? The others were also stunned. Not far away, there was a woman in a loose t-shirt, munching on seeds, leisurely walking over. Who is this? Lu Xiao instinctively shouted. However, the woman paid him no mind, directly walking toward Chen Jingyu. Meow. The gray cat called again, then jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Equals carrot smiley face affectionately rubbed against Chen Jingyu's ear a few times. You hurriedly called me over, and it's just this little scene? Sun Sheng munched on seeds, looking somewhat unhappy. Seriously, I was just about to see the grand finale, and now you've wasted several hours of my time. This damn place is so hard to find. They completely treated Lu Xiao and his large entourage as if they were air. The others didn't know what status Sun Qing held, so for a moment, they didn't dare to act. They just stared blankly as she walked step by step to Chen Jingyu's side. Oh, you got hurt? Sun Qing deliberately showed an exaggerated expression. Goodness, you eat my food and drink my drinks, and when you see me hurt, you make that face? Chen Jingyu pretended to show immense sorrow, holding his chest and saying, my heart, it hurts so much. Alright, I recently learned a phrase called the mouth that eats soft food and the hand that takes short, so it looks like I have to put in some effort. Sun Qing clapped her hands and casually tossed the sunflower seed shells on the ground. Then she looked around and focused her gaze on Lu Xiao for a long time. Is it you? Sun Qing asked. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, then an unknown fire surged to his head. Damn it, just when he thought he had the duck in hand, how did this loud woman suddenly appear? And what was wrong with his elemental mages? Why did the magic energy ball only explode his own people? He only saw a flash of gray light earlier, and he didn't see clearly what actually happened. The gray cat's lightning flash skill was just too fast. Humph, although I don't hit women, there are appropriate occasions. If it were some other place, I might just give you a few hard slaps. Lu Xiao said with a sullen face. Upon hearing this, Sen Sheng probably also knew that she had found the right person. So she slowly walked forward. With each step, she swayed. Not at all pretentious, yet full of charm. Oh, so your slap is quite powerful? Sun Qing asked softly. He. Lu Xiao laughed. It's not particularly powerful, mainly, I'm good in other areas, and with a slap, I'm sure I can send you flying. Ha ha ha. The people around them instantly burst into laughter. It seemed they were all old perverts. But as someone who came from a game, Sen Qing didn't understand this at all. Her brows furrowed, utterly clueless about what they were laughing at. However, from their eyes, Sun Qing saw a hint of frivolity. This immediately made her feel displeased. How about it, do you want to find a place to duel and taste the power of my slaps? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, it's also to let you know what Papa Papa is. Although he had seen countless women, Sun Qing was indeed a rare beauty. Plus her unique aura that was different from other girls in reality made Lu Xiao a bit captivated. Especially since this girl even seemed a little silly and naive, wasn't that even more interesting? Thinking this way, Lu Xiao instantly added another target in his heart. Besides that lightsaber, he had to get this girl too. While speaking, Sun Qing had already walked up to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao immediately revealed a smile he thought was very charming and casually said, let me formally introduce myself. Do you know the Jingtai group? It's my family's family business, I'm Lu Haotian. In the past, when he encountered girls he wanted to win over, just throwing out the name of Jingtai group and Lu Haotian would do the trick, he could win them over in less than 3 minutes. Nothing could go wrong. However, today he faced a different kind of existence. That was the powerful zombie mother from the previous dungeon, she would not fall for such tricks. Slap. Sun Qing slapped him across the face. She directly hit him in the face upon meeting, not giving him a chance to react at all. Is this how it goes, Papa Papa? Sun Qing asked with an incredibly innocent expression. You. Lu Haotian's eyes turned red. He had lived over 20 years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Slap. Another slap landed. Was that right or wrong? You say. Sun Qing continued to act very silly and naive. Do you dare hit me? Lu Haotian's eyes widened. Slap. Your reaction is a bit slow, it's already the third slap, and you're still asking if I dare to hit you, Sun Qing asked with her innocent and pure big eyes. Ah. Lu Haotian completely went crazy. Come on, catch that woman. I want to kill her, kill her. Help. The short guy beside Lu Haotian also reacted, waving his hands and shouting. At the same time, while everyone's attention was on Sun Chang and Lu Haotian, Chen Jingyu directly took down 3 people and rescued Fan Xia, who was pinned to the ground. Get ready to move. Chen Jingyu supported Li Yang and said in a low voice. Chen Jingyu understood Sun Qing's personality, this girl would throw punches at the slightest disagreement. If they didn't prepare early, they definitely wouldn't keep up with her pace. Li Yang was injured fairly seriously and couldn't lift his dark iron sword. He leaned on Chen Jingyu with one hand, while the other hand switched to a silver long sword. Fan Xia was alright, just pressed down hard, and besides that, he didn't have any extra injuries. But he felt a bit indignant. Damn it, I have always been the one on top, how could I be pinned beneath a group of rough men today? It's such a disgrace. He was a typical case of eating soft food hard. Despite Aunt Wang spending a lot of money on him in daily life, he always took the dominant position in their relationship. Even on small issues like who's on top and who's on the bottom, he was extremely particular. Just like he often said, as a man, how can one be passive and not put in effort? One must have the advantage. Sun Qing slapped Lu Haotian 3 times, stunning him while also waking him up. This is not contradictory. Lu Haotian now understood that this girl with great temperament was not an ordinary sweet girl, but a fiery little chili pepper. He was stunned only because he had never been hit like this before. You little bitch, I will make you feel pain and joy at the same time and let you cry while smiling. People around began to gather. It seemed like many more people were arriving. Underscore? Sun Chang was completely confused and couldn't understand what they were talking about. Xiao Rongrong, do it. Not far away, Chen Jingyu had already begun to act. The gray cat jumped directly from Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Gray light flashed. Suddenly, 4 or 5 people fell down. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Sun Qing. After all, Lu Haotian had already said that they must capture this woman. The crowd surged. Dozens of people shouted and rushed towards Sun Qing. The battlefield was divided into 2 parts. A small part of the people was still dealing with Chen Jingyu and the others. With the Grey Cat joining the battle and Sun Qing attracting many enemies, the pressure on Chen Jingyu's side suddenly decreased. Although Li Yang temporarily lost most of his combat power, after the crowd dispersed, Fan Xia regained his ability to fight. With one far and one near, they teamed up with Chen Jingyu and quickly eliminated more enemies. Old Chen, it seems there are still more people continuously coming to support. Fan Xia suddenly shouted from behind. Chen Jingyu had noticed this early on. On the originally empty road, vehicles were coming and going, and many more people joined the fight. On Sun Qing's side, she was already out of sight. All they could hear were screams, and people were being thrown out repeatedly, landing on the ground with tragic cries. Open up! A clear shout came, and the crowd was immediately pushed apart. From a distance, they saw Sun Qing using hands and feet, her movements agile yet graceful. With a punch or a kick, she could knock someone down. It's hard to imagine that such a seemingly delicate woman could have such astonishing destructive fighting power. Wow, if I get the chance, I must learn a few moves from her. Chen Jingyu realized that this girl was definitely a martial arts expert. It seemed she was holding back during the dungeon, otherwise, he would probably be knocked down in no time. I don't want to learn, I just want to spar with her. Fan Xie didn't know when he returned to Chen Jingyu and Li Yang's side. Can you beat her? Li Yang showed disdain. That depends on the occasion. Fan Xie casually said, I'm Brother Fan, known in the martial world as the invincible little whirlwind and nuclear-powered little motor. If we really spar, who knows who will win? After saying that, he glanced at Chen Jingyu, but everything has to have its order. I understand the logic, don't worry, brother. Li Yang. Chen Jingyu. Not only Fan Xie and others were shocked by Sun Qing's combat ability. Lu Haotian and his companions had long been stunned. Who is this woman? Damn, why is she so powerful? Watching his elite subordinates fall like paper in front of Sun Qing, Lu Haotian couldn't stay any longer. He immediately dialed the emergency communication number in his family. This is Lu Haotian, please relay my message to Grandpa. Lu Haotian walked aside and began the call, yes. Yes. The situation is at S-level severity, requesting Shadow Team backup. The incident at Central Park, the dungeon opening event, was entirely orchestrated by his family behind the scenes. The mission of leading the team was snatched away by his elder sister. He had no choice but to grab an external support task. After learning that the dungeon operation had completely failed, Lu Haotian also received the order to seal off the scene from his family. Originally, he thought just bringing everyone back would be enough, but unexpectedly, he ran into Chen Jingyu and them. But at first, Lu Haotian didn't take it too seriously. He just wanted to meet the opponent, to see how strong this person was who had wiped out his elder sister's 3 elite teams. Until he saw Sun Qing. Only then did he realize that the situation was beyond his control. If he didn't request backup now, he would fail even more miserably. At that point, in front of the family elders, he would be seen as a failure just like his sister. It would be like indirectly helping his failed elder sister. So, he had to handle the current situation perfectly. Within less than 2 minutes, Sun Qing had broken through the crowd. Dozens of people lay scattered on the ground, motionless. Under the leader's orders, the crowd began to gather around Lu Haotian. It was uncertain whether they could fight back now, but they had to ensure the young master's safety. Sun Qing clapped her hands, casually flipped her hair, and then stepped towards Chen Jingyu. She didn't look tired at all, she had just gone through a fierce battle with dozens of people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she fought 100 against 1. No wonder she's ranked number 1 on the level leaderboard. Chen Jingyu thought. Sun Qing, at level 10, with her mutated traits, was no longer just an ordinary human. The sky gradually darkened. It seemed like it was almost evening. Old Chen, shouldn't we be leaving? Fan Xie whispered. The enemies had all gathered together, and no one was paying attention to them here. Chen Jingyu naturally understood that. He whistled, and the gray cat flashed back onto his shoulder. Sun Qing, keep an eye on the surroundings, we're leaving. After saying that, he helped Li Yang, and with Sun Qing and Fan Xie on guard, they started walking towards the exit. Dozens of people in the distance watched them, their eyes wide open. They didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Chen Jingyu felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. How could the enemy let them leave so easily? Something was wrong, and something must have been planned behind the scenes. Some were still running, with car doors wide open, parked casually in the middle of the road. /Omega, / la la la. Here comes the sparkling girl. Hearing the voice in her head and seeing that always excited girl in the crystal mirror, Chen Jingyu felt a heavy weight in her heart. It's over. Beside her, Fan Xie was startled. What happened? Chen Jingyu shook her head inside. The appearance of this girl at such a time probably meant trouble. What task is it now? Chen Jingyu wondered silently. Omega, of course, there's a task. Ding. You have a new task. Do you accept? Accept. Chen Jingyu was already used to this. She thought the task would show up right before the fight, but she didn't expect it to drag on until now. It was clear she almost could have slipped away. Ding. Congratulations. You have accepted a new task. Task name, let's see who is the bigger fool, pending completion, description, a fool is an art. Completion condition, beat Lu Haotian into a fool, description, the handsome kind. Time limit, 30 minutes. Completion reward, crystal fragment, description, seems to be a fragment of some item. Failure punishment, get beaten into a fool, description, there is only one fool. This. Chen Jingyu fell into thought. If there was a lit cigarette now, she would really want to take a deep drag. This is just too infuriating. Should she leave now or go back? Just as Chen Jingyu was in deep thought, a huge mechanical noise came from the air not far away. Chen Jingyu ignored one detail, which was about the failure punishment. Since the punishment for failure was getting beaten into a fool, it meant she actually couldn't escape now. When she heard the noise, she exactly realized this. It wasn't over yet, but it was of no use. Click, 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 click. The sound of propellers emerged. A fleet of helicopters appeared on the horizon. They were speeding toward where they were. Sigma. Fan Xia was stunned. Is it necessary to make such a big show? Sun Xiang was seeing these big guys for the first time and curiously looked up at the sky. Is this what you call divine weapons in your world? She still thought about divine weapons from games. Something like that. Chen Jingyu felt a headache coming. A whole fleet of helicopters, trying to escape from the hunt of these things was simply a foolish dream. Within a few kilometers near Central Park, there were no tall buildings, just open land, making any escape plan harder to realize. So, the only thing to do was to go back and fight. To see who really is the biggest fool. Having realized this, Chen Jingyu felt somewhat relieved. Tap tap tap. Another round of rapid sounds came. This time, it wasn't the sound of helicopter engines but the sound of firearms. Boom boom boom. Small stones splashed up from the ground, all caused by bullets. Quick! Hide! Chen Jingyu exclaimed in shock. With a group of people, she covered her head and rushed to take shelter under the trees. Sun Qing frowned. Gunslinger? But it doesn't quite seem like that. The gunman player awakened in the game used laser weapons. And what had just attacked them was clearly ordinary firearms. Chen Jingyu knew this for sure. Not a gunslinger, that's our side's weapon. Haven't you learned something similar? Sun Qing thought for a moment. I think there was. I've watched too much drama these days, and my memory is a bit tangled. Winky face. Chen Jingyu was speechless and reminded her, just remember not to go hard against them. Our weapons are no worse than gunslingers. Click 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 click. The noise in the air grew louder. The airflow created by the propellers formed fierce winds, getting more intense. 6 or 7 helicopters directly hovered above everyone's heads. The doors of every cargo bay were opened, and 2 firearm experts sat by the door, looking down. They almost sealed off all possible escape routes. Just then, those following Lu Haotian. Everyone was extremely shocked at this scene. My god, is this really the legendary Shadow Team? I heard that the Shadow Team is divided into light and dark, and this must be the light part. This scene is just too exaggerated, isn't it? The Lu family's power is truly terrifying. They all looked at the young man standing in front of the crowd, Lu family's direct descendant, Lu Haotian. At this moment, he was back to being spirited and full of energy. He never expected his grandfather would give him such face this time, even sending a helicopter that usually wouldn't move easily. And it came with an entire team. Today, he would definitely complete his mission. As long as he took down those 3 kids and that powerful woman, his prestige in front of the family would surely rise. This would greatly help his future bid for power. After all, the old man in charge was already in his 70s. Lu Haotian looked left and right, then walked forward slowly. Seeing this, the people behind him understood his intent. Now that there was a helicopter surveying from above, victory was practically in their hands. With Lu Haotian's command, the remaining dozens completely surrounded Chen Jingyu and the others in the green belt by the roadside. Beep beep. A series of urgent horn sounds rang out. As the noise of tires rubbing against the ground filled the air. Dozens of cars rushed in from all directions. These people quickly charged down. Young Master Lu, it's your cousin, someone reported. Lu Haotian frowned, and sure enough, he saw that annoying guy in the crowd. His uncle's son, Lu Haoyu. Third brother, I heard from Grandpa that you were facing some difficulties, so I came to help you. Lu Haoyu came over with a grin. He quickly spotted Chen Jingyu and the others surrounded in the middle. Hee, just a few of these guys, and you've mobilized so many experts without being able to handle them? Lu Haoyu said while walking over. Totally ignoring Lu Haotian's dark expression, he smiled and said, Third brother, why don't your people step back and let me handle them? Lu Haotian frowned again. This was a duck already in his mouth, and this kid still wanted to share a piece of the pie? Hee, can you just go away? After being scolded by Lu Haoyu was not the least bit annoyed and smiled slightly. Third brother, don't be so stingy. I'm just here to help you, do you really fear I'll steal your glory? Saying this, he pointed behind him with pride. These are all experts from the new Shadow Reserve team. What? Lu Haotian was instantly shocked. New Shadow? That was the gaming experts specially trained by the family for this game. Chapter 119. The surprise on Lu Haotian's face delighted Lu Haoyu immensely. So what if I'm giving you this mission? In the end, it will still rely on me to wrap things up. Grandpa entrusted the reserve team of the new shadow to me. This time I came out to witness their training results. Although his expression appeared harmless, he felt a great sense of pride inside. Just being able to step on Lu Haotian would make him happier than chasing the latest popular female star. Third brother, don't worry. Grandpa is also concerned about you, so he had me lead the team to help you. You can just leave it to me. Already happy in his heart, Lu Haoyu pretended to be extremely caring. But to Lu Haotian, this demeanor appeared particularly disgusting. I'll say it again, get away. Lu Haotian said with a furrowed brow. The family actually sent Lu Haoyu and brought the new shadow team along. This made Lu Haotian, who had originally thought he would achieve a great merit, feel extremely unhappy. Did Grandpa still not trust him? Since a helicopter had already been dispatched, why send that annoying guy Lu Haoyu to lead people? These troubling questions, he didn't want to think about any longer. Everyone, attack. Lu Haotian ignored his cousin and directly issued the attack order. At the same time, he looked up at the helicopter circling above and made an attacking gesture. No matter what, he must take it down. He absolutely cannot let Lu Haoyu steal the credit. With Lu Haotian's command, the helicopter above instantly formed an attack formation. Below, the surviving younger brothers also began to get restless. Seeing this, Lu Haoyu's face suddenly turned cold. Humph. He huffed heavily. Since his third brother wouldn't give him face, he wouldn't hold back. A bunch of garbage. If you could handle it, it would have been done already. Back off. He didn't dare to get angry at Lu Haotian, but he didn't need to give any face to his subordinates. Suddenly, dozens of skilled fighters surged forward from behind. Lu Haotian's younger brothers didn't dare to move. Both were young masters of the family, and with both speaking, they didn't know whose orders to follow. After all, he wasn't entirely Lu Haotian's person, many were sent by the family to support. Seeing his subordinates hesitate and not daring to act, Lu Haotian got angry. Are you all deaf? I told you to take action, didn't you hear? Bang! Just after Lu Haotian finished scolding, he suddenly felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes. After 1 or 2 seconds, he finally realized something. Someone had ambushed him. Damn! He covered his eyes, pushed back several steps from the hit. Who? Seeking death? Get rid of him! When he focused, he saw that the one who just punched him was the kid with the glowing sword. Chen Jingyu couldn't hold back any longer. These two guys were dragging things out, making a fuss. He still had important tasks that needed to be completed. If he waited for them to finish arguing, the task would probably be too late. If the task time was over, he would be the one in trouble. Chattering, can't we fight? Chen Jingyu shouted angrily, like women, dragging it out in a fight. Lu Haotian was momentarily at a loss. Ah, well said. Lu Haoyu clapped and laughed. That punch just now was really satisfying. Lu Haoyu, you're seeking death. Lu Haotian glared at his cousin, exasperated. Lu Haoyu shrugged, looking unconcerned. I'm telling you, third brother, I came to help you out of goodwill. If you really dislike me, I can easily explain to Grandpa, there's no need for us brothers to be like this. As soon as this was said, Lu Haotian was so angry he almost struck immediately. Should I make a phone call now to explain to Grandpa? Can you handle it by yourself? Lu Haoyu pretended to take out his phone. God knows what this kid would say at that moment. Lu Haotian knew his cousin's nature. This kid had always been cunning since he was young. Fine. Since you want to go first, then go ahead. Lu Haotian immediately bit his tongue. Since his cousin wanted to take the initiative, let him scout the path first. Bang! Just after Lu Haotian agreed, he took another heavy punch to the eye socket that nearly knocked him out. Damn it! Just as he was about to curse, he saw someone jump up for another punch. I'm letting you chatter on, damn it, just fight and stop the nonsense. Chen Jingyu, seeing that the task time limit had already passed for almost 10 minutes, could no longer hold back. He directly stepped in. In one go, he beat Lu Haotian into a bruised face. Ding, target attacked, task completion 10%. Ding, target hit hard, task completion 38%. A bunch of scraps, attack. Lu Haotian was dazed from the beatings, only able to cry out in despair. After watching the show for several seconds, the crowd finally reacted. Damn, quick, save young Master Lu. Attack, go on. Although they couldn't interfere with the fight between the two young masters, now that Lu Haotian was being bullied, they didn't dare to stand by. Suddenly, more than a dozen people charged forward. Sun Cheng and Grey Cat also joined the battle. Only Fan Che stayed back to protect Li Yang. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic again. With the help of everyone, Lu Haotian finally escaped from Chen Jingyu's men. At this moment, he was already battered and bruised, blood still flowing from his nostrils. His mouth was swollen from the beating, and every time he spoke, it hurt like hell. Damn it, I will make you pay, ouch, you piece of trash. Chen Jingyu and Sun Sheng stood at the front, with the grey cat assisting from the side, creating the strong impression that one man could fend off 1,000. Suddenly, Chen Jingyu felt a chill run down his back, and the crystal lens illuminated with a large amount of red light. Warning! 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 Deadly threat above to the right. Please dodge immediately. Chen Jingyu didn't dare to think too much and immediately ducked his head and rolled away. Bang! At the spot where he just stood, a small hole appeared in the ground. A faint smoke began to rise. After getting back on his feet, Chen Jingyu found himself once again surrounded by the crowd. Looking back, he felt a sense of fear about what had just happened. The threat from above was simply too great. Luckily, he had been alert. If he had been even 0.1 seconds slower, his friends might have already been preparing for a banquet in his memory. Third brother, keep an eye on this, we're about to make our move. At this moment, Lu Haoyu also began to prepare for action. Under his arrangement, the dozens of skilled fighters he brought began to advance. They gradually replaced the positions of the ordinary henchmen. Sun Qing immediately felt the pressure increase. Chen Jingyu noticed this in advance, and with the power of the crystal sword, he fought his way out, taking advantage of their transition to escape the encirclement. The four of them and the cat regrouped in one place. Damn it, don't force me to show my ultimate move. Chen Jingyu looked at the dire situation before him, gritting his teeth and speaking. Chapter 120. Hee, your ultimate move? Lu Haoyu stepped forward leisurely, not taking his opponent seriously at all. I really want to see your ultimate move. If you are too weak, it will truly be a bit boring. He came here with another purpose as well. The elders in his family, upon hearing that the three elite teams had failed, guessed whether they encountered some mysterious organization. Plus, Lu Haotian's subsequent pleas for help made them even more convinced of this. So they sent out the Shadow Team's Bright Group and a new Shadow Team Reserve Squad in one go. They aimed to take down the opponent while giving the new Shadow Team Reserve Squad a chance to showcase their strength. The two groups successfully completed the handover, with the Reserve Squad stepping up to the front. All of these people were expressionless, each one holding a weapon. They looked like professionally trained awaken players. Nowadays, players are mainly divided into several types. One type is ordinary people who have awakened professions. These people have the lowest combat power. The second type is game experts who have awakened professions. Although their combat power is low, they are skilled at using their abilities, giving them some level of strength. The third type is combat masters who have awakened professions. These people are very strong. The final type is a combination of combat masters and game experts. These individuals are extremely skilled at both combat techniques and game skills, making them exceedingly formidable. The experts that Su Aima kept around him were of the second type. And what Chen Jingyu and the others were facing now was likely the strongest type. Lu Haoyu appeared relaxed, extending two fingers and lightly waving them forward, prompting the crowd to begin moving. The activity space for Chen Jingyu and the others was further compressed. But this was not the most alarming part. The true threat came from the air. Old Chen, can you stop playing with fire? Can you just throw out your tricks instead? Fan Xie said with a rather tense expression, glancing at Sun Sheng beside him and continuing, look, even the girl is in danger, can you bear to see them hurt? Sun Sheng shot him a glare and replied blandly, just take care of yourself. If it weren't for you useless fools, I would have left long ago. The implication was that these people could not possibly keep her here. Fan Xie was suddenly speechless. He originally wanted to show some concern to get closer, but the result was the opposite. At that moment, Chen Jingyu finally spoke up, actually, I wanted to take it out earlier, but I was afraid of harming innocent people. As soon as Fan Xie heard this, he became interested. Good heavens, you really do have something, hurry up, what are you still waiting for? When Chen Jingyu spoke, he completely did not shy away from the others. Standing across from them, Lu Haoyu suddenly laughed. About this, you can rest assured. Several roads in the area have been blocked by us, and there won't be any innocent people showing up. Come on, let me see your true strength. In fact, he did not believe that Chen Jingyu could come up with any tricks. This time, they were almost guaranteed to succeed. Even if Chen Jingyu called for backup, it would only be in vain. Chen Jingyu tilted his head and glanced. Lu Haotian was already shrinking back. Looking at the task panel, he noticed that the task completion was only over 40%. Far from enough. Hey, I really feel a bit reluctant. Chen Jingyu sighed. Stop pretending. I don't believe you can turn the tides. Lu Haoyu sneered coldly. Suddenly, standing at the back, Lu Haotian said something. Damn it, you guys are also chattering away, why don't you just hit him? This was really hard to accept. That scoundrel was specifically targeting his face. It was absolutely despicable. Tearing him apart and turning him to ashes would be too light a punishment. The key was that he and his cousin could still chat back and forth, and now he wouldn't talk about that nonsense? Lu Haotian's words reminded Chen Jingyu. There wasn't much time left for the task, only about 10 minutes. So Chen Jingyu said, "You're right, all this chattering should die, wasting time is wasting life." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Pointing at the sky, he shouted, "Look, a meteor." The sudden movement startled Lu Haoyu. Although he said he didn't believe it, he was afraid that Chen Jingyu had some secret weapon. He immediately took a step back and looked up at the sky. Even Lu Haotian behind him looked up at the sky. The helicopter was still hovering above. Beyond that, there was no other movement. Bang! Lu Haotian's eye socket took another punch. A feeling of stars exploding appeared in his vision. Everything spun around. "Damn, you little punk, you attacked me again." Ding, the target received a heavy hit, task completion 51%. Taking advantage of everyone looking at the sky, Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity and threw another punch. Everyone realized they had been tricked. "Damn it, how dare you deceive me?" Lu Haoyu was also somewhat angry. He had originally hoped the opponent could show some strength worth seeing, but did not expect it was all a bluff. As for his cousin being beaten, that was not important. On the contrary, the more the merrier. After all, that was something people enjoyed seeing. But being tricked, that was a different matter. "You little brat, the thing I hate most in my life is being deceived, you can die now." After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, a weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. He was also a gunsmith. Bright lasers began to gather on the weapon. "Okay, I won't trick you this time." Chen Jingyu finished speaking and raised his hand again, as if throwing something out. But this time, Lu Haoyu and the others in front of him didn't even move their eyes. "You little brat, don't even think about using the same trick twice." Lu Haoyu finished speaking and was ready to pull the trigger. However, Chen Jingyu and the others in front completely ignored him. They all stared wide-eyed, focused on what was behind him. Even Sun Shang was dazed. A light blue figure appeared out of nowhere. Starting from less than 1 meter, it instantly grew to several meters high. Roar! Accompanied by a huge roar. Countless streams of water crashed onto the pavement. Splash, splash. A large number of people were knocked down to the ground by the rushing water. Lu Haoyu had not reacted yet when he felt his foot slip, and he fell toward the ground. Bang! The laser, charged and ready on his weapon, hit a helicopter in midair. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, the helicopter could no longer hover and started to fall sideways, spewing thick black smoke. Looking at Chen Jingyu and others, they had already found a tree to hold on to, like disinterested spectators, curiously watching the troubles of the crowd. "Wow, I've never seen such helicopter fireworks before." Chen Jingyu, like a naughty child, secretly enjoyed the spectacle. Looking again at the center of the crowd, that huge water element boss that had disappeared in the quest actually reappeared in the world. Chapter 121. The sudden appearance of the water spirit boss was unexpected by everyone. Even the parties involved in the quest, Li Yang and Fan Xie, had forgotten about this detail. Stuck in a bug within the crystal ring, caught in an endless cycle between frozen and flowing forms, the water spirit boss's anger had built up to a terrifying level. During this time, its energy had fully restored as well. As soon as it appeared, it unleashed a powerful attack. Although there was no lake water to support it, massive waves still rose from the road. At the top of the giant wave, the water spirit boss was angrily wielding its trident. Its height even surpassed that of the helicopter swarm. Having experienced the water spirit boss's skill once, Chen Jingyu and others knew this was not just an ordinary wave, it was a deadly boss skill. At that time, this very skill had taken away dozens of blue team students. Although the Lu family members present were much stronger in combat than those students, their survival abilities were not necessarily much better. The Lu brothers had never seen such a scene. After seeing Chen Jingyu and others hugging trees, they hurriedly dashed over, each finding a tree to hold on tightly. The helicopter swarm began to attack, countless firearms striking the water spirit boss, splashing a huge amount of water. Physical attacks were immune. Even with the most powerful firearms, not a bit of damage could be dealt. However, their actions provoked the water spirit boss. Every item on the surface of the giant wave was swept away. In the seething current beneath the giant wave, countless people were swept away and quickly suffocated to death. "Little brat, you created this mess, you have to take responsibility." Lu Haoyu shouted angrily at Chen Jingyu while holding the tree. Chen Jingyu shrugged, "You clearly told me to release it, who are you blaming?" Lu Haoyu was filled with hatred. What he brought out today was the family's key secret power, the future ace combat force of the family. If everything was lost here today, then his future would also be forfeit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A loud noise sounded again. The helicopter swarm in the sky angered the water spirit boss, and after the giant wave, countless massive water columns shot up from the remaining water on the ground. Like rocket missiles, they flew toward those helicopters. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions continued to echo, accompanied by bursts of fire, as none of the remaining helicopters escaped, all were shot down by the water spirit boss. At this moment, the road looked like a battlefield of beasts. Everyone was stunned. Just like Lu Haoyu's thoughts, after witnessing the helicopter swarm's annihilation, Lu Haoyan was also in a panic. This was what he had called his grandfather to summon over. It's over, all over. Lu Haoyan looked at Chen Jingyu with eyes full of deep hatred. The tide quickly flowed past the crowd, rushing toward the park. Perhaps sensing Lu Haoyan's burning gaze, Chen Jingyu also noticed him not far away. As the water flowed down to a trickle, Chen Jingyu climbed down from the tree and slowly walked towards Lu Haoyan. The kid immediately panicked. "You, don't come over." Lu Haoyan hurriedly scrambled down from the tree. But Chen Jingyu still stepped forward. "What do you want?" Lu Haoyan nervously forgot his awakened profession. He was a guardian with a big shield. But at that moment, all he could do was back away in fear. Chen Jingyu approached step by step, looking like a tiger eyeing its prey. "Come here, I want to tell you something." He waved to Lu Haoyan with a harmless expression. It was as if they were longtime friends meeting each other. "No." Lu Haoyan shook his head vigorously. The pain around his eyes hadn't faded, and he wasn't going to fall for it. "Are you coming or not?" Chen Jingyu began to threaten. "I won't go even if you kill me." Lu Haoyan shook his head like a rattle. "Damn it." Chen Jingyu got angry. "Do you think not coming means I won't kill you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyan turned and ran. "You really want to beat me again?" Lu Haoyan was already praising his own cleverness in his heart. However, the next second he felt the wind behind him. Instinctively, he looked back and saw no one was chasing him. He immediately sighed in relief. "Oomph, kid, you think you can fight me? You're still too young." Just as he felt proud, he turned again and suddenly saw someone in front of him. He crashed into them unexpectedly. When he stopped and looked up, he was instantly startled. "What the?" The person in front was none other than Chen Jingyu. "How did you get here so fast?" Lu Haoyan couldn't believe his eyes. Just a moment ago, there was clearly a distance of 4 or 5 meters between them, and he had run first, yet he had been caught up so quickly? "Where do you think you're going?" Chen Jingyu asked with his head down. Ow. Before Lu Haoyan could finish, bang, he took a punch to his eye. "Why do you keep hitting my eyes?" "Ouch, that hurts." "Ding, target has been struck, task completion 53%. After throwing a punch, Chen Jingyu nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, I shouldn't keep hitting the eyes. A pig's head, then it must get a bit of work on the nose as well." He immediately grabbed Lu Haoyan by the collar and raised his arm. Bang, 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 delivered several more punches. Ding, target received heavy strike, task completion 56%. Ding, target received critical hit, task completion 68%. Ding, target received a decisive strike, task completion 76%. After a few punches, Lu Haoyan's nose had visibly swollen. 2 streams of blood flowed from his mouth downwards. No way, after hitting for so long, only 76% completion? Chen Jingyu was speechless. "Looks like I need to shape it up with ear slaps." At this point, Lu Haoyan was already disoriented from the beating. Chen Jingyu had no choice but to complete the task. "Kid, it's your bad luck." Smack. 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 He immediately started slapping Lu Haoyan's face. Left, right, left. Back and forth, never stopping. Ding, target received weak points hit, task completion 85%. Ding, target received armor-piercing attack, task completion 94%. Ding, target received divine strike, task completion 100%. Phew. All done. Chen Jingyu let out a breath, hands showing a finishing gesture of energy work. Finally completed. Looking at Lu Haoyan, at this moment he had 2 streams of nosebleed, his eyes were swollen, and his cheeks were puffed high. Because of the inertia from being beaten earlier, his face kept swaying left and right. Chapter 122. Ding. Congratulations, task let's see who was more of a pig head, completed. Ding. Congratulations, you have received task reward item Crystal Fragment *1. With the task completed, the reward was finally in hand. Putting the crystal fragment into the crystal ring, he had now collected 2 fragments. He just needed 1 more fragment, and with a strengthening tool, he could enhance a piece of crystal equipment. Previously, he upgraded the crystal goggles, and the functions had improved significantly. Now Chen Jingyu's crystal series equipment has reached 3 pieces. They are the crystal monocle, the crystal ring, and the just obtained crystal lightsaber. Corresponding to auxiliary, storage, and attack types, these 3 pieces of equipment have given Chen Jingyu a significant boost in combat ability. After dealing with Lu Haotian, Chen Jingyu had no more worries and finally found the time to check the situation on the street. The huge water spirit boss was still wreaking havoc. Lu Haoyu's skilled fighters, after experiencing initial panic, had started to organize a coordinated counterattack. While Chen Jingyu was beating Lu Haoyu completely ignored him and instead seized the chance to escape and regroup with his own people. The situation had completely fallen into chaos. This was the first time in reality that a monster from a game appeared. At this moment, Lu Haoyu was no longer focused on defeating the enemy but rather on whether he could take down this boss. After all, the drop rate of the boss in the dungeon was quite considerable. Although Lu Haoyu hadn't entered the dungeon, his family had long obtained information about this dungeon. As the first boss to appear in this dungeon, the water spirit was not unfamiliar to them. Chen Jingyu and his group had also gathered together. Fan Xia helped Li Yang, nervously saying, "Old Chen, should we take Li Yang to the hospital first? I'm worried he might die." Li Yang weakly replied, "Get lost. Even if I die, I won't let you off." Chen Jingyu checked Li Yang's injuries, most of which were skin wounds, with only a few cuts that weren't deep and had already scabbed over, so he wasn't bleeding excessively. He glanced at the position of Lu Haoyu's main force, which was now systematically attacking the boss. Chen Jingyu knew their thoughts all too well. No one is paying attention to us now. If we don't leave now, when will we? Fan Xia urged again. No. Chen Jingyu firmly refused. What Lu Haoyu could think of, he could naturally think of too. The boss is brought out by me. If you want to fight, there's no way. Chen Jingyu thought to himself, his mind already planning. Calling over Grey Cat, Chen Jingyu wanted to clarify some issues. After defeating the boss, how is the drop item pickup right set? There's no such setting, Grey Cat said without hesitation. The information we got while in the dungeon was that as long as you participated in attacking the boss, everyone could pick up the dropped items. Got it. Chen Jingyu nodded. Although he had experienced several dungeons, he had never seriously fought a boss. Now that reality had merged with the game, it was not like ordinary games where pickup rights needed to be competed for. In fact, the current system fit reality better. After all, with the combination of reality and the game, some related settings would also be adjusted to better align with the new world now. After quietly whispering with Grey Cat for a while and understanding the setting, Chen Jingyu returned to the group. I don't want to leave now, I'm planning to fight for the boss, what do you think? Sun Shang was casually cracking seeds, I want to go back and watch TV. Grey Cat raised a little paw, me too. I want to take Old Li to the hospital first. Fan Xia said. Agreed. Li Yang raised his hand. And Chen Jingyu was speechless. These guys are unreliable at critical moments. However, Chen Jingyu had already planned to take Li Yang to the hospital first, leaving an injured person here would only distract them. So he kicked Fan Xia, while they aren't paying attention, you should scram. Then he grabbed Sun Qing's arm, smiling widely, you can't leave, you have to stay and keep me company. Joking, he couldn't let this top combat power slip away easily. Sun Qing didn't hesitate either, cracking seeds, okay, help me get a year's video membership, and I'll be yours today. Meow Grey Cat's eyes sparkled, me too. Chen Jingyu's eyes lit up, glancing at Fan Xie and the others. He had already walked far away. He stepped forward, getting close to Sun Cheng and asked, are you serious? Sun Cheng nodded. Hiss. Chen Jingyu gasped in surprise. Happiness came a bit suddenly. Then what if I get a 2-year membership? Chen Jingyu asked again. Sun Qing replied without thinking, with 2 years, it doesn't matter how many opponents. What about 3 years? Don't treat me like a person. Hiss, then 4 years? Who cares if the opponents are human or not? Wow. Really? Chen Jingyu was stunned. Is the charm of this drama really that strong for women? But there was no time to think too much. Chen Jingyu hurriedly said, the video membership can wait, right now you need to help me, I want to take down the boss. No problem. Sun Qing finished the last sunflower seed and tossed the shell into the trash can on the ground. What a decent young person. Whatever you say, I will listen. With Sun Qing's agreement, Chen Jingyu felt a bit more confident. Of course, there was also the infinite anticipation for what was to come. Xiao Rongrong, scout the enemy's numbers. Chen Jingyu pulled out the long-unused Lingyin cloak and called to Sun Qing to hide together. By the time the enemy noticed, they had already lost track of them. Meow. The Grey Cat also darted out, running back and forth on the battlefield. 2 minutes later, the Grey Cat found Chen Jingyu and the others again. Master, there are still 62 enemies left, and more than half of them came with that kid. It was referring to the reserve team brought by Lu Haoyu. How's the boss doing? Chen Jingyu asked again. Meow, they should be able to take him down, it's just a matter of time. Hearing this, Chen Jingyu nodded. It seems this reserve team's combat power is not bad. Actually, the hardest part of dealing with the water spirit boss is enduring its first few waves of attacks. If they get through that, the rest will be easier. But getting through it is easier said than done. Even the new Shadow Team's reserve team from the Lu family suffered nearly a third of their personnel loss. Very good, keep observing. Chen Jingyu assigned a new task to the Grey Cat. Then he asked Sun Qing, who was squeezed next to him, I'll arrange the membership for you when we go back, can we take some interest first? Chapter 123. Facing Chen Jingyu's question, Sun Qing agreed quite readily. She was ready to take action right away. Okay, I'll go take out a few enemies now as your interest. Chen Jingyu was speechless. Why do I feel like we're not on the same wavelength? Underscore? Then what is your wavelength? Sun Qing asked seriously. Tell you, would that mean you can stay on my wavelength? Chen Jingyu countered. That depends on what it is. Sun Qing clenched her fist, making a crack 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 sound. You can tell me about it. Another day. Chen Jingyu weighed the strength gap between the two and ultimately decided to set it aside for now. Meow. The Grey Cat darted back again. It was small and fast, and since the water on the road had receded quite a bit, its movements were unhindered, and no one could keep up with it. Moreover, those people were already too busy to take care of themselves. How could they have the energy to chase after a cat? Master, the boss seems to be about to fall. At this moment, Chen Jingyu and Sun Qing were hiding under the Linging cloak, and they were less than 10 meters away from the boss's location. Their figures were completely concealed, and no one knew they were nearby. Prepare to grab equipment at any time. Chen Jingyu whispered. Then he said seriously to Sun Qing, Sister, it's up to you, just go cause a distraction later while I and Xiao Rongrong take the equipment. Okay. Sun Qing's response was clear and concise. The Grey Cat noticed that the boss water spirit was about to fall, and Lu Haoyu naturally wouldn't be unaware. At this moment, he was completely on edge. There were no traces of those few kids on the road, they had likely run away. But Lu Haoyu didn't care. What he focused on were the people brought by Lu Haotian. Although there weren't many left. But it might also pose a threat to him. What's more, at this moment, Lu Haotian had already been found by his subordinates and was being helped to rest on the side. Lu Haoyu knew that even though his older cousin was injured and seemed completely distracted, he could not ignore him at all. If things go wrong, he might come to compete with me for credit. Everyone pay attention, except for the members of the new Shadow Squad reserve team, everyone else withdraw from the combat zone. Lu Haoyu quickly issued the order. Lu Haotian's subordinates immediately hesitated. Those who do not follow orders will be killed on the spot. Lu Haoyu's face turned cold, filled with murderous intent, giving no one a chance to argue. I will only give you 3 seconds. If you don't withdraw, the Shadow Squad can directly kill you, that's what I said. As soon as these words were spoken, no one dared to stay even a moment longer. Over a dozen people instantly retreated outside the circle. Thus, the items dropped by the boss would completely have nothing to do with them. At that time, they would only be credited for participating in the attack on the boss. Compared to Lu Haoyu leading the team to kill the boss, their participation was completely insignificant. I didn't expect to pick up a big bargain in the end. Lu Haoyu's heart was filled with great excitement. His heartbeat quickened significantly. His nerves were completely tense, constantly thinking about all possible accidents that could happen. After ensuring that everything was foolproof, he issued the command to attack with full force again. The elite squad was different from other teams in that they always had skills ready to explode. Using these at key moments could often turn the tide of battle. Of course, this was also a reflection of strength. In other teams, just getting through would be good enough, let alone having backup plans. As the attacks broke out, the boss's watery body began to shake violently. A large amount of water began to fall from its towering body. All signs indicated that the boss was about to blow up. Steady! Lu Haoyu's heart was about to leap into his throat. He glanced back at Lu Haotian, who was standing up with the help of his subordinates, straining his neck to look over here. Still trying to come for a share at this time? Lu Haoyu's face was filled with disdain. If this cousin dared to come over now, he would not hesitate to give the order to expel him. Even if it meant tearing the face. Crash! With a loud bang, the boss's watery body suddenly exploded, its massive form of water scattering everywhere. 3 shining items of different colors shot out from the boss's body, scattered in midair, and then fell according to the laws of free fall. Everyone disperse! Lu Haoyu shouted. He glanced at Lu Haotian, who had clearly quickened his pace. You're too late, these things are all mine. His excited face turned red, and his hands reached out unconsciously to catch the 3 falling items. Although the boss stood several meters tall, the items fell very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were about to hit the ground. Not far away, Lu Haotian watched the items about to fall into his cousin's hands, stomping his feet in anger. Whether he hurried or delayed, he was too late. Damn you, that brat is taking all the advantages. This time he had completely failed, even worse than the instance led by his sister. They're coming, they're all mine. The falling items were right in front of him, and Lu Haotian fixed his eyes on one piece of equipment, opening his arms to catch it. He didn't care if it would hurt when it hit, it was all worth it. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly stood up in front of him. This startled him right away. Who is it? Before Lu Haoyu could react, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. Bang! A punch heavily hit his eye socket. Immediately, his vision turned dark, and stars appeared in his head. What the hell, help! Lu Haoyu covered his unopenable eyes, trembling with fear, and shouted loudly. Quick, grab the equipment, grab the equipment. He didn't care who got the equipment, as long as it was his people who obtained it. At this moment, he couldn't think about much else. Who else could this sudden appearance be, except for Chen Jingyu and Sun Qing? Taking advantage of everyone's attention on the recently exploded boss, Chen Jingyu and Sun Qing rushed over wearing their spirit cloaks. Although the spirit cloak could not completely hide them while moving, nobody would pay attention to them at all. This way, it was a perfect ambush. As soon as Sun Qing appeared, she immediately attacked with fists and feet, quickly taking out several people. Gray flashes flickered. Grey Cat also unleashed a quick lightning strike, forcing back those who wanted to rush in to help. With one punch, Chen Jingyu took advantage of the blinded Lu Haoyu to quickly stash away 3 items. Without even checking what they were, he quickly tossed them into his virtual backpack. Chapter 124. The wind is tight, pull hard. After getting what they wanted, Chen Jingyu hurriedly shouted. It was the strategy they had discussed beforehand. Sun Chang was not interested in fighting these opponents at all. Even though there were many of them, only a few could actually fight her. They were definitely not her match. Plus, with Grey Cat creating chaos on the side, the two worked together effortlessly. Kid, don't think of running. Lu Haoyu was anxious. After his vision recovered a bit, he charged forward to try to intercept Chen Jingyu. With a bang, another punch was thrown. This time at another eye socket. The high agility attribute also increased attack speed. Now, a punch from Chen Jingyu was something ordinary people couldn't easily dodge. With that punch, Lu Haoyu saw stars again. It also made Lu Haotian nearby feel a tightness in a certain part of his body. Although he was happy that it was Lu Haoyu being beaten, he couldn't help but recall his own scenes of being attacked. He instantly slowed his pace. Block them, block them. Lu Haoyu covered his eyes. Although he couldn't see clearly, he still shouted with all his might. This was his only chance to turn the tide. If the boss's dropped items were taken away, then today's failures would include him too. 3 difficult brothers and sisters. This was absolutely intolerable. With the family's strongest new combat power, they ended up being so miserable. Would there be any chance for achievements in the future? Chen Jingyu and Sun Sheng had already gathered at one spot. The two of them and the cat fought while retreating. Amidst Lu Haoyu's desperate shouts, dozens of people surrounded them, blocking their escape. The 3 had retreated to the intersection, but those dozens of people closed in step by step, not daring to relax at all. If it continued like this, neither side would be able to leave. Chen Jingyu and the others may run fast, but they couldn't outmatch so many people. Moreover, there were many ranged attackers among the players. If they opened a certain distance, they would become targets for others. Sun Qing had already noticed this, quietly observing the surrounding terrain. Shall we go to the park? Sun Qing asked. Chen Jingyu shook his head. He speculated that there might be more reinforcements coming in waves. The only good news now was that the helicopter squad had been taken out by the water spirit boss. With the loss of aerial suppression points, it was a great help for their escape. If they entered the park now, and if they got surrounded later, it would be not worth the loss. So the choice couldn't drag on. The longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They must act decisively. When I make my move, you guys run up the road. I remember there's a large community not far ahead. As long as we get into the community, it will be easier for us to escape. After Chen Jingyu finished speaking, Sen Sheng nodded. He recognized his opportunity. But the key is, how do you make a move? Sun Qing asked. Unless they take down all these dozens of people, they wouldn't stop chasing. Lu Haoyu rushed in and finally caught up. He hid in the crowd, sporting 2 panda eyes, glaring furiously at Chen Jingyu. Although the beauty beside him was more eye-catching, he had no time to look. Hand over the stuff now. Lu Haoyu was extremely anxious. The cooked duck had flown away. All right. Chen Jingyu suddenly said. Lu Haoyu? I'm not joking with you. Chen Jingyu nodded seriously. I'm not joking either. Then you hand it over. Lu Haoyu said quickly. All right. Chen Jingyu started rummaging through his virtual backpack. Seeing this scene, Lu Haoyu became excited, but couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He really is willing to hand it over? Is he scared after all? Humph, it turns out my Lu family's strength is still stirring him up. Not long after, Chen Jingyu had an item in his hand. Catch it. Chen Jingyu raised his hand, signaling that he would throw it. Hurry up. Lu Haoyu got excited immediately. Even Lu Haoqian, who was behind, couldn't help but take a few steps forward, stretching his neck to see. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, put his hands together to perform an action, and then directly threw the item out. Run. As soon as he threw it, he and Sun Qing took off. Lu Haoyu was stunned for a moment but didn't immediately chase after them. Instead, he raised his hands to catch the item thrown over. Let's get one first. But the next second, a teammate from the reserve team shouted loudly. Lu, get out of the way, it's an explosive agent. As soon as this was said, chaos erupted. Lu Haoyu's hair stood on end. His hands quickly retracted, shrinking his body, nearly jumping up. A quick reacting teammate directly hugged him and rolled to the side. At the same time, people around quickly scattered. Boom! A green light flashed. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, fierce flames ignited on the ground. Hiss! The stone slab ground was instantly corroded into a big hole. What Chen Jingyu threw was actually the sulfuric acid explosive agent he obtained earlier. A product of the alchemist's later skills. Lu Haoyu couldn't dodge in time, the edge of his clothes got stained with the agent, and instantly blazed into fierce flames. Ah, help, ah! He was directly scared into a frantic run, rolling around. Lu, don't move, we'll help you. Several teammates immediately gathered around. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyu quickly lay flat on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Several big feet stomped down at once. A chaotic series of stomps. Just when Lu Haoyu rolled his eyes and couldn't even let out a scream, they finally extinguished the fire. After all the hustle, when looking back at the two people and a cat from just now, there was not a trace left. We're leaving. Lu Haoqian said with a gloomy face to the remaining 10 or so subordinates. He had to rush back to the family first, to report today's events truthfully to the family elders. After all, the one who speaks first holds the initiative. Lu, how should we handle the scene? A younger brother asked. The place was a complete mess. And those helicopter wrecks. Leave it to them to clean up, don't worry about it. Lu Haoqian didn't care about that, easier to leave first, bad luck for those who come later. As for Chen Jingyu and the others, they ran for 2 whole streets. After confirming that no one was chasing them, they hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, they returned home. After making a call to Fan Qian and confirming everything was fine, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Sun Qing and the gray cat immediately ran to watch TV. Don't forget my video membership. Sun Cheng reminded again. Got it, Grandma. Chen Jingyu answered dully. He even said today was my day, but ended up with nothing to gain. He opened his virtual backpack and took out the 3 items he had just snatched. 2 were equipment, and the last one still hadn't been identified. Chapter 125. Item name, Golden Fist Gloves. Use level, LV10. Job requirement, Fighter. Destruction power, 15. Additional ability, Heavy Hit Rate +1. Introduction, a handheld weapon that can deal more damage. The first piece of equipment is a weapon exclusive to fighters. Chen Jingyu looked at it and directly tossed it to Sun Qing, who was sitting on the floor watching a TV drama. She caught it and took a casual glance before accepting it. Thanks. She kept her eyes glued to the TV drama. The male and female leads had already reached the right atmosphere. Chen Jingyu slightly shook his head. What's so fascinating about this? It's not as good as the little movies on my computer. Next item. Item name, Water Domain Ring, Special. Use level, LV1. Job requirement, none. Additional ability, Underwater Breathing. Introduction, allows the wearer to have the ability to move freely underwater. Degree, Chen Jingyu was stunned. This is actually a special ring that allows players to breathe underwater. In a minute, he could become a diving champion and world record holder. Chen Jingyu remembered the boasts he made with his deskmate when he was a child. Chen Jingyu said his father could dive for 10 minutes. His deskmate said his dad went into the river last year and hasn't come up since. Total defeat. Damn it. Now I have this ring, living underwater for 10 years is not a problem. It's a pity he no longer had any contact with his old classmates. Otherwise, he would definitely retrieve the boasts he didn't make back then. The last item was a strange stone. At first glance, he didn't know what it was. Item name, Water Element Enhancement Stone, consumable. Use level, LV1. Additional ability, increases water elemental damage by 5 points. Introduction, Weapon Enhancement Stone that can provide extra elemental damage attributes to weapons. Elemental damage, Chen Jingyu could understand. But he couldn't grasp water elemental damage. Unlike lightning or flames, what extra damage can water have? Could it be that when he splashed a bucket of water to choke the opponent? Or maybe it would make the opponent unable to open their eyes? For now, there was no way to verify. Chen Jingyu simply took out his crystal light sword, wanting to see if it could be enhanced. After all, this was not a weapon from the system. But when the two touched, a dialogue box really popped up in front of Chen Jingyu. Do you want to enhance the current weapon? Confirm, cancel. Without thinking much, Chen Jingyu immediately chose to confirm. Then he quickly put on the crystal goggles to check the changes in the crystal light sword. Item name, Crystal Light Sword, Epic. Use level, LV5. Job requirement, none. Special ability, Burning, causes extra damage to the target's wounds. Additional ability, Elemental damage, Water. Introduction, the weapon once owned by the wandering swordsman Atomic Samurai, rumored to have cut through spatial particles. Compared to before, an additional ability was added. No matter how he looked at it, it felt awkward. The special ability is Burning, and he chose to add a water elemental damage ability. So contradictory. Just when Chen Jingyu couldn't understand what water elemental damage really did, a new prompt box suddenly appeared on the crystal goggles. At the same time, a guiding line directed to the additional ability entry. After Chen Jingyu watched it, he exclaimed that it was very user-friendly. So humanized. Entry explanation, Water elemental damage. When a weapon with water elemental damage hits the enemy, it can cause a slowing effect on the hit area. Slowing makes the target's movement slower. I see. Chen Jingyu immediately understood. Now, it made perfect sense. Burning can maximize the damage. Water elemental damage can slow the movements of the hit area. Complementing each other, simply fantastic. Although the harvest was not small, the dungeon level was still a bit low. The equipment dropped felt rather average. However, if this idea of Chen Jingyu's were known by others, they might even want to kill him. Not to mention, just that LV10 Golden Fist equipment alone could be worth a fortune if sold. You should know, there are just too many organizations out there looking to loot equipment now. This has led to the fact that, apart from the lowest level weapons, almost everything in the trading market gets snapped up immediately once it's listed. Looking at the person and the cat who were seriously watching a TV drama, Chen Jingyu felt a bit helpless. Clearly, it should be an exciting co-renting life, with such a beautiful girl as a roommate, yet he ended up living like an old bachelor. He took out his phone and arranged a 1-year video membership for Sun Qing, then headed to freshen up. On a night without any programs, it's better to wash up and sleep early. The following days felt a bit calm. Nothing happened at all. Li Yang bandaged his wounds and rented a single apartment not far from Chen Jingyu with Fan Quebec. Chen Jingyu teased them that they had officially entered a cohabitation life. The imagined revenge from the Liu family did not appear. It's unclear whether they did not act immediately or if they had yet to confirm the information about Chen Jingyu and the other two. Chen Jingyu guessed that, with the Liu family's vast connections, finding their identities shouldn't be too hard. As usual, that morning, Chen Jingyu bought breakfast. The two people and the cat sat at the dining table eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. Sun Shang was starting to love real food more and more. It seemed she became a food expert. By the way, those 2 moves you taught me yesterday, I thought about them carefully, but I still don't quite understand, Chen Jingyu said while eating. In these few days, he eagerly sought advice from Sun Shing on some combat techniques. The focus was on sword methods. Since he couldn't awaken vocational skills, he could only improve his fighting techniques. Give you 10 minutes after breakfast, I want to watch a drama, Sun Shing replied coolly. Alright. Chen Jingyu wanted nothing more than this sentence. Soon breakfast was finished, and the two moved the dining table to clear a small space. Here I come. Chen Jingyu rolled up a magazine as a weapon and used the straight stab and horizontal slash techniques he had just learned. He thrust forward with the sword. Sun Xing twisted her waist and instantly pressed against Chen Jingyu's chest. An inch longer is an inch stronger. But long weapons are most afraid of close contact. As she spoke, Sun Xing raised her hand, and her arm quickly trapped Chen Jingyu's head. With a slight effort, Chen Jingyu was pressed onto the ground. Sun Xing forcefully squeezed his head in her arms. At the same time, her legs wrapped around him like an old tree's roots, controlling his lower body so he couldn't move at all. Are you convinced? Slash omega slash Chen Jingyu's nose was about to bleed. Not convinced, use your strength again. Sun Qing frowned. Previously, with just a bit of force, this guy would cry out in surrender. Today, he surprisingly improved? Her arm tightened again. A strong feeling of suffocation instantly flooded into Chen Jingyu's mind. Talent is too powerful. Chapter 126. Under the company building. Chen Jingyu, Li Yang, and Fan Ke all appeared here together. It's been over half a month since they were fired from the company. They came today because the finance department had calculated their owed salaries and compensation, and it was just time to handle the formalities. They had hoped to return to work again. However, after going through dungeons and various events, the three had unanimously decided. To hell with working. The gear they got from the dungeon had already made them a tidy fortune. Since that's the case, they might as well play games full-time. Upon entering the office, their old co-workers crowded around. Finance staff Zhang Lan arrived soon after. The four of them had been fired together before. You little brother, it's been so long without contact. I don't know if I should go see Sister Zhang. Zhang Lan had a face full of sorrow. Look at what you're saying, Sister Zhang, it's just that something came up. Chen Jingyu replied with a smile. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes at him. Come to my house this weekend, and taste my cooking. Inherited skills? Fan Xie ran over to interrupt. I didn't expect Sister Zhang to have this skill. Not bad, not bad, inherited skills can't be lost. Go to hell. Zhang Lan blushed and scolded him softly. At that moment, the leader happened to walk by. You all are here, your salaries have been calculated, just sign your names in a bit, the chairman has something to discuss with you, I'll take you over now. After saying this, he let everyone out. The chairman wants us? Although Chen Jingyu felt a bit strange, he could guess the reason after thinking about it carefully. Before long, their small leader took them to the chairman's office. With their levels, they originally didn't have the qualification to enter. Under the guidance of a small secretary, Chen Jingyu and the three others, along with Zhang Lan, entered the chairman's office. Looking at the small secretary who swayed her sexy waist and left, Fan Xie was reluctant to take his eyes off her. Rich people really have it nice. Chen Jingyu kicked him, and everyone had already arrived in front of the chairman. Su Jinyan got up to personally welcome the four of them as soon as he saw them. Welcome, everyone, please take a seat. Su Jinyan led them to sit down on the sofa in the reception area, and the small secretary immediately brought out tea. Chairman Su, I don't know why you called us here this time? Chen Jingyu got straight to the point. Su Jinyan smiled and waved. Come, have some tea, and taste this freshly picked Jingshan green snow. How does it taste? Since this old guy wasn't in a hurry, Chen Jingyu also stopped asking. He picked up the teacup and began to sip slowly. Su Jinyan leisurely pulled up the daily work, first affirming the contributions of the four to the company, then expressing regret over their resignations, inviting them to return and join the big family of the group company. After hearing this, Fan Xie almost couldn't hold back from snapping back. Damn it, it was clearly your son who fired us, yet you say we resigned? If you want us back, why did the finance department clear up our salaries? Old fox, so cunning. Chen Jingyu didn't react much. He just thought, perhaps the project he was in charge of before had already found a replacement, so they no longer needed him. But it didn't matter, they never planned to come back anyway. After finishing a cup of tea, Chen Jingyu stood up and said, Thank you, Chairman Su, for hosting. The tea was great, we won't disturb your work any longer, goodbye. Since this old fox wanted to play tricks, Chen Jingyu simply didn't engage and left directly. Let's see if he can sit still. As soon as Chen Jingyu stood up, the other three hurriedly put down their teacups and got up as well. Su Jinyan quickly stood up as well. Everyone, please stay a moment, I have a request. He. The old fox couldn't help but show his true nature. Chen Jingyu exchanged glances with the other three and sat back down. Let's see what kind of tricks he's up to. Seeing everyone sit down again, Su Jinyan finally sighed and said, As you know, my son is missing, and there have been no leads until now. Jingyu, you were in the instance together, do you have any clues? He directly called Chen Jingyu's name, wanting to draw closer their relationship. I've heard about your contributions in the instance, you're a capable person, so... Su Jinyan looked at Chen Jingyu with sincere eyes. This time, you must help. His eyes sparkled, full of hope. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly but didn't answer immediately. He thought to himself, just as I expected it was for this matter. But what did that look mean? Would you suspect that Su Aima's disappearance is related to me? It's possible that Su Jinyan might have such doubts. Since he already knows about the events in the copy, he must know that Chen Jingyu had conflicts with Su Aima. The two even got into a fight. But when Su Aimo went missing, there were many witnesses around Chen Jingyu who could prove his innocence. Su Jinyan's gaze is sharp, watching Chen Jingyu's every move. Although Chen Jingyu doesn't have his depth of skill, he has experienced several life and death crises. His temperament has been refined, he is no longer that inexperienced young man who had just started working. He calmly said on the spot, "We are also very concerned about the disappearance of young Master Su. Unfortunately, we do not have any special clues." His response was flawless, not humble nor arrogant. As for the clues, Chen Jingyu does know quite a bit. He even knows who was behind it all. However, Su Jinyan is not sincere at all, he wants to play games with him. So there's no need to tell him. Hearing Chen Jingyu's answer, Su Jinyan's expression didn't change much. It seemed like everything was expected. He picked up the kettle from the coffee table and poured more water into Chen Jingyu's teacup. He stopped pouring when it was more than half full. It seemed he had no intention of ending the conversation. After pouring the water, Su Jinyan sat back down, intertwining his fingers over his raised leg. With an air of nonchalance, he said, "A few days ago, you went to the Yuanbao building, and it seemed to cause quite a stir." Chen Jingyu frowned and sat up straight. Instantly regaining his composure, he chuckled a few times. "Did Director Su send someone to follow me?" "No, no." Su Jinyan quickly smiled and waved his hand. "Jingyu, don't misunderstand, I'm just worried about more incidents happening within the company, so I arranged for some people to protect you in secret." "Protect?" Fan Xia could no longer sit still and blurted, "Then how come I didn't see anyone coming out to protect me at the intersection of Central Park?" He. Su Jinyan laughed and remained silent. He didn't even glance at Fan Xia. As if this person was completely beneath notice. His gaze stayed firmly on Chen Jingyu. Chapter 127. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. Li Yang, who had remained silent, shifted slightly and coughed. "Director Su, although we can understand your feelings, I assure you that the disappearance of young Master Ling has nothing to do with us." He. Su Jinyan chuckled. He took out several cigars from a nearby box and handed them around one by one. The others shook their heads in refusal. "Do you mind if I smoke one?" Su Jinyan asked, not bothering to wait for their approval, cutting the cigar and lighting it himself. The slightly citrus-scented smoke wafted through the room. Only then did Su Jinyan slowly say, "Everyone, don't misunderstand, I didn't say that Aima's disappearance is related to you, just that." He looked at Chen Jingyu and said, "I'm a bit curious, how much do you know about the Yuanbao building and the Zhang family?" Chen Jingyu shrugged, "I know nothing, I don't know what you are talking about." "Ha ha ha." Su Jinyan laughed. Clap. Clap. Clap, he began to applaud, holding the cigar in his hand. "Young man, you have some interesting points." As the applause finished, more than a dozen people suddenly surged in from outside. All dressed in suits and sunglasses, standing around 1.9 meters tall. They stood in a row at the entrance, hands behind their backs. Chen Jingyu narrowed his eyes. "What does Director Su mean by this?" "Nothing." Su Jinyan took a puff of his cigar. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I will tell you. That day, you went to the Yuanbao building and caused a commotion inside. Although I don't know what you went there for, I know that after you went, you must have realized that Su Aima's disappearance is related to them, right?" Chen Jingyu smiled and did not deny it. Su Jinyan continued, "The two people who took Su Aima from the company. We saw them on the surveillance long ago, and even after expanding our search, we found out that you had spoken at the coffee shop across the street. Shouldn't I rationally suspect that you have known each other for a long time?" Chen Jingyu still did not deny it. Su Jinyan seemed somewhat surprised by his calmness and the lack of eagerness to argue. He stared at the other party and suddenly changed the topic, saying, "If I report this matter, you might get into a bit of trouble, right?" Chen Jingyu laughed again. He gave the other party 2 thumbs up. "As expected of Director Su, truly powerful, but I have no intention of hiding these matters. As for whether to report it or not, that's up to you. If you are upright, you need not fear shadows. Not servile, not hasty." Su Jinyan's face gradually turned a bit ugly. He did not expect that there would be such a troublesome character among the subsidiaries of his group company. He appears young, yet is very experienced in handling matters. Usually, a young person of this age could be easily manipulated by him. But this youth before him seems immune to such tactics. "If Director Su has no other business, we will take our leave." Chen Jingyu stood up once again. Su Jinyan was taken aback and stood up as well, his expression unfriendly as he said, "You haven't clarified your problems, and you want to leave just like that?" What problems do I have?" Chen Jingyu pretended not to understand. He pointed to the doorway and said, "Does Director Su mean to get tough?" "What if I get tough? What if I get soft?" Su Jinyan replied coldly. Both sides were on the verge of tearing their masks off. But Chen Jingyu suddenly laughed. I'm sure Director Su guessed that Master Ling is in the Zhang family's hands, and what? Su Jinyan's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. And I guess Chen Jingyu's smile was somewhat playful. I guess you don't dare to go to the Zhang family to ask for him back, and you dare not take action against the Zhang family. Before he finished speaking, Su Jinyan suddenly sat back down on the sofa. His expression became desolate, as if he had aged much in an instant. At this moment, he seemed more like an old man whose son had just gone missing, with a face full of anxiety and sorrow. That domineering CEO was nowhere to be seen. You are right. What Chen Jingyu did not expect was that Su Jinyan actually admitted it directly. After saying this, he seemed to have completely opened up his heart. He shed all his disguises. I cannot provoke the Zhang family. Although I know Su Aima is in their hands, I do not dare to ask for him back, nor do I dare to break the surface peace. Su Jinyan collapsed on the sofa, his whole spirit instantly changed. I don't even dare to let this matter leak out. I don't even dare to let the Zhang family know that I am aware of this. He. His laughter was filled with sadness. For a moment, everyone felt sympathy for this old man. However, the reason for their sympathy was solely because he was a father. Su Jinyan waved his hand, and the little secretary immediately understood, leading a dozen thugs who had just entered to exit the office together. Now only 5 of them were left. Su Jinyan then spoke, it's useless to say too much now. I just want to ask you to help me, in the name of a father, to save Su Aima. In return, I will arrange a LV5 weapon for each of you 4. He. Fan K laughed, LV5, how high-end? Though he said this, one should know that an LV5 piece of equipment on the market starts at least at hundreds of thousands. Facing Fan K's sarcasm, Su Jinyan was not angry. I know that with your abilities, you disdain these things. However, the best equipment I can get on the market is just this. I beg you. Su Jinyan stood up, deeply bowing to everyone, please help this old man. No one expected that just a moment ago, the cunning and sharp Chairman Su would. At this moment, he had completely put aside his dignity. A few people exchanged glances, and finally focused their attention on Chen Jingyu. The meaning was to let him make the decision. Help? Or not help? That's the question. In fact, for Chen Jingyu, there was no deep grudge against Su Aima. He just couldn't stand the way this rich kid acted and the fact that he expelled them for no reason. Therefore, when he learned that Su Aima had been kidnapped, he had no intention of helping. Seeing Chen Jingyu hesitate, Su Jinyan quickly said again, any matter can be discussed. If you all want to come back to work, you can start immediately, and your salary will double. This time, what he said should be true. No longer the pretense from before. Originally, Su Jinyan didn't intend to be completely sincere, he just wanted to control a few young people, trying to use threats and temptation, and then have them help find Su Aima for free. But the situation was different now. After thinking for a while, Chen Jingyu slowly said, we can try, but I cannot guarantee that we will definitely find Su Aima. Also, bring the weapons and equipment here first, no success, no refund. Chapter 128. Hearing Chen Jingyu's uncertain terms, Su Jinyan hesitated. It's okay, take a few days to think it over, goodbye. Chen Jingyu stepped away. Wait. Su Jinyan quickly shouted, I agree. After saying that, he called out to the outside, Secretary Li, come in. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks, a knowledgeable woman in her 30s walked in. Chairman. Secretary Li called out, then clasped her hands in front of her and stood straight beside him. You take these few gentlemen to pick out some weapons and equipment, see if there's anything suitable, each person gets one. Yes. Secretary Li slightly bowed. She then made an inviting gesture. Please follow me. Su Jinyan also stood up and slightly bowed, saying, thank you, everyone. It was a disguised way of sending them off. Chen Jingyu and the others stopped being verbose and directly followed Secretary Li out. In the secretary's office, Secretary Li asked about their professions and then offered 4 weapons. After that, she sent them away. Downstairs, Zhanglan took out a newly obtained wooden magic wand embedded with gems. Jingyu, this is still for you. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Jingyu pushed it back, this is for you. But I can't help much. I still have kids at home. Zhanglan hesitated. Actually, Chen Jingyu didn't plan to involve Zhanglan in this matter. He smiled and said, you go back first, we will solve Su Aima's problem. Then I can't take this weapon. Zhanglan pushed back again. Alright, Sister Zhang, after this is over, we'll go try your cooking. Consider this a labor fee, if you keep refusing, it will seem like you're strangers to us. Li Yang joined in to persuade her. Exactly, you know Chen Jingyu's character, he spends big. If you don't take it, who knows where he'll send it next. Fan Xie added fuel to the fire. Zhanglan immediately put her hands on her hips, angrily saying, Why do I feel like you're talking about yourself? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. After parting, Chen Jingyu and the others discussed briefly and decided to go check on the Yuanbao building again. When they arrived, the old man was still at the gate, looking like it wouldn't be easy to get in. Chen Jingyu found it inconvenient to go forward, so he let Li Yang go and ask about the situation. Shortly after, Li Yang returned. I heard that the people on the 5th floor have all moved out. Li Yang said. Where did they move? Fan Xie asked. Guess. Who knows? Fan Xie made a gesture at him. In fact, it wasn't hard to imagine this situation. Chen Jingyu suddenly remembered someone. The girl who had just moved in next door seemed to have not been seen in the past few days. If he guessed right, Zhang Linlin should also be from the Zhang family. But even if he found Zhang Linlin, he didn't think she would know Su Aima's whereabouts. I know who to find. Chen Jingyu suddenly remembered. Who? Chen Jingyu smiled and said to Fan Xie, the brother who introduced you to a rich woman last time, can you get in touch with him? Fan Xie thought for a moment. Oh, you're talking about the person who was introduced to Aunt Zhang, right? I think his name is Zhang Dating? Fan Xie still had some impression of this person, but almost messed up the matter. This Zhang Dating was not really useful, but at least he was articulate, very smooth with words. In the end, he managed to get in touch with Aunt Zhang without her getting angry. I should be able to contact him, we have a group. Fan Xie mumbled as he pulled out his phone. Before long, he happily looked up and said, I got in touch. He even thanked me, saying that I introduced him to a chance to make money. Let's go, set up a meeting. Chen Jingyu and the other two left again. Soon, they arrived at the place they had agreed upon. It was a very ordinary small restaurant. Although it couldn't be called luxurious, it was very down-to-earth. Generally, this kind of restaurant serves farmhouse dishes, which were very suitable for them. On the way there, they had already decided that Fan Xie would take the lead. After all, Chen Jingyu had only met Zhang Dating once, not very familiar. Fan Xie then realized that Chen Jingyu had given him the number just out of a mischievous mindset. At that moment, he couldn't help but show him 2 fingers. After booking a private room, only Zhang Dating was present. It was evident that, although his appearance was somewhat worn, he seemed much more spirited overall. When Zhang Dating saw that Fan Xie had brought 2 people, he was first taken aback, and even more stunned when he saw Chen Jingyu. It's you? Fan Xie didn't hide it and said directly, if you can get connected with the Zhang family, you should thank my brother, he helped you out. Zhang Dating immediately stood up and politely stepped forward to thank him. I knew something was up, it turned out my brother helped, thank you, thank you. Chen Jingyu originally wanted Fan Xie to step up, but now it turned out it was Zhang Dating who came to him. So he got straight to the point, isn't this mutual? Last time, you said you would introduce me to a job, right? Now that there's a good thing, I have to think about you as well? That's right. Zhang Dating nodded repeatedly and then invited everyone to take a seat. Dishes began to be served. Chen Jingyu directly said, actually, this time I looked for you to ask something. What is it? As long as it's something I can say, I will definitely not hold back, Zhang Dating patted his chest. His answer was very straightforward, but ultimately, he said nothing at all. What does it mean to say everything that can be said? If it can be said, do we even need to ask you? Chen Jingyu silently complained in his heart but didn't show it on his face. In today's society, everyone is like this, everyone can understand. After all, if one doesn't take care of oneself, they will suffer. Brother, you should know Pei Linji, right? Chen Jingyu asked. Zhang Dating hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded. We are colleagues. Can you get in touch with him? I want to find him. Chen Jingyu asked again. This. Zhang Dating hesitated for a second, and Fan Xie immediately spoke up. I say, big brother, what are you still struggling with? Now that you're with Aunt Zhang, do you still care about that job? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dating sighed. Ah, you guys don't know. The boss of my previous workplace is also from the Zhang family. About this matter, Sister Zhang has also asked me and wanted me to stay there and work. Zhang Dating said this, looking very helpless. To be honest with you, although I share the surname Zhang, compared to the people from the Zhang family, I'm just a pawn. Now I'm in a dilemma. Although it looks grand now, with lots of money to spend and a big house to live in, I know that if I make a wrong move or say the wrong thing one day, I might be finished. Saying this, Zhang Dating poured himself a glass of white liquor. He downed it in one go. Chapter 129. After finishing the drink, Zhang Dating wiped his mouth. Brothers, to be honest with you, I have contact information, but I can't give it to you, nor can I help you contact him. Fan Xie became anxious upon hearing this. Zhang Dating waved his hand, brother, let me finish. I can't give it to you because I still want to stay alive, but. He glanced at the crowd, everyone's kindness, I will definitely repay. In this life, I've never held my head high, especially in front of my wife, but now, Sister Zhang's appreciation has given me confidence, and I have to thank all of you. So, I've decided to tell you where Pei Lingji is hiding. Isn't that settled? Fan Xie stood up directly and toasted with Zhang dating, you're really kind, brother. Don't worry, in the future, if there are good resources, my little brother will definitely not forget you. After a meal, Chen Jingyu and the others, having received the address, prepared to set off directly to avoid unnecessary delays. The address given by Zhang dating was in the suburbs, and it seemed to be an abandoned warehouse. It wasn't hard to find, they were brought directly to the warehouse door by a taxi. This place used to be a factory, and a sign stood at the entrance indicating it had closed down. Inside the factory area, a large steel structure warehouse could be seen right at the entrance. Fu Hai Warehouse, this should be the place. Li Yang and another person looked at Chen Jingyu together, wanting him to make the decision. They were asking if they should sneak in quietly or take another approach. Chen Jingyu waved his hand and directly walked through the front door. Since we're here, there's no need to fear. Let's just grab the person. He walked toward the destination with big strides. At the warehouse door, a large iron lock firmly held the door shut. Smash it! At Chen Jingyu's command, Li Yang pulled out a black iron sword and struck at the lock chain. Clang! Clang! The lock chain was directly cut open. Chen Jingyu and Fan Xie kicked open the large iron door at the same time. The three of them charged in instantly. The warehouse was very empty. In the middle, there were a few disordered tables and chairs. 4 people were gathered together playing cards. Creak! Li Yang closed the big door. The 3 of them walked in slowly. The 4 people immediately dropped their cards and stood up in surprise. Chen Jingyu had already seen Pei Lingji among them. It's you? Pei Lingji looked somewhat surprised. That's right, it's me again. Damn, you're like a ghost. Pei Lingji looked a bit helpless. Pei Lingji's shock value plus 100. Underscore? Chen Jingyu was also a bit surprised upon seeing the system prompt. Why is it a shock value? Is it really that shocking? Pei Lingji said to the 3 people beside him, this is my personal matter. You go watch that kid. I'll handle this. The 3 nodded, glanced at Chen Jingyu, and then walked to another part of the warehouse. Before Chen Jingyu could speak, Pei Lingji interrupted, I know why you're here. Since you're so persistent, then let's do it. Bring it on. I'll take you on first. Li Yang stepped forward. He was a fighter, suitable for leading the charge. You're joining too? I don't even know you. Pei Lingji's shock value plus 200. The 3 of us are always together, if we're going, we go together. Fan Xie also stepped forward. Sigma, degree, what? You're coming too? Pei Lingji was stunned. Pei Lingji's shock value plus 1000. That's right. If you're not convinced, you can call others. Fan Xie rolled up his sleeves. Oh, you want to call others? Pei Lingji's shock value plus 10,010. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with them, let me finish it myself. Pei Lingji seemed to have made some significant decision. Looking at the 3 people opposite him, he said, come on, let's go together, but just to be clear, no props allowed. Props? Fan Xie showed a puzzled expression. Are you saying no equipment? Li Yang replied readily, no problem, let's just compare fists and feet. Come on, let's start. Pei Lingji seemed impatient to finish, already starting to warm up. Then we'll settle this like men. I'll go first. Li Yang directly took off his shirt, revealing his well-trained muscles. Fighting barehanded, as a fighter, he wouldn't back down. On the opposite side, Pei Lingji also took off his pants. 4 people looked at each other in shock. Especially in the middle, Li Yang and Pei Lingji felt the ultimate awkwardness. I finally understand the netizens' confusion, Fan Xie murmured. What confusion? Chen Jingyu asked. Fan Xie explained, some people ask why when fighting, they always like to take off their shirts, but no one takes off their pants? Why? Because the atmosphere is too weird, it's hard to fight in such a situation. Pei Lingji's shame level plus 10,000. Li Yang took a step back, hey, if you want a one-on-one fight, just fight properly, why take off your pants? Pei Lingji immediately pulled up his pants, panic on his face, my belt was loose, mistake, complete mistake. As he said this, he turned around and shouted, brothers, come out, someone is causing trouble. Damn! Li Yang instantly felt speechless. This person is simply too shameless. Just now he said not to call anyone for a one-on-one fight, and now he's going back on his word before it even started. As Pei Lingji shouted, dozens of people rushed out. All dressed in suits, it was clear they were from the Zhang family. Chen Jingyu and the others did not expect there would be so many people in the warehouse. They quickly huddled together, each taking out their weapons. What's going on? Who are these people? The crowd quickly merged with Pei Lingji. Old Pei, didn't you say you could handle it? Pei Lingji's embarrassment level plus 100. Underscore, there's a bit of a situation, they might be here for that kid. Pei Lingji wiped his sweat, feeling a little guilty as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Pei Lingji's companions all became alert. Suddenly someone seemed to recognize Chen Jingyu. That kid seems to be the one who caused a scene at headquarters that day. As soon as this was said, the venue was in shock. Quick, report to the higher-ups. Someone shouted anxiously. The situation was getting a bit out of control. Chen Jingyu knew he couldn't wait any longer. Take action. With a shout, Fan Che's bow and arrow shot out. Dealing with these people, Li Yang did not need to use the black iron greatsword, he switched to dual-wielding two long swords, making his attacks more agile. Chen Jingyu did not immediately use the crystal light sword, as this weapon had too much lethality. What he held now was a weapon similar to a tang knife, which he had just received from Su Jinyan. Although the attributes were not excellent, it was suitable for him at this moment. After all, he had learned quite a few offensive techniques from Sun Xing, including knife, sword, and fist techniques. Now was just the right time to practice on these little minions. Chapter 130. The people from the Zhang family were not strong, and Chen Jingyu had long experienced that. Compared to the elite forces of the Lu family, these people were simply no match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed that day at the Yuanbao building. Li Yang, go find Suaima, Fan Xie cover me. After Chen Jingyu finished speaking, he charged directly ahead. His extremely high agility made his steps light, like a swallow. The dozen or so people opposite him were on high alert, scattering in all directions, with most targeting Chen Jingyu, while a few others tried to intercept Li Yang. Kid, I didn't expect you to be my enemy today. Pei Lingji said, looking heartbroken, brandishing a laser gun. As a long-range attack profession, especially a gunsmith, the initial advantage was simply enormous. Not only did he have the advantage of attack range, but also extremely high damage. Chen Jingyu ignored him and charged forward. DIU. A laser shot out, Chen Jingyu sidestepped, his feet never stopping, swinging the tang knife and instantly knocked down the person who tried to intercept him. At the same time, Li Yang did not linger in battle, the weapon in his hands burst into fierce flames, pushing back the incoming attackers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows breaking through the air continued from behind, as Fan Xie, the archery master, supported him from the back. In the blink of an eye, Li Yang had rushed to the inner side of the warehouse. These dozen people couldn't stop them at all. Whether in combat level, experience, or preparation, they were far ahead of them. Jingyu, I've found it! Li Yang suddenly shouted. Go! Chen Jingyu turned back to call out to Fan Xie, then chopped down two more people. He quickly rushed forward to join Li Yang. In terms of running speed alone, Pei Lingji and the others were already far behind. Soon, the three of them met inside the warehouse. Here, a small space was specifically cleared out. They saw 3 or 4 people in white coats surrounding Suaima. At this moment, dozens of tubes of various sizes were inserted into Suaima's body. He was unconscious, wearing an oxygen mask, unaware of his fate. What's this? The 3 were astonished. This was clearly experimenting on a living person. Behind them, a noise came again. Pei Lingji and the few remaining people rushed over. Humph, now that you've discovered us, none of you will get away. A person who seemed to be the leader said. Chen Jingyu coldly said, I didn't expect you were searching for those who had entered the instance just to capture them for experiments? So what? The man sneered, our experiments have already entered a critical phase. Once we uncover the secrets of our experiments, the world will bow at my feet. 3 little brats, I see you have some abilities. If you surrender now, I will plead for you in the group, and perhaps I can arrange some good positions for you. As he spoke, he proposed tempting conditions to Chen Jingyu and the others. You better think carefully. As long as you oppose our entire group, you'll miss out on the power and glory after we conquer the world together. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly and suddenly shouted, rescue him. Li Yang, who had been ready, immediately charged into the laboratory. The doctors and nurses in white coats were instantly scared and hid aside. Li Yang checked and found Suaima's breathing was steady, and there were no visible injuries for now, ready to rescue him and leave. Clang clang. The warehouse door was opened again. A large crowd appeared at the entrance. The leading man and woman were surprisingly familiar faces. Zhang Wei and Zhang Linlin. Kid, we meet again. Zhang Wei stormed in angrily. Originally, this brat named Su had no value, but now that you want to snatch him away, it won't be so easy for you to leave. Last time, the commotion at Yuanbao building made Jiang Wei unable to sleep for several days. If he couldn't avenge this grievance, it would forever be a thorn in his heart. People outside kept pouring in, quickly gathering dozens of them. More were coming one after another. Zhang Linlin followed closely behind Jiang Wei, glaring resentfully at Chen Jingyu. This kid, who actually failed to take him down, made Zhang Linlin doubt her charm for the first time in her life. Brother, can't we just play nicely? Why do you have to cause trouble? They have given you many chances. Fan Xia's eyes brightened. Sister, how about we go have some fun? This kid can't do anything, just ignore him. I'm not interested. Zhang Linlin straightforwardly replied. Some people were instantly discouraged. Ding! A familiar prompt sounded in Chen Jingyu's mind. Here it comes again? Sure enough, the image of the Lolita girl appeared in the crystal lens again. Ding, you have a new task, will you accept? This time, it seemed rather serious. A bit too serious. Accept. Chen Jingyu quickly selected. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, decisive action, to be completed. Description, forgiving bad people is the job of the Buddha. What we need to do is send them to meet the Buddha. Completion requirement, kill enemies, 0/100. Description, eliminate harm for the people. Time limit, 60 minutes. Completion reward, crystal fragment. Description, it seems to be a fragment of some kind of item. Failure penalty, accompanying them. Description, report to the Buddha. Hiss. Chen Jingyu gasped. The task system rarely issued this type of task to him. It seems this group from the Zhang family. Indeed, there have been many actions that touched the bottom line of humanity. Even the task system couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Killing one bad person is just like saving one good person. Thinking of it this way, it isn't a bad thing after all. So many people gathered at the door. Chen Jingyu and the others had to temporarily set aside their plan to take Suaima away. Brothers, it seems we are in for another bloody battle. Chen Jingyu turned to look at his two colleagues. Who are these people, anyway? Li Yang asked. They definitely aren't good people. If we fall into their hands, we'll probably end up like this young master Su next time, Fan Xie said while fiddling with his bow and arrows. He was still using his own weapon. Although Su Jinyan had given him a higher level weapon, its attributes were not exceptional. It's estimated that Aunt Wang spent quite a bit of money on this weapon. Then let's fight. Li Yang swung his twin swords. Boom! The flame sword technique was unleashed, and flames erupted on the sword. Chen Jingyu also put away his Tang Dao and took out his crystal light sword. Jiang Wei, who had lost his weapon, managed to pick up a big sword again, but compared to the previous black iron great sword, it already looked much inferior just by its design. Kid, old grudges and new ones will be settled together. Die for me! Zhang Hong roared, waving his hand, signaling everyone to charge forward. Kill! Chapter 131. This time was different from the 5th floor of the Yuanbao building. The terrain in the warehouse was much more open, favoring the side with more people. Moreover, this time, it was clear that Jiang Wei and the others had come prepared. As the crowd began to fight, his team quickly split into several squads. Besides the crowd surging forward, a large number of people in the back began to gather their spells, preparing to launch attacks. Some archers and gunners were the first to initiate their assaults. However, Chen Jingyu and the others, who were experienced in group battles, had already anticipated this. Fan Xia, as a ranged profession, was the first to find cover and hide. Not to mention, if it came to who was more cunning, he wouldn't fall behind. Chen Jingyu unleashed his speed again, rushing into the crowd, making the ranged players at the back hesitant to attack. With Chen Jingyu leading the charge, Li Yang, who followed behind, felt a lot less pressure. He chose the same tactic as Chen Jingyu, but by the time he entered the enemy's ranks, most of the attention had already been drawn away by Chen Jingyu. Kill enemy count +1. Kill enemy count +1. Under Chen Jingyu's crystal light sword, there was almost no equal opponent. The system task was quickly refreshing the number completed. Chen Jingyu's mind was already sharp. Coupled with the crystal light sword's versatility, which was sometimes there and sometimes not, he would sometimes cut off the opponent's weapon, and at other times, pass through the enemy's weapon, leaving people utterly confused. Sometimes when you swing hard, it ends up being a miss. Sometimes when you think you'll pass through, you ease up, only to be struck along with your sword. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jingyu had cut through the front line and directly entered the area where the ranged profession players were located. At this moment, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, starting a rampant slaughter. Jiang Wei and Zhang Linlin, who had been standing by the door, were completely dumbfounded. Why does this kid seem to have gotten much stronger after just a few days? Jiang Wei immediately put away his weapon, not having the courage to join the battle at all. Humph. Zhang Linlin pouted angrily, what a pity he's a coward. If he dare to duel me, I guarantee he won't even be able to stand. Zhang Wei. Sister, stop talking. Quickly ask if Uncle Li has arrived. Zhang Wei's forehead was already starting to sweat. At this moment, the big door behind them was opened again. A strong middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked in. Zhang Wei immediately rushed over as if he had seen a lifeline. Uncle Li, you finally arrived. This kid is already out of control. The person who came was none other than Li Yongfu, the personal bodyguard of the Zhang family elder, who had followed the old master through life and death for many years. This time, Zhang Wei spent a great deal of effort to invite this expert over from the elder's side. Although he didn't know much about the game, he understood killing. He was a true combat genius, one willing to risk his life in a real fight. Li Yongfu's gaze was piercing, and just by standing there, he gave off a special air of authority. His attention instantly focused on Chen Jingyu. After watching for a few seconds, he coldly smiled. It's just relying on youthful strength and a bit of fast reaction, it's not impressive. Originally thinking he was a powerful expert, it now seemed that he didn't even have the interest to take action. While Li Yongfu could contain himself, Zhang Wei could not. He had invested immense manpower, material resources, and financial resources to organize this group. Now it seemed that he was about to be completely crushed by Chen Jingyu. Uncle Li, please take action. Zhang Wei stood respectfully in front of Li Yongfu. Although Li Yongfu held no official position in the family, no one dared to look down on him. Just because he had followed the old master for decades. Very well, let them all step back. Upon hearing Li Yongfu's agreement, Zhang Wei immediately felt relieved. Everyone, step aside and get back. Those people now barely dared to attack. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, they promptly scattered in fear. The positions where the ranged professionals stood had already been thrown into chaos by Chen Jingyu. At Zhang Wei's command, the area suddenly cleared out. Chen Jingyu gasped for breath, finally able to take a moment's respite. The intense battle had indeed taken a toll on his stamina. Glancing at the mission system, he saw that the number of completed tasks had just crossed halfway. Chen Jingyu held his crystal sword horizontally. Come on, let's fight again. At that moment, he was completely enveloped in the spirit of battle. The fatigue in his body had no effect on him at all. He. Li Yongfu stepped forward slowly. Young man, don't get too carried away. He. Chen Jingyu also smiled. If I'm not carried away, can I still be called a young man? Are you saying I should be like your old master, lounging around drinking tea and reading newspapers, just waiting for the ground? Chen Jingyu couldn't stand people who brought up age to feel superior. If not you, then who should I confront? Hearing Chen Jingyu's unrestrained words, Li Yongfu's expression darkened immediately. Alright, then let me see what gives you the right to be so proud. With that, he slowly rolled up his sleeves. Dressed in simple cloth, rolling up his sleeves gave him the appearance of a martial arts master. Draw your weapon. Chen Jingyu flicked his crystal sword. Though he spoke lightly, he did not underestimate his opponent at all. He knew that this old man would probably not be so easy to deal with. Never underestimate any enemy, this was Chen Jingyu's advice to himself. It was also the advice of a wise man. For a mere kid like you, do I even need a weapon to deal with you? Li Yongfu stood empty-handed, posing in a way similar to Wing Chun. Then don't say I'm bullying you. Chen Jingyu gripped his knife with one hand. He stepped forward to strike. It looked completely like a street fight. With a downward slash, the wind from the blade howled. Li Yongfu let out a light chuckle, completely disregarding the opponent's offense. As for his right foot stepping back, he switched to his left foot forward, repositioning his body half a meter back, effortlessly dodging the incoming crystal sword. Kid, you better hold steady. With that, Li Yongfu's palms suddenly swirled forward. One hand reached for the sword hilt held by Chen Jingyu, while the other hand aimed to lift his opponent's arm. It looked like a casual move, but it was executed with lightning speed. Chen Jingyu responded quickly too. He could see that if he got hit by the old man, his weapon would probably slip from his grasp immediately. In an instant, with a flick of his wrist, the crystal light sword vanished from his hand. At the same time, with a slap, Chen Jingyu's arm was hit, causing his wrist to tremble. Fortunately, the light sword was no longer in his hand, as Chen Jingyu had already stored it back in his crystal ring. Humph. Chen Jingyu guessed this would be the outcome. He leaped high on one foot and kicked towards Li Yongfu, who had come too close. Chapter 132. In this clash, Li Yongfu suffered because he didn't understand the gaming mechanics. If this were a few months ago, in a contest among martial artists, then Li Yongfu's moves just now would have surely disarmed his opponent, as he had successfully countered. But the world was no longer the same. Chen Jingyu recalled the crystal long sword into the crystal ring, rendering Li Yongfu's moves without the most crucial element. Without being able to seize the opponent's weapon, he couldn't use it for a second attack against Chen Jingyu. Instead, this allowed Chen Jingyu to seize the opportunity and strike unexpectedly. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Yongfu was momentarily stunned by the disappearance of the weapon, Chen Jingyu kicked directly at his opponent's abdomen. In his shock, Li Yongfu proved to be a true master of skills. He quickly recovered from his daze. Although he didn't understand why the opponent's weapon suddenly vanished, he had no time to think about it. He quickly recoiled, crossing his hands beneath him, just in time to block the incoming kick. Bang! The two flew apart, separating from each other. Li Yongfu's eyes flickered as he began to reassess his opponent's strength. This young man seemed not so easy to handle after all. Chen Jingyu was also continuously surprised. The series of moves just executed had cost a great meal, crafted specifically for him by Sun Qing as a killing move. Yet it ultimately turned out to be fruitless. Despite catching his opponent off guard, he still failed to land a successful attack. Kid, you're interesting, you'd better pay attention now. I hope you can last a few more rounds. Li Yongfu sneered repeatedly, rearranging his stance to prepare for the attack. Humph, old man, it's you who should be careful. Chen Jingyu flipped his hand, and the crystal light sword appeared in his grip once more. He had attacked first, utilizing all the sword techniques taught by Sun Qing. The reason Chen Jingyu rushed in was that he knew how formidable Li Yongfu truly was. He couldn't let Li Yongfu set the pace, he had to break his rhythm. In an instant, blades flashed, and the wind howled. Li Yongfu's face changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce offensive from his opponent. This kid's swordsmanship seems chaotic, but it's not to be underestimated. I can't see where his techniques come from. Which school does he belong to? As a combat master, Li Yongfu prided himself on knowing the techniques of various schools inside and out. But he couldn't see through Chen Jingyu's movements. After a few rapid exchanges, Li Yongfu couldn't afford to remain defensive any longer. After all, the crystal light sword was not an ordinary blade, its lethality was too high. Kid, I'm about to attack. Li Yongfu suddenly slid forward, his palms creating an impenetrable defense, completely surrounding Chen Jingyu. Seeing Li Yongfu suddenly gaining the upper hand, the extremely nervous Zhang Wei and the others couldn't help but cheer and shout. Good. Li uncle, well done. Predecessor Li, take down this kid. Humph, I bet it will be settled in 3 moves. To say there was no pressure would be a lie. At this moment, Chen Jingyu felt an overwhelming pressure increasing. The reason he was able to fight Li Yongfu to a standstill was partly because of the weapon's power, and partly due to the simple, efficient moves taught by Sun Qing. Once Li Yongfu began his offensive, Chen Jingyu, who fell into defense, lost the initiative and became passive, suffering a quick succession of defeats. Jingyu! Li Yan was suddenly shocked and wanted to step forward. Fan Xia pulled him back. Don't act rashly, going up now will only make things worse. Li Yan was immediately awakened and stopped in his tracks. Fan Xia was right. In the current one-on-one situation, Chen Jingyu had temporarily fallen into a disadvantage. If Li Yang and the others rashly joined the battle, it would surely provoke a counterattack from the opponent. At that time, Chen Jingyu would have to face more than just Li Yongfu. So, at this moment, the two of them going up to help would only create more trouble. After being enveloped by the palm wind, Chen Jingyu continued to retreat repeatedly. Li Yongfu immediately sneered, Kid, you are still too young, just surrender. Chen Jingyu didn't respond, focusing on countering the opponent's moves. Still trying to struggle? Humph. Watch me send you to your grave. After several missed attacks, Li Yongfu didn't want to delay any longer. There's an old saying in the martial world, the young fear no one. If this continued, Li Yongfu was afraid he would run out of energy. He immediately quickened his attack frequency. In an instant, palm winds surged. In front of Chen Jingyu, there seemed to be nothing but the opponent's phantom hands. Back off. Chen Jingyu firmly planted his feet, no longer preparing to dodge. He swept out a sword. Li Yongfu let out a contemptuous sneer, still trying to struggle? Your moves are useless against me. As the light sword jabbed forward, Li Yongfu spread his palms apart and planted his feet firmly. The crystal sword sliced through his palms, unable to inflict any harm. Seeing the opponent's moves becoming predictable, Li Yongfu realized the time was right and moved in quickly. Kid, take this. In the blink of an eye, the crystalline sword's brilliance suddenly retracted. The sword body, glowing with red light, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Li Yongfu lunged forward. Damn it, that was a feint? Li Yongfu instantly noticed something was wrong. Just moments ago, his opponent had clearly been swinging with full force. Why did they suddenly stop halfway? At this moment, Chen Jingyu had his long sword positioned right in front of him, aimed at the lunging Li Yongfu. Ziz! As the red light sword reappeared, Li Yongfu was just about to get close. Seeing he was about to be pierced through, Li Yongfu suddenly felt a chill go down his spine. Every cell in his body was activated. He quickly turned his feet, forcefully stopping his advance. Whoosh! The light sword vanished again. Li Yangfu immediately sensed danger. He had already lost track of the crystalline sword in his sight. In combat, not knowing where the opponent's weapon is can be a very dangerous situation. Damn, what kind of move is this kid using? While Li Yangfu was greatly alarmed, Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. This was a new move developed through days of collaboration with Sun Qing, specifically targeting the elusive nature of the crystal sword. By innovating on Sun Qing's killing move, he created this new skill. He had been probing Li Yangfu, making the opponent underestimate him. At this crucial moment, the move was indeed effective. Li Yangfu turned around quickly and tried to stabilize his footing. But it was already too late. When the crystalline sword that had disappeared by his side reappeared, it was already at his chest. Li Yangfu stared dumbfounded at his chest, where nothing stood before him. This sword had come from behind him. It turned out that just as Li Yangfu turned to dodge the sword, Chen Jingyu had followed his rhythm to turn as well. When both stood still again, Chen Jingyu was right behind Li Yangfu. Enemy kill count +1. A single strike to end him. Chapter 133. The shift in the situation was too sudden, the Zhang family members didn't have time to react. By the time 4 or 5 people rushed in, it was already too late for Li Yangfu. Uncle Li! Senior! Everyone shouted and rushed over, pulling Li Yangfu away from Chen Jingyu. Jiang Wei held him, his face filled with grief, shouting, "Uncle Li, you can't die." Li Yangfu was his greatest support. If he lost, Jiang Wei would have no confidence left to stay. Who dies is actually not important, what matters is that Jiang Wei himself cannot die. Looking around, there was no one left to help him. In the end, he focused his gaze on Zhang Linlin. This sister, wearing a cropped t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, had previously said she would deal with that guy, right? Seeing Jiang Wei's gaze, Zhang Linlin seemed to understand his meaning. Without saying anything, she directly took a step forward with her slender, fair legs. Single combat, do you dare? Zhang Linlin didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Looking at her expression, she was definitely not joking. Chen Jingyu temporarily put away his crystal sword and couldn't help but laugh at this beautiful neighbor who once lived in his arm. Why don't you live next door to me anymore? Did you move out? Humph. Mentioning this made Zhang Linlin furious. How can you still have the face to say that, you scumbag? Fan Xia and Li Yang immediately turned their gaze to Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu was speechless. How am I a scumbag? Not only a scumbag, but even worse than a beast. Zhang Linlin said hatefully. This left Chen Jingyu even more confused. How am I worse than a beast? Zhang Linlin stared at him angrily and said, when a man and a woman live together, if the man does everything, then he is a beast. And when a man and a woman live together, if the man does nothing, then what is worse than a beast? Oh my, is this even possible? Chen Jingyu said, expressing his agreement. He couldn't disagree. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Linlin became even angrier. Humph, single combat, do you dare? Chen Jingyu shrugged, I usually don't hit women. Zhang Linlin angrily spat, still trying to hit me, scumbag. Then how do we do single combat? Chen Jingyu suddenly didn't know what to do. Zhang Linlin looked around and pointed to a small booth in front, saying, let's go there. Chen Jingyu? Zhang Linlin continued, don't you dare? Humph, if you have the guts, let's see who comes out first loses. Li Yang? Is this single combat serious? Li Yang asked Fan Xia beside him. Fan Xia licked his lips and said, I don't know if it's serious or not, I only know I also want to join in. However, I suspect. Fan Xia looked at Li Yang, this girl might be stalling for time on purpose. Can this really stall time? What use is 3 to 5 minutes? Li Yang didn't believe it. Their conversation was completely heard by Chen Jingyu. He also agreed with Fan Xia's idea that the other party was probably stalling for time on purpose. But Li Yang's words made him very dissatisfied. What do you mean just 3 to 5 minutes? Please don't assume everyone is like you, okay? Aren't you the one assuming everyone is like you? Li Yang also was not convinced. Fan Xia had a headache. How about you both go challenge her together and see who wins? Everyone knows she's stalling for time, yet you're still arguing? Fan Xia finally had a moment of clarity. Hearing him say this, Chen Jingyu immediately remembered he still had a mission to complete. He checked and found that he had completed more than half of the mission, but only had a little over 20 minutes left. If he dragged it on, it could go badly. Glancing around the scene, there were still about 20 people brought by Jiang Wei. That was definitely not enough to fight against. At this time, Jiang Wei had also abandoned Li Yangfu and slowly started retreating toward the door. Trying to run. How could Chen Jingyu let him succeed? He exchanged glances with his two companions and then rushed forward. Little sister, quickly stop him. Jiang Wei was so scared he nearly stumbled. He rolled and crawled towards the door. Hold him back, I'm going to get reinforcements. Zhang Linlin was not vague either, she directly stepped to block Chen Jingyu's way. Stop. Your opponent is me. Chen Jingyu smiled coldly. I said, generally I don't hit women, but this is not absolute. Zhang Linlin's expression also became serious. She flicked her hand and suddenly pulled out 2 daggers. Don't you dare touch my brother. Although Zhang Linlin was usually mischievous. But she was very clear about one thing. Their branch of the family was never well liked. On top of that, her brother Zhang Wei was the only male heir of this branch. If something happened to him, their entire branch would be finished. Her uncle would definitely not leave anyone alive. As for the aunt who had always liked her, it would probably be hard to save her. Her aunt's life would also be her future life. For the family, she had never married in her entire life. Chen Jingyu coldly stared at Zhang Linlin in front of her and faintly said, Assassin? Yes. Zhang Linlin stood proudly, chest out. Come on. The crystal sword in Chen Jingyu's hand once again shone with bursts of light. Li Yang, save him. Fan Xie, block the door, don't let anyone escape. Chen Jingyu quickly gave out her orders. The people at the scene were already not enough. If a few more ran away, her mission might not be completed. As for what Jiang Wei said about getting reinforcements, who knows if it's true or not? While speaking, Zhang Linlin suddenly moved. 2 daggers thrust sharply forward. The delicate rich girl, who had originally looked weak, unexpectedly unleashed an impressive fighting ability. If it were an ordinary player, they might really not be her match. Little brother, don't say I didn't give you a chance, you're just too clueless. Chen Jingyu smiled faintly, without replying. The crystal sword in her hand no longer showed mercy, and she fought against Zhang Linlin. Although Zhang Linlin's attack pattern was not as threatening as Li Yangfu's, she excelled in her understanding of the game. Her fighting style didn't stick to real-world combat techniques, but rather incorporated her game knowledge. After a few exchanges, neither side immediately gained the upper hand. At this moment, Li Yang had already carried Su Aima out. Fan Xie's bow and arrows continued to harass the enemy's ranged class, not giving them any chance to ambush. Looking at her mission requirements, she still needed more than 20 people. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and decided to play the long game. Li Yang, Fan Xie, take Su Aima and go ahead. I'll cover for you. With that, her sword techniques became more casual. She just wanted to push Zhang Linlin back, not planning to hurt her. The 3 of them quickly retreated toward the door. Jingyu, we'll go first, what about you? Chen Jingyu did not answer, but quickly said, you go first, I'll be right there. There were still 18 minutes left before the mission ended. Chapter 134. Seeing that Chen Jingyu's decision was firm, Fan Xie and Li Yang no longer hesitated. Once the 3 of them exited the warehouse door, they began to carry Su Aima away. Outside, many cars were parked haphazardly. They did not see Zhang Wei anywhere. Don't think about leaving. Zhang Linlin saw Li Yang and the others trying to leave with Su Aima, and her attack became even fiercer, attempting to rush out the warehouse door and intercept them. Chen Jingyu coldly smiled, little sister, I suggest you don't think too much. The crystal sword suddenly lost its blade. The unexpected change in technique caught Zhang Linlin off guard. When the crystal sword's blade shot out again, there was a poochie sound as it pierced through Zhang Linlin's shoulder. Blood slowly flowed down her arm. Miss. The onlookers immediately became tense. Originally, their own lives were in danger, but seeing Zhang Linlin injured, they became even more anxious. Even if they managed to save their lives today, if something happened to the young miss, they definitely wouldn't survive. Pain spread throughout Zhang Linlin's body. Cold sweat began to pour down her face. Kid, you've got guts. She hadn't expected that the seemingly carefree guy in front of her could actually be so ruthless. Facing Zhang Linlin's murderous gaze, Chen Jingyu smiled faintly and said, I told you, under normal circumstances, I don't hit women. You hit, so stop talking nonsense. Zhang Linlin was instantly filled with rage. You all, come at me. She glared at the subordinates around her, starting to force them to join her. The temper of the young lady, they all knew well. At that moment, no one dared to disobey. Charge, everyone together. Kill him. The crowd grew restless again. A few people rushed over in pairs. Chen Jingyu swung the crystal sword, and those people were simply no match, instantly knocked to the ground. Ah! Another one shouted and charged forward. Chen Jingyu sneered, took a step back, not even glancing behind, and fiercely thrust the crystal sword. Thud. That person fell down. Kill enemy count +1. Still 18 to go. A murderous glint appeared in Chen Jingyu's eyes, like a bloodthirsty god of death. What did you say? Zhang Linlin stared blankly at Chen Jingyu, unable to believe his words. Chen Jingyu sheathed the crystal sword again, looked around, and besides the few who had just fled, about 10 remained. Once, he had trembled in fear when encountering a killer at home. Even after defeating them, he did not dare to strike. But now, the innocent young man was gone. In his place was a decisive and ruthless gaming expert. Facing Zhang Linlin's dazed question, Chen Jingyu ignored her. At this moment, no one dared to approach him. He walked forward slowly, seeming to have no purpose, as if heading towards someone. As he walked, he spoke softly, "The times have changed, the little sheep will eventually become the big bad wolf. If you don't want to be eaten, then you only have to eat others." When he finished speaking, he happened to stop right in front of Zhang Linlin. At that moment, Zhang Linlin finally understood what fear meant. The once fearless rich girl finally felt afraid. "Why you, don't come any closer." Chen Jingyu maintained a faint smile. "Did you not want to duel with me?" Zhang Linlin was completely flustered. Her gaze began to dodge, and she raised her hand to brush her long hair, absent-mindedly saying, You said you didn't like me, right? Brother, if brother is willing, he can do anything." "Sure." Chen Jingyu took a step forward. Suddenly, Zhang Linlin acted first. Her fingertips trembled, and in an instant, a dagger appeared in her hand. "Damn you, die." The dagger lunged at Chen Jingyu. "Go to hell." Zhang Linlin's face gradually turned savage. At that moment, all her fear and hesitation were thrown behind her. Just as she was about to succeed, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. "What?" Zhang Linlin suddenly felt all her strength rapidly fading. She immediately sensed something was wrong, a stabbing pain spreading throughout her body. At this moment, Zhang Linlin had lost all strength to move. The dagger in her hand was now within inches of Chen Jingyu's body, but no matter what, she couldn't move her hand. She stared blankly at Chen Jingyu, her pupils gradually widening. "You." Seeing this scene, Chen Jingyu simply said, "You go first, I will send your brother to reunite with you later." "But, you, fiend." Zhang Linlin fell to the ground, filled with endless reluctance and unwillingness. Everyone around was stunned. Chen Jingyu did not give them much chance to daze. He quickly stepped forward, with the crystal sword in hand. He gave no one any opportunity. "Kill enemy count +1. Kill enemy count +1. In an instant, only a few people in white coats were left shivering in the corner of the warehouse. 5 more to go. Counting, there weren't enough people in white coats. Just as Chen Jingyu was feeling a bit of a headache, the sound of sudden breaking came from outside the warehouse door again. Bang! Chen Jingyu kicked open the big door and strode out holding the crystal sword. He looked like a god of death from hell. As Zhang Wei and others got out of the car, they saw Chen Jingyu walking out drenched in blood. He was stunned. "Is it him?" asked another person getting out of the car. Zhang Wei nodded continuously. "Uncle San, it's him." "Very good. The one called Uncle San is the third son of the Zhang family. The third son of the family's old master, Zhang Haifeng." Whoa! Soon, dozens of people got out of more than a dozen cars. Each person's face showed no expression, etched with unwavering determination. Zhang Haifeng looked like a tough character by appearance alone. He was very robust, standing there exuding an aura of power without anger. Wow, so many people. Chen Jingyu was once again surrounded by the crowd, and he actually started to smile. This smile was particularly glaring in the eyes of Zhang Wei and Zhang Haifeng. "You came just in time." Chen Jingyu glanced at the remaining time in the mission system, with less than 10 minutes left. If these people didn't dare to come over, he really had no way out. He couldn't just randomly find someone to chop, could he? So they were really his saviors. Thank you all for taking the time to come over, I really appreciate it." Chen Jingyu walked towards a few nearby people. His grateful feelings were overflowing. Those tough guys who had seen many storms were dumbfounded one by one. Having traversed the rivers and lakes for decades, it was the first time seeing someone so happy even when surrounded, even wanting to shake hands to express thanks. "Do you want to eat oil cakes?" Chapter 135. The Zhang family's people would never have thought that their quick arrival actually saved Chen Jingyu's life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. "Thank you so much." The situation seemed to get better. But this was just a brief calm. And someone couldn't wait any longer. At this time, Zhang Wei finally had some confidence in his heart, and he took out his weapon again. "Brothers, let's go together, cut him first." After saying this, he rushed up himself. The other subordinates hesitated for just a moment. They first glanced at Zhang Haifeng, and seeing him nod slightly, then they all moved. "Kill. Get rid of him." These battle-hardened masters were all top-notch in skills. However, Chen Jingyu was no longer the naive person he used to be. The crystal stone sword in his hand suddenly flashed out. With one hand holding the hilt, he swung down at the person charging at him. There was no fancy fighting whatsoever. It was all about being steady, precise, and ruthless. Kill enemy count +1. After a few exchanges, Chen Jingyu successfully claimed a few heads. Still need 10 more. Chen Jingyu murmured. Everyone around was astonished. Kid, stop pretending, just kill him. A new round of fighting began immediately. Kill enemy count +1. Kill enemy count +1. Ding. Congratulations, mission decisive killing completed. Ding. You have received the mission reward crystal fragment. Ding. You have a new mission, do you accept? When the Lolita girl appeared, she instantly completed a series of mission processes. After obtaining the third crystal fragment, she received a new mission. Accept. Chen Jingyu said immediately. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted a new mission. Mission name, anger him, to be completed. Description, the best result for dealing with a self-righteous person is to make him furious. Completion condition, make Zhang Haifeng's anger value reach 100, 0 out of 100. Description, let's start by making him angry. Time limit, 60 minutes. Completion reward, enhanced screwdriver. Description, it seems to be a fragment of some kind of item. Failure penalty, die from your own anger. Description, isn't that too foolish? Make Zhang Haifeng angry? Chen Jingyu looked up, probably referring to that middle-aged man who looked quite arrogant. Of course, it didn't mean to really make him angry. Just making him angry was enough. Chen Jingyu took a deep breath and eliminated more than a dozen people. He made Zhang Haifeng reassess his strength. Stop. Zhang Haifeng raised his hand expressionlessly. Immediately, the crowd stopped moving. Everyone still surrounded Chen Jingyu tightly, but they did not move again. Zhang Haifeng stepped through the crowd and came to the front. He raised his left hand, holding his right wrist, then shook his fists a few times. Kid, let's make a deal. As if without a hint of emotion. At that moment, someone rushed out from the warehouse. Not good, Miss Shi. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wei's expression instantly changed. He glared fiercely at Chen Jingyu and shouted, Kid, what have you done? Without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the warehouse in a hurry. Moments later, he came running out, holding Zhang Linlin. Uncle Zhang, I'm leaving this to you, I'm taking my sister to the hospital. Zhang Haifeng still maintained an expressionless face. Until Zhang Wei and the others drove away, he didn't even glance over. Let's continue the previous topic, let's make a deal. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingyu had to re-evaluate this boss in front of him. This is a character. Not to mention, Zhang Linlin is his own niece, and he didn't even look once. So ruthless. Such ruthless people often accomplish great things. But this is not worth advocating. Because people like them will inevitably end up abandoned by everyone in the end. Chen Jingyu glanced at the task system's countdown timer, there were only 5 minutes left. It wasn't too urgent. Mainly he was a bit curious, so he asked, how to trade? Seeing the opponent speak, Zhang Haifeng finally showed a bit of expression, but still revealed no joy. He said calmly, join us, and we'll give you anything you want. The terms were simple and clear. All right. Chen Jingyu replied without a second thought. Ha! This time, a significant expression change appeared on Zhang Haifeng's face. Some confusion. Why so straightforward? But what Chen Jingyu said next finally made him understand. What a true cunning one is. I join you, then you all must listen to my commands, I'll just be the big brother, the other benefits can be ignored. Chen Jingyu said this with a thick face, not feeling embarrassed at all. Does this person still have a shred of shame? This was almost everyone's unanimous thought. Zhang Haifeng was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Ding. Zhang Haifeng's anger value +20. Ding. Task progress increased to 20%. Zhang Haifeng took a breath, suppressing his anger, and tried to keep his tone calm, saying, except for me, they all listen to you, and I can only meet this condition. Chen Jingyu didn't expect the task to be easier than he imagined. Didn't this just add 20 anger points? I haven't even started to exert my strength yet. Hearing Zhang Haifeng's words, Chen Jingyu pretended to think deeply. Oh, really? Then he slowly stepped forward. That's not impossible. He approached Zhang Haifeng, looking at him and saying, can I understand it this way, that I only need to deal with you, and they will all listen to me? Zhang Haifeng. Can it be understood this way? What a hell of a godly thinking. Kid, I'm not in the mood to joke around with you. Zhang Haifeng was really angry this time. Ding. Zhang Haifeng's anger value +30. Ding. Task progress increased to 50%. I see you are talented, sincerely recruiting you, but you keep playing tricks on me. Do you think I really can't deal with you? Zhang Haifeng's angry demeanor made him look completely caught off guard. Seeing him serious, Chen Jingyu felt it was somewhat unfavorable for his task progress. He must tease him some more. So he quickly said, "Uncle, don't be angry, let's talk nicely. I didn't expect you to be sincere, this time it's my fault, shall we start over?" Chen Jingyu looked at him with sincere eyes. A look of someone who truly realized his mistake. For a moment, Zhang Haifeng felt he was again at a loss. This kid, could he be a pig's nose inserted into a green onion, pretending? Why does he not possess the demeanor of a master at all? How much credibility do his words actually hold? Right now, Zhang Haifeng felt unable to act nor refrain from acting. Mainly because the other party's attitude of admitting fault was simply too sincere. Zhang Haifeng hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to talk things over properly. Chen Jingyu's strength, he had just witnessed with his own eyes. Plus, he had heard many rumors about him before. At this moment, he wanted to recruit him even more. "Kid, as expected, you are the one I have high hopes for, you know the way." Zhang Haifeng praised Chen Jingyu and then sighed with relief, saying, "I said I have great expectations for you, so I am willing to give you a chance. Speak, put forward your conditions, we welcome your joining at any time." Talents are somewhat proud. Zhang Haifeng naturally knew this. So he was willing to give special talents special treatment. Seeing the other party express so much sincerity, Chen Jingyu smiled. "Since you are so sincere, I can't help but make a small gesture." Zhang Haifeng was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Good, as long as you can join us, all previous matters are written off, never to be mentioned again." "Good." Chen Jingyu immediately agreed. "From now on, we are family. Your friends are my friends, and my enemies are also your enemies." Zhang Haifeng laughed heartily. "Of course, we share honor and disgrace." Chen Jingyu also showed a happy expression. "Then I won't have to worry anymore." Zhang Haifeng seemed to smell something unusual. "What do you mean by worry?" Chen Jingyu casually said, "Just a small matter, I just made an enemy not long ago, nothing serious." "We're family now, why should I fear him?" "That's natural." Zhang Haifeng nodded, but he couldn't help feeling a bit worried. "I wonder who your enemy is?" Chen Jingyu cheerfully said, "I'll just send a message to tell them we are on the same side, let's see if they dare to act." Saying this, Chen Jingyu took out his phone and pretended to send a message. Then he looked up and said, "Oh, you just asked who my enemy is, right? It's nothing much, just that young master from the Jingting winery, I recently wiped out their shadow team." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Haifeng exploded with rage. "What the hell? You bastard, who said anything about family? Don't drag my Zhang family into it." Ding. Zhang Haifeng's anger value plus 40. Ding. Task progress increased to 90%. Zhang Haifeng was almost scared to the point of kneeling down on the spot. "That's the infamous Lu family, who dares to offend the Lu family? And you wiped out their shadow team? That's a super combat force that the Lu family elder invested a lifetime of effort to create. This kid is dragging me into the fire pit." Zhang Haifeng was instantly furious, shaking all over. He was only the third son of the Zhang family, always living in the shadow of his elder brother, Zhang Haiyun. This time he gathered various masters to establish a guild in gaming, hoping to use this opportunity to achieve something great and seize family power. After all, his elder brother, Zhang Haiyun, was already over 50 and was slightly slower in his grasp of gaming, and he had already grabbed the opportunity. Moreover, within the family, he had the support of his second sister and fourth brother. Zhang Wei and Zhang Linlin were the children of the fourth Zhang Haifei. If he offended the Lu family at this moment, it was undoubtedly dragging the entire Zhang family into the mud. There was no need for the elder of the Zhang family to seek trouble with him, he himself couldn't get over this hurdle. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng didn't know if Chen Jingyu actually sent a message just now. He only had one thought at this moment, to take Chen Jingyu down and then explain to the Lu family. If Chen Jingyu didn't say anything, he would take the opportunity to shine in front of them. If he really said it, then it would just clarify his stance. This matter had nothing to do with him at all. Zhang Haifeng finally understood what it meant to feel tears unable to flow and what despair was. It was worse than when the old man was sick back then. When it was announced that the eldest brother, Zhang Haiyun, would be fully responsible for all family affairs, it was despairing. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Ding. Zhang Haifeng's anger level plus 10. Ding. Task progress increased to 100%. Chen Jingyu was taken aback, he hadn't even struck yet, and this guy was already at full anger? Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Piss him off. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the task reward item reinforced screwdriver *1. Now, all the items needed for reinforcement were gathered. I can reinforce a piece of crystal gear now. As soon as he got the reinforced screwdriver, Chen Jingyu put it back into the crystal ring. Because someone could no longer hold back. I'll kill you, you little bastard. Zhang Haifeng's anger level plus 1000. At this moment, Zhang Haifeng across from him was angrier than ever. He stepped forward, taking matters into his own hands, two daggers suddenly appearing in his hands. An assassin? Interesting. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. Suddenly, Zhang Haifeng's figure vanished. Skill? Chen Jingyu frowned. At this moment, compared to when the game just began, players' levels had generally increased quite a lot. Many people had acquired skills. In a typical game, professions like rogues or assassins would have stealth skills. It seemed that the assassin class also possessed such an ability. Chen Jingyu's nerves tightened suddenly. If Zhang Haifeng were to suddenly reappear and stab him twice, he would not have time to react at all. An assassin with stealth truly deserved the title of an assassin. For the first time, Chen Jingyu felt death so close to him. In front of so many powerful dungeon bosses, he had never been as tense as he was today. A drop of cold sweat slowly dripped down his forehead. Although it was only 1 or 2 seconds since Zhang Haifeng disappeared, Chen Jingyu felt as if he had crossed a long stretch of time. What should I do? This was the only thought in Chen Jingyu's mind. His brain began to race. Beep. Scanning starts. On the crystal eyepiece, 2 rings of light suddenly appeared. They moved rapidly on the eyepiece, quickly changing, scanning every spot in front of him. Left side has a 38% chance of enemy appearance. Right side has a 61% chance of enemy appearance. Front side has a 1% chance of enemy appearance. The invisible Zhang Haifeng was even undetectable by the crystal eyepiece. The probability suggested he would most likely appear on Chen Jingyu's right side. In general, an invisible enemy would not attack from the front, this was common sense. Another common sense was that there was a high probability he would appear behind him. Looking at the crowd around, Chen Jingyu suddenly had an idea. That is to go into the enemy's midst. Stir things up and see how you can ambush me. With this thought, Chen Jingyu immediately took action. He moved at lightning speed. He broke through from his left side, aiming at the approaching crowd, and his crystal sword swung out like lightning. Chapter 137. The stealthy Zhang Haifeng saw Chen Jingyu suddenly pulling this stunt and couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy actually figured out a way to counter my stealth attack, how shameless. Although he had disappeared, he wasn't truly gone. The assassin's stealth skill only concealed his figure, but he could still be touched. If he were touched by another player, the stealth effect would instantly vanish. At this moment, Chen Jingyu was weaving through the crowd, moving fast that Zhang Haifeng couldn't catch up to him at all. Plus, Chen Jingyu's movement path was unpredictable, striking here and there. If Zhang Haifeng turned to follow him, he would be left with nothing. Damn it, why is his speed even faster than mine? Zhang Haifeng's hatred for Chen Jingyu deepened even more. Such a talent could not be utilized by him. It was simply against the natural order. The thugs outside didn't think so. They just wanted to run. The weapons in their hands were simply no match for this guy. How could they fight? Chen Jingyu instantly broke through a gap. His mission was already complete, and not just 1, but 2 missions. No, if you include the plan to rescue Suaima, it was already 3 missions completed. There was no need to stay any longer. Goodbye. Keep hiding. As soon as Chen Jingyu broke out of the encirclement, he immediately sprinted towards the factory gate. In the open space, a figure slowly emerged. Zhang Haifeng watched Chen Jingyu escape and secretly clenched his fists. That damned kid, not only shameless but also lacking any grace of a master. This kind of person is just too hard to deal with. Zhang Haifeng finally understood why Zhang Wei had repeatedly suffered at the hands of this kid. With his own nephew's abilities, he knew better than anyone. It was impossible for him to be Chen Jingyu's opponent. Master Zhang, should we chase? A younger brother came up to ask. Zhang Haifeng was filled with anger and said, Chase, you go. If you can't catch him, jump into the river and don't come back. The younger brother immediately backed down. Still not leaving? Zhang Haifeng glared at him, almost wanting to strike him down. Yes, Master Zhang. The younger brother ran out with a pitiful expression. How to chase? Chase your sister. The younger brother felt bitter inside, regretting his unnecessary words. Chen Jingyu exited the factory door and, seeing no one chasing from behind, did not stay any longer and quickly ran towards the main road. It was not easy to get a car in this area, it was somewhat remote. He contacted Li Yang and the others. These 2 guys were lucky enough to catch a taxi that was turning around and had already delivered the person to Su Jinyan. They had successfully completed the mission. As for what would happen between the Su family and the Zhang family later, it was none of their concern. After learning that Chen Jingyu was still out, Li Yang and the others reminded him a few more times to come back quickly. After all, being alone out here was still a bit dangerous. Chen Jingyu naturally knew that Zhang Haifeng might suddenly appear at any moment. This guy was even more cunning than the last player, and he had to be careful. Damn it, is there really not a single car? Chen Jingyu walked while searching for nearby taxis on his app. There were no cars accepting orders. When he reached the main road and looked around, he still couldn't find a bus stop. Do I have to run back? Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. It was at least over 10 kilometers from here to the city center. Running was fine, but it was just too exhausting. Fearing that Zhang Haifeng would catch up, Chen Jingyu didn't stop and quickly walked along the road. Beep. Suddenly, a horn sounded from behind. Chen Jingyu turned around and was surprised to see a bus. But it didn't look like a city bus or a passenger bus, it seemed more like a privately chartered vehicle. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Chen Jingyu stood on the road and waved. To his surprise, the bus actually stopped. Squeak. The door opened, and the driver poked his head out, asking, "Where to?" Chen Jingyu quickly replied, "I want to go to the city, I can't get a ride from here. Can you take me?" After hearing this, the driver turned around to ask someone else, seemingly seeking agreement. Before long, he waved to Chen Jingyu, "Get in." "Thank you so much." Chen Jingyu quickly got on the bus, "How much?" "I'll pay you." The driver pointed to the back, "You can ask them, they chartered the bus. They agreed to take you, so I let you on. I really can't take extra money." Chen Jingyu looked inside the bus and saw more than 20 people sitting there. They were all wearing matching t-shirts, looking like a company team-building event. A man wearing glasses, looking like a leader, smiled at Chen Jingyu, "What fare?" "Don't worry about it. We're just heading to the city too, can we help a little?" "Thank you so much." Chen Jingyu nodded at him. The other guy told him not to be polite and to find a seat. The bus slowly started to move away. "Come on, everyone, let's continue the song we didn't finish." The leader-like person took out his phone and played the music again. The whole bus sang cheerfully. It seemed like a team with a great atmosphere. Chen Jingyu smiled but did not join in the fun, since he wasn't familiar with them. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to rest. He still had some bloodstains on him, but luckily they weren't too noticeable, otherwise, these people might not have dared to let him on the bus. He didn't know how long it had been, it felt as though he had only dozed for a minute or two. They had just finished singing, and the music stopped. But suddenly, someone screamed. "Boss, where did the driver go?" Chen Jingyu was startled and quickly looked towards the driver's seat with the others. The bus was still moving, but the driver's seat was empty. What the? Such a strange scene stunned everyone. "Quick, stop the bus." The leader rushed over, swaying left and right in the bus, grabbed the steering wheel, and then quickly sat in the driver's seat, urgently stepping on the brakes. Screech! The bus gradually came to a stop. Everyone stood up and looked out the windows. What's going on? Where did the driver go? Yeah, he was clearly driving just moments ago, did he jump out of the window? But that seemed impossible. Why would someone jump from a moving bus? Forget about the danger, it was his bus. Why would he leave it behind? And there hadn't been any kind of danger that would cause him to jump out. This was a bus moving on a highway, the lives of everyone inside weren't a joke. Everyone started to discuss and speculate, while Chen Jingyu felt an unsettling premonition growing in his heart. Such an abnormal scene happened out of nowhere. All signs pointed to. There was only one possibility. Chapter 138. Chen Jingyu walked up to the team leader who had spoken to him before and quietly said, "Brother, we might have entered a copy space." As soon as he spoke these words, the man fell into shock. They were sitting in the driver's seat, and there were no others around. So only the two of them could hear the conversation. "Are you sure?" the middle-aged man asked again. Chen Jingyu nodded, "Otherwise, how do we explain the driver's disappearance? Right now, there's only one possibility, we, along with this bus, have entered a copy space, and the driver did not come in, so he vanished. But from the driver's perspective, it's actually us and this bus that disappeared." After the vehicle stopped, everyone was peering out the windows. "Mr. Kai, can you open the door?" "Let's go see," someone said. Sitting in the driver's seat, Kai Ingtao looked around, found the door button, and pressed it. Whoosh! The sound of air valves was heard as the bus door opened. Everyone lined up to get off, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. They had stopped in a remote area. All around were uneven hills, with no signs of development. Only this newly built express road connected the factory area in the development zone to the city. Some people got off the bus and walked along the road backward but quickly returned. "I didn't see the driver, and there are no other traces, it's really strange." Some of the ladies huddled together, chattering about who knew what. Kai Ingtao gathered a few more composed male colleagues and surrounded them, saying, "This brother guessed that we might have entered a copy space." "What? What kind of coincidence is that? No way? How come as soon as you got in the car, we entered the dungeon? Someone raised a question, casting an unfriendly glance at Chen Jingyu. His voice was loud, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The women who had been gathered together, discussing things excitedly, suddenly swarmed over, chattering. What should we do? I still need to hurry back to cook for my son. Exactly, how did we suddenly enter the dungeon? What if something happens? Many of us have never been in a dungeon before. Is it dangerous? An older sister, looking nearly 40, anxiously paced back and forth. Kai Yintao felt a bit of a headache. He pulled Chen Jingyu and said, "Brother, we are from a foreign trade company, only a small number of colleagues have dungeon experience." It seems you have more experience. Do you have any good suggestions? Although the game had descended into reality for several months, and the chance of entering a dungeon was not small. However, many people had never been the lucky ones. We don't need suggestions for now, everyone, don't panic. There will be a dungeon information prompt soon. Let's see what type of dungeon it is. Chen Jingyu said with ease. Right, he's right. The last time I entered a dungeon, it was like this too. After a while, there would be dungeon prompts. That time we fought a tree monster boss, luckily, a few experts were with us, and we cleared it quickly. Someone chimed in. Kai Yintao nodded. In fact, he also had one dungeon experience. But that time it was a large dungeon, and since it was his first time, he was scared and confused. Then he muddled through and cleared it. It felt very strange, it all just happened so confusingly. Since that's the case, everyone come together. Let's stay together and wait for the dungeon prompt. If anything happens, we can take care of each other. Hearing him, everyone gathered closer, chattering at the doorway. Chen Jingyu looked around, saw no one else, and got into the car, resting in the driver's seat. What worried him now was not knowing if the Zhang family had entered the dungeon. If Zhang Haifeng and others came in too, with his invisibility skill, he would undoubtedly be a big hidden danger. At any moment, they could appear behind him and stab him. Now he could only hope the dungeon space wasn't too large. If that's the case, the Zhang family, still at the Fuhai warehouse, wouldn't be able to appear in the dungeon. Time passed by seconds. The crowd on the road went from excitement at first to gradually tired. The chatter became noticeably quieter. Kai Yintao got into the car. Brother, it seems you've been through many dungeons? Chen Jingyu smiled, yes, a few times. I might just be really lucky. Hee, then you're pretty unlucky, most people have only been through once or twice. Kai Yintao expressed sympathy. Unlucky? Chen Jingyu? Maybe he thought he was speaking sarcastically. You know, there are many people in this world who wish they could live in a dungeon. Chen Jingyu, though not an extreme person, did not resist the idea of dungeons opening. On the contrary, the more, the better. That's how one can quickly improve. Our team has many newcomers, so brother, you'll need to help a lot. Kai Yintao saw Chen Jingyu didn't speak and brought up another topic. No worries, we'll help each other out, clearing the dungeon isn't hard. Chen Jingyu responded with a smile. As long as it's not a confrontational type of dungeon, helping out is nothing. Chen Jingyu wasn't a cold-hearted person. As long as these people didn't cause trouble. Alright, then thank you in advance. You rest for a bit, I will arrange a few things. Kai Yintao finished speaking, nodded to Chen Jingyu, and then got out of the car. As soon as he left, a voice echoed in Chen Jingyu's mind. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. La la la. With a loud bang in the sky, this girl is back again. It seems she was in a good mood today. You seem to be appearing quite frequently today? Chen Jingyu wondered inwardly. Hee, it's rare to get a chance to pop out a few more times. Should I arrange a mouse package for you? Winky face, bro, don't do that, let's talk normally. Weren't we chatting just fine? Why like this? Alright. Chen Jingyu stopped teasing her, what is the mission this time? In fact, Chen Jingyu wasn't surprised at all by the appearance of the Lolita girl. After all, it had become a routine. Before the dungeon's information was announced, there would always be a new task. It could help him know some details about the dungeon in advance. Okay, let's issue the task first. The Lolita girl didn't dare to be playful anymore. Ding. You have a new task, do you accept it? Accept. Chen Jingyu nodded and said. Chapter 139. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted the new task. The Lolita girl smiled as she finished speaking, then turned and disappeared from the crystal goggles. Task name, survive, to be completed, description, a dog's life is important, everything else is cloud. Completion condition, survive in the dungeon. Description, please don't die. Time limit, before the dungeon is completed. Completion reward, crystal energy block. Description, can provide energy for some devices. Failure penalty, deluxe package. Description, full burial service, plus a beautiful urn as a gift. This system task was surprisingly simple. It seemed he had received a similar task before. Just needed to stay alive. Although it seemed like there was nothing to do, Chen Jingyu knew the simpler the task, the harder it was. It seems that whether or not I can survive this time in the dungeon is the biggest test. Chen Jingyu's expression also became serious. He took out 3 pieces of stone from the crystal ring. They were crystal fragments. Synthesize. The 3 crystal fragments touched each other and instantly merged into a crystal enhancement device. Now Chen Jingyu had a total of 3 pieces of crystal series equipment. Crystal goggles, crystal ring, and crystal sword. The ring space is enough for now. Should I strengthen the crystal goggles or the crystal sword first? Chen Jingyu pondered seriously. One was a very supportive piece of equipment, and the other was a strong offensive one. Both were very useful. Let's enhance the crystal sword first. In the end, Chen Jingyu made up his mind. The crystal goggles are sufficient for now. This dungeon seems a bit dangerous, so it's better to strengthen the weapon. Once he decided, he took out the strengthening tool. He placed the crystal enhancement device, the enhancement tool, and the crystal sword together. Start enhancement. Whoosh. The 3 merged instantly. On the handle of the crystal sword, a flash of orange light suddenly shone. It was fleeting. Done. Chen Jingyu felt joyful. Although he couldn't try out the power of the crystal sword yet, Chen Jingyu was looking forward to it. Beep beep. Suddenly, the sound of a horn rang out. Chen Jingyu sat in the driver's seat and looked in the rearview mirror, seeing a bus approaching from behind. This scene was also noticed by Kai Into and others on the road. Quick, stop them and see where they are going. It was still uncertain whether they had really entered the dungeon. If everything seemed normal from their side, it was a perfect chance to see if there was someone on their bus who could drive. If someone could drive, they could help get their vehicle to the city. After all, their team was made up of ordinary company employees, and it would be best if they could avoid entering the dungeon. Screech. The sound of brakes echoed. The bus was now parked right alongside their car. Chen Jingyu peeked through the car window. The car door beside them was already open. Kai Intao quickly rushed over in a few steps. The moment the car door opened, he looked up and asked inside, "Hello, may I ask?" He stopped midway through his words. What followed was silence. Chen Jingyu clearly saw that the person sitting in the driver's seat was another. Kai Intao. They looked exactly alike. Twins? Chen Jingyu was stunned. This was too similar. No, wait, how come the clothes are the same too? Kai Intao under the window took a long time to regain his senses. He pointed at the person in the car, his hands trembling with excitement as he stuttered, who are you? The person in the driver's seat was also very surprised. He took a couple of steps to the door and asked Kai Intao, who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? Kai Intao's colleagues instantly gathered around curiously. But the other Kai Intao became even more shocked when he saw those colleagues. You guys, weren't you all in the car? After he finished speaking, he looked back, and the car was still full of people. What's going on, Director Kai? Someone came over from the car. When he saw 2 Kai Intaos standing at the car door, he was dumbfounded. This. A stir broke out in the crowd. That person looks exactly like me. Yeah, there's almost no difference. I remember you're an only child? What's going on? The people in the other car began to discuss as well. The Kai Into who had been driving walked down with a dazed expression, looking around at everyone one by one. And those who had been sitting in the car began to get out one by one as well. The crowd became restless. Strange, there's actually someone who looks exactly like me? Quick, look, isn't that Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang, come and see. Ah, how can this be? They really look exactly like me. People continued to get out of the other car, and almost everyone could find an identical version from their own vehicle. At this moment, a system prompt about the copy appeared, causing the scene to suddenly fall silent. Copy space, mirror highway. Number of players, 29 people. Completion condition, eliminate all false mirror characters. Countdown, 12H. Once the copy information was revealed, everyone was stunned. It turned out that all the people in the other car were just fake mirror versions? Suddenly, everyone was on edge, and the crowd quickly parted. Help, kill that person, he looks exactly like me, he's fake. You're the fake. Everyone, don't believe him, I'm the real one. Everyone, don't believe him. Dozens of people suddenly started arguing fiercely. Everyone claimed that the other was the fake one. However, after just a brief confusion, even Kai Intao and the others couldn't tell clearly who among them were their own colleagues and who were the ones who had just gotten out of the other car. At this moment, Chen Jingyu saw another person appear at the car door. Another Chen Jingyu. The mirror Chen Jingyu flashed a meaningful smile at the real one. All the real versions knew that the other person who looked just like them was the mirror character, all fake. But how could they convince their own people that the mirrors were fake? How could they make their own people believe that they were the real one? Actually, there was a shortcut to completing the copy. That was to eliminate everyone except oneself. Better to kill wrongly than let go. When only oneself remained, the completion condition of the copy would definitely be met. Of course, this was just a method that Chen Jingyu thought of, he didn't intend to implement it right away. The mirror Chen Jingyu walked into the crowd with a proud smile. At that moment, Kai Intao in the crowd suddenly began to raise his arms and shout. Everyone listen to me first, I am Kai Intao, the general manager of Xiaoming e-commerce technology company, I am the real one, today is the second day of our team building, I know all your names, please remember me. Saying that, he directly took off his shirt. Bare-chested for distinction. Just after he finished speaking, another Kai Intao in the crowd jumped up. Cheater, he is a cheater. Everyone be careful, the mirror character actually knows our information. Chapter 140. The bare-chested Kai Intao had already gained the trust of most people. But after another Kai Intao shouted and listed several colleagues' names and addresses, everyone hesitated again. Suddenly, Kai Intao in the crowd seemed to remember something. He excitedly pointed at the bus and called to the crowd, everyone come over, the young man who got on our bus earlier hasn't gotten off, he's the only one left on the bus, he must be the real one. The person Kai Intao was talking about was Chen Jingyu. Yeah, he seems to have really stayed on the bus. Right, he's the real one, let's go one by one to confirm who's real, then we'll catch the other. Everyone's gaze focused on the mirror Chen Jingyu in the crowd. Even Chen Jingyu himself looked over with interest. He wanted to see how this imposter would perform. The mirror Chen Jingyu smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. The voices in the crowd gradually hushed. The mirror Chen Jingyu then slowly spoke, what CEO Kai said makes a lot of sense, but I need to clarify one thing, I also don't know which of these two is the real CEO Kai, but I want to say, actually I got off the bus earlier, I wonder if anyone noticed. Everyone shook their heads. Who would pay attention to such small details? Especially before everyone learned of the existence of mirror characters. I didn't notice that. I didn't pay attention either. People shook their heads one after another. I think I saw him on the road, but whether he got back on the bus, I don't really remember. The crowd was talking, but no one dared to be certain. Except for Kai Intao, who had spoken with Chen Jingyu before getting on the bus, no one could confirm if the Chen Jingyu on the bus was real. Similarly, the Kai Intao who raised this question, Chen Jingyu also didn't dare to confirm if he was real. Seeing everyone's reactions, the mirror Chen Jingyu laughed. So, who's real and who's fake is still hard to say, although I know one of them is definitely fake, but knowing it myself is not enough, everyone needs to know. That's right, makes sense. Yeah, besides oneself, no one knows. This statement got everyone's agreement. At that moment, a young man in his 20s stood up. I think we should just take matters into our own hands and eliminate the mirror character. Saying this, he walked towards his target. I don't care what you all do, anyway, I must first take down this fake imposter. He walked while pulling out a weapon. It was a long sword. The person he was aiming at immediately became nervous and pulled out an identical weapon. Wait. Li Mutsai, stop right there. The bare-chested Kai Intao blocked the two. CEO Kai, I don't care whether you are real or fake, just don't stop me. Li Mutsai seemed determined. Kai Intao still didn't step aside. I don't care if you two fight, but if the real one is killed and the fake one is left, how are we supposed to differentiate? Li Mutsai retorted in defiance, do you think this imposter can kill me? Watch me take him down right now. Kai Intao chuckled a few times, hee hee, but what if you're the fake? How can we know you don't have other means to take down the real one? Upon hearing this, those who had been ready to watch the show suddenly became nervous. It made sense. If the real one was indeed taken down and a fake was left, it would be even harder to differentiate. That makes sense, mirror Chen Jingyu seemed more animated, he walked up to Kai Intao. Now it's best not to act, we can't give the fake stand-in any chance. As long as everyone stays still, they will definitely reveal their true selves. The words of mirrored Chen Jingyu provided some mental comfort to many people. After all, for many, it was their first time entering the dungeon, and they were too scared to face conflict. If they could coexist peacefully, that would be ideal. Yes, this brother makes a good point. We girls shouldn't resort to fighting, the older sister, who looked to be nearly 40, began again. How about everyone sits down first and has a good discussion? Maybe we can find out who the fake is while chatting, another woman suggested. Right, let's not be so tense. I'm so scared. A few beautiful women chimed in, trying to calm everyone down. Peace is good, but they forgot one thing. Or rather, they didn't realize this at all. That is, if they continued to coexist peacefully like this until the dungeon time ended, then everyone would all be game on. They wouldn't even need the mirrored characters created by the dungeon to act. The first to step up and propose that another Kai Yingtao was the fake was, at this moment, the shirtless Kai Yingtao himself, who had calmed down. He took off his shirt and wasn't planning to put it back on, just draping it over his shoulder. He spoke, since that's the case, let everyone form a circle and sit down to talk. This suggestion was accepted by almost everyone. Chen Jingyu was also called down from the car. 29 people, including the mirror image, made a total of 58 people sitting in a circle. Right in the middle of the street. According to the dungeon's hints, there couldn't be anyone else nearby. Just them, these 29 people multiplied by 2. Their team, except for Chen Jingyu, were all from the same company. And their company's boss was none other than Kai Yingtao. At this moment, seated in a circle, ironically, it was centered around the 2 Kai Yingtaos. One real, one fake, the 2 Kai Yingtaos exactly faced each other. The once noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. No one spoke. Seeing this, the shirtless Kai Yingtao turned his gaze towards Chen Jingyu. Brother, didn't you say that you've entered the dungeon many times before? Do you have any solutions now? As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 Chen Jingyus. I can't tell which of you is real or fake. Anyway, let's all speak up. Chen Jingyu smiled and scanned the crowd with his eyes. Through the crystal stone lens, he analyzed and basically looked through everyone's information. To his own surprise, the information of the 2 was identical. Even the crystal stone lens couldn't tell the truth from the falsehood. It seemed this dungeon was indeed a bit interesting. Before he could speak, the mirror image Chen Jingyu spoke first. Thank you for your trust, Chairman Kai. Since you have let me speak, I'll share a few words. His gaze swept over everyone. Then he slowly said, I do have a method, but I don't know if everyone will agree. Feel free to say it, the shirtless Kai Yingtao replied generously. Right now, it's also a matter of desperate attempts. No matter what method it is, whether it works or not, just say it first and we can discuss it. Seeing Kai Yingtao agree, the others had no objections. The mirror image Chen Jingyu continued, my method is simple. Let everyone speak in turn, then everyone votes. If more than 30 people recognize someone as real, they'll temporarily enter the safe zone, otherwise, they'll stay in the observation zone. The shirtless Kai Yingtao nodded slightly after hearing his words. That's indeed a good approach, but what should we say? Of course, we should talk about things that everyone knows, someone chimed in. But it seems that the fake mirror images can also automatically do many things, someone raised a doubt. The mirror image Chen Jingyu smiled and explained, so this will test everyone's sincerity. I believe that what is fake is always fake, no matter how real it seems there will always be flaws. What do you think? I have to say, his repeated comments have already gained quite a bit of goodwill. The 2 Kai Yingtaos almost simultaneously nodded in agreement with his method. Yes, anyway, it has just started, it's good to hear everyone's thoughts. But I want to add one thing, no matter the result, everyone must not act rashly. The others all nodded in agreement. The mirror image of Chen Jingyu saw this and spoke up, since everyone agrees, and it was my suggestion, let me go first. Sure. One of the Kai Yingtaos nodded and gestured for him to speak. The mirror image of Chen Jingyu didn't hesitate, standing up and saying, to be honest, I don't know anyone here, and since I'm just a passerby, whether I say anything or not doesn't really matter because we are all strangers. He smiled and looked around, appearing very relaxed. But that said, I still want to introduce myself. My name is Chen Jingyu, and I came here to handle some business at the Fuhai warehouse. On my way back, I couldn't catch a ride, so I ended up flagging down your car. I won't say much more, and I won't waste your time. Please vote. After saying this, he sat back down. People began to vote. Many raised their hands. In the end, the shirtless Kai Yingtao counted, and there were a total of 32 people who raised their hands. Including himself. The number exceeds 30. Kai Yingtao said, in that case, you temporarily enter the safe zone, or else take off your short sleeves to show the difference. Okay. The mirror image of Chen Jingyu said as he took off his t-shirt. No way, this method won't work. The woman who appeared to be almost 40 shook her head quickly. Are we women supposed to take off our clothes too? No. Absolutely not. The shirtless Kai Yingtao quickly waved his hands. Women here should tie up their hair, and if you don't enter the safe zone, let your hair down. That's more like it. The woman sat back down satisfied. Kai Yingtao also sighed in relief. He turned his gaze to Chen Jingyu, the other you just spoke, now it's your turn. The brother just now spoke very well. Chen Jingyu slowly stood up. He was actually not far from the mirror image of Chen Jingyu. There were only 4 or 5 people in between, about 2 meters apart. I believe everyone also agrees and recognizes him. He smiled at the mirror image of Chen Jingyu. The latter also returned him a meaningful smile. Actually, he has already said what needs to be said. Chen Jingyu turned around and took a slow step. He seemed casual, but his purpose was very clear. He was heading towards that fake version. Now, actually, I only have one thought. As he spoke to attract everyone's attention, he slowly walked towards the mirror image of Chen Jingyu. After 3 steps, he had arrived behind the mirror image of Chen Jingyu. The mirror image of Chen Jingyu had not yet realized anything and turned to look up at Chen Jingyu, as if waiting for him to say something. Chen Jingyu flipped his hand, taking out the handle of the crystal sword, and asked the mirror image of Chen Jingyu, "Do you recognize this?" The mirror image of Chen Jingyu's color changed instantly as he quickly stood up. "Are you trying to take action?" The mirror image of Chen Jingyu suddenly became tense. Chen Jingyu smiled, "Don't be nervous, take yours out and show me." "Why should I take it out?" The mirror image of Chen Jingyu appeared a bit flustered. But the difference was hard to hide. However, all of this certainly did not escape Chen Jingyu's eyes. He was sure of one thing. This fake Chen Jingyu certainly knew about the existence of the crystal sword. Because these mirror images created by the duplicate system seem to be capable of replicating the original's memories. Otherwise, it would be too easy to identify them. But one thing is for sure, the crystal sword is not an item from the game. This is a reward from the mission system, according to the explanation of the Lolita girl. They are 2 completely independent systems from the game. So, the fake Chen Jingyu almost certainly does not own a crystal lightsaber. Even the crystal goggles he is wearing on his face right now could very likely be just an empty facade. If you can't take it out, doesn't that prove you are fake? Chen Jingyu said with a smile. Nonsense, I just don't want to take it out. Do you really think I don't have one? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the mirrored Chen Jingyu immediately raised a hand and pulled out an identical hilt. Hee, so you really do have one? Chen Jingyu chuckled. The crystal lightsaber suddenly shone bright. Chen Jingyu pressed a button, and an orange lightsaber appeared out of thin air. Its speed was so fast that no one could react. How about this? Chen Jingyu still kept a faint smile. The 2 were less than half a meter apart, and the orange saber instantly pierced through the opponent. Why you dare to trick me? The mirrored Chen Jingyu's body had a hole appear in it. A burning scent wafted up. That fake could no longer speak, struck down by Chen Jingyu with one move. Everyone thought they were just arguing, never expecting Chen Jingyu to suddenly take action. Even the fake mirrored Chen Jingyu only thought Chen Jingyu was trying to expose his false identity using props. But little did they know, Chen Jingyu had intended from the start to eliminate him directly. Why waste time arguing with a fake? Just kill him and be done with it. Moreover, it was also a chance to check if the power of the crystal lightsaber had increased. Now it seemed that not only had the crystal lightsaber changed from red to orange, but its power had greatly increased as well. The big hole in the fake's body was the best proof. Chen Jingyu's sudden move also shocked others. People sitting nearby quickly scattered, fearing he would turn on them. Kid, you actually. He must be the fake, he killed someone. Dozens of people instantly grouped together, all pointing their fingers at Chen Jingyu. Bare-chested Kai Yingtao frowned and stepped forward, accusing, "Quickly say, are you a fake? We agreed to not take action first, why did you suddenly act?" Chapter 142. Another Kai Yingtao also stepped forward. One true and one fake person simultaneously accused Chen Jingyu. Now we have every reason to suspect you are that fake mirrored one. Not only them, but the others also began to chatter. Clearly we agreed on peaceful coexistence, yet you suddenly attacked, you must have been worried about being exposed, so you struck hard. Exactly, even we girls can see it, you are that fake imposter. The crowd was filled with righteous anger and stood up to surround Chen Jingyu. Everyone, let's take action together and capture him. Yes, we can't let him escape. I think we should just kill him to prevent any more trouble. Most people suggested capturing Chen Jingyu first, while only a few suggested taking direct action. However, when it came to taking action, many began to show hesitation. How many truly dared to act? Regardless, you need to give us an explanation, bare-chested Kai Yingtao finally said. Yes, an explanation, give us an explanation. Otherwise, we won't let you go. Facing everyone's aggressive attitude, Chen Jingyu appeared calm. Everyone, you have misunderstood something. Looking at the lightly smiling Chen Jingyu, everyone frowned. What did we misunderstand? Kai Yingtao asked. With a faint smile, Chen Jingyu said, I took down a fake mirrored one, I don't need to give you any explanation, this is my own business. Ha, you say the one you took down is fake, how do we know you are not fake? Exactly, I think you are the fake. Trash, imposter. This is just too shameless, despicable coward, your horse. The agitated players had begun to hurl insults. Chen Jingyu frowned. His face showed some displeasure. I'll say it again, whether I am fake or not is not important, and whether you are real or not is also not important. His sharp gaze swept over everyone, his voice light but full of harshness. If I wanted to, I could easily take you all down and swagger out of the instance. Everyone was shocked to hear this. What? Take us all down? Hiss. Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, stepped forward and pointed at Chen Jingyu, saying, Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant, there are more than 50 of us combined. Exactly, can you really take us all down? Chen Jingyu smiled coldly, holding his crystal light sword aloft, scornfully saying, You can try. His gaze swept over everyone again. In fact, he had a small thought hidden away, wanting to use the conflict to see everyone's reaction. For the imposters, they definitely hoped to drag it out as long as possible, ideally avoiding combat and letting time slip away quietly. In the end, the imposter-mirrored players would undoubtedly be the winners. Seeing Chen Jingyu's fierce expression, everyone began to retreat. The two Kai Yingtao seemed to simultaneously understand Chen Jingyu's meaning. Taking everyone down was indeed a feasible method. Moreover, for themselves, it was the safest way. Who could guarantee that among the survivors by the end of the instance, there would be no fakes mixed in? Bro, can we talk privately? Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, slowly approached. He gestured to Chen Jingyu with an inviting hand sign, indicating they should step aside to chat. The other Kai Yingtao, not willing to back down, followed along. Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, glanced at him but ultimately didn't chase him away. The three of them stepped towards the other side of the street, ensuring their conversation would not be overheard, and then Kai Yingtao slowly said, Bro, you really won't make a move, right? He looked at Chen Jingyu, trying to get some information from his expression. Although I don't know how strong you really are, I know my colleagues, they have almost no combat power and aren't as ruthless as you. Daring to silently take down someone. Leaving aside whether Chen Jingyu was real or fake at the moment, just this ruthlessness, the others simply couldn't match. One person who only dared to throw punches against someone who was willing to kill, the difference was clear. Strength becomes less important. Whoever is ruthless wins. Chen Jingyu looked at the two identical Kai Yingtao, remaining silent, just giving a faint smile. After about half a minute, he slowly spoke, I am not a killing person, and you all have kindly helped me before, so I will not act recklessly for now. However, he glanced at the two of them again. This doesn't mean I will never act, if it comes to the last moment and I cannot ensure safety, I give no guarantees. In other words, it was still possible he would take everyone down. The two Kai Yingtao fell into silence together. After a moment, Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, anxiously began to speak, Brother, I advise you to think twice. Puff. Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, stared blankly at Chen Jingyu. He had only finished half of his sentence when the light sword pierced through his chest. You. Kai Yingtao, bare-chested, pointed at Chen Jingyu, unable to say another word, his gaze slowly becoming vacant. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground. Winky face, the other Kai Yingtao was startled, taking several steps back. His eyes wide with fear as he observed Chen Jingyu, ready to flee at any moment. Chen Jingyu retracted the crystal light sword and said with a faint smile, What are you afraid of? You are not fake. Oh, that Kai Yingtao was now even more shocked. He pointed at the one lying on the ground and asked, How do you know I am real and he is fake? Guess. Chen Jingyu replied with a slight smile. Sigma, Kai Yingtao almost jumped up. Did you act on mere guesses? What if you guessed wrong? He was so scared. Fortunately, the one who attacked earlier wasn't him, otherwise, he would be the one on the ground. Seeing the other's expression, Chen Jingyu burst out laughing. Ha, of course I have a certain degree of confidence. At least 3 points prove he is fake. Really? Kai Yingtao expressed doubt, tell me. First, based on the reaction of that impersonator earlier, mirror characters like to use their words to create a sense of presence. They are good at lifting the atmosphere and making everyone believe in them. Your mirror was the first one to jump out. Kai Yingtao nodded slightly. But that wasn't enough to convince him. Chen Jingyu continued, Second, this is the point I am most sure about. Oh? Kai Yingtao became curious. When that fake jumped out claiming he was the real Kai Yingtao, you only slightly refuted him and then said one sentence. It was that sentence that made me certain you must be real. Chapter 143. As soon as Chen Jingyu said this, Kai Yingtao began to recall. You mean, when I mentioned you were still in the car? Kai Yingtao still didn't quite understand. Why does that make it so certain? Chen Jingyu smiled lightly, because of the game mechanics. According to my guess, mirror characters must have been created shortly after we entered the copy, and they copied our memories at the same time. At this point, Chen Jingyu changed his tone. However, the game copy system is not omniscient. This is the real world, and the copy system cannot know everything, so these mirror characters probably could not gain access to our memories and thoughts after being created. Since Chen Jingyu defeated that impersonator of himself, he had already confirmed this point. If the mirror character could still access the player's thoughts, that impersonator would definitely know that he intended to eliminate him. But the result was that the impersonator knew nothing. You mean, the conversation we had in the car afterwards was unknown to the mirror characters because they were already created at that time? Kai Into began to rebut. Only then did he somewhat believe Chen Jingyu. He believed he wasn't acting recklessly, he believed he was real. Smart. Chen Jingyu gave him a thumbs up. Chatting with someone who understands immediately is easy. What about the last point? Kai Into asked curiously. The last point is. Chen Jingyu nodded towards the guy lying on the ground. This guy actually dared to vote for that impersonator of me. Can this be tolerated? Winky face. Kai Into was speechless. Thinking back, it seemed he had also voted for another Chen Jingyu earlier. Winky face, suddenly feeling a hint of crisis. This guy, he wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Kai Into wiped his sweat, looking at Chen Jingyu who was smiling at him. He awkwardly laughed a few times. He. Now that we both know our identities, we must unite. Kai Into said with great timidity. Don't worry, I am already sure you are real. Chen Jingyu hugged his shoulder. Let's go, now we need to deal with those imposters. The two walked back with their arms around each other. The rest of the crowd was unsettled. They didn't know if the two had reached some undisclosed agreement. What if both of them were imposters? And that kid who got in the car later, who casually took out someone, had now eliminated two people in a row. It's possible the next target is oneself. In a moment, whether real or counterfeit mirror players, everyone was on edge. Everyone, don't be nervous, we have confirmed that the two people just eliminated by him are both fake imposters. Kai Into comforted the crowd. At the same time, he shot Chen Jingyu a questioning look. After receiving the latter's approval, Kai Into spoke again. At the same time, we have mastered a method of identification that has a very high probability of success. Everyone just needs to cooperate. Those who do not cooperate, Kai Into scanned the crowd, will be treated as counterfeit goods. Hearing that Kai Into didn't sound like he was joking, the crowd fell into chaos again. Treated as counterfeit goods? What does that even mean? Do they mean to get rid of us directly? Thinking of this, everyone fell silent, afraid of standing out. The two slowly walked back to the crowd. Kai Into signaled everyone not to stand, but to sit down in the same positions as before. Only then did everyone slowly and reluctantly sit down, intentionally keeping a bit of distance from Chen Jingyu and the two of them. It seemed that in their eyes, Chen Jingyu had already been regarded as a dangerous element. However, it didn't take long for someone to lose their patience. The woman who looked to be around 40 had a face full of resentment, pouting slowly, President Kai, it's not that I don't believe you. Kai Into smiled, Lie accountant, feel free to speak. He turned to Chen Jingyu and said, this is Lai Tiantian, she has been our old cashier. Chen Jingyu nodded. Lai Tiantian continued, us girls just discussed it, anyway, we won't make a move. At most, you all can just ignore us and let us fend for ourselves. It seemed her thoughts were quite simple. She believed that just dragging it out would solve everything. Chen Jingyu looked down and asked, Boss Kai, do you think she's real? Kai Into nodded slightly, she should be. Ordinary people can't imitate her flavor. Chen Jingyu. That seemed quite reasonable. I momentarily could not find a rebuttal. At this moment, Lai Tiantian on the other side also spoke up. I hate it the most when someone tries to talk like us girls. You counterfeit good, it's really disgusting. I mimic you? Ha! The originally calm Lai Tiantian suddenly puffed her cheeks in anger, raising her chin towards the other, with a look of disdain. What a joke, do I need to mimic you? Look in the mirror and see what you look like. How dare you come here and spew nonsense, truly shameless. Chen Jingyu was also baffled. Looking left and right. Aren't these two looking alike? Why did one scold the other for not looking in the mirror? Now I believe what you said, this one over here is definitely real, Chen Jingyu said to Kai Into. He was referring to the one who had just cursed. If it were a mirrored character created in a copy, it would be impossible to display such behavior. Kai Into also agreed, I told you, ordinary people can't imitate this flavor. Chen Jingyu stood up. He directly walked towards the other Lai Tiantian. The person suddenly panicked. Shouting, you don't come over. Everyone sitting around her immediately ran away. Only a panic-stricken Lai Tiantian was left, sitting on the ground and continuously backing away. Somebody help. She's a counterfeit, she wants to harm me. No one in the audience responded. It looked like no one was ready to help her. The other Lai Tiantian snorted, looking skyward, you still wish to learn to talk like a girl? I've seen through you a long time ago, pfft. Chen Jingyu took a step closer. He was also thinking about other things in his heart. It seems that these mirrored counterfeits are not united at all. It wasn't hard to understand. No one wanted to expose themselves actively. Maybe even they couldn't distinguish between real and fake. What if they were just acting? After a few steps, Chen Jingyu had already reached Lai Tiantian's side. The crystal sword in his hand shone with an orange beam. He looked down from a height at the Lai Tiantian who had fallen to the ground, stating each word, "Are you still planning to keep pretending?" Chapter 144. Chen Jingyu's advance put pressure not only on Lai Tiantian. For others, it was also a feeling that made their backs sweat coldly. This young man exuded a terrifying aura of killing. At this moment, Lai Tiantian had nowhere to retreat. She looked at Chen Jingyu, her eyes filled with tears, shaking her head with a pitiful expression. Please, don't kill me. I really mean it, Boss Kai, you must help me say a few good words. Her especially helpless appearance made some colleagues, who usually had a good relationship with her, start to feel pity. Otherwise, a woman from the same office weakly raised her hand to indicate she wanted to speak. Another Lai Tiantian instantly jumped up. Sister Zhou, you can't be fooled by her. Us girls can't be so soft-hearted, it will lead to a big loss. Sister Zhou looked left and right. Both were Lai Tiantian. Forget it. She simply closed her mouth and stopped involving herself in this matter. The reason Chen Jingyu didn't act immediately was that he wanted to observe the reactions of these fakes. But this one, whom he deemed to be the fake Lai Tiantian, surprisingly wouldn't resist even in the face of death. No wonder these are system-created fake people, their execution ability is indeed too high, and one can't see any flaws from them. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, and his crystal sword suddenly thrust out. Put. Lai Tiantian was pierced through. She died on the spot. Ah! The crowd erupted in gasps of surprise. Another person had been killed. The others began to feel uneasy. Although no new clues had been obtained temporarily, Chen Jingyu could almost be certain of one thing. These manufactured fake individuals were not like Sun Sheng or Grey Cat, who had high intelligence and freedom as game characters. To put it bluntly, these were just puppets temporarily created by the system, obeying only the dungeon system. Could it be? Chen Jingyu suddenly thought of something, perhaps there are people behind controlling them? Thinking of this, he instantly felt it was intriguing. He looked up at the sky, which held nothing. Maybe someone is secretly watching us from behind. However, these were just Chen Jingyu's speculations, he did not voice them. In less than half an hour, 3 people had already died. But these 3 had also been confirmed as safe states. At least the 3 of them deemed themselves safe. The remaining 26 individuals, along with the mirrored fakes, totaled 52 people. If they were to search one by one, it would not be an easy task. Moreover, Chen Jingyu was not familiar with them, making it undoubtedly more difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Lai Tiantian, keep an eye on them and don't let them move. Kai Into instructed Lai Tiantian, then waved to Chen Jingyu. The 2 of them walked aside to discuss countermeasures. Is there anything that happened after we entered the dungeon that everyone knows about? Kai Into asked. According to Chen Jingyu's theory, if those mirrored fakes only knew about things from before the dungeon opened, they could use this flaw to filter out the fakes. Chen Jingyu shrugged and spread his hands. I've thought of that long ago, but it seems there aren't any special incidents. The only thing that perhaps everyone knew about was when Kai Intao rushed to the driver's seat and stopped the car. But this event happened too early, perhaps the mirrored fakes weren't even created at that time. Also, merely guessing, many people might also suspect Kai Intao, so this method isn't too good. This is really a headache. Kai Intao glanced at the time, almost an hour had passed. The dungeon must be completed within 12 hours. Although it had just started, the difficulty was already apparent. Don't worry, worst case, we can just destroy everything, Chen Jingyu joked. Hiss. Kai Intao inhaled sharply, and he pulled Chen Jingyu, looking back at those colleagues, you can't be serious, right? Chen Jingyu shrugged once again. The meaning was clear. It'd be best if you didn't do this, if it really comes down to it. Kai Intao was caught in a dilemma. Indeed, it was hard for a regular person to accept such an outcome. Most of these people were ones he had personally trained, and not to mention their daily relationships, he still hoped everyone could make it out alive. Chen Jingyu understood his thoughts and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, there is still plenty of time. At least now you've entered the safe zone, you should feel happy about that. Kai Intao nodded and composed himself again. Not good. Come quickly! Lai Tian suddenly shouted loudly. What happened? Chen Jingyu hurriedly ran back. Kai Yingtao immediately followed. The two returned to the crowd in a few quick steps, and they saw Lai Tian jumping up and down in panic. Seeing them approach, Lai Tian pointed in one direction and shouted, "You have to look, those two people ran away." Chen Jingyu looked out and saw one person carrying another, already running dozens of meters away. What's going on? Kai Yingtao quickly asked. Why aren't we chasing them? Chen Jingyu frowned. It was no longer a guess, it was definitely some imposter who had abducted their counterpart. If they were to hide, everyone present would be in danger. Including Chen Jingyu himself. Damn it! Chen Jingyu didn't expect the mirrored character to pull this stunt and felt a surge of annoyance. Everyone get back in the car. Anyone who dares to get out without permission, kill them on the spot. Chen Jingyu declared fiercely, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. The crystal sword in his hand shone with unusual brilliance. The crowd immediately fell silent in fear. Under Kai Yingtao's arrangement, everyone got back in the vehicle. The windows and doors were locked tight, and the keys were in Kai Yingtao's hands. Lai Tian was still anxiously explaining, I really didn't notice, they started saying they wanted to change places to talk, and who knew one person just lifted the other and ran away. You all know, how can we girls run faster than them? Chen Jingyu rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. They were carrying someone, and you say you can't run faster than them? Forget it, thinking about it, looking at Accountant Lai's rounded figure, Chen Jingyu didn't intend to pursue it further. The other party was probably running away like they were carrying a bus, and Accountant Lai might not even be able to catch up. What do we do now? Kai Yingtao asked anxiously. He was initially concerned about the safety of others. Now he felt a bit regretful. If his own life was at stake, he shouldn't have been so soft-hearted. When that thought flashed through his mind, he startled himself. Chapter 145. Kai Yingtao was already confused and disoriented. At this moment, Chen Jingyu was thinking about the boundaries of the instance. Based on the previous experience in Central Park, their current location should also be around the center of the mirrored highway instance, and the deviation shouldn't be too great. He just didn't know how large the radius was. If the area was too wide, finding those two escapees would indeed be quite difficult. Now everyone split up, stand on two sides. Chen Jingyu, along with Kai Yingtao, began to direct everyone. Similar people must keep a sufficient distance apart, if anyone dares to come close, others can kill them on the spot. One pair had already run away, and under no circumstances could this situation happen again. Seeing Chen Jingyu's serious expression, the crowd dared not speak, obediently following the orders. Soon, the crowd had split up completely. Boss Kai, you and Accountant Lai keep an eye on them. I'll go look for those who ran away. Chen Jingyu glanced at the time, since the two had escaped. 5 minutes have already passed. He also wanted to chase immediately, but if this group of people didn't handle it properly, it would only get more chaotic. You go ahead, I'll keep a close eye on them here. If anyone dares to act out, I'll definitely take action. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. The others were also silent at this moment. Under Kai Yingtao's arrangement, everyone sat on the ground, watching each other. Chen Jingyu had already left. He walked straight along the escape route of those two people. He wanted to first determine the range of the copy, and then look for their traces. If only Xiao Rongrong were here. Chen Jingyu missed the gray cat immensely at this moment. If it were here, it could definitely be used like a treasure dog now. The key was that this creature ran faster than a treasure dog. Using it to search the map would be simply perfect. He glanced at the time, it was indeed still early, but Chen Jingyu felt a strange worry in his heart. He always felt that the situation was not so simple. The two people who escaped had just been questioned for their confidence. Their surname was Zhang, and their name was Qinghu, over 30 years old, working as a clerk. He looked tall and strong, but unexpectedly was directly knocked out by the mirrored figure who stole away. There was no time for others to react at all. Chen Jingyu had some understanding of the fighting ability of the mirrored figures. In his hands, they were simply no match. Sigh, really useless, waste. Chen Jingyu sighed, and turned his gaze to the end of the copy. He opened the phone map and looked. Earlier, he had already marked their location, and now he used the software to pull a straight line distance. Damn! 2 kilometers. A radius of 2 kilometers means a diameter of 4 kilometers. With a diameter of 4 kilometers, it would be quite simple for two people to hide in such a large area. As he walked along the way, he had deliberately paid some attention but found no clues. The direction Chen Jingyu chose had relatively open terrain. But if he went a bit further to the side, there were many uneven hills. In fact, they couldn't even be called mountains, just small slopes. But they greatly obstructed the view. This made Chen Jingyu nearly lose the motivation to search for those two people. It was simply too hard. But that said, it indeed involved the lives of dozens of people, especially Chen Jingyu's own life, which was tied to those two people. He had to search. Chen Jingyu walked along the small hillside. 2 hours later, he had walked a circle along the edge of the map. No traces could be found. Chen Jingyu looked up at the sky. The false sun burst forth with brilliant light, and the scorching temperature burned the ground. The air carried a hint of heat waves. The mirrored figures are definitely far more familiar with this copy space than I am. If I want to play a game of cat and mouse with them at their home field, I can only be toyed with. Chen Jingyu began to return the same way. He even suspected that if the mirrored figure had already killed the real Zhang Qinghu, it could bury him anywhere. Even if Chen Jingyu found the mirrored Zhang Qinghu, he wasn't sure he was fake. He could easily come up with a reason and say he sneaked back. None of this could be distinguished. When Kai Yintao saw Chen Jingyu return, he immediately ran over. "How is it?" Kai Yintao asked with an expectant gaze. Chen Jingyu shook his head. "No clues at all." Kai Yintao understood without needing words. He immediately became anxious. "What should we do?" Chen Jingyu glanced at the players sitting in 2 rows, both real and fake, and they were all quite honest at this moment. No one had any complaints. But this was no longer important. As long as the real and fake Zhang Qinghu were well hidden, the other mirrored figures didn't need to take any action at all. Just quietly wait for time to pass. Otherwise, should we all go out to look? Kai Yintao had lost his mind and started to grasp at straws. Chen Jingyu replied, "What if that thing is hiding?" This. Kai Yintao instantly understood how foolish his suggestion was. Lai Tian walked over. "Kai, have you all thought of a solution? Being trapped here is not a solution. Even we girls can't go to the bathroom." Kai Yintao was now disturbed and randomly pointed to a corner, saying, "Just go over there. There are no other people, any place is a restroom." "That won't do." Lai Tian quickly waved her hand. "How can we girls just go anywhere? What if someone sees? You can rest assured no one will peek, but you have to keep an eye on the others." "No one else can run away," Kai Yintao said patiently. "But..." Lai Tian wanted to say something else. However, after thinking about it, the current situation was indeed like this. What else could they do but to solve it on the spot? "Alright, I'll take a few girls and go in batches. You must keep an eye on those stinky men, and no peeking. Go on, go on." Kai Yintao hurriedly waved her away. After Lai Tian left, Kai Yintao checked the time. Over 3 hours had passed. "Brother, do you have any good ideas?" Chen Jingyu shook his head. If things weren't controlled well from the beginning, trying to recover later would be harder than reaching the sky. Not to mention the two who had run away, even those still sitting here couldn't distinguish the true from the false. Could it be that all of them really had to be dealt with? But what about those who had run away? Chen Jingyu felt a bit of a headache. This was the suffering from being out of the loop. If only they had known earlier that the rules of this scenario were like this. But the scenario had already been going on for more than 3 hours. It was too late to say these things now. Chapter 146. Lai Tian took a few people to go to the bathroom and quickly returned. It turned out there wasn't any more blunder. All of this was within Chen Jingyu's expectations. But it also further confirmed one point: the mirrored characters had a lot of confidence in the mirror version of Zhang Qinghu who had escaped. So they didn't have to consider doing any other tricks. Kai Yintao discussed with Chen Jingyu and finally decided to brainstorm collectively. He moved back and forth between the two groups, gathering everyone's opinions. Time ticked away second by second. In the blink of an eye, only an hour and a half was left until the scenario ended. During this time, Chen Jingyu went out to search again but still found nothing. As time drew closer, the crowd became increasingly agitated. The ignorant players who had thought nothing would happen, upon learning that failing to complete the scenario meant direct death, began to lose their calm one by one. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I don't care about anyone else, I'm going to kill that fake." A man in his 30s suddenly rushed out, charging toward the opposite group. His target was the person just like him. Though Chen Jingyu wanted to believe that he was real, it was already futile. "Brother, do you really have no way at all?" Kai Yintao was sweating in anxiety. His startup company had just started to show some results, earning quite a bit of money this year. He also had a lovely wife and 2 sons at home. He did not want to die in this scenario. After searching from outside, Chen Jingyu had been sitting silently without speaking. He didn't take any action, just quietly observed everyone's reactions. Hearing Kai Yintao's question, he replied calmly, "Don't rush, let's first see the situation." How could Kai Yintao not be anxious? "Brother, there's no time left. Seeing Chen Jingyu's calm demeanor, he felt even more urgent. Among the crowd, two identical people were fighting fiercely. The people around were too lazy to pay attention, just sitting quietly and watching. Who do you think can win? Chen Jingyu suddenly asked. Who wins? Kai Yingtao glanced at the two fighting and then anxiously said, Are you still in the mood to watch a show? It doesn't matter who wins, there's no time left. When people truly face death, that is when humanity is most tested. Especially in moments like this, watching the countdown slowly end. At that time, there were no other thoughts in the heart. As long as one can live, it doesn't matter if everyone else dies. Many people's hearts were filled with violent emotions. Just like Kai Yingtao, he felt deep regret. Regret for not encouraging Chen Jingyu to deal with others while he was still safe. In life and death moments, everything else is just a floating cloud. The remaining time in the instance officially entered the last hour. The countdown began. The fight between the two ended when one of them lost their fighting ability. The person who fell on the ground was clueless about life or death. No one bothered to care. The one who won, in fact, no one could tell which side he was on. Was he the one who initiated the fight, or the one who was beaten? Anyway, it no longer mattered. Chen Jingyu kept observing carefully, paying attention to everyone's change of expression. Often, the closer it got to the final moment, the easier it was to expose flaws. At this moment, he seemed like an old monk in meditation. His face showed no expression at all. He was just quietly watching. Next to him, Kai Yingtao and Lai Tiantian formed a striking contrast. The faces of these two were filled with absolute terror. Anxiety, unease, fear. It was as if 10 different expressions were mixed together, creating a particularly complex look. As the countdown entered the last half hour, everyone could no longer sit still. I can't just wait to die here, I want to leave. Someone started running away like mad. Kai Yingtao became even more anxious. Someone is running away? He looked at Chen Jingyu and shouted in desperation. But the latter still remained unmoved. Bro, someone is running away. Ignored. Bro. Kai Yingtao frantically rubbed his hair. The Chen Jingyu he had high hopes for was now utterly silent. Has he accepted his fate? Forget it, forget it. Kai Yingtao seemed to have also accepted his fate. He simply sat next to Chen Jingyu, staring blankly at the chaotic crowd. Kai, didn't you say you had a way? Someone ran over to accuse. Where are your so-called methods now? Exactly, you all said to listen to you at the beginning, now we've listened, and what's the result? You've really led us to ruin, there are only a few minutes left and we are all going to be finished. Damn it, it's all your fault, if we had handled it ourselves, maybe we would have cleared the instance by now. People were all arguing, pointing fingers at each other, the scene became a mess. Kai Yingtao couldn't take this anger anymore and immediately got into a fight with a few people. Several people rolled into a heap. The rest were like headless flies, fear covered everyone. But no one had a solution. The countdown entered the final 10 minutes. Chen Jingyu still coldly watched and listened. No action at all. Out of fear of his strength, no one dared to shout at him. Everyone vented their anxiety on Kai Yingtao. A few men pinned him to the ground and beat him. Although there was no life-threatening danger, soon he was beaten until his head was bruised and bloodied, face swollen. In fact, no one could remain as calm as Chen Jingyu, waiting for the countdown to end. Only 3 minutes left. The crystal goggles scanned everyone, revealing no flaws. Actually, it's very simple to crack the current situation. Chen Jingyu muttered to himself. You just need to at the moment of entering the instance. He flipped his hand. A small object was taken out of the crystal ring. The crystal lens swept over, revealing the detailed description of the item. Item name, Time Capsule, Epic. Usage level, LV1. Type, one-time consumable. Effect, Control Time. Introduction, a masterpiece by the great gunsmith Quick Gun Jack, containing the secrets of the time controller. This item was obtained in the guard tower dungeon, kept for a long time with no chance to use it. Since I can't break the current situation, I'll just give you a try and see how lucky I am to see if you have the effect I imagined. Chen Jingyu said, gently pressing 2 fingers together to crush the time capsule. A phantom of a clock appeared in midair. It appeared in everyone's mind. The golden hands began to spin wildly. To be precise, the hands were moving backward. The surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. Countless people came and went. The next moment, Chen Jingyu found. He was already sitting on a moving bus. Chapter 147. Everyone had returned. They looked at each other in terror. There was no driver on the bus, and the vehicle was about to lose control. Kai Yingtao rushed up and slammed the brakes again. What happened? Are we all dead? Why do I feel like we've been here before? After stopping the bus, Kai Intao stared blankly at the people on board. Zhang Qinghu had also come back. Everyone was present. What the hell is going on? Kai Intao was confused too. At this moment, Chen Jingyu stood up and went to the front of the bus. Everyone, I used my ultimate item. Now time has turned back, giving us another chance. Really? Kai Intao exclaimed excitedly. This is amazing. We have another chance. So I'm not dead, boo-hoo. Someone cried out in joy. What are you crying about? We girls didn't cry, and you, a big man, still dare to cry? Exactly, everyone quiet down and listen to the expert's plan. Kai Intao quickly silenced the crowd. Everyone looked at Chen Jingyu in unison, their faces filled with admiration. Expert, I knew you had more tricks up your sleeve, please tell us what to do. Kai Intao looked at Chen Jingyu with eager anticipation. Chen Jingyu stood up, signaling Kai Intao to keep the driving position and close the bus door. Everyone, this dungeon now has no difficulty at all. As long as you don't want to die, you won't die. Expert, please tell us what to do quickly. Yeah, we girls are all listening to you. Chen Jingyu looked around and said, now we need to agree on a secret code phrase. Everyone needs to remember it, if you forget, you might die. Everyone immediately held their breath, fully focused on Chen Jingyu. Everyone remember, except when I ask you for the code, don't say it to anyone, not even to each other. At that time, I will talk to each of you one by one. Only those who use the code can live. But? Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, it might not even be necessary, I may be able to solve everything directly. The first line of the code is, the king covers the earth. What's the second line? Kai Intao asked. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment, the second line is Sun Qing's mother tiger. The king covers the earth, Sun Qing's mother tiger? Everyone silently repeated it several times. Alright, from now on, no one can say it out loud again, you must remember it. Chen Jingyu said with an incredibly serious expression, his sharp gaze sweeping through everyone, and no one dared to maintain eye contact for more than 3 seconds. This time, they couldn't be careless. Kai boss, come here. Chen Jingyu beckoned to Kai Intao, then whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, Kai Intao nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I can surely handle this small matter. Now it was a matter of life and death, and Kai Intao was fully alert. Screech. The sound of brakes came. Everyone's heart began to race. Through the window, they could see a bus approaching. Stop coming soon. Boss Kai, secure the doors and windows, don't let anyone escape. Chen Jingyu jumped out of the car and positioned himself in front of the vehicle that was about to stop. The sound of the air valve echoed. The bus came to a sudden halt. Bang! With a crack, the glass shattered, scattering everywhere. Chen Jingyu smashed the car window and walked inside. The people inside our vehicle stared blankly at the opposing side. At that moment, the system prompt of the copy appeared again, silencing the scene once more. Copy space, Mirror Road. Number of players, 29 people. Completion condition, eliminate all fake mirror characters. Countdown, 12H. Meanwhile, the bus on the opposite side was completely in chaos. Chen Jingyu blocked the door, killing gods when he met them, killing demons when he met them. With just his strength, he fought against 20 to 30 people alone. The upgraded crystal light sword shone brightly in the narrow bus, facing barely any enemies. Everyone faced instant death, having almost no chance to fight back. In an instant, Chen Jingyu had wiped out more than half of them. In the restarted copy, he felt as if he had activated a cheat. Suddenly, a few people, appearing crazed, rushed in recklessly to hold back Chen Jingyu. Then, at the back of the bus, someone had already begun to smash the windows. They wanted to escape. Boss Kai, quickly bring people down to surround the bus, don't let anyone get away. Chen Jingyu had anticipated this move, and would not allow them to hide again. He had previously instructed Kai Intao. At this time, taking advantage of Chen Jingyu's rampage, Kai Intao had already organized people on the bus. The men from earlier, come down with me, Lai accountant, block the doors, not a single person can escape. After Kai Intao said this, he dashed down with around 10 men. Then Lai Tian stood firmly at the door, glaring fiercely at the bus cabin. We girls can't go down, if anyone tries, I won't hold back. In no time, a dozen people had arrived under the windows that were about to be smashed. They were just waiting for them to jump down. It was just like catching fish in a barrel. Soon, Chen Jingyu cleared away those who were obstructing him inside the bus. At this moment, there was no one left standing inside the bus. Outside, there were 5 people tightly surrounded by Kai Intao and the others. 4 men and 1 woman. Chen Jingyu stepped out and directly went through the crowd. Whoosh! He took out the woman. The remaining 4 immediately trembled in fear. Don't attack, we are real people. In the confusion earlier, I was swapped. One person suddenly said. The others being surrounded all nodded in agreement. It was too chaotic, I was pushed in, that one is the fake. One person pointed at another man in the crowd that looked like him. Bah! You fake, how dare you argue? Beat him to death. Kai Intao hurriedly stopped the agitated crowd. No one move, listen to the expert's arrangements. At this moment, they were only a step away from victory. They must not let impulsiveness ruin everything. This was the only thought in Kai Intao's mind now. The 4 surrounded individuals were still making their last struggles, desperately arguing. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, pointing the crystal light sword at one person. Okay, I'll give you a chance. The person immediately showed a delighted expression and nodded repeatedly. The king covers the earth tiger, what's the next line? Chen Jingyu directly asked. Among the remaining 4 people, he was certain that no one would know the answer. The pagoda suppresses the river monster? Whoosh! Got him. You say. Chen Jingyu pointed at the next target. The king covers the earth tiger, Timo is 1 meter 50? Die. Chen Jingyu solved another person. Next one. Little, chicken stewing mushrooms? Slash. Only one last person remained. You're the last one, speak. Chen Jingyu stared at him fixedly. Chapter 148. The gazes of more than a dozen people were focused on the last person. His face was covered in sweat. The pressure was immense. Speak up, hurry up, someone urged. The situation at this moment was completely different. Kai Intao's colleagues were no longer anxious at all. In fact, some were quite proud of themselves. GRD, you can't pretend anymore, can you? Exactly, we almost died, now let's see how you continue to pretend. Haha, what luck, I survived again. The impersonator surrounded by everyone suddenly started laughing. Everyone immediately frowned. Dare to laugh? Beat him to death. People shouted with anger, but the impersonator remained calm and slowly turned his gaze to Chen Jingyu. Then he looked him up and down. From his eyes, Chen Jingyu saw something different. The crystal light sword in his hand stopped for a moment. You are very interesting, the person said. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? The person continued, I know, the outcome was not supposed to be like this, I am very curious, how did you do it? Chen Jingyu was also surprised, not expecting this impersonator to no longer conceal himself, almost wanting to have an open conversation. Who are you? Chen Jingyu retorted. Me? Hee, the person laughed, I am the dungeon system, I am also the game system, I am just an ordinary person, I am a flower, I am grass. Boom! Kai Intao directly gave him a smack from behind. You are electricity, you are light? You talk too much nonsense. The impersonator staggered from the hit, covering his head and standing up straight again. Can we have a proper conversation? Kai Intao replied angrily, who wants to talk to you? Can you stop with the nonsense? You trash, I wasn't talking to you, the impersonator got a little angry too. Damn, dare to scold me? Kai Intao immediately wanted to take action. Wait. Chen Jingyu stopped him. But then turned around and asked, what do you want to say? Hee, the impersonator laughed a few more times. Everyone couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. You are Chen Jingyu, right? I remember you, see you next time. As everyone was about to lose control and beat him, the impersonator calmly finished these words and suddenly his body slumped down. Dead? Kai Intao looked puzzled, going up to check, incredulously saying, he really is dead. At that moment, ripples appeared in the air. Everyone felt a flash in front of them and they found themselves back on the bus. The driver stared at them, trembling in fear. I can't believe it, is this magic? You guys aren't ghosts, right? The driver was so scared he almost burst out the door. Stop, let go of that door. Kai Intao shouted. Driver? Kai Intao hurriedly explained, don't be nervous, we just entered a dungeon, it's fine now, mister, please continue driving? Entered a dungeon? No wonder. The driver finally understood. The entire bus suddenly disappearing almost made him faint. As the driver sat back in his seat, everyone also received a notification that the dungeon was complete. Dungeon space, mirror highway, completed. Completion rate, SSS. Ding. Obtained Guardian Ring equipment. Ding. Gains 6,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV7. Finally reached LV7, not easy. Chen Jingyu began to check the rewards. Item name, Guardian Ring. Required level, LV6. Job requirement, none. Stamina, 3. Additional ability, gain a protective energy shield for 3 seconds. Description, a ring that grants you more vigorous stamina. Meanwhile, the task system rewards were also being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, you completed the task survive. Ding. Congratulations, you received the task reward crystal energy block. Chen Jingyu put the crystal energy block back into the crystal ring and then put on the guardian ring. This ring is really nice, the additional ability looks like it can make me a real man for 3 seconds. Chen Jingyu happily looked at the ring on his hand. Then he allocated all the reward attribute points to agility. Name, Chen Jingyu. Occupation, commoner, awakening not yet. Level, LV7. Talent, SSS. Strength, 11. Agility, 47, plus 6. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 11. Energy, 0. Skills, none. Looking at the increasing agility attribute, Chen Jingyu felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Unfortunately, the words awakening not yet were still so glaring. Damn, a commoner at LV7, I'm probably the only one like a scorpion species, unique, poison. Chen Jingyu felt quite speechless thinking about it. Logically speaking, his luck was quite good, having many unique resources, but he just could not awaken his occupation, which was really troubling. Bro, let's head back to the city, how about we have a drink tonight? The vehicle drove toward the city again, and Kai Intao came over, inviting Chen Jingyu to drink together. No, I have things to do, let's make another plan. Chen Jingyu politely declined his goodwill. There were still many unresolved matters at hand, and he wasn't in the mood to drink at the moment. Besides, he wasn't very familiar with them. The last words of that mirror imposter left a knot in Chen Jingyu's heart. Who the heck was that guy? Why did he have a feeling of being a big boss behind the scenes? At this moment, Chen Jingyu also felt somewhat powerless. Although he had killed fiercely in both the instance and reality, his understanding of the game instance was far less than those rich, powerful families. The last experience in Central Park was still fresh in his mind. The Liu family seemed to understand convenience a century ahead of him. The remarkable woman that Fan Xia had always mentioned, he hadn't seen her in the end. If not, Chen Jingyu really wanted to have a good discussion about life with her. Of course, chatting about other things was fine too, it would be great to learn more in-depth knowledge. The bus slowly entered the urban area. Bro, let's stay in touch from now on. Kai Into insisted on getting Chen Jingyu's contact information and then reluctantly said goodbye. After getting off the bus, Chen Jingyu contacted Li Yang and the others. These two had already sent Su Aima home, and now they were at Chen Jingyu's house waiting for him. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jingyu hailed a cab to hurry back. These two must be aiming for Sun Sheng, I'm not home this time, who knows what bad things they will do. Chapter 149. Li Yang had surprisingly prepared a table of dishes, which Chen Jingyu did not expect. Fan Xia, this lazy guy, was sitting on the ground with Sun Sheng and Grey Cat, watching a show. Chen Jingyu noticed that one of Fan Xia's eyes seemed to have a problem, blinking continuously. What's wrong? Watched something you shouldn't have and got a sty? Chen Jingyu sat down next to them and started eating a bag of open chips. Grey Cat grabbed a small dried fish and threw it into his mouth, then squinted and grinned. Someone was not honest and got beaten, hee hee. Is that being dishonest? Fan Xie got anxious, that was clearly helping. I'm an outstanding youth who promotes 10 speaks and 4 beauties, a role model of our time helping the masses. Besides, she had a hair on her clothes, and I helped her brush it off. Isn't that dishonest? Hair on her clothes? Where did it fall? Chen Jingyu asked. I mean, not just Fan Xie patted the area on himself from the collar down. Serves you right. Chen Jingyu said gleefully. Come eat. Li Yang brought up the last dish. For Sun Sheng, food and soap operas were not to be missed. But if it had to be ranked, food still came first. Pausing the TV show, she sat at the table with Grey Cat. Fan Xia pulled Chen Jingyu over and mysteriously said, Tell me honestly, did you get to first base? TCH, am I that kind of person? Chen Jingyu scoffed. Aren't you? Fan Xia glared at him. Chen Jingyu immediately felt guilty. Fine, I am. Looks like this time you're serious, huh? Fan Xia whispered, Hey, if you are serious, next time I will pay more attention. After all, you can't mess with a friend's wife. What are you two talking about? Come over and eat. Li Yang came over and pulled them a bit. A group of people sat down and began to enjoy the delicious food. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The few people who were ready to start eating suddenly became tense. Who could it be? Li Yang was the first to stand up. Fan Xie stepped back a few paces, choosing an open spot, and took out his long bow. Several people exchanged glances, and in the end, Chen Jingyu went to open the door. Looking through the peephole, Chen Jingyu immediately smiled. He signaled everyone to relax. When he opened the door, 2 girls were standing outside. What are you doing here? Chen Jingyu invited the 2 into the house. What? Aren't we welcome? Li Jiwei boldly walked in first. When she saw the table full of food, she immediately laughed. Looks like it's better to arrive at the right time. Fan Xia rushed forward and pulled out a chair. Beauty, please sit. After Li Jiwei sat down, he quickly pulled another chair next to her. How have you been lately? Chen Jingyu asked while standing at the door. The one still outside was their former neighbor, Yuan Yuan. Yuan nodded and smiled. I just happened to be shopping nearby with my sister and thought I'd come over to see you. We hope our surprise visit isn't bothering you. Look at what you're saying, come in quickly, let's eat together. Chen Jingyu welcomed her inside. Yuan walked in with a smile. Upon seeing Sun Qing for the first time, she was stunned. So beautiful. This was her first thought. With 2 more people, the originally small dining table suddenly felt a bit crowded. But it also felt warm and delightful. Aren't you going to introduce this beauty? Yuan asked, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Jingyu. Oh, this is Sun Cheng. He pointed at the 2 newcomers and introduced, this is Yuan and her good sister Li Jiwei, and those 2 are Li Yang and Fan Xia. Fan Xia? Tomato? Li Jiwei repeated twice, does your dad have a grudge against you? Why give such a strange name? Strange? Fan Xia widened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression, then pretended to be profound as he shook his head. How could a man love the lakes, and let's say, beautiful women are nowhere to be found? Quoting a poem by Li Bai, he then nonsense a half line behind it. What a poetic name, and you say it's strange. Li Jiwei frowned, what nonsense, I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand, how about we watch a movie and have some tea this afternoon? I can explain it to you slowly? Fan Xia quickly asked. Li Jiwei glanced at him and said slowly, didn't your brother tell you? I don't like scruffy men. Fan Xia immediately touched his chin, as if it was a bit rough. That's not important, I just forgot to shave because I was busy with something a few days ago. No, it's very important. Li Jiwei replied lightly. Then I'll go shave it off right now. Fan Xia really prepared to get up. Li Jiwei didn't even look at him. Forget it, not every time is there time to shave, it's a habit issue, you've already been passed in my heart. Fan Xia was confused, why? Isn't it just shaving a beard? Chen Jingyu couldn't hold back his laughter, and gave Fan Xia a piece of rib, comforting him, bro, this incident tells us, we must keep clean, especially as a man, you must shave often, after all. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Fan Xia subconsciously stuffed the rib into his mouth, still not getting it. What does any of this even mean? A meal was finished. Chen Jingyu brewed a pot of tea, and everyone sat around on the carpet chatting. Have you encountered any dungeons recently? Chen Jingyu asked Yuan and the others. We had one once, I went in with Li Jiwei, luckily there were a lot of people, so we passed smoothly. With players' understanding of the dungeon mechanism and the improvement of their own abilities. Currently, the casualty rates when encountering dungeons have greatly decreased. This also led to players no longer being so fearful of dungeons. On the other hand, many people, like Chen Jingyu and the others, couldn't wait to encounter a dungeon. After all, getting a little equipment or item could easily be sold for a decent price. What level are you all? Chen Jingyu asked again. I'm LV3, Li Jiwei is LV2, Yuan replied. Their levels were still a bit low. Chen Jingyu now had an idea. He wanted to take the initiative. However, he might need some teammates. Yuan's alchemist profession was perfect for support. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll take you all to do a dungeon together. Chen Jingyu said. Yuan's eyes brightened, okay, we can. Why don't we just move here? Li Jiwei looked at Yuan, the place we found later is too bad, I think the environment here is much better. Here? Yuan flicked her hair behind her ear, lowered her head, and said, I wonder if there are any vacant rooms next door. That's simple, we'll just ask. I have the contact information of the property manager here, let me ask. Chen Jingyu took out his phone. If they could live nearby, it would be much more convenient for future actions. Don't think too much, it's for proper actions. Chapter 150. Chen Jingyu asked the property manager, and to his surprise, there were actually quite a few vacant houses for rent. He gave the contact information to Yuan and the others, and they contacted them on their own. Soon, the property manager came over and took them to see the house. After they left, Chen Jingyu spoke up about his idea. You all remember the Central Park incident, right? Li Yang and Fan Xia nodded. How could we forget? We remember it clearly. Exactly, my goddess is still unfound, it's really making me lose my mind. If I never meet her again in this life, it will truly be one of my greatest regrets. Chen Jingyu ignored Fan Xie's dramatic outburst and continued, I have an idea. He lowered his voice, I want to hack into the Lu family's network, find their information, and see how they figured out the time and location of the dungeon opening, as well as the dungeon type, and so on. Yeah, and the information on that key. Li Yang added. Most importantly, that girl's information, it would be best to know her measurements. Fan Xie also added. In response, 2 fingers were raised high. As a compliment. What do you think? After sharing his idea, Chen Jingyu asked. I think it's doable. Li Yang nodded. I want to see up close, unobstructed. Fan Xie said with longing. The 2 of them didn't bother with him anymore. Then let's get moving. Li Yang stood up, I'll go back and bring the equipment. Fan Xie also followed, I won't hide it from you, I recently coded a very powerful intrusion program, basically, it can get into any system. After saying that, he mysteriously added, and it won't leave any traces, nor can it be traced back. That's awesome. This time, the 2 of them raised their thumbs. I guess you designed this program for some kind of gentlemanly actions, Chen Jingyu said. Li Yang also nodded, definitely, who but a gentleman could design something like this? The 2 of them sang in unison, and Fan Xie, with his thick skin, didn't mind. The next day. Early in the morning, after helping Yuan and the others move, Li Yang and the others brought their computers over. Inside Chen Jingyu's house, they set up a whole set of equipment. Chen Jingyu and the others studied Fan Xie's intrusion code and found it to be quite impressive. They set up their own server, and had Fan Xie try the intrusion while Li Yang and Chen Jingyu defended. The 3 of them simulated for over an hour and eventually perfected the whole process. Next, let's hack into the Lu family's network and see if we can find any clues. For such a well-known family, their network was easy to find. But these rich business tycoons surely had their own network protection measures. They probably also had professional technicians monitoring it 24/7. The 3 of them proceeded very cautiously. Soon, Fan Xie had results. I found the video connection to the Jingtong winery. Soon, under Fan Xie's repeated actions, the monitors placed on the walls displayed the scenes inside the winery. Jingtong Winery is not an ordinary vineyard selling wine. It is a large, high-end private clubhouse. Only top tycoons and prestigious social elite are qualified to enter. Good, be cautious of counter-surveillance tactics. Li Yang, you handle the monitoring. Do not let anyone discover us, nor track us down. Chen Jingyu began to lay out the overall plan. It was morning, and it was hard to see key figures in the surveillance. Only some service staff were moving about, doing some cleaning work. I just searched online, the Lu family's old house is also near the winery. Let's see if we can connect. Chen Jingyu turned and said. I'll try to search the vicinity. Fan Xie immediately started working. His fingers flew over the keyboard, conducting a thorough search near Jingtong Winery. Large households like the Lu family are still relatively easy to identify. Soon, 2 kilometers away from Jingtong Winery, a large courtyard appeared on Fan Xie's computer. Through the satellite map, it could be seen that this courtyard was very spacious. Just walking from the main gate to the house would take at least half an hour. The courtyard was surrounded by high walls, filled with various plants and green spaces, and even had a reasonably sized lake. Connected. There are cameras inside the house, but they are encrypted. I'll give it a try. Fan Xie began typing rapidly. He started attempting to crack the encryption. Soon, all the camera feeds from outside the house appeared before Chen Jingyu and the others. A team of dozens of bodyguards was always watching the movements outside. Even if someone appeared 100 meters away, they would be discovered immediately. Signal is stable. We currently have control over all the surveillance footage of the winery. The 29 cameras outside the residence can be switched between, but the indoor ones are a bit tricky. However, it's just a matter of time. Very good. Li Yang, what's your situation? I'm all good here, no exposure for now. Time passed gradually. Before they knew it, it was noon, and the figures appearing on the surveillance footage were becoming more frequent. Finally done. Fan Xie breathed a sigh of relief. From morning until now, they had spent over 2 hours to break into the internal surveillance system of the residence. Once completed, the 10 or so monitors in front of them all began displaying the scenes inside the residence. After all, the outside was just bodyguards patrolling, nothing interesting to see. Everyone hold on, I'm looking for my goddess. Fan Xie immediately started searching intently. Actually, the indoor surveillance only captured public areas, the private spaces in the rooms could not be seen on the feeds. After searching without results, Fan Xie reluctantly retreated. Seems like she's not there, what a pity. Just then, a group of people appeared on the screen. Looks like it's the living room. Zoom in. Chen Jingyu immediately shouted. Fan Xia quickly operated the intruded system. The camera in the living room immediately zoomed in. An old man walked into a room surrounded by several middle-aged men. One of them received a phone call, said a few hurried words, and followed him in. Quick, did we catch the frequency of that call? Li Yang's computer suddenly flashed countless phone numbers. Found it. Good, let's intrude and listen to what they are discussing. Chen Jingyu quickly said. Before long, under the alternating actions of Li Yang and Fan Xia, that person's phone was connected. Through the phone's communication device, the conversation in the room was transmitted clearly into the ears of a few people. Boss, what is the situation over at the research lab? Dad, don't worry. We have already achieved preliminary results. Almost all information about the upcoming dungeons has been captured. Very good, organize the personnel to seize the opportunity. Chapter 151. An hour later, looking at the statistics sheet in his hand, Chen Jingyu and the others were a bit dumbfounded. Starting the day after tomorrow, for the next 2 months, almost every few days a dungeon will open. And this information is now in their hands. There are more than 20 pieces of information about the dungeon openings. How much credibility do you think this has? Li Yang asked, looking at the list on his phone. It should be quite high. Fan Xia replied, listlessly staring at the monitor. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment, pointed at the list, and said, I feel the credibility is still high. After all, they successfully predicted Central Park last time. The nearest dungeon is opening the day after tomorrow at Ping'an Mall. I think we can go take a look. But there's one problem, they have the keys, we don't, so it's not guaranteed we can get in. Last time at Central Park, they relied on Chen Jingyu to trick a key to successfully enter the dungeon. They also knew that keys could increase the chances of entering the dungeon. Though increased chances don't guarantee entry. But it's still better than relying solely on luck. After searching in vain one last time, Fan Xia finally joined the discussion group formally. He glanced at the information about Ping'an Mall's dungeon, seemingly talking to himself. This dungeon is a clearance type. The dungeon venue is the mall itself, with a total of 5 floors and 5 bosses? Correct. Chen Jingyu added, and there are 100 people in the dungeon, which isn't insignificant. It's sure to be a scramble for the bosses. But Li Yang raised an objection. I don't think that's necessarily the case. If the Lu family can control over 80% of the spots, then other players won't stand a chance. All the bosses will be theirs. Right, they have the keys. Chen Jingyu felt a headache coming on again. Did we really not get any information about keys this whole morning? Fan Xia shrugged, sorry, we really didn't. But this could change. Chen Jingyu shifted his gaze back to the display screen. There were indeed many people coming and going. Yet valuable information couldn't be captured anymore. In fact, the list they had in hand was already worth a fortune. If sold to those tycoons, it would surely be worth over $1 million. Honestly, I'm really curious about how the Lu family knows the dungeon information. It's just too mysterious. Chen Jingyu couldn't understand it at all. Could it be some kind of covert deal? Fan Xia speculated. Li Yang scoffed, you think everyone's like you? But Chen Jingyu did not think so. Don't say, there's indeed a possibility. Li Yang was speechless. So tell me, who could they be striking deals with? The system, the game system. Chen Jingyu said seriously. Fan Xia's words reminded him. He himself had a task system, and others might also have some kind of system. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that possibility. Last time in the Mirror Highway dungeon, the last mirrored character's words reminded him again. If there was some mysterious force behind the game and dungeons, then it was not impossible for this power to strike covert deals with humans. But if that were true, humanity would be in danger. It's not fearing the difficulty of the dungeon, nor the high damage from monsters, but fearing the existence of highly intelligent beings conducting their own secret schemes. That would be too dangerous. After all, the reason behind why dungeons suddenly appeared in human society, why games merged with reality, is still an unsolved mystery. Not even the origin of this game, which has never appeared in human society, is known to anyone. Previously at night, many had speculated, tracing it back to something like the metaverse. They claimed the game had descended. The dungeons are all artificially created. But Chen Jingyu does not think so. As a tech expert, he believes that humanity currently does not have this technology. Such things cannot be done yet. Since the Lu family knows about the dungeon information, it is not ruled out that other major families might know as well. It has been a long time since he has visited the ranking website. Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu logged in. Sun Qing's first position on the leaderboard had, as expected, been overtaken. At this moment, she had dropped to 9th place. Aside from the name of the player ranked 7th, the rest had chosen to remain hidden. The first place player's level had even reached LV12. During this time, Sen Qing had fallen behind due to being addicted to TV dramas. Seeing this result, Chen Jingyu wasn't surprised. After all, his own level had already reached LV7. This was entirely due to luck entering the dungeon. Apart from that time in Central Park, he had never deliberately entered a dungeon. If I could seize the opportunities to enter dungeons over the past 2 months, couldn't I rise to over 20 levels in one go? Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he had not awakened a profession, at LV7, he could clearly feel the changes brought by his attribute points. That powerful feeling was something he had never experienced before. If he could reach LV20 or above, he couldn't imagine what his physical abilities would be exaggerated to. Running 100 meters in 7 seconds? Jumping 5 meters in 1 step? Bouncing straight up to touch the top of the backboard? These were all possible things. So, are we definitely heading to the Peaceful Mall's backend? Li Yang confirmed again. Yes, we must go. Chen Jingyu nodded. The new world is almost formed. If he didn't push for levels, he would undoubtedly fall behind others. Order is being restructured, and the strong will be respected. This is also why those business tycoons spare no effort to organize people to enter the dungeon. How many of us are going? Are we still the 3 of us? Li Yang asked again. Chen Jingyu shook his head. No, this time we are all going together. He looked at Sun Qing and the Grey Cat, who were both seriously watching TV dramas. These two had already fallen behind in levels and couldn't remain so downcast any longer. Chen Jingyu gestured to the 4 of them and the cat. Then let's also call Yuan Yuan and Li Jiwei. We can form a small team. Although he knew there was danger in the dungeons, he still wanted to bring along Yuan Yuan and the others. After all, if one doesn't actively overcome danger, that danger will find you one day. Who can guarantee that one night while sleeping, one won't be suddenly teleported into a dungeon? If one encounters danger, then it would indeed be very dangerous. Okay, I will notify them. Fan Xie shot out like a flash, heading to visit Yuan Yuan's house. This guy. The two were speechless. Jingyu, something is happening. Li Yang suddenly shouted. Chapter 152. After Li Yang shouted, he immediately sat up straight at his computer desk. A dazzling red light lit up on his monitor. Have we been discovered? Chen Jingyu raised the corner of his mouth and pulled out a chair to sit down. I didn't expect there to be some high-level calculations over there. Quickly notify Fan Xie to come back. As soon as they sat down, the keyboard began to clatter. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's residence at Jingting Mountain Villa, a young man hurriedly found the butler. Lu Yi, we discovered someone has hacked the monitoring system. The one called Lu Yi was an elderly man in his 60s, although he also had the surname Lu. He was not a direct descendant of the Lu family but just an ordinary distant relative. What's so surprising about this? Isn't there a few incidents like this every year? You all go deal with it, I'll go check later. The old man is still in talks, don't make a racket. After Lu the butler scolded the young man, he walked away slowly. The young man scratched his head and returned to the monitoring room. Captain, I reported to Master Lu, and Master Lu told us to handle it ourselves. After saying that, he returned to his seat. The captain's last name was also Lu. He was actually the nephew of Butler Lu, named Lu Filong, an experienced computer expert. I understand. Informing Master Lu was just a formality. I can handle such small fry myself. I want to see who they really are. Lu Filong started a program on the computer and began typing code. Dozens of lines of code were quickly completed. Based on the existing program, he spent just a few minutes making improvements. Xiao Zhang, have you obtained the opponent's address? Report, Captain, we have a virtual address, but it is likely fake. Xiao Zhan responded. No matter. Lu Filong smiled lightly. Give me the address, I want to test my new invention. Received. Xiao Zhang immediately sent the address over. After Lu Filong received it, he immediately uploaded his program and began the reverse intrusion into the opponent's computer equipment. Captain, is this program the one you mentioned before that took you half a year to write? Xiao Zhang asked with admiration. Among the more than 10 people in the computer room, Lu Filong's technology was the highest. He was not only the leader of this group but also their idol. Lu Filong proudly nodded. That's right, just watch. In less than 10 minutes, I will not only know the opponent's exact address but even what they look like. He dared to say this not out of blind boasting but because he was confident deep inside. You little brats, dare to provoke me, Dragon Master. Let me see who you really are, humph. The gazes of the 10 or so people were fixed on Lu Filong's computer screen, waiting for the moment when a miracle would happen. On the other side. Just as Fan Xie walked next door, Li Yang called him back. Facing serious matters, Fan Xie dared not act recklessly and immediately ran back. The three sat down together next to the computer. Controlling the computer, Li Yang quickly discovered that the keyboard was malfunctioning, and the screen was locked. He couldn't move. Not good. My computer has been hacked, I have lost control. Chen Jingyu glanced at his monitor and then calmly allowed a few programs that looked very simple. Don't panic, for a while, he won't be able to break through. I'll give it a try. Their computers had several layers of firewalls they designed themselves. They didn't care for the antivirus software products from big companies in the market. It was easy to break through those antivirus software firewalls, but breaking into their own design was incredibly difficult. Soon, Chen Jingyu also hacked into Li Yang's computer. A direct confrontation between both sides was about to begin. Chen Jingyu did not focus on defending against Li Yang's computer defense system, on the contrary, he participated in the attack. However, he did not intend to really break into Li Yang's computer. He was involved in designing those firewalls. If he wanted to break them, it would be very easy. What he appeared to be doing was participating in breaking through the firewall. In fact, he was interfering with the other side. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Jingyu joined, Lu Feilong on the other side was stunned. He leaned back in his chair and looked around. Who else is participating in the intrusion? Everyone shook their heads. They were all watching from the back, and no one participated in the attack. Strange. Lu Feilong furrowed his brows and started recontrolling the computer. He originally thought he could smoothly invade the opponent's computer, but unexpectedly, a hidden player appeared. Although the opponent seemed to be also helping to intrude, after several code programs ran together, some bugs seemed to have emerged, affecting each program's operation. Captain, how's it going? Xiao Zhang asked nervously. He was still a beginner and could not grasp many things. Lu Feilong pretended to be calm and smiled. It's just a small matter. Let me first delete the program running over there. His fingers flew swiftly across the keyboard. The real battle had begun. Found it, the other side's program was actually disguised in system software. Ha, such a lowly trick. Lu Feilong seemed to see victory right before him. Selecting the program, he prepared to begin the uninstallation. Clap. Clap. Clap, the surroundings erupted with warm applause. Great job, Captain. As expected of Brother Long, a tech master. If I had even half of the captain's power, I could walk into any big factory and easily become a project leader. Just as Lu Feilong heavily pressed the enter key, a program box with a progress bar appeared on the display. A faint smile hung on Lu Feilong's face as he crossed his arms, waiting for the progress to finish. Little brat, wait till you're dumbfounded, your program has been uninstalled by me, let's see what you used to play with me. Humph, you are too naive. The progress bar finished. Lu Feilong's computer automatically switched back to the desktop. Lu Feilong frowned, sensing something was off. In the next second, the icons on his desktop started to wildly decrease. A few seconds later, the desktop was clean, leaving nothing behind. Then, his computer went black. Sigma, Little Zhang and his little friends were instantly stunned. Underscore? Did the power go out? Lu Feilong stared blankly at the computer screen. Click click click. He clicked the mouse a few times and tapped the keyboard a few times. The computer had no response at all. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, even a pin drop could be clearly heard. Lu Feilong hesitated for a few seconds, finally sitting up straight. Don't panic, it's a small problem. He bent down and found the computer host under the desk. He reached out and pressed a small round button on top. Problems arise, restart, this is the unbreakable rule of using a computer. Even for experts at their level, they can't escape this law. After pressing the reboot button, Lu Feilong sat back down in his chair. He awkwardly smiled, trying to ease the current atmosphere. Don't be nervous, it should be that the power just went out, restarting will be fine. Everyone remained silent in response. After all, the lights in the room had been on the whole time. Minutes passed. The computer was still in a black screen state. The people gathered around immediately dared not make a sound. They didn't dare to leave, just standing there stupidly. After all, since Lu Feilong didn't speak, no one dared to move. At this moment, Captain Lu had beads of sweat on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, staring at the monitor, not moving an inch. What could be the reason? Why did it end up like this? Clearly, I uninstalled the other side's program. Why did my computer crash instead? Although he had already thought of this result, he stubbornly refused to admit it. He preferred to believe that the power just went out. Even though other computers were still running. Just like that, he remained still for another 5 minutes. Finally, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Little Zhang leaned forward slightly, cautiously asking, Brother Long, is it possible that the computer system crashed? Beads of blue veins immediately popped up on Lu Feilong's forehead, bouncing repeatedly. Right. Someone immediately chimed in, Little Zhang, I'm not saying you, I told you to redo the system long ago, your computer system was bound to crash, but you wouldn't listen. As he spoke, he secretly observed Lu Filong, and seeing that the other party had no response, he boldly continued, "See, now you've harmed the captain. If it weren't for your broken computer, the captain would have caught the other side long ago." "So that's how it is." The people around all burst out with, "So that's how it is." In fact, everyone knew very well that the computers in the machine room were all top-notch equipment. Even if little Zhang's skills were poor, it was impossible to crash the system. At this moment, the door to the machine room opened, and manager Lu walked in, pacing slowly. "What do you think? Who is it?" He couldn't even be bothered to ask if they had found anything. To him, not finding anything was the strange part. He only cared about one thing, who the other party really was. Third uncle. Lu Filong immediately stood up. His attitude was completely respectful. Don't let Lu Butler's position as just a mere butler deceive you. He wasn't even a direct relative of the Lu family, but he held tremendous respect. Some direct descendants of the Lu family would bow their heads in reverence when they saw him. "Third uncle, there was a little problem with the computer just now. I will check again immediately." After saying this, he walked straight to a computer, looking serious. This time, there must not be another mistake. "The computer has a problem?" Lu Butler frowned, looking at the black screen of the computer. How could such a basic error occur? "Lu Butler, the new guy Xiao Zhan was too careless. It won't happen again next time." Someone explained. "Xiao Zhang?" Lu Butler turned to look at the timid young man standing aside, snorting coldly, "Pack your things and get lost." "Lu Butler, I." Xiao Zhang quickly tried to explain. Getting through the doors of the Lu family was a result of his parents' tremendous efforts. You see, their family also considered themselves wealthy. Both parents ran businesses worth tens of millions a year. But when compared to the Lu family, it was like a tiny drop in the ocean. "Xiao Zhang, stop talking." Someone pulled him back. At this point, who else could take the blame but him? Xiao Zhang understood this logic as well. He forced a bitter smile and stopped talking. Even if he revealed the truth to stay, could he still expect a good life in the future? After all, Lu Filong would never be driven away. After regaining control of the computer, Lu Filong implanted his program once again, sending it toward the opponent's IP address. After waiting for a long time, Chen Jingyu and the others finally noticed the other party's new actions. "Finally, here it comes, hey. Li Yan also began to act. Was it really necessary to wait this long? Fan Xie complained, "We've already left the virtual addresses open for him, the door's wide open, and he's taking this long to respond." "Really?" Chen Jingyu chuckled, "This time let's not be too aggressive, just send over the program I mentioned earlier, plant a Trojan on their side, and see if we can gather any useful information." This time, Chen Jingyu and the others changed their strategy. From the previous round of confrontation, he had already tested the opponent's strength. It was utterly weak. Defeating an opponent of this level gave him no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. So, Chen Jingyu seized the time to modify a Trojan program, preparing to implant it in the opponent's computer and check if he could steal any useful information. Now, they had pulled back all defenses and were just waiting for the other side to take the bait. On the other side, Lu Filong, with a grim expression, began his intrusion. Just like before, he quickly found the opponent's computer. Damn firewall! Lu Filong secretly gritted his teeth and began coding. He was now completely forced into a corner. Lu Butler stood right behind him. He had no choice but to proceed. Heaven help me, break through! Lu Filong poured all his skills into this, his fingers flying over the keyboard, writing line after line of new code. Beep. A prompt sound came. The opponent's firewall instantly crashed. Underscore? Ha? Lu Filong was stunned himself. How did it break through so easily? Brother Long is impressive. Immediately, a colleague familiar with the situation cheered. Lu Butler, the captain has successfully hacked the opponent's computer. We'll soon find out their identity. Normal people's computers usually retain some personal information. Website registrations, account logins, and so forth. For Lu Filong, who had already broken the firewall, finding this information was as easy as reaching into his pocket. Third uncle, don't worry, I'll get the opponent's information to you right away. At this moment, Lu Filong was full of confidence, patting his chest and promising. However, he had no idea that a Trojan program had quietly been planted on his system drive. Then, it instantly spread to every computer in the server room through the network. Countless pieces of information traveled back to Chen Jingyu's computer along the invisible network. This fool still thinks he succeeded? Fan Xie laughed loudly. He has no idea that what he hacked into is just a fake system I created for him. Ha, what an idiot. I bet they are feeling pretty proud right now. Li Yang chuckled. Chen Jingyu looked at the various information being sent back, holding back a wicked smile. Then let's give him a little more sweet taste. I'll do it. Fan Xia immediately began to take action. Soon, Lu Feilong had a new discovery on his side. He found a video titled Self-Introduction hidden in a folder called Important Files on the D drive. Third uncle, I found it, quick look. Lu Feilong was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, confidently clicking on the video. Very good, well done, the housekeeper Lu praised, squinting his old eyes and leaning closer to the screen. Instantly, everyone gathered around. A familiar melody began to play. Immediately, a cute little character started to introduce itself. Hello everyone, I am Peppa Pig, and this is my brother George. Chapter 154. The bright and cheerful pig sounds filled the silent server room. It was as if a flock of crows flew over everyone's heads in a procession. The three old tricksters, unable to contain their laughter, swiftly retreated from the opponent's network. They cleaned up all traces completely. Soon, Lu Feilong realized that the computer he hacked into had silently vanished. The previous virtual address no longer existed. After working hard for half a day, he found nothing to show for it. Besides a computer and a scapegoat, there was no reward at all. Oh, wait. At least he gained a bunch of Trojan programs. Only, Lu Feilong was not aware of it. Feilong, did you find anything out? Housekeeper Lu frowned, a bit unhappy. I found something. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Feilong's forehead. In Lu's family stronghold, such a big event had occurred, and he had no clue. If he reported truthfully, his job would definitely be on the line. Damn it, I should have known not to report it. Lu Feilong was filled with frustration. He originally wanted to notify housekeeper Lu, then handle everything neatly to take credit. Perfect plan. Unexpectedly, everything fell apart. Then who is the other side? Housekeeper Lu was already losing patience. It is. Lu Feilong's mind raced. He stood up, pretending to be relaxed, and said, Third uncle, it's those little punks from last time. I recognized their technique immediately, look. He pointed at his computer desktop. I've already driven them back, their address is overseas, so I didn't pursue them much. After Lu Feilong finished speaking, he gave himself a mental pat on the back. How clever he was, managing to twist the story. Housekeeper Lu listened, half understanding and feeling even more confused. He had said a lot, but it was equivalent to saying nothing. From now on, pay more attention, so that no random people can invade. If something goes wrong, how do I report to the master? Housekeeper Lu sternly reprimanded a few sentences, then turned and walked away. Yes, I understand. Lu Feilong wiped his sweat, thinking he finally escaped a disaster. He sent housekeeper Lu out the door and added a few more words. Third uncle, rest assured, I will definitely improve the defense system. Next time, this kind of thing will not happen again. Housekeeper Lu ignored him and walked toward the study. Lu Feilong felt like he had narrowly escaped death and walked back with lingering fears. He looked around at those subordinates who didn't dare to speak. Instantly, he straightened his face and said, Today's matter, whoever dares to speak out of turn, HM. The crowd quieted down and hurriedly expressed their stance. I wouldn't dare. Captain Lu has once again repelled the enemy. Congratulations, congratulations. Yes, Brother Long is mighty. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who started clapping first, but soon the sound echoed wildly. On the other side, at Chen Jingyu's home, the three analyzed the information they had gathered, which mostly consisted of surveillance deployment and bodyguard shift schedules. They weren't planning to barge into someone's home, so this confidential information had no value to them. It seems they have other secret research bases. This place is just their residence, Chen Jingyu speculated. Right, the key research must have a dedicated location, it can't be kept at home. This was actually a reasonable thought. No worries, let's first eavesdrop, maybe we can find valuable information. The conversation in Lu's study had long since ended. The person whose phone was previously tapped by Chen Jingyu and the others could only be considered a marginal figure among Lu's core members. Although they appeared glamorous outside, in reality, there were many family matters they couldn't participate in. The information obtained from his phone made that clear. Also, one more thing. The phones of important figures could never be tapped. The three began organizing the information, working late into the night. Valuable data was filtered out, resulting in more than a dozen pages of print. They focused on studying the information about the upcoming instance that would open the day after tomorrow. They planned to practice with this instance first. Now they not only had to fight against the boss in the instance but also compete for resources with the Lu family. 2 days later, everyone agreed to gather at Chen Jingyu's house. Yuan and her companion, who lived next door, arrived early in the morning. As soon as they entered, Li Jiwei began to tease Chen Jingyu and Sun Cheng. Kids' methods are quite impressive. No wonder you were so anxious to move. You're living together now? They hadn't come in the last 2 days and only found out today that they were living together. Yuan stood silently beside them. Chen Jingyu grinned, why don't you two move in too? Li Jiwei pouted, kid has quite the guts, group activities are illegal. Chen Jingyu. Once again, he was left speechless. This girl was fierce. Not long after, Li Yang and Fan Xie also arrived. The group of 6, plus a cat, prepared to set off. The Pinyin shopping mall was located in the old city center, which had once been a popular leisure spot. Although the foot traffic wasn't large now, it was still not completely void of business. According to the documents, the instance would open in the evening. Chen Jingyu and the others arrived early, getting there just after 10 in the morning. They planned to have lunch here and observe the situation. Everyone had no doubt that the members of the Lu family would come. They would definitely come. It was just a matter of when, and their approach to entering the instance might vary. The number of people in this instance would be over 100. However, it was very likely that far more than 100 people from the Lu family would come today. They would surely do everything possible to maximize their numbers. The previous incident in Central Park had already dealt them a heavy blow. What should we eat for lunch? Any suggestions? Chen Jingyu asked the group. San Qing immediately drooled, spicy hot pot. Li Jiwei asked, the 6 yuan one? Sun Cheng. Seeing she didn't understand, Li Jiwei stopped teasing her. She didn't know that Sun Cheng wasn't originally from this world, she was a character from a game. Only a few people knew this secret. Chen Jingyu also didn't intend to make it public, otherwise, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Let's forget the spicy hot pot, it's hard to gather like this, let's have a big meal, my treat. Chen Jingyu suggested. Then the tone shifted as he pointed at Fan Xie and said, he pays. At the same time, Fan Xie raised his hand in agreement with the first half of the sentence, sure. Damn. Fan Xie wanted to shut his mouth, but it was too late, so he could only grit his teeth and say, you beast. At that moment, a fragrance wafted through the air. Li Yang twitched his nose and said, what smells so good? Let's go taste it. Everyone seemed to catch a whiff of the scent. Sorry. Fan Xie raised his hand, showing a shy expression, and scratched his head, saying, I accidentally farted just now, sorry to disturb everyone. You. A group of people started to vomit. Chapter 155. Fan Xie initially wanted to dodge the bill, but after this joke, he couldn't avoid paying anymore. The girls wouldn't let him escape. In the end, after careful selection by several people, they chose a Huizhou cuisine restaurant. What's expensive? What's good? They wanted everything. The owner was almost scared enough to run away with the phone. During the meal, the announcements in the mall started to play. Attention, customers. After 2 p.m., the mall will temporarily close for fire inspections, so please leave on time. Thank you, and enjoy your meal. The announcement was played several times. Excuse me, may I ask what this announcement is about? Chen Jingyu stopped a waiter and asked. Oh, this? It was announced a few days ago, there's also a notice outside the mall. Didn't you see it when you came in? The waiter explained, at that time, even we staff have to evacuate. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, enjoy your meal. After the waiter left, the group looked at each other. Did you guys see the notice when you came in? Who knows where it's stuck in some corner, I didn't see it anyway. Wow, I didn't expect Lu's family to pull a stunt like this. By the afternoon, there will probably only be their people left in the mall. This trick was indeed clever, using the guise of fire inspections to clear everyone out. By then, the mall would surely be filled only with people arranged by Lu's family. They would definitely enter the instance, and it would be monopolistic. Except for Sun Qing, the others instantly lost all interest in eating. Don't panic. Chen Jingyu comforted, everyone, haven't you ever sneaked onto a train? I haven't snuck, Yuan weakly raised her hand. I haven't either, Li Jiwei said boldly. Why sneak? Sun Qing asked while eating. Well. Chen Jingyu had to admit to save some face, actually, I haven't either. Suddenly 2 people shot him scornful looks. When in college, many boys had snuck onto trains, not because they didn't want to pay, but because they often couldn't buy tickets. But most of the time, they would board first and buy tickets later. It was a loophole. And this practice of boarding first and buying tickets later was becoming increasingly popular among young people. Of course, those who boarded and then didn't buy a ticket, or boarded multiple trains at once, are truly despicable. They are simply scum. It's like this. Chen Jingyu leaned forward, lowering his voice to speak to everyone, we can finish eating and then find a place to hide. The girls suddenly realized. Yuan said, how about hiding in the bathroom? You obviously have no experience, the bathroom will definitely be the first place they search, Chen Jingyu dismissed. Fine. So where do you suggest we hide? Chen Jingyu thought for a moment and said, there seems to be a cinema on the 5th floor, but I don't know if it's suitable. It's suitable, but how do you get in? Li Yang asked. Right, if you want to enter the cinema, you can't avoid paying for tickets, Yuan agreed. Regular cinemas usually have only one entrance, and there are people guarding it. Is that a problem? Chen Jingyu said with a mischievous smile. That's settled then, let's go to the cinema. The harder it is to enter, the safer it is. Easier said than done, let's see how you get in, Li Jiwei challenged, clearly ready to argue back. Want to make a bet? Chen Jingyu smirked, looking confident. Sure, if you manage to hide us successfully, I'll let your beard slide. Li Jiwei immediately agreed. Yuan? She suddenly remembered the conversation from that day and felt speechless toward this best friend. Li Yan? Fan Xie? Sun Qing? These people really didn't understand. What are you guys talking about? Sun Qing asked curiously. Yeah, beautiful, don't you hate men with beards the most? Fan Xie also looked confused. No, I just simply hate you. Li Jiwei said lightly. Fan Xie was suddenly left speechless. _3 his confidence was completely shattered. Oh, such a strong sense of defeat. As everyone was finishing up their meal, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, the waiter had come over to ask a few questions, deliberately or not. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the intention of urging them was clear. The disheartened Fan Xie, having lost several hundred yuan, led the group out of the restaurant. They had eaten on the 4th floor, and the cinema was on the top floor, the 5th. At the elevator entrance, there were already staff members urging the crowd to leave the mall. Although some customers were reluctant, they still grumbled and walked down the levels. What do we do now? Everyone looked at Chen Jingyu. Go upstairs. Chen Jingyu had an expression that knew the answer. How do we go up? Li Jiwei pointed at the staff at the elevator entrance. Of course, we take the stairs. Chen Jingyu took the lead. In general malls, there are escalators, but most of the time, they are locked up, making it hard for regular customers to find. But this was no trouble for Chen Jingyu. After putting on his crystal goggles, the entire floor's layout appeared before his eyes. He could even see where the staff members were clearly. If it were just him, it would be easy. The difficulty now was their large number, they were quite a target. But these were just minor issues. After just a few steps, they arrived at a wall covered with promotional advertisements. If not for the purpose of searching, it would be hard to notice a door here. The emergency exit indicator light on the door wasn't even lit. It seems the fire department really needs to come and make some fixes. Chen Jingyu looked around. No one had noticed them over here for the time being. He quickly pushed the door open and let everyone inside. Once everyone was in, he checked again to make sure no one had noticed before slipping in after them. Inside was pitch black. A few people turned on their phone flashlights, barely managing to see the layout. There was indeed a staircase leading up. Wow, you found such a hidden place? Li Jiwei said, surprised. It's just a piece of cake. Chen Jingyu looked up and headed towards the stairs. Everyone, don't talk, hurry up and follow. The stairs just had one level, and with a few steps, they reached it. When they got to the fire door on the 5th floor, Chen Jingyu made a shoe gesture. Through the crystal goggles, he could see that staff members were already doing final checks on this floor. It seemed that the personnel on this floor had already been evacuated. Taking a look at his phone, it was already 1:30. There were less than 3 hours left until the mission began. Chapter 156. The few of them hid behind the fire door, clearly hearing the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside. There were also occasional voices of conversation. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of being discovered by those outside. Chen Jingyu continually used his crystal goggles to observe the situation outside. His heart was also sweating a little. Worried that a passing staff member might impulsively open the fire door for a look. But fortunately, these people were just mall staff, so their vigilance wasn't too high. Estimates suggested that once Lu's experts entered, there would be another thorough search. But that wasn't the issue to consider right now. First, they needed to avoid these mall staff. A few minutes later, the entire 5th floor had no one in sight. A few staff members patrolled around before they all took the elevator down. It's done, move a bit faster, stick close to the wall, don't let the people below see you. Chen Jingyu cracked the door open just a little and led the way out. Quick! He held the door, waving at the others. Soon everyone squeezed out. The cinema was right in front. At this moment, all the staff on the 5th floor had evacuated, and they finally walked into the cinema lobby, close to the wall. They faced no obstacles. Li Jiwei's mood was a bit complicated. This was a bit too easy. Where to now? Li Yang asked. Let's find a screening room to hide. Chen Jingyu looked around. It was safe. There's a newly renovated hall, I was here a while ago. Should we go there? Yuan suggested. Oh, it's the giant screen hall, right? Sure, let's go there. This cinema had an old-fashioned decoration, many halls were small and worn out, describing them as dirty and messy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Having a cleaner place to hide would be a bit more comfortable. The six of them walked inside. Chen Jingyu left the gray cat outside to keep watch. A cat, even if exposed, wouldn't raise too much suspicion. And with the gray cat's speed, ordinary people really couldn't catch it. The screening room was a bit dark. Everyone didn't turn on the lights and walked directly to the last row, sitting down next to each other. With over 2 hours left until the mission started, it wouldn't be easy to pass the time. That person, since we're idle anyway, how about we settle the bet? Chen Jingyu leaned forward, intentionally speaking to Li Jiwei. That's not fair. Who knows all the staff left here, do you really dare to say you won? Li Jiwei obviously was not convinced. Damn it, you're cheating. So what if I cheat? If you're not convinced, you can stab me. He. Yuan sitting in the middle covered her mouth and laughed. Did you not know that cheating is a woman's specialty? Sun Qing on the other side nodded in agreement. Is that so? I need to remember this. Chen Jingyu flopped back down. Oh no, I've caught another one bad. In the playful banter among a few people, time passed by little by little. 1 hour later. The gray cat ran back. Master, a lot of people came in on the first floor, they are searching everywhere. What was bound to come would come, there was no escaping. Very good, you hide nearby first, we'll think of something ourselves. Okay, meow, the gray cat ran off again. Although they had already known the gray cat could talk, at this moment, Li Jiwei still felt incredibly curious. Give me your cat, I promise you a condition, how about that? In your dreams. You know my cat. Chen Jingyu stopped midway, smirking with a kind of pride that others couldn't understand. Stingy. Li Jiwei sulkily sat back down. I think you guys better stop bickering and consider how to deal with the upcoming search. Although this place is hidden, they could easily find us if they search carefully. No worries, I have my own way. Chen Jingyu called over Li Yang and Fan Xia, whispering a few words into their ears. Then he said to the girls, you just stay here, we'll go outside for a bit. After speaking, the three of them stood up and walked out together. A few minutes later, a 5-person team first walked up to the 5th floor. One of the leaders said to another team following behind, you go that way, we'll go this way, and then regroup here. Okay. The people behind made a hand signal, and the two teams split up to carry out their mission. One of the teams headed straight towards the cinema. Target detected, please pay attention. In the originally empty aisle, a person suddenly appeared. Chen Jingyu lifted the spirit cloak and stood up. The small team that passed by him had already entered the cinema. He directly sneaked around to follow from behind. You guys, search carefully in every hall. The team of 5 started checking. Zzz. Suddenly, there was static in their headphones. Captain, it seems like there is interference. The leader immediately ordered the team to stop moving and started testing the sound on the headphones. Hello? A gray electric light suddenly flashed by. The person speaking widened their eyes and slowly fell down. Captain. The other 4 were shocked. Whoosh. Another arrow shot through the air. It struck one person directly in the chest. In the next second, Li Yang and Chen Jingyu rushed in one after the other. Not good, there's an ambush. The remaining 3 turned pale with fright and quickly grabbed their weapons. But after losing 2 teammates, the 3 of them had no strength to resist at all. In the ambush of 3 and a cat, they couldn't even last a round. After taking care of them, Chen Jingyu stepped forward and put on the fallen captain's headphones. At the same time, Li Yang also turned off the interference signal. A voice in the headphones asked. 5th floor, report the situation. Zzz. Right side of the 5th floor is safe. This should be the reply from another team. Chen Jingyu quickly lowered his voice, left side of the 5th floor is safe, let's go down first. After saying that, he directly turned off the microphone and kept only the listening function. Zzz. Headquarters received, everyone gather on the 1st floor. Hearing their words, Chen Jingyu quickly stepped forward, hurry, see if there are any keys. Li Yang and Fan Xia also hurried forward, searching the bodies of the few people. In an instant, they made a discovery. There really are some. The few of them were overjoyed. After a round of searching, the 3 of them now had 5 keys in their hands. Chen Jingyu had a happy look, lucky us, quickly, let's hide these people, hopefully they won't discover the missing team members too soon. If they could hold on until the mission started and only then realize a team was missing, that would be perfect. Looking at the time, there was still less than an hour until the mission began. Chapter 157. The crisis was temporarily resolved. The three returned to the screening room and placed the 5 keys in front of them. It seems not enough, Li Yang said. Considering the gray cat, they had a total of 6 people. But this thing was not absolute, it was just a matter of probability. Last time in Central Park, that strange woman couldn't enter the mission, while Chen Jingyu and the other 3 who shared 1 key, all managed to get in. If exactly 100 people come from the other side, we can enter without keys, Chen Jingyu said. Who knows how many of them will come? Should we go count? Fan Xie asked. No rush, it's not time yet. Maybe we'll hear more news later. Chen Jingyu lined up the communication devices taken from the 5 people on the ground. The group sat together. Yes, if all else fails, we can just share the 5 keys, Li Yang suggested. The Lu family members were currently gathering on the first floor, and it was believed they would soon discover someone was missing. Glancing at the time, there were still a full half hour until the mission started. The Lu family's actions were cutting it close. They might be afraid of being discovered by other groups with such a large operation. This, in turn, gave Chen Jingyu and the others a chance. If they had closed off the place early, it would have been hard for them to blend in. ZZZZ. All teams, gather in the first floor hall, repeating once again, gather in the first floor hall. The communication device on the ground transmitted the gathering order. Now I just hope there are a lot of people, and they haven't discovered the missing ones. Li Yang looked up at everyone. Everyone remained silent, waiting for a response. A few minutes later, the student device rang again. Team 7, please gather quickly. ZZZZ. Team 7, please respond. It's over, we've been discovered, Li Yang said anxiously. Chen Jingyu checked the time, there were still 20 minutes left. Don't be nervous, they may not necessarily find us. Now we relocate, the 5th floor can't stay. After saying that, he directly stood up and led everyone out of the cinema. The 7th team must be the one they just took down. They were searching the 5th floor, and now they are missing. The Lu family will definitely focus their search on the 5th floor. The group crouched down, bending close to the wall, and re-entered the stairwell. Where to now? Li Yang asked quietly. Chen Jingyu thought for a moment, the 1st floor. The 1st floor might actually be the safest place right now. The communication device emitted sound again. Damn it, does anyone know the situation of the 7th team? No one answered. To prevent sound from exposing their location, Chen Jingyu and the others wore the communication devices on their ears. At this moment, he lowered his voice and said, "Report, the 7th team just left." Who? Which team was talking just now? A voice inquired from the other side. Chen Jingyu directly turned off the microphone, ignoring it. Let's disturb them first. As expected, after Chen Jingyu finished speaking, the command on the other side became a bit chaotic. After shouting several times without getting a response, they started shouting loudly. Who was just talking nonsense? Find me that damn guy. At this moment, new responses came through the earpiece. Report, Captain, the 1st floor has been checked again, safe. Report, Captain, the 2nd floor has been checked again, safe. They began a new round of extensive searches again. A few people looked at each other in confusion, and finally all their gazes turned to Chen Jingyu. They were hiding at the stairwell, but this wasn't a safe place. The Lu family's people were not like the mall staff, they would definitely not let any corner escape them. Bang, bang, bang. Footsteps were already coming from below. It seemed that someone was searching upward from the stairwell. What to do? Yuan asked nervously. Chen Jingyu raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then quickly took 2 steps forward and opened a small door next to the stairwell. Inside was a storage room, about 2 or 3 square meters in size, and nothing was piled up inside. Chen Jingyu waved his hand, signaling everyone to go in. Here? How do we hide? Li Jiwei asked in confusion. The others also looked puzzled. But confusion aside, everyone still walked in together. Soon, the small storage room was crowded with people. Chen Jingyu stood at the very front. The footsteps downstairs grew closer. Hey, close the door. Yuan whispered. Chen Jingyu just stood boldly at the doorway, not even shutting the door. Don't panic, just don't talk. Chen Jingyu smiled, pulling out a cloak from his crystal ring. He shook it in his hands, then held a corner with each hand, stretching the cloak at the entrance. Like a door curtain, it was placed in front of everyone. A ripple shimmered. The cloak became transparent, clearly revealing the situation outside. At the same time, a team happened to search up from the stairwell. The leader of the group was holding a bright flashlight in his hand. He immediately noticed the storage room door was open, so he raised the flashlight and shined it inside. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Yuan and Li Jiwei didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that any sound would give them away. The person with the flashlight leaned in and looked, then swung the flashlight left and right. Ultimately, he opened the fire door of the stairwell and led the team out to the corridor. Buzz. Report, Captain, the stair search is complete, all clear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the fire door slammed shut with a bang, going back to quiet. Chen Jingyu put away the invisibility cloak and used the crystal monocle to look at the other side of the wall. The entire 5th floor was crowded with many people. They confidently searched every possible corner where someone could be hiding. A few minutes later. ZZZZ. Report, Captain, 5th floor search completed, safe. Damn it. An angry voice swore over the headset. Everyone listen, evacuate according to plan, you have 2 minutes. Evacuate? Chen Jingyu and the others exchanged glances. They felt confused by the order. Checking the time, there were less than 10 minutes until the instance started. What do they mean by this? Li Yang frowned. I know. Fan Xia raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him. They found that a few people were missing and got scared. Fan Xia said weakly. Damn. Li Yang and Chen Jingyu both gave him a finger. Just my guess. Chen Jingyu stroked his chin and slowly said, these people should be the advance team, their main purpose is to search them all. And then what? Fan Xia asked with a hint of defiance. And then? Chen Jingyu said seriously, they will definitely switch to stronger players. Chapter 158. That's somewhat reasonable. Li Yang nodded, but if these people don't plan to enter the instance, why bring the keys? Who knows? Chen Jingyu shrugged, maybe their research on the keys has reached a mass production level, each having one, just in case. Li Yang thought seriously and finally agreed, that's possible. In a short while, the entire mall fell into silence. Outside, no more noises could be heard. You all wait here, I'll take a look. Chen Jingyu slowly pushed open the fire door and stepped into the corridor. Just a step forward to the railing of the corridor, he could only see the 1st floor. At first, Chen Jingyu observed it through the crystal eyepiece, finding it secure. Only then did he cautiously peek out to look at the lobby on the 1st floor. The people from before had already left completely. They should have all evacuated. Glancing at the time, there were 5 minutes left until the instance started. Chen Jingyu didn't have to wait long before people began entering through the main door on the 1st floor. All dressed in combat gear, somewhat similar to Special Forces uniforms. Everyone wore communication headsets and had dozens of pockets all over them, filled with unknown items. Since they entered in a line, it gave Chen Jingyu and the others a chance to count the heads. Counting until the last person, exactly 100. Looks like the keys can't be saved. Chen Jingyu retreated and had the others put on the communication headsets they had previously snatched. There was one missing, Sun Xing didn't take hers. You two, find a way to hack into their communication channel, I'll prepare to enter the instance. Chen Jingyu took out 5 keys and began to keep an eye on the time on his phone. Li Yang and Fan Xia immediately started to act. They opened 2 computers and began to crack the enemy's encrypted channel. 5 minutes soon passed, and they were entering the final countdown phase. There are 10 seconds left, everyone get ready. If anyone can't enter the instance, make sure to hide well or find a way out, don't get caught by them. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Prepare. Chen Jingyu glanced at everyone, then pressed down on all 5 keys together with his thumb. Simultaneously using all 5 keys. Bang! With a soft sound, the glass in the metal tubes broke immediately. The thick, black liquid inside seemed to evaporate and instantly turned into mist, dispersing outwards. Chen Jingyu was quite confident about entering the instance. If the other side had confirmed that there was no one else in the mall, it was very likely they wouldn't use the keys. This gave them an opportunity. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the air, a wave began to ripple. Chen Jingyu intentionally counted down, not expecting the opening time of this instance to be so precise to the second. Once again, he was brought shock. After the spatial fluctuation. Based on experience, Chen Jingyu knew he had successfully entered the instance. Looking around, all 6 people and 1 cat were there. Great! Everyone made it in. Yuan, who had been sweating nervously, finally let out a breath of relief. She was so scared of what would happen if she was left alone. Chen Jingyu, however, was quite calm about this outcome. After all, it was something he had predicted long ago. Everyone get ready to fight, they should quickly realize we're here. The enemy sent 100 people, but only 94 made it in, so it was obvious that others had taken their places. Now the dungeon space was locked, and from what was seen, the space range was just this shopping mall. With the doors shut, it wouldn't be hard for 94 people to find the other 6. The dungeon information hasn't appeared yet, but from the intel, the boss refreshes by floors, with the first boss appearing on the first floor, Chen Jingyu said, holding the information. At that moment, Li Yang and another person, who had been working on the computer, finally stopped. It's done, you've all entered the third channel. Chen Jingyu and others adjusted their communication headsets. After Fan and the laptop helped out, they finally hacked into the enemy's communication channel. ZZZZ. According to the previous plan, search all floors immediately. It was clear that their presence had already been exposed. According to the usual practice, there was still a little time before the dungeon prompt information would appear. During this time, the boss wouldn't appear yet. Let's not engage with them for now. Our strategy is to buy time until the boss shows up, that way they won't have time to bother with us, Chen Jingyu said to the group. If it were just him, Li Yang, and Fan, he wouldn't have to consider so much. But with Yuan and Li Jiwei added, they needed to be more cautious. The reason he chose to bring them this time was that he wanted to strengthen their team. So he decided to bring them along to level up. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy hadn't arrived yet, they went straight down the stairs. The crystal goggles were constantly monitoring the changes below. From Chen Jingyu's perspective, the stairs were transparent, he could clearly see anything happening below. Be careful, someone's coming. When they reached the third floor, Chen Jingyu saw a few people searching upwards. They were surprisingly armed with hot weapons. Chen Jingyu dared not speak further and pointed to a nearby storage room. Just like the fifth floor, it was in the same position. Using the old method, everyone quickly hid inside. The searching group, with guns that had flashlights attached, casually scanned the open storage room and continued searching upwards. After all, such a small place would be visible at a glance, and since there was no cabinet to hide behind, they didn't bother to search it. After that team left, Chen Jingyu immediately came out. The 6 quickly went downstairs. They soon reached the first floor. At this time, it was actually the safest place. Because those people had already searched the first floor and were now heading towards the higher levels. Through the crystal goggles, they could see that some people outside the hall were still on alert. Chen Jingyu and the others did not go out and hid in place. The headset continued to pick up the enemy's conversations. They quickly finished searching the mall and began to question why they hadn't found anyone. After discussing for a while, the people in the courtyard left. They might be heading to the other side of the first floor. After they left, Chen Jingyu and the others could finally talk freely. The data doesn't have detailed information on the dungeon boss, it only states that the type of boss is related to the environment. What is the first floor mainly for in this mall? After confirming the data again, Chen Jingyu asked. I know. Yuan raised her hand. Go ahead. After getting approval, Yuan said, the shops on the first floor are quite mixed, with supermarkets, milk tea shops, KFC, and even several children's amusement parks. Chapter 159. Chen Jingyu and his team had accurate records of the time and place for the dungeon's opening and the materials they received. However, there were no detailed details about the dungeon boss. As for the description of the boss, it is currently only known that there are a total of 5 boss, 1 for each floor. The type of boss is related to the environment. From this sentence, Chen Jingyu guessed that the boss might not refresh at fixed times, it was likely random. In other words, the exact type of boss appearing would only be known after the dungeon began. This shopping mall, Chen Jingyu had been to before, but he was not particularly familiar with it. After all, as a programmer, and without a girlfriend, would you expect him to come out shopping every day? Hearing Yuan's words, Chen Jingyu also felt it was hard to guess. The environment on the first floor is too complicated, unlike the more unified upper floors. For example, the third floor is all about selling clothes, and the fourth floor is full of places to eat. The fifth floor, besides some milk tea shops, has cinemas, gyms, and places to play murder mystery games. Through the crystalline lenses, one could clearly see that the first floor hall had been occupied by enemies in every corner. Almost every 3 to 5 meters, there was one standing there. They were not just game experts but were also armed to the teeth. At that moment, the dungeon prompt sound finally came out. Dungeon space, Entertainment City. Number of players, 100 people. Completion condition, defeat all 5 boss, 0/5. Countdown, 24H. Today is strange, all dungeon information was shown, but the task system had no response at all. The long-awaited Lolita girl did not appear. Although I had already seen the dungeon prompt, the information was too scarce. I only knew that I had to defeat 5 boss, which was information I already had before. The enemies outside were still positioning themselves, and the group that had come to find Chen Jingyu had also taken the elevator back to the first floor. With the boss refresh imminent, it seemed they had given up searching. Ahem, I just bought a new mouse, is there anyone who wants to try it? Chen Jingyu thought to himself. Winky face. The Lolita girl appeared in a flash, with a sweaty expression on her face. Brother, let's talk it out without rushing. Chen Jingyu smiled internally, thinking, you think I can't handle you? What is wrong with you today, being so lazy? Do you want me to personally invite you out? Oh. It's a misunderstanding, big brother. The boss hasn't appeared yet, the system hasn't decided on the task type. Is it really like that? Chen Jingyu put on a fierce look, threatening her in his heart. Greater than over equal to W less than over equal to, let's talk, brother. Alright then. The Lolita girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Make sure to arrange the task better for me, or else hee. Chen Jingyu's face darkened instantly, as if a beam of light was shining from his chin upward, making his face look extremely serious. Winky face. The Lolita girl panicked again. I'll try my best, brother. Several minutes had passed since the dungeon news prompt appeared. There was still no sign of movement outside. It was clear that the experts from the Lu family were also very tense. The closer to the final moment, the greater the pressure. If the boss really appeared, it might not be so scary. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Ding! You have a new task, will you accept? Finally, the Lolita girl jumped out and began to issue tasks. Finally here. Chen Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the task came before the boss appeared, giving him a few minutes to prepare. Accept. Ding, congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, Ocean Ball Adventure, pending completion, description, play freely in the world of ocean balls. Completion condition, win all games, 0/3, description, I am the king of ocean balls. Time limit, 180 minutes. Completion reward, hint card, description, when you don't know how to choose, maybe you can use a hint card. Failure punishment, buried on the spot, description, please bury me in the ocean balls. Seeing this system task, Chen Jingyu's mood was somewhat complicated. What is going on? Why do I feel like I've entered a children's playground? Splashing sounds. Splashing sounds. Suddenly, strange noises rang out from all directions. It was as if someone had dumped a big box of plastic Lego toys. What's happening? Li Yang asked. The others could not see outside and were feeling quite tense. Chen Jingyu stood up and walked to the door. There was only a fire door between them and the lobby on the first floor outside. Through the fire door, he could see people running outside clearly. The crowds on both sides were rushing towards the center. ZZ, report to the captain, there's a situation. Voices were also transmitted through the communication headset. ZZ. Quick, report. It's ocean balls, a lot of ocean balls. Report, Captain, a large number of ocean balls suddenly appeared, the mall's first floor at 9 o'clock position has been flooded. Report, ocean balls are gathering from all sides. When Chen Jingyu heard this, he used the crystal goggles to see the situation outside. It really was a sea of ocean balls, almost filling the entire lobby on the first floor. Before long, the ocean balls crashed against the people outside, filling the area right outside Chen Jingyu and the others' door. The ocean balls were over a meter high. Once filled, the ocean balls stopped rolling. Those who were knocked down all stood up. The height of the ocean balls was more than a meter, submerging their chests. After Chen Jingyu explained the situation to the others, they were also quite confused. Where did these ocean balls come from? Yeah, where's the boss? Everyone debated in confusion. They were asking, where was the boss? Chen Jingyu was also very puzzled. The mission system only provided the clue of ocean balls, but no information about the boss. Moreover, there were too many ocean balls. ZZ, everyone, gather at 3 o'clock. A new command came through the headset. They were no longer spreading out but preparing to gather. Chen Jingyu did not find this order strange. If it were him in command, he would do the same. A massive amount of ocean balls had occupied all the space in the lobby. It was too easy to hide people. If the more than 90 of them continued to spread out, it would only give the enemy a chance to pick them off one by one. Moreover, it would be unfavorable for mutual support. The line of sight was too obstructed. The splashing sounds came again. Dozens of people were wading through the ocean balls. 3 o'clock was exactly the position where Chen Jingyu and the others were located. What a coincidence, it blocked them behind the door. Chapter 160. Chen Jingyu had a premonition. The boss was about to appear. What should we do now? Fan Xie and Li Yang both gathered around. They had heard the situation outside from the communication headset, although not as clear as the crystal goggles, they understood enough. No rush, we haven't exposed ourselves yet. Let's wait and see. Chen Jingyu replied. Sun Chang walked over, somewhat impatient, yawning. How about I go out and take them all down? I want to go back to watch my drama. Chen Jingyu stared at her. Can you not be so violent? Sun Sheng stared back at him. With big eyes, she said, then how about I go out and reason with them? Winky face. Chen Jingyu put on a serious expression. I'm not saying you can't act, just that they all have weapons and there are over 100 of them. You can't handle it by yourself. I can run away if I can't handle it, Sun Sheng replied, not convinced. But they can't run. Chen Jingyu pointed at the others. If there were only a dozen or so of them, charging out together might wipe out the enemy in one go. But with over 90 people, he didn't believe Sun Sheng could instantly wipe out the opponent. That's right, after taking action, if she felt overwhelmed, she could run away. Chen Jingyu felt he could probably run away too. But everyone else would be done for. Furthermore, what if they couldn't outrun the bullets? It is well known that a gun is quick from 10 steps away. Within 10 steps, the gun is both accurate and quick. With over 90 guns, if one is careless in their movements, they might just end up dead. Welcome, he. Suddenly, a woman's cheerful laughter came from outside. The voice was sharp, although not frightening, it was not very comfortable to listen to. The outside people froze, looking around for the source of the sound. Welcome, little friends. He. Everyone looked confused. Little friends? Underscore. Whoosh. Once again, the sound of ocean balls echoed outside. Before the figure arrived, a large wave of ocean balls surged in. In the right direction of the hall, a massive wave of ocean balls appeared at the corner. All eyes turned towards this spot. Including Chen Jingyu. Ziz, everyone, battle readiness. The opposing commander immediately issued battle orders. Everyone raised their guns. As the ocean balls surged more and more, piling higher and higher, a huge figure appeared at the corner. It was a colossal woman. Hiss. Chen Jingyu gasped. How big was she? At least 3 or 4 meters tall. The woman wore a light blue princess dress, with 2 horn-like braids, and had 2 exaggerated round blushes painted on her cheeks, while her lipstick was only on the middle of her lips. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but with heavy mascara, she looked particularly exaggerated. The woman's arrival was accompanied by a large number of ocean balls. It seemed she was not simply walking over, instead, she glided as if she were stepping on the ocean balls. She stopped about 10 meters away from everyone. The people from the Lu family all aimed their guns at the target. The commander's hand was also raised high, as if ready to issue battle orders at any moment. Welcome, little friends. The woman looked very happy, bending down towards the people of the Lu family. Let's introduce ourselves, he. I am your little sunflower sister. The little sunflower sister class is about to start. Are you little friends ready? As she spoke, Chen Jingyu's crystal goggles had already scanned her. Instantly, relevant information was obtained. Target information analysis. Monster name, Little Sunflower Sister. Type, humanoid. Level, LV-16. Introduction, the first phase boss of the Instance Entertainment City, kind and amiable in nature, but do not provoke her anger. In her enraged form, her combat power doubles. After reading the information, Chen Jingyu could not help but marvel. What a strong boss. In the first phase, it's already LV-16, a level that completely crushes everyone. Although Sun Xing couldn't see what was happening outside, she seemed to sense something. The person outside. She began to speak but then fell silent. What's wrong? Chen Jingyu asked. Sun Xing looked at him. It's best not to provoke her. As the highest combat power among them, even she said this, the others became tense. The little sunflower sister's repeated interactions got no response, making her a bit angry, but she merely placed her hands on her hips, pouted, and sighed softly, not truly getting angry. What shy little friends you are. After saying this, she looked at the fire door. She uttered the sentence that made everyone tense up. All little friends, please come out now, this is not the time for hide and seek. The captain leading the Lu family instantly shifted his gaze from the woman to the fire door on the side. His teammates around him also turned their guns, all aiming at the fire door. Humph, so you were hiding here, how clever. The captain said with a sarcastic tone, so you know that the most dangerous place is the safest. He truly did not expect that those troublemakers who sneaked into the instance were so close to him, separated only by a door. What should we do? Li Yang and the others looked at Chen Jingyu together. Run up. Fan Xia proposed. I think so too. Yuan agreed. Chen Jingyu pondered for a few seconds. Let's go, since we've been discovered, we should just leave. Sun Sheng immediately raised both hands in approval. Is it really okay to just go out like this? Li Yang hesitated for a moment. Let's go. Chen Jingyu had his own plan. He immediately opened the door and led the way out. The group had no choice but to follow. As soon as the door opened, a large number of ocean balls rushed in. Chen Jingyu waded through the ocean balls, appearing before everyone. "Kid, you look very familiar." The team leader squinted at Chen Jingyu. At that moment, someone approached quietly and whispered a few words in the leader's ear. Instantly, a cold smile appeared on the leader's face. "So, you are the guys from Central Park." Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, unbothered, and said, "Oh, you actually know me?" This was something he hadn't anticipated. Could it be that I am so famous? I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Humph. The leader's smile was full of killing intent. "Your image has long been on our internal notice." The leader raised his gun and said, "You are now our #1 kill target." "Is that so?" Chen Jingyu appeared curious. "Is there a bounty? How much is it?" Leader. The crowd, straight face, straight face, straight face. Chapter 161. Chen Jingyu's words stunned his little friends. "What, do you want to earn your own bounty?" Li Jiwei asked with interest. Chen Jingyu shrugged, "Just asking how much it is. What if it's a lot?" Li Jiwei gave him a thumbs up. "Young man really has ideas. I think I can help you out." "How will you help?" Chen Jingyu asked. "Help you claim your bounty." Li Jiwei looked harmless. "Well, thank you then." Their conversation angered the team leader. "Damn kid, do you think we don't exist?" He waved his hand, and immediately several people stepped forward. These people aimed their guns directly at Chen Jingyu. "Want to claim the bounty?" "Ha, I can tell you, a lot, but you have no chance." The leader shouted directly, "Make your move." The few subordinates wasted no time and pulled the triggers. Tat tat tat. Bullets sprayed out. There was no time for anyone to react. Indeed, within 10 steps, they were accurate and fast. Chen Jingyu did not expect the opponent to act so quickly. A normal script wouldn't involve talking too much first? Relying on their numbers to ridicule the protagonist a few times, then continuously chattering to build resentment. After all, villains die from talking too much. This is an unchanging rule. Being able to think of so much in an instant is truly Chen Jingyu's strength. Perhaps he had a lot of agility points, and his brain worked faster as a bonus. But that only applied to his fast-thinking mind. His legs could not outrun bullets. "Be careful." Sun Sheng suddenly dodged and stood in front of Chen Jingyu. In the crystal lens, the red light surged. Ding! Danger! 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 Your activity space has been locked, escape probability 0%. Ding! Your life is under extreme threat, survival rate 0.0001%. Ding! An object is blocking you, survival rate rises to 1.5%. Dozens of incoming bullets were surrounded by red circles in the crystal lens. The lens was filled with flashing red light. This time appearing on the scene placed him in extreme danger. However, little Sunflower Sister had already called them out, and Chen Jingyu dared not anger her. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to reveal himself. He didn't expect this result. "Get out of the way." Chen Jingyu suddenly reached out and pressed down on Sun Sheng, who was blocking him. He tried to minimize her bullet impact area, hoping for a glimmer of chance. He really didn't expect Sun Sheng to jump out in front of him. If she were still in the zombie mother form from before, perhaps she could block these bullets. But now, she was just an ordinary person. Strictly speaking, she was just an ordinary mutant. Although stronger than most people, she wasn't strong enough to stop bullets with her body. But as soon as Sun Sheng's body was pressed down by Chen Jingyu, she sprang back up. "Get away from me!" Sun Sheng forcefully pushed Chen Jingyu aside. An astonishing scene unfolded. Sun Sheng's head suddenly grew larger, her mouth splitting open to the back of her head. Once again, she opened her enormous mouth. Innate ability, Devour. Under the wide-eyed gaze of countless people, the first wave of incoming bullets disappeared into her mouth. In the next second, Sun Sheng returned to her original state. The crisis was averted. Among the few in the squad, except for Chen Jingyu and Grey Cat, everyone's expression towards Sun Sheng was a bit unsettled. Just like the first time Chen Jingyu saw this scene. Awesome, she can even swallow bullets. Chen Jingyu was completely impressed. Now it was the turn of the captain and his teammates to be utterly flabbergasted. Sigma, holy crap, a monster. Oh. What the heck is this? Even Sister Sunflower, standing to the side, couldn't help but glance at Sun Sheng a couple more times. Keep shooting. Continue shooting. The captain frantically waved his hands, urging everyone around him to take action. Click, click, click. The sound of guns being loaded echoed constantly. Dozens of guns were aimed at Chen Jingyu and the others again. This time, Chen Jingyu behaved and hid directly behind Sun Cheng. My devour skill is in cooldown, Sun Cheng said lightly. Her gaze fixed ahead, her expression somewhat serious. Then run, hurry up. Chen Jingyu began pushing people. He made everyone around him run back. He was worried about whether the boss would get angry, but first things first, save his own life. Seeing this, the captain shouted hysterically, attack, no matter the cost, everyone attack. Click, click. The sound of triggers being pulled suddenly rang out. Just as Chen Jingyu and the others prepared to face a storm of bullets, countless bubbles suddenly rose from the ball pit. Those teammates who had aimed at Chen Jingyu, ready to strike, were all wrapped in bubbles of various colors, slowly rising into the air. Sister Sunflower's distinctive voice rang out again. Hee hee, little kids, you can't fight. Sister doesn't like kids who fight. Little kids must listen, hee hee hee. Chen Jingyu, who had just taken a step, stopped again. Looking at the 3 or 4 meter tall Sister Sunflower, he had to yield. No wonder she was the boss in the instance. With this bubble trick, she could capture anyone she wanted. Originally, in the over 1 meter high ball pit, their movements were already restricted. Now, nearly half of Blue Family's teammates were wrapped in bubbles. The rest hurriedly adjusted their guns, aiming at the boss. The captain didn't know if it was because he hadn't taken action, but he wasn't wrapped in a bubble. Looking at the bubbles around him rising constantly, he yelled, shoot, break the bubbles. He couldn't believe that mere little bubbles could do anything to people. Instantly, countless people opened fire. Da-da-day. The sound of gunfire echoed in succession. Oomph. An angry voice boomed. It made everyone's eardrums throb painfully. Looking at Sister Sunflower now, her hands on her hips, her face filled with rage. Even her hair stood up, like an explosive porcupine. Little kids who don't listen will be punished by Sister. Saying this, she stomped her foot. The entire hall shook. Bang! 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 The sound of countless balloons bursting rang out. It was even louder than firecrackers. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. Those bubbles that had risen into the air did not burst due to the gunfire. But at this moment, under Sister Sunflower's wrath, they exploded one by one. A cloud of pink smoke spread out with the bursting bubbles. The people inside the bubbles were gone. Only that burst of pink remained. Death Barbie Pink. Chapter 162. In an instant, more than 20 bubbles burst. The people inside all disappeared. After releasing her anger, Sister Sunflower seemed a bit relieved, her expression no longer so furious. Let's see if there are any disobedient little friends left, humph. She put her hands on her hips, looking seriously at everyone present. Suddenly, no one dared to move. Very well, if there are any disobedient little friends, then I will spank him hard, oh. Pink smoke filled the air. The remaining bubbles slowly descended. Puff. A series of soft sounds came. The people inside were released. These were the ones who hadn't managed to shoot, they survived because they were slow. So, sometimes being fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Especially for men. Sun Cheng, standing in front of Chen Jingyu, quietly stepped back. Chen Jingyu glanced at her but said nothing. Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. This girl is dependable. If it weren't for her blocking so many bullets, Chen Jingyu might have been shot to pieces. The others wouldn't have fared any better. At this moment, the hall was filled with ocean balls. Everyone stood among the ocean balls, afraid to move. Waiting for Sister Sunflower's next command. Chen Jingyu took a moment to aim his crystal scope at the opposing team leader and obtained his detailed information. Target mission analysis in progress. Name, Lin Xiaotian. Occupation, Summoner. Level, LV6. Talent, A. Strength, 5. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Stamina, 10. Energy, 15. Skill, Beginner Beast Summoning. Introduction. Once a professional bodyguard, a karate expert, after awakening his profession, seems to have taken a liking to using a whip. Summoner. This was the first time Chen Jingyu had seen this profession. Although he had heard of it long ago, he had never encountered one. Online, it said that summoners are rarer than guardians. I didn't expect this bodyguard captain named Lin Xiaotian to be a summoner. Chen Jingyu began to envy him on the spot. Not only that, but his level was also not low, LV6 was only one level lower than Chen Jingyu. Glancing casually at the other nearby people, most of their levels were around LV5. And on our side, Sen Cheng is LV10, Chen Jingyu LV7, both Li Yang and Fan Xie are LV4. Yuan and Li Jiwei have the lowest levels, only LV3 and LV2. It seems there isn't too much of a disadvantage in levels, but the other side has more people. Seeing that everyone was very obedient, and no one was causing trouble, Sister Sunflower finally smiled brightly. Hee hee, you little friends are doing very well. As she spoke, she bent down, stretched out a finger, and pretended to be mysterious, saying, "Next, we will play a few very interesting games, but..." She pointed forward, making 2 circles in the air. The next moment, 2 light circles appeared on the ocean balls on the ground. One white, one blue. Sister Sunflower seemed very happy as she approached. "Now, please, little friends, split into 2 teams, the blue sky team and the white cloud team, and the 2 teams will compete against each other." As the captain, Lin Xiaotian quickly stepped into the closest white light circle. "We are the white cloud team, and those 6 over there are the blue sky team." He had swiftly divided the teams. Thinking, since we can't take you out openly, then in the upcoming competition, I will find a way to deal with you. Sister Sunflower still wore a cheerful smile. "Alright, please hurry up and enter the circles, I want to see who is the slowest." The people from the Lu family immediately jumped into the white light circle. Seeing this, Li Yang and the others also began to walk towards the blue circle. It seemed there was no choice. But one person was the exception. Chen Jingyu walked directly into the white light circle. "Excuse me, make some room." The white light circle was crowded with people, yet Chen Jingyu squeezed right next to Lin Xiaotian. "Lin Xiaotian. Can you just leave?" Chen Jingyu wasn't in a hurry. "No, I want to be on your team." "Lin Xiaotian?" He glanced at Sister Little Sunflower, then lowered his voice and said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, do you believe I will hit you?" Chen Jingyu immediately raised his hand. Sister Little Sunflower looked over at the same time. "Report, someone wants to hit me," Chen Jingyu said loudly. "Damn, how shameless, reporting." Lin Xiaotian shuddered in fear and quickly looked at Sister Little Sunflower. "No, I didn't, you have to listen to my defense." Due to being too nervous, his tongue got tangled and he said everything wrong. No, it's listen to my explanation." Sister Little Sunflower didn't seem ready to argue, she just pressed her lips together, pretended to glare at them, and slightly shook her head. "Little friends, you must not be impolite, and you cannot bully other little friends." Lin Xiaotian immediately showed a look of schadenfreude. "See, I told you not to be dishonest." Hashtag, Lin Xiaotian immediately turned dark-faced. "Damn it, you are really despicable." Lin Xiaotian's anger value plus 500. Sister Little Sunflower saw no one moved and then happily said, "Okay, has everyone divided into teams? Only one team can win this time, and the losing team will get a little punishment, hee hee." Chen Jingyu immediately dashed over and returned to the blue team's circle. "Sister Little Sunflower, I still want to switch teams, that person keeps threatening me." Chen Jingyu made a pitiful face and pointed at Lin Xiaotian. Li Yang and others. Lin Xiaotian's anger value plus 1000. Damn, so despicable. Lin Xiaotian barely held back his fury, almost exploding in anger. Sister Little Sunflower wore an expression of "I really can't do anything about you, alright, but from now on, no more switching teams, okay? The game is about to begin." Everyone's faces changed color. Their expressions were extremely serious. Everyone had already seen Sister Little Sunflower's methods. With a wave of her hand, she easily took out more than 10 people. Although the boss in the Central Park dungeon had a similar level to Sister Little Sunflower, her ability to eliminate people was clearly stronger, and once she made a move, no one could dodge. What the next game would be, and what the punishment was, no one knew. But they all knew one thing: the punishment for failure might be something not everyone could accept. Chen Jingyu also became serious. The system task had issued a mission to win all the games, and there was a 0/3 counter at the back. In other words, the game content was probably related to the game, and it would be 3 games. It seemed, no matter the reason, Chen Jingyu had to win. Chapter 163. Blue sky and white clouds, the 2 teams had already lined up. Sister Little Sunflower waved her hand, and the ocean balls that had been stacked around everyone all disappeared. But the ocean balls outside the circle were still there, eerily stacking more than a meter high without collapsing into the circle. "Okay, now you can see clearly." Sister Little Sunflower was very satisfied with her operation. At this moment, the lights inside both circles flickered. Everyone's arms were marked with a symbol. Blue for the blue sky, white for the white cloud. The teams were officially separated. Degree Nabla degree, Sister Little Sunflower looked excited, clearly very thrilled. Next, it's the first game, and the winning team will receive a mysterious reward. The game rules are very simple. Now, I will explain the rules to you little friends. The first game is called I Do, You Guess, where one child from each team will come up to the stage and act out a move. No talking allowed. Then the children from both teams will try to guess what the person is acting. If they guess correctly, they get a point. Each child on stage will act out 3 moves. Did everyone understand? Sister Little Sunflower asked everyone. Understood. Chen Jingyu shouted loudly. Only he had a reply among the 100 or so people. Sister Little Sunflower finally heard someone respond to her and immediately smiled with narrowed eyes. Very good, this little friend is great. Then she waved her hand, and a colorful stage appeared out of nowhere in the center of the circle where both sides stood. The material looked like plastic bubbles. Next, please let 2 little friends come on stage to perform. Is there anyone volunteering? Sister Little Sunflower bent down to ask. Lin Xiaotian quickly gathered his followers to discuss and soon picked one with a quick mind. We from the White Cloud team choose him. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand. Luo Cixi, you go. Luo Cixi stepped out immediately. Very good, please let the little friend come on stage. Sister Little Sunflower nodded and then looked at the Blue Sky team. What about you guys? For a moment, no one spoke. How about I go? Fan Xie asked. Li Yang quickly waved his hand. No way, with your IQ, aren't you just digging a pit for us? Hey! Fan Xie immediately disagreed, stepping forward to the stage. Just because of what you said, I must go up today. The 2 performers had already taken the stage. Li Yang couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Very good, now I declare the competition officially begins. Sister Little Sunflower was so happy that she almost wanted to spin in circles. I'll go first. Luo Cixi declared. Why do you get to go first? Fan Xie retorted, stepping up as well. I want to go first. Luo Cixi sneered, just because you say so? Why should I let you? He, of course, was not willing to back down. Because I'm more handsome than you. Fan Xie said confidently. What the hell? Luo Cixi was speechless. At that moment, Sister Little Sunflower floated over. Kids, don't quarrel. Let's decide the order of performance based on who gets on stage. Anyway, everyone has 3 chances, and both sides can guess during each performance. Sister Little Sunflower spoke, and even the stubborn Fan Xie did not dare to retort. After that, he agreed. Forget it, you ugly one, you go first. Fan Xie shrugged and took 2 steps back. What the hell? Luo Cixi felt a sudden urge to bite someone. The stage was left for Luo Cixi. Sister Little Sunflower pulled out a stack of cards from somewhere. Each card was about the size of an A3 paper, but in her hand, it seemed incredibly small. The stage faced the Blue Sky team and the White Cloud team. Sister Little Sunflower stood in front of the stage, took out a card, and placed it in front of Luo Cixi. Look carefully, next you will perform. The angle of the card was lifted just so that only Luo Cixi could see it. Even Fan Xie, standing at the back of the stage, couldn't see it. However, there was one exception. Crystal lens scanning. First layer of perspective begins. Target analysis in progress. Analysis complete. 92% possibility swimming. 7% possibility lake or sea. 1% possibility other. Have you got a good look? At this moment, Sister Little Sunflower put away the card and said to the Blue Sky team and White Cloud team, I announce that after I say start, Luo Cixi can perform, and after that everyone can raise their hands to answer. I'll give you a small hint, this word is an action. Sister Little Sunflower pretended to be mysterious and smiled, then shouted, start. Luo Cixi hurriedly made faces at Lin Xiaotian and then raised both hands high. Before he could even finish his move, Chen Jingyu raised his hand and exclaimed, I answer, it's swimming. Everyone was shocked. Clearly, the performance hadn't even started yet. Sister Little Sunflower also looked surprised. Wow, this little friend is amazing, the answer is swimming. As she spoke, she started clapping her hands. Everyone, give some applause. Clap, clap, clap. Scattered clapping sounded around. What the hell? Luo Cixi felt like he had eaten a fly, feeling awful inside. Lin Xiaotian felt the same way. He felt 100 times unconvinced and immediately raised his hand to shout. Report, he must have cheated. Sister Little Sunflower shook her head, don't worry about this, no one can cheat, next question. After saying that, she directly took out the next card. The crystal lens scanning. The first layer of perspective begins. Target analysis in progress. Analysis complete. 99% probability apple. 0.9% probability green fruit. 0.1% probability others. Rosie took a deep breath after reading this. He had already thought about how to perform. Buzz in, the answer is apple. Chen Jingyu raised his hand again. What the? Rosie was already crying. What's going on? They haven't even started yet. Are they gonna let others play? Epsilon, 3 woo woo woo. Wow, that's amazing. Sister Sunflower clapped in surprise. Report, he must have cheated. Lin Xiaotian jumped up again. How shameless, he definitely peeked at the questions. Sister Sunflower frowned. Are you questioning my professionalism? I already said no one could cheat, the question cards have always been in my hands, are you doubting me? Sister Sunflower's anger plus 1,000. Lin Xiaotian's fear plus 2,000. Forget it, you're the boss, you call the shots, I didn't say anything, I was wrong. Lin Xiaotian quickly lowered his head to apologize. That's more like it. Sister Sunflower smiled in satisfaction, took out a new question card. Next, it's the last question for little Rose C's performance. Chapter 164. Rose C quickly glanced at the question. Then without thinking at all, he just started to act. However, that voice that brought him despair, again outpaced him and sounded again. Buzz in, the answer is basketball. Chen Jingyu answered leisurely by raising his hand. Rose C broke down completely. He suddenly sat on the ground and started to cry. Woo. Can't bully someone like this. Can't we just play the game nicely? Why couldn't you wait until I finished performing before saying the answer? Sister Sunflower floated out again. Wow, what a shocking game process. This little friend from the Blue Sky team actually buzzed in 3 questions in a row, and got them all right, amazing. Saying this, she kicked Rose C, who was sitting on the stage crying hopelessly, off the stage. Alright, let's invite the next little friend to perform. But I want to remind the White Cloud team. Sister Sunflower looked at Lin Xiaotian and the others. The Blue Sky team has answered 3 questions correctly. If they get one more right, they will win this round directly. Lin Xiaotian suddenly felt increased pressure. This guy, has he been cheating? He gritted his teeth as he looked at Chen Jingyu. He wished he could go up and bite him to death. Then drag him out and shoot him for 10 minutes. This is so frustrating. The game isn't played like this. Under Sister Sunflower's inviting gesture, Fan Xie slowly walked to the front. As soon as he reached the center of the stage, he pointed at Chen Jingyu and shouted, "Don't talk to me, let me show off my performance talent, leave me some space." After that, he still wasn't reassured and added, "If you dare buzz in, I'll turn on you." Chen Jingyu shrugged. With an expression saying, "I really can't do anything about you." Alright, I'll give you 2 rounds, let's see your performance. This is more like it. Fan Xie was satisfied. Sister Sunflower timely handed over the question card. Okay, let's welcome little Fan Xie to perform. The first round still gives everyone a hint, this is an action. After saying this, when Sister Sunflower was about to start, she felt it was not enough fun and added, "I suddenly want to raise the difficulty a bit. Fan Xie, please listen carefully, your performance next cannot make a sound and you also can't use your hands." Okay? Sister Sunflower's big eyes stared at Fan Xie and asked. What a scary thing. Fan Xie could only nod. Looking at the words unlock on the question card, he internally sent a greeting to Sister Sunflower that had a very high level of complaint. No hands? How the heck am I supposed to perform this? Fan Xie hesitated for quite a while. Hundreds of people below were all looking at him. Sister Sunflower was not in a hurry. Little friend, think carefully and use that little brain of yours, think about how to perform it. Fan Xie felt her gentle whispering concern. Goosebumps covered his whole body. His brain suddenly hit the gas, and the speed of his thinking reached its maximum. In an instant, he thought of a solution. You must be able to guess this one, watch closely. He stood straight at the front of the stage, mentally murmuring. First, make a motion of inserting a key into the lock. He thrust his waist forward. Then make a motion of turning the key. He twisted his waist accordingly. Unlocking complete. Got it. I am such a little genius. Fan Xie finished the 2 actions, looking happily at those below. He anticipated someone would guess immediately. The crowd. Everyone looked confused. Li Yang raised his hand. Sister Little Sunflower nodded, this little friend, please speak. Fan Xie looked at Li Yang with great anticipation. He thought to himself that this brother really understands him. Li Yang spoke, this word, is it serious? Lin Xiaotian also raised his hand for the rare occasion, same question. Sister Little Sunflower seemed pleased to see everyone's interaction. She enthusiastically explained, it's a very everyday behavior, something many people have to do every day when they get home. The crowd. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fan Xie became unhappy. But he couldn't speak. He thought, is my performance not enough? Anxious in his heart, he repeated the 2 actions again. The crowd, straight face, straight face, straight face. Everyone fell silent together. Some people felt they had guessed it, but felt it was hard to say out loud. Mainly because they felt the words were difficult to organize. No one in the audience spoke. afraid of being laughed at by others. Sister Little Sunflower looked a bit puzzled. She frowned, looking at everyone one by one. Why isn't anyone guessing? If you guess wrong in the game, there's no punishment, just a pause in answering, and once the other side guesses wrong, you can continue answering. Cloud Team, you are already 3 points behind, aren't you going to try? Lin Xiaotian understood the game rules, but he wasn't confident either. What if he guessed wrong? It would not only be embarrassing but also give a hint to the other side. So he gritted his teeth and said, let them answer first. Hee, mutually deferring, what a lovely virtue. Sister Little Sunflower shifted her gaze to the Blue Sky Team. Then let this young lady answer. She pointed at Yuan to call her out. Ha? Me? Yuan immediately panicked. Li Jiwei comforted, what are you afraid of, just say whatever comes to mind. Whatever comes to mind. Yuan's face turned red. She shyly walked forward, covering her face with her hands. Chen Jingyu knew the answer, but Fan Xie wouldn't let him speak, and he didn't want to give a hint. However, he felt that Fan Xie's actions were quite fitting to the question. Looking at the approach of Yuan, he curiously asked, it's just answering a question, no need to be so shy, right? Out in the crowd of 70 or 80 people, he probably was the only one who didn't misunderstand. Let me give you a hint. Chen Jingyu whispered, it's a small thing, put it inside another thing, and then it opens. He thought, isn't this the simple unlocking action? It should click right away, everyone can think of it. Omega, Yuan covered her face redder than ever. This, how can I say it? Sister Little Sunflower's brows furrowed, looking a bit unhappy. Are you just stalling for time? Her gaze was sharp, staring intently at Yuan. No, it's not. Yuan quickly waved her hands to shake her head. She had seen what happened when Sister Little Sunflower got angry. That could turn into Death Barbie Pink in a flash. Can I ask, this action, is it 2 words? Yuan struggled for a long time before finishing her sentence. Sister Little Sunflower took a deep breath, 2 words. Then I guess Yuan's face was so red it seemed to bleed, is it, doing it? Luo Cixi quickly glanced at the question. Then without thinking, he directly began to act. However, that voice that filled him with despair was still 1 step ahead, ringing out again. Buzz in, the answer is basketball. Chen Jingyu raised his hand to answer slowly and calmly. Luo Cixi completely broke down. He sat down on the ground in an instant and began to cry. Woo. You can't bully people like this. Can't we just play the game nicely? Why can't you wait until the performance is over to give the answer? Sister Xiao Kuehua floated out again. Wow, what a shocking competition. This little friend from the Blue Sky Team actually buzzed in 3 times in a row, and all the answers were correct. Amazing. As she spoke, she kicked Luo Cixi, who was crying on the stage, off the stage. Alright, let's welcome the next little friend to perform. But I must remind the White Cloud Team. Sister Xiao Kuehua looked at Lin Xiaotian and the others, the Blue Sky Team has already answered 3 questions correctly. If they get one more answer right, they will win this round directly. Lin Xiaotian immediately felt an increased pressure. Did this guy cheat? He gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Jingyu. He wished he could rush up and bite him to death. Then drag him out and execute him for 10 minutes. It was just too hateful. You can't play the game like this. Under Sister Xiao Kuehua's invitation, Fan Xie slowly walked to the front. As soon as he arrived at the center of the stage, he pointed at Chen Jingyu and shouted, "Don't talk to me, let me show my performance talent, leave me some space." After saying that, he wasn't reassured and added, "If you dare buzz in, I'll turn against you." Chen Jingyu shrugged. With a "there's nothing I can do about you" expression. Alright, I'll give you 2 rounds to perform. That's more like it. Fan Xie finally felt satisfied. Sister Xiao Kuehua timely handed over the question card. Okay, let's welcome little friend Fan Xie to perform. The first round gives everyone a hint, this is an action. After finishing her statement, when Sister Xiao Kuehua was about to shout start, she felt it was a bit unsatisfying and added, "I suddenly want to increase the difficulty a bit. Little friend Fan Xie, please listen well, you cannot make any sounds, nor can you use your hands. Is that okay?" Sister Xiao Kuehua's big eyes stared at Fan Xie questioningly. Oh my, so scary. Fan Xie could only nod. Looking at the words unlocking on the card, he sent a particularly high-density greeting to Sister Xiao Kuehua in his mind. No hands allowed? How the heck am I supposed to perform this? Fan Xie hesitated for a long time. Hundreds of pairs of eyes below were all staring at him. Sister Xiao Kuehua wasn't in a hurry, little friend, think carefully and use your brain, think about how you should perform. Fan Xie felt a chill from her soft and caring words. In an instant, his brain hit the gas all the way down, spinning at maximum speed. In a moment, he thought of a solution. Hee, this time you'll definitely guess it, watch closely. He stood straight at the front of the stage, murmuring in his heart. First, make a movement of inserting a key into the lock cylinder. He pushed his waist forward. Then make a movement of turning the key. He twisted his waist in response. Unlocking complete. Done. I'm such a little genius. Fanxia finished the 2 actions, looking happily at the audience below. Hoping someone would guess right immediately. The crowd. 100 confused faces. Li Yang raised his hand. Sister Xiao Kuehua nodded, this little friend, please speak. Fanxia immediately looked at Li Yang with expectation. Thinking, as expected of a good brother, you understand me. Li Yang opened his mouth, this word, is he being serious? Lin Xiaotian also rarely raised his hand, same question. Sister Xiao Kuehua seemed very happy to see everyone interacting. At that moment, she enthusiastically explained, it's a very everyday behavior, something many people must do when they get home every day. The crowd. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fanxia felt unhappy. But he couldn't speak. Thinking, was my performance not good enough? He was anxious inside and repeated the 2 actions from before. Everyone, straight face, straight face, straight face. Everyone fell silent together. Some felt they had guessed it, but thought it wasn't good to say it out loud. Mainly, they felt the words were a bit hard to organize. No one was speaking in the venue. Afraid of being laughed at by others. Sister Sunflower looked a bit puzzled. She frowned and looked at everyone one by one. Why isn't anyone guessing? There's no penalty for guessing wrong in this game, it just pauses the answering for a moment, and once the other side guesses wrong, you can continue answering. Cloud Team, you are already 3 points behind, aren't you going to try? Lin Xiaotian understood this game's rules well, but he wasn't confident. If he guessed wrong, not only would he make a fool of himself, but he would also give hints to the other side. So he gritted his teeth and said, let them answer first. Mutual humility is indeed a beautiful virtue. Sister Sunflower shifted her gaze to the Blue Sky Team members. Then let this young lady answer. She pointed at Yuan and began to call names. Me? Yuan immediately panicked. Li Jiwei comforted her, what are you afraid of? Just say whatever comes to mind. Just say whatever comes to mind. Yuan's face turned red. She shyly walked forward, covering her face with her hands. Chen Jingyu knew the answer, but Fanxia wouldn't let him speak, and he also couldn't give hints. But he felt that Fanxia's actions were quite in line with the topic. Looking at Yuan, who had walked up beside him, he asked in confusion, it's just answering a question, no need to be so shy, right? In the crowd of 70 or 80 people, he was probably the only one without any strange thoughts. Let me give you a hint. Chen Jingyu whispered, it's a small thing, put it inside another thing, and then it opens. He thought this was just a simple unlocking action, it should be easy, and everyone could understand it. Omega, Yuan covered her face, even redder than before. How do I say this? Sister Sunflower frowned, looking a bit unhappy. You all, are you stalling for time? Her gaze was sharp, staring intently at Yuan. No, it's not that. Yuan quickly waved her hands to shake her head. She had seen Sister Sunflower angry before. That was the kind of anger that could instantly turn into death pink. Can I ask, how many words is this action? Yuan struggled for a long time before finally finishing her sentence. Sister Sunflower took a deep breath, 2 words. Then I guess, Yuan's face turned as red as blood, is it, to do? Chapter 165. Just as Yuan was about to say the second word, Chen Jingyu sensed something was off. He quickly covered her mouth. Winky face. Sis, you can't say that now, it's a strict enforcement period. Chen Jingyu was sweating on his forehead. He forcibly held back Yuan's second word. Yuan had built up a lot of courage just to speak, but unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Chen Jingyu, and her face turned completely red. / omega / did I say something wrong? She now realized the word she was about to say, and suddenly felt publicly embarrassed, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. On the other side, Lin Xiaotian had already caught some useful information. It wasn't originally that he bowed his head and began to think. The answer felt like it was right in front of him. Sister Sunflower spoke at this moment. This young lady, are you giving up your chance to answer? Hashtag. Yuan was too shy to lift her face, only nodding silently. Alas, what a pity. Sister Sunflower expressed regret. Yuan was not silent, she had already said one word. So from Sister Sunflower's perspective, she had silently agreed to not resist her, and thus was not angry. Report, I want to answer. Lin Xiaotian suddenly raised his hand. After some discussion with his teammates, he felt he already knew the answer. Very good, then let's have this little friend answer. Sister Sunflower felt very happy about those who were eager to interact. Lin Xiaotian confidently stepped forward. It's brushing teeth, right? As soon as he said that, a voice floated over from the other side. Dummy! Underscore? Ha! Lin Xiaotian was stunned. But he reacted instantly. Report, he cursed me. The one who just spoke was Chen Jingyu. Now Lin Xiaotian found an opportunity for revenge. He eagerly raised his hand to make a report. Who cursed you? Chen Jingyu denied. You clearly just called me a dummy. Lin Xiaotian pointed out. Did I call you a dummy? Chen Jingyu put on a shocked expression. Why would I curse a dummy? A dummy is also a person, poor thing, why should I curse him? Saying this, he scratched his head, looking confused. You just said I cursed you, then said I cursed a dummy, who exactly did I curse? You. Lin Xiaotian's face turned a deep shade of purple. Going round and round, he still ended up tying himself up. It was like admitting he was the dummy. What a huge loss. Sister Sunflower looked at them bickering back and forth, feeling a bit of a headache. Alright, stop arguing, is there anyone who wants to answer? The Baiyun team just answered incorrectly, now may I invite the Lantian team to answer? Yuan had already covered her face and run back. She realized she misthought, and no longer dared to speak. Li Yang felt that let it drag on would be risky, so he urged Chen Jingyu, quickly answer the question, don't mind that guy Fan Xie, he's had enough fun. Chen Jingyu stood up, looking at Fan Xie shrugged, meaning you can't blame me for ruining the fun, they just couldn't guess. Report, the answer is unlocking. Chen Jingyu shouted. Oh wow, that's amazing, you really surprised me, you actually answered 4 questions in a row correctly. Sister Sunflower clapped happily. Congratulations to the Lantian team for winning the first round. The game has a total of 3 rounds, adopting the best of 3 rule, Baiyun team needs to work harder. Sister Sunflower looked at the Baiyun team, cheering them on. Report, I'm not convinced. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help it anymore, raising his hand and shouting, that guy must have cheated, I request a one-on-one duel, to decide life and death, and to split victory and defeat. After speaking, he provocatively looked at Chen Jingyu. This guy is really too despicable. So vile. This. Sister Sunflower seemed to be in trouble, mumbling, fighting is not good for children, but... Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes brightening. I have a way, you two come here. She waved to Chen Jingyu and Lin Xiaotian. The two, seeing this, almost stepped forward at the same time. They came in front of Sister Sunflower, who was over 3 meters tall. Chen Jingyu looked up. It felt like 2 huge mountains were pressing down in front of him, letting him rediscover the meaning of mountain pressure. So that's what it means. You two both want to compete? Sister Sunflower asked, looking down. Lin Xiaotian remained silent, continuing to glare provocatively at Chen Jingyu. I don't care. Chen Jingyu naturally wouldn't back down. Alright. Sister Sunflower said softly. Since that's the case, the second round game will have you two compete alone. Lin Xiaotian immediately started rubbing his fists. Report, I request a life and death duel. He looked at Chen Jingyu with cold eyes, as if wanting to devour him. Chen Jingyu seemed unaffected, showing a demeanor as if saying whatever, I'll play with you. Sister Sunflower smiled brightly and said, no, children can't be so violent, let's skip the life and death duel, let's play something not so dangerous, let me think. Suddenly, she smiled and snapped her fingers, got it, let's play the game statue, don't move. After speaking, she pulled out 2 knives as if performing a magic trick. The rules of the game are simple. You two are standing face to face, taking turns stabbing each other with knives. The first person to fall down loses, just like that. Lin Xiaotian? Chen Jingyu? The crowd. Is this what they call a not very violent game? Does this big girl have some misunderstanding about violence? Lin Xiaotian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Standing still and taking turns stabbing each other? Is this person insane? He looked at Chen Jingyu, hoping the other party would raise objections. But Chen Jingyu had a calm expression, as if this had nothing to do with him. This guy. Lin Xiaotian suddenly thought of something is off, something is very off. This guy is so calm, he must have some scheme. No way, I can't play this with him. This is just crazy. I brought at least 100 people here, and only a madman would play a knife stabbing game with you. Seeing that both of them were silent, Sister Little Sunflower frowned and asked, do you two children have objections to this game? Do we really have to fight? It's not good for children to fight. I have no objections. Chen Jingyu replied lightly, then reached out to take the knife handed over by Sister Little Sunflower. This knife was just a small one for Sister Little Sunflower. But for ordinary people like Chen Jingyu, this knife was not small at all. Great! Sister Little Sunflower looked very happy as she handed over another knife. This little friend, it's your turn. Lin Xiaotian's face broke out in a sweat immediately. Chapter 166. If you're scared, then forget it. Chen Jingyu said lightly. Although it sounded like a kind suggestion. But to Lin Xiaotian, the more casually he spoke, the more it felt like a slap in the face. Lin Xiaotian was furious. Am I scared? I'll play with you today, come on, let's hurt each other. After saying that, he directly took the knife. Everyone is doing great. Sister Little Sunflower looked very happy. She drew 2 circles about half a meter in diameter on the ground. One blue and one white. The 2 circles were almost touching. If 2 people stood here facing each other with knives, there would be no way to avoid it. Let me explain first, stepping out of the circle counts as a foul, blocking is a foul, and dodging is also a foul. Sister Little Sunflower said seriously, for foulers, there will be very severe punishments. The penalties are as serious as losing the whole match. Hearing Sister Little Sunflower's words, Lin Xiaotian's sweat increased. Chen Jingyu stepped into the circle first. You seem scared? Damn! Lin Xiaotian quickly followed. He couldn't lose face. The 2 stood facing each other, each holding a knife. If either of them stabbed, it would be a serious injury at least. The surrounding people stared blankly at them. They were simply stunned. They never expected to witness such an exciting game. Chen Jingyu touched the blade of his knife, quickly preparing. Looking at the sweating Lin Xiaotian in front of him, he smiled slightly. Are you ready? I'm going to cut first. Lin Xiaotian was startled. Why do you get to cut first? He thought to himself, this guy must have some sneaky trick, otherwise, how could he be so calm? Whatever he says, I can't believe him, or I'll fall for it. Right, that's the plan. Chen Jingyu spoke again, then you go first. Why do I go first? Lin Xiaotian immediately retorted. Anyway, no matter what he says, retorting is right. At that moment, he praised himself in his heart. Lin Xiaotian, you are wonderful, so clever. Chen Jingyu frowned, then who do you say should cut first? Why should I say who goes first? Lin Xiaotian retorted again. Chen Jingyu was completely bewildered. He almost had a confused look on his face. This kid, could he have some problem? Saying this, he raised the knife in his hand. If you don't say, then I will cut. He then made a move as if to stab. Seeing that he was serious, Lin Xiaotian got anxious. Wait a moment. He quickly looked at Little Sunflower Sister. You haven't called to start yet, and you're already making a move? And why are you the one to strike first? I want to strike first. He thought for a moment, feeling that it was better to act quickly than to hesitate. Sister, I want to strike first. He also realized that being a bit more flattering toward Little Sunflower Sister wouldn't hurt. Alright then. What Lin Xiaotian didn't expect was that Chen Jingyu agreed immediately. But then he added something else. The one who strikes later has to make 2 cuts. Winky face, that's not fair. Lin Xiaotian immediately took back his knife. Chen Jingyu ignored him and turned to look at Little Sunflower Sister. The one who strikes later loses, 2 cuts is fair, don't you think? Little Sunflower Sister nodded repeatedly. Makes sense, it's decided then. 1 cut would heavily injure, but 2 cuts, wouldn't that be the end? Lin Xiaotian wasn't stupid, and immediately backed off. Then you strike first, I'll act later. You won't change your mind? Chen Jingyu asked. Lin Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. Little Sunflower Sister can be my witness, I won't change. Good. Chen Jingyu weighed the knife in his hand and pretended to measure Lin Xiaotian's body with a few swipes. It looked like he was choosing the best place to strike. Lin Xiaotian was sweating profusely again. Alright, let's strike here. Chen Jingyu brought the knife close to Lin Xiaotian's neck, swiping back and forth. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth. After all, he was the leader of 100 people, he couldn't just back down like this. He immediately made a bold statement. Kid, you better aim carefully. If I don't die from this strike, you're as good as dead. He was all in now. Chen Jingyu nodded, I know. Then he added, after this strike, I'll surrender and admit defeat, you'll win this round. Lin Xiaotian? Sigma. Wait a second, sister, he's cheating. Sister, help me. Lin Xiaotian completely lost his composure. He wanted to run, but he didn't dare move out of the circle. If he stepped out, it would be a foul, and that would be disastrous. Ready? I'm striking. Chen Jingyu teased him again. Sigma. Calm down, big brother, don't strike yet. Lin Xiaotian almost kneeled before him. This kid was so devious. They had already won one round. If he struck now and then admitted defeat, it would be tied, 1-1, putting them right back at the starting line. But that would be disastrous for him. At this point, he completely believed Chen Jingyu's words. This crafty trickster, no wonder he agreed so quickly. He was waiting for me here. Truly despicable and shameful. Seeing the other's trembling legs and dripping sweat, Chen Jingyu smiled. He knew his psychological trick had worked. What Lin Xiaotian didn't know was that Chen Jingyu couldn't afford to lose this round. The mission system had assigned him the task of winning all 3 rounds. If he lost even one round, winning the series wouldn't matter. The others on the Blue Sky team had won, but if he lost, it would be on him. The consequences of losing were too heavy for him to bear. Lin Xiaotian had no idea about this and firmly believed that Chen Jingyu was telling the truth. He immediately started pleading with Little Sunflower's sister, "Sister, he's cheating, he's being dishonest." He then cried and explained Chen Jingyu's plan to Little Sunflower's sister. Little Sunflower's sister listened but didn't react much. This isn't cheating. Surrendering is his right. You can also surrender. Ha! This. Lin Xiaotian was completely out of options. If they surrendered, they would lose completely. Little Sunflower sister, do you know what the punishment is if we lose? Also, do we still have to play the 3rd round? Of course, we still play, even if you lose, you still have to finish all 3 rounds. Little Sunflower sister said seriously, as for the punishment for losing, it depends on whether you lose 2 rounds or if it's a complete defeat in all 3. If it's a total defeat, the punishment will be much more severe. The pressure completely shifted to Lin Xiaotian. Surrender or not? He somewhat regretted letting Chen Jingyu go first. Well, I have a suggestion, how about if I go first instead? Lin Xiaotian looked nervously at Sister Little Sunflower. Sister Little Sunflower immediately changed her expression, changing back and forth, "Are you playing with me?" "Ha?" Sister Little Sunflower bent down, her eyes filled with intense killing intent as she asked. Chapter 167. Sister Little Sunflower's killing intent was strong. After Lin Xiaotian finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. If he angered Sister Little Sunflower, he would truly be in trouble. Not only would he lose the match, but he would also have to face Sister Little Sunflower's wrath. Lin Xiaotian quickly apologized. "I am sorry, it was my fault, sister, please forgive me." He bowed 90 degrees, his attitude proper, his expression sincere. Not to mention Sister Little Sunflower, even Chen Jingyu wanted to forgive him. This guy is not simple, he can bend and stretch, he has some substance, Chen Jingyu thought to himself. As expected, the person Lu's family sent to lead the team into the dungeon was much better than those squad leaders in Central Park last time. "Alright, I forgive you," Sister Little Sunflower said, losing her anger with disinterest. "So, do you admit defeat?" She looked at Lin Xiaotian. Chen Jingyu also looked at him, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiaotian's choice. If it were him standing in Lin Xiaotian's position, he wouldn't know how to choose. If he didn't admit defeat, he would get hit for nothing. If he did admit defeat, it would be a direct 2-0, and he would completely lose all hopes of victory. Lin Xiaotian fell silent. "Please allow me to discuss this." Sister Little Sunflower consented. "Thank you." Lin Xiaotian walked back and discussed with a few loyal subordinates. In less than a minute, he returned. "We admit defeat," Lin Xiaotian said expressionlessly. He cut off his own wrist. Chen Jingyu admired his courage a bit. He knew the rules in these big families. If Lin Xiaotian failed this dungeon trip, even if he returned alive, the punishment awaiting him would be far worse than just a hit. Well then, congratulations to the Blue Sky team, now leading 2-0, Sister Little Sunflower looked somewhat disappointed. It was as if she had missed an exciting match. She looked a bit let down. Chen Jingyu smiled at Lin Xiaotian in front of him, then walked back. "Didn't expect it, he's quite bold," Li Jiwei looked at him, saying casually. "If he agreed to fight you, would you really dare to make a move?" Li Jiwei asked again. Chen Jingyu smiled faintly, "There's no benefit in that, only a fool would fight him." "Hoof." Li Jiwei immediately showed disdain, "There are 3 beautiful ladies here, can't you be more manly?" 3 big beauties, that's true, but Chen Jingyu seemed unconcerned, jokingly said, "None of them belong to me, even Hai Hai hasn't got a partner, do I really need to try so hard?" Li Jiwei rolled her eyes, pushing Yuan forward, "Here you go, take it if you want." "You're annoying, if you wanna go, go yourself." Yuan turned and punched Li Jiwei, then hid behind. Without giving everyone much rest, Sister Little Sunflower returned to the center stage. She looked at the 2 teams below and said, "Now, we will proceed to the 3rd match, which is also the final match of this round of the series. Please listen carefully to the game rules." Everyone's expressions tightened. The final match was finally about to start. To say who was the most nervous, it was undoubtedly Chen Jingyu. He had another task at hand. Next were the people from Baiyun team. If they lost 3 matches in a row, Sister Little Sunflower had said the punishment would be even harsher. As everyone waited eagerly, Sister Little Sunflower smiled again and spoke. In the third game, I named it Little Rabbit Run. As the name suggests, everyone has to turn into cute little rabbits. However, there will be a few little dogs chasing everyone, so everyone must run fast. Brave little bunny, don't be afraid of difficulties. Sister Sunflower smiled encouragingly at everyone. Everyone, keep it up, I believe in you. The little bunny runs fast? A few little dogs? Everyone was a bit confused. Is this game a bit too childish? Li Yang whispered. Fan Xie also looked somewhat speechless. I'm not running. If a dog really comes, I'll just kick it away. The ocean balls rolled around again from all directions. The circle where the two teams stood was quickly filled with a large number of ocean balls. These ocean balls undoubtedly made movement very inconvenient for everyone. Alright, sister will disappear for a while and watch your performance from the back. The game is about to start, little dogs, move out. Before I announce the end of the game, whichever team has the least bunnies caught by the little dogs will win. Alright, I wish everyone a happy game. Sister Sunflower finished speaking with excitement, then spun in place. Her large body suddenly lifted into the air, floating up to the 5th floor, and finally vanished without a sound. Wow, even Newton's coffin board couldn't handle this. How did she fly up? Fan Xie looked up, wanting to find out. Sounds of movement came from all directions. It seemed the little dogs had moved out. Everyone did not move. Including those in the White Cloud team, everyone wanted to see what kind of dogs they really were. Ordinary people might fear dogs. Like Yuan, for example. But most people, especially the elite fighters of the Lu family, wouldn't even blink unless the Tibetan Mastiffs were involved. Perhaps feeling embarrassed about their earlier cowardice, Lin Xiaotian looked towards Chen Jingyu and the others, sneering again and again. Sister Sunflower was gone. It seemed like it was time to take action. Let's settle old and new accounts together. The sounds from all directions grew louder, and one could faintly hear barking. Lin Xiaotian directly led his men over. Countless guns were raised, aiming forward. Kid, next, I really want to see how fast you can run as a bunny. He had a confident and triumphant expression. Just a friendly reminder, while avoiding the little dogs, don't forget that a group of hunters is waiting for you. Chen Jingyu said nothing. He just stared ahead in a daze. Yuan, Li Jihui, Li Yang, and Fan Xie also looked shocked. Xin Sheng was a bit better, but her face grew colder. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaotian was very pleased. Ha, now you know fear, right? Were you just showing off? So what if you won 2 rounds? You might win, but I'll see if you have the life to claim your rewards. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian seemed to truly transform into a hunter, quietly enjoying the moment of the hunt. Meow. The gray cat jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. What an annoying aura. Actually, there was no need to consider the aura. Just seeing their appearance, Chen Jingyu and the others were dumbfounded. Hunting dogs sprinted. Behind the White Cloud team, a few dogs, drooling and exuding a dangerous aura, were pouncing forward. Is this what she meant by little dogs? Sharp teeth, pointy ears, dark red skin. Most importantly was the highly recognizable 3 heads. Chapter 168. The legendary 3-headed hellhound. This was the only thought in Chen Jingyu's mind. It could not be said to be identical, but it was indistinguishable. The few fierce dogs running towards them were not very big, but compared to ordinary dogs, they were still much larger. About the size of a small pony. They let out low growls and ran wildly. The ocean balls flew everywhere as they were knocked around, not at all hindering their speed. Lin Xiaotian had no idea, thinking a few little dogs had come. However, the players behind the White Cloud team had all seen it. Report, Captain, the dogs are coming. Someone was using a communication headset to report the situation. They wanted to run, but without the captain's orders, no one dared to move. Lin Xiaotian looked down on them, raising his eyebrow and saying, "What's there to be afraid of with just a few little dogs? Capture those people for me first, I want to torture them slowly." You like wielding knives, huh? Just wait until I cut you into 81 pieces, then let's see if you still dare. Captain, it's 77 pieces. Someone reminded quietly. Who needs your input? Lin Xiaotian glared and said, I want to cut you into 81 pieces. You country bumpkin, who are you to tell me? The teammate who was scolded immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Stop talking nonsense, start moving. Lin Xiaotian impatiently glared. Then in front of him, Chen Jingyu and the others had already started to run. Lin Xiaotian let out a cold smile. Run? Good. I love watching the game of cat and mouse. You catch those few men, and the women are mine, he he he. With that, he prepared to chase after them. There were too many ocean balls, blocking everyone's speed of progress. It was almost like walking in water, it was impossible to run, only able to move step by step. Roar! Just as Lin Xiaotian stepped forward to pounce on Li Jiwei and Yuan Yuan, a giant roar came from behind. The roar shook the sky and was deafening. What's going on? Lin Xiaotian froze. He turned around in a daze. Instantly, he was so scared he felt like his organs were going to explode. What the hell? Several hellhounds had already pounced into the crowd of the Baiyun team, and each hellhound's 3 heads began to bite wildly. In an instant, countless Baiyun team members were thrown out. The biting power of those hellhounds was incredibly strong. With just a small bite, they could tear off a large chunk of flesh, and even throw people several meters away. Run! Lin Xiaotian yelled in fear. What a terrifying sight, it was almost like a wolf entering a sheepfold. Lin Xiaotian suddenly stepped into empty space and rolled into the ocean balls. Around him, countless people were frantically fleeing, no one cared about his fall. A size 43 shoe directly stamped on his face. What the hell, beep beep beep. Lin Xiaotian immediately began a long string of angry curses. But in the thronging crowd, who could hear his shouts? Then another size 42 shoe slapped against his face. Size 43. Size 44. Size 39. In just a few seconds, Lin Xiaotian felt more than 10 different shoe sizes hitting his face with different feelings. The crowd scattered. Chen Jingyu and the others ran earlier and quickly escaped danger. As it is said, when meeting fierce beasts, you don't need to outrun the beast, just your companions. Clearly, the Baiyun team members had become those adorable companions at that moment. A few of them gasped and stopped to look back. The place they just were had turned into a mess. Running in over a meter-high sea of balls was extremely exhausting. I can't do it anymore, I can't run. Yuan bent over, panting. Li Jiwei was not doing any better. However, Sen Chang was even in better shape than the 3 boys, her face not flushed, her heart not racing, as if nothing had happened. Beauty, how about I carry you? Fan Xie said, flattering as he reached Li Jiwei and Yuan's side. Carry me? Forget it, with your little body, I'm afraid you'll pull a muscle. Li Jiwei waved her hand, fanning herself. What the hell, is she this flexible? Fan Xie stared at her, a look of wanting to explore. Everyone. What are you talking about? Why do I feel something is off? Li Yang said with a confused face, is it you guys who are off, or is it me who is off? You're still young, you don't understand. Fan Xie patted his shoulder, it's actually very simple. The force of action is mutual, bouncing back and forth, wouldn't that just twist the waist? But don't worry, sister, my waist is fine, I drink kidney tonic all year round, Fan Xie said with a smiling face to please her. But? Yuan was a bit confused, isn't it those who have bad kidneys that drink kidney tonic? Fan Xie's smile became awkward. Whoosh! A stray bullet flew by. A prompt suddenly appeared in the crystal lens. However, this prompt was of no help, as Chen Jingyu's current reaction was not fast enough to dodge the bullet. A large group of Cloud team members rushed over. Some were already shooting at them. These beasts, they can't even take care of themselves, yet they still have time to ambush us. Chen Jingyu expressed indignation. Their people were being chased by the hellhounds. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think of attacking the hellhounds first to escape danger. But this group went against the tide. If I'm not having a good time, you can't run either. Sun Xing frowned, you all go first, I'll take them down. Meow the gray cat jumped down, those vicious dogs are not easy to deal with. Do you look down on me? Sun Sheng looked at the gray cat. Meow, I'm just speaking the truth, the gray cat said unhurriedly. As a non-human creature in the game, Chen Jingyu believed the gray cat's words were quite credible. The crystal lens quickly locked onto a hellhound that was charging, and it happened to pounce on a player. Monster name, Hellhound. Type, Demon Series. Level, LV-15. Description, a common demon dog, born to hunt and kill, highly powerful in battle. LV-15, a level higher than Sun Sheng. Although Sun Qing had player attributes that might make her stronger than monsters of the same level, facing a hellhound while trying to take down other players was still quite a dangerous task. Thus, Chen Jingyu made a quick decision, forget them, we withdraw first. As long as we aren't hurt, it's fine. This was not the time to take action. There was nothing to be gained from it. The others agreed, and Sun Qing had to give in. The group continued to move forward in the ball pit. After the others left, Chen Jingyu glanced back, then turned to leave. However, at that moment, the crystal lens suddenly shone brightly. Crack! A thunderclap rang out of nowhere. Chapter 169. Hearing the sound of thunder in the game, this was Chen Jingyu's first time. Moreover, this was in the shopping mall. In an instant, Chen Jingyu thought of many things. Could it be a spell skill from the mystic mage? Chen Jingyu was stunned. He had never seen a mystic mage with such a skill that summoned thunder out of thin air. Warning! 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 Danger source, above. Hit probability 75%. Survival rate after hit 24%. Urgent prompts kept coming from the crystal lens. Just as he thought this, everything from start to finish happened in less than a second. The crisis was so urgent that Chen Jingyu couldn't think too much. With such a low survival rate, Chen Jingyu did not want to be struck by lightning. The only advantage now was the balls all over the ground. These were all plastic and insulated. Without hesitation, Chen Jingyu dove directly into a ball pit over a meter high. As soon as he touched the ground, Chen Jingyu suddenly remembered something. He quickly filled his hands with balls while standing on his tiptoes, lifting his body off the ground without any contact. Almost simultaneously, the thunder crashed above again. The stray electric wires immediately spread out in the ball pit. The layer of balls that first made contact with the lightning all exploded. Chen Jingyu's hair stood on end due to the electric current. After the thunder exploded, Chen Jingyu suddenly slumped to the ground. A buzzing sound kept ringing in his ears. This might be the closest he had ever been to death. Jingyu, what's wrong? The few people running in front immediately turned back. The thunder just now truly stunned everyone. Li Yang and Fan Xie hurriedly dug Chen Jingyu out from the pile of ocean balls and found that he was still open-eyed, looking unharmed, and they finally felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened. He's just got a new hairstyle, Fan Xie said, still a bit shaken. In Chen Jingyu's ears, there was a constant ringing, and he couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He just kept blinking, as if to say he was fine. Everyone looked at him nervously, completely ignoring the dangerous situation behind them. Sun Xing didn't come closer. Instead, she looked up at the roof of the mall, frowning, as if deep in thought. In some mysterious place, there was a darkness. Only two voices were talking. What a pity, didn't strike him dead. Aren't you afraid of the boss's punishment for doing this? Is it worth it? Hee, who cares? The Hellhound had already pounced. Some fast members of the Baiyun team were also about to catch up with them. Without saying a word, Li Yang directly carried Chen Jingyu on his back. Fan Xie cleared the path in front of him, pushing away the ocean balls. With their cooperation, they moved quite quickly. But no speed could match those Hellhounds. One Hellhound, after taking down a Baiyun team teammate, instantly locked onto the 6-member small team as its new target. Roar! 3 heads let out a furious roar, saliva spilling everywhere. You guys go ahead. Sun Sheng darted back, ready to face this Hellhound alone. She had long had the idea of competing with them. Be careful! Li Yang shouted before pushing ahead with all his strength. Green light bloomed. Yuan activated her skill to create an external injury healing potion and threw it to Sun Cheng. Sister, you take care. Sun Cheng caught the potion, paused for a moment, then smiled slightly, saying, thank you. She stored the potion in her storage space. The Hellhound had already pounced. Sun Cheng extended her hand, and golden gloves appeared on her hands. Facing the high-leaping Hellhound, Sun Cheng didn't dodge or hide. Instead, she threw a punch and chose to clash head-on. Bang! The punch, with the golden gloves, slammed directly into one of the Hellhound's heads. The scene seemed to freeze for a second. It felt as if the air itself was shocked by that punch. 1 second later, the Hellhound's entire body was sent flying. It actually triggered the heavy strike effect. I originally wanted to deal with you all with my normal strength, Sun Qing said, seeming a little dissatisfied since her teammates' gloves had activated the special effect. It didn't allow her to exhibit her true power. Feeling a bit like winning unfairly. Having dealt with the threat, Sun Qing looked at the rest of the Hellhounds and ultimately suppressed her desire for a showdown, turning around to reunite with the main group. During the chase, Sun Qing suddenly smiled. Even she felt a bit strange, her smile became even brighter. When did I become so focused on the team? Since her memories began, she had always been a loner. Later, being imprisoned by the Zombie King, she lost her freedom and became the mother of zombies, which made her even more reclusive. She hadn't even realized that her character had undergone subtle changes at some point. The group of 6 turned a corner, momentarily feeling safer. Li Yang laid Chen Jingyu on the ground. How are you? Chen Jingyu shook his dazed head and finally spoke. I'm alright, just a bit of a headache from the shock. That's good. Yuan sighed in relief. Sun Sheng, catching up, glanced slightly and stood guard at the back. What happened just now? Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu shook his head. Who knows, a thunderclap suddenly came down. If I had reacted half a second slower, I guess you guys would already be waiting to eat. Ba, don't say unlucky things. Yuan Yuan hurriedly said, "Hurry up, spit a few times." In her hometown, there was an ancient saying that if you accidentally said something unlucky, you must spit a few times to counteract the disaster. Chen Jingyu himself didn't believe in this. But looking at his companion's eager and caring gaze, he simply turned his head and spat a few times. "Damn, you spat all over me." Fan Xie immediately started cursing. His face was filled with disgust. "What the hell, you're actually disgusted by me?" Chen Jingyu was still in the mood to joke. "How come you weren't disgusted when you snatched half of my instant noodles back then?" Li Jiwei rolled her eyes. "You two are really disgusting." Yuan Yuan suddenly turned red, not knowing what she thought of. Fortunately, no one else noticed. "What should we do next?" Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu tidied his hairstyle, looking at the movement not far away. That slender figure was blocking the danger between them. For some reason, every time he saw Sun Qing, Chen Jingyu always felt an inexplicable sense of security. Maybe her talent is quite powerful. The children won't go hungry. Chapter 170. Chen Jingyu had already become the backbone of this group. Everyone was used to listening to his tactical arrangements. Although the current situation was chaotic, they had at least outpaced members of the Baiyun team, so they were not in too much danger for now. In just that short amount of time, the members of the Baiyun team had reduced from over 70 to more than 40. Almost halved again. Lin Xiaotian was trampled and disoriented, finally managing to stand up. Those hellhounds had already rushed to the front. After falling behind, he actually became incredibly safe. In the communication headset, screams kept coming in waves. During this loss of command, the Baiyun team was completely thrown into chaos. Chen Jingyu was right about his assessment. Lin Xiaotian was indeed stronger than the group in Central Park. At least in terms of adapting to the situation, he was far ahead. "Everyone, listen up, lie down immediately. No one is allowed to get up without my command. Reload your guns, be ready to attack at any time." Lin Xiaotian issued 3 commands in quick succession. At the same time, he himself closely followed a hellhound that had fallen behind. His footsteps were very light, his feet hardly lifted, almost dragging along the ground as he moved forward. The sounds ahead were loud, drowning out any noise he made. But in an instant, all members of the Baiyun team lay down on the ground, completely disappearing into the ocean of balls. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The hellhounds were not gentle either, they continued to bite anything living they could see. However, after a few seconds, almost all of the hellhounds stopped moving and began to lift their heads, looking around. Lin Xiaotian crouched down, half squatting in the ocean of balls, leaving only a pair of eyes visible as he observed movements ahead, remaining very concealed. "It seems I guessed correctly, these dog-like creatures enjoy chasing and hunting." To think of this in such a short time also made one admire Lin Xiaotian's cleverness. Once everyone lay down, the hellhounds lost interest in fighting. They almost all focused their attention on the 6 people around the corner ahead. Chen Jingyu also discovered this situation immediately. It was hard not to notice. Because the surroundings suddenly became too quiet, eerily quiet. After a brief standoff, the hellhounds began to charge. Roaring and howling, they pounced towards Chen Jingyu and the others. "Get moving!" Chen Jingyu glanced at the time. More than an hour had passed since the start of the instance. He also didn't know how this third round of the game competition. How long does the duration actually last? Logically speaking, the White Cloud team has suffered so many casualties, while our Blue Sky team is completely unharmed, so they must have won. But there is one point, they cannot be completely wiped out. After all, a team that is completely wiped out, even if they win in terms of points, it is all for nothing. This is considered from the game mechanism perspective. If we consider from the reality perspective, they cannot afford to lose even one person. 4 hellhounds charged forward. Among them, one hellhound, the leftmost head hung limply to the side, looking a bit unwell. Sun Shang let everyone go ahead a step while she stayed at the back. She glanced at the hellhound's hunting speed and frowned, saying, "We can't outrun them, we might as well fight." Chen Jingyu actually wanted to delay time. If they could buy enough time until the end of the game, they would naturally win the match. If they rashly engaged with the hellhounds, it would instead give the White Cloud team the opportunity to take advantage. But looking at their current speed, they indeed can't outrun the hellhounds. Especially Yuan Yuan and Li Jiwei. Their levels were already low, and their physical abilities were not particularly outstanding. In other respects, they were a bit too outstanding. Chen Jingyu immediately stood firm and turned around in one breath. "Brothers, formation." They had discussed formations before, so when Chen Jingyu commanded, everyone quickly took their positions. Sun Shang and Li Yang stood at the forefront, one wearing golden gauntlets and the other carrying a black iron greatsword. Chen Jingyu stood behind the 2 of them. Behind him was Fan Xie, with Li Jiwei and Yuan Yuan standing behind her. Green light burst forth as Yuan created another low-level external injury healing potion, throwing it to the front Li Yang. Li Jiwei was a gunsmith, but currently lacked weapons and skills, so she had almost no combat power. The two hellhounds at the front had already arrived. Sun Sheng stepped forward, raising her arm and throwing a punch. It was a complete hard clash. She had already felt the strength of the hellhounds, so she wasn't afraid. Meow. A gray light flashed by. Just as Li Yang was about to face another hellhound, the gray cat had already launched its preliminary attack, its sharp little claws swiping right in front of that hellhound's eyes. Cats and dogs are natural enemies. It seemed that they were born to not get along. The gray cat wouldn't hold back this time. Regular cats aren't afraid of dogs, so they don't shy away from fighting them. In fact, it's just that they can't win. If they could, would you see them back down? Roar. With its eyes injured, the hellhound let out an angry roar. The other two heads suddenly snapped at the air. Whoosh! A sharp arrow followed closely behind. With a sound that pierced the air, it struck hard into another head. A whoa! The hellhound let out a mournful cry, and its last head viciously lunged at the gray cat. In midair, it seemed there was no way to dodge. However, the gray cat's agile form once again showcased its advantage. It twisted strangely in midair, flipping over in a circle, just barely avoiding the hellhound's sharp fangs. Puff! Li Yang finally arrived, raising the black iron greatsword high, changing from a cleave to a stab, and brutally thrusting it into the hellhound's chest. The two humans and one cat worked together, unexpectedly taking down a hellhound in an instant. Li Yang gasped for breath, unable to believe what had just happened. Though the process was quick, it was filled with danger. If any step of their coordination had been slower, they would have suffered casualties. Said and done, it was but a bit more than a second. As the three of them eliminated one hellhound, Sun Qing's fist had just struck one of the hellhound's heads. However, this hellish three-headed dog was not as foolish as the previous one. Its reactions were much quicker. It directly opened its huge mouth, drooling with sharp teeth, and bit down on Sun Qing's fist. Boom! A powerful clash. Sun Sheng's unyielding punch directly went into the hellish three-headed dog's mouth. Crack! With a crisp sound of a bone breaking. The head of the hellish three-headed dog, which had opened its mouth wide, was directly pierced through. A fierce pain rushed into the other two heads. In an instant, they went mad and lunged at Sun Sheng to bite her. Chapter 171. Sun Sheng's punch had pierced through one head of the hellish three-headed dog. But problems immediately followed. Her fist was stuck in the mouth of the hellish three-headed dog. Just as the other two heads came biting towards her, she tried to pull her hand back but got stuck. Sun Qing frowned and decisively gave up on withdrawing her fist, while swinging her left fist in a sweeping motion. Boom! The sweeping fist struck the outermost head. The head of the hellish three-headed dog shook violently, its tongue even sticking out. Its two eyes instantly glazed over as if losing focus. This punch was simply too violent. But at that moment, the middle head of the hellish three-headed dog had already lunged at her. Its target was aimed directly at Sun Sheng's head. Be careful! Li Yang cried out urgently from the side, wanting to rush over to help, but it was too late. He simply couldn't be that fast. However, there was a man faster than him. The fastest man, in that moment, flashed and appeared in the front lines. A crystal light sword glowing with a dazzling orange sparkled in his hand. Put! The crystal light sword infused with burning power directly plunged into the mouth of the middle head of the hellish three-headed dog. A roasted scent wafted out immediately. The gray cat sniffed its nose, then stretched lazily and jumped back onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. With both hands exerting force, Sun Qing finally pulled out her fist. The two hellish three-headed dogs that were slightly behind suddenly stopped. Especially the one that had previously been smashed flat by Sun Qing, now let out low growls, as if feeling a bit intimidated. After it stopped, the nearby one naturally stopped as well. The two hellish three-headed dogs were now both hunched over, heads lowered, slowly backing away. At the same time, they kept emitting low growls. Oh? There's actually some gear dropped? Li Yang suddenly made a discovery. Near the corpse of the hellish three-headed dog in front of him, unexpectedly, there was a piece of gear. Due to the ball pit being too crowded, he hadn't noticed it at first. What gear? Fan Xie, standing behind, quickly asked. Li Yang bent down to pick it up. It was a highly technological firearm, studded with shining energy blocks. Ah, what a pity. Fan Xie began to say but immediately fell silent, then excitedly said, "Wow, this is amazing, Wei Wei, you have a weapon now, I'm so happy for you." Li Jiwei rolled her eyes. You're happy? I believe you, a ghost? Hee hee. Fan Xie chuckled awkwardly, took 2 steps forward, snatched the weapon from Li Yang's hand, and quickly walked to the back, handing it to Li Jiwei. Although she currently had no skills, every weapon of a gunsmith was exclusively for that profession, and others couldn't use them. Moreover, the gunsmith profession inherently had a high output characteristic. After all, the existence of weapon technology attributes was a great boost. Li Yang's shout about the gear immediately drew the attention of the members of the White Cloud team. They quickly reported it to Lin Xiaotian in the back. Currently, there were still 3 hellish 3-headed dogs on the scene. 2 were on Chen Jingyu's side, and 1 was remaining a short distance in front of Lin Xiaotian. Upon hearing the report in the communication earpiece, Lin Xiaotian's heart stirred. We need to find a way to deal with this isolated one. He knew that speed was essential. This isolated one. For some unknown reason, they didn't rush to join the other hellhound, nor did they search for others to attack, remaining still for the moment. All teams, listen to my command. Lin Xiaotian didn't waste any words and directly issued the order. As he spoke, the 6 ears of the hellhound twitched at the same time. The furthest left head turned slightly to look back. The direction was exactly where Lin Xiaotian was hiding. Target, hellhound, 3 o'clock direction. Lin Xiaotian quickly said, then stood up and shouted loudly, attack. At the moment he stood up, the hellhound immediately turned around, 6 eyes glowing red, growling, and lunged towards Lin Xiaotian. Almost simultaneously, dozens of people suddenly emerged from the surrounding ocean balls. Da-did-day. The firearms in their hands opened fire fully, all targeting the hellhound. In an instant, countless ocean balls exploded. The hellhound, at the center of the attack, was hit and darted around chaotically. Instantly, numerous holes appeared on its body. But despite that, it still lunged into the crowd. The 3 heads struggled to bite. The pain in its body completely ignited its ferocity. In a moment, 3 people were torn apart. Roar! After an unwilling roar, the hellhound fell to the ground. Lin Xiaotian wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, almost turned into a beehive and still could hurt people. Lin Xiaotian was relieved that it was only 1 hellhound. If there had been more, they probably wouldn't have easily completed the kill. As soon as the hellhound fell, Lin Xiaotian quickly stepped forward. He carefully searched the hellhound's corpse. Damn it! After finding nothing, Lin Xiaotian cursed directly. Taking risks and losing 3 teammates, and still got nothing from killing 1 hellhound, what terrible luck! For now, the crisis on their side was temporarily lifted. Everyone, gather up! Lin Xiaotian commanded with a grim expression. All the team members crawled out from the ocean balls, jogging to gather in front of Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian glanced at the corner ahead, where 2 hellhounds rushed towards Chen Jingyu and the others again. He knew that based on the previous battle, these 2 hellhounds shouldn't be a match for Chen Jingyu and the others. They would probably be dealt with quickly. Therefore, even if he rushed over to disrupt now, it would be too late. The distance between the 2 sides was more than 20 meters. If it were on flat ground, he could reach them instantly. But now, in this more than 1 meter high pile of ocean balls, it would take at least 10 seconds or more. Form a line, report numbers. Lin Xiaotian looked at his teammates coldly as they lined up. The casualties this time were indeed too high. This was just the first level of the dungeon, and so many people had already been lost. 1, 2, 3. 36. After counting, there were only 36 left. They had lost a full 2/3. Lin Xiaotian's expression darkened further. He knew that if this dungeon trip didn't yield a shocking harvest, he would be finished. Let's go! He looked ahead and saw that the 2 hellhounds had indeed been dealt with. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but be astonished. The combat power of these 6 people is really a bit excessively strong. What he didn't know was that Sun Chang was a special combat expert. She could take down a hellhound all by herself. Chapter 172. The hellhounds had been cleared. Chen Jingyu and the others had not gained any equipment either. It seemed the drop rate was indeed very low. Sister Little Sunflower had not appeared yet. Seeing Lin Xiaotian and the others approaching, Chen Jingyu had no intention of hiding anymore, but waited quietly for their arrival. Be careful, they have guns. If they suddenly act, we will suffer. Li Yan quietly reminded. Chen Jingyu nodded. He knew Li Yan was speaking the truth, he had thought of that too. So he had been observing the opponent's movements. The terrain was good, they were right around the corner. If the other side suddenly attacked, they had places to hide. They watched quietly until Lin Xiaotian and others came closer, and the opponent still did not act. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. This opponent seemed to be a person of principle? So, the boss hasn't arrived yet. How do you want to play? Chen Jingyu said to Lin Xiaotian with a smile. He knew that the other side not acting was just temporary. From his understanding of the Lu family, these people wouldn't just give up like that. Although this dungeon was not a player versus player (PvP) dungeon, the Liu family wouldn't cooperate with him to clear the dungeon. These guys were clearly selfish opportunists. They wouldn't care about the lives of others. As long as they could gain the most benefits, all the pawns could be sacrificed. Facing Chen Jingyu's calm smile, Lin Xiaotian felt a surge of disgust from deep within. This disgust was more due to jealousy and resentment. Lin Xiaotian had thought about it. If he exchanged positions with Chen Jingyu, he wouldn't be able to do it. They were too far apart. So, he was jealous of the other. Thus, he wanted to take him down. A person like him should not be allowed to live and get out. How about that duel we missed earlier? Are you brave enough now? Lin Xiaotian said with a sullen face, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible despite his anger. He seemed confident of victory, as though he didn't take the opponents seriously at all. Chen Jingyu didn't answer immediately but asked with a smile, "Are you a summoner?" Lin Xiaotian was startled. The calm demeanor he had been trying to maintain showed a hint of panic. He blurted out, "How did you know?" As a particularly rare summoner class player, Lin Xiaotian had always felt a natural sense of superiority. But standing in front of Chen Jingyu today, for some reason, he couldn't feel any superiority at all. His class should have been well hidden and never shown. Why did the other party know? Lin Xiaotian couldn't figure it out. "If you want to duel, go ahead." Chen Jingyu continued to smile, "I want to see your summoning skills." "Don't worry, it's purely out of curiosity. If you don't dare to show, it's fine, I won't blame you." "I won't blame you? Blame you?" Lin Xiaotian secretly gripped his fist tightly. This guy was truly shameless. How could you blame me? He was putting on a pretense of great generosity, making himself seem petty instead. Besides, what do you mean if you don't dare? Who am I afraid of? In an instant, Lin Xiaotian imagined a lot. Unknowingly, he had fallen into an unspoken battle of wits with Chen Jingyu, trying to outmatch him with every word. "Humph, open your eyes and watch." Lin Xiaotian suddenly extended his empty right hand, raising it to head level. Suddenly, he closed his palm. A long whip appeared in his hand. Clap. 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 Chen Jingyu clapped his hands. Learned. This move was indeed very showy. Lin Xiaotian snorted coldly, ignoring the other. In his eyes, Chen Jingyu's every movement seemed like a mockery of him. In fact, he didn't know that Chen Jingyu didn't have as much intention as he thought. Chen Jingyu had seen Lin Xiaotian's attributes before and knew his skill was beginner-level beast summoning. But Chen Jingyu was still curious and wanted to see what kind of skill it was. Generally, gamers have this curious mindset. They just want to see what the signature skills of other classes are like, if they're cool or powerful. When Lin Xiaotian took out the summoner's exclusive weapon, the whip, his wrist trembled, and the long whip rushed toward Chen Jingyu's face. "Be careful!" Li Yang shouted from the side, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. Looking at Chen Jingyu, he surprisingly stood still, staring intently at the whip flying toward him. If he got hit, his eyes might as well go blind. Bang! The long whip cracked in the air, just a dozen centimeters from Chen Jingyu's eyes. Yet, in this sudden situation, Chen Jingyu stood completely still, not even blinking his eyes. Lin Xiaotian's face instantly turned ashen. He originally just wanted to scare Chen Jingyu, to see his embarrassed look as he hurriedly dodged. However, unexpectedly, the other side stood motionless. "You've got guts." Lin Xiaotian's face was pale as he activated his skill. His facial muscles had clenched so tightly that they trembled slightly. A beam of light lit up on the ocean ball. Immediately, a small snow leopard appeared on the ocean ball. It looked about the size of an ordinary pet dog, but its fur was even softer and more beautiful. This was an underage snow leopard. It looked quite pretty, but who knows how strong it would be in battle. Hee, is this it? Chen Jingyu sneered with a forced smile. This was to pay back for the sneak attack earlier. Damn it, I was almost scared to death just now. Fortunately, I didn't move. Otherwise, it would have been a huge embarrassment. It wasn't that I didn't want to move, I just didn't know which way to go, so I simply stood still. I didn't expect to accidentally hit the mark, the other side was actually feigning an attack. But the reason I dared to stay put was actually because I noticed some clues. If Lin Xiaotian wanted to make a move, he would have done it long ago, no need for such theatrics. After releasing the skill, instead of receiving gasps and praise, Lin Xiaotian was met with mockery, making his expression even worse. "Humph, don't look down on my summon, dare to compare?" Chen Jingyu chuckled, "Is that really a summon? Watch mine." He also pretended to roll up an imaginary sleeve, then snapped his fingers and shouted loudly, "Cat come." Meow. The gray cat that had just run into the ocean ball quickly bolted out and jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Everyone, especially Chen Jingyu's teammates, who were so embarrassed they could have dug themselves a hole to hide in, Too awkward. At least the other person had a summoner skill, you just brought out a real pet, what kind of show is this? Lin Xiaotian also coldly smiled, stop pretending, I saw your pet cat long ago. It's not a summon at all. Chen Jingyu immediately became indignant, striking a proud pose. Ha, looking down on my little Rongrong? Do you believe it can knock your summoned beast out? Chapter 173. Lin Xiaotian was already filled with jealousy toward Chen Jingyu. Hearing that he actually looked down on his summoned beast, rage instantly filled his heart. What kind of international joke is this? You dare to compare your little cat with my snow leopard? Not only was Lin Xiaotian indignant, but even his summoned beast, the snow leopard, was now in a ready-to-attack stance, its front paws on the ground, poised to pounce, while letting out growls. The gray cat disdainfully glanced at the snow leopard, then strolled back and forth slowly. It completely ignored the snow leopard, which was several times bigger than it. Okay, let's have a bet. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth. His face was filled with fury and impatience. After entering the dungeon, Chen Jingyu had been suppressing him step by step, making him feel stifled the entire time. This is an opportunity. Let's decide victory or defeat in one round. If my summoned beast wins, then throughout this dungeon run, you all must listen to our commands, and all rewards will belong to us. Dare? In an instant, Lin Xiaotian had already thought of the stakes. These 6 people all have good combat power. They can definitely be used to help me deal with the boss ahead. Although this dungeon also has a player versus player setup, it is not completely a PvP dungeon, players can also cooperate to clear it. Even though Lin Xiaotian's team, Baiyun team, lost in the first phase of the competition, it doesn't affect their ultimate clearance of the dungeon. The data shows that not all bosses have the same clearance mechanism as Sister Xiaokue. Sister Xiaokue is considered one of the easier bosses, except for the Hell 3-headed dog, which is very dangerous, the rest are just a bit of fun. Lin Xiaotian knows that if they gamble with everyone's lives, even if they win, the other side might not willingly die. So, it would be better to use the rewards obtained in the dungeon as the stake. If he wins this round, he would turn the tables completely. Then, with rich rewards leaving the dungeon, even if some people die, he can still make a perfect report to the high-ups of the Lu family. Hearing the conditions proposed by the other party, Chen Jingyu smiled slightly and said ambiguously, well, what if you lose? I lose? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaotian laughed heartily, how could I possibly lose? After a few laughs, Lin Xiaotian suddenly became serious and confidently declared, if I lose, you can propose any condition. Ha, that's quite straightforward. Chen Jingyu feigned surprise and asked, can you actually make it happen? Lin Xiaotian snorted softly, and his expression was unmistakable. Alright then. Chen Jingyu's face remained expressionless as he said blandly, I want the formula for the key. Key? Lin Xiaotian was instantly shocked. His eyes filled with confusion. How do you know about the key? He regretted speaking and quickly corrected himself, what nonsense key? I don't know. Chen Jingyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdainful mockery. Although he didn't say a word, the effect was maximized. Lin Xiaotian suddenly felt a burning shame on his face. He had just said that the other party could propose any condition, and now he felt embarrassed himself. But regarding the key matter, he was truly powerless. With his position in the Lu family, he could request some keys, but if he wanted to obtain the core secrets about the key, he was still nowhere near qualified for that level. Forget it. Chen Jingyu shook his head slightly, pretending to sigh, I guess this condition is difficult for you, I didn't consider it properly. Lin Xiaotian felt a spark ignite in his heart upon hearing this. However, he ultimately held back. Even though the other party kept mocking him, he truly could not achieve it. If he continued to dwell on this issue, it would still be him who ended up embarrassed. Lin Xiaotian's face darkened, a heavy feeling stuck in his heart, and he kept his lips tightly sealed without speaking. Chen Jingyu continued to smile and said, how about this, if you lose, how about running a lap around the first floor hall in your birthday suit? Sigma, Lin Xiaotian stepped back at once. He sensed a hint of danger. This guy, he doesn't want equipment or benefits, just wants me to run a lap naked? Damn it, that's a bit abnormal. Winky face, the more Lin Xiaotian thought about it, the more scared he became, and sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. I'm still a captain-level person, managing hundreds of people under me, right? How can I run around naked? What face would I have left? And there are 3 ladies present. Lin Xiaotian instinctively glanced at Sun Cheng, Yuan, and Li Jiwei. All beautiful women. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to do that in front of them? You seem to be scared? Chen Jingyu continued to laugh. This smile instantly triggered Lin Xiaotian's rebellious spirit. What a joke, I'm scared. Lin Xiaotian straightened up immediately, do you think I would lose? He. What a huge joke, haha. Then let's compare. Chen Jingyu said calmly. Compare. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, let's compare. Good, straightforward. Chen Jingyu immediately said, let's make the rules clear, they will fight one-on-one, and no one can interfere. The loser will be the one who surrenders or loses their fighting ability. Okay. Lin Xiaotian had no way to retreat and felt less psychological burden as a result. Just wait to collect your cat's corpse. After saying this, Lin Xiaotian waved his hand and whispered a few words to his subordinates. Immediately, a dozen or 20 people stepped forward, forming a circle and clearing away the ocean balls, creating an open space of 3 to 4 square meters. Let's compare here. Stepping out of the circle counts as a loss. Lin Xiaotian said expressionlessly. In fact, he had already calculated this in his mind. Although the snow leopard was fast, it wasn't necessarily as agile as a cat. So he simply shrank the battlefield area, giving the cat less space to dodge. The gray cat lay on Chen Jingyu's shoulder, and Chen Jingyu slightly turned his head to ask in a low voice, okay? The gray cat lazily replied, you only thought of asking me now, what if I can't beat it? Chen Jingyu chuckled, isn't that because I have confidence in you? Alright. The gray cat stretched lazily, then I'll reluctantly give that little guy a beating. After saying this, it jumped down directly. With its tail held high, the cat walked into the circle with its characteristic graceful steps. Seeing the opponent agree, Lin Xiaotian squinted his eyes and showed a sly smile. He squatted down and patted the snow leopard on the head. Go on, tear it apart. Chapter 174. Chen Jingyu looked at the gray cat's haughty appearance, showing a slight fatherly smile. Such a little thing actually called others a little guy, it really is becoming more like me. At this moment, the snow leopard also entered the arena. With a command from Lin Xiaotian, the wall of people surrounding the area squatted down collectively to allow those on the outside to watch. There's a saying, a mountain can't hold 2 tigers unless one is male and one is female. In this situation, it seemed there was no place for 2 pets in a battle. Although it was unknown whether the snow leopard was male or female, it showed no mercy at all, revealing its sharp teeth and growling as it entered the arena, as if it was ready to pounce and tear the gray cat apart. One can't blame it, after all, it was still a juvenile beast and did not understand anything. Both being feline, the gray cat was undoubtedly a top beauty among its kind. It was clear from the time it transformed into a maid figure, it definitely wasn't ugly. Faced with the snow leopard's provocation, the gray cat elegantly walked around a few times. Just like an adult playing a game with a child. It didn't take the opponents seriously at all. The snow leopard, very serious, became even angrier. It mirrored its owner's attitude perfectly. Roar! With a roar, the snow leopard's body suddenly arched. At the same time, Lin Xiaotian shouted start, sharply. Without giving anyone a moment to prepare, it was completely in sync with the snow leopard's actions. Whoosh! The snow leopard's poised body suddenly sprung forward, pouncing directly at the gray cat in front. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey or a starving wolf closing in. Both eyes glimmered with sharp light, full of killing intent. Meow. Equals carrot smiley faced the gray cat casually meowed. Then, a gray flash zipped out. Skill, lightning flash. In the next moment, the gray cat was already behind the snow leopard. What? So fast? Lin Xiaotian exclaimed from outside the circle. He knew the gray cat was fast, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Damn, is this cat also a summoned beast? But he doesn't look like a summoner. Lin Xiaotian's dark gaze shifted back to Chen Jingyu, if I remember correctly. At that time, when he appeared in the dungeon, this cat was already there, but as a summoned beast, it couldn't exist for a long time. Strictly speaking, summoned beasts are not real pets, although they are physical, they were summoned, which is equivalent to being created out of thin air. After a summoned beast dies, it can still be summoned again next time. Lin Xiaotian himself was a summoner, so he naturally understood these settings very well. At that moment, he was quite certain that the gray cat should not be a summoned beast. But one thing left him really puzzled. If it's a real cat, how can it have such strength? Lin Xiaotian's face grew darker and darker. This kid has too many secrets, he must be guarded against. No wonder he could completely suppress the 3 teams led by Tong Borong in the Central Park dungeon. In Lin Xiaotian's eyes, a strange light shimmered. Although their 3 teams are not as strong as us, they are considered to be of average level among all teams. If they didn't have some skill, they wouldn't be able to wipe them out. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was starting to feel a bit convinced. There was no way, the strength displayed by Chen Jingyu and his group made it impossible not to admire them. Even if it was just a cat, it surprisingly had such strong combat capabilities. Just as the words were said, action followed swiftly. The gray cat darted behind the snow leopard, not launching an attack immediately, but standing still in place. It seemed to be waiting for something. The snow leopard was startled, its white fur standing on end, and it quickly turned around. Upon seeing the gray cat behind it, it was both surprised and happy. It was shocked by the opponent's speed and relieved to have found the opponent's trace, not giving it a chance to launch a sneak attack. But the snow leopard didn't know that it was not that the gray cat didn't have the chance to sneak attack, it simply didn't want to sneak attack at all. Understanding the gray cat, Chen Jingyu naturally knew this and couldn't help but smile. The events that took place in the Death Subway dungeon were still fresh in his memory. The gray cat's mischievous nature had not changed at all. Xiao Rongrong, let's settle this quickly. Chen Jingyu glanced at the ceiling. The little sister sunflower who had disappeared from that side still hadn't appeared. But that didn't mean she wouldn't appear, it was just a matter of time. The hellhounds had all been defeated, so logically, Sister Sunflower should have shown up. Meow. The gray cat meowed, as if responding to Chen Jingyu. There were many people around, and Chen Jingyu had instructed it not to speak casually. A talking cat would probably drive most people crazy. The attitudes of Chen Jingyu and the gray cat once again infuriated Lin Xiaotian and the snow leopard. They were looking down on others too much. It was complete contempt. Roar! The snow leopard let out another roar and then leaped into the air. Its two claws crossed in front, like a pair of scissors, aiming to take down the gray cat in one move. The gray cat also put away its playful thoughts, and with a flash, it once again charged forward. This time, it didn't go around the snow leopard but charged straight at it face to face. A head-on clash. Good, it's asking for death. Lin Xiaotian quietly clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. He knew about the snow leopard's destructive power. With this claw strike, forget about a cat, even a pig could be shredded. The snow leopard was already fast, and with the gray cat's flash, it exceeded what could be seen by the naked eye. The two clashed, almost as fast as lightning. They separated on contact. When people saw them again, they had already crossed each other, standing at the positions where they had been. Both stood back to back, not moving at all. What's happening? Who won? Someone unconsciously asked. I don't know, it was too fast to see clearly. Did they not hit each other at all? The gray cat and the snow leopard. Everything seemed fine, with no signs of injury at all. However, Lin Xiaotian's brows furrowed. He originally thought he could eliminate the gray cat with one strike, completely getting rid of it. But unexpectedly, the opponent seemed completely unharmed. This made Lin Xiaotian's heart sink at once. If the attack did not succeed, it meant the opponent's strength was not simple. Damn it! Lin Xiaotian clenched his fist again. The long whip he had stowed away silently appeared in his hand. He gave a glance to a few nearby team members, signaling them to be ready to attack at any time. Just when the crowd's attention was all on the gray cat and the snow leopard on the field, a few people by Lin Xiaotian's side quietly retreated. Chapter 175. Lin Xiaotian thought his plan was tightly woven, but it had actually been discovered by Li Yan long ago. He had never been at ease with these people from the Lu family. After all, they could trick hundreds of people into a dungeon to send them to die, so they could not be viewed from a human perspective. Describing them as utterly heinous would be an understatement. Therefore, when the battle between the gray cat and the snow leopard began, Li Yang's attention had always been on Lin Xiaotian and the others. Seeing a few people quietly retreat to the back and whispering something with their companions, Li Yang immediately went to Chen Jingyu's back and whispered, "Be careful of their ambush." Chen Jingyu slightly nodded, seeming to be very casual. In fact, he was already aware of some things. The combat within the circle had already stopped, the outcome unknown. However, Chen Jingyu had confidence in the gray cat. After all, it was an intelligent being, once a dungeon boss, how could it possibly fall to a mere summoned beast? Seeing the snow leopard not moving, Lin Xiaotian grew anxious. Snow leopard, attack. As a summoner, he could control the actions of the summoned beasts. But after Lin Xiaotian shouted, the snow leopard did not move. Oh no! A sinister premonition rose from Lin Xiaotian's heart. The next second, the scene abruptly changed. Meow. The gray cat let out a soft cry and slowly turned around. The corners of its mouth curled up, revealing a smile that should only appear on humans. Puff. A faint sound. It was as if a bubble had burst. That altogether snow-white snow leopard unexpectedly shattered entirely. Without any flesh or blood, it just vanished away. A summoned beast was not a real existing animal. It was a false creature formed by a mysterious energy. Shattering meant death. Damn it! Lin Xiaotian instantly exploded in anger. You worthless thing, can't even take down a cat, what use are you to me? The snow leopard could no longer hear its master's curses, but others could. Chen Jingyu slightly shook his head. As the main person in charge of the Lu family's dungeon operation, Lin Xiaotian's weight in his mind had rapidly decreased. This opponent was completely unworthy of being his opponent, not deserving of respect at all. As a summoned beast that should be a close and intimate fighting partner, merely losing a battle, it was scorned this way by its master. Trust is mutual. Respect is also mutual. Only with complete trust, mutual respect, and love for each other could the greatest fighting level be achieved. Just like the gray cat, Chen Jingyu had never viewed it as an animal. After all, the voice change skill that could be learned upon reaching level 10 was indeed very much to look forward to. At the moment Lin Xiaotian finished cursing, someone suddenly rushed over. They seemed to have heard some sort of signal for action, directly surrounding Chen Jingyu and others from behind. Every person held hot weapons, guns of various designs in hand. Little pesky hare, let's see where you can run this time. Lin Xiaotian immediately smiled sinisterly. The few people he had sent out earlier completely cut off Chen Jingyu and the others' escape route. Seeing this, the others quickly drew their weapons, aiming at them. Lin Xiaotian's troubled heart finally found a little relief. Since entering the dungeon, it was the first time he had taken the initiative. His mood was exceptionally good. Kid, do you really like watching people run around in their birthday suits? Come on, now you run for me, I'll seriously consider whether to let you go. He said to Chen Jingyu. His mood was just too good. However, to his surprise, even at this point, he did not see the panicked expression he had been expecting on Chen Jingyu's face. Not only that, Chen Jingyu instead smiled and said, "Brother, you lost, isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" "I'll fulfill your grandma's second aunt's." Lin Xiaotian immediately started cursing, followed by a long string of insults filled with mother references. Tisk tisk. Chen Jingyu shook his head and clicked his tongue. "I really overestimated you before, turns out you're just at this level." It was a blatant mockery. Lin Xiaotian's brows seemed to be able to crush an ant as he stepped forward with a hint of confusion and asked, "I just don't understand, at this moment, where do you have the guts to be arrogant? Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru?" "No." Chen Jingyu shook his head. "Liang Jingru can't give me courage, but she can." He pointed upwards. Lin Xiaotian looked up and nearly cursed out loud. "Damn it." In the sky, a colossal figure floated down. Sister Sunflower finally appeared again. Her skirt fluttered, revealing a pair of incredibly thick thighs, and also a giant pair of pink floral underpants. Too spicy it hurt the eyes. Countless people simultaneously closed their eyes. It felt like they were about to go blind. Just like Lin Xiaotian, the reason he cursed earlier was more to Chen Jingyu. Damn it, what a sin, why do I have to see this? Before long, the unnatural Sister Sunflower finally floated down. Kids, how has the game been so far? Everyone was silent. But Sister Sunflower changed her tone. Who killed my little puppies? It was him. Lin Xiaotian quickly pointed at Chen Jingyu. Really? Sister Sunflower looked at Chen Jingyu. Before Chen Jingyu could speak, Lin Xiaotian hurriedly pointed at him and said, yes, it was all him, we didn't touch a single one. In fact, they had killed one, but how could they admit it at a time like this? In an instant, all the members of the Cloud team raised their hands, pointing at Chen Jingyu. Yes, it was him, we all saw it. Faced with this accusation, Chen Jingyu helplessly spread his hands. He wasn't prepared to deny it. He believed such a thing could not be covered up. After all, this was Sister Sunflower's territory. So it was you. Sister Sunflower walked towards Chen Jingyu. Lin Xiaotian's mood instantly brightened. Take him down, beat him dead. He was already laughing joyfully inside. A few steps later, Sister Sunflower stood in front of Chen Jingyu, suddenly raising her hand. Lin Xiaotian was so excited his heart felt like it was about to leap out. He craned his neck, his eyes wide open, afraid to miss any details. In the next second, what happened left him in shock. Sister Sunflower pulled out a piece of equipment and handed it over. Kid, you're amazing, you actually took down all the puppies. Here's your reward. After speaking, Sister Sunflower turned around and faced Lin Xiaotian and the others. As for you guys, having lost so many people and already lost the third round of the competition, that's not even worth mentioning, yet you didn't take down a single puppy. I'm really disappointed. Sister Sunflower placed her hands on her hips, pouting, looking somewhat angry. I'm going to punish you severely. After Sister Sunflower finished speaking, Lin Xiaotian was completely stunned. Sigma, winky face. What did she just say? Because they couldn't even defeat a hellhound, they were going to be heavily punished? Lin Xiaotian felt deep regret in his heart. Sister, listen to my explanation. We didn't defeat none. We just took down one over there. Lin Xiaotian shouted anxiously. You are not honest. Sister Sunflower put her hands on her hips, her face stern. From the very beginning, I saw that you were not honest, talking this way and that, wanting this and then that. Sister Sunflower squinted her eyes, glaring angrily at Lin Xiaotian. Do you think of me as a fool? Today you must be punished. Lin Xiaotian froze as he listened, completely stunned. Damn it, it's over. Wanted to trick that guy but ended up in the pit himself. Before Lin Xiaotian could speak, Sister Sunflower continued, "You lost 3 rounds in a row, leading to a total defeat, plus your last performance was terrible, so..." Her gaze swept over everyone. None of the members of the White Cloud team dared to move. How to punish you well? Sister Sunflower began to ponder. Oil pot? Not so good. Mountain of knives? Seems a bit unwelcome. How about I personally come out and squeeze them dry? Sister Sunflower's mumbling directly stunned everyone. The members of the White Cloud team stood up straight, dripping with sweat. Finally, one member couldn't take it anymore. He raised his gun and opened fire. Tat tat tat. I can't take it anymore, I'll fight you. Under Sister Sunflower's high pressure, one finally exploded. Countless bullets flew out. Sister Sunflower frowned. She slightly raised her finger. At the moment the bullets flew out of the chamber, a bubble rose from that person's feet, wrapping him completely. Boom! Just like at the start, the bubble burst, and pink smoke slowly drifted out. The person was gone. The rest stood even straighter, not daring to move. Not to mention, Sister Sunflower's ability to kill people is truly unmatched. With the current player's strength, they couldn't possibly compete. On the side, Li Yang murmured, "Fortunately, there aren't hundreds of bosses, otherwise we would all probably be dead." Chen Jingyu smiled noncommittally. It seemed there was not completely no way out. But with Sister Sunflower present, he didn't say anything. It's better not to provoke this big shot. After showing off again, Sister Sunflower had everyone under control. Now even if she held a knife to the necks of the White Cloud team members, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Everyone, don't move!" Lin Xiaotian shouted decisively. Then, slightly flattering, he approached and cautiously asked Sister Sunflower, "May I ask, what is the content of the punishment?" Although Sister Sunflower was angry, Lin Xiaotian didn't see her as a real person. He only regarded her as a common NPC in the game, so he dared to approach and ask openly. But he didn't expect that Sister Sunflower didn't give him a good look. Still daring to ask, "Just accept your punishment." A gust of wind suddenly swirled around Sister Sunflower. As her hands waved, countless ocean balls rose from the ground. In an instant, the entire first floor space was enveloped by ocean balls. Chen Jingyu and the others were also wrapped in ocean balls. In an instant, everyone was blocked from view. Apart from the ocean balls, they could see nothing else. Chen Jingyu suddenly had a bad premonition. This could be an area attack spell. That is to say, they might also be affected. "Everyone gather close, don't scatter." Chen Jingyu hurriedly extended his hands, moving through the ocean balls filling the space, searching for his teammates. With his arms extended, he quickly touched 2 people. Quack, quack. He pinched it twice. The one on the left must be Yuan Yuan, the feeling is so familiar. The one on the right. Oh my, could it be Sun Chang? Slap. Indeed, the right hand was slapped away, and a person leaned in, it was Sunshine. "What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes?" Sun Xing glared at him. The teammates instantly gathered around. Meanwhile, not far away, the ocean balls began to explode. Puff. Puff. With each soft sound, although the noise was small, pink smoke had already spread. "Everyone, be careful, stick close to me." Chen Jingyu brought Yuan Yuan in front of him. Li Yang, Fan Xie, and others also gathered around. 6 people huddled together tightly. Buzz. Another soft sound. Chen Jingyu used the special effect of the protective ring. A light barrier instantly enveloped the 6 of them. However, on the outside, Li Yang and Fan Xie were only covered halfway. There was no way, the space of the barrier was just too small. "What is this?" Everyone was very surprised. Chen Jingyu laughed, "I call it 3 seconds of True Man. Don't worry, it's very stable." Straight face, straight face, straight face, the crowd was speechless. Almost simultaneously, the explosion of the ocean ball seemed to trigger a chain reaction. What started as a small explosion quickly spread out. In just over a second, the entire first floor exploded. The pink smoke completely blocked everyone's vision. Not even the person next to them could be seen. "Oh no!" Fan Xie suddenly let out a terrible scream. "What happened? I got blown up, damn, it hurts so much, I need to turn." Li Yang also said solemnly, "I've been hurt too, but I advise you not to move. Only a fool wouldn't understand." "Oh no!" Fan Xie cried while turning around. 3 seconds passed quickly. The sound of explosions suddenly stopped. The pink air slowly started to fade. Vision gradually became clear. Before seeing the figure of Sister Little Sunflower, they first heard her voice. Congratulations to the Blue Sky Team kids, this is your reward. Several bright beams of light flew towards Chen Jingyu and the others. Everyone reached out to grab them. It was several pieces of equipment. At the same time, the pink smoke completely dissipated. The hall was left in a state of ruin. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission Ocean Ball Adventure. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the mission reward hint card *1. Chen Jingyu also received the notification of task completion from the system. A card appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He didn't look closely and directly tossed it back into the crystal ring. Looking around, Chen Jingyu needed to know immediately the positions and conditions of Lin Xiaotian and the others, to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. Chapter 177. The members of the White Cloud team were lying all over the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. They temporarily hadn't discovered Lin Xiaotian's whereabouts, because at this moment, aside from Chen Jingyu and his team, almost no one was standing. Turning his gaze back to himself, he saw a person next to him, completely blackened, their clothes in tatters. I mean. Chen Jingyu was taken aback. Who are you? Puff. The person exhaled, releasing pink gas. I am Fan Xie. Ah. Everyone was shocked. How did you become like this? I was blown up, cough cough. Fan Xie exhaled again, this time, the pink was a bit lighter. Chen Jingyu hurriedly looked at Li Yang, seeing that half of his body was also injured from the blast. Chen Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this ocean ball explosion wasn't as powerful as that big bubble earlier, otherwise, both of you would probably be turned to ash. After several coughs, Fan Xie finally recovered. He looked at Li Yang, dissatisfied. Why are you only slightly hurt? Li Yang replied with annoyance, I told you not to move, and yet you kept moving around. Did you think this was sunbathing? Getting every part of your body blown up? The others understood what happened. Chen Jingyu immediately gave a thumbs up. Facing Fan Xie, he said, you're the best, your brain is so clear. Just now, Fan Xie had been adjusting his position, so he had been hit from almost every direction. Damn! Fan Xie cursed under his breath, if I had known, I wouldn't have moved. Everyone. At this moment, some of the people who had fallen in front slowly stood up. The situation didn't look good. They swayed and could barely stay upright, their bodies covered in soot from the explosions. Sister Little Sunflower was nowhere to be found. Damn it, this boss doesn't follow the rules, we clearly won, but we still have to take the punishment like them. Fan Xie complained. Chen Jingyu looked down, his brows furrowed. What Fan Xie said was indeed a bit suspicious. He thought to himself, logically speaking, we shouldn't be punished, we clearly defeated the opponent, plus. Chen Jingyu looked at the spot where he had been struck by lightning earlier and then glanced up at the ceiling. The flash of dark lightning that had ambushed him almost cost him his life. It didn't seem like a skill released by Sister Little Sunflower. But if it wasn't her, then who could it be? Chen Jingyu didn't believe anyone among Lu's team could unleash such powerful skills. Among the crowd, Lin Xiaotian stood up unsteadily. His condition was worse than Fan Xie's, he was covered in soot, and even his hair was standing on end from the explosion. Let's go take a look. Chen Jingyu and the others stepped forward. Lin Xiaotian instantly felt a sense of crisis. He patted himself down and secretly exclaimed, oh no. The firearm on his back was blown away, and he had no idea where it went. What do you want to do? Lin Xiaotian swung his arm and pulled out his whip. With a whip crack, a new snow leopard was summoned. Chen Jingyu didn't stop his steps, moving closer and closer. Lin Xiaotian immediately kept retreating. Right now, he was all alone, across from him were 6 people, not to mention a cat. Kid, don't think I'm afraid of you, if you dare to make a move, I'll go down with you. Chen Jingyu replied with a slight smile, don't be nervous, I'm just here to hold you accountable for our bet. Bet? What bet? Lin Xiaotian was still dazed from the explosion, forgetting about the prior wager. Oh, pretending, huh? Chen Jingyu revealed a sly smile, let me tell you, I hate being played. Once you make a promise, it's not so easy to back out. Today, you must run. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang and Fan Xie stepped forward at the same time, blocking Lin Xiaotian's escape route. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, shrinking back. Sun Qing showed no reaction. Only Li Jiwei looked excited, seeming a bit stirred. Winky face. I've only heard of this all my life, but I've never actually seen anyone run before. Hurry up, let me see. After saying that, she took out her phone, aimed, and started recording. Everyone. Lin Xiaotian's face instantly turned dark. Damn it, a soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated. I'll fight you all. Fan Xie stepped forward, oh, still want to resist? Brothers, let's take action ourselves. Lin Xiaotian's face paled again. It looked like they were serious this time. Wait a minute, negotiations. Lin Xiaotian shouted loudly. Negotiations? Sure. Chen Jingyu also stepped closer. Show me your sincerity, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Lin Xiaotian's mind started to race. He indeed had secrets, and quite a few. But he couldn't say them. If he revealed them and the higher-ups of the Lu family found out, not only would he be done for, but his entire family would also suffer. However, looking at his teammates lying on the ground, who seemed to have temporarily lost their combat ability. If the other side really stripped him bare and recorded it, if that got out, how would he survive in the future? This team leader, managing hundreds of people, still had some pride to uphold. The city was just that big, anything that happened in the dungeon. Taking it outside would only lead to magnification. Lin Xiaotian was certain that if he ran away today, he would become a viral sensation by tomorrow. He couldn't afford to lose face. Can we talk for a moment? Lin Xiaotian whispered. He was afraid of being overheard by his teammates. Sure. Chen Jingyu nodded slightly and walked toward the side elevator. Lin Xiaotian took another glance, confirmed that no teammates were watching him, then put away his weapon and followed. Go ahead. Chen Jingyu said calmly, if you can tell me the secret about the key, I might even give you some equipment to take back. Lin Xiaotian's heart stirred. They had already suffered a tragic defeat in this instance, having only just cleared the first stage. Not only did they not obtain any equipment, but also more than half of the team was injured or dead. He had little hope left for the upcoming bosses. You're not lying to me? Lin Xiaotian asked, looking into Chen Jingyu's eyes. Chen Jingyu maintained a faint smile. I've said before, I hate deceivers the most. If what you say is true, I will naturally keep my promise. Lin Xiaotian fell silent. His face was filled with a conflicted expression. Time ticked away, second by second. Some of the members of the Baiyun team had started to recover one by one. Though they did not know what Lin Xiaotian was doing, they knew he was discussing something with Chen Jingyu. After much consideration, Lin Xiaotian seemed to finally make up his mind. Alright, let's make this trade today. Chapter 178. Just as Chen Jingyu had predicted, Lin Xiaotian was a decisive and bold person. Although his actions were not particularly glorious, he still had some substance as a bad guy. He was not the kind of brainless fool. Once he had made up his mind, Lin Xiaotian took out his phone and glanced back once more. The teammates were resting in place, and no one had come over. Still feeling uneasy, he turned slightly, blocked Chen Jingyu with his body, then opened his phone, found a document, and handed it to Chen Jingyu. Lin Xiaotian lowered his voice and said, I don't know how you got into this instance, and I don't want to know. But I have a document here with information on all the instances opening in the area for the next month. How about that, is it substantial enough? After saying this, he looked at Chen Jingyu, wanting to see the shocked expression he expected on the other's face. But after a few seconds, Chen Jingyu's expression remained unfazed. Is that all? Lin Xiaotian, huh? He nearly jumped up. Trying to keep his voice low, he restrained his emotions and said, is that not enough? Do you even understand the value of this stuff? Chen Jingyu's expression stayed light and calm, or else, how do you think I knew there were instances opening here? He retorted. Lin Xiaotian suddenly remembered something. Right, he had just mentioned this before. He thought about how they got in, but didn't consider how they knew there were instances opening. Could it be? Lin Xiaotian chuckled bitterly, looks like I underestimated you. So you also have information about the instance openings. To be honest, Lin Xiaotian was quite surprised. Though he didn't know exactly where this information came from. He knew that this was a top-level secret obtained by the Lu family's higher-ups, spending a lot of manpower and resources to acquire it. Only those at the captain level within the family were allowed access, and the information wasn't even complete. The reason they showed it to them was to prepare them for entering the instances ahead of time. Seeing the other person in silent contemplation, Chen Jingyu spoke up, I need the information about the key. This was the aspect he was most concerned about. It wasn't always lucky enough to snatch the key. Without the key, when entering the instance, one would fall into a particularly passive situation. Lady Luck won't always favor them. Chen Jingyu's conditions were somewhat difficult for Lin Xiaotian. He had the right to use the keys, but he didn't know the details. So Lin Xiaotian said, I can only give you 20 keys. If you ask me about the key-making principle, I also don't know. After saying that, he just looked at the other person. Chen Jingyu also stared back at him. Half a minute later, Chen Jingyu smiled. He believed that Lin Xiaotian was not lying. 40 keys, I'll give you 3 pieces of equipment to go back and report. Chen Jingyu spoke. Why don't you just grab them? Lin Xiaotian said angrily. Chen Jingyu calmly replied, what do you think I'm doing? He looked at the other person. Don't you even want 3 pieces of equipment anymore? Lin Xiaotian was stunned. If the other party really decided to just snatch them, he truly had no way to resist. So he gritted his teeth and said, I only have 10 keys on me, the rest I will give you after we go out. Alright. Chen Jingyu nodded. Lin Xiaotian was suddenly surprised and looked up. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. But Chen Jingyu added another sentence, making him understand that this guy was indeed not easy to deal with. The equipment will also be given to you after we go out, money in exchange for goods. Lin Xiaotian knew he wouldn't be believed. If he were Chen Jingyu, he wouldn't trust him either. He thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. I have enough keys in my car, we can complete the transaction as soon as we leave the instance. Deal. Chen Jingyu nodded. The two made an agreement. Lin Xiaotian suddenly shouted, Kid, you're quite sensible. Hand over the equipment, or I swear I will kill you. After saying that, he stepped back and made faces at Chen Jingyu. Li Yang and the others, unaware, gathered around, looking ready to act. The Lu family members were also startled by Lin Xiaotian's loud voice and turned to look. Chen Jingyu shook his head slightly, signaling to Li Yang and others not to act. Lin Xiaotian was also sweating a bit. He had to act the part completely. If he didn't do this, when he got the equipment later, it would definitely raise suspicions among his subordinates. If someone let the suspicion reach the higher-ups of the Lu family, this small issue would not sit well. Returning to his team, someone immediately surrounded him. Lin Xiaotian did his best to make his performance flawless and said proudly, that group of kids has no need to be scared. I have already handled everything, and they will follow our commands in the upcoming instance. The equipment will also be handed over to us, in exchange, I will lead them through. His teammates stayed silent after hearing this. It sounded normal, but there always seemed to be a slight problem. But where was the problem? No one could grasp the key point. The first floor had already cleared, and the automatic walking elevator began to operate, making a clicking sound. Let's go, we'll head up. Chen Jingyu glanced at Lin Xiaotian and them, leading his people to the second floor first. How could Lin Xiaotian fall behind? He quickly called his teammates, tidied up the battlefield, and rescued all the team members who hadn't been able to act before rushing to the second floor. Chen Jingyu and the others, who arrived first, had already walked around the second floor. The shops on the second floor were quite mixed. There were 2 game arcades, with some video games and claw machines inside. In addition, there were several small food stalls selling spicy hot pot, sushi, and pancakes. For now, there was no instance prompt, and the task system had not released any news. There might still be a few minutes before the second level boss refreshed. Lin Xiaotian and the others were just taking the opportunity to rest. Though he had reached an agreement with Chen Jingyu, it didn't mean that everything would be smooth sailing from now on. Both he and Chen Jingyu were well aware of this. It was just that it hadn't been brought to the surface. I'm a bit hungry. Sun Sheng looked at the spicy hot pot shop behind her, and her mouth watered again. Since entering human society, she had developed a strong interest in this kind of food, cheap but delicious. I'll go see if they have ingredients. Chen Jingyu suddenly remembered and walked into the shop. Sure enough, there were plenty of ingredients. The soup base was also ready to use. Everyone come over, hurry up, I'll treat you to a meal of spicy hot pot. Sun Sheng's eyes instantly lit up, and she smiled for the first time, alright. The group entered the shop one by one. Li Jiwei teased, does he often treat you to 6 yuan spicy hot pot? Sun Sheng didn't understand, but still happily replied, yes, every time we finish eating, I have to help him at home, my hands get sore. Everyone's gaze towards Chen Jingyu immediately changed. Mopping the floor, gotta mop the floor when we get home. Chen Jingyu said helplessly. Chapter 179. The boss on the second floor could come out at any time. Chen Jingyu didn't care about the details anymore, he threw all the visible ingredients into the pot, turned on the heat, and started a chaotic stew. Soon, several bowls of spicy hot pot were served on the table. Li Jiwei took a bowl, after I finish eating, I won't help you, my hands are weak. Chen Jingyu. Li Jiwei smiled and said, washing the dishes, I was talking about washing the dishes. She deliberately imitated Chen Jingyu's tone. Chen Jingyu really couldn't do anything about her. Ding. You have a new task, do you accept it? The Lolita girl appeared again. There was another new task. It seemed like the boss was not far from appearing. Chen Jingyu replied in his heart, accept. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, Arcade Superstar, pending completion, description, transform into an arcade master and win the game. Completion requirement, clear the game, description, I am the king of arcade machines. Time limit, 60 minutes. Completion reward, hint card, description, when you don't know what to choose, maybe you can use a hint card. Failure punishment, be cleared, description, the boss clears you. After seeing the task details, Chen Jingyu immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and said to the group, the boss for this round is related to arcade machines. Have you all played arcade games? Arcade machines, which are special gaming machines placed in public entertainment places, are mostly coin-operated. Before the appearance of internet cafes and computers, arcade halls were almost the favorite places for young people. However, with the development of computers and mobile phones, arcade machines gradually faded. Back when Chen Jingyu was in his hometown, he was a well-known figure in the arcade hall. He was known for playing with just 1 coin for the whole morning. Every time he went to the game hall, the owner would give him 2 coins and kindly persuade him to finish and go home early. If you sold him a 1 yuan coin, he could play all day, and by the end, you wouldn't even have enough electricity bill to pay. The girls shook their heads. Never played. What's an arcade? Does the dance machine count? Chen Jingyu. Li Yang then said, I played it when I was little, but I was just an average player. I'm amazing. Fan Xie said eagerly, when I was a kid, I was an arcade master. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Chen Jingyu said, well, that's something. Finally, we have one helper. What kind of games are you good at? Do you know Dinosaur Quick Fight? Fan Xie said proudly, I can get to the 3rd level with just 1 coin. Chen Jingyu almost wanted to strangle him. You call that an arcade master? Are you comparing yourself to a 3-year-old? Once again, everyone was shocked by Fan Xie's intelligence. The key thing is this guy has a really thick face. But when you think about it, it's normal. Anyone with a thinner face couldn't even get close to Ant Wang. The boss on the 2nd floor still hadn't appeared. But now, Chen Jingyu was starting to worry. Among the 6 people on his side, he was the only one who could be considered an arcade master. Fan Xie could only say he had played before. Gray Cat was even less reliable. On the other hand, there were still more than 20 people with mobility on Lin Xiaotian's side. It's hard to ensure there aren't a few arcade masters among them. After seeing Chen Jingyu and his companions eating, they also began to rummage through the shop and actually found some food. After several battles, everyone was feeling a bit hungry. Just as they were eating, a child's voice suddenly rang out, reaching everyone's ears. Haha, do you all want to play too? Everyone stopped what they were doing and began to look around. Chen Jingyu let out a breath, the boss is coming, everyone prepare. Sure enough, a pink child dressed in a red outfit and sporting pigtails ran out in the middle aisle where Chen Jingyu and Lin Xiaotian were located. It was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. But it was indeed very cute. In its hand, it held a skewer of candied hawthorn, bouncing as it walked. The crystal lens instantly locked onto the target. Analyzing target information. Monster name, Stinky Little Brother. Type, humanoid. Level, LV-17. Description, the boss of the 2nd stage in the Entertainment City dungeon, mischievous and playful, likes to tease others, and loves playing hide and seek. Chen Jingyu felt a bit suffocated. The bosses here were indeed stronger one after another, and their names were stranger than the last. Sister Sunflower could be overlooked, but what was up with the stinky little brother? Ha 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 ha. The stinky little brother laughed while running. Everyone come over, let's play a game together. The first 2 bosses in the Entertainment City dungeon were actually super game enthusiasts. Not fully understanding the boss's personality and mechanics, neither team dared to underestimate it. Upon hearing the stinky little brother's words, they all gathered together. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy today, so many people are here to play with me. Excuse me, Lin Xiaotian put on an innocent smile, how do you clear this level? Chen Jingyu was speechless. This question was like asking the boss, how can I kill you? Sure enough. The stinky little brother wrinkled his nose at Lin Xiaotian and then made a funny face. Want to clear the level? Dream on. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback, his face looking a bit unpleasant as he retreated. The stinky little brother wrinkled his nose and snorted before turning around. He looked around at the people on both sides. He didn't say anything but took a bite of his candied hawthorn. Is it tasty? Sun Qing leaned closer. The stinky little brother immediately felt a sense of danger and hid the candied hawthorn behind him. Not tasty, it's bitter. Then why are you still eating it? Sun Qing didn't believe him. Let me have a taste, and I'll treat you to something delicious later. Everyone. Only Sun Qing could pull off tricking a child into sharing candied hawthorn like this. The stinky little brother stared with confused eyes at Sun Qing, who had empty hands, but ultimately did not agree. He shook his head wildly. Not doing it, you're lying. Humph. Sun Qing stood up with a pout, stinky little brother. The stinky little brother looked confused, how do you know my name? After saying this, he looked a bit wronged, actually, I'm not stinky at all, most of the time I'm not stinky. It seemed like he felt the time was dragging on a bit too long. The stinky little brother instinctively looked up at the ceiling, putting away his playful expression. Alright, enough about that, the game starts now. With that, he waved his hand and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The screen showed a multi-game arcade display that emerged in recent years, with hundreds of arcade games available for selection. What the stinky little brother was showing everyone was the game selection screen. Which game should we choose? And stood behind the screen. Most of the games that had passed by were ones he had played. Among them, there were a few that he could complete even with his eyes closed. King of Fighters is great, I'm an expert in the whole series. Chen Jingyu felt a bit excited when he saw the King of Fighters series appear on his bratty brother's screen. But soon, the bratty brother swiped the screen again. Darn it, you didn't choose. Chen Jingyu felt a bit disappointed. The bratty brother looked very conflicted. He kept swiping back and forth, again and again. Everyone else was also losing their patience waiting. Just as he swiped back to the King of Fighters series again, Chen Jingyu quietly moved forward and suddenly tapped the bratty brother's shoulder. Just pick one randomly. Chen Jingyu kindly advised. The bratty brother was startled, his hand shaking and accidentally touching a button at the edge of the display screen. An old electronic melody immediately rang out. The virtual screen showed that the game was starting. Oh no, it's all your fault. The bratty brother looked very angry. It's all your fault for choosing a random mode, this is so boring. He huffed as he spoke. What happened? Chen Jingyu was also a bit speechless. He originally wanted the bratty brother to choose from the King of Fighters series, but didn't expect that after startling him, his hand would go off course. The virtual screen instantly expanded, covering the entire second floor of the mall. At the same time, a small screen appeared in front of everyone. There were 3 character cards rapidly spinning on it. It seemed to be shuffling characters. Well, there's no choice now, we can only follow the dungeon system's arrangements. The bratty brother looked a bit unhappy. Chen Jingyu then cheerfully stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? It's all your fault. The bratty brother still seemed aggrieved. If the game wasn't starting, I could hit you right now. Chen Jingyu immediately felt embarrassed. That was close. The bratty brother continued, alright, the game starts now, but it's a random mode. Whether you can complete it depends on yourselves. He directed this statement at everyone. However, if you can play with me happily, I might let you go. Except for you. The bratty brother shot a glare at Chen Jingyu. After saying this, blood-red smoke suddenly erupted from the bratty brother's body. In the next second, the bratty brother disappeared. In his place was a burly middle-aged man. Long golden hair, a black tight top, red pants, sporting a distinctive mustache. One of his eyes even shined with a red light. Lookal? Chen Jingyu was stunned. Exactly. That Lookal spoke, I'm playing the ultimate boss Lookal. Now, each of you can pick a game character to act as, and we will have a battle. If you can defeat me, you'll pass the level. I'll be waiting for you in the boss stage. After Lookal finished speaking, he crossed his arms in front of him, I'll give you 1 minute to choose your character. After 1 minute, I will start the slaughter. From his tone, it didn't seem like he was joking. Everyone was dumbfounded. They immediately began to operate the virtual screen in a fluster. The 3 character cards were still spinning. This dungeon mode was something everyone was seeing for the first time. This should be considered a game within a game. It felt even more like a game than the previous game by Sister Sunshine. Before long, noise came from Lin Xiaotian's side, and someone had already started to select a character to play. Darn, someone took it first. Chen Jingyu hurriedly swiped at the character panel in front of him. 3 characters had already appeared. They were Dong Zhang, Robert, and Clark. None of them were particularly strong characters. In King of Fighters 98, there were a few characters that were obviously stronger than others. Kyoko Zanaji and Garo Daimon have both been chosen. Chen Jingyu frowned slightly, looking at the powerful characters appearing on the opposing team. As for my characters, Chen Jingyu felt helpless, his 3 available choices were far inferior to theirs, I'll choose Clark. After touching Clark's character card, Chen Jingyu instantly transformed into Clark. When he raised his head again, he happened to see Lin Xiaotian had already transformed into Iori Yagami, who was now smiling at him. Although everyone had turned into game characters, they hadn't completely become the characters like a certain annoying brother. Their appearances and bodies were still their own, only their outfits and hairstyles had changed. So what if you're Iori Yagami? I'll still beat you up. Chen Jingyu's expression darkened as he began to watch the other people around him. They all hadn't chosen, mainly because they didn't know what to pick. Which characters do you have? Chen Jingyu asked, looking at the closest person, Fan Xie. I'll choose Benimaru Nikaido. Fan Xie nodded and directly selected the character. In the next moment, he transformed into a particularly flashy blonde man. With a slightly plump figure, he wore tight clothing, and his long hair was slicked back straight. Quite the eyesore. What about me? Li Yan also asked. Chen Jingyu went over to take a look and chose a character for him, Yamazaki Ruji. Help us pick one too. Yuan came over. Chen Jingyu immediately saw that among her character choices, there was actually Chizuru Kagura. Choose this one, it's really powerful. Chizuru Kagura was a top-tier powerful character in King of Fighters 98. Yuan nodded and chose to play as Chizuru Kagura. After clicking, a white outfit was instantly draped over her. Yuan, who was originally a quiet-type girl, perfectly matched the imposing aura of Chizuru Kagura, stunning several men. Feeling a bit shy under their gaze, Yuan's face turned slightly red as she covered it. Hey, big brothers, have you looked enough? Help me choose one. Li Jiwei stretched lazily. Chen Jingyu stepped forward and looked at her virtual screen. All three options were female characters. Kyo, Sakazaki Yuri, and Shirmi. What a pity. Chen Jingyu looked a bit disappointed. Choose Shirmi. He directly reached out and selected for Li Jiwei. In an instant, Li Jiwei completed her outfit change. A snug red coat wrapped tightly, with a peach-shaped cutout below the collar. So powerful. Oh come on, you must be doing this on purpose. Li Jiwei immediately covered up. Not at all, you think too much, I am a gentleman. Chen Jingyu replied, his eyes glued to her. At that moment, Sun Xing also spoke up. Help me take a look too, I don't really understand, there's a character called my Shiranui here, and also Mary. Put. Chen Jingyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly turning around, but fell straight to the ground. Everyone stop moving, let me choose. Lying on the ground, Chen Jingyu shouted. Chapter 181. Although Fan Xia couldn't be considered a fighting game master, Li Yang was even worse, a complete rookie. However, who doesn't know my Shiranui? Instantly, both of their eyes began to glow with excitement. Chen Jingyu quickly got up from the ground. Sun Xing's figure was well known from their battles in the instance. If she cosplayed as my Shiranui today, it would simply be incredible. A perfect figure combined with outstanding charisma, it would be a treat. If any footage got spread around, she would become an overnight sensation on the streets. The sales of tissues would rise immediately. Perhaps in the future, the tissue factory owner would award Sun Xing a lifelong achievement award or something. Getting carried away. After quickly getting up, Chen Jingyu immediately rushed to Sun Xing's virtual screen. Fan Xia and Li Yang were not to be outdone, following closely behind. Chen Jingyu focused and saw that there indeed was a character card for my Shiranui. Mary was right beside her. The red, tight-fitting top was explosive in its impact, and actually looked good. Chen Jingyu was in a dilemma, he liked both characters so much. However, he hesitated for only a second or two before reaching out to choose Shiranui Mai. Red flames enveloped Sun Xing. After the dazzling light receded, an even more stunning scene emerged. In her red, indescribable outfit, she held two folding fans in her hands. With a high ponytail and long bangs cascading on either side of her face, along with her exquisite features. Everyone around was momentarily stunned. It's just too violent. Chen Jingyu felt a warmth in his nostrils, as if two streams of heat were about to burst forth. Fan Xia drooled in amazement. Even the honest Li Yang couldn't take his eyes off her. Sun Xing furrowed her brow, snapped open the two folding fans, and placed them in front of herself. Why is there such a strange outfit? Though Sun Xing had just arrived in human society, she knew what kind of clothing was normal. The outfit she wore looked like two long strips of cloth, and appeared quite abnormal. Chen Jingyu stared intently, explaining, it's a battle outfit, very normal. People from countries with decent lives dress like this. Li Jiwei walked over, blocking Sun Xing's path. Haven't you seen it? Everyone, leave me alone. Li Yang awkwardly scratched his head, shifting his gaze. The other two old hands immediately turned their eyes down, looking around, thoroughly enjoying the sight. With three female characters cosplayed just like that, even Lin Xiaotian was startled. Many people craned their necks, peering towards this side, but due to the distance, they couldn't see much action. Frantically, they turned in circles, adjusting their positions to find the best view. Everyone's roles were nearly chosen. But no one noticed this detail. The stinky younger brother, playing local, was making his move. He had re-entered the corridor on the second floor. Yet not a single person noticed him. The stinky younger brother sneered, as if his character as a boss from King of Fighters had changed his very personality. He directed his gaze towards the Lu family's men, who were stretching their necks, and crossed his arms behind his back. A powerful force was swiftly gathering. As he suddenly swung his arms out, a brilliant ball of light flew out with it. The extraordinarily dazzling light orb continuously pulsed with energy, its immense power sending a chill down the spine. Chen Jingyu, who was indulging in the view, immediately sensed it. He whipped around, just in time to see that terrifying glowing orb explode in the midst of the crowd, sending 3 or 4 people flying. It's Kaiser Wave. Chen Jingyu recognized the move instantly. It was one of Lukel's ultimate techniques, with astonishing destructive power. After the explosion, the stinky younger brother's appearance drew everyone's attention. Lin Xiaotian shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. The boss is here." Originally, there were already few members of the Lu family, and now they had lost another 3 or 4. Lin Xiaotian's gaze turned cold as he looked towards Chen Jingyu and the others, pondering some malicious intent. Damn boss, why does he always target us the moment he appears? Behind him, the remaining fighters had all gathered. Retreat! Lin Xiaotian waved his hand, leading everyone to run in the opposite direction. The second-floor corridor was a circle. At this moment, the stinky younger brother was right between them and Chen Jingyu. Lin Xiaotian chose the direction towards the back of Chen Jingyu and his group. He intended to find an opportunity to execute a pincer attack. Seeing them run away, the stinky younger brother made no attempts to chase. Just as Lin Xiaotian wished, he turned his attention towards Chen Jingyu and his group. The 3 males of Chen Jingyu's group were all playing close combat types of characters. There are not many remote attack methods. However, Li Jiwei Shelmi and Sun Qing's Shiranui both have the ability to launch remote waves. Will the skills be released? Chen Jingyu stepped forward to ask. He had already researched it, and after playing the characters in the King of Fighters, a list of moves would automatically appear in his mind. He just needed to perform the actions according to the imagined list to execute the moves of the characters he was playing. Let me try. Li Jiwei took a step forward. She raised both hands, held them together, and then blew into her palms. Immediately, an electric ball flew out. Just then, the obnoxious younger brother sneered, turned sideways, and a green light shield appeared in front of him, perfectly blocking the flying electric ball. Zizizi. The electric ball instantly flew back. Its speed was even faster. Get out of the way, I'll handle it. Sun Qing's expression was serious, and without worrying about the style of her clothes, 2 folding fans flew out of her hands. Snap. Snap. The folding fans struck the electric ball, canceling each other out. Ha, this is interesting, the obnoxious younger brother laughed heartily. The originally fierce character aura instantly vanished. He turned back into that mischievous child. You're learning well, this is much more fun, ha ha ha. As the obnoxious younger brother spoke, he charged in and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. Let's get a little electric therapy. Fan Xie stepped forward, throwing out an electric punch. But the obnoxious younger brother's figure suddenly became blurry. It's the instant movement skill. Chen Jingyu quickly followed. In the next second, the obnoxious younger brother appeared behind Fan Xie. One leg shot up fiercely, directly flipping Fan Xie away. But in the next moment, he found himself in an extremely dangerous position. Chen Jingyu had already come up behind the obnoxious younger brother, grabbed him, and directly threw him over his shoulder. Obnoxious younger brother, brother is sending you over there to have some fun. Chen Jingyu pointed behind him and ran off while carrying the obnoxious younger brother. At the same time, Lin Xiaotian, who was playing Yashiro Nanakase, also appeared with his group. You're right on time. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. Everything was under his control. Chapter 182. Lin Xiaotian's plan was actually not complicated at all. It was just that they would run away, escape the boss's attack range, and then let the boss turn around to attack Chen Jingyu and them. He would then lead his people around in a circle, coming to their back to ambush. If they could achieve a quick victory, they wouldn't need to go through the hassle of trading. Not only safe, but also more guaranteed. However, he still underestimated Chen Jingyu. From the moment they turned to leave, Chen Jingyu vaguely guessed that they might be trying to flank. Regardless of their purpose, it certainly wasn't a good thing. At this moment, Chen Jingyu carried the boss and charged forward. He confronted Lin Xiaotian and his group face to face. Clark's signature skill rush throw had reached the final segment. Chen Jingyu, portraying Clark, leaped high while carrying the boss and heavily slammed the obnoxious younger brother to the ground. Originally, this was just an attack skill targeting the one being carried, but Lin Xiaotian happened to appear right in front of it. The boss was directly slammed down towards him. Damn! Lin Xiaotian cursed softly and immediately rolled in place. Yashiro Nanakase's dodging technique successfully avoided the boss. That was close. I must say, Lin Xiaotian's reaction speed was indeed not slow. The obnoxious younger brother was hit so hard that he felt dizzy, and his whole aura instantly changed. Obnoxious younger brother's rage value plus 2000. Lin Xiaotian's fear value plus 500. Hearing the feedback from the mission system, Chen Jingyu knew that the boss would definitely not let this go easily. Although Lin Xiaotian had dodged Chen Jingyu's throwing damage with a roll, he barely managed to escape and didn't get too far. At this moment, the obnoxious younger brother stood up, almost standing in the same spot as Lin Xiaotian. The two were both in front of Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu flashed a wicked smile and launched a cannon punch straight out. In an instant, his fist turned into a phantom, unleashing dozens of attacks in front of him. Humph! The nasty younger brother scoffed coldly. With a quick movement, he flashed to the opposite side. Bang! 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 Lin Xiaotian couldn't dodge in time and was hit by dozens of punches. He let out a series of muffled grunts. After finishing the combo, Chen Jingyu finally stopped. Feigning surprise, he said, "Oh no, how did I hit you? Are you okay?" "I was aiming for the boss." "Why did you suddenly run over here?" As he spoke, he pretended to be curious and asked, "Are you here to help me?" Lin Xiaotian's mouth twitched a couple of times, and his bruised face forced out an ugly smile. Yes, hiss. He covered his swollen face. "I came to help you, brothers gotta stick together." "Right." Chen Jingyu slapped his shoulder hard. "We're good brothers, loyalty matters." The shoulder shake instantly tugged at the wounds on his face. Lin Xiaotian winced in pain, gritting his teeth. After his nasty younger brother dodged to the back, Li Yang and the others suddenly found themselves in danger. Li Yang, portraying Yamazaki Ryuji, immediately launched a two-hit stab with a dagger. Humph, too weak. The nasty younger brother didn't choose to dodge but instead raised his leg to confront it. The two collided, bouncing off each other. But in the next second, the nasty younger brother's second attack came instantly. Boom! A burst of blood light shot up from the ground. It sent Li Yang flying. "Eat my electric fist." Fan Xia quickly followed up. He hurled an electric fist at the nasty younger brother. The flashing electricity illuminated his face, making his standing hair even more spiky. However, although the electric fist was fast, the character played by the nasty younger brother, Luca, was faster. With another flash, he dodged past Fan Xia again, appearing in front of the three beautiful women. "I'm coming." Sun Xing flipped over, quickly advancing, her elbow thrusting out. This was also one of Shiranui Mai's signature moves. Fast speed. Cool posture. Also very fair. A chorus of slurping sounds arose. But the nasty younger brother didn't care who it was. He directly raised his foot and kicked towards Sun Xing. This attack perfectly intercepted Sun Xing, landing a strike right on her face. "Watch out!" Instantly, countless voices cried out in unison. Sun Xing's momentum changed as she charged forward. She suddenly twisted at the waist, spinning entirely in midair. The two red ribbons attached to her waist fluttered like two pretty butterflies, twirling in sync with her body. The white between the red was as pure and flawless as the little white flowers on the back hill of the school. Is this a self-created technique? Chen Jingyu was familiar with Shiranui Mai's moves. He was certain that this move didn't exist. Sun Xing spun her body, completely evading the nasty younger brother's kick, then pushed off the ground with one hand and swept her legs towards his standing foot. Bang! The nasty younger brother, portraying boss Luca, fell heavily to the ground. Take advantage of his injury. Fan Xia shouted the slogan and rushed forward. With both hands firmly on the ground and his legs stretched straight, it looked just like a gymnastics Thomas spin, his legs spinning quickly. Bang! 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 In an instant, the nasty younger brother was hit by countless kicks. As Fan Xia pulled back, the nasty younger brother was sent flying out. Very fierce. Chen Jingyu came back and gave him a thumbs up. Fan Xia immediately felt proud. I've said before, I'm an arcade expert. I can reach the third level in Dino Crisis with just one coin. Chen Jingyu. Let's not mention that anymore. It makes one question your IQ. As he spoke, he pointed to the nasty younger brother who had just stood up, wearing a look of waiting for a show. I think you've angered him, the coming days might not be easy. Am I scared of him? Fan Xia put his hands on his hips in a very strange way. Just then, the nasty younger brother stood up. Angry Luca's whole aura changed. It was filled with a chilling atmosphere. His two arms were again behind his back, and a small bright spot rapidly rotated and gathered between his hands, then expanded. The powerful energy made one's heart race with a hint of fear. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian suddenly had an idea. This is an excellent moment for a sneak attack. Boom! The energy glow in his stinky brother's hand was finally released. With an incredibly swift momentum, it surged forward. While flying, the energy glow seemed to grow larger, directly targeting Fan Xia. Oh no! Fan Xia shouted and immediately turned to run. Not just him, but everyone standing with him was in danger. Run! Li Yang turned around and saw Sun Sheng and Li Jiwei behind him, grabbing both of them and diving into a shop. Sun Sheng stood still, her face serious, looking somewhat unconvinced. Don't be impulsive, auntie. Chen Jingyu dashed forward quickly, using a grappling move to lift Sun Sheng up. Wow, so bouncy. Chapter 183. Sun Sheng was proud and wanted to clash hard with any opponent she faced. She was stubborn, but Chen Jingyu was far from foolish. Luckily, the game character he played was Clark, a character with strong grappling skills, so he carried Sun Sheng and ran towards a shop. Put me down, I can still fight. Sun Sheng said, twisting her body to try to break free so she could face her stinky brother. Just as Chen Jingyu carried Sun Sheng into the shop, the energy shining ball shot over. Crash! Countless shop windows shattered all at once. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Lin Xiaotian and the others huddled down, covering their heads. They had planned to intervene, but now they were too scared to move forward. Don't move for now, let's see. This boss is not easy to deal with. Lin Xiaotian pressed down on everyone. His eyes flickered, brain racing to analyze the situation. They had already reached an unwritten agreement with Chen Jingyu. But now he was considering whether to stick to the agreement or turn against him. But if they fought, the risk was high, so he needed to think carefully. Weighing the pros and cons. After dodging the stinky brother's powerful move, Chen Jingyu and the others peered out from the shop again. He glanced at Lin Xiaotian and the others hiding behind, his eyes turning for a moment. Taking advantage of the stinky brother not attacking again, he shouted to Lin Xiaotian and the others. Hey, if you want to clear the level, come over and fight together. Chen Jingyu knew that Lin Xiaotian wouldn't easily obey, but he wanted to give it a try. Test their reaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian hesitated for 2 seconds before standing up again. The stinky brother launched another attack. In an instant, he flashed right in front of Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu did not hold back and launched a heavy punch. The stinky brother responded with a flying kick, clashing hard with Chen Jingyu. Suddenly, a whistling sound came. Just as Chen Jingyu's heavy punch was deflected, a huge noise came from behind the stinky brother. Chen Jingyu and the stinky brother turned to look at the same time. They saw over 10 folding fans flying over with a gust of wind. One of Hibiki's ultimate moves. Whoosh! The stinky brother instantly flashed away again. Chen Jingyu was immediately exposed within the range of the folding fan's attack. Oh no! Chen Jingyu rolled to the side and fell to the ground. The folding fans whizzed past his head. Can you aim better before you hit? Chen Jingyu shouted from the ground. Don't worry, I see perfectly. Sun Sheng's voice came. In the next second, flames shot up into the sky. Just like before, in a rolling charge position, but different was. This time, the character Sun Sheng plays, known as Shiranui Mai, is engulfed in a raging fire. As Sun Sheng charges forward, the flames on her body grow stronger and stronger. When the stinky younger brother suddenly dashes out, he reappears right in the path of Sun Sheng's skill. Boom! Even the character played by the stinky younger brother is covered in the raging flames. The damage from this ultimate move is maximized immediately. As Sun Sheng continues to rush forward, the stinky younger brother is pushed back repeatedly. Having just blinked out 10 meters, he is instantly shoved back again. Amazing! So the setup was here. Chen Jingyu can't help but admire this time. Sun Sheng's talent for battle is indeed strong enough. Seeing the stinky younger brother flying back, Chen Jingyu naturally seizes the opportunity. A bright light bursts forth from his body. His arms, like huge pincers, snap forward and perfectly catch the flying stinky younger brother. Then, he effortlessly throws him upwards, and when the stinky younger brother falls, he is perfectly hoisted onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. But that's not all. He throws him up again, then catches him. This happens 3 times in total. Finally, he slams the stinky younger brother heavily onto the ground, followed by an elbow drop. Nice! Watch this. Li Yang follows up at this moment. The character he plays, Yamazaki Ruji, suddenly bends down and grabs the stinky younger brother's neck with one hand, dragging him along as he runs on the ground. He only stops when he crashes into the wall. Then, he kicks out. Bang! The stinky younger brother's body crashes against the wall and rebounds back. Electric! Another person jumps out. Fan Xia is surrounded by flickering lightning. He directly grabs the stinky younger brother. The two maintain a standing position. Then, a massive bolt of red lightning flashes over them. Crackle! This super lightning once again maximizes the damage. The ultimate moves of 4 characters hit the stinky younger brother. Even if he is a boss template, he cannot withstand this attack. After Fan Xie throws him to the ground, the stinky younger brother already seems to be gasping for air. You pests. The stinky younger brother is completely enraged. Suddenly, a bloody red light erupts from him. Like a flash of energy returned. He suddenly jumps up. His eyes turn red. The killing intent sweeps the whole arena. You all will die. The stinky younger brother's speed suddenly increases, more than double what it was before. The first to suffer is Fan Xie, who is closest and the last to attack. Don't take it head-on, retreat. Chen Jingyu shouts hastily. Fan Xie looks back and sees Chen Jingyu already leading the retreat, instantly understanding, and prepares to lure the stinky younger brother towards Lin Xiaotian and the others. But the stinky younger brother's speed is just too fast. Fan Xie suddenly realizes he has been grabbed by the neck. Just like the skill Li Yang used earlier, the stinky younger brother accelerates with Fan Xie and charges forward. The destination is exactly where Lin Xiaotian is. The speed is so fast that Chen Jingyu couldn't even attempt to block. If you don't act now, do you want to die? Chen Jingyu yells at Lin Xiaotian. Initially trying to stay out of it, Lin Xiaotian now realizes the situation is dire. The character he plays, Iori Yagami, immediately activates his skill. The ultimate move Yagami's cup erupts like a blue thunder, exploding forward. Even as strong as Ruka, he has to fear this power. The forward momentum is abruptly halted, and Fan Xie, being dragged along, narrowly escapes the final blow. After landing, Fan Xie rolls away twice to evade the stinky younger brother. The incoming energy of the Yagami's cup forces the stinky younger brother to use his teleportation skill again. Good, now, together, go. Chen Jingyu shouted loudly. Previously, Sun Cheng's attack had opened a pathway for everyone. In an instant, at the moment of showing up, it was the best time to attack him. Chapter 184. Stinky brother seemed to have discovered this weakness of his. When his body appeared again, he immediately released a green energy shield. However, this energy shield could only bounce back flying energy wave type skills, and could not stop Lao Lu. Fan Xie slid in, directly drilling under Stinky Brother's energy shield, then immediately performed a Thomas spin. Stinky Brother suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian also arrived with his team. Always prioritizing profit, Lin Xiaotian saw that boss was about to be defeated while Chen Jingyu and the others were at their strongest. He quickly changed his target and aimed to attack the boss. What if he dropped equipment? He indeed thought like this. Instantly, everyone launched their super skills based on the roles they played. Countless signature moves hit Stinky Brother's body. You, this bunch of bastards. Stinky Brother let out a final unwilling shout. A golden energy shield suddenly rose around him. He also recovered from his transformation into Luca and turned back into that child. A swift light quickly spread throughout all corridors of the second floor. Suddenly, everyone's costumes faded away. Chen Jingyu found himself back to his original form and looked at Sun Cheng beside him, who was no longer dressed as Shiranomi Mai. Game role-playing ended? Chen Jingyu and the others did not act rashly, all turned to look at Stinky Brother. This boss of the second level, although very angry at this moment, had no intention of attacking anymore. He just stared at everyone. Especially the few who had attacked him the hardest, Lao Lu. Stinky Brother waved his hand, and the earlier virtual screen appeared again in front of him. Hundreds of game titles flashed across the virtual screen. Are we going to select a new game again? Chen Jingyu's eyes shone, and he quietly stepped forward. However, this time Stinky Brother didn't give everyone any chance and directly chose complete. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The earlier white shining circle spread out again on the second floor corridor, passing over everyone. When looking at Stinky Brother again, his appearance had changed. A fat man holding 2 big machetes was staring them down. Oh my. Fan Xie shouted excitedly, Dino Strike, I'm good at this. As he spoke, Fan Xie suddenly showed a look of confusion. Isn't he the boss of the third level? Ah. Fan Xie suddenly realized. It's him, I've been sat on by him each time. Chen Jingyu was speechless. This is the boss of the second level, okay? The third level is the one with the driving phase, and the boss is basically a giveaway. He had been puzzled before. Fan Xie always said he could get to the third level with a single coin. Logically, the third level was much easier than the second level. He must have mistaken the boss with the meteor hammer from the second level for the level boss. Thinking of this, Chen Jingyu felt relieved. This kind of foolishness really suited Fan Xie's character. After Stinky Brother completed his costume change, he jumped away. 1 minute. This time his hint was concise and clear. Watching that body of at least 300 pounds of fat fly away effortlessly. Everyone once again pressed down the coffin lid to prevent someone from jumping out. As before, a slightly smaller virtual screen appeared in front of more than 20 people present. Chen Jingyu was a bit curious. Dino Strike only had 4 characters. How would 20 people split? But soon, Chen Jingyu understood. Because 3 characters appeared on his virtual screen. It turns out it's not just those 4 main characters. To be exact, there is only one main character in white, the other 2, one is a little monster, and the other is actually the boss. Can players choose the boss panel? Chen Jingyu was stunned. If I remember correctly, this should be the boss of the 4th level, named Slain. This boss was particularly fast, and its 2 flying knives were impossible to defend against. It was the nightmare of all newcomers. Someone like Fan Xie, a master, had never even had the chance to face it. Without thinking too much, Chen Jingyu directly gave up the character in white and chose the boss Slain. In an instant, Chen Jingyu felt as if his body had risen much higher, and his entire figure became incredibly slender and well-proportioned. Of course, this was just his own feeling. Unlike the smelly younger brother, they were only acting and did not completely transform. Looking back at a few companions, Sun Cheng had already made her choice. She chose the only female character among the 4 protagonists, Hannah Dandy. Chen Jingyu glanced over. Although she was not as good as Shiranui Mai, she was still quite pleasing to the eye. What about you all? Chen Jingyu looked at the others. Li Yang had also made his choice. He chose the strongman, Mai Spratovich, one of the protagonists. The other 3 people had no protagonist templates to choose from, and even Li Jiwei and Yuan Yuan didn't have a boss template. They could only randomly choose 2 ordinary human little monsters under Chen Jingyu's gesture. The 2 delicate girls instantly transformed into scruffy uncles. Fan Xie's luck was good. He chose the most common boss template from Dino Rush, which was the guarding boss of the 1st level, Tai Xian. Overall, the templates chosen by the 6 of them were quite good. In contrast, on Lin Xiaotian's side, due to their large number, after selecting their character templates, it became a mixed bag. There were protagonists, little monsters, and bosses, and even a few dinosaurs. It felt like only half a minute had passed when suddenly the ground shook. So fast? No martial ethics. Chen Jingyu saw a fat figure jump directly from the air. Before it even landed, a huge shadow had already appeared on the ground. The target was aimed straight at Fan Xie. Oh no, this is exactly what I fear, getting killed by this boss every time. The Taishan played by Fan Xie was quite large, which also made his speed a bit slow. However, fortunately, he had a jumping skill that could jump a distance. He immediately activated the jump and leaped 5 or 6 meters away. Boom! The stinky younger brother, playing as a big fat pig, sat down on the ground with 2 large cleavers. Ha ha! I'm going to chop you all up. The flesh on the younger brother's face trembled as he became bloodthirsty. After hitting the ground, he saw that Fan Xie had also jumped away, so without any hesitation, he leaped again. Damn, this will be hard to explain to Brother Niu. Chen Jingyu felt that the coffin lid really couldn't be held down anymore. Chapter 185. The stinky younger brother's second big jump crushed his way down repeatedly. Looking at his body full of fat, Chen Jingyu didn't doubt that if that hit landed, it would definitely arrange a feast right there. This time, the target was still Fan Xie. What the hell? What kind of grudge or hatred do you have to chase me down? Fan Xie shouted, and just as he landed, he rushed straight into a nearby shop. Fortunately, there was a corridor on the 3rd floor blocking him, which made the height of the 2nd floor corridor limited, preventing the younger brother from jumping too high. Since he couldn't jump high, of course, he couldn't jump far. Boom! The corridor trembled again. Everyone even doubted if a few more hits would directly cause a collapse. After this big sit-down, although it didn't crush Fan Xie, it blocked him inside the shop. The stinky younger brother sneered, "Humph, let's see where you can run." He held 2 big machetes, blocking the door, glaring fiercely at Fan Xie inside. Damn you, it's not just me who's beating you up, that kid hits harder than I do. Fan Xie pointed at Chen Jingyu, shouting at his stinky younger brother. The stinky younger brother, playing the boss this time, gave Fan Xie quite a psychological shadow. Chen Jingyu heard Fan Xie's words and immediately jumped up. You little punk. I won't save you anymore. Chen Jingyu pretended to turn around to leave. Don't go. Dad, save me. Fan Xie completely threw away his dignity. Chen Jingyu felt embarrassed. Calling him dad already, this was the highest courtesy between these boys. The boss played by Chen Jingyu was not weaker than the stinky younger brother. Though his damage wasn't as high, his mobility was much stronger. Special skill, Shadow Clone, was used directly. Chen Jingyu immediately raced out, dragging a long illusion behind him. After running for a while, the shadow split into 3, revealing 3 Chen Jingyus holding flying daggers. Swish! 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 3 flying daggers were thrown out at the same time. The attack target was locked. It aimed straight at the stinky younger brother. Humph, forgot to turn off the boss template, but don't think you can defeat me. The stinky younger brother suddenly turned around, his fat face trembling 3 times. The 2 machetes in his hands waved fiercely, chopping up and down like he was mincing meat. The flying machetes formed a barrier. Bang! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, the flying daggers were completely blocked and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! The stinky younger brother burst into laughter. Then he turned sharply to look at Fan Xia, who was trying to sneak away from the side. You little brat, you're doomed. Even calling grandpa won't help. The stinky younger brother, weighing nearly half a ton, suddenly charged forward, one machete thrusting out, striking a stabbing pose. So fast. Fan Xia was so scared that he almost cried, quickly retracting the foot he had just stepped out with, shrinking back into the shop. Damn it, I can't defeat this boss. He truly felt a shadow forming in his heart. His hands fumbled around his body and suddenly found a revolver tucked at his waist. Bang! 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 He fired all the bullets. All missed. The stinky younger brother sneered, using the previous move again, charging forward with great force, knocking over all the tables and chairs inside the shop, cornering Fan Xia. Bang! Bang! In the distance, Li Jiwei and Yuan, now turned into small minions, managed to raise their mixed brand guns for an attack, which was already quite rare. At the same time, Li Yang hurriedly stepped up for support. Relying on his speed advantage, Chen Jingyu had already entered the shop first. Not far away, Lin Xiaotian and others brought people over. But they didn't know which side he was planning to help. Seeing this, Li Yang had to stop. Saving Fan Xia was certainly important, but Lin Xiaotian and his group had to be guarded against. Once inside the shop, Chen Jingyu immediately threw out several flying daggers. The stinky younger brother had to defend, turning around to block with his machete. This delayed his progress of turning Fan Xia into minced meat. Chen Jingyu knew that the flying daggers weren't enough to hurt the stinky younger brother, so he flashed and swung a dagger in his hand. With a loud clang, the machete directly clashed against the flying dagger that Chen Jingyu held. I'm here to help you. Lin Xiaotian was very fast, quickly circling past Li Yang and entering the shop. Lin Xiaotian played the character of a science doctor holding a machine gun. He was also the boss of the next level. His main attack method was the machine gun in his hand, but his speed was very fast, making it impossible for the average player controlling the protagonist to keep up. Once entering the shop, Lin Xiaotian began his assault. The machine gun fired with blue flames, attacking the corner indiscriminately. Bang bang bang! Under the flashing blue light, the tables and chairs shattered into pieces. Chen Jingyu immediately understood that he was using the excuse of helping to try and catch everything in one go. He swiftly dodged, taking a phantom with him as he escaped. In the corner, his annoying little brother glared at Lin Xiaotian with a heavy face and then jumped up directly. Boom! The massive body broke through the ceiling directly. Gone. Oh no. Could he have smashed the floorboards? Fan Xia's curiosity was still there to watch the excitement. In front of Lin Xiaotian, only Fan Xia was left in an instant. His eyes flickered, and the just-stopped machine gun pointed directly at Fan Xia in the corner. You wish. Chen Jingyu, who had been keeping his eyes on Lin Xiaotian, turned into a phantom again, and the flying knife in his hand cut down on the machine gun. Bang bang bang! The gun's muzzle was knocked away from its target, firing down towards the ground. Countless fragments of floor tiles splattered everywhere. Boom! Another loud noise and violent shaking occurred. A huge black shadow loomed over the standoff between Chen Jingyu and Lin Xiaotian. Both looked up at the same time. The annoying little brother who had just jumped to the ceiling fell back down again. His rear, larger than both their heads, descended with unstoppable momentum. Chen Jingyu didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly dragged the phantom away. Lin Xiaotian was also quick, lightly jumping forward to land beside Chen Jingyu. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. Why are you fighting me? I'm here to help. Lin Xiaotian said sincerely. Chen Jingyu smiled noncommittally. The ground shook again a few times. The annoying little brother landed on the ground, creating a large pit. Since you're here to help, then sure, you go first. Chen Jingyu nodded slightly at the little brother. He signaled Lin Xiaotian to make his move. A graceful figure flashed past. Sun Sheng appeared beside the two. With Chen Jingyu on one side and her on the other, they sandwiched Lin Xiaotian in between. She was dressed as Hannah, wearing tight pants and a red shirt that showed her belly button, tied in a knot at her waist. It was quite a sight to see. Chapter 186. Lin Xiaotian suddenly broke out in a waterfall of sweat. He had seen Sun Sheng's strength more than once. Plus Chen Jingyu, who always smiled and joked, you never knew when he'd strike. Lin Xiaotian wasn't foolish, having been hurt before, he understood better than anyone that this guy was dangerous. Ladies, calm down, we're on the same side. Lin Xiaotian hurriedly shouted. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, we know it's our own, in these times, who isn't on the same side? Chen Jingyu's words left Lin Xiaotian even more confused. He couldn't grasp if they were allies or not. Forget it, as long as they don't hit me, that's fine. He. Lin Xiaotian forced a laugh. The boss is ahead, everyone must unite. This time it wasn't Chen Jingyu who spoke. Sun Qing shot him a glare. You better behave, or I can't guarantee I won't knock you out. After Sun Cheng's words, Lin Xiaotian was instantly drenched in sweat. Winky face, he nervously said, Beauty, we're on the same side, don't be impulsive, I've got to get busy. After Lin Xiaotian said that, he slipped away. The two watched him without immediately taking action. The boss had already regrouped, looking ready to charge forward. Why don't you take him out? That's not like you. Sun Qing asked beside her. Chen Jingyu smiled, I want those 50 keys from him. Trading them for gear? Sun Qing asked again. Chen Jingyu raised an eyebrow, what do you think? Sun Qing showed a disdainful expression, who knows with you, you're full of schemes, the boss is coming. She pointed ahead. The annoying little brother at this moment transformed into a chubby brother and came flying over with another big jump. Nice outfit you have. Chen Jingyu glanced at Sun Qing and asked. He didn't immediately escape. Sun Qing rolled her eyes at him, one day you will die at the hands of your brother. She jumped aside directly. Out of the shop's door. Chen Jingyu? I don't have any brothers, I'm the only one in my family. Saying this, he slipped away. Bang! Less than a tenth of a second later, the stinky brother crashed down. A big pit appeared on the ground. Chen Jingyu turned around and saw quite a few people behind him. It was the people that Lin Xiaotian had brought. He really went to call for help? Chen Jingyu glanced a few times, still keeping his guard up in his heart. After the stinky brother landed, a graceful figure flashed by again. Sun Qing charged forward with a flying knee directly to the stinky brother's head. Bang! The tremendous impact instantly knocked the stinky brother to the ground. Damn it! The stinky brother was furious. He swung the big cleaver in his hand violently forward. Watch out! Chen Jingyu hurriedly followed, throwing out 3 flying daggers. The flying daggers, accompanied by illusions, moved extremely quickly and struck just before the stinky brother's cleaver, knocking the big cleaver askew. To have such strength with just flying daggers was indeed terrifying. Lin Xiaotian, if you want to seek death yourself, I can help you. Chen Jingyu turned back, his eyes flashing with killing intent, coldly looking at Lin Xiaotian as he spoke. He truly couldn't guarantee that Lin Xiaotian wouldn't stab him in the back at that moment. Rather than being constantly on guard, it was better to make it clear. This time, he wouldn't give him any chance. If he dared to act, even if it wasn't on purpose, he would have to take him out. Lin Xiaotian fell silent. Behind him were still a dozen or so brothers. What Chen Jingyu had just said didn't leave him any face at all. If he responded, it would be even more embarrassing. But if he pushed back, Lin Xiaotian thought deeply, the risk was too great. Although Sun Cheng and Chen Jingyu, the 2 strongest guys, were battling the boss, Li Yang, Fan Xie, and the 2 other girls were all watching him closely. If these 6 people attacked him together, Lin Xiaotian silently dismissed that thought. Right now, he could only remain silent. On the other side, Sen Chang and Chen Jingyu had blocked the stinky brother inside the shop. Chen Jingyu took advantage of the flying dagger's long-range attack advantage, sealing off the stinky brother's movement range. Sen Qing, playing Hannah, although the only woman among the 4 main characters, had formidable attack power, especially with her flying knee technique, which could send the stinky brother's large body flying back each time. The 2 of them blocked the shop entrance, directly beating the stinky brother into submission. Of course, this was also thanks to Chen Jingyu's understanding of the game mechanics. He was only a few years old when he played Dino Crisis and could nearly clear it with just 1 coin. The stinky brother chose to play the boss of the 2nd level, instead limiting his own strength. Chen Jingyu understood him too well. With every move the stinky brother made, he knew exactly what he was about to do. In front of a crowd of 20 people, after getting knocked down again, the stinky brother finally couldn't get back up. A pure white light once again illuminated the stage. All the characters that everyone was playing withdrew. So polite, it's hard to finally transform into a dinosaur and yet I couldn't make it work. Someone sighed deeply. Yuan and Li Jiwei, at the same time, let out a breath of relief. Few finally turned back. Transforming into a scruffy-looking European and American big man, they really couldn't get over that mental barrier. Roar! The stinky brother reverted to his original form, that seemingly weak child's body erupted with endless rage. His mouth split open to a quite exaggerated degree. The flesh at the corners of his mouth tore apart, and there were still threads of liquidized flesh connecting the torn parts, filled with dark energy. It was terrifying. What the hell is this? Has he gone berserk? Everyone knew that the stinky brother was very angry, but they didn't know what kind of fury they were about to face next. Step back. Chen Jingyu pulled Sun Sheng, and the 2 quickly retreated from the shop. They directly bypassed Lin Xiaotian and his group, joining Li Yang and the others in one place. Lin Xiaotian watched the two pass by and thought for a moment, but still didn't dare to make a move. At this moment, the foul-smelling younger brother had completely stood up. He arrived at the shop entrance and roared at the outside. Sharp gusts of air howled from his terrifying mouth, and a wave of bad odor instantly spread throughout the area. Ugh! Lin Xiaotian retched and then remembered to retreat. He hurriedly signaled to his brothers to step back a few paces. The foul-smelling brother's blood-red eyes stared ahead, bypassing Lin Xiaotian and others, and directly locking onto Chen Jingyu's position. In the next moment, he moved. That childlike body suddenly erupted with astonishing power. He turned into a sphere and rolled forward. His originally short hair transformed into spiky material, enveloping the sphere. Sizzle! A flash of light passed by. The foul-smelling younger brother crashed into the crowd. Beside Lin Xiaotian, several people instantly turned into a rain of blood. Chapter 187. After regaining his original form, the foul-smelling brother's combat ability had surprisingly increased greatly. Within just one face-off, he had taken out several of Lin Xiaotian's subordinates. And they were utterly powerless, completely crushed. In an instant, Lin Xiaotian and his men all jumped away. They fell to the ground, hastily dodging the sharp rolling body of the foul-smelling brother. At this moment, the only ones standing in front of the foul-smelling brother were Chen Jingyu and a few others. Everyone be careful, spread out. Chen Jingyu shouted immediately. He urged Yuan and Li Jiwei to hide in the back of the shop. The foul-smelling brother rolled too fast, and the ones like Chen Jingyu who had just regained their roles were definitely no match for his speed. If they scattered now, anyone facing the foul-smelling brother alone would likely suffer greatly. So the remaining few didn't move. Li Yang directly took out the black iron greatsword, preparing to stand at the forefront to block the foul-smelling brother. Chen Jingyu pulled him back and took out a crystal energy sword. Li Yang, you are not his match, you can't force it, step aside and let me handle it. Then you be careful. Li Yang moved back half a step, giving the front line to Chen Jingyu. The crystal energy sword shone with a bright orange light. Chen Jingyu gripped it tightly, his eyes fixated on the foul-smelling brother's movements. This time, there could be no mistakes. Chen Jingyu felt his adrenaline begin to surge. All his gear abilities, like the agility bonus from his shoes, simultaneously activated. At this moment, someone stepped forward and joined him. Go to the back. Chen Jingyu didn't even look, he knew it was Sun Cheng. The person hesitated for less than a tenth of a second before retreating. The foul-smelling brother had already arrived. Now! Chen Jingyu suddenly raised the crystal energy sword in his hand, and a light curtain flashed around him. This was the added ability from the protective ring, a 3-second protective energy shield, with a 1-hour cooldown. It was just right to be used again. Get back! Chen Jingyu swung down the crystal energy sword fiercely. Almost at the same moment, the foul-smelling brother crashed into him. A tremendous force nearly pierced through Chen Jingyu's entire body. He was propelled backward uncontrollably. But in less than a tenth of a second, he felt two soft objects blocking him from behind, along with someone hugging him, releasing a large part of the force from his body. Bang! The crystal energy sword also targeted the rolling circle of the foul-smelling brother. Those prickly, hedgehog-like hairs sliced against the blade of the crystal energy sword, preventing it from cutting down into the sphere half a bit. Flashes of electric sparks burst out. The two actually seemed evenly matched, locked in combat. Sizzle! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. Help! Li Yang dashed out from the side. As he shouted, Fan Xie also stood up from the other side. The massive black iron sword struck directly at the stinky brother's body. With a clang, the black iron sword was deflected away. Li Yang was instantly sent flying backward. His luck was nowhere near as good as Chen Jingyu's, no one was there to catch him behind. He crashed against the shop wall, instantly feeling overwhelming pain, as if his bones were cracking. Damn! Fan Xie clicked his tongue repeatedly. He immediately lost his courage. He retreated several steps, creating distance, and began to draw his bow. Don't! Li Yang, clutching his almost broken waist, shouted as he stood up, don't shoot! Your arrows will just be deflected by him and might hurt our own people. Hearing this, Fan Xie felt it made sense and put away his bow and arrow. What should we do? We can't help. Li Yang was panicking and stressed out. Seeing the stinky brother rolling his circle faster and faster, Chen Jingyu still seemed to lack enough strength. If it weren't for Sun Qing supporting him from behind, he would have been sent flying out like Li Yang. Agility was his strong suit, but strength was not. Fast enough, but not strong enough. Chen Jingyu, why do I feel vaguely insulted? Both sides were locked in a stalemate here. On Lin Xiaotian's side, they had already regrouped, the remaining people clustered together again, but did not move. "Boss, now's the perfect chance," someone whispered in Lin Xiaotian's ear. Lin Xiaotian hesitated again. It was clear he was not only repetitive but also indecisive. However, what his subordinate said this time seemed very reasonable. This was indeed a good opportunity. Among the opposing crowd, the two strongest fighters were currently restrained by the boss' stinky brother. Opportunity knocks. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth, "Attack with all your strength." He shouted loud, as if to bolster his own confidence. Since he decided to act, he would see it through. The noise from their side immediately drew the attention of Chen Jingyu and the others. Chen Jingyu felt somewhat powerless at this moment, furrowing his brow as a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I give you the chance to live, yet you seek death." Lin Xiaotian quickly rushed in front of the crowd. I must say, he indeed had good execution. "Kid, your death is near." He went straight to the stinky brother in Chen Jingyu, fiercely cracking his whip toward Chen Jingyu's face. "The one who should die is you." Facing the attack, Chen Jingyu appeared to have no strength to retaliate, yet he still wore a faint smile. Lin Xiaotian's heart sank suddenly. A strong sense of crisis surged through him. It can't be, he's definitely bluffing. He himself is almost out of strength, how could he have any tricks left? His eyes scanned past Chen Jingyu to his back. The rest of these people are not worth fearing. Lin Xiaotian encouraged himself, confirming once again that Chen Jingyu and Sun Xing could not break free, and his actions became even more decisive. "You won't stop me." Li Yang suddenly lunged out, but his speed was not enough to block Lin Xiaotian. "Ha ha, die. None of you can stop me." A fierce look appeared on Lin Xiaotian's face. At the same time, a feeling of revenge coursed through him, spreading all over. Smack! The whip cracked in the air and then swept towards Chen Jingyu. If it hit, Chen Jingyu could not withstand the stinky brother and would be crushed directly. In a moment of crisis. In a flash of gray light, it zipped past. Swish! Lin Xiaotian felt a fiery pain in front of him. 3 bloody wounds suddenly appeared on his right eye. Ah! The intense pain instantly knocked Lin Xiaotian down. He let go of the whip in his hand, and it flew uncontrollably to the side. My eyes, my eyes. The gray light fell to the ground. A cat elegantly walked over. Chapter 188. Lin Xiaotian calculated everything, but he overlooked one gray cat. You must know, the gray cat's combat power is second only to Sun Qing and almost equal to Chen Jingyu. But it has one point, it's faster than Chen Jingyu. With its innate skill lightning flash, its speed is comparable to that electric rat. In a flash, it directly scratched Lin Xiaotian's eye. Lin Xiaotian stepped back a few paces, covering his injured eye. The other eye, filled with extreme hatred, fixed on everyone. He had completely thrown caution to the wind. At that moment, he no longer cared about anything else. Everyone listen, kill them all. Immediately, the remaining 10 or so people from the Lu family took out their weapons and charged forward together. At this moment, most had switched to weapons from the game, only 3 or 4 still held firearms, standing at the back ready to fire. Li Yang and Fan Xia immediately took a fighting stance. They knew this was a critical moment, and they had to show their combat power. Whoosh! Fan Xia had been waiting for this moment, directly bending his bow and drawing an arrow, shooting it quickly towards the enemy's rear. At certain times, a bow and arrow can be more effective than a gun. Thud! The arrow pierced through, and one person fell directly to the ground. The huge impact of the arrow not only took one person down but also knocked him back several meters. Lin Xiaotian's expression darkened as he turned to look at the fallen companion, showing no sorrow. What filled his face was only intense hatred. Unknowingly, the number of people he led had gone from 100 at the beginning to just over a dozen now. This was only the second boss of the instance, 3 more awaited them afterwards. With so few people, this run of the instance was practically declared a failure. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian could not see with one eye. He maintained a stance of opening one eye and closing the other, turning to pick up an opponent's long sword, holding it in his hand. The rest had all charged forward. Only 2 teammates with firearms remained beside him, providing long-range support. Whoosh! Another arrow shot came. One more person fell beside Lin Xiaotian. In the next moment, Lin Xiaotian noticed that the archer on the other side had aimed an arrow at him. Die for me! The killing intent erupted from Lin Xiaotian's eyes as he rolled on the ground, quickly hiding behind the cover of the crowd. He quickly rolled to where the whip had fallen earlier. Grabbing the whip. Skill activated. A brand new snow leopard appeared once again. Meow. The gray light flashed again. A gray shadow clashed with the snow leopard. Lin Xiaotian ignored everything else, holding the sword in his left hand and the whip in his right, attacking Li Yang, who was fighting 3 others. Sun Xing, behind Chen Jingyu, saw the situation was not good and whispered from behind, "We can't be stuck like this, we will suffer." Chen Jingyu understood this logic very well. But this stinking little brother who had turned into a ball seemed determined to fight into the end, rolling endlessly and refusing to stop. It was as if the fight needed to end only after a clear winner was decided. Chen Jingyu had long felt exhausted, and at this moment was entirely sustained by a single belief. Hearing Sun Xing's words, he grit his teeth and said, "You retreat, go help them, I will deal with him myself." He spoke lightly, but he understood that as soon as Sun Shang retreated, he would definitely be knocked away. But at this moment, everyone else's situation was even more dangerous. Especially Yuan Yuan and Li Jiwei, those two had almost no combat ability. Li Jiwei was slightly better, after obtaining a weapon exclusive to a gunsmith, she still had some combat power. However, now the players, having received attribute enhancements, were not particularly skilled with firearms. Even in such close combat, it's not easy to hit someone. Sun Xing thought for 2 seconds, her tone flat as she said, "Then hold on yourself." On the other side, Yuan Yuan was already in crisis. Sun Xing immediately retreated and then turned to Yuan Yuan, pulling her over and kicking a man who was trying to grab Yuan Yuan away. Bang! With a powerful kick, he was sent flying. At that moment, Chen Jingyu felt an irresistible force coming at him. The crystal sword in his hand began to shake, wanting to rebound back. His hand holding the sword hilt was already cracking. But Chen Jingyu was still gritting his teeth, holding on. "I will kill you, he 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 he." The laughter of the annoying little brother sounded somewhat crazed. The spinning speed increased even faster. At this moment, Chen Jingyu was completely in a passive situation. He couldn't even think about retreating. As soon as the strength of the crystal sword in his hand weakened, he would be knocked away by the annoying little brother. At this time, someone also targeted Chen Jingyu. He noticed Chen Jingyu's situation. "Kid, your death is coming." Lin Xiaotian directly bypassed Li Yang, no longer caring about him, and rushed straight towards Chen Jingyu. Previously, he was cautious of Sun Shang behind Chen Jingyu and didn't dare to come up. But now Sun Shang was busy helping Yuan Yuan, who was being attacked by several people, and could not break free for a while. Even if she could break free, Yuan Yuan would be in danger. So, this was a perfect opportunity. As mentioned earlier, Lin Xiaotian was very good at seizing opportunities. Although he occasionally hesitated, once he made up his mind, he was also a person with strong execution. The whip struck again towards Chen Jingyu. Crack! It struck directly on Chen Jingyu's shoulder, instantly tearing his clothes and leaving a long bloody mark. "Ah, kid, see how you act tough now." Crack! Crack! Lin Xiaotian didn't move closer, swinging the whip in his hand again and again. In just a few moments, Chen Jingyu's upper clothes were almost shredded. He was completely covered in wounds. Chen Jingyu's eyes were almost spitting fire. He could hardly resist the huge force from his annoying little brother. Crack! Another whip struck. Chen Jingyu suddenly loosened his left hand and caught the whip in his hand. At this moment, holding the sword with one hand, he could not hold on anymore. Lin Xiaotian froze for a moment and instinctively exerted force, wanting to pull the whip back. Almost at the same time, Chen Jingyu's crystal sword suddenly recoiled. With one hand, he finally could not hold on. "Die, ha 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 ha." The annoying little brother let out a crazed laugh. At the moment when Chen Jingyu's crystal sword was knocked away, he suddenly turned around and then jumped high into the air. The annoying brother's rushing body almost brushed past Chen Jingyu's leg. At this moment, with a strong pull from Lin Xiaotian, he pulled Chen Jingyu up a bit with the whip, and he leaped over the annoying brother's rolling ball. In a stunning display, Chen Jingyu actually performed a somersault. Even he felt it was incredible. Of course, this also had to thank Lin Xiaotian's whip for its help. Chapter 189. After landing from the flip, Chen Jingyu directly locked his gaze on Lin Xiaotian. The two of them each held one end of the whip, both staring fiercely at each other. At the same time, they were secretly competing in strength. The long whip was taut, making a creaking sound. "You broke the promise," Chen Jingyu said calmly. "So what?" Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He knew that Chen Jingyu must be exhausted. But at this moment, in their struggle, he surprisingly did not fall behind. This was enough to show the gap between the two. Next to them, the snow leopard was once again damaged. Even the summoned beast he was proud of could not defeat the pet cat raised by the other party. Although the gray cat is not an ordinary pet cat, Lin Xiaotian thinks so. After all, in the game, besides summoners, no one has heard of anyone owning game pets. I should have said, I hate people who are untrustworthy the most. Chen Jingyu's tone remained very calm. "So what?" Lin Xiaotian repeated what he had just said. Suddenly, Chen Jingyu laughed. He laughed in a harmless way. "It seems there's nothing you can do." Lin Xiaotian saw his smile but felt an overwhelming disgust. Just as he frowned, Chen Jingyu suddenly moved. The move was unexpected. The sound coming from behind provided Chen Jingyu the perfect opportunity to strike. It was the sound of the annoying little brother crashing into the wall. Even Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but take a glance. In that split second, Chen Jingyu's crystal sword of light, shining with orange brilliance, lunged forward. Lin Xiaotian was startled and quickly stepped back, releasing the long whip in his hand, and raised the one-handed sword in his other hand to block. There was no expected clashing of weapons. Only dazzling sparks were produced. That one-handed sword was melted straight through the middle. At the broken part, it was clear to see the sword being melted. It was slowly dripping down. This. Lin Xiaotian was stunned. What kind of temperature is this? In just one clash, his sword was actually melted? He couldn't help but look at Chen Jingyu's crystal sword of light. This weapon with such an eye-catching design actually had such powerful destructive power. At the same time, he had to admire the strength of the annoying little brother. To withstand such a powerful crystal sword of light with his body and still gain the upper hand, what a mighty physique! While Lin Xiaotian was lost in thought, Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity again. As they say, take his life while he is ill. Chen Jingyu naturally understood this principle better than anyone else. The crystal sword of light swung back again, directly stabbing towards Lin Xiaotian's chest, instantly releasing a burnt smell. Lin Xiaotian's reaction was surprisingly quick. As the crystal sword of light came back, he slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this strike would have been fatal. The burning pain instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Xiaotian felt horrified, and said without mercy, relying on a powerful weapon, if you've got skills, put down the weapon and fight me one-on-one. Alright. Chen Jingyu put away his weapon. This time, it was Lin Xiaotian who was stunned. He actually agreed? But he clearly held the advantage. They had already lost both weapons on their side, and now he was unarmed. If the opponent attacked at this moment, he could only be the one to suffer. Why would he agree? Lin Xiaotian suddenly couldn't figure it out. Chen Jingyu grinned, are you ready? The one-on-one fight begins now. Lin Xiaotian instinctively took a step back, suddenly sensing something unusual. But before he could think it through, Chen Jingyu's fist was already coming at him. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Lin Xiaotian's face. Already bruised and battered, Lin Xiaotian was now knocked backward, blood streaming from his nose. What's happening, my body? There was a strong burning sensation on his chest, a stabbing feeling that made him feel like he was about to fall apart. However, this was not the most shocking part. What shocked him was that he had clearly seen Chen Jingyu's fist coming towards him and realized he should dodge, yet his body seemed unresponsive, staring helplessly as the fist hit his face. Looking at Lin Xiaotian's dazed expression, Chen Jingyu chuckled again, following up with another punch. Bang! Lin Xiaotian's other cheek received another heavy blow. This was your own request. I've never seen someone so asking for a beating. Do you really need me to punch your face to be happy? Chen Jingyu laughed as he threw punch after punch, leaving Lin Xiaotian completely unable to think. Little did he know, Chen Jingyu's crystal light sword not only inherently carried a burning effect but also gained an additional effect later on. That was the effect of water element damage. It sounded strange, the water element effect actually attached to the blazing crystal light sword. But the truth was indeed so marvelous. The crystal light sword, infused with water element damage, though it didn't increase actual damage, added a slowing effect. In other words, a person hit by the crystal light sword would not only suffer from burning damage but would also move extraordinarily slowly. This was also the reason why Chen Jingyu agreed to Lin Xiaotian's challenge to a fair fight without weapons. However, Lin Xiaotian probably wouldn't get the chance to find this out. Bang! 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 Chen Jingyu's combination punches kept coming, tiring him out himself. You silly thing, given a chance to live and you won't take it, choosing instead to seek death. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian could no longer stand, his eyes vacant and swaying as if about to fall. Blood and other non-lethal fluids occasionally dribbled from his mouth, pooling slowly down his chin. Chen Jingyu finally felt a bit of relief after tiring himself out. I'll send you on your way. With a sudden thrust, the crystal light sword pierced through Lin Xiaotian instantly. This elite captain of the Lu family, a rare profession in summoning players, met his end just like that. Is it really that hard to be honest? Why seek death? Chen Jingyu spat on him. The deal for 50 keys was also ruined. He had been holding back all this time just to get the keys, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiaotian kept going back on his word, stabbing him in the back time after time. Such a person deserved no mercy. After getting rid of Lin Xiaotian, Chen Jingyu finally had the time to survey the battlefield. The series of battles that had just unfolded did not actually take much time. His stupid little brother, after crashing into the wall, was a bit dazed and took quite a while before stumbling out from the ruins. In other places, Sun Sheng had knocked down 5 or 6 people, while Fan Xie had dealt with those who had attacked from a distance with guns. Only Li Yan was still being surrounded by a few people. With his black iron greatsword, although he couldn't repel the enemies, he was at least able to defend himself temporarily, suffering minimal damage. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingyu felt relieved. Brothers, let's smash them. Chapter 190. After completely severing ties with the Lu family, Chen Jingyu no longer held back his humility. Although it was a pity to lose the opportunity to obtain 50 keys, it was what it was, and Chen Jingyu was done with being conflicted. He decided to wipe out the opponent directly. Since they were unwilling to coexist peacefully, then everyone must be taken out. Chen Jingyu strode forward and swung his sword directly at someone who was watching Li Yang. The crystal light sword instantly struck that person's back. What the hell? The person clutched their back and turned around with great difficulty, finally seeing who had ambushed them. You don't respect martial ethics. The person slowly collapsed. Martial ethics? Chen Jingyu scoffed, talking about martial ethics with me? Don't talk about Lin Xiaotian being a piece of trash, even if he weren't, I'd still ambush you. If that fallen person could still hear him, they would definitely want to shout. Why did Lin Xiaotian provoke you, and now you want to find me? If he doesn't respect your martial ethics, go find him. But sadly, he had already gone along with Lin Xiaotian and could no longer hear anyone speak. Orange light flickered. In no time, all the people around Li Yang were dealt with by them. On Sun Xing's side, with Chen Jingyu's addition, the pressure had lessened significantly, allowing her to clear away the people beside her. The elite forces of the Lu family. The ground was covered. Not a single one could still breathe. The stinky little brother jumped out again. He glared fiercely at Chen Jingyu, seemingly not caring at all whether others lived or died. Seeing that Chen Jingyu was unharmed, the stinky little brother put on a gnashing teeth expression. You little dog, big dirty pig, shameless. He was scolding like a child quarreling. The crowd was left speechless. Just now, the rolling combat style was actually a huge drain on the stinky little brother. At this moment, it was very difficult for him to launch the skill again. The crowd stepped forward slowly, surrounding the stinky little brother in the middle. Chen Jingyu, Li Yang, and Sen Cheng were in front. Fan Xie, Yuan, and Li Jiwei were in the back. They formed a very layered attack formation. The stinky little brother instantly sensed that something was off. He took half a step back, glaring at everyone saying, don't think you can beat me, don't force me to use my big move. Is it a real big move or a fake big move? Chen Jingyu stepped forward another step. Although the stinky little brother was strong, at this moment, with no worries behind him, everyone could join forces to deal with him without hesitation. So, Chen Jingyu no longer feared him, after all, there was still Sun Xing present. Don't force me. The stinky little brother glared at Chen Jingyu in fury. But the other side seemed not to care, stepping forward once again. The stinky little brother was completely enraged. I am still a boss, how can you look down on me like this? With blood-red eyes, the stinky little brother suddenly lunged forward. Chen Jingyu was startled, just about to dodge when he saw the stinky little brother suddenly kneeling on the ground. The crowd. What's going on? What kind of operation is this? Everyone was confused. After kneeling on the ground, the stinky little brother drilled his head down to the ground. But that's not all, he rolled over and began to roll on the ground. Chen Jingyu almost couldn't help but laugh. Is this a child throwing a tantrum? But soon, they all understood. They realized this was not funny at all. The stinky little brother's hair grew long again, and as he rolled left and right, his hair, like steel needles, brushed back and forth like a big brush. Sizzle! That sharp hair pierced the ground, leaving deep scratches on the tiles. Chen Jingyu jumped back immediately, hurriedly avoiding it. But the stinky little brother seemed to have set his sights on him, rolling straight toward him. He was only chasing him. Beside him, Fan Xie saw Chen Jingyu's awkward appearance and burst out laughing. You kiddo also has today, chased by a little brat. The stinky little brother suddenly stopped. Little brat? Stinky little brother's anger value plus 10,086. You dare call me a little brat? The stinky little brother got up, turned his target quickly, and rolled toward Fan Xie at high speed. Oh no, you big uncle, Fan Xie stammered in fear, running straight into a shop. Block him! Chen Jingyu shouted. A figure flashed by. Sun Sheng stood in front of Fan Xie. I go your grandpa, Chen Jingyu, are you messing with me like this? Fan Xie almost jumped up. Chen Jingyu was speechless. I didn't mean to block him, I meant to block that little kid. He could only shout again. Sun Sheng then understood, she had misunderstood. She stepped aside, letting Fan Xie go back, and directly blocked in front of the stinky little brother. The golden fist in her hand shone with a bright light. She aimed for the rolling body of the stinky little brother, found an opening, and punched out. Full of violence. It seemed the stinky little brother didn't care about her at all, and he didn't slow down at all. The two collided fiercely. Boom! With a loud noise, both of them stopped. The stinky little brother sat on the ground, his head spinning in circles. Although Sun Qing didn't move, maintaining her punching posture, she also felt her arm numb from the impact. In comparison, it seemed like she still held a slight advantage. At this moment, Chen Jingyu rushed over. The crystal light sword in his hand showed no mercy, directly slashing toward the stinky little brother. Don't be deceived by his appearance, this kid is not ordinary, he is a dangerous boss. On the other side, Li Yang is also rushing over with a black iron sword. At the same time, Fan Xia, who had run halfway, quickly turned around, drew his bow, and aimed at Chen Jingyu. The foul little brother in front of him. Everyone seemed to understand that this was the last moment. Even Li Jiwei raised her laser gun, ready to attack together. The foul little brother was suddenly surrounded. It seemed there was no way out at all. You are bullying me. The foul little brother suddenly burst into tears. Foul little brother is very angry, foul little brother is going to explode. The little brother's face suddenly turned bright red. Foul little brother can't hold it in anymore. He stood up. At this moment, the foul little brother, with his two tiny fists clenched, was trembling slightly. His little buttocks lifted slightly. Puff, puff. Suddenly, two super loud farts popped out from his bottom. Followed by a sound like a mountain calling and a sea roaring. Puff la la. Puff chi chi. Foul little brother pooped his pants. The foul little brother, whose face was red from holding it in, suddenly screamed in despair. But long before this, the 6 people and 1 cat surrounding him had already slipped away. They ran faster than rabbits. Oh my. No wonder he's called the foul little brother. Indeed, a name can be wrong, but a nickname cannot. Too stinky, ugh. This is simply a biochemical skill, can't bear it, can't bear it. After running all the way to the other end of the second-floor corridor, they finally stopped. The group looked back anxiously. They feared that the little boy would chase after them. Chapter 191. The foul little brother not only let it out but also made it very stinky. He truly lived up to the name of the foul little brother. That stench was simply beyond words to describe. Even if someone told them that defeating the foul little brother would drop mythical level equipment, they probably wouldn't go for it. The foul smell was still spreading. It had already drifted over to them. Everyone looked at each other. After all, he was a boss with some reputation, how could it come to this? Everyone was at a loss for ideas. All eyes turned to Chen Jingyu. Don't look at me, who is going to spank that little boy for pooping everywhere? Chen Jingyu said, looking at everyone. They all pointed at him. Damn, did you all plan this? Chen Jingyu took 2 steps back. Not going. But someone has to solve this. Now, Chen Jingyu was in a difficult position. If it were something dangerous, he would go himself. But now. So stinky. So disgusting. Fan Xia, go, bite him to death. Chen Jingyu shouted at Fan Xia, pointing in the direction of the foul little brother. Damn, if you wanna go, go yourself. I wouldn't go even if I die, ugh, Fan Xia nearly vomited again. No one was willing to go. It felt like they were in a deadlock. A few minutes later. Chen Jingyu spoke again, if it doesn't work, let's draw lots, whoever draws gets to go. The foul little brother didn't seem to know what he was doing and hadn't come over yet. But Chen Jingyu and the others could no longer waste time, there were 3 more bosses waiting for them. Okay. Li Yang agreed. Then, that's fine. Fan Xia nearly vomited again. I'm not going. Li Jiwei pouted, I'd rather die. Yuan and Sun Qing didn't speak, but they looked like they felt the same way. They were really being put in a difficult position. Then, how about just the 3 of us draw lots? Chen Jingyu suggested. Sure. I have no problem. The other 2 also agreed. Alright, the 3 of us will play rock paper scissors, 1 round will decide the winner. Chen Jingyu exchanged glances with Li Yang. The latter immediately understood. I'll count to 3 to start. Chen Jingyu gathered the 3 of them together. The rest of the crowd gathered around to watch. Just as Chen Jingyu was about to shout, a particularly loud crying sound suddenly echoed through the entire second-floor corridor. Followed by a series of loud bangs. Bang! Wah-ah! Bang! Wah-ah! It seems someone is hitting a kid? Chen Jingyu was not quite sure. I feel the same. Li Yang nodded. Just as everyone was astonished. Something even more surprising happened to Chen Jingyu. He actually heard the task completion notification from the mission system. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the task video game superstar. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the task reward hint card *1. Another hint card in hand, Chen Jingyu now had 2 hint cards in his crystal ring. There had been no opportunity to use them. Just then, the sound of clicking and clacking came again. The automatic escalator from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor started to operate. This indicated that the 2nd floor had been cleared. What is going on? How did it suddenly complete? Yes, the boss hasn't been defeated yet. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand. Chen Jingyu himself couldn't figure it out either. But one thing was certain, it was time to go to the 3rd floor. Let's go see what's up there. He was the first to walk towards the escalator. The others followed him. They all got on the escalator, slowly heading up to the 3rd floor. Before they reached the 3rd floor, they saw various clothing stores. This floor was almost all clothing stores, with many women's clothing shops. As soon as the 3 of them reached the 3rd floor, the automatic escalator stopped working. Everyone stood in the corridor looking around, waiting for the boss to appear. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing filled the air. A woman slowly walked out of a women's clothing store. She was a tall woman. Long hair, beautiful. She wore a pretty light pink dress, stepping on a pair of black high heels. She was a beautiful woman. In her arms, she held a small child. The sobbing sound was coming from this child. To everyone's surprise, the child was Stinky Brother. So it was you guys who bullied my son, huh? The woman said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Everyone remained silent, all looking towards Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu was also very surprised. Is she the boss of the 3rd level? The task system hadn't released the mission, and the boss appeared. This was unprecedented. And she was actually Stinky Brother's mother? Could it be that she cleaned up the mess just now? Mother's love is indeed great. Perhaps only the real mother of Stinky Brother wouldn't mind that awful smell. No one is talking? The woman's dissatisfaction grew stronger. Don't think that staying silent will work. Let me tell you, getting past my son's level doesn't mean you can get past mine. And you guys actually made Stinky get his pants dirty. I won't let you off. After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Stinky Brother. Stinky Brother instantly pouted, looking wronged. Mommy. I won't do it again. Chen Jingyu was completely speechless, unsure of how to respond. He thought to himself, maybe this is the setting for Stinky Brother, having the accident means he has been defeated. He just didn't expect that his real mother lived upstairs. Does this mean the 2 bosses have combined? If that's the case, it might be a bit tricky. Now, even though Stinky Brother was on his last legs, he might recover at any time. That super rolling move still haunts Chen Jingyu to this day. He almost died under that wheel. I must say, Stinky Brother's rolling and soiling skill is not weak at all. It's just that he doesn't know how strong this beautiful boss, Stinky Brother's mom, really is. While Chen Jingyu was lost in thought, planning his next move, the mission system finally stirred. The image of the Lolita girl appeared in the crystal lens. She first ignored Chen Jingyu, instead directly turning to look at Stinky Brother's mother. After observing for a while, she finally turned around. There was still a hint of envy on her face. This expression is a bit thought-provoking. Chen Jingyu stroked his chin, starting to think. The Lolita girl? Is this jealousy? Or envy? But there are plenty of people more beautiful than the smelly little brother's mom. Sun Chang, Yuan, including Li Jiwei, each one of them is no worse than her. But why is it that she only envies the smelly little brother's mom? Ding! You have a new task. Do you accept? The Lolita girl started the usual inquiry, a little distracted. Chen Jingyu naturally chose to accept. Chapter 192. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted the new task. Task name, Fashion Expert, to be completed. Description, transform into a fashion expert and diss the stylish mom's fashion taste. Completion condition, crush the stylish mom's confidence. Description, strike her down. Time limit, 60 minutes. Completion reward, crystal fragment. Description, seems like some kind of item fragment. Failure penalty, become a fashion model. Description, display your figure in the shop window. The task type was fairly standard, and after reading it, Chen Jingyu didn't react much. It's just that the boss's name seemed a little too reckless. The first stage is sister, the second stage is little brother, and now it's the mom. Could there be grandpa and grandma next? Thinking about this, Chen Jingyu's crystal lens focused on the stylish mom, observing her basic information first. Target information analysis. Monster name, stylish mom. Type, humanoid. Level, LV 18. Description: boss of the third stage in the Entertainment City dungeon, loves shopping, enjoys dressing up, has full confidence and obsession with her looks and figure. The description matched perfectly with what was seen so far. Chen Jingyu started thinking. From the previous situations, it seemed that brute force might not be enough to defeat the stylish mom. Chen Jingyu also noticed that the boss's strength was greatly influenced by their own level, but it also depended on their skills. Just like the boss in the first stage, Sister Little Sunflower, whose targeted kill bubble skill was incredibly powerful, making it unavoidable. And the second stage's boss, the smelly little brother, although his rolling skill was strong and frightening, it hadn't reached the point of being unresistible. The late Lin Xiaotian, that's because you're also a big pervert, who the hell could resist if they were anyone else? Achoo! He rubbed his nose. Strange, why does it feel like someone has been cursing me? Never mind, it's more important to figure out how to deal with the boss. At this moment, the stylish mom had yet to take action, so no one knew her full strength. Even so, Chen Jingyu didn't want to see the stylish mom's skills firsthand. Right now, it was just the 6 of them and a cat, with all the cannon fodder already dead. If they could avoid a fight, it would be best not to engage. Then let's start by dissing her fashion taste. Chen Jingyu looked up and down at the stylish mom's outfit, already having some thoughts in mind. Hey, you don't actually have ideas about the boss in the dungeon, do you? Li Jiwei, standing beside him, saw that Chen Jingyu's eyes were fixed on the stylish mom, and he was occasionally stroking his chin, nodding. She thought he was interested in the boss. Go away, do you think I'm Fanxia? Fanxia, what are you all talking about? Nothing, she was complimenting how handsome you are, Chen Jingyu lied. Really? Fanxia immediately started sparkling with stars in his eyes and rushed up to Li Jiwei. Get lost. Li Jiwei snapped at him. Fanxia was stunned. Seeing the others joking around casually, the stylish mom, who hadn't spoken for a while, now furrowed her brows, her anger visibly building. It seems like you don't even take me seriously? She said angrily, I already told you, you made the smelly little brother poop his pants, if you don't give me a perfect explanation, I won't let you off. Hearing this, everyone's faces grew serious. How could they explain this? Could it be that they had to fight again? Fanxia hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took a few steps forward and walked up to the stylish mom. He took something out of his pocket. He handed over, I have a half-used roll of tape, do you think it's still perfect? Everyone. Straight face, straight face, straight face. Pretty mom? Hashtag, are you messing with me? Pretty mom's face darkened. Seeing her angry, Fanxia immediately slipped away, retreating into the crowd. He still grumbled to everyone, women are really hard to understand, clearly she wants a perfect tape, my tape may be half-used, but I feel it's still very perfect and useful. Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him. They looked at him with an expression of disbelief. This action once again angered Pretty Mom. Damn little brat, you're dead. She was completely furious. Her long black hair suddenly grew longer. It was like Sadako from a horror movie, instantly reaching several meters long. Those thick, black long hairs were like tentacles, directly sweeping towards Fanxia. I'm out of here. Fanxia was startled and began to run away, hugging his head. Others were also shocked. They didn't expect the boss to suddenly pull this move. It didn't seem easy to resist. In this critical moment, Chen Jingyu stepped forward and shouted loudly, hey, your hair is split. As soon as he finished speaking, those long hairs that were about to wrap around everyone retreated like a tide. In an instant, they returned to their original state. Pretty Mom held her stinky brother with one hand and stroked the ends of her hair with the other. Nonsense, my hair is well maintained, how could it be split? Ding. Target's confidence -1. Actually, Pretty Mom was right, her hair was indeed well maintained. Chen Jingyu didn't see her hair being split, he was just speaking randomly in a crisis. But it seemed very effective. You're a bit too concerned about your image. Chen Jingyu secretly laughed in his heart. Even if Pretty Mom knew her hair was well maintained, she couldn't stand others' doubtful looks. Though she didn't believe Chen Jingyu's words, she still felt a bit worried. What if it was true? Wouldn't her perfect image be completely ruined? Pretty Mom's reaction gave Chen Jingyu great confidence. It seemed this task was not hard to accomplish. Immediately, Chen Jingyu stepped forward again and said, it really was split just now, I'm not lying, if you don't believe me, look into my eyes. Chen Jingyu displayed a sincere look. Implying, I'm not lying to you. Pretty Mom furrowed her brow and looked over. Chen Jingyu asked, did you see it? What a sincere gaze, right? Pretty Mom nodded. Chen Jingyu then asked, what did you see? Eye boogers. Pretty Mom turned back with a face of disdain. Chen Jingyu wiped the corner of his eye. Sorry, I embarrassed myself. After wiping, he continued, what I mean is, look at my eyes, they are so sincere, I wouldn't lie to you, trust me. Pretty Mom pouted, humph, men are all big pigs trotters. That guy back then said the same thing, told me to trust him, said he wouldn't go in, and what happened? She glanced at the stinky brother in her hand. Chapter 193. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Pretty Mom's words. Yuan even turned red. This damn instant comprehension. Pretty Mom seemed to also realize her loss of composure, her expression became a bit flustered, but she quickly adjusted. Since you can't give me an explanation, then let's solve it with force. Pretty Mom still seemed ready to act. I gave it to you, but you didn't want it, now you're here talking. Fan Xia didn't dare to speak loudly, softly murmuring behind, looking very unhappy. If Pretty Mom heard this, she might just come up and beat him. Chen Jingyu was afraid Fan Xia would say something else to anger Pretty Mom, so he quickly stood up. This beautiful and graceful lady, why use force for things that can be solved with words? Pretty Mom? Yuan turned red again, looking shy as if she couldn't understand what he was saying. Chen Jingyu didn't notice the odd expressions of the few people. He was just handling the current situation according to his previous gaming experience. Just like when dealing with the master of the yellow sect last time, as long as the boss doesn't take action and is willing to talk to you, then everything will be easy to handle. But if they actually start taking action, whether you can win or not is another matter. His mission will definitely become much harder. Although his words sounded a bit odd, overall, it seemed like he was complimenting himself, so the beautiful mom's mood immediately improved a little. She didn't even feel as strongly about the urge to take action anymore. Chen Jingyu quickly seized the moment and said, a graceful and beautiful lady like you should just shop, go out, and leave things like taking care of the kids to others. Sigh. The beautiful mom sighed, her words hitting her core. I also once thought of taking care of my beauty, letting the deadbeat earn the money and support the family, while also washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, tidying up, taking care of the kids, feeding them, changing diapers, bathing them, putting them to sleep, picking them up from school. If there was time left, I could go shopping, buy some bags, and occasionally get 3 or 4 surprise gifts a week. Maybe have a romantic date or two. Who would have thought? The beautiful mom was full of anger, he actually ran away. Tell me, were my demands too much? Not too much. Chen Jingyu said, betraying his conscience. Exactly. The beautiful mom seemed to have found a kindred spirit, look at me, I've sacrificed so much for him, gave him 2 kids. Was it easy for me? He can't even do the smallest things? Her face was full of deep melancholy. We women are so tired. Marrying him was his good fortune from his past life, but he doesn't cherish it at all. Scumbag. I buy clothes and dress beautifully every day, do you think it's for myself? It's all for him to have face. I spend money too, it's hard work. Does makeup not take time? The more Chen Jingyu listened, the sweat on his face increased. He could hardly bear it anymore. A person walked toward him, heading forward. Chen Jingyu looked up, it was Sun Cheng. She was walking forward, clenching her fists. Chen Jingyu was startled and quickly grabbed her. This little girl can't be impulsive. If she goes and beats up the beautiful mom, all his efforts will be wasted. Calm down, I'll handle this. Chen Jingyu winked at Sun Cheng. The system task was to diss the beautiful mom and break her confidence. The previous round of conversation had already brought him closer to the beautiful mom. Chen Jingyu felt that it was time to act. The timing was perfect. Now, the only thing left to consider was finding an entry point. He had already tried discussing the beautiful mom's hair earlier, and it was clear that she cared a lot about her appearance. This was easy. Chen Jingyu immediately said, what you said is completely right. Li Jiwei, behind him, was speechless. The way you speak, you're asking to get hit. Chen Jingyu ignored her and continued his strategy on the boss. But you know why that scumbag ran away? A classic rhetorical question, drawing the other person into his trap. Who are you calling a scumbag? The beautiful mom's face turned black, as if saying, don't test me. Dare to insult my man, are you looking for death? Chen Jingyu. You were the one who said it yourself, okay? Forget it, you can't reason with women. Especially with a woman like the beautiful mom. Arguing with her is like lighting a lantern in the toilet. Looking for shit. Sorry, I misspoke. Chen Jingyu quickly put on a sincere expression again, what I meant to say is, your husband left you for a reason. The beautiful mom frowned. She quickly asked, what reason? Your sense of style is problematic. Chen Jingyu said in a heavy tone. He threw the bomb directly. As expected, flames of anger instantly surged in the beautiful mom's eyes. What did you say? The beautiful mom's face was full of rage, you dare question my sense of style? Do you want to die? Facing the soon-to-explode boss, Chen Jingyu wasn't worried at all. He knew that his words had taken effect. He didn't dare stay still and quickly said, "Look, your pink little dress looked really nice, but you're actually bare-legged and wearing a pair of black high heels. There's nothing wrong with the heels, but the issue is that you're bare-legged." After saying this, Chen Jingyu felt a bit impressed with himself. This was all nonsense, utter nonsense. The key point is that he could say it so convincingly. I am truly amazing. Hearing the other party's confident statements, Liang Ma also started to doubt herself. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence -10. Ding. Task progress completed 1%. I can't believe it, Chen Jingyu began to complain in his heart. No wonder when my confidence dropped -1 point, the task progress didn't change. It turned out Liang Ma's confidence value was too high. Now that it has decreased by 10 points, the total progress only reached 1%. Doesn't that mean her confidence value is 1,000? She really is a confident woman. Keep talking, Liang Ma said with a dark expression. She became more curious and wanted to hear what Chen Jingyu had to say. If he's talking nonsense, then. Humph. Seeing Liang Ma's eager inquiry, Chen Jingyu felt delighted inside. It seems my talent for fooling people has improved a lot. So, he straightened his face and seriously said, "Ahem, there's an age-old saying in the fashion world, the fashion industry. Haven't you heard of it?" What saying? Liang Ma's angry face now showed a hint of confusion. Chen Jingyu sighed slightly, shaking his head gently. He looked at her with an expression that said she really didn't know. Instantly, it sparked Liang Ma's infinite curiosity. Chen Jingyu seized the opportunity and said, "In our fashion world, there's a great adage about dressing, that is. If a woman wants to be sexy, sheer stockings and high heels should be matched." Chapter 194. Are you saying I'm sexy? Liang Ma seemed very excited and took a small step forward. Chen Jingyu didn't expect her to suddenly come closer, and he felt a bit nervous without knowing how to respond. But in the next second, Liang Ma changed to a shy expression. She slightly lowered her head, blushing and said, "Then, thank you for the compliment." Everyone? Chen Jingyu felt a weight lift off his heart. That scared me to death. Why scare someone like that? Well, Liang Ma looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. I wanted to ask how to enter the fashion industry? Liang Ma looked at Chen Jingyu with sparkling eyes. Very sincere and eager. How would I know? When did you enter the fashion industry? Li Jiwei, who was behind Chen Jingyu, took a small step forward and whispered in his ear. Chen Jingyu wasn't evasive and said loudly, "Of course, in our city, who doesn't know, I represent the fashion world." No wonder. Li Jiwei nodded slightly and stepped back, her voice almost inaudible. "Turns out you're the only one in this batch." But Chen Jingyu had sharp ears, and he heard it. He turned around with a fierce expression and said, "If you keep making trouble, do you believe I'll take out the mouse in minutes?" Li Jiwei? Mouse? What mouse? In a corner, a girl dressed in Lolita clothing suddenly trembled. Hiding in the corner, she began to draw circles. How annoying, I wasn't making trouble, why bring up a mouse for no reason? Of course, the Lolita girl's little movements didn't attract Chen Jingyu's attention. At this moment, all his focus was on Liang Ma. Upon hearing Chen Jingyu say he represented the fashion industry in the city, Liang Ma became somewhat excited. Then can you introduce me to the fashion industry? After saying that, Liang Ma stared at Chen Jingyu with eager little eyes. Ahem. Chen Jingyu pretended to cough a couple of times. "I'm sorry, madam, as I said before, your fashion sense has some problems." Liang Ma immediately displayed extreme disappointment. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence -10. Ding. Task progress completed 2%. Chen Jingyu felt delighted in his heart, as the task progress made new strides. Although it was slow, progress was all that mattered. At this moment, Mom Jiang still carefully scrutinized herself. She first looked left and right at her outfit, then turned to check her reflection in the shop's glass window. Ding. Mom Jiang's confidence -20. Ding. Task progress completed 4%. Her confidence unexpectedly lowered again. Chen Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle beside her. As expected, no matter how a woman looks in the mirror, she always finds flaws. Of course, narcissists are the exception. Though Mom Jiang was confident, she was not a narcissist. On the contrary, she cared a lot about the opinions of others. After looking for a while, Mom Jiang seemed to finally make up her mind and hesitantly said, "How about I go change to a pair of stockings?" The several people present immediately lit up with excitement. "Sure, can I help you?" Fan Xia rushed forward first. "Well, I can also help with advice," Li Yang followed up. Go Chen Jingyu dismissed the two and turned to Mom Jiang, saying, "They're both clueless, I think it's better if just the two of us go." The two immediately exploded in protest. Damn, Chen Jingyu, you're really not playing fair. Exactly, you can't hog everything. Do you believe I will? Chen Jingyu quickly covered Fan Xia's mouth. Ha! Men! Li Jiwei turned her head away. With men? Xu Wenqing looked a bit confused. The group became chaotic, and Mom Jiang also didn't understand. She spoke up, how about we go together? Mom Jiang pointed to a brand store behind her and said, this store is great, but I usually wear very little black. When I was young, I liked to wear white. Fan Xia's eyes lit up again, I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky. Then how about we all try? Li Yang was more rational. Kids make choices, adults take them all. That's not impossible, Mom Jiang nodded. She looked at Chen Jingyu and said, in that case, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. If your taste is truly at the forefront of fashion, then I will listen to you, if not. She glared at him. I promise your fate will be very miserable. Although Mom Jiang's words were full of threats, Tomato and others completely ignored them. Quick, let's go pick out clothes and stockings. They seem to be unable to wait any longer. Why do you look more anxious than I do? Mom Jiang was puzzled. Underscore? How could I not be anxious? Not being anxious would be strange. I just want to learn a bit about the fashion world, right? Tomato replied with a grin. Mom Jiang nodded thoughtfully. That's right, fashion is the way to go. I want to be a woman at the very forefront of the fashion world. The group entered the store together. Yuan, who fell behind, looked a bit worried. She pulled Chen Jingyu and quietly asked, do you really understand the fashion world? Chen Jingyu smiled and signaled her not to worry. Don't worry, I've always been a man at the very outer edge of the fashion circle. That's good. Yuan nodded, her expression easing a bit. She didn't quite understand. Chen Jingyu smiled and didn't bother explaining, finally entering the store. This was a boutique women's clothing brand store, also a well-known light luxury brand in the circle. As soon as Mom Jiang entered the store, she confidently headed straight to the sock area. Fan Xia followed closely behind, afraid of missing anything. The previous fear was completely gone. Only impatience remained. At this moment, Mom Jiang came over with 2 pairs of socks. She was looking for Chen Jingyu behind her. One pair was black, the other white. The black pair had a string of letters on top. Chen Jingyu could brag all he wanted, but he truly didn't understand these brands. He had no idea what the letters meant. Li Jiwei and Yuan understood very well. There were also traces of longing on their faces. It seemed no woman could refuse a beautiful pair of stockings. Just like men, they too could not resist. How about these 2 pairs? Mom Jiang asked Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu was also very excited inside, but he still looked calmer on the surface. Let's not mention what kind of boss it is, the key is that the beautiful mom really does look good. Then let's try these black ones first. If not, I can help you. Chen Jingyu said with a warm-hearted expression. This. The beautiful mom looked at him, are you sure you can help? Chen Jingyu was immediately excited, of course, I am a big shot in the fashion industry. Fan Xia also stood up at the same time. I can help too. In that case. Li Yang also said, it would be a bit embarrassing if I don't help. A few girls rolled their eyes together. The heart of Sima Zhao is known to all. The beautiful mom looked at the 3 people who stood up, her pretty eyes blinked. Her mouth involuntarily curled up. She smiled and said, since that's the case. The beautiful mom stared at the 3. Then I'll go by myself, no need for your help. After that, she tossed her little brother onto the floor and went to change. Don't be like that, I can help. Fan Xia unwillingly followed a few steps. Bang! The fitting room door was shut. I say, beautiful lady, even if you don't want help, you shouldn't hide away to change. We are all civilized people, isn't it better to be honest? No one replied. Fan Xia returned in defeat. The little brother shot them a glare full of resentment. He suddenly spoke, I know, you all want to take advantage of my mommy. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Of course, the 3 older ones were mainly shocked. This child looks young, yet he is smarter than his mother. Shoo! Chen Jingyu made a don't make noise gesture. You are still young, you don't understand, we are helping your mother. The little brother made a face at him. Meaning, I don't believe you. Seeing his mischievous expression, Chen Jingyu suddenly had an idea. He bent down and spoke to the second-level boss in a friendly manner, do you miss your dad? From previous conversations with the beautiful mom, one could still find some clues. For example, the little brother's dad ran away. This is an important clue. Sure enough, when Chen Jingyu said this, the little brother immediately wilted. He lowered his head in silence. He looked very dejected. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly, knowing that his plan was about to succeed. He asked the little brother, "Do you want to see your dad?" The little brother nodded. "Do you know what your dad looks like?" Chen Jingyu asked again. The little brother shook his head again. It seemed that he was very young when his dad left. At least that's how the game's setting is. Chen Jingyu felt joyful inside. The plan was perfectly executed. He pointed at Fan Xie and asked the little brother, "Then, do you want him to be your dad?" The little brother suddenly looked up, glanced at Fan Xie, and hesitated. "Damn, why don't you be his dad?" Fan Xie jumped up immediately. "Then do you want his mom?" Chen Jingyu hit him with a counter question. "I want to," Fan Xie nodded honestly. "Then it's settled." Chen Jingyu shrugged. Fan Xie was momentarily at a loss for words. The little brother looked at Fan Xie again. He pulled Chen Jingyu and whispered, "Can he really be my dad?" Chen Jingyu nodded sincerely. "But you need to cooperate with us. If you cause trouble, your mom won't be with him." The little brother thought for less than a second and agreed. "Okay, I won't say anything, I'll help you." After that, he shot Fan Xie another look. His small eyes were full of expectation. Fan Xie continued to be speechless. He really had no way out. Damn it, a buy one get one free offer? Buy a big one, get a small one free. Chen Jingyu seemed to see through his thoughts and walked over to pat his shoulder. "Kid, you've made a profit this time." "Get lost," Fan Xie rolled his eyes at him. Just then, the fitting room door opened. It was still the beautiful mom in the pink dress, walking out in the same high heels as before. However, the color of her legs had changed from the original flesh-colored to black now. A row of small letters filled the entire length of the slender leg. "It really is a bit beautiful." Fan Xie immediately widened his eyes, almost drooling. "Son, come here quickly." He walked over and grabbed his smelly younger brother. Tap. Tap. Pretty mom walked out in high heels, looking incredibly cool. Then she turned around in a circle. The little skirt lifted to reveal a beautiful arc. "How is it? Isn't it very fashionable?" Pretty mom seemed to be full of confidence in herself. Chen Jingyu rested one hand on his arm and supported his chin with the other. He looked like he was ready to critique her. "It's beautiful, that's true, but it can't be called fashionable. Just as I said, your taste in clothes has a big problem." Pretty mom frowned, somewhat displeased. Chen Jingyu continued, "You are still stuck at what the public thinks, far from being fashionable." It seemed like he had a point. Pretty mom started to ponder thoughtfully. Wait. She suddenly noticed something. She turned to Fan Xie and asked, "What did you just call the smelly one?" Fan Xie looked at Pretty Mom's serious expression, already beginning to plan his escape route. This was the biggest difference between him and Chen Jingyu. For someone like Fan Xie, when faced with a crisis, the first thought was to run. Chen Jingyu, on the other hand, would surely think about how to resolve the crisis first. If that didn't work, he would run faster than anyone else. Seeing Pretty Mom shift her gaze and not follow Chen Jingyu's planned direction, he prepared to stand up. But someone got there first. The smelly younger brother ran over, grabbed Pretty Mom's hand, and said, "Mommy, can we let him be my dad?" Pretty Mom was stunned. Her heart was a bit shocked. If someone like Fan Xie said such a thing, with Pretty Mom's nature, she would definitely make the other person pay a price. But at this moment, the one who said it was her own son. She looked at Fan Xie, and her gaze was already a bit different. Seeing this, Fan Xie immediately approached with a grin. "Beauty, I have admired you for a long time. If it's convenient, why don't we find a private space to have a good chat and see if we can get along?" The amount of information was a bit overwhelming. Pretty Mom couldn't quite digest it at first. It felt a bit off somehow. Was this a dating kind of event? Was this the proper process? "Is it okay, Mommy? I want a dad." The smelly younger brother began to act cute. Pretty Mom had no choice but to squat down and hug the smelly younger brother, asking, "Why do you suddenly want a dad? Isn't it good with Mommy?" "It's not that I need a dad." The smelly younger brother looked at Chen Jingyu. "2 dads would be fine too." Pretty Mom looked at Chen Jingyu speechlessly. Li Yang shook his head slightly, then reached out to pat the smelly younger brother's head. "Little brother, listen to me, one is enough. Think about your mom, this is 2 mouths to feed." "Go to hell, you are the one who's a mouth to feed." Fan Xie immediately shot back. Li Yang continued to joke with a smile, "You're really something. You've got 1 foot on 1 boat and still have time to flirt with girls." "Of course. After all, my nickname back in the day was 3 legs." Fan Xie said proudly. Chapter 196. Sun Qing curiously walked up, circling around Fan Xie. Strange, you clearly look normal, you only have 2 legs. This. Fan Xie felt really helpless with this girl. It was originally a joke, if she wanted to take it seriously, then it was indeed hard to explain. Sun Qing approached the front, instantly catching someone's attention. At first, Sun Qing shrank back, not saying anything, so Pretty Mom didn't pay special attention. But now that she stepped forward, Pretty Mom finally noticed, this woman was really too beautiful. Her figure was perfect. Her features were exquisite. Different from Yuan Yuan's beauty. Yuan Yuan was the type of girl next door, although pretty, she wouldn't make others feel threatened or pressured. However, Sen Chang was a bit different. In other words, her beauty had a somewhat bewitching quality. Especially that explosive figure. Immediately aroused the jealousy of the beautiful mom, making her feel a strong sense of pressure. The beautiful mom's brows furrowed tightly. The thought of stepping into the fashion world became even more intense in her heart. Perhaps only in this way could she turn the tables. Ding. Beautiful mom's confidence -50. Ding. Task progress completed 9%. Chen Jingyu? With a confused face. I clearly didn't do anything, why did the boss's confidence drop automatically? Chen Jingyu was very curious. He really couldn't figure it out. His gaze followed the beautiful mom's eyes, eventually landing on Sun Qing. Suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Did not expect there to be an unexpected joy. Sun Qing simply took 2 steps forward, and the effect surpassed Chen Jingyu's repeated verbal battles. Perhaps this is also a good idea. Chen Jingyu thought while stroking his chin. Looking at the current speed of task progress, it was still a bit slow. If it weren't for Sun Qing's unintentional help, it would only be 4% by now. If it takes time to slowly accumulate to 100%, even the boss might become impatient. Even if the beautiful mom patiently cooperates, Chen Jingyu himself would be exhausted. Ahem. Chen Jingyu coughed twice to regain the beautiful mom's attention. You see, this lady, she was actually like this before. Chen Jingyu quickly found a photo of an internet celebrity streamer on his phone, showed it to the beautiful mom, then took it away. The beautiful mom didn't see it clearly, only vaguely noticing that it was a girl who looked a bit like a pancake. Is this her? The beautiful mom asked, confused. You see, don't say you don't believe it, even she doesn't believe it. Chen Jingyu made a really expression, even I don't believe it myself. But you also saw, under the transformation of me, the fashion industry guru, she is now this way. The beautiful mom frowned, still not really believing. Chen Jingyu had no way out, so he went all out. Just ask you if she's beautiful or not. The beautiful mom nodded, as a form of acknowledgement. Chen Jingyu was delighted, so, you need to listen to my transformation, you look too outdated. Is that so? The beautiful mom looked at Sun Qing, then looked at herself. Seemed like she couldn't compete a little. Ding. Beautiful mom's confidence -50. Ding. Task progress completed 14%. In fact, the beautiful mom overlooked 1 point. Sun Qing had nothing to do with fashion at all. Her dressing was that of a very ordinary girl. She didn't even wear makeup. The reason she overshadowed the beautiful mom relied entirely on her heart conditions. It's just that the beautiful mom was already so confused by the flattery, only wanting to become more perfect, that she overlooked this. A woman who loves beauty, once she discovers the path to becoming beautiful, will lose all reason. Teacher, please help me transform. The beautiful mom's attitude suddenly became incredibly sincere. Even how she addressed Chen Jingyu changed. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingyu was naturally overjoyed. This was almost like being able to pre-order the task reward. If this couldn't be completed, wouldn't it be for nothing? Ahem. Chen Jingyu pretended to cough again. Although he was bursting with joy inside, his face still showed no signs of it. With a somewhat awkward look, he said, there's no problem with the transformation, but currently there's a small difficulty. The beautiful mom immediately asked, what difficulty? Chen Jingyu circled around the beautiful mom and slowly said, actually, with your conditions, once you step into our fashion world, it will definitely cause a storm. At that time, my position as the leader of the fashion world might not be secure. So you're worried about this? The beautiful mom immediately promised, you can rest assured, I'll call you teacher, you'll always be my teacher, no matter what my status is in the future. Chen Jingyu pretended to be satisfied and nodded, but now there's another problem, we're currently in the instance, how can I bring you into the fashion world? This, the beautiful mom frowned and thought, I can let you all pass. But the last 2 rounds. She looked at the line of people, are you sure you can clear the level? Wow, this even works? Fan Xie almost shouted out loud. They can clear the boss like this? But before he could be too happy, Liang Ma immediately shook her head, denying the previous idea. No, I almost forgot, I'm the boss guarding this dungeon. It's a life and death situation, almost fell for you brats. Entering the fashion world is important, but once these people clear the dungeon, where would Liang Ma find them? As the guardian boss of the dungeon, she is not like Sun Qing. Sun Qing's setting is that she is a person trapped by the boss, not part of the dungeon. She is just a character in the game. So, Sun Qing can exit the dungeon. Liang Ma is also not the same as Hui Mao. The situations of the two are completely different. Hui Mao was tamed by Chen Jingyu as a pet, so she can also be brought out of the dungeon. Could it be that they have to tame Liang Ma as a pet too? That idea is a bit dangerous. Punishment is punishment, the dungeon system definitely won't recognize it. Society wouldn't recognize it either. At this moment, the situation suddenly became unclear again. Chen Jingyu didn't expect that Liang Ma would turn things around so suddenly. He originally planned to first trick Liang Ma into letting them clear the level, then think of a way to complete the task. Clearing the level is a bottom line. If even the bottom line is crossed, then the tasks of the system will also be easily completed. Liang Ma's emotions also began to get complicated. Anger appeared on her face, her eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent as she said, so you just want to clear the dungeon through me? What fashion world, you've been lying to me. This is bad. How did this guy suddenly figure it out? Chen Jingyu really had a headache. He didn't know how to answer. But at this moment, if he didn't speak, wouldn't it mean he was confirming Liang Ma's guess? That's not okay. So, Chen Jingyu could only brace himself and step forward again. Chapter 197. The moment to test his acting skills has come. Chen Jingyu took a deep breath. With a melancholic face, he slowly stepped forward and said with deep affection, once, there was a sincere admiration placed before me, but I did not cherish it. By the time I lost it, I regretted it dearly. The most painful thing in this world is nothing but this. If heaven could give me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words, I take you, let us step into the fashion world together. If I had to add a deadline, I hope it would be 10,000 years. Liang Ma couldn't help but take a deep breath, a wave of dizziness striking her forehead. She felt a sense of floating, as if she might ascend into bliss. This kid's eyes, Liang Ma actually felt shy. That fiery gaze seemed familiar, as if she had seen it in the eyes of that deadbeat before. I remember that day under the glass window, the madness, that was my lost youth. Liang Ma actually shed tears. Silent tears, carrying endless sorrow. That was the youth I can never return to. Everyone silently watched Liang Ma reminisce about the past. Chen Jingyu also didn't expect that the performance he just gave would have such powerful impact. Did I go a bit overboard? Chen Jingyu quietly asked Li Yang. Yeah, just a little too much, it was over the top, even a bit awkward. Li Yang said honestly. Alright, I didn't think my impact would be this great. Chen Jingyu showed a self-reproaching look. After waiting for a while, Liang Ma finally calmed down. Thank you, you let me see the devoted him from the past. I didn't expect you to be a deep, emotional man. I misunderstood you. As soon as the words came out, people behind almost spewed out. What the hell, this old six, you actually say he's deep? You didn't misunderstand him, you just don't know him yet. If you knew him, you wouldn't misunderstand him, you would definitely hit him directly. Everyone was thinking their own thoughts. Everyone was speechless, desperately wanting to complain. If this wasn't a game, if that person opposite was not their number one enemy, if she weren't the boss of the game, they would have definitely switched sides. Under everyone's gazes, even Chen Jingyu felt a bit embarrassed. His old face turned a symbolic shade of red, as if to give everyone an explanation. You are too kind, this is just what I should do, Chen Jingyu replied to the beautiful mom. Actually, you misunderstood me, I just wanted to bring you into the fashion world. For an elegant and beautiful lady like you, if there were any issues with your fashion sense, it would be an enormous sin, a loss for the whole world. Ugh. Finally, the person behind couldn't hold it anymore and simply expressed his disdain with a small spew. However, it was very quiet, just a small mouthful hidden behind others, otherwise it would definitely provoke the boss's anger. Although he wasn't disgusted by the beautiful mom, but by Chen Jingyu. It was seriously a bit nauseating. Hearing Chen Jingyu's flowery compliments, the beautiful mom became a bit elated herself. She felt that if she did not follow Chen Jingyu's arrangements, it would be a betrayal of the entire world. She shyly said, alright, I'll listen to you, please continue to guide me, teacher. As she spoke, the beautiful mom stood up straight and twirled around. The guy who had just vomited suddenly lit up his eyes. Wow, this was simply too exciting. If she could change into a pair of white shoes, that would be even more amazing. Chen Jingyu seemed to understand Fan Xie's thoughts, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then spoke, it's nice, but it doesn't seem to match your outfit. The fact that you chose those socks proves my earlier point, your fashion sense has issues. Ding. Beautiful mom's confidence minus 50. Ding. Task progress completed 19%. I also have a feeling that there is indeed a bit of a problem. The beautiful mom brushed her long hair by her ear, looking a bit shy as she lowered her head to carefully examine her outfit. She was beginning to waver in her heart. Excuse me, teacher, how should I dress? Chen Jingyu raised a hand, signaling her not to rush. He started wandering around the women's clothing store. In no time, he found a few pieces of clothing and brought them over. Try these on. The beautiful mom's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded eagerly, okay. After saying that, she rushed towards the fitting room. Do you need help? Chen Jingyu asked from behind. No need, teacher, thank you. The beautiful mom shut the door without looking back. Remember to wear those white ones. Chen Jingyu added another reminder. There was no response from the fitting room, but rustling sounds could be heard. It seemed she had already begun to change clothes. Fan Xie and the others gathered around. You kid, that dress you just picked up, looked like a backless long dress, right? Fan Xie asked. It was a deep V-neck. Li Yang added. Fan Xie pursed his lips, impressed as he gave a thumbs up. I have to say, you are amazing, managing to coax the boss around, even what to wear is under your control. There is no denying it. I didn't expect you could coordinate outfits too? Li Jiwei slowly walked over, jokingly saying, how about dressing me up in a set too? Chen Jingyu grinned, sure, I can even help you change into it. Of course, you can. Li Jiwei remained bold as always, even raising her eyebrows at Chen Jingyu. You hurry and pick something. Fan Xie looked from Li Jiwei to Chen Jingyu with terrified eyes. His respect for Chen Jingyu deepened even more. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? Fan Xie began to deeply regret. Chen Jingyu once again felt defeated. With so many friends watching, everything he did felt embarrassing. He was not like Fan Xie, who never cared about his appearance. Achoo! Fan Xie sneezed, rubbed his nose, and stopped his self-blame. So strange, I don't have a cold. Why have I been sneezing so much lately? As she spoke, Liang Ma had already changed her clothes. A light yellow long gown that exposed her entire back, paired with a pair of white high heels. She was also wearing white stockings on her legs. Instantly, she looked at least 5 years younger. After stepping out, Liang Ma began to turn around looking for a mirror. She was surprised by her own reflection. She had never really tried this kind of dressing style before. At once, she started to admire herself from left to right. Behind her, several others were also enjoying the beautiful sight. Wow, what a slim back. Her figure is really good. Is it empty? Completely empty? Fan Xie felt his nose starting to burn. He was eager to see the front view effect. The remaining girls glanced a few times before turning their attention to Chen Jingyu. This guy actually had a bit of taste in fashion. Should I go ask him to pick a set for me too? Li Jiwei was seriously considering it. Chapter 198. Facing everyone's compliments, Liang Ma began to feel a bit elated. Could it be that my fashion sense was really off before? Liang Ma started to doubt herself just a little. After all, when she first appeared, she hadn't seen many admiring looks in others' eyes. At this moment, wearing the clothes that Chen Jingyu had picked, she immediately attracted a lot of attention and praise, making her believe in Chen Jingyu a bit more. Ding! Liang Ma's confidence minus 100. Ding! Task progress completed 29%. Actually, Liang Ma didn't know that most of this praise was mainly from her bare back and the stockings she had put on. After all, the loudest cheers had come from Fan Xie. If there was a little more skin showing, he could rip the roof off. Still immersed in the delight of eye-catching beauty, Chen Jingyu started to plan again. Seeing the task system's prompt, Chen Jingyu first felt happy in his heart. But at the same time, he knew it was time to turn up the heat. Otherwise, following this pattern, he couldn't guarantee that he could choose the right clothes every time. Even if he got it right, too many times would gradually diminish the effect. While Liang Ma was busy admiring herself in front of the mirror, Chen Jingyu quietly took a few steps and arrived at the shop's entrance. He carefully looked outside. Almost all were high-end women's clothing brands. There was nothing that Chen Jingyu wanted to find. Although he didn't even know what he was looking for, everything he could see was not what he wanted. Seeing that Liang Ma and her annoying little brother had not noticed him, Chen Jingyu simply took a few more steps forward. He reached the corner of the aisle, where there was a floor navigation map. Chen Jingyu walked over to take a look. He quickly found his location and could also see information about all the shops around. Just as he saw, the nearby shops were all high-end brands. But as Chen Jingyu looked to the other side, he discovered that the situation of the shops across the aisle was completely different. There were a few men's clothing stores, as well as many more accessible shops. Among them was even an old cloth shoe store, and not a brand of exit cloth shoes. Touching the navigation map, the screen quickly switched to that cloth shoe store. What caught his eye first were rows of shelves filled with cloth shoes. On one side of the wall, there were even a few Northeast-style big flowery red cotton jackets hanging. But it's summer now. However, the big cotton jacket and black cloth shoes gave Chen Jingyu a pretty good idea. But this idea looked like it would easily get him beaten up. No matter. To make him die, I must first go crazy. Having made up his mind, Chen Jingyu took a few steps back into the shop. Fan Xia was busy leaning in front of Liang Ma, saying something while his eyes kept darting around her. The stinky younger brother, held in the arms of the pretty mom, occasionally tugged at her clothes. The collar's coverage was fully visible to Fan Xia. These two guys actually started to work together. This stinky brother is really a troublemaker for mom. Everyone, to transform the pretty mom's fashion sense, I have decided to show my hidden skills. Chen Jingyu suddenly said this, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I want in too. Li Jiwei was the first to speak. No, you don't want it. Chen Jingyu decisively rejected her. No, I want it for sure. Li Jiwei insisted firmly. You won't want it, trust me. Chen Jingyu put on a serious expression. Pretty mom walked over in just a few steps and interjected, Teacher, what style is it? I want to try. In Pretty Mom's eyes, there was immense anticipation. The previous fitting had already brought her considerable surprise. She was looking forward to the upcoming performance. Chen Jingyu pretended to be serious and said, the next style might be something you've never tried, or even dared to imagine. Are you really willing to try? Seeing Chen Jingyu's serious attitude, Pretty Mom began to feel a little nervous. For a lady who loves beauty, suddenly changing her style is not an easy thing to accept. Especially a style she has never even thought about. But such a style change often brings two extreme reactions. One is breathtakingly stunning, the other is hideously ugly. Thus, this was not an easy thing for Pretty Mom to accept. The previous fitting, although surprising, was still within her usual style, just with minor adjustments. Seeing Pretty Mom's hesitation, Chen Jingyu sighed slightly and said to Li Jiwei, it seems her mindset is fixed, and there is no hope for her to enter the fashion world. I think you also have good conditions, so why don't you come with me? As soon as these words were spoken, Pretty Mom became anxious. No, teacher, I want to embrace change, Pretty Mom said urgently. Really? Chen Jingyu asked with a doubtful look. Pretty Mom immediately nodded without any hesitation. But I must say up front, once you accept it, you can't go back. This path can only lead straight forward, no looking back. Chen Jingyu said seriously. Why? Pretty Mom still had some small worries. Fashion comes from the heart. Chen Jingyu adopted a masterful demeanor, so, you must follow your heart, but you can't fully follow it. Your heart must be firm. Once there's a fluctuation, you won't be able to enter the fashion world for the rest of your life. What is he talking about? Yuan whispered. Li Jiwei shook her head, who knows? Sun Xing also shook her head. The three of them were completely confused. Not just them, Pretty Mom was also dumbfounded. Actually, what they didn't know was that Chen Jingyu himself had no idea what he was saying. He was completely just talking nonsense, saying whatever came to mind. It sounded reasonable, but upon careful thought, it had no substance. This is a common tactic used by those success gurus. Chen Jingyu suddenly realized he might have a bit of talent in this area. Perhaps in the future, he could sell courses pretending to be an expert, which could be quite marketable. While he was smugly lost in thought, Pretty Mom finally made up her mind. Although she didn't understand, it sounded reasonable enough. There was no reason not to agree. Okay, I will follow whatever the teacher arranges, even if the teacher just tells me to throw on a sack, I will do it. Pretty Mom spoke decisively, full of courage. That's a good suggestion. Fan Xia said with bright eyes when he heard this, then let's not ask for anything, just throw on a sack. He looked at Chen Jingyu, saying excitedly. Then he added, but you can still wear socks, otherwise it would be too inappropriate to be completely bare. Maybe I should wear a little more. Everyone. Chapter 199. Fan Xia's proposal, predictably, earned a collective eye roll. No one spoke, the key was that no one wanted to acknowledge him. Chen Jingyu saw the time was ripe and called everyone to move. Under his lead, they headed straight to the store that sold cloth shoes. Before they could enter, Liang Ma hesitated at the door. At first, she thought maybe they had gone to the wrong place, but when Chen Jingyu went inside and turned to wave at her, a strong resistance arose within her. No way, is this the store? Liang Ma looked at the various cloth shoes inside, along with some coarse cloth pants and jackets, and suddenly experienced severe self-doubt. These were clearly clothes that old people liked to wear, they had nothing to do with fashion. Had fashion truly advanced to this extent? Am I really out of touch? Liang Ma's self-doubt deepened gradually. She wanted to convince herself to accept these cloth shoes and garments. But after struggling internally for a while, she still couldn't persuade herself. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence minus 150. Ding. Task progress completed 44%. Just standing at the door and daydreaming had dealt a heavy blow to her spirit, and task progress shot up significantly. At this moment, Chen Jingyu was secretly delighted. If I had known it would be like this, I should have come earlier. It turns out the end of fashion is all about being down to earth. It's not that cloth clothes are out of style, but at least many people in society can't accept them, thinking they are products of the old era. In fact, cloth shoes are quite comfortable to wear. Seeing Liang Ma standing at the door looking conflicted with her brows furrowed, Chen Jingyu approached her with a smile. We agreed beforehand that even though I know it's hard for you to accept, if you want to enter the fashion world, to step into the top circles, you must break free from your own mindset. Chen Jingyu put on a serious face to persuade her. You know Coco Chanel, right? Even he wore cloth clothes, do you still have doubts about these? Liang Ma frowned, who is this old man? She was a game character and was not very familiar with many things in reality, just like Sun Cheng. Chen Jingyu took out his phone and found relevant information. After reading, Liang Ma was greatly shocked. In fact, this old man had nothing to do with cloth clothes, it was completely Chen Jingyu's nonsense. Moreover, whose clothes aren't made of fabric? Casually finding a few similar images from the internet, he successfully talked Liang Ma into it. At that moment, he could only chuckle to himself. It was just too funny. The key was that Liang Ma's expression remained so serious, which kept making Chen Jingyu unable to hold back his laughter. Chen Jingyu's phone search once again gave Liang Ma a reason to believe. Finally, she took a deep breath and, with her long legs stepping in small high heels, tap 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 walked into the store that she used to not even glance at. The others had already started wandering around the store. Even Sun Qing began to try on shoes. Chen Jingyu had done his research, the items in the instance could be taken out, and they were completely unrelated to reality. So these shoes and clothes, if liked, could be taken out. The premise was that you could leave the instance alive. While everyone was trying on cloth shoes, Liang Ma also began to wander around the store, carefully looking at all the items. But her tightly furrowed brows had not relaxed at all. Seeing others checking themselves in the mirror with the shoes they picked, Liang Ma's brows furrowed even deeper. These cloth shoes looked outdated in every way. Is this fashion? Suddenly, she felt a bit less inclined to enter the fashion world. Chen Jingyu observed Liang Ma's changing expressions the whole time. He kept a close eye on Liang Ma's movements. Just afraid something unexpected might suddenly happen. This woman seems to hesitate a bit, I must unleash my ultimate move immediately. Chen Jingyu decisively walked to the back of the store and took down the bright red cotton jacket from the wall. Degree, the beautiful mom was instantly stunned. Her heart began to race with wild thoughts. No way, no way. If he really wants me to wear this, I might as well die. I really might die. But what if I could enter the fashion world? The beautiful mom glanced at Sun Cheng. What if I could be more beautiful than her? What if that deadbeat suddenly changes his mind? No, I can't just give up like this. I want to enter the fashion world. I want to be the trendiest woman in this world. I want to be at the forefront of fashion. Before Chen Jingyu could say a word, the beautiful mom had already convinced herself. Give it to me, I'll wear it. The beautiful mom walked straight over and took the clothes from Chen Jingyu's hands. Chen Jingyu? A bit dazed. I thought I would have to persuade her a lot. I didn't expect her to cooperate so readily. Before Chen Jingyu could react, the beautiful mom took the clothes and went straight to the fitting room. The fitting room in this shop had no door. At the entrance of the fitting room, only a cloth curtain was hung. You could barely see the top of the head and feet. As soon as the beautiful mom walked in, she took off her high heels and stood barefoot on the floor. The bright red nails highlighted her fair toes even more delicate. Fan Xia was mesmerized. He wished he could walk over and lie down to take a closer look. As soon as he had this thought, he immediately put it into action. He quickly ran to the entrance and squatted down to study carefully. The dress slipped down her legs, falling to the ground with a step of her foot. Then, an arm dropped down, picked up the dress, and stood up again. Right after that, the sounds of changing clothes came from inside. Standing next to Chen Jingyu, Yuan said, in this hot summer, is it a bit too cruel to make her wear a cotton jacket? Chen Jingyu chuckled, should I get you a cooler set instead? Yuan's face turned red, how rude. Who am I going to wear it for? Who do you want to wear it for? Chen Jingyu looked at Yuan's shy expression and asked teasingly. How rude. Yuan lowered her head. Chen Jingyu leaned closer and nudged Yuan with his shoulder. You promised me something before, you haven't forgotten, have you? Yuan's face was blushy red. Are you talking about what we said in that dungeon? Yes, didn't you say it was inconvenient then? Chen Jingyu teased, I haven't had the chance to ask you, is it convenient now? How rude. You can't just ask directly like that, Yuan hit him lightly. He. Chen Jingyu smirked a few times, glancing at Fan Xia, who was almost crawling into the curtain. He lowered his voice and said to Yuan, there's no better time than now, why don't we take the chance right now? Chapter 200. Now. Isn't that a bit too rushed? Yuan said shyly. Not at all. The timing is just right. Chen Jingyu grinned mischievously. The boss is about to come out, is there enough time? Yuan glanced at Chen Jingyu, can you be quick? Suddenly. The fitting room curtain was pulled open, and the beautiful mom walked out. She accidentally stepped on Fan Xia's face and nearly fell down. What are you doing lying here? The beautiful mom asked Fan Xia, frowning slightly. Nothing, I accidentally fell a moment ago and happened to be stepped on by you. Fan Xia quickly got up. The beautiful mom was quite simple-minded, she didn't know Fan Xia's bad intentions, so she awkwardly said, I'm really sorry about that. It's fine, you're too polite. Fan Xia felt a bit shy instead. After saying that, he stepped aside. The stage was now left to the beautiful mom. At this moment, she became the center of everyone's attention. For a moment, the beautiful mom felt a bit uneasy. In this scorching summer, she wrapped herself in a thick cotton coat and even paired it with a pair of small black high heels. The bright red cotton jacket with the black high heels was truly a divine outfit. Everyone was completely stunned by the sight. These strange gazes immediately raised Liang Ma's alertness. Was something a bit off? Chen Jingyu stepped up right away. He had noticed Liang Ma's changing expression long before and immediately said, wow, this is truly astonishing. No matter what, let's praise her first. This was the tone set by Chen Jingyu. You must know that among so many people present, apart from the stinky little brother and Liang Ma, everyone else was on his side. Besides, even the stinky little brother showed signs of turning against them. So, it wasn't a problem to gather together to fool a Liang Ma. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Jingyu spoke, the others immediately echoed him. Fan Xia even took the lead in clapping. Clap clap clap. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I didn't expect such a beautiful lady to wear this outfit and completely change her aura. It's as if a celestial maiden has descended. This was typical of someone who could lie without turning red. Seeing the heartfelt praise from the two, Liang Ma's eyes filled with genuine sincerity, and she momentarily went blank. Her mind was a bit confused. Li Yang stepped forward. He didn't really want to speak nonsense with his eyes open, but when Chen Jingyu and Fan Xia looked at him, he had no reason to hide. Li Yang looked at Liang Ma's outfit and found it quite hard to look at. The bright red cotton jacket with black high heels, what kind of genius could create such a combination? Li Yang glanced at Chen Jingyu, increasingly impressed. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to coax Liang Ma into wearing such an outfit was impressive enough. Incredible. Ahem. Li Yang cleared his throat and said seriously, beautiful lady, you have shown me what true beauty and real fashion are. Others in your presence seem like fireflies trying to compete with the radiant moon. I must say, when honest people lie, neither Fan Xia nor Chen Jingyu could keep up. Li Yang's words not only flattered her but were also extremely sincere. Almost everyone else present couldn't help but almost believe it. Chen Jingyu silently praised him in his heart. Then he immediately said, see, this brother actually has the potential to enter the fashion world. I have been observing him for a long time. His insights this time are absolutely spot on, the analysis is too thorough. Clap clap clap. Chen Jingyu started clapping. Instantly, everyone joined in clapping. Clap clap clap. The applause was continuous, echoing throughout the store. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence minus 250. Ding. Task progress completed 69%. Liang Ma was stunned. Mechanically, she turned to look in the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she almost had a breakdown. This was hard to look at. Exquisite makeup, luxurious hairstyle, paired with a bright red floral cotton coat. In this scorching summer. A forehead full of sweat. How could this be considered fashionable? Is my gap with the fashion world really this far? Liang Ma took another look at herself, unable to keep looking. It was too hard to bear. So ugly. But why do they all say it looks good? Could they all be lying to me? A trace of rational emotion emerged in Liang Ma's heart. She glanced down at her stinky little brother beside her. Son, do you think Mom looks good? The stinky little brother looked up, seriously examining Liang Ma. That bright red floral outfit looked just like the ice cream he had yesterday. It was so delicious. The stinky little brother licked his lips and earnestly nodded, it looks really delicious. Oh wait, it looks really good. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence minus 300. Ding. Task progress completed 99%. Children don't lie. Liang Ma knew her own son well. Even her son said it looked good. It seemed it really looked good. But Liang Ma was about to cry. The gap between me and the fashion world. Is it really this far? She carefully examined herself again, still too hard to look at. Seeing the sudden pop-up notification, Chen Jingyu was taken aback. The power of this big floral red cotton jacket is just too strong, right? The task progress unexpectedly surged to 99%, just one tiny step away from success. At this moment, Liang Ma was already somewhat dejected. This blow to her was simply too immense. It instantly shattered all her confidence. No wonder that deadbeat left me, turns out I've always been so outdated. I foolishly thought I was still the most beautiful mom, the best-looking wife. Wah 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 ah. Liang Ma unexpectedly began to sob softly. All the emotions that had built up over the years suddenly burst forth. Ignoring her image, she squatted down, hugging the stinky younger brother, and started to cry loudly. Damn deadbeat, abandoning us mother and son, sniff sniff sniff. The people around were surprisingly moved, silently standing without a word. Yuan tugged at Chen Jingyu's sleeve. When Chen Jingyu turned his head, she whispered, so pitiful, have we gone too far, making her remember sad pasts? Chen Jingyu slightly shook his head, giving her a comforting look, signaling her not to worry too much. Now, only one final step remained for Chen Jingyu to complete the system task. If nothing unexpected happened, he guessed that the moment he completed the system task would be the moment he cleared this level of the dungeon. Liang Ma, whose confidence had been crushed, had basically lost the will to fight again, she had fallen into endless sorrow of the past. Now, we are just one step away, it's time to deliver the ultimate mental blow. Determined, Chen Jingyu stepped forward slowly. In his eyes, Liang Ma was not a pitiful single mother. On the contrary, she was a ferocious boss. Chapter 201. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. This principle, Chen Jingyu naturally understood. So, he would not show any mercy to Liang Ma. Moreover, she was not even a real person. She was a game character that had invaded reality. Looking at Liang Ma, who was slumped on the ground sobbing, Chen Jingyu walked a few steps closer, assuming a superior stance, and suddenly shouted, haven't you awakened yet? His voice was like a bell, loud as thunder. Liang Ma felt a shiver run through her, as if her heart had suddenly skipped a beat, her whole being struck by lightning. But Chen Jingyu did not stop, he continued to shout loudly, because of your stubbornness, this situation has occurred. Don't you hurry to awaken, cast away the old you, and start anew. After Chen Jingyu finished speaking, Liang Ma was completely stunned. If someone were a bit more awake, they would feel the loopholes in Chen Jingyu's words. But at this moment, Liang Ma had already sunk in, her brain could not think independently. What filled her mind was only deep self-blame and regret, accompanied by the pain of being abandoned. Wah, I was wrong, I'll change, I won't be like this anymore. I just want to be a good woman, I don't even want to enter the fashion circle anymore, wah. Child's father, please come back. Wah ah. Ding. Liang Ma's confidence minus 10,086. Ding. Task progress completed 1,107.6%. Oh my. This time it was Chen Jingyu's turn to be stunned. The final mental blow actually dealt super damage in one go. It caused over 10,000 points of critical damage to Liang Ma's spirit. The final task completion progress surprisingly exceeded 10 times. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the Fashion Guru task. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the task reward item Crystal Fragment *1. At this moment, Liang Ma, with a dazed expression, stood up. She wiped away her tears, her nose smeared all over her face. Thank you, I've awakened. I feel my life has undergone a new transformation. I am about to leave the past behind and embrace the new me. Liang Ma twitched her nose twice, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. It was a forced smile. I will let you all pass this test. As a thank you, I won't make things difficult for you. You can go now. After speaking, Liang Ma directly carried the stinky younger brother and walked out. The stinky younger brother lay on Liang Ma's shoulder, reluctantly looking back. His mouth moved a couple of times, but no sound came out. Just from the shape of his mouth, it seemed he was saying Alibaba. Following the gaze of the stinky younger brother, it was clear he was looking at Fan Xie. Soon, Liang Ma and the stinky younger brother disappeared at the door. People looked at each other, speechless. This challenge had finally been passed. But judging from the experience, it felt less satisfying than a straightforward fight. Though they had passed, it felt like something was still missing inside. Or perhaps something had been touched. After a brief rest, everyone walked out of the old shoe store together. They were no longer the same group as when they arrived. Now, everyone was dressed in coarse cloth outfits. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. I'm so glad to see everyone stepping into fashion. Chen Jingyu laughed heartily, then waved his hand. Let's go, next challenge. Let's go, time is short, hurry through. Yeah, I'm exhausted. From the moment they entered the mall until now, several hours had passed. There had been a high-intensity battle all the time. So everyone was quite tired. The 5 boss dungeon levels were too exhausting. The escalator opened again, making a click-click sound. Everyone climbed up the steps and arrived on the 4th floor. The type of shops on this floor was completely different from before. This entire floor was dedicated to food. Various hot pot restaurants, barbecue places, and all kinds of dishes were available. It basically gathered most of the famous snacks from all across the country. If anyone was the happiest, it had to be Sunqing. Since she stepped onto the 4th floor, her eyes hadn't stopped, always searching for food she had never seen before. I wonder what the boss of this level is. It might be related to food, Li Yang spoke up. Chen Jingyu nodded. He hadn't received any mission hints yet. So, he didn't know either. But from previous experiences, it was almost certain that the boss was related to food. That was undeniable. Everyone, let's find a place to sit down, see if we can find something to eat to replenish our strength, and take a rest. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone agreed. Especially Sun Qing, who had already spotted a good eatery. Let's eat at that one, I want to try it. She was talking about a sushi restaurant. Everyone chuckled, having no objections. After all, they had basically tried all the food in this city. There was hardly anything they hadn't eaten. But Sun Qing was different, there were too many things she hadn't tried. So they headed towards the sushi place that Sun Qing had chosen. For dishes from countries that lived a good life, Chen Jingyu always looked down upon. Just a bit of rice with something casually placed on top, and it could be called a gourmet dish? How could it compare to the rich cuisine of our great China? Not to mention, just the names of the 8 major culinary styles could be discussed for ages. Otherwise, they wouldn't become common punchlines in crosstalk. They opened the door and walked in directly. What met them was a long wooden bar. Welcome. I didn't expect to have customers, I am truly honored, please sit. A voice came over. It startled everyone. What was going on? Why were there people here? Everyone stopped in their tracks. Chen Jingyu looked up. He saw a man in a white chef's uniform standing behind the wooden bar. With a beaming smile, he greeted everyone. Please sit down. What would you like to eat? His smile was warm and friendly, showing no hint of malice at all. Chen Jingyu frowned slightly. Who else could appear in the instance now, if not the boss? But why did this boss make such a silent entrance on this level? This was already the 2nd time today. Without even time for the task system to issue a mission, the boss had arrived. It completely caught everyone off guard. Strictly speaking, it was Chen Jingyu who was caught off guard. With no information about the boss, he was left in a passive state of completion. Everyone remained still, all eyes turning towards Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingyu smiled and thought, since I'm here, I might as well be calm. He took the lead and sat down on a stool, his crystal lens silently aiming at the man in front of him. Chapter 202. The crystal lens quickly captured the information of the male chef, then relayed it back to Chen Jingyu through its mirror. Target information analysis completed. Monster name, Chef Man. Type, humanoid. Level, LV-19. Introduction: the boss of Stage 4 in the Instance Entertainment City possesses an almost crazy love for food, and nothing else can draw his attention, not even women. The male chef in front of him was indeed the boss of the 4th level. And his name was Chef Man. It perfectly matched his current character image. From the looks of it, Chef Man didn't seem to harbor any malice towards them. On the contrary, he warmly invited them to sit down. However, the others were not as bold as Chen Jingyu, they dared not approach and sit down recklessly. What's wrong? Do the esteemed guests have doubts? Chef Man maintained his cheerful demeanor. Please, don't be shy. Your arrival is an honor for me. Order anything, my specialty is sushi. Sun Qing glanced around. She initially had no worries, but since everyone else hadn't moved, she didn't either. After hearing Chef Man's words, Sun Qing couldn't hold back and directly came to sit beside Chen Jingyu. She looked eagerly at Chef Man and asked, "What delicious dishes would you recommend?" Chef Man immediately became delighted. His excitement was visibly noticeable. Of course, beautiful lady, I have many delicious dishes. The best is the heavenly pearl sushi, I suggest you try it. Sun Sheng nodded, okay, I'll try this heavenly pearl sushi. Everyone looked at Sun Sheng. This heavenly pearl sushi seemed completely unfamiliar. Of course, they weren't too eager to eat. With the boss present, who could eat? I'll have one too, Chen Jingyu boldly said. Alright, please wait a moment. Chef Man smiled and nodded at the two, then began to busily work. Soon, the fragrant scent of rice and the sweet smell of soy sauce filled the air. In less than a few minutes, 2 small plates were placed on the bar. The aroma spread everywhere. Fan Xie and the others twitched their noses, slowly moving closer. Their eyes glued to the bar, eager to see what kind of food gave off such tempting smells. Alright, done. Chef Man displayed a very satisfied smile, placing the food from the cutting board onto the plates at the bar, then pushed the plates forward. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. Eat it while it's hot. As soon as the sushi was served, Fan Xie threw up. He ran straight outside. Chen Jingyu was also stunned, but he didn't react as dramatically as Fan Xie. Hey, this brother has too weak a stomach, no wonder he can only eat soft rice. Looking at Fan Xie vomiting outside, Chen Jingyu thought worriedly. Soon after, Li Jiwei and Yuan also ran out. Meow. A gray cat jumped up curiously, looking at the table. In the 2 plates lay 2 lumps of rice. That was sushi. On top of the sushi were actually 2 round glassy eyeballs, still flowing with an unknown light green liquid. Who would dare to eat this? 2 plates were presented before him, although Chen Jingyu didn't run away, he did lean back slightly and did not reach out to eat. Just as he hesitated, Sun Xing directly picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of sushi. Hashtag, Chen Jingyu was instantly shocked. This girl, is she so brave? For the sake of food, she even dares to eat such disgusting things? Meow. The gray cat crept up and sniffed as well. In the astonished gaze of others, Sun Sheng had already brought the food closer, looking ready to send it into her mouth at any moment. Ding! You have a new task, would you like to accept it? The sudden appearance of the task system startled Chen Jingyu. The image of a Lolita girl appeared in the crystal goggles. Wow, does it have to be so sudden? Chen Jingyu calmed himself and said in his heart, accept. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, Food Expert, pending completion, description, transform into a food expert and finish all the dishes of the chef. Completion condition, clean plate action, description, finish eating. Time limit, 60 minutes. Completion reward, crystal fragment, description, seems to be a fragment of some kind of item. Failure penalty, become food ingredient, description, your body has infinite possibilities. After reading the task, Chen Jingyu couldn't help but shiver. Wow, this time it's a direct bombshell. Not only do I have to eat what the chef made, but I also have to finish it all? If I don't finish it, the penalty is to turn into an ingredient? Chen Jingyu felt beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. At that moment, Sun Xing moved. She took a complete sushi with her chopsticks and directly sent it to her mouth. Crunch, crunch. She bit into it with satisfaction on her face. Sigma, Chen Jingyu and his friends were all dumbfounded. Sun Xing quickly finished the whole piece of sushi and showed no signs of stopping. She reached for the remaining piece on the plate. Meow. The gray cat jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder and whispered, Master, this is vegetarian. Vegetarian? Chen Jingyu was puzzled. This is obviously an eyeball. And the name is something like Sky Pearl Sushi, further confirming everyone's suspicion. At that moment, the chef was watching Sun Xing intently, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you sure? Chen Jingyu asked softly. Meow. The gray cat didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Alright, I'll risk it. Chen Jingyu clenched his teeth, since Sun Sheng had eaten it, he couldn't fall behind. Moreover, he had a system task pressing on him, so he had to eat. Although he didn't trust Sun Sheng and didn't believe it would taste so good, he chose to trust the gray cat. He believed that it was vegetarian. With his eyes closed, Chen Jingyu directly grabbed a piece of sushi and popped it into his mouth, chewing vigorously a few times before swallowing it all. Meow. Is it tasty? The gray cat asked curiously. I didn't taste much, but it's quite fresh. Chen Jingyu said, a bit embarrassed. Since he had eaten one piece, he couldn't let the second one go. He picked it up directly with his hands and placed it into his mouth. With the previous attempt, this time Chen Jingyu felt less disgusted, he chewed a few bites, and suddenly a sweet fragrance filled his mouth. Indeed, it was quite delicious. Is there more, boss? Sun Sheng looked expectantly at the chef behind the counter. Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 sounds came from the chef, he frowned, as if something went wrong. But soon he composed himself again. I didn't expect you two to really eat it, it's truly surprising. The chef squinted and said. Chen Jingyu found the chef's behavior a bit strange. It seemed like he wasn't sincerely making food for them to eat. The other person instead looked somewhat unhappy? But it can't be entirely said as being unhappy, it just seemed a little unexpected. This is not how a normal chef should behave. Generally speaking, if customers can still eat food that looks this disgusting, it is the highest honor for the chef. But Chen Jingyu couldn't tell how happy the chef seemed. That's a bit strange. The chef quickly changed to a smiling face, as if he had noticed Chen Jingyu's doubts, and slowly spoke again. It is truly surprising, my dear two customers, how do you find my food? Delicious? Sun Qing honestly nodded, very delicious, do you have any recommendations? Of course. The chef smiled, please wait, new dishes are on their way. After the chef finished speaking, he immediately began a new round of busy work. In no time, two exquisite sushi dishes were placed in front of the two on the table. The plates were new. It was evident that the chef was very particular. The purpose was also to prevent the flavors from mixing together. So calling this newly made sushi exquisite is in comparison to the previous dish. Compared to the previous eyeballs, this one was not terrifying at all. The ingredient paired with the rice was surprisingly a large greenworm that was still wriggling. The kind that bursts with liquid. It was lifelike and looked real. It might even be real. Everyone looked at each other and unconsciously held their breath, then they all looked at Sun Qing. Even Chen Jingyu beside Sun Qing instinctively glanced at her. Sure enough, under everyone's gaze, Sun Qing lived up to expectations and picked up the chopsticks. Then she leisurely picked up a piece of sushi. The greenworm wriggled a bit. It was unclear whether it wanted to escape or was just a little excited. The scene was in complete silence. It was so quiet that one could clearly hear a pin drop. Everyone even held their breath. They stared intently at Sun Qing. It felt like in slow motion. Sun Qing held the sushi and slowly brought it to her mouth. As her mouth opened slightly, a whole piece of sushi was sent into her mouth. Everyone opened their mouths along with her, waiting for Sun Qing to bite down. Time ticked away. Sun Qing blinked and then took a bite. Everyone, who had forgotten to breathe, finally inhaled together. They almost passed out. At the moment Sun Qing bit down, she immediately covered her mouth. Then she took a few more bites, and with a movement of her throat, swallowed it all down. It burst with liquid. Sun Qing took a tissue, wiped her mouth, and said. Everyone instinctively swallowed their saliva. Burst. Liquid. Just hearing those three words felt incredibly shocking. Fan Xia, who had just come back, ran out to throw up again. This kid, indeed, is only suited for soft food. After Sun Qing wiped her mouth, she turned to look at Chen Jingyu. It's quite delicious, it's matcha flavor, you should try it. She said it with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyu almost couldn't hold back. A greenworm, matcha flavored? Gulp. Chen Jingyu's throat rolled a bit. He looked up at the chef, who was watching him with an expectant face. With the mission system weighing down on him, Chen Jingyu had no choice. He kind of regretted taking this seat. He glanced back, and everyone's attention shifted to him. Fan Xia had thrown up a few times, and there was nothing left to throw up, so he slowly walked back. Chen Jingyu waved his hand, bro, come and try it? Ugh. Fan Xia covered his mouth again and ran out. Chen Jingyu, ugh. I'm not done with you. Fan Xia was swearing while throwing up. Chen Jingyu shrugged, looking completely innocent. As if saying that Fan Xia didn't appreciate kindness. Clearly, he was inviting you to enjoy the food. You cursed me. Oh. Chen Jingyu picked up the chopsticks himself. Actually, this big caterpillar is much better than the big eyeball from before. But maybe some people's fears are different. Just like Chen Jingyu, he has never felt any goodwill towards these wriggling, soft things. He likes things to be a bit tougher. Without Su Qing's attitude of enjoying gourmet food, Chen Jingyu directly clumsily picked up the sushi, didn't even look at it, and tossed it straight into his mouth, chewing it up with big bites. A fierce burst of juice instantly filled his mouth. The rich matcha flavor instantly hit his brain. A suffocating sense of happiness flooded over him. Wow, this sushi has something special. Chen Jingyu felt quite shocked inside. He had long heard that some people feel immense happiness from enjoying food. Chen Jingyu was not a foodie and had never experienced this feeling before. Moreover, he did not even like matcha flavor. But for some unknown reason, at this moment, he actually tasted happiness. It's so strange. He quickly sent the second piece into his mouth. It tasted the same as the first piece, but the feeling of happiness was slightly less. Beside him, Su Qing had already finished her second piece of sushi. Just as Chen Jingyu set down his chopsticks, he clearly sensed the chef's body shivering slightly. It was very subtle, but Chen Jingyu noticed it. If I'm not mistaken, he did the same the first time. Chen Jingyu furrowed his brows and felt a hint of wariness. Something unusual must have a reason. Though he didn't know why, every time they finished eating, the chef seemed to be struck by electricity, but it was still necessary to be prepared. Ahem. The chef coughed a couple of times, his face looking somewhat pale. Su Qing, as always, was carefree and blinked her big eyes, eagerly asking, "Excuse me, chef, is there any more?" "Yes, yes." The chef's smile had diminished quite a bit compared to before. After saying this, he fell silent and began to busy himself. Chen Jingyu felt a bit curious. How many things were there behind the bar? Why could the chef always create various strange dishes just by standing still? Chen Jingyu wanted to stand up and take a look. Once this thought appeared, it became increasingly strong. He glanced up at the chef, who was busy with his head down. Without any hesitation, Chen Jingyu dared not make too big a move, for fear of attracting the chef's attention. After deciding, Chen Jingyu slowly straightened his body, slightly lifting his butt off the stool. He stood up slowly, trying to avoid drawing too much attention. Chapter 204. Chen Jingyu's body slowly rose, and his gaze quickly leveled with the bar. So far, he hadn't been noticed by the chef. His vision gradually moved down, and soon he saw the chef's forearm at work. Just a little more, and he'd be able to see the cutting board where the chef was working. At the last moment, a sharp gaze swept over. The chef's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Chen Jingyu. They locked eyes. Both of them froze in place. "Sit down." The chef finally spoke. His tone was filled with anger and authority, combined with his fierce look. It made one dare not resist. Therefore, Chen Jingyu stood up directly. He quickly leaned forward and directly spotted the cutting board behind the bar. He saw it stuffed with all kinds of takeout boxes. The chef was unboxing one of the takeout boxes, just tearing off the plastic wrap. This. Chen Jingyu felt speechless. With this kind of chef, Chen Jingyu felt he could do it too. "Kid, you're looking for death." The chef was completely angry. He abruptly flipped the table. The cutting board in front of him was lifted and smashed over. Chen Jingyu quickly dodged, swiftly shifting to the side. "Kid, you have the guts to stand there," the cookman said, panting heavily, as if there was an uncontrollable rage burning in his chest. He directly glared at Chen Jingyu, thinking the other would obediently sit down. Who knew this kid not only didn't sit down but instead stood up and stretched his neck to look? Simply unforgivable. Chen Jingyu scratched his head, awkwardly saying, "I just wanted to take a look, don't be so excited, we can talk about it." You hurt me," the cookman shouted angrily. "And you just laughed it off?" Chen Jingyu continued singing the next line. "Cookman? Everyone. Straight face, winky face. Straight face, straight face, straight face." Sometimes, these people had no choice but to admit it, Chen Jingyu was indeed something. This old six, even in such a moment, still had the mood to joke with the boss. Although the cookman didn't understand the joke's meaning, he did know one thing. The kid in front of him not only hurt him but was also mocking him. "Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt cannot tolerate it. I'll kill you." The cookman raised his hand and somehow pulled out 2 kitchen knives, each in one hand, glaring at him and charging forward. "I go, so violent?" Chen Jingyu was so scared he turned to run. Although being chased by the boss with knives was a bit scary, Chen Jingyu also didn't want to taste those delicious dishes again. Although the taste was indeed pretty good. "Ah!" Sun Qing sighed, holding a folding stool in her hand as she stood up. Bang! With both hands gripping the folding stool, she slammed it directly onto the boss's face. After the loud crash, the cookman's face became incredibly flat. Taking this opportunity, Chen Jingyu had already run out of a safe distance, standing at the door of the shop. Sun Qing, after succeeding with the move, immediately threw the stool away and raised her foot to kick. "Humph!" The cookman snorted coldly, then shook his head violently. His face returned to normal. He held a kitchen knife in each hand, and his body froze, looking as though he was about to charge. Sun Qing's kicked foot happened to sweep over his head. The next second, the cookman's body disappeared. He turned transparent. Not good, he's an assassin class. Chen Jingyu, having seen this skill before, immediately shouted out. Actually, no need for him to shout, as soon as the cookman disappeared, everyone else ran out. Except Sun Qing. Assassin? Sun Qing furrowed her brows, standing straight again, cautiously on guard around her. Chen Jingyu quickly closed the shop door and walked up to Sun Qing. He had experienced the power of the assassin skill. And he was also very scared. What if this guy suddenly appeared from behind and stabbed him twice? He'd be done for. Is there a way to deal with this invisibility skill? Chen Jingyu asked Sun Qing, without hiding anything. Yes. Sun Qing nodded. Really? Chen Jingyu immediately became happy. How do we break it? He thought, as expected of Sun Qing, she's amazing. Feel it with your heart. Sun Qing said with a calm expression. This. Chen Jingyu suddenly became speechless. Feel it with my heart, huh? How do you feel that? As if she saw Chen Jingyu's confusion, Sun Qing continued, feel his killing intent. Although Sun Shang was saying it very seriously, Chen Jingyu still didn't believe it. This was too magical. Feel killing intent? What the hell is killing intent? This term, it seems like I've only heard it in movies. How do I feel it? Chen Jingyu asked again, in a soulful tone. Sun Qing seemed a bit impatient, or maybe it was because Chen Jingyu had interrupted her. She frowned and said 2 words, with your heart. Chen Jingyu quietly extended a hand. Let me feel, see how you feel with your heart. Smack. Sun Shang slapped away Chen Jingyu's dirty hand. With a murderous look, she said, I think I've already told you once, next time keep your hands to yourself. Next time we'll talk about it next time, let me feel it first. Chen Jingyu refused to give up and extended his hand again. Sun Qing suddenly moved. Chen Jingyu was startled by a big jump. Come out. Sun Qing shouted fiercely, taking a step back and kicking backward. One foot quickly drove back. The force was tremendous. Bang! This kick directly pushed the bar counter forward with great force. At the same time, a nearby chair was violently shoved away, finally falling to the ground. It seemed as if an invisible force had pushed it aside. Impressive! Clap, clap, clap. Chen Jingyu applauded. I've heard of the power of fist winds and sword energies, but I didn't expect this kick to be so powerful. Is it really a foot energy? Sun Qing glared at him. You're the one with foot energy, your whole family has foot energy. Chen Jingyu chuckled, looks like we really are a family, all with foot energy. Sun Chang was speechless. Feeling that no matter how hard she tried to argue, she couldn't win against Chen Jingyu, she stopped talking and continued to approach the direction where the chair had fallen. She hurried a few steps, then picked up another chair and threw it into the empty space ahead. Clang! The chair shattered. But aside from that, there was nothing unusual. Sun Qing frowned, it seemed the boss was no longer in that direction. It's all that guy's fault. Looking at Sun Qing glaring at him again, Chen Jingyu felt a bit confused. Clearly, I didn't do anything. At that moment, a wave of anxiety rose suddenly. Chen Jingyu felt his heart racing, his back was unnaturally tense. It was extremely uncomfortable. Strange. Chen Jingyu still didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly he remembered what Sun Qing had just said, and reflexively kicked backward like Sun Qing had done. Chapter 205. Chen Jingyu still clearly felt that the chef would appear behind him in the next second. It was a very inexplicable feeling. Although there was no basis for it, he was very certain. Is this what Sun Qing meant by sensing killing intent? Chen Jingyu rarely felt this spine-chilling sensation, so he didn't dare to ignore it. As he kicked back, his hands instantly grabbed a chair in front of him. Sure enough, behind Chen Jingyu, a shadow slowly emerged. Suddenly, a person appeared out of the blue. It was the chef. With 2 kitchen knives, he chopped down towards Chen Jingyu's kicking leg. Be careful. Sun Qing had already rushed over, but unfortunately, she was still a step too slow, only able to shout a warning to Chen Jingyu. Actually, she didn't need to shout, Chen Jingyu had already begun to change his move. As he pulled the chair towards him, his body used the force to suddenly twist. Having used a similar move before, he was more adept at it now. His body twisted around, standing tall, his back straightened suddenly, and his body, which had been lying flat, instantly straightened up. He fiercely smashed the chair he had picked up towards the front. His upright body just dodged the 2 kitchen knives from the chef, while the chair crashed down. The dangerous situation was instantly resolved, turning the tables, now the one attacking in front was the chef. Bang! The wooden chair directly smashed down on the chef's head, instantly shattering into pieces. Of course, it wasn't the chef's head that shattered, but that wooden chair. Clap, clap, clap. Such a brilliant counter, even Sun Qing couldn't help but applaud. Not bad, your adaptability is strong, I'll give you 99 points for this. Chen Jingyu smirked, it's all thanks to you as my master. As the saying goes, if you want to learn well, sleep with your master first. Sun Qing frowned, her expression instantly darkening. When did I ever sleep with you? Watch out. As she was speaking, Sun Qing suddenly stopped and shouted loudly to remind Chen Jingyu. At this moment, the chef standing in front of Chen Jingyu was completely furious. Damn you! I kindly invited you to enjoy a feast, but you treated me this way, it is simply unforgivable. Suddenly, a red light erupted from the chef's body. At the same time, his speed skyrocketed. In one step, he appeared right in front of Chen Jingyu. Behind him trailed a bloody phantom. So fast that even Chen Jingyu, with his full agility attributes, couldn't react in time. A kitchen knife came crashing down towards his head. The blood-red light completely blocked his line of sight. Before his eyes, everything was red and blurry, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Though Chen Jingyu knew the knife was right above him, about to come down. However, he couldn't see its exact direction. Was it aimed at his head, shoulder, or neck? Any of them was possible. At such a critical moment, retreating was too late. Even if he stepped back, the knife would still fly towards his forehead. So, Chen Jingyu took a step forward, diving straight into the chef's embrace. The deadly knife struck behind him, hitting only the air. Chen Jingyu wrapped his arms around the chef's waist and immediately dashed forward, pushing the chef with all his might. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Jingyu slammed the chef against the wall. The force of the impact made the chef feel dizzy. But Chen Jingyu wasn't done. He raised a leg, delivering a knee strike aimed at the chef's vital area, hitting him hard. Ugh! The chef let out a miserable scream, his body arching like a cooked shrimp. His facial expression became incredibly rich. His features seemed to be all squished together, making it impossible to distinguish his nose, eyes, and mouth. Chen Jingyu's move not only injured but also had great lethality. The tragic scene was so unbearable that even Sun Qing, watching from the side, felt reluctant to look. She supported her forehead with her hand, looking down at the ground, murmuring to herself. This move is not what I taught him. After successfully landing his blow, Chen Jingyu swiftly retreated, running faster than anyone else. Yet, he still underestimated the chef's strength. The chef just went through a brief struggle and quickly recovered. After Chen Jingyu withdrew, the chef charged forward. This time, his killing intent was overwhelming. The blood-red light intensified. The chef's speed had reached its peak. This was no longer a speed that a human should possess. If he participated in a 100-meter race, he would practically be nearing the finish line by the time the gun fired. Chen Jingyu was horrified, his nerves tensed as he tried to catch the chef's movements. A shadow crossed in front of him. Sun Qing finally caught up this time. Just before the chef could launch his attack, she stood in front of Chen Jingyu. Kill! The chef let out a frantic roar. The two kitchen knives seemed to transform into divine weapons. The bloody light beams nearly touched the ceiling. At this moment, Sun Qing's head began to change. Her head rapidly enlarged, and her mouth split open to the back of her head. Behind her sharp teeth, there seemed to be a black hole. Awu! As Sun Qing opened her mouth wide to swallow, countless red lights rushed into her mouth like spilled mercury. In just the blink of an eye, the grand blood-red glow vanished completely. The chef's speed appeared to slow down, as if turned into slow motion. This was entirely due to visual disparity. From extreme speed to normal made it seem like slow motion. As the two knives came down, Sun Qing easily deflected the attack this time. The two began to exchange blows. Chen Jingyu took this opportunity to open the store's door, and the waiting Li Yang and others quickly rushed in. Without Chen Jingyu's order, everyone had already started to take action. The first to launch an attack were Fan Xia and Li Jiwei, both ranged fighters. Although Sun Shang was entangled in battle with the chef, the two could still find opportunities to attack. Li Yang also drew his weapon, and with the fiery sword technique, flames suddenly erupted from his long sword. Chen Jingyu and Li Yang flanked from the left and right, encircling their opponent. In a moment, it turned into a 5-on-1 situation. Originally, after losing his Crimson Shadow, the chef had become much weaker, putting him on equal footing with Sun Cheng. At this moment, with the addition of the other few, the chef was suddenly at a disadvantage. After just a few exchanges, he was covered in wounds, forced into a corner by everyone's combined efforts. Wait! The chef suddenly raised his hand to call a stop. Don't hit me yet, I have something to say. If you have something to say, then say it, but don't play tricks. Li Yang wasn't ready to let him off. Wait! Sun Qing shouted as well. Her big eyes blinked, asking what was on her mind. Is there still good food? It seemed Sun Shang was still thinking about the chef's delicacies. She wasn't from Earth, and her food concepts were different from everyone else's. So in Sun Qing's mind, there was no concept of what could be eaten and what couldn't be. She only knew that the two dishes she had tried earlier tasted quite good. Not bad. The chef straightforwardly admitted in response to Sun Qing's question. But some didn't believe him. Li Yang stepped up and said, no matter what tasty food you have, don't think of stalling for time. No. The chef immediately denied, I am not stalling for time. I know that I am no match for you right now. When he said this, his resentful eyes were fixed on Chen Jingyu. If it weren't for this old sixth who dealt him a deadly blow, he wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state. The chef took a deep breath and slowly said, "Before you defeat me, I have one more delicious dish. If I can't present it today, I will die with regrets." He was speaking to Sun Qing. The two seemed to have found kindred spirits. One dared to make anything, the other dared to eat anything. "Do you still have takeout?" Chen Jingyu said unreasonably. The chef immediately became angry. "What takeout? Those are all ingredients I prepared with great care, just packed in boxes." The chef seemed to feel greatly insulted, arguing indignantly. While speaking, Li Yang had already walked up to Chen Jingyu. "What should we do? Should we give him some time?" Chen Jingyu nodded towards Sun Qing. "This depends on what this lady thinks, we can't decide." Sen Chang was a foodie, and that was already undeniable. As expected, at this moment, Sun Qing burst out with a strong desire to taste delicious food. She had completely stopped her attacks. "What dish can be made now?" The chef had a proud expression. "Of course, it's my most treasured masterpiece. Today, meeting a knowledgeable foodie like you is my honor. Please give me a few minutes to create this top dish that I have spent my life's effort developing." "Okay, I'll give you time, please." Sun Chang happily agreed to the chef with an expectant expression. Chen Jingyu shrugged helplessly, wearing an expression of "See? I knew it would be like this." Li Yang smiled, not knowing what to say. After all, Sen Chang was the top battle force. Such a powerful fighter had said so, and they couldn't go against her wishes. The chef, too, was action-oriented. Upon seeing Sun Qing's agreement, he quickly dove behind his bar, which had been badly damaged, and started busying himself. Chen Jingyu and the others gathered together. Only Sun Qing waited eagerly while the rest wanted to clear the level quickly, not wanting any more complications. "I have a feeling that something is not right," Li Yang whispered. Chen Jingyu nodded. "I didn't expect you to notice it too." Li Yang said irritably, "Come on, even a fool can see it." Chen Jingyu slightly nodded, then turned to Fan Xie and asked, "Did you notice it too?" "I did, no, I didn't notice it." Having suffered many losses, Fan Xie quickly denied it. If he admitted it, Chen Jingyu would definitely say, "Even a fool could see it." After speaking, Fan Xie instantly had a proud look on his face. "Heh, kid, you thought you could trick me?" Unexpectedly, Chen Jingyu directly shook his head inside. "It's over, I didn't expect it to have deteriorated so badly, even worse than a fool." "Yeah." Li Yang also sighed, expressing sympathy. "Damn it, your great-uncle's second aunt's neighbor's concubine." Fan Xie didn't expect that there would actually be a trap waiting for him here. He couldn't hold it back and started to curse. At that moment, Yuan, who had been relatively silent, suddenly shouted loudly. "Not good, he's trying to run." While everyone else had relaxed, only Yuan was still watching the chef guy. To her surprise, she actually discovered his improper intentions. When everyone turned to look, the chef guy was already sneaking towards the back door. "Kid, I knew you were up to no good." Fan Xie drew his bow and shot an arrow. Although he just said he didn't notice, everyone actually understood very well. As a boss, he couldn't be so simple. If he didn't play some tricks, everyone would feel a bit uneasy. Chase. Chen Jingyu was the first to dash out. Sunshine was startled for a moment but also moved forward. Fan Xie's arrow was the first to reach, thudding as it struck the wooden door, startling the chef guy. He turned to see everyone chasing him and hurriedly yanked the wooden door open, rushing out. Chen Jingyu and the others were not slow either, almost rushing out the door in unison. The light behind the wooden door was a bit dim, and it seemed to be a small path for internal personnel to enter and exit. On both sides of the not-so-wide road, some cardboard boxes were piled up. Due to the chef guy's hasty escape, a lot of cardboard boxes collapsed from being bumped, further obstructing the path. "Damn it, don't run! Stop right there!" Everyone rushed forward. Yuan and Li Jiwei lagged behind. Not only were Chen Jingyu and the others angry, even Sun Qing's expression was at an extreme low. No one likes the feeling of being tricked. The crowd chased on, soon emerging from the small path into the aisle outside the mall. One person running, 6 people chasing. Of course, the fastest runner was still the gray cat. Upon reaching the aisle, Sen Qing glanced and quickly turned to chase in the other direction. The mall's outer aisles were circular, Sun Shine was preparing to block him at the other end. Seconds later, everyone was already chasing the chef guy around nearly a full circle. At the other end, Sen Qing could already see her figure. The chef guy seemed to have no way out. Chen Jingyu and the others deliberately looked around. There were no side doors nearby, only a few shops. Not all shops have back doors. If the chef guy dared to go in, Chen Jingyu and the others would just trap him. "Kid, let's see where else you can run." The other side, Sen Qing also quickened her pace. Her fist was already drawn back. The golden boxing gloves sparkled brightly, as if they could not wait to leave some marks on the chef guy's face. 3 teams quickly closed in. They soon converged at one point. The distance between them was no more than 3 meters. Fan Xie stopped again, shooting another arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow piercing the air rang out. On the other side, Sun Xing also approached the chef guy, throwing a punch straight at his face. The chef guy knew a deadly arrow was coming from behind him. Compared to Sun Xing's punch, he was more unwilling to be hit by the arrow. In a flash, he dodged the arrow but was instantly knocked down by Sun Xing's punch. He violently slammed sideways as he fell. Suddenly, it was the stairs that moved up automatically. Chapter 207. The chef suddenly fell onto the elevator, and a surprising scene happened right then. The automatic stairs, which had been stopped, actually started to operate. Click, click, click. After a few sounds, the automatic stairs directly moved towards the 5th floor. The chef who fell was also taken up by the elevator. What's going on? Isn't the boss still here? Everyone was dumbfounded. According to previous experience, the automatic stairs only opened after the boss was defeated. The opening of the automatic stairs also meant the opening of the next level of the dungeon. However, this time there was an accident. The chef had not been defeated yet, and even Chen Jingyu's system task was not completed, yet the automatic stairs to the 5th floor had already started. Let's go up and take a look. Chen Jingyu took the lead. Sun Sheng and the others followed, and the group headed towards the 5th floor. They had already been to this floor before. Before the dungeon opened, they were hiding in the cinema on this level. Now, returning to the 5th floor, a long time had already passed. Everyone be careful, the stores on this floor are quite mixed. Besides the cinema, there are also milk tea shops, snack shops, and so on. Chen Jingyu walked ahead, and he had already seen the chef getting up and running. So he quietly instructed everyone to be more cautious. Soon, the group moved up to the 5th floor's corridor one by one. The direction the chef escaped was towards the cinema. Chen Jingyu and the others did not rush to chase after him. After all, it was already the last level. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the task disc action. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the task reward Crystal Fragment *1. The system task was unexpectedly completed. At the same time, a reward was given. It seems that although Chen Jingyu had only eaten 2 sushi dishes, the system still considered him to have completed the task. Seeing the chef enter the cinema, everyone also went directly inside. Upon stepping into the cinema, they found that the lights were already turned on inside. To describe it as brightly lit was an understatement. The chef's figure was nowhere to be seen. But there was a door that was open and still gently swaying. Whether it was a tactic of deception or he truly ran inside, nobody could say for sure. In the end, it was Chen Jingyu who made the decision. Don't think too much, just go in and search. Could it be that they can hide somewhere else? That's right. Fan Xie echoed, after all, he is the dungeon boss. Does he really have no face at all? Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Fan Xie finished speaking, a round of applause rang out. At the same time, a deep voice came over. Good, could he really have no face at all? As the voice echoed out, while everyone was still puzzled, the swaying door was pushed open again. At the same time, Chen Jingyu received a new task from the system. Ding! You have a new task, do you accept? Chen Jingyu immediately chose to accept. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted a new task. Task name, Martial Arts Master, pending completion. Description, transform into a martial arts master and challenge Master Bai. Completion condition, defeat Master Bai. Description, defeat him. Time limit, 120 minutes. Completion reward, Crystal Fragment. Description, seems to be a piece of some kind of item. Failure penalty, turned into a pig head. Description, it's a real pig head. After hearing the system task, Chen Jingyu fell silent. The boss on the 5th floor came so quickly. Although the system task was released first, there was almost no time left for them. According to the task system's description, the strength of the 5th floor boss might exceed all previous bosses, perhaps even harder to deal with than the super powerful killing techniques of Little Sunflower Sister. With a creak, the swaying door was pushed open, and an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a gray satin robe and cloth shoes, with a not very tall stature, appeared. Slowly walked out from behind the door. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Master Bai mentioned in the system task. Behind him, a man also walked out. It was indeed the cook who was chased here by Chen Jingyu and the others. After the old man appeared, he didn't even glance at Chen Jingyu and the others, but continued walking with his hands behind his back, mumbling continuously. I told you to learn some martial arts when you had nothing to do, but you insisted on messing around in the kitchen. Now you can't master the martial arts, and your cooking is a complete mess. Don't you think you've failed? Faced with the old man's scolding, the cook looked full of indignation. I don't need your concern. Anyway, I've always been the useless child in your eyes. You only care about your eldest son, so why bother with me? Hearing the cook's fierce retort, the old man sighed slightly and shook his head. Unfilial son, both of you are unfilial. If it weren't for your useless elder brother who was always fooling around outside and not coming back, would I need to care for you? Do you think I want to manage you? It's better if you don't want to. Don't care about me at all. The cook turned his head away. These two were clearly a pair of father and son who were at odds with each other. Chen Jingyu seemed to remember something and said to the crowd, could it be that the bosses in this instance are all from the same family? After hearing this, everyone began to recall. The little sunflower sister should be the daughter of this family, the smelly younger brother is obviously the grandson, the pretty mother is the old man's daughter-in-law, the cook is the old man's youngest son. As for the old man's eldest son, he is the ungrateful man who abandoned the pretty mother and the smelly younger brother, and he is also the elder son mentioned by the old man, who was always out fooling around. They all matched up perfectly. Goodness, it turns out this instance is entirely taken over by this family, Li Yang exclaimed. But where did their eldest son go? Li Jiwei asked. Who cares where he went? It's better if he's not here. This old man seems difficult to deal with, Fan Ke said, looking at the two bosses approaching. Although the two looked like ordinary old man and son, those who knew their background didn't dare to underestimate them. These two are the bosses of the last two levels of the instance. Especially this old man, as the final guarding boss, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. While speaking, the old man led the cook and had already approached Chen Jingyu and the others. At this point, the old man finally started to properly examine the crowd. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Chen Jingyu. As if he realized that he was the leader among this group of people. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect you young folks to reach the 5th level, it truly astonishes me, bye. After speaking, he completely ignored the cook behind him and added a statement that made the latter boil with anger. Of course, it's all because my son is disappointing. If my eldest son were here, how could you possibly have come this far? If he encounters a true expert, it would be a complete disaster. This could be clearly felt from the daily practice between Chen Jingyu and Sun Cheng. He is simply not a match for Sun Cheng. Although the level difference between them is not that big now. The crystal stone lens is aimed at Master by activating the scanning function. Target information analysis completed. Monster name, Master by. Type, human form. Level, LV20. Introduction, the 5th stage of the instance Entertainment City, also the final ultimate boss, who has an almost crazy pursuit of martial arts and has been practicing for decades since childhood, with a profound skill in martial arts. Sun Qing quietly walked up. This old man is very powerful, leave him to me. Meow. The gray cat also jumped over. We should do this together, you alone are probably not his match. It wanted to help Sun Qing. The proud Sun Qing didn't say anything this time. It was a tacit agreement. Chen Jingyu looked at Sun Qing in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen her like this. The mission system requires defeating Master Bai, but it didn't say I had to defeat him alone, so... Chen Jingyu began to ponder, using a tactic of more against less should not count as a violation. As long as I participate in defeating Master Bai, it should be considered complete. Fortunately, the system's mission requirement is not a one-on-one fight, otherwise, it would be like sending Chen Jingyu to his death. At this moment, Master Bai across from them slowly rolled up his sleeves. The movement was gentle, without any hesitation. Wanting to be fast is not difficult. Wanting to be still is very difficult. Wanting to be still and yet powerful is even more difficult. From Master Bai's movements, it is clear that he is not the type of expert who seeks speed and explosiveness. He is the kind of person who can effortlessly defeat you with just a wave of his hand. The rest of the people silently gathered around. Everyone understood that a great battle was about to begin. First deal with the chef, then we will work together to deal with the old man. Chen Jingyu silently gave the battle order. Now that it has reached this final moment, there was no need to hide anything. As soon as the words finished, Sun Qing rushed in first. She still used a violent fighting style. Gray light flickered, and the gray cat followed. Quickly deal with the chef. Chen Jingyu drew out the crystal stone sword. His target was the chef behind the old man. Li Yang also followed closely. Behind them, Li Jiwei and Fan Xie took advantage of the chaos before everyone mixed together and started a frenzied ranged attack. Green light also blossomed at this moment. Yuan, while her energy was still full, quickly made a bottle of external injury healing potion. Since entering the instance, she had already made 6 potions during the downtime. Prepared for emergencies. Sun Qing still used a violent fighting style. The golden gauntlet shone with bright light and struck towards Master Bai's forehead. Master Bai smiled slightly, calmly extended his hand to brush aside Sun Qing's fierce attack effortlessly. Following that, Master Bai stepped back and gently dragged his hand, pushing the lightning-fast gray cat away, causing its lightning-fast skill to miss. When experts engage, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Before Chen Jingyu and the others even engaged the chef, they had already exchanged blows. Although it seemed like they were at a stalemate, it appeared that neither side was harmed. However, Sun Cheng and the gray cat knew that it was because Master Bai did not fight back. He effortlessly avoided both of their attacks. This old man is not simple. A breath later, Chen Jingyu had circled around Master Bai, finding the chef behind him. Kid, don't bully the weak. The chef no longer ran away, pulling out his 2 kitchen knives once again, charging at Chen Jingyu. In front of his old man, he would never back down, and he couldn't let himself look weak. Kill. The chef, full of murderous intent, waved his knife wildly, as if he wanted to fight Chen Jingyu to the death. Chen Jingyu naturally would not fall for his tricks. At this moment, the chef was holding his breath. Facing him head-on was not a wise choice, so Chen Jingyu immediately employed guerrilla tactics. Using his swift movements and the flexible crystal sword, he began to dance around the chef. Just then, Li Yang finally arrived. With a heavy black iron sword, his strikes were fierce and powerful. He didn't care for any fancy techniques, he simply used brute strength. When he swung the sword down, the chef didn't dare to block it head-on and could only dodge away. In this way, the chef's fierce momentum deflated, and his spirit began to weaken. Though it wasn't obvious on the surface, Chen Jingyu, who was facing him, could clearly feel the change. With one surge of energy, it would fade with the next, until it was exhausted. At this moment, the chef was at his weakest. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Chen Jingyu was well aware of this principle. When the chef dodged the black iron sword again, Chen Jingyu slid forward and arrived at the predetermined position just ahead of him. Puff! The crystal sword delivered a cold and swift strike. The chef's eyes instantly lost their shine. He silently turned around, finally seeing who had attacked him. You! The chef stretched out his hand, trying to reach for Chen Jingyu behind him, but no matter what, he could not touch him. The last glimmer of light in his eyes faded completely. The chef slowly collapsed to the ground. My son! Master Bai let out a heartbreaking cry. He pushed Sun Cheng away with one hand and turned to rush toward the crumpled chef. Sun Cheng was unwilling to let him go easily and moved forward again. But her speed was still a beat slower than Master Bai. This old man, though seemingly slow, moved incredibly swiftly in his dodging. In the blink of an eye, he reached the spot where the chef had fallen. You little brat, quickly pay with your life for my son. Chapter 209. Although on the surface, Master Bai looked down on his chef's son, his grief exploded when the chef was killed. The old man's eyes were clearly set on Chen Jingyu, who had just attacked. You brat, die for me. Master Bai's speed surged, his palms striking out in a continuous barrage, creating an impenetrable net that enveloped Chen Jingyu. Gray electric light flashed again. The gray cat was the first to rush for help. Master Bai ignored it, exposing his back as if to invite the gray cat's attack. His only target was Chen Jingyu. Seeing no way to retreat, Chen Jingyu did not hesitate, thrusting the crystal sword forward quickly. With the sword facing a palm, it was clear that Chen Jingyu had the upper hand. However, Master Bai seemed utterly unconcerned, directly meeting the crystal sword with his bare hand. Intense heat emanated immediately. At the instant of contact, Master Bai already felt the power of the crystal sword. Humph, you deceiver! Master Bai sneered coldly, his palm suddenly enveloped in a gust of cold air. Clap! He struck twice, deflecting the crystal sword aside. His palm was completely unharmed. Meow! At this moment, the gray cat also rushed in, pouncing at Master Bai's back. The old man, who had seemed to ignore it earlier, suddenly arched his back and stepped back, using his body to slam into it. Clap! The gray cat was instantly sent flying backward. Fast to come, faster to go. Just then, attacks from Fan Xie and Li Jiwei also arrived. The long-range attack not only had great power but also came swiftly. Master Bai coldly glanced at them, and faced with the soaring arrows and laser bullets, he had no choice but to dodge. Moving nimbly, it seemed to take wide turns, yet he remained within a small area. He had been circling around Chen Jingyu. He neither left nor gave Chen Jingyu a chance to escape. But this time, it gave Sun Qing an opportunity. Sun Qing didn't waste this rare chance and rushed over immediately. The golden gauntlets shone with light once again. Bang! 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 The hard-fought battle started again. 6 people and a cat fought fiercely with Master Bai, making it difficult to separate. Both sides had faced crises several times, but they ultimately resolved them without danger. It was evident that both sides had comparable overall strength. In the end, victory and defeat would surely be decided by a narrow margin. Half an hour later, the frequency of the battle began to weaken. Both sides were not as quick as before. With Sun Qing's potential, Master Bai attempted several times to find weak points to strike but was unsuccessful. He only managed to injure Li Yang slightly, who retreated and quickly recovered with Yuan's help. With everyone's teamwork, Master Bai gradually fell into a disadvantage. Huff, huff. After a brief separation, Master Bai had started to pant. Damn kids, using numbers to bully an old man. Faced with Master Bai's accusation, everyone had a thick skin and felt no shame. Fan Xia even shamelessly said, how can you say that? I haven't mentioned you bullying the weak. At your age, you still pick on us youngsters. Fan Xia's words perfectly illustrated what shamelessness truly was. Master Bai's face turned blue and white, filled with rage, but he had no power to retort. After all, his skills weren't in his words, especially since his opponent was a master of rhetoric. This was someone whose tongue could make flowers bloom from a stone. Old man, why are you silent now? At your age, instead of babysitting your grandkids, you come here to harm others. What a stubborn old fool. Fan Xia relentlessly continued to provoke Master Bai. At this moment, Master Bai was so furious he was puffing his beard. Suddenly, a sneaky figure approached. Master Bai was startled and quickly turned to deal with it, but from the other side, a shining sword blade appeared out of nowhere. Chen Jingyu had surprisingly used a feint. He appeared on Master Bai's left, while the crystal sword in his right hand lunged toward the other side. Puff! Distracted by Fan Xia's words, Master Bai actually didn't react this time and was pierced straight through. Looking at the sword blade on his chest, feeling the scorching heat, Master Bai felt his life force quickly fading away. My family, how unfortunate! Master Bai let out a tragic cry before collapsing to the ground. He fell right beside the kitchen man. This pair of nemeses could finally get along properly. Huff! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This long instance could finally come to an end. Ding! Congratulations, you completed the quest, Martial Arts Master. Ding! Congratulations, you received the quest reward item Crystal Fragment *1. The quest system quickly released the mission. It seemed this instance had indeed been completed. Everyone was filled with joy. They could finally get out. After battling for so long, both their mental and physical energies were severely depleted. Finally, they could rest well. Instant Space, Entertainment City, completed. Completion degree, SSS. Ding. Obtained equipment Flame Ring. Ding. Gained 45,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV12. Looking at the massive experience he just gained, Chen Jingyu was stunned, a whopping 45,000 points. His level directly broke through the LV10 barrier, jumping from LV7 to LV12. LV12, this was a super high level capable of pushing the leaderboard. Name, Chen Jingyu. Occupation, Commoner, Awakening not yet. Level, LV12. Talent, SSS. Strength, 11. Agility, 82, plus 6. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 11, plus 3. Energy, 0. Skills, none. This time, he leveled up a total of 5 levels. With the support of SSS-level talent, 35 attribute points were obtained. Chen Jingyu did not think much and naturally assigned all of them to agility. At this moment, Chen Jingyu's agility was nearing the limit. Though he stood still, Chen Jingyu could clearly feel the changes in his body. At this point, if he were to run 100 meters against the world champions from before, he was confident he could win. The enhancement the attributes brought to his body was truly immense. Everyone present was immersed in the joy of leveling up and completing the dungeon. Just then, the scene before them gradually became blurry. A second later, they returned to reality. Everyone be careful, evacuate immediately. Upon returning, Chen Jingyu hurriedly urged everyone to move. This time, the Lu family's team was completely wiped out, and the people outside might have already received the news. Chapter 210. Hearing Chen Jingyu's words, everyone immediately set off. The main door was definitely not an option, so everyone ran towards the back. The doors and windows were probably all shut tight, but it didn't matter, they could always force a breach. The group quickly arrived at the first floor via the fire escape. They could already hear rustling sounds coming from outside. It sounded like many people had entered. Follow me, don't speak, and don't make any noise. Chen Jingyu activated the crystal goggles, instantly penetrating the walls to see the scene outside. A large troop had rushed in, quickly searching and sealing off the exits. People were storming into every single shop. At a glance, they were trained special forces. Go, there's still a chance, they haven't searched here yet. Chen Jingyu followed the planned route, quickly crossing a few alleys and reaching a window. The large glass of the floor-to-ceiling window was sealed shut and couldn't be opened. Probably out of security concerns. Let me. Li Yang stepped up and lifted his black iron greatsword, striking down in one swing. Clang! The glass shattered everywhere. Chen Jingyu used the crystal lightsaber to clear away the glass shards around the opening. Okay, ladies first, hurry. The crowd orderly passed through the window and quickly reached the grass outside. Getting out means safety, let's go back first. They jogged towards the parking lot. Although the mall was sealed off, many vehicles were still parked here. Yuan, you and Li Jiwei head back first, don't go out after getting home. Chen Jingyu said. What about you guys? We have some matters to attend to, you go first. Yuan and the other did not ask further, okay, be careful. After sending them off, the remaining four reconvened. What are you thinking? Li Yang asked. Chen Jingyu chuckled. Don't rush, let's check the loot first. Oh right, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Fan Xia and Li Yang suddenly remembered, quickly checking their dungeon rewards. Chen Jingyu received a ring. A flame ring. He hadn't had time to inspect it thoroughly before, so he took it out again. Item name, Flame Ring, Special. Usage level, LV1. Job requirement, none. Additional ability, Fire Attribute Damage plus 10. Additional ability, Release Flame. Description: it is rumored that the flame ring is forged using the core of the Flame King. The wearer can control the power of flames after use. Wow. Another special ring. Chen Jingyu was stunned. His luck was truly exceptional. Compared to the water domain ring, this flame ring's attributes were simply far better. Not only did it provide a fire attribute damage boost, but it surprisingly had an additional special ability to release flames. Fire attribute damage should enhance the damage of the crystal lightsaber. This ring was simply perfect for Chen Jingyu. A perfect match. He put it directly on his finger. What did you get? Chen Jingyu asked. A skill book, not bad. Li Yan looked uninterested. My gear is a pair of gloves that can increase arrow shooting speed. It seems pretty good. Fan Xiexing said excitedly. You, the fast guy, need to increase your speed? Chen Jingyu asked with a puzzled expression. Damn you, you're the fast one. You're the fastest in the world. Fan Xia angrily retorted. Li Yang felt a headache coming on. Alright, stop arguing. Old Chen, what's your plan next? Sun Qing, frowning, asked with confusion, why are you arguing about fast? Isn't being faster a good thing? He. Chen Jingyu grinned, fast is not just a word for speed, it's also a word for time. If it's about speed, it's definitely good, but when it comes to time, sometimes it's not necessarily a good thing. If you have time, when you get home tonight, I'll explain it to you in detail. Li Yang and Fan Xia instantly rolled their eyes. Put. They both raised their middle fingers at him. Ahem. Chen Jingyu coughed twice, alright, let's get back to business. The three of them finally sat up straight and looked at him together. We've already made enemies with the Lu family. They must know we entered the instance to cause trouble and wiped out the team they sent out, so... In the instance, the team leader Lin Xiaotian had already recognized Chen Jingyu. This meant Chen Jingyu was already well known among the higher-ups of the Lu family. When Lin Xiaotian saw Chen Jingyu again, he would definitely report back to headquarters. This kind of thing can't be kept secret, and there's no need to hide it now. So what? The three asked in unison. So let's just go back for a surprise attack. If we don't give them a taste of our power, wouldn't it cause a lot of trouble? Makes sense. Fan Xia nodded in agreement. Since we know the dog is coming to bite, let's take a stick and give the dog a good hit first, so it learns its lesson and doesn't dare to bite indiscriminately. Li Yan also agreed. The last one, Sen Xing, didn't need to be consulted anymore. And she wouldn't have any objections. She just knew that it was enough to follow behind Chen Jingyu and fight. Let's go, turn around. The four of them stood up again. The gray cat also jumped onto Chen Jingyu's shoulder. Meow master, take me with you, I also want to bite people. Equals Omega smiley face ah. Alright, let's go, let's bite them. Chen Jingyu led the way towards the mall's entrance. After sending away Yuan and Li Jiwei, the four of them had no more worries behind them. They could let loose and have a big fight. At this moment in the mall, the person leading the Lu family was a direct descendant in his 30s, named Lu Feiyu. Seeing that his own people in the mall were mostly dead or injured, his face naturally turned extremely dark. Damn Lin Xiaotian, usually boasting louder than anyone else, this time he actually suffered a total defeat. If I had known, I would have led the team myself, damn it. His subordinates had searched the entire first floor hall and had sealed off all exits. But they still hadn't found anything. At this moment, they were continuing to search towards the second floor. Damn it, those damn kids, don't let me run into you. If I find you, I will definitely crush you with my own hands. Lu Feiyu was filled with intense rage. The family had spent such a great cost, and they actually lost all their forces. These people were all under their branch's responsibility for training. Now the loss was not just Lin Xiaotian, nor merely the rewards from the instance. The biggest loss was the internal struggles within the family. Report, the second floor search is complete, nothing. Hearing the voice through the earpiece, a more intense killing intent flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Kill. I want to kill. When Lu Feiyu vowed for revenge, a few people walked in at the entrance. They came to Lu Feiyu's back after a long time. The several guards at the door didn't expect anyone to come in and immediately surrounded them. What are you doing? This place is sealed now, the mall is closed, and no one can come in. Someone stepped up to drive away Chen Jingyu and the others. Clenching his fists, Lu Feiyu, filled with rage with nowhere to vent, immediately turned around fiercely upon hearing a voice behind him. Get out of my way, go away. As he shouted, he also clearly saw the people who had entered. One of the young men was smiling at him. Strange, this person looks familiar. Lu Feiyu raised his brows. Could he be an acquaintance? But, who is he again? Just as he was puzzled, Chen Jingyu had already walked over with several people. The guards at the entrance had initially wanted to stop them, but upon seeing Lu Feiyu's expression, they hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, Chen Jingyu had already approached Lu Feiyu. At that moment, Lu Feiyu finally remembered. It's you! Lu Feiyu pointed at Chen Jingyu in terror. You are that Chen Jingyu, the guy who always opposes us. Chen Jingyu smiled slightly. Hee, looks like I've gained a bit of fame, so many people recognize me and even know my name. That was essentially an admission. Lu Feiyu exploded with anger. In a panic, he shouted, everyone come here, Chen Jingyu is here, come kill this brat. He had been shouting to find Chen Jingyu before and wanted to eliminate him to vent his inner anger. But now that Chen Jingyu appeared before him, he had shrunk back. Seeing Lu Feiyu make a fool of himself, Chen Jingyu shook his head in disappointment. It seemed like another useless fool. Doesn't the Lu family have anyone who can fight? With just one glance, Chen Jingyu lost interest in Lu Feiyu. Who are you within the Lu family? Go back and tell your family head that I wasn't really opposing you on purpose. When Lu Feiyu heard this, he thought Chen Jingyu was begging for mercy, so he sneered, now you know to say this? Are you scared? Let me tell you, saying more is useless. We Lu family have decided to kill you, not even Su Ge can save you. I, Lu Feiyu, said it. Ha ha ha. Chen Jingyu burst into laughter. Lu Feiyu was left utterly confused by the laugh. What do you mean? At this moment, a large number of people gathered around. It gave Lu Feiyu a bit of courage. The previous rumors from the two dungeons had described Chen Jingyu as very powerful. This made Lu Feiyu feel a deep fear from the bottom of his heart. So when they first met, he was stunned in fear. As for being surrounded, Chen Jingyu didn't care at all. He shrugged, I don't mean anything, just want you to tell your family head that although I'm not here to oppose you on purpose and just came for the dungeon, please keep your eyes wide open. If you encounter me in the dungeon in the future, just give me a wide berth, don't act foolishly. Saying this, Chen Jingyu squinted his eyes. If you really can't think straight and want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Arrogant. He was way too arrogant. The Lu family had been established locally for decades, rooted deep. Their network was tangled and intertwined, embedded within all local forces. One could say, in this place, the Lu family was the local emperor. In decades, there hadn't been many who dared to speak to them like this. And those who had spoken like this before, their graves grass had already grown into towering trees. Very well, I will report your words verbatim to my grandfather. Lu Feiyu said coldly. Grandfather is here. Fan Xia raised his hand and shouted. Lu Feiyu's face instantly turned green. You little brat, dare you take advantage of me? He pointed at everyone, and you, Chen Jingyu, huh? Not only will I bring your words back, but I'll also take your ashes back. After saying that, he waved his hand and quickly retreated. Go for it, regardless of life or death. There were over 100 people coming down from upstairs, and those who had guarded various entrances and exits. All of them surged forward. But they had forgotten one thing. An important matter, one that could be deadly. That is, Lin Xiaotian had also brought so many people before. And at this moment, Lin Xiaotian had already turned into a box. The crowd rushed forward. Chen Jingyu and the others quickly took their positions. 4 people guarded 4 directions, instantly clashing with the Lu family's thugs. Since Fan Xia was an archer, he belonged to a long-range attack profession, unable to maximize his abilities in close combat, and even had some trouble protecting himself, so Grey Cat was arranged to assist him. The other 3 had no more worries and fought skillfully. Crystal light swords, golden gauntlets, and black iron greatswords transformed into chains of hell, reaping a large number of people instantly. The dead piled up like mountains. This indirectly became a fortress for everyone's defense, making it harder for the Lu family to attack. Old Chen, that kid wants to run. During the battle, Li Yang caught a glimpse of the terrified Lu Feiyu, who started to run toward the other side. He might be trying to escape from the back. Humph, thinking too much, am I invisible? Fan Xie used Grey Cat's cover, found an opportunity to break free, and directly knocked an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out with a whistling sound, flying rapidly toward Lu Feiyu. Puff! Lu Feiyu clutched his buttocks and fell to the ground. Chen Jingyu couldn't bear to look. This Fan Xie had once again unleashed his passive talent. It was obvious that he had hit the target squarely with one arrow. Oh yeah! Fan Xie pumped his fist, target hit, 100 points. A song for this lucky audience member. Fan Xie began to sing directly. Chrysanthemums withered, injuries all over the ground, your shadow is turned yellow. Flowers fall, heartbroken. Halfway through the song, Fan Xie suddenly exclaimed, "What, he's still moving?" He saw Lu Feiyu, who had fallen from an arrow, trying desperately to crawl forward with his two arms. His lower body didn't move at all, just relying on his elbows to scrape forward. So inspiring, I'm about to cry. Fan Xie fake wiped a tear that didn't exist. You brat, doing bad things and still trying to be a good person. Li Yang couldn't stand him anymore. At this moment, the people around suddenly started to retreat. They might have received some kind of order. They were no longer trying to take down Chen Jingyu and the others but were directly escaping for their lives. Two more people quickly approached Lu Feiyu and lifted him from both sides, running forward. Should we chase? While Li Yang spoke, he had already run several steps forward.